The man was just a student who had just come of age, with neither outstanding looks nor a prestigious family background. Yet, the daughter of the incredibly wealthy Mu family invited him to her villa late at night. Even more outrageous, the campus belle of Zayda University stripped naked and knelt before him, begging him for a chance. Even more unbelievable is that 5 beautiful women lived in the man's bedroom. Every night, he personally chose who would accompany him to sleep. It was all up to him. This man's name is Chu Tianqiu, and it all started with his job change on his 18th birthday. Chu Tianqiu awakened the worst support class, but he possessed a talent that was almost like a bug, skill enhancement, which could enhance the final effect of learned skills with a small probability. At that moment, Zhang Lan cried out, tears welling up in her eyes, and she hugged Chu Tianqiu tightly. It's all right. F rank is fine. Don't do anything rash. At worst, we'll come home, and Mom will cook braised pork for you for the rest of your life. Chu Jiangguo also stood up, patted his chest, and said in a faintly heroic manner, That's right. Although our family can't be considered extremely wealthy, we can easily support an idle person. From today onwards, you are our family's key protected waist. Chu Tianqiu was completely bewildered by his parents' sudden display of grief. He blinked his perpetually sleepy eyes and said innocently, No, Dad, Mom, why are you crying? Isn't this a wonderful thing? Stop pretending. Zhang Lan cried even harder. Mom knows you're suffering inside. You've always wanted to be a great hero since you were little. I didn't want to, Chu Tianqiu answered honestly. Look, he's starting to talk nonsense. Zhang Lan stamped her feet anxiously. Old Chu, quick, go get that bottle of 82 Coke to calm our son down. Chu Tianqiu was at a loss for words. He realized that if he didn't prove he was really useless, this whole thing wouldn't be over. Stop. Chu Tianqiu raised his hands. To put your minds at ease, I've decided to demonstrate the skill I just learned. After you see it, you'll know that I'll definitely be the safest person in the entire Dragon City from now on. As he spoke, he led his parents into the courtyard. In the center of the courtyard stood an old locust tree planted by Chu Tianqiu's grandfather's generation, its branches and leaves so thick that it would take 3 to 5 people to encircle it. Watch closely. Chu Tianqiu stopped, cleared his throat, and struck what he thought was a very professional pose. I just learned this in the Awakening Temple, a basic support skill of the Black Iron rank. Purification spell. He held up a finger, pointing it at the century-old locust tree. It costs 1 mana point and removes basic negative status effect from a single target. To put it bluntly, for now, it's only good for sweeping the floor and dusting. Mom, look, Chu Tianqiu turned around and gave his mother a reassuring smile. This skill is only good for sweeping the floor. I'm perfectly safe. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved his fingertips slightly. Ding! The unique concept-level talent, Supreme Edict, has been triggered. Skill purification is being assessed. Underlying logic extraction, cleanse, dispel, cleanse, conceptual deception, and dimensional ascension are activated, linking to the supreme concept of Chinese mythology. Match successful. Conceptual distortion becomes erase existence. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling special effects, not even a wisp of wind. And then, to Chu Jiangguo and Zhang Lan's bewildered gaze, a bizarre scene unfolded. That enormous, century-old locust tree, so large it would take several people to encircle it, simply vanished in a thin air. It was as if an invisible eraser had abruptly wiped it from the world, gone without a trace. No, it wasn't just the tree. The ant nest under the tree disappeared. The patch of land where the tree roots had taken hold disappeared. Even the soil, rocks, and underground water pipes 3 meters deep beneath the foundation of the yard all vanished. All that remained was a perfectly cylindrical cavity, 5 meters in diameter and 3 meters deep. The cut surface of the cavity was as smooth as a mirror, so smooth that it could even clearly reflect the 2 blank, distorted faces of Chu Jiangguo and Zhang Lan. At the very center of the void, a black crack thinner than a hair floated in the air. Like a scar that would never heal, it emitted a faint, hissing sound that sent chills down one's spine. The entire world fell into a deathly silence. Chu Tianqiu looked down at his fingers, stunned. Oh no, I've made such a huge hole in the yard. The property management is definitely going to find me. My peaceful days are over. He had only intended to purify the dust and fallen leaves off the trees. But wasn't this a little too thorough? Chu Tianquo tried to break the awkward silence, offering a dry explanation. Perhaps my definition of clean is a bit too strict? Gulp. Chu Jiangwo swallowed hard, the half-smoked cigarette in his hand falling to the ground without him noticing. Zhang Lan's eyes rolled back, and she fell straight backward, only to be caught by Chu Jiangwo. Old Chu. Zhang Lan's voice trembled like fallen leaves in the autumn wind. Where is our yard? Chu Jiangwo did not answer. His face went from astonishment to deathly pale, and then gradually turned into a steely blue mixed with fear and determination. He stared intently at the smooth, deep pit, his gaze finally settling on a black crack thinner than a hair. Was it the mark of existence? He had seen something like this once before, during the hellish border war 20 years ago. It was a forbidden thing, capable of devouring even gods. He stared at the impossibly smooth, deep pit, then at his son, who was wearing SpongeBob pajamas and looking completely innocent. Then, with trembling hands, he pulled his phone from his pocket. Chu Tianquo thought his father was going to call relatives and friends to brag. However, Chu Jiangwo didn't open the contacts. With his hands trembling with fear, he dialed 3 numbers on the dial pad. It was a special number he had sworn never to dial since the day he retired, and hoped he would never use it. The call connected quickly. Chu Jiangwo took a deep breath, mustered all his strength, and roared into the phone, his voice hoarse and desperate. Hello, Stratégique Bureau? Come and arrest my son. Chu Jiangwo's roar seemed to drain all his strength. The phone slipped from his trembling hand, crashing to the ground, the screen cracking, but the call remained connected. A hurried yet calm, almost emotionless male voice came through the receiver. Address. Situation. Threat level. Longdu, 9th Security Zone, number 117 Biang Road. Chu Jiangwo's lips trembled, his voice hoarse. Threat level immeasurable. Hurry. Come as fast as you can. Zhang Lan had just been helped to sit down when she heard this and almost choked again. She gripped Chu Jiangwo's arm tightly, her nails digging almost into his flesh. Old Chu, are you crazy? That's our son. It's precisely because they are my son that we must let them come. Chu Jiangwo's eyes were bloodshot as he pointed at the smooth, mirror-like pit, his voice even trembling with sobs. What do you know? This thing is called a Traces of Existence. 20 years ago, an A-level chaos demon self-destruct, leaving behind just this trace. Within a 10-mile radius, not a blade of grass grew. Even space itself was torn apart. But Chu Tianquo, he just moved a finger. He whirled around, staring intently at Chu Tianquo standing at the edge of the pit, his eyes filled with extreme fear and a kind of pride he himself didn't even realize. He's more terrifying than an A-rank monster. He can't control this kind of power at all. Today it's just a tree, but tomorrow, this building, the whole neighborhood, or the entire Dragon City. Chu Jiangwo was crying his eyes out. Rather than letting him accidentally commit a grave mistake in the future and be killed on the spot as a monster, it's better to have the country protect him now. Chu Tianquo was completely stunned by his father's words of sacrificing family for the greater good. He was about to explain when a piercing roar suddenly came from afar, as if a thunderstorm had suddenly pressed down on him. 3 all-black, menacing-looking armed helicopters hovered in a triangular formation above the 2-story building, their massive rotors whipping up a fierce wind that blew the remaining flowers and plants in the yard askew. Immediately afterwards, 2 loud bangs rang out as the front and back doors of the building were simultaneously forced open. A dozen Special Operations team members, dressed in black combat uniforms, wearing full-face tactical helmets, and carrying the latest energy-powered rifles, filed in. Their movements were as swift as cheetahs, their teamwork seamless, and they instantly occupied all key positions. Swish, swish, swish. A dozen blinding infrared beams of light instantly focused on the single target in the center of the yard. Chu Tianquo, wearing SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas, flip-flops, and clutching a half-empty bottle of cola. The scene was instantly incredibly awkward. The captain, who was leading the group, reported in a low voice through the helmet's built-in channel. Target locked. No energy detected. Appearance, human boy. Repeat, target is human boy. The channel was deathly silent. Chu Tianquo blinked, looking at the dozen or so small red dots swaying on his chest and forehead, then at the group of black-clad team members who were practically pointing their guns at his face. He held up the can of cola in his hand and shook it, tentatively asking, "Uncle, want a sip? It's from 82, just taken out of the fridge." None of the special agents dared to move or speak. The scene before them was too bizarre, a stark contrast to the immeasurable threat alert they had received. Just then, a tall and imposing figure slowly walked in through the smashed door. The man had graying temples and a hideous scar running from his brow bone to his chin, giving him an imposing and dignified appearance. He wasn't wearing combat uniform, only a slightly faded dark green Zhongshan suit with a military overcoat draped over it, and a mechanical eagle gleaming with metallic sheen perched on his shoulder. This man was none other than Gu Taiyai, the director of the Longdu Strategic Defense Bureau, known as the Pillar of the Nation. Gu Taiyai's gaze was sharp as a knife. Ignoring everyone else, he walked straight to the edge of the huge, cylindrical cavity. He squatted down and stretched out his calloused fingers, gently stroking the smooth, mirror-like surface. The cold, absolutely smooth touch made his pupils shrink sharply. Then, his gaze locked onto the black crack in the center of the void, thinner than a hair and seemingly capable of swallowing light. "It really is sign of existence, erasure." Gu Taiyai's voice was soft, yet incredibly heavy. He slowly stood up, and for the first time, disbelief and shock appeared in his eyes, which had witnessed countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He turned abruptly, his gaze pressing down on Chu Tianquo with an almost tangible intensity. "You did this." At that moment, all the Special Operations team members instinctively held their breath, their fingers tightly gripping the triggers. They could clearly feel the murderous aura emanating from the director, forged in the crucible of countless deaths, reaching its peak. If the boy's answer was even slightly off, the entire place would be engulfed in flames the next second. Chu Tianquo nodded, explaining earnestly. "Uncle, this is really a misunderstanding. I just learned a purification spell and wanted to clean the dust and bird droppings off the trees. Maybe his understanding of clean is a bit strict." He shrugged, his expression utterly innocent. Chu Jiangguo covered his face, looking as if he couldn't bear to look at him. Zhang bit her lip tightly, not daring to cry out loud. "Oh no, this is completely inexplicable. He just wanted to be a hoodlum. How did he become a terrorist?" Chu Tianquo wailed inwardly, then quickly added, "Actually, it's just an F-level talent, skill enhancement, with a low probability of triggering. The report is still here." He pointed to the report that Chu Jiangguo had crumpled up. Gu Taiyai's gaze swept over the report, then returned to Chu Tianquo's face, finally settling on his incongruous SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas. The scar on his face twitched slightly. F-rank. Skill enhancement? Erasing an entire space, along with its causality from the world, is called skill enhancement? Is this what you call cleaning? If he wanted to kill someone, would he have to dig up the victim's grave along with their ancestors for 18 generations from the River of Time and grind their bones to dust? Gu Taiyai had fought on the battlefield for 30 years, witnessing the most fanatical cultists and confronting the most cunning abyss lords. But never before had he felt his worldview being repeatedly rubbed into the ground as he did today. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and issued an order through the communicator. "Attention all personnel, disengage level 1 combat readiness." This is not an enemy attack. The Special Operations team members felt relieved, but still dared not relax completely. Target assessed as unknown. Retreat, perimeter cordon, initiate containment procedure, A7. "Yes, sir." Gu Taiyai looked at Chu Tianquo, his imposing square face forcing out a smile that looked more like a grimace. "Chu Tianquo, right? Don't be nervous, kid. We're not bad people. It's just that your way of cleaning is a bit unusual. We'd like to invite you back to the station for a cup of tea and maybe do a competency assessment." "Tea?" Chu Tianquo's eyes lit up. "Is food and lodging included?" Gu Taiyai's lips twitched. "Yes." "Okay." Chu Tianquo immediately perked up and handed the half-empty bottle of cola to Zhang Lan. "Mom, put it in the refrigerator for him. Don't let the gas get out. He'll want to drink it when he gets back." "Great. A government-certified iron rice bowl. I'll never have to worry about food or drink again, and I won't have to go to work. Isn't this the lazy life I've always dreamed of? There's no point in sponging off my parents compared to sponging off the government." After saying that, he took a step and walked towards Gu Taiyai. His flip-flops made a pat-pat sound on the ground, making him seem particularly light and carefree. Watching her son's retreating figure, Zhang Lan could no longer hold back her tears and threw herself into Chu Jiangguo's arms, crying loudly, "Old Chu, Kwa. He won't be all right, will he?" Chu Jiangguo patted his wife's back, watching his son being escorted towards the helicopter by two special operations team members, his expression extremely complicated. He said in a low voice, "It's all right. Once he's in Strategic Bureau, whether he's a dragon or a worm depends on his own fate. But at least he's safe." Gu Taiyai walked last. Before boarding, he glanced back at the couple who were embracing and weeping. He then looked at the bottomless pit and finally fixed his gaze on Chu Tianquo, who was already seated in the cabin and looking around curiously. The boy gave him an okay sign through the window, a bright smile on his face. Gu Taiyai's eyelids twitched involuntarily. He had a strong premonition. The Strategic Bureau. No, it seemed that the peaceful days of all of China were about to end from this day forward. The armed helicopter carrying Chu Tianquo did not land at any publicly known military base. It pierced through thick clouds and finally came to rest atop an ordinary mountain. The mountainside silently cracked open, revealing a bottomless steel tunnel. This is the headquarters of the China Strategic Defense Bureau, 300 meters underground. The entire alloy passage is as cold as an ice cave, with a fully armed sentry standing every 10 meters, his eyes sharp like a statue. In the deathly silent passage, only the clatter of slippers could be heard. Chu Tianquo, dressed in SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas and flip-flops, looked like someone visiting the city for the first time, walking around while glancing around and grinning at the sentry. Gu Taiyai, walking at the front, had a stiff back. He had been on the battlefield for 30 years, escorting serious criminals and receiving top heroes. But he had never had such a headache as today. He felt like he was leading elementary school students to summer camp instead of human nuclear bombs. Soon, the group stopped in front of a 3-meter-thick alloy door. A researcher in a white coat quickly approached, first saluting, then glancing at Chu Tianquo's attire, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. "Dr. Li, this is the target," Gu Taiyai introduced simply. "I'll do a preliminary ability assessment. I'll go to the observation room." Dr. Li nodded, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and glanced at the data. Name, Chu Tianquo, talent rating, F, skill enhancement. He looked up at Chu Tianquo, his tone clearly contemptuous. Support type, F rank? This kind of awakener isn't even qualified to be included in the Strategic Bureau's archives. Gu Taiyai didn't explain, but gave him a meaningful look before turning and entering the observation room. That look made Dr. Li's heart tighten slightly, but it was quickly replaced by disdain. In his view, this was nothing more than a waste of time for a test. "Follow me," Dr. Li commanded coldly. Chu Tianquo was led into the testing range by two special agents. The room was the size of 3 football fields, with walls made of dark metal, covered with energy circuits and monitoring equipment, and the air was filled with the smell of metallic coolant and ozone. Dr. Li's voice came over the loudspeaker. "Stand in the central area. The file says, purification, but that's hard to test. Since it's a skill enhancement, let's try the most basic one, illumination." His tone was mocking. "Costs 1 mana point. Creates a 15-watt light source at your fingertips. Let me see if your enhancement can turn it into 20 watts. Chu Tianquo stood in the center of the open space, looking up at the loudspeaker. "Illumination spell? That's easy. Let's finish testing quickly. I also want to ask what time the cafeteria opens." In the observation room, researchers were monitoring the data. "Director, the target's energy response is still 0, and its heart rate is 65 beats per minute, more stable than many researchers," the data clerk reported. Gu Taiyai frowned. Had Chu Jiangguo exaggerated? But the traces of existence would never lie. It was a forbidden phenomenon that could even erase cause and effect. Inside the testing area, Dr. Li was already getting impatient. "What? Don't you know how to use it? It's just a lighting spell. Are you afraid of using up all your mana?" As he spoke, he had his assistant throw in a pair of sunglasses through the teleportation portal. "Put these on, so they don't blind your sleepy dog eyes." The sunglasses landed at Chu Tianquo's feet. He looked down at them, then looked up towards the observation room, as if he could see the people inside through the glass. Chu Tianquo suddenly smiled, a harmless smile. "Uncle, are you sure? My enhancement isn't very stable. What if I brighten it even a little bit? Would that be bad?" In the observation room, Dr. Li laughed loudly. "If he could turn it into a searchlight, I'd eat the testing device right now." "Zhu Dian Gu Sai." All right then. He raised his right hand and extended his index finger. Ding. Unique concept level talent. Supreme edict triggered. Skill illumination analysis in progress. Concept extraction. Light, heat, illumination. Concept upgrade initiated. Linking to the Chinese mythological system. Transformation successful. Golden Crow patrols the heavens. There were no fancy special effects. A tiny golden dot, no bigger than a pinhead, appeared at Chu Tingqiuo's fingertip, hovering silently. In the observation room, Dr. Li scoffed. That's it? Not even as good as my flashlight. Before he could finish speaking, the point of light began to split wildly in an instant. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. In the blink of an eye, 10 fist-sized golden orbs of light slowly rose into the air, hovering beneath the dome, their light and heat overwhelming. That wasn't a lamp. That was 10 suns. A terrifying heat wave swept across the entire test site. The moment the S-grade tungsten alloy walls came into contact with the light, they rapidly turned red, softened, and began to melt and drip like candles. The monitoring equipment throughout the site didn't even have time to sound an alarm before it was vaporized into smoke by the high temperature. A piercing scream blared over the loudspeaker. On the observation screen, Dr. Li clutched his eyes and howled in agony. Even with goggles on, 2 streams of blood still gushed from between his fingers. My eyes! My titanium alloy eyes! The alarms blared frantically. Shield energy overload 1,200%. Wall structure melting, collapsing in 30 seconds. Heat source exceeds measurement limit. Instrument burns out. The observation room instantly turned into an apocalyptic scene. The researchers fled in terror, trying to escape the intense heat seeping in through the cracks. Only Gu Taiyai remained standing. His military overcoat was charred and curled, but he was completely oblivious. His eyes reflected the 10 golden suns, and he was so shocked he was almost speechless. F rank? Skill enhancement? Illumination spell? You call this an illumination spell? Who turns on their lights by directly starting a nuclear fusion in their living room? At that moment, a sharp electronic alarm sounded throughout the underground base. Warning, an unknown stellar-level heat source detected in the central district of Dragon Capital. Threat level, city annihilation. All S-rank and above combat personnel enter maximum combat readiness. Activate the Sky Protocol. Gu Taiyai turned sharply, peering through the melting walls at the eye of the storm. Chu Tingqiuo remained standing, his finger outstretched. 10 suns slowly circled overhead. He looked down at his fingers, then up at the countless tiny light bulbs, a bewildered expression on his face. I just wanted to turn on a 15-watt light. How did I summon the sun? And 10 of them at that. Will the electricity bureau chief come after me for this? Chu Tingqiuo's test had barely begun when a piercing alarm blared throughout the underground base. Warning, threat level, city annihilation. The electronic sirens echoed like a death knell in every corner. In the observation room, the surviving researchers scurried about like scalded ants, molten alloy dripping continuously from the ceiling. The entire S-level testing ground had become a veritable furnace. Only Gu Taiyai remained standing, motionless. His military overcoat, which had been with him for many years, had long since burned to ashes, leaving only his crisp, dark green Zhongshan suit. The intense heat scorched his skin, producing a faint sizzling sound, but he seemed completely oblivious. His gaze pierced through the distorted air, fixed on the boy at the eye of the storm. Chu Tingqiuo remained standing there, unharmed. 10 dazzling suns hung overhead, golden flames flowing behind him like a cloak, yet he remained calm. Chu Tingqiuo even raised his hand to fan himself. It's so hot. Isn't this light too bright? The property management will definitely fine us. Gu Taiyai's eyes twitched violently. A fine from the property management? The air raid sirens were blaring throughout Longdu, and you're still thinking about the property management? He took a deep breath, then made a startling move, stepping into the semi-liquid testing ground. Director, someone exclaimed from behind. Gu Taiyai didn't turn around. An invisible aura erupted from his body, forcefully pushing back the terrifying heat wave around him. He walked step by step toward Chu Tingqiuo, the alloy floor beneath his feet groaning dully under his feet. Soon, the two were only 3 steps apart. One was a pillar of the nation, emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, his clothes disheveled, but his aura astounding. The other was a lazy boy in SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas, looking utterly innocent. Those who witnessed this scene on the surveillance cameras held their breath. They were almost certain that Gu Tai would snap the boy's neck in the next second. However, 3 seconds later, the terrifying murderous aura emanating from Gu Tai suddenly receded like a tide. He forced a smile through the scar on his face, a smile more painful than a grimace, yet he tried to appear gentle. Xiao Chu, right? Gu Tai's tone suddenly became very gentle. Don't be nervous. Your illumination spell works quite well. It's just a bit too bright. Chu Tianquo blinked. Uncle, you were the ones who told me to turn on. This old man's mood changed so quickly. Just a moment ago, he was going to eat people. Now he's like the old man next door. Yes, we underestimated your talent. Gu Tai nodded quickly. But it's getting late now. Why don't we put these little suns away? They're a bit wasteful of electricity. Chu Tianquo scratched his head, looking troubled. Where do I put them away? I just wanted to make it a little brighter, and they came out. I can't find the switch. Gu Tai's lips twitched violently. You call this thing no switch? He suppressed his emotions and patiently said, try thinking in your mind. It's dark, time to turn off the lights and go to sleep. Chu Tianquo nodded with a hint of doubt, closed his eyes, and muttered softly, close your eyes when it gets dark. The sun goes home. The moment he finished speaking, the 10 great suns on the dome flashed and vanished. The terrifying heat dissipated abruptly, and the space emitted a crackling sound as it cooled. The city-destroying alarm also stopped. The entire underground base instantly fell into dead silence. Gu Tai let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if he had just escaped death. He looked around at the molten and then solidified metal ruins, the air thick with the acrid smell of burning. Then he bent down and picked up the charred rating report from the ground. It clearly stated, Grade F. Gu Tai's face darkened, and he tore the report to shreds on the spot. Damn it, he roared into the communicator. Who did this rating? This is an F grade? This is an insult to our heroic comrades. Investigate. Everyone involved should be sent to the logistics department to raise pigs. There was complete silence on the other end of the communicator. After cursing, he instantly put on a smiling face and walked over to Chu Tianquo. Gu Tai saw the deformed Coke bottle on the ground, carefully picked it up, wiped the bottle opening with his sleeve, and then personally unscrewed the cap and handed it to him. Here, Xiao Chu, have a sip of Coke. This scene left the researchers in the distance completely dumbfounded. That was Gu Tai, the pillar of the Longdu Strategic Bureau. And now he was actually helping a boy in pajamas open a Coke bottle. Chu Tianquo took the Coke and gulped it down, letting out a satisfied burp. Thank you, Uncle. Is the test over? Can I go home and sleep now? My mom's waiting for me to come back, so I can finish the rest of the bottle. Go home? What home? Gu Tai waved his hand dismissively. From today onwards, this is your home. He pointed to the ruined base and began to paint a rosy picture. Join the Strategic Bureau. You'll be given the highest S-level privileges. Your salary will be whatever you want, and we'll pay for 5 people's social insurance and housing fund. We'll also allocate a piece of land for you to build a villa, game consoles, a movie theater, a swimming pool, all fully equipped. Coke will be delivered by the container. Chu Tianquo's eyes lit up instantly. Free room and board, plus a salary? No need to work and still get to play games? This is the life I've always dreamed of. He immediately nodded. Okay, Uncle, I'll do it. Good. Gu Tai said 3 times, patting Chu Tianquo's shoulder so hard he shook. Then, as if chatting casually, he said, since you've joined the Strategic Bureau, you need to be assigned a position. We have a new recruit team in our bureau, the 9th team. These kids are pretty capable, they just need some support. You could just go on missions with them, cheer them on, serve them tea and water, and you'll be perfectly safe. Chu Tianquo's eyes lit up. Support? Just coasting along? No fighting and still getting paid? This job is perfect for me. No problem. I'm best at cheering people on. Gu Tai's smile stretched his scars away. He turned and winked at his adjutant. The adjutant quietly pulled up the data. 9th Special Operations Squad. Nickname, The Undertaker. Mission mortality rate, 97.3%. Member injury rate, 300%. Squad rating, high-risk cannon fodder. Looking at Chu Tianquo's jubilant expression, Gu Tai felt no guilt whatsoever. Instead, he felt like an old farmer admiring his own super-grown cabbage. He muttered to himself. Hasn't the Ninth Squad been saying they needed a powerful support? This time, I'm sending you one, a god. Chu Tianquo followed Zhao, walking slowly down the corridor of the Strategic Bureau. Zhao had been in the Strategic Bureau for 10 years and should have been used to big scenes, but at this moment he was as nervous as a new recruit on his first day. His back was ramrod straight, but his forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he didn't even dare to turn his head. Because the boy behind him was wearing SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas and flip-flops, leisurely drinking cola as he walked. The gurgling sounds of swallowing and the clattering of his slippers sounded particularly jarring in the gloomy corridor. Lieutenant Zhao inwardly groaned. This was a monster who had almost melted the S-level testing ground. The director actually put someone like this into the Ninth Squad. Wasn't that like dropping a nuclear bomb into a powder keg? Soon, the two stopped in front of an alloy door. The door was covered with claw marks and charred marks, and the sign on the door read, 9th Special Operations Team, with a large red X drawn over the number 9. Lieutenant Zhao forced a smile and swiped the access card. We've arrived, Mr. Chu. This is the 9th Squad's rest area. Your file has been synchronized. I won't go in. Before he finished speaking, he had already turned and strode away as if avoiding a plague. Chu Tianquo peeked inside. The lounge was a mess. Snack bags were piled on the sofa. Several dripping swords were stuck in the weapon rack in the corner, and there was a cracked shield. The air was filled with a strange smell of hot pot and engine oil mixed together. Chu Tianquo nodded in satisfaction. It feels lived in. The teammates seemed pretty easygoing. He walked in confidently. Just then, a deep, resonant voice rang out. Oh, a newbie. Chu Tianquo looked in the direction of the sound and saw a giant man over 2 meters tall sitting on the ground. The man was sitting cross-legged, holding a large alloy rice bowl the size of a wash basin, which was stuffed full of instant noodles. The giant, with bronze skin, a thick gold chain around his neck, and half a noodle dangling from his mouth, grinned ly at him. Brother, new here? Sit down, want a bowl? I just made it with 3 sausages. This man was none other than Pang Budong, the meat shield of the 9th Squad, codenamed Immovable King. Chu Tianquo's eyes lit up, and he immediately sat down opposite him. Okay, thanks, Brother Pang. Pang Budong handed him instant noodles while opening his terminal to look at his information. He only glanced at it before his movements froze. Ju Dian Gu, talent rating F, skill enhancement, position, support. Pang Budong looked up, his large, bell-like eyes filled with sympathy. Brother, did you offend someone? How did an F-rank support get assigned to our Undertaker squad? Chu Tianquo was taken aback. Undertaker? Pang Budong lowered his voice and explained mysteriously. It's our team's nickname. The mission death rate is too high. It's almost become a routine for us to clean up our teammates' corpses. You, an F-rank support, coming here is just feeding kills, isn't it? I need to talk to the captain. The words had barely left her lips when, bang, the alloy door to the lounge was kicked open. A tall, fiery figure strode in, bringing with it a wave of heat. The woman had long, wavy, wine-red hair and a beauty mark at the corner of her eye. Dark red, tight-fitting leather armor accentuated her stunning curves, and she held a crimson staff in her hand, its top adorned with a crystal resembling flowing lava. She was none other than Jiang Wan, the captain of the 9th Squad, an S-rank fire mage. Jiang Wan had just returned from the training grounds, still smelling of gunpowder, her eyes sharp as knives. What's all the noise about? Her gaze swept around, quickly settling on Chu Tianquo. The new guy. Pang Budong nodded hurriedly. Yes, Captain, this is the new support, Chu Tianquo, but he's only F-rank. I think. Jiang Wan didn't let him finish, snatching the terminal and glancing at it. The next second, her aura exploded. F-rank? Skill enhancement? Support? Her voice wasn't loud, but it was like a blast of dynamite. Has that old fox, Gu, Tai lost his mind? What we lack are people who can fight and take on challenges, not a giant baby who needs to be taken care of. The temperature in the entire lounge instantly soared, and the air seemed to distort slightly. Jiang Wan walked step by step to Chu Tianquo, coldly looking down at him. I don't care whose connections you have. The 9th Squad doesn't tolerate idlers. She raised her staff, the scorching tip almost touching Chu Tianquo's nose. If you dare to slack off on a mission, I'll be the first to burn you as firewood, understand? Pang Budong's face turned pale, and he desperately tried to wink at Chu Tianquo. Chu Tianquo, however, remained completely calm, instead flashing an incredibly sincere smile. In his eyes, this mature and sophisticated captain was practically perfect. She was ambitious, demanding, and had clearly stated she wouldn't tolerate idlers. Didn't that mean, as long as he dutifully slacked off in the background, he was absolutely safe? Thinking of this, he held up the half-empty bottle of cola in his hand, cautiously probing. "Captain, can I just cheer you guys on from behind?" The air fell silent instantly. Pang Budong was completely dumbfounded. Jiang Wan's chest heaved, and she laughed in exasperation. She had seen cowards and those who pretended to be strong, but she had never seen a lazy bum like this, forced to slack off even with a staff at his side. "You're asking for death," Jiang Wan roared, her crimson flame staff instantly bursting into flames, a fireball about to be launched. Just then, beep, beep, beep. A piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the entire base, and the red lights on the walls flashed frantically. A cold, electronic voice simultaneously announced, "Emergency mission activated. High-intensity, chaotic energy reaction detected in the underground waterways of the 7th District of Dragon City, Level B, and continuously rising. 9th Special Operations Team, deploy immediately." Jiang Wan paused, the flames in her hand still. She glared coldly at Chu Tingqiu, her eyes seeming to say, "You're lucky to be alive." Then she put away her staff, turned, and walked towards the equipment room, leaving behind only the words, "Stay close, or I won't be responsible for burying you if you die." Pang Budong quickly grabbed his shield and pulled Chu Tingqiu outside. "Quick, brother, grab the equipment. Our team could be dead if we're even a second late." Chu Tingqiu looked down at himself. SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas, flip-flops, and a half-empty bottle of cola in his hand. He thought about it seriously. This limited edition SpongeBob outfit seemed to be top-tier divine gear. Maximum defense, maximum mental charm. Thinking of this, he scratched his head, broke into a bright smile, and happily followed. His first day at work was spent on fieldwork. Finally, he could legitimately slack off. This happiness had come too suddenly. Boom! On the streets of Longda late at night, a specially made armored personnel carrier sped forward, its heavy tires rumbling over the road. The atmosphere inside the vehicle, however, was as oppressive as a block of iron. Jiang Wan closed her eyes to rest, her crimson flame staff resting horizontally on her lap. The crystal at the top of the staff flickered, each flash causing a slight fluctuation in the temperature of the carriage. She was like a female leopard about to enter the hunting ground, already in battle mode. Pang Budong, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. He huddled in a corner, clutching the massive shield, like a 200-pound child, crunching on potato chips to try and ease the tension. "Captain, this energy reaction is B-level, and it's still rising. Could it be that we've encountered an A-level monster?" He mumbled, potato chip crumbs scattering all over the floor. Jiang Wan didn't even lift her eyelids, her tone as cold as ice. "Shut up, eat your food. When we get there, you only need to do one thing. Block the front with your shield." Pang Budong immediately shrank his neck. Oh. Even the sound of chewing potato chips became much quieter. The only person who seemed out of place in the car was Chu Tingqiu. He was wearing SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas and flip-flops, sitting casually on the side, legs crossed, watching the night scenery rushing past the window. His expression didn't look like he was going on a dangerous mission. It looked more like he was on a day trip to the suburbs. Pang Budong grew increasingly uneasy and took out a spare tactical helmet from his side, handing it to Chu Tingqiu. "Brother Chu, put this on, just to be safe. Our team's mission is really weird. Someone might just fall from the sky and kill us." Chu Tingqiu waved his hand seriously. "Thanks, Brother Pang, but no need. It'll ruin my hairstyle." Pang Budong was speechless. Jiang Wan finally opened her eyes, her sharp gaze falling on Chu Tingqiu's face. "Newcomer, this is your last warning. Once you enter the mission area, stay close to Pang and don't move. Don't speak, don't move around, and don't make any unnecessary noise. Your mission is to be a lifeless shadow, understand?" Chu Tingqiu immediately sat up straight, nodding earnestly. "Understood. Don't worry, Captain. I promise to be a good potted plant." Jiang Wan's lips twitched, but she ultimately said nothing and closed her eyes again. In her opinion, arguing with someone with F-level connections was pointless. Screech, the armored vehicle, suddenly braked sharply and stopped at a secluded street corner. Zhao, the adjutant, spoke through the communicator. Ninth Squad have arrived at the target location, the entrance to underground waterway number 13 in Sector 7. The energy source is approximately 800 meters underground. Good luck. The car door opened, and a stench of rust, rotting matter, and an unidentified liquid instantly filled the carriage. Pang Budong almost vomited up his potato chips. Jiang Wan frowned as she got out of the car. In front of her was a huge manhole, covered more than 3 meters in diameter, covered in rust, with a blackish-green slime seeping from its cracks. I'll do it. Pang Budong took a deep breath, gripped the edge of the manhole cover with both hands, and tensed all his muscles. With a roar, he forcefully lifted the several-ton alloy manhole cover and slammed it heavily to the ground. Boom! The next second, a thick black miasma erupted from the opening like a volcanic eruption. Hold your breath. Back off! Jiang Wan shouted sharply, releasing flames to dispel the miasma. Chu Tianquo stood at the very back, pinching his nose in disgust, looking at his new slippers with a pained expression. He muttered under his breath, "Dust-proof spell." A barely perceptible golden halo flashed across his body. Imperial Decree, Immaculate, was silently activated. Instantly, he seemed to be isolated from the surrounding filth. Air, slime, and miasma were repelled by an invisible force within an inch of his body. Jiang Wan, below, impatiently urged, "Newcomer, do you want to spend the night up there?" Chu Tianquo responded and slowly climbed down the iron ladder. The greasy, slippery ladder had no effect on him. The slime couldn't even get onto the soles of his slippers. Soon, the three landed in the underground sewer. It was as wide as an underground cavern, with a black, sewage river in the center, and the air reeked of a pungent stench. Pang Budong's searchlight and the firelight from Jiang Wan's staff became the only sources of light. "Stay alert. The energy reaction is getting stronger," Jiang Wan whispered a reminder. Pang Budong walked at the front, shield in hand, cautiously splashing dirty water with every step. Chu Tianquo, on the other hand, followed slowly behind with his hands in his pajama pockets, wearing flip-flops, as if strolling in his own backyard. The sewage splashed at his feet, but it parted automatically, and even the stench seemed to shun him. He even had the leisure to examine the strange fungi on the walls, and the more he looked, the more spacious the place seemed. As they walked, his stomach suddenly growled. Chu Tianquo leaned forward and patted Pang Budong on the back. Pang Budong jumped in fright. "What are you doing, bro? You can scare people to death." Chu Tianquo pointed to his backpack. "Brother Pang, do you have any potato chips? Tomato flavor. I didn't eat enough earlier." Pang Budong's eyes widened, utterly speechless. "Brother, there might be an A-rank monster hiding here, and you're still thinking about snacks?" Jiang Wan, at the front, suddenly stopped, turned around, and glared at Chu Tianquo. "Shut up. Keep talking if you want to die." Chu Tianquo curled his lip and had no choice but to retreat to the back. Just then, a series of dense and eerie scraping sounds suddenly came from all directions, like countless fingernails rubbing against concrete. Jiang Wan's expression changed instantly. "Stop!" Pang Budong immediately slammed his shield heavily on the ground, assuming a defensive stance. The sound grew closer, coming simultaneously from the darkness ahead, from the pipes on either side, and even from the dome above. Jiang Wan suddenly raised her staff, and flames erupted, illuminating 100 meters ahead like a searchlight. The instant the light fell, Pang Budong's scalp exploded. The ground, walls, and ceiling were covered with countless scarlet eyes, a sea of mutated rats. Each rat was the size of a house cat, its fur sloughed off, revealing dark red muscles, and its fangs gleaming coldly. Their numbers numbered in the tens of thousands, even reaching hundreds of thousands. "It's a Class B disaster, a bone-eating rat swarm." Pang Budong's voice trembled with tears. "Captain, there are too many of them. We'll be devoured to nothing." The next second, thousands of giant rats broke free from their swarm and charged towards the three like a black torrent. A foul stench filled the air, and the ground trembled. Jiang Wan did not back down. Her eyes held only icy resolve. "Pang Budong, hold on. Prepare for battle." The flames on her crimson flame staff surged, and she was ready to fight to the death. However, Chu Tianquo, standing behind her, had a completely different focus. He looked at the overwhelming swarm of rats, then down at his clean SpongeBob pajamas and brand new flip-flops. At that moment, for the first time, A genuine expression of despair appeared on his face. It's over. These shoes are definitely doomed. Jiangwan remained calm as she watched the horde of bone-eating rats surge forward like a black tsunami, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. She whispered the command, "Pang Budong, shield up." Pang Budong gritted his teeth and roared, suppressing all his fear. He suddenly slammed his legs into the ground, and the massive alloy shield crashed down with a boom, the earthen yellow runes instantly lighting up. Immovable King, Vajrawal. With a roar, the runes on his shield merged with the ground. The next second, a vanguard horde of thousands of mutated giant rats crashed in like black waves, the sounds of impact echoing continuously. Pang Budong's veins bulged, and his body trembled uncontrollably from the impact. "Captain, there are too many. I can't hold on much longer." Pang Budong shouted with a pained expression. Jiangwan snorted coldly. "Useless." As soon as she finished speaking, she finally swung down the crimson flame staff she had raised high. Sea of Crimson Lotus. Without chanting or preparation, the power of an S-rank mage erupted instantly. A dark red streak of fire shot from the tip of the staff, exploding violently amidst the swarm of rats. It was no ordinary flame, but a karmic fire imbued with the stench of sulfur. The sea of fire instantly engulfed an area of 100 meters, turning the sewers into a living hell. The air was ignited, the sewage evaporated, and any bone-eating rats that came into contact with the flames were instantly reduced to charred remains. A wave of scorching heat hit him, and Pang Budong felt as if his eyebrows were about to catch fire. Yet the horde of rats was endless. As the front ranks were burned to ashes, the rats behind continued their frenzied charge, trampling over the corpses of their fallen comrades, their crimson eyes filled only with bloodlust. Jiangwan's face gradually paled, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Maintaining such a large-scale S-rank spell was also extremely taxing on her. "Tisk, this is never going to end." She gritted her teeth, preparing to strike again. Just then, Chu Tianquo, who had been standing at the back like a spectator, suddenly let out a soft. He bent down and picked up a piece of half-melted metal. It was the fang of a mutated rat. "This material is pretty good. A bioalloy eroded by chaos. Its hardness is almost C-grade. If I collected them and melted them down, a set of tableware would definitely be worth a fortune." He thoughtfully stuffed the fragments in his SpongeBob's pajama pocket. Just as Pang Budong was about to call for help, he turned around and saw this scene, completely stunned. "Brother, we're fighting desperately up front, and you're picking up trash in the back." Jiangwan also noticed his actions, her chest heaving with anger. Even the flames on her staff trembled a few times. "This bastard, isn't he afraid of death?" She suppressed her anger and swung her staff again, clearing away the swarm of rats in front of her once more in a sea of fire. After 2 large-scale attacks, the rat swarm finally paused briefly. Pang Budong plopped down on the ground, threw his shield aside, and looked as if he had been pulled out of the water. "Phew, I can't take it anymore, Captain. Let me rest for a bit, I'm starving," he said, pulling 2 packets of instant noodles and a small alloy pot from his backpack, and casually beckoned to Chu Tianquo. "Brother Chu, want a packet?" Chu Tianquo's eyes lit up, and he immediately went over. "I want it, tomato flavor." Brother Pang is so practical. He needs to replenish his carbs after the battle. Jiangwan leaned against the wall to recover her magic power, watching the 2 prepare to cook noodles, her temples throbbing. Pang Budong clumsily set up the pot, poured water, and tried to light the gas stove, but he couldn't get it to ignite. "Idiot," Jiangwan finally couldn't help but say coldly. "Can't even start a fire?" Pang Budong awkwardly scratched his head. "Captain, this thing doesn't work. Get out of the way." Jiangwan shoved him aside, a thin, dark red flame flickering from her fingertip. She glanced at Chu Tianquo arrogantly, as if to say, "This is the precise control of an S-rank fire element." She carefully brought the flame close to the bottom of the pot. The next second, BOM, a deafening explosion erupted. The C-grade alloy pot, along with the water and instant noodles, was instantly blasted into fragments, metal shards, and black noodle bits flying everywhere. The smell of burnt food instantly overpowered the stench from the sewer. Pang Budong and Chu Tianquo were so shocked they took 2 steps back, staring blankly at the scene. Jiangwan was still in the outstretched position when a small handful of black noodles landed right on her nose. The air was deathly silent. Pang Budong's face turned bright red as he suppressed a laugh. My God, Captain, are you cooking instant noodles with crimson lotus karmic fire? What's the difference between this and using a nuclear bomb to light mosquito coils? Chu Tianquo stared at her silently. What a spendthrift. I was planning to use this pot to cook rat teeth. Jiang Wan's face visibly changed from white to red, then from red to purple. She opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single explanation. A dignified S-rank fire mage, the captain of the 9th Squad, couldn't even cook instant noodles properly. Ugh, so annoying. She stomped her feet in frustration, wishing she could smash her staff. At this moment, Chu Tianquo sighed, walked over, and took out a spare pot and 2 packets of noodles. Captain, you handle the fighting, but I'll take care of the cooking, which is a technical skill. He skillfully set up the pot, poured water, and tore off the seasonings, then stretched out his finger and whispered, fire control technique. This is the most basic F-level fire skill. Jiang Wan's lips curled into a mocking smile. F-level fire control? Boiling water to 37 degrees. The next second, her smile froze. A ball of orange yellow flame appeared at Chu Tianquo's fingertip. The flame was neither violent nor blazing, but warm and quiet like a winter fireplace. The flames burned silently, clinging to the bottom of the pot. The water inside heated up at an extremely steady pace, slowly releasing tiny bubbles. A wisp of the flame even managed to dry a small patch of the damp ground. Imperial Edict. Passing on the flame based on fire control techniques, this elevates the concept of the fire of civilization, allowing flames to carry the meanings of cooking, warmth, and protection. Jiang Wan was completely stunned. The flame's energy was extremely low, yet the heat control was incredibly precise, with every ounce of energy being perfectly utilized. This level of Dao was something even her red lotus karmic fire couldn't achieve. A few minutes later, the water boiled, and Chu Tianquo added the noodles and vegetable packet. 3 minutes later, he turned off the heat, and a rich aroma instantly filled the entire sewer. Pang Budong sniffed hard. Holy crap, it smells so good. I've eaten instant noodles for over 10 years, and I've never smelled anything like this. Chu Tianquo served Pang Budong a bowl, then pushed the other half to Jiang Wan, the captain's. Jiang Wan looked at the bowl of instant noodles. The noodles were chewy and distinct, the broth was clear, the vegetables were vibrant green, and the aroma was enticing. She inexplicably picked up a mouthful and put in her mouth. The next moment, a warm feeling of happiness spread from her taste buds throughout her body. It was as if she had returned to a snowy night in her childhood, to the bowl of hot soup noodles her mother brought her. Her eyes instantly reddened. Pang Budong had already wolfed down the noodles. It's so delicious. Brother Chu, you're the god of fire. The captain is an arsonist. Shut up. Jiang Wan glared at him fiercely, but her tone wasn't as harsh. She quickly finished her noodles, leaving not even a drop of soup. Then, to their astonishment, she gently pushed the empty bowl forward and whispered, another bowl? Jutian goose my. However, just as he picked up the last packet of instant noodles, boom, 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 the entire sewer suddenly shook violently. Rocks kept falling, and the earth seemed to be torn apart. A terrifying pressure, hundreds of times stronger than a swarm of rats, crashed down from the depths. The personal terminal frantically alarmed. Warning. Extremely high-level chaotic energy reaction detected. Level determination failed. Danger level. City-destroying level. Jiang Wan's face instantly turned deathly pale. Pang Budong was so frightened that he dropped his bowl of noodles on the ground. Jiang Wan immediately prepared to retreat, but as soon as she finished speaking, the scraping sound from the depths of darkness rang out again, 100 times more intense than before. The crimson sea of stars lit up again, and the rat swarm surged back like a black torrent, moving at an astonishing speed. They're here again. Are these rats never going to stop? Pang Budong yelled as he went to pick up his shield. Jiang Wan's face darkened. Something's wrong. They've changed. In the firelight, the giant rats that surged back were covered in a layer of wriggling black slime, greasy and shiny, with a pungent, fishy stench. The mutated rats looked as ferocious as if they had crawled out of a cauldron of boiling oil from hell. Jiang Wan gritted her teeth, squeezed out the little magic power she had left, and raised her staff high. Sea of Crimson Lotus! A fan-shaped sea of fire roared out, much weaker than before, but still fierce. However, when the flames collided with the swarm of rats, They only produced a strange, sizzling sound. The black slime boiled violently, billowing black smoke, which actually neutralized most of the heat of the flames. After the sea of fire swept through, most of the giant rats only paused briefly before charging forward again in a frenzy. How is this possible? My flames! Jiangwan showed shock for the first time. Chu Tianquo stood at the back, watching this scene, stroking his chin and slowly thinking. Built-in water, cooling, and magic resistance? This is troublesome. Captain, they're charging. Pang Budong didn't have time to think and slammed his cracked shield in the ground again. Diamond wall. A yellowish-brown light wall rose up, and the black rat horde slammed against it. This impact was far more ferocious than the previous one. Even more terrifying, the giant rat no longer merely rammed into anything, but bared its fangs and began to bite wildly. A series of ear-piercing cracking sounds rang out, and Pang Budong's face instantly turned pale. His sea-grade alloy shield was rapidly corroded by the rat's saliva, its surface riddled with pits, as if it had been doused with concentrated sulfuric acid. The next second, with a deafening roar, the giant shield shattered under the rat's naws, scattering fragments everywhere. With his defenses shattered, Pang Budong was struck as if by a devastating blow. He coughed up blood and was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall. Dozens of giant rats immediately crossed the defensive line and pounced on him as he lay on the ground. "Fatty!" Jiangwan shouted, waving her staff and unleashing several fiery spears that pinned down a few giant rats. But more rats had already crossed the defensive line, their target now her, the core of the team. "Get out of my way!" Jiangwan roared, slamming her staff into the ground, and a ring of blazing flames exploded outwards. Fire blast! The shockwave sent the nearby rats flying, but she also staggered, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her magic power was already depleted from continuous spell casting, and forcibly changing tactics to save people pushed her to her limit. Pang Budong struggled to get up, but was bitten on the left arm by a giant rat that had escaped the net. Black mucus spread along the wound, and his arm quickly swelled and turned black. "Ah!" Pang Budong screamed in agony. Jiangwan turned around and said urgently, "Don't move. Don't let the poison spread." In that fleeting moment of distraction, a giant rat swooped down from the ceiling, its sharp claws aimed straight for the back of its neck. "Watch out!" Chu Tianquo's voice was urgent for the first time. Jiangwan swung her staff backhand, smashing the giant rat into a bloody pulp. But the swarm of rats had already surrounded them from all sides, trapping the three at a corner of the sewer. Their escape route was completely cut off. Pang Budong was severely injured, and Jiangwan's magic power was exhausted. A desperate situation. Jiangwan was panting heavily, her leather armor covered in mud and blood, her long, wine-red hair plastered to her cheeks, looking utterly disheveled. But her eyes remained sharp. She glanced back at Chu Tianquo, who was spotless. Not even his flip-flops were dirty. A complex mix of emotions flashed in her eyes, but ultimately only the captain's decisiveness remained. She turned abruptly to block his path, her body trembling slightly as she faced the swarm of rats. "Hey, you F-level connections, listen up. I'll use my last bit of magic to blast the path. You take Fatty and run back. Don't look back. Run as far as you can." Chu Tianquo watched a retreating figure without saying a word. "This isn't the script. You guys were supposed to be the mainstays, so why did they collapse first? Don't you understand?" Jiangwan roared. "This is an order. Even if I die, the Strategic Bureau won't blame you. Get out." She took a deep breath, and the last crimson flames ignited on her staff, the light of burning life itself. Her voice suddenly lowered, and, "If I die here, no one will be there to cough. Never mind. Get out of here." Pang Budong, standing some distance away, was both crying and laughing. "Captain is awesome. Brother Chu, run. Don't worry about us." The screech of rats filled the entire sewer, and the atmosphere of despair was suffocating. Just then, a soft sigh seemed particularly abrupt. "Well," Chu Tianquo reached out and patted Jiangwan's shoulder. She was about to get angry when she saw his long, clean hand reach past her. The next moment, he stepped out from beside her and stood at the front. His SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas looked utterly absurd in the bloody, filthy sewer. Jiangwan froze. "What are you doing? Come back. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Chu Tianquo didn't turn around, his brow furrowed as he stared at the sticky, writhing swarm of rats. It's so filthy, the ground is sticky. How can anyone walk on it? He raised his right hand, aimed it at the charging swarm of rats, and calmly said, "Captain, step back a bit, so you don't get splattered with blood." He paused, then added, "Also, your fire is too dirty. It will only burn things and leave more garbage." Chu Tianqiu brought his 2 fingers together, and a faint golden light flashed from the tips of his fingers. "Watch closely. This is the way civilization cleans up." Time seemed to stretch out like thick syrup. Jiang Wan stood there, her mind blank, staring blankly at the back of the SpongeBob SquarePants pajama figure in front of her. The words, "Your fire is too dirty," pierced her pride as an S-rank mage like a needle. The Crimson Lotus karmic fire, which incinerates all things and is the nightmare of countless demons, was now being described as dirty by an F-rank acquaintance. Suddenly, Pang Budong's heart-wrenching shout came from afar. "Old Chu, are you crazy?" He struggled to get up, but the movement aggravated his poisoned arm, causing him to wince in pain. "Your little body isn't even big enough to fill a mouse's teeth. Come back here." Jiang Wan finally snapped out of her daze, anger and anxiety surging within her. She shouted sharply, "Chu Tianqiu, come back. That's an order." She reached out and grabbed his shoulder. "You, an F-rank support, charging like that? Do you want to be torn to pieces?" But she missed her target. Chu Tianqiu seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He simply took a step forward and dodged her pull. He didn't even turn around, walking directly towards the swarm of rats. A dark mass of mutated giant rats was closing in, and the foul-smelling wind made his SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas flutter loudly. Chu Tianqiu frowned, looking at the monsters dripping with black slime, his face full of disgust. "You dare order me around? If you hadn't seemed like a captain earlier, I wouldn't have bothered with you. But the smell is so strong, and it's all sticky. My slippers are practically crying." He raised his right hand, his index and middle fingers together. The movement was exactly the same as when he lit the fire to cook instant noodles earlier. Jiang Wan was so angry that she was trembling all over and was about to rush up and drag him back. Just then, Chu Tianqiu spoke. Without chanting or unleashing any magic, he simply uttered 2 words as if speaking casually. "Purify." Based on the F-rank skill purification technique, it draws upon the concept of Samadhi true fire from Chinese mythology. This fire is not for burning or destruction, but only to refine away impurities and return everything to purity. Buzz. A wisp of extremely thin golden flame silently appeared at his fingertips. It had no temperature, no sound, as if it had always been there. The next instant, the golden flame transformed into invisible ripples, spreading outwards from Chu Tianqiu and sweeping in all directions. Jiang Wan felt a blur before her eyes, as if the colors of the world had been adjusted to their extreme before returning to normal in an instant. Then, the world went silent. Just moments ago, there was an overwhelming swarm of bone-eating rats with their scarlet eyes, sharp fangs, and dripping black slime. They all vanished the instant the golden ripples swept across the surface. It wasn't burned to ashes, nor was it fried into flesh and blood. Instead, it's like a stain on a painting, gently erased by an eraser, completely wiped away. The ripples continue to spread. The thick layer of sludge and slime on the ground evaporated instantly, revealing clean alloy bricks. The rust and moss on the walls disappeared, restoring their cold metallic luster. The polluted river instantly became crystal clear, and even the sand and stones at the bottom of the river could be seen clearly. In a single second, the entire dark and filthy underground sewer system became cleaner than a sterile laboratory. The golden ripples swept over Pang Budong's poisoned and blackened arm one last time. The toxins and wounds melted away like ice and snow, restoring normal skin color in the blink of an eye, without leaving a single scar. The stench in the air completely disappeared, replaced by the fresh scent of grass after the rain. The world seemed to have been swept clean all over again. Pang Budong sat on the ground, holding up his perfectly intact arm. Then look at the gleaming sewer. Its mouth is agape enough to fit an egg. His worldview was completely shattered. Jiang Wan froze in place, still holding out her hand. She reached out and touched the wall beside her. It was cold, dry, and smooth. She looked down at her feet, and the clean ground even reflected her disheveled face. All that remained in my mind was Chu Tianqiu's words. Your fire is too dirty. This is the way civilization cleans up. It turns out he wasn't arrogant after all. Faced with true purity, her S-class red lotus karmic fire, capable of burning cities, is truly nothing more than arson. Jiang Wan's understanding of the world almost collapsed. F rank? Support? Screw F rank. Does an assistant really purify an entire area instantly? This is a miracle. The instigator, however, breathed a long sigh of relief. Chu Tianquo, wearing flip-flops, took 2 steps on the clean floor with a satisfied expression. Not bad. That feels much better. He turned to look at his 2 teammates who were frozen in place and shrugged. All right, the spring cleaning is over. Chu Tianquo walked up to Jiang Wan, looked at her face covered in blood and sweat, and her disheveled hair, and frowned slightly. Captain, look, isn't this cleaning method more efficient? It's also more environmentally friendly, with no dust pollution. Jiang Wan's lips moved, but she couldn't utter a single word. Environmental protection? Efficiency? Is this the main point? The key point is, how exactly did you, an F rank, manage to wipe out a B rank disaster-level rat swarm? However, Chu Tianquo clearly didn't care. He rubbed his rumbling stomach and said with a pout, It's clean now, can we go? I'm hungry, I want tomato-flavored instant noodles. The air fell into a deathly silence once again. Just then, boom! A terrifying pressure, 100 times stronger than before, descended without warning. It's like an invisible mountain, pressing down hard on everyone's soul. Pang Budong's eyes rolled back, and before he could even scream, he was knocked unconscious. Jiang Wan groaned, knelt on one knee, and barely managed to stay awake by exerting all her strength. Only Chu Tianquo remained standing there lazily. The oppressive aura that could crush an S-class powerhouse was like a gentle breeze to him. He slowly raised his head and looked down into the darkness at the deepest part of the sewer. For the first time, those half-closed eyes showed a change. An ancient, chaotic, and malevolent voice resounded directly in their minds. Who is it? Purified my nursery? That ancient and vast voice, like a red-hot iron rod, was fiercely branded into the depths of Jiang Wan's soul. Nursery. Jiang Wan knelt on one knee, barely supporting herself with her crimson flame staff. Her entire body felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her, every pore screaming. It wasn't ordinary pressure. It was an absolute, life-level condescension, like an ant gazing at a falling star. Her prized S-rank magic power was like a candle flickering in the wind before this aura. Who is your nursery? Jiang Wan bit her lip, barely managing to stay awake with the taste of blood. Ugh, so noisy. I finally cleaned it up, and now I'm gonna make the floor dirty again. Chu Tianquo stood there, frowning, looking impatient. He didn't even glance at Jiang Wan, only staring into the darkness ahead. The next second, that darkness suddenly came alive, and a writhing, chaotic shadow slowly took shape. The thing had no fixed form. One moment it transformed into a colossal eye that blotted out the sky. The next it scattered into countless twisted tentacles. Its shadowy core was as deep as a black hole, filled with pure malice. It was the god of this sewer, and the bone-eating rats were merely weeds in its garden. The giant eye slowly rotated, finally locking onto the only person standing in the room. Chu Tianquo, who was wearing SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas. Insignificant human, you burned my collection with pure flames. The voice reverberated in everyone's minds. Now, as compensation, your soul will become new nourishment. As soon as he finished speaking, a black beam of light formed from chaotic energy shot out, aiming directly at Chu Tianquo's brow. The space distorted where the beam passed. The alloy ground was corroded with deep grooves, and even the area purified by the Samadhi True Fire was rapidly contaminated and assimilated. No. Jiang Wan's pupils shrank sharply as she forcefully squeezed out her last bit of magic power, creating a life fire shield in front of Chu Tianquo. Flame God's protection. This was her trump card, enough to withstand a peak A-rank attack. But the moment the fire shield touched the black light, it melted instantly, like butter falling into concentrated sulfuric acid. Jiang Wan only had 2 words left in her mind. It's over. She could almost see the lazy, sarcastic boy who always cooked instant noodles for her being devoured by the black light, soul and all. What's going on? What if it splashes on me? I just changed out of my pajamas. Chu Tianquo, however, remained completely unfazed. He raised his right hand, his two fingers together, in the same lazy manner as when he lit a fire to cook noodles, as if he were flicking ash. Hello. His voice wasn't loud, but it drowned out the mental roar of the chaotic being. I hate it when people disturb my meals. After he finished speaking, he raised his eyelids, and for the first time, his eyes, which had been half open, opened completely, revealing only one emotion: indifference. And another thing, Chu Tianquo added as if stating a fact: you're too dirty, you need to be cleansed. Imperial Edict purifying thunder. At this moment, he still relied on the F-rank purification technique as a foundation, but directly connected with the heavenly tribulation laws of Chinese mythology. There were no incantations, no magic arrays. His will was the law itself. Chu Tianquo simply uttered two words: Lei Lai. Boom! The rumbling thunder didn't come from the sky, but exploded deep within everyone's soul. In the next instant, the world seemed to lose its color, leaving only a blinding purple. A bolt of purple divine lightning was born from the void, ignoring space and distance, and struck directly at the chaotic shadow. The lightning seemed to carry the majesty of the creation of heaven and earth, filled with an absolute will to judge all things and cleanse them of filth. A woof! For the first time, that ancient, chaotic being let out a true scream. Its body evaporated wildly under the divine lightning, and black energy collided violently with the purple lightning, exploding into countless arcs of light. Jiang Wan instinctively closed her eyes, thinking she would be torn apart by the aftershocks. But a few seconds later, she only felt a warm breeze brush against her cheek. She opened her eyes, trembling, and witnessed the most shocking scene of her life. A torrential downpour of purple lightning completely engulfed the chaotic being, which was capable of destroying a city. Each bolt of lightning struck its target precisely, without a trace of energy leaking out. Chu Tianquo stood in the eye of the thunderstorm, his SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas shimmering purple in the lightning. He still held out two fingers, his expression even a little impatient, as if he weren't eliminating a calamity, but merely swatting a mosquito. No, it can't be. This is divine retribution. The chaotic consciousness was rapidly annihilated in the lightning, leaving only a final, terrifying echo. You. Are you? Boom! The last, thickest bolt of purple divine lightning struck, completely erasing its existence. 3 seconds. From the start of the thunder to its end, it took exactly 3 seconds. The lightning dissipated, and the world returned to its colors. The oppressive force capable of destroying a city vanished, and the chaotic shadows disappeared completely. Only the fresh scent of rain remained in the air. Chu Tianquo withdrew his finger, clapped his hands, and turned to look at Jiang Wan, who was completely petrified and whose hair had been blown into an afro by static electricity. All right, the spring cleaning is over, and the flies are dead too. He rubbed his rumbling stomach, walked over to Pang Budong, picked up a packet of tomato-flavored instant noodles, and sighed. After all that trouble, the noodles are cold. I'm starving when I get home. He turned and left after he finished speaking. Stop. Jiang Wan finally found her voice, but it was so hoarse it sounded unlike her own. She stared intently at the back of the figure wearing flip-flops and sporting slightly curly black hair, and used all her strength to ask the question that had completely shattered her worldview. Chu Tianquo, what exactly are you? Upon hearing the word things, Chu Tianquo tilted his head slightly, finally raising his half-closed eyes to look at Jiang Wan with the eyes of someone looking an idiot. He pointed to himself and said matter-of-factly, I'm a person captain, an F-rank support who obeys the law, loves peace, and just want to go home early to eat tomato instant noodles. Jiang Wan's lips trembled, her brain almost shutting down. F-rank. The person who just killed a city-destroying disaster with his bare hands and struck the chaos god with lightning. Actually said he was just an F-rank support. She looked at Chu Tianquo's innocent face, then touched her own frizzy hair that was standing on end from the electric shock, and felt utterly bewildered. You. Jiang Wan was about to roar, but she didn't know where to start. Chu Tianquo waved his hand impatiently. Stop with you, me stuff. Look at your hair. It's all messed up. Fix it. It's affecting the city's appearance. He walked over, picked up the tomato-flavored instant noodles that had survived the ordeal, carefully brushed off the dust, and looked distressed. Go home. Go home. The noodles will get soggy if we don't eat them soon. But in his heart, he thought, explaining is too much trouble, and she'll never guess anyway. Jiang Wan watched him turn to leave, her chest heaving violently, a lump forming in her throat. She was about to rush over and grab him to demand an explanation, when suddenly, the entire underground area trembled violently, a deafening roar echoing wildly all around. This tremor was far more violent than before. The alloy floor, which had just been baptized by the Samadhi true fire and the purifying divine thunder, began to crack and split amidst ear-piercing crackling sounds, with huge fissures spreading rapidly. Again, Jiang Wan's face turned pale instantly, and she subconsciously gripped the crimson flame staff, whose light had already dimmed. Shu Tianquo stopped in his tracks, looking at the widening crack beneath his feet, his brows furrowed tightly, with only one thought in his mind. All the floor he just mopped has been wasted. Boom! The ground suddenly bulged and cracked, sending countless pebbles and mud shooting into the sky. Then, an indescribably enormous head slowly emerged from the depths of the earth. The monster resembled an earthworm magnified countless times, but its body was covered in a thick, rough layer of black keratin that gleamed with a metallic and obsidian-like luster. It had no eyes or nose, only a gaping maw that occupied most of its head. The gigantic maw opened, revealing not flesh and blood, but a terrifying millstone slowly rotating like a spiral arm of a galaxy, its countless tiny teeth forming a vortex. The moment it appeared, it forcefully sucked in a lingering purple lightning energy in the air. The remnants of the purifying divine thunder, which even A-level powerhouses feared, were sucked into its mouth like noodles. A low, satisfied rolling sound came from its throat, as if it were enjoying a delicious meal. Jiang Wan's pupils contracted sharply, and her blood seemed to freeze instantly. She uttered a name in an almost inaudible voice: Abyssal Worm, physical immunity, high-level magic resistance. This monster was documented in the top secrets of the Strategic Bureau. It lives in dimensional rifts and feeds on spatial storms. Its shell is indestructible, making it virtually immune to all physical attacks, and it can also absorb most energy attacks. Simply put, it has physical immunity, magic resistance, and ridiculously high health. It's almost one of the most troublesome disasters. Roar! The abyssal worm twisted its enormous body, its upper half completely emerging from the ground. The gaping maw of the abyss slowly aimed at the two remaining living people, and the air itself seemed to become heavy with pressure. Shu Tianquo glanced at the monster and casually asked, "Captain, do you recognize this thing?" "Nonsense," Jiang Wan almost shouted. "It's an A++ level disaster in the Strategic Bureau's files. Physical attacks are ineffective, and it absorbs most magic. Before he could finish speaking, the abyssal worm's enormous maw suddenly trembled, and a silent shriek erupted. Buzz! An invisible mental shock swept across the entire space in an instant. Jiang Wan clutched her head and collapsed to her knees. Her brain felt like it was being churned by a drill, countless insane hallucinations flooding her consciousness, as if her soul was being torn apart. The mental defenses of an S-rank mage were as fragile as paper before this power. Her consciousness gradually faded, and all she could hear were painful groans and the monster's low growls. Despair almost overwhelmed her. However, Shu Tianquo, at the center of the mental storm, merely picked at his ears. The impact, powerful enough to tear apart an S-level soul, was nothing more than a slightly noisy gust of wind to him. He glanced at Jiang Wan, who was writhing in pain on the ground, and then at the abyss worm that was hissing wildly, his face full of disgust. "It's not just ugly, it's so noisy." Shu Tianquo sighed, slowly walked to Jiang Wan's side, and patted her on the shoulder. "Hey, Captain, stop shouting. You won't solve the noise problem like this." Jiang Wan barely opened her eyes, and with her last strength, she hoarsely said, "Quick, run. Don't worry about me. It's a mental attack." "I know." Shu Tianquo nodded, straightened up, and looked at the abyss worm seriously for the first time. He began to berate people in a calm tone. "Being ugly is your problem, and scaring people is also your problem. Now you're dirtying the ground and making noise. That's an even bigger offense." Shu Tianquo shook his head, revealing a helpless yet pitying expression. It seems that ordinary physics education is no longer effective for a brat like you. Under Jiang Wan's blurry and shocked gaze, he slowly raised his right hand. There was no fire, no thunder. Only a soft, milky white light slowly shone on my fingertips, warm and serene like moonlight, carrying a soothing aura. Chu Tianqiu looked at the abyss worm that was constantly releasing mental shocks, as if he were looking at a crying child, and spoke in a tone as soft as if he were coaxing someone to sleep. "Sweetie, stop making noise. Uncle will sing you a lullaby." As he finished speaking, he softly recited a basic skill that all F-rank support characters possess: mental comfort. Jiang Wan's remaining consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse amidst the mental storm. When she heard the words lullaby and emotional comfort, she found them absurd and laughable. She clutched her head, her nails digging deep into her scalp, the excruciating pain barely keeping her conscious. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the man in the SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas, Chu Tianqiu, a soft, milky white light emanating from his fingertips. That's the most basic and useless F-level skill in the textbook, mental soothing. To deal with an A++ level abyssal worm that feeds on the laws of devouring and creating mental pollution. Sing a lullaby? Jiang Wan found it all absurd. He's gone mad. However, Chu Tianqiu's expression was exceptionally serious, as if he were doing something sacred. Imperial Edict, Sutra of Salvation, Tei, saves from suffering. He used the F-rank skill, mental soothing, as a starting point, forcibly linking it to the supreme concept of saving people from suffering and calamity in Chinese mythology. So-called soothing is not about calming the other party down, but rather helping them escape from the sea of suffering. Solve all your troubles at their root. Buzz! The milky white halo did not erupt. It simply bloomed gently on the fingertips. The next moment, the whole world suddenly fell silent. The mental shriek that could have crushed an S-rank mage's soul vanished instantly. The chaotic, distorted laws also subsided. The excruciating pain in Jiang Wan's mind, like that of an electric drill, dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented tranquility. She looked up in surprise. In the dilapidated underground space, a grand and ethereal sound suddenly arose. It was neither music nor language, but a sound like the primordial voice of the beginning of time. Each syllable contains the principles of liberation and rebirth. As the Daoist chant echoed, a huge yet blurry Dharma image slowly emerged in the void. Its face was indistinct, and its form could not be described. All I could feel was boundless compassion. It seems as if they have come to guide lost souls, or as if they are reclaiming beings that have completed their mission. Roar! The abyssal worms that blotted out the sky suddenly stopped. For the first time, its enormous mouth, composed of countless teeth, stopped turning, and its massive body froze in place, as if looking at the Dharma image in the void. It has no eyes, but everyone senses that it sees. The violent and chaotic abyssal aura within it melted away as quickly as ice and snow under the scorching sun. Instead, there was an eerie peace. It was even like a sudden realization. Gurgle, gurgle! 2 lines of black, oil-like viscous liquid slowly flowed out from the hole at its head. Those were its tears. This monster, born from the abyss and feeding on destruction, actually cried after listening to Chu Tianqiu's lullaby. Jiang Wan's worldview completely collapsed at this moment. Even more outrageous things were yet to come. The massive body of the abyss worm trembled slightly, and it slowly lowered its head toward Chu Tianqiu, making a gesture similar to bowing. Immediately afterwards, a ball of soul light, which was originally pitch black and chaotic, slowly emerged from above its head. Under the baptism of the Tao, the dark impurities on the surface of the soul are completely purified, becoming pure and clear. It paused in midair for a moment, as if bidding farewell to this world. It then transformed into a stream of light and entered the void of the Dharma image. The soul ascended to heaven. At the very moment the soul left the body, the abyss worm's enormous physical form completely lost its support. Click! A soft sound. A fine crack appeared on its obsidian hard shell. Then came the second, the third. The cracks spread wildly. Click, click! The enormous body, like a statue weathered over millions of years, began to crumble piece by piece without any attack. There was no explosion and no bloodshed. Only the most silent demise. In just 3 seconds, that A++ level disaster didn't leave behind a single cell. It was completely reduced to dust. All that remains of the underground space is a huge, deep pit. The sound of the Tao gradually dissipated, and the Dharma form disappeared. Everything returned to deathly silence. Jiangwan knelt on the ground, her hair disheveled, staring blankly at the deep pit. Her mouth was agape, her mind completely blank. Fire, lightning strikes, and now he's dead. A single auxiliary device wiped out an A++ level disaster. Finally, it's quiet. Chu Tianquo clapped his hands in satisfaction and smiled easily. If I had known that singing a song could have solved the problem, I wouldn't have bothered with all that trouble and had to clean up the mess. He had just turned around to speak. It smells so good, like barbecue. A simple, honest voice suddenly rang out. Pang Budong had woken up at some point and was sitting on the ground, rubbing his eyes and looking around in a daze. Captain, Brother Chu, what are you all doing here? I think I just had a dream. I dreamt that there were fairies singing, and it sounded so beautiful. It made me feel so comfortable. He looked around and saw the huge pit. Wow, who dug this hole? Where are the rats we just killed? And where's that big earthworm? Jiangwan did not answer. She just stared intently at Chu Tianquo as if he were a monster. She pointed tremblingly at the empty hole, then at Chu Tianquo, and squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Mental, soothing? Chu Tianquo nodded with an innocent look on his face. Yes. Pang Budong was even more bewildered, pointing at the deep pit and stammering. But where's the monster? I think I saw its soul drift away. Chu Tianquo sighed and looked at him with a compassionate expression. After listening to my song, it suddenly realized the sins of its past life. My heart is filled with peace. He paused, his tone sincere. It passed away peacefully, didn't it? The air froze instantly. Serene? Did he peacefully turn to ashes after listening to the song? Pang Budong and Jiangwan were both stunned, one opening her mouth and the other staring wide-eyed. Just when the atmosphere became extremely eerie. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A loud growl from a belly rang out. Chu Tianquo looked down at his stomach, then at the two of them, his face full of displeasure. He walked over to Pang Budong, rummaged through the rubble, and pulled out the flattened packet of tomato-flavored instant noodles, carefully blowing off the dust. After all this fuss, the noodles are cold. He glanced at the two of them and curled his lip. All right, now it's completely quiet. Can I go home and cook noodles now? I am starving. He glanced at the two of them again, his tone full of resentment. If you don't leave now, you two will have to split this last pack of tomato-flavored instant noodles. Chapter 13. The entire room was silent, save for the sound of slurping noodles. Dead silence. A deathly silence like that of tomb. The air was filled with the fresh scent of ozone and the dryness of settled dust, and there was that enormous, bottomless crater. Like an ugly scar, it was branded onto the pristine alloy floor, silently recounting the horror that had just occurred. Jiangwan knelt on the ground, her long, wine-red hair frizzing out with static electricity, her eyes vacant and her pupils unfocused, like a broken doll. Pang Budong sat not far from her, also sporting an afro, his mouth agape in a wow shape, becoming a living sculpture as well. An S-rank fire mage and an A-rank tank. Both of their brains' processing power has crashed, burning out and emitting blue smoke. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. In this eerie silence, an untimely and extremely loud rumbling of intestines broke the frozen air. Chu Tianquo lowered his head and patted his SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas expressionlessly. Stop making so much noise. What's with the rush? We're about to eat. He walked to the pile of rubble, carefully held the last remaining packet of tomato-flavored instant noodles, which was slightly deformed from being crushed, in his palm, and blew off the dust. He tore open the packaging, glanced at the flatbread, then at his two petrified teammates, and his brows furrowed even deeper. There's no hot water, he muttered to himself. Pang Budong and Jiangwan's eyes moved mechanically in sync with his actions. Chu Tianquo casually picked up a relatively intact metal container that had previously contained the corpse of the bone-eating rat from the ground and flicked it with his finger. Bite! All the stains on the inside of the container disappeared instantly, making it cleaner than when it was brand new. He then diverted a stream of sewage from a broken pipe and poured it into the container. Under the disgusted gazes of Jiangwan and Pang Budong, He stretched out his index finger and gently touched the half basin of murky sewage. There was no chanting, no magical fluctuations. The basin of sewage became clear and transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye, with not a single impurity visible. Ronquef, purification technique. Good job. Don't do it again next time. Jiangwan felt her eyelid twitching. However, this is not the end. Chu Tianquo threw the instant noodles into the container, then extended his right index finger, and with a poof sound, a small wisp of golden flame appeared from his fingertip. The flame was only the size of fingernail, steady and quiet, without a trace of heat escaping, yet it exuded a pure aura that made Jiangwan's soul tremble. Samadhi fire, used to cook instant noodles? Jiangwan gritted her teeth, feeling her sanity crumbling piece by piece. Chu Tianquo carefully controlled the flames, bringing the water in the container to a boil, and the rich aroma of tomatoes quickly filled the air. He nodded in satisfaction, withdrew his finger, and picked up the container. Slurp! The crisp, loud, and satisfying slurping of noodles sounded particularly jarring in the deathly silent underground space. Slurp, slurp. One sound after another. It was as if steel needles were precisely piercing Jiangwan's nerves, which were on the verge of collapse. She suddenly raised her head, her fiery eyes fixed on the back of the person squatting on the ground, eating heartily. He killed the city-destroying evil god like a fly. The A++ level abyssal worm was soared to the heavens by his singing. He almost overturned the entire sewer. And now, eating instant noodles on sight. And you're eating so heartily. Too. Tian. Kuo. A roar, suppressed to the extreme, exploded from Jiangwan's throat. She suddenly leaped up from the ground like an enraged female leopard, rushing towards Chu Tianquo in one stride and grabbing the collar of his pajamas with SpongeBob SquarePants' smiley face printed on them. You call this an F-level support? She practically spat out each word through gritted teeth, her beautiful face contorted with extreme anger. Pang Budong was jolted awake by the shout and finally came to his senses. He looked at the furious captain, and the innocent-looking Chu Tianquo shrank back and dared not utter a sound. Chu Tianquo was forced to tilt his head back, with half a noodle still in his mouth. He blinked his half-open eyes and mumbled, "Captain, calm down. The soup's going to spill. This is the last packet." "Calm down my ass." Jiangwan tightened her grip, almost lifting Chu Tianquo up. "Explain yourself." "Samadhi fire. Purifying thunder. And that thing that turns monsters to ashes, what the hell is that?" "You call that an auxiliary skill?" Chu Tianquo swallowed the noodles in his mouth with difficulty, then looked at her with an expression that said he was looking at someone mentally challenged, as if it were perfectly natural. "What am I if not a support?" He stretched out the hand that wasn't holding the bowl and pointed to the spotless floor and walls around him. "Look, that big rat made a mess of your nursery, so I used an advanced technique of purification to clean it up for you. Does that count as assistance?" Jiangwan was taken aback. "Clean? Thoroughly? Tisk, what else? After the samadhi, true, fire burns it all. Even the bacteria will be wiped out. How clean is that?" "Yes, cleaning is just a supporting role. After all," Chu Tianquo said sincerely. "Then what about that lightning?" Jiangwan pressed on, unwilling to give up. "You annihilated that city-destroying chaos shadow in one move. That was called the world-cleansing divine lightning." "Oh, that." Chu Tianquo pursed his lips and pointed to the top of his head. "That stuff pollutes the air, affects the city's appearance, and is considered hazardous waste and large pests. I was just following the basic principles of garbage sorting and pest control, and I called the urban management. Oh no, I called Tianlei to handle it. This falls under environmental governance, and is also a supplementary task in a broad sense, right?" Jiangwan's mouth opened slightly, and her brain went blank for half a second. Environmental governance? Pests extermination? She actually felt that it seemed somewhat reasonable. Wrong. Bullshit. Jiangwan forced her rationality back into play. What about the last one? That abyssal worm. An A++ level disaster. What did you do to it? Chu Tianquo suddenly raised his index finger, making a shushing gesture, and his face showed a compassionate expression. "Don't say that. We must respect the deceased." He sighed, his voice heavy with sorrow. "That baby worm just developed a slight psychological problem because it had been living in a dark environment for a long time. It manifests as mania and a penchant for making noise. As a caring supporter, can I watch it degenerate? No. So, he said with a solemn expression, I used the F-rank skill mental soothing to give it a deep-seated psychological counseling session and sang it a calming lullaby. It was its own profound wisdom that, after listening to my song, it suddenly realized the truth, saw through the illusions of the world, and its heart was filled with peace and tranquility. In the end, it chose to follow the great way. It passed away peacefully. We should bless it. Pang Budong listened in stunned silence, then nodded subconsciously. Yes, it was quite peaceful. It had turned to ashes. Jiangwan released her hand. She took 2 steps back and stared blankly at Chu Tianquo with the look of someone looking at a prehistoric monster. Cleaning work? Environmental governance? Psychological counseling? In her mind, it was as if countless versions of herself were roaring wildly. What kind of indecent language is this? But upon closer examination, she found herself unable to refute it. From Chu Tianquo's perspective, he really didn't use a single active attack skill. Purification is cleaning. Lightning strike is a form of extermination. Singing is a way to soothe. Every action falls perfectly within the scope of assistance. But the scope of this assistance seems a bit too broad. Could this be the true essence of support? We so-called combat professions are only fighting and killing on the surface, while the real support is to maintain the cleanliness, order, and harmony of the entire world at the level of laws. Jiang Wan's eyes shifted from anger to confusion, then to shock, and finally, a hint of reverence arose. Done. I knew it. Explaining it would be too much trouble. Letting her fill in the blanks herself is the most efficient way. Chu Tianquo looked at Jiang Wan, who was engrossed in her own self-conquest, and lowered his head in satisfaction, taking another big slurp of noodles. All right, Captain, all the problems are solved. He stood up, holding his bowl. Shall we call it a day? If we don't leave soon, the soup will get cold. Let's go home, Jiang Wan replied, subconsciously, still in a state of profound enlightenment. Pang Budong quickly got up from the ground, dusted himself off, and followed behind Chu Tianquo like a little follower. The 3 of them walked back to the passage they had come from. One person is eating noodles while holding a bowl in front of them. One of them, with a dazed look in his eyes, muttered to himself, so this is the true essence of support. There was also a silly guy who looked left and right and thought his 2 teammates were incredibly handsome. Just as they were about to leave the area, whoosh, a blinding beam of light suddenly shone in from the entrance of the passage, casting long shadows of the 3 people. Immediately afterwards, a cold, authoritative, and metallic voice came through the loudspeaker, resounding throughout the entire underground space. Warning! This is the 7th Special Response Force of the Strategic Bureau. All personnel must immediately identify themselves, lay down their weapons, and submit to inspection. Repeat. Identify yourself immediately. Otherwise, you will be considered a hostile target and killed on the spot. In the light, squads of elite soldiers, clad in black exoskeleton armor and wielding Gauss rifles, appeared. They quickly deployed into battle formation, their dart gun barrels all aimed at Chu Tianquo and his 2 companions at the entrance of the passage. A man with a stern face and a silver eagle badge on his shoulder stepped out from the back of the group. When his gaze swept across the scene, especially the enormous pit, his pupils suddenly contracted. His gaze finally settled on Chu Tianquo at the very front, and a steaming bowl of instant noodles in his hand. The atmosphere instantly plummeted to freezing point. Chu Tianquo stopped, glanced back at the troops who looked like they were facing a formidable enemy, and then looked down at the last mouthful of noodle soup in his bowl. He frowned, his face showing extreme dissatisfaction. What's going on? Can't a person even finish a meal in peace? Chapter 14, Director's Secret Order. Top secrecy level. Unparalleled hero. A cold, intense light tore through the darkness, and dozens of black Gauss rifle muzzles, like the eyes of death, were locked onto the 3 people at the entrance of the passage. The air instantly froze in a chilling atmosphere. The commander, codenamed Cold Edge, who carried the silver eagle badge on his shoulder, stared intently at Chu Tianquo at the forefront with eyes as sharp as knives. To be precise, it was staring at the still steaming, completely empty instant noodle bowl in his hand. The scene was too bizarre. A giant hole comparable to a meteorite crater, two disheveled, frizzy A-rank and S-rank powerhouses, and a passerby wearing SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas, savoring instant noodle soup? Fisk, they only arrived after we'd finished the soup, so inefficient. Chu Tianquo frowned, slurped the last mouthful of tomato soup into his mouth with a slurp sound. The sound was as clear as a thunderclap in the deadly silence of the standoff. All the Special Forces soldiers' eyes twitched. Warning! Put down that container. Immediately, Lung Feng's voice grew colder and colder. He didn't even know how to define that metal bowl. Chu Tianquo, Jiang Wan was jolted awake, finally snapping out of her profound state of enlightenment. Seeing this scene, her heart stopped. She stepped forward, blocking Chu Tianquo's path. The aura of an S-level expert was instinctively released, and despite her weakness, it still put immense pressure on the soldiers in the front row. I am Jiang Wan, captain of the 3rd Action Team of the Strategic Bureau, S-level executive officer. Employee number A0037, she said in a deep voice. Put down your weapons. I will personally report everything that happened here to Director Gu. Lung Feng's pupils contracted when he saw Jiang Wan's face, which was covered in dust, but still radiant. Captain Jiang? What are you doing here? Intelligence indicates that there is only a sea-level energy reaction here. His gaze swept over the bottomless pit, then looked at Chu Tianquo, who looked completely innocent, and Peng Budong, who was trembling behind Jiang Wan. His brain's processor started to smoke. A sea-level energy reaction could turn an S-level fire mage into this state, and it could even dig out such a large hot spring pool in the Alloy Strata. The situation is complicated and can't be explained in a few words. Jiang Wan gritted her teeth. Anyway, lift the alert. We're on the same side. I'm sorry, Captain Jiang. Lung Feng remained unyielding, his face impassive and unyielding. According to regulations, an abnormal situation has occurred on site that far exceeds the intelligence level, and all relevant personnel must undergo isolation and investigation. Please cooperate. Just as Jiang Wan and Lung Feng were locked in a stalemate, and the atmosphere reached its peak of tension once again. Sizzle. A static sound came through Lung Feng's tactical headset, followed by an aged, steady voice with an undeniable authority. Lung Feng. With just 2 words, Lung Feng, who had been standing ramrod straight, suddenly trembled and stood at attention. Director. Return to base. The voice was devoid of any emotion. Safely escort Captain Jiang and the other 2 back to headquarters. All on-site images and detection data were sealed and encrypted with a level of security of top secret, unparalleled hero. From this moment forward, no one may discuss, record, or disseminate information regarding the sewer incident. It has been publicly announced that the 7th Special Reaction Force is conducting secret experiments on a new purification weapon, Deep Blue Star. Do you understand? A peerless national hero. Lung Feng's heart pounded. That was the highest and most outrageous level of secrecy in the Strategic Bureau. It had only been activated once since the Strategic Bureau was established. He simply couldn't understand how a sewer cleaning mission could involve this legendary level. But he did not hesitate at all. Yes, sir. Mission accomplished. He abruptly waved his hand and growled. All units, retreat. Escort the officer back to headquarters. Whoosh. All the gun barrels were simultaneously lowered, and the Special Forces soldiers moved in perfect unison, instantly transforming from fierce, warlike warriors into docile guard dogs. Jiang Wan was stunned, and Peng Budong was also stunned. Chu Tianquo yawned and casually tossed the instant noodle bowl into the pile of rubble next to him. Finally, I can go home and sleep. At the same time, Strategic Bureau, General Command Center, a dimly lit room, with only the faint glow of countless screens flickering. A man with graying temples and a hideous scar on his face was staring intently at the replay video on the central screen. Gu Taiyai, the highest-ranking official in the China Strategic Bureau, codenamed Pillar of the Nation. He has been standing here for 10 minutes. On the screen, golden flames incinerated the rat horde, and purple divine lightning purified the evil. While these sights shocked him, they were still within his comprehension. After all, there are always some exceptionally gifted geniuses. But when the video reached its final moment, and a soft, milky white halo appeared at the fingertips of the young man in the SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas, Gu Taiyai's breath caught in his throat. Spiritual comfort. The database clearly marks every detail of this skill. Then, amidst that grand, ethereal Daeris sound, as that vague, enormous, and infinitely compassionate illusory form of Dharma appeared. Clang! The enamel mug containing strong tea slipped from Gu Taiyi's hand and fell to the ground. This iron-willed bureau chief, who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood and remained unmoved even when Mount Tai collapsed before him, was now experiencing uncontrollable, violent trembling in his hands. His eyes were fixed on the image of the Buddha, his lips trembled, and a burning light, a mixture of ecstasy, shock, and endless hope, burst forth from his cloudy eyes. Tei, respond to the call, and saves all living beings. He muttered to himself, his voice hoarse like a broken bellows. An imperial edict, this is truly. A word becomes law. There's no mistake. No mistake. The prophecy in the file, it's actually true. He turned around abruptly, grabbed the red secure phone on the table, and pressed the shortcut key with trembling fingers. Lung phone. It's me. Half an hour later, in a top-level review room within the Strategic Bureau, Jiang Wan was racking her brains to write the mission report, writing and deleting and writing, almost poking a hole in the tactical tablet. Report title: Explanation regarding several circumstances concerning F-level assistance to Comrade Chu Tianquo in cleaning, disinfection, and psychological counseling. Does anyone even believe this if I wrote it down? Pang Budong was stuffing himself with a huge pile of snacks, trying to calm his frightened mind with calories. Chu Tianquo leaned back in his chair, his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Squeak! The door opened. Gu Taiyi's weathered and dignified face appeared at the door. Chief! Jiang Wan and Pang Budong stood up abruptly, legs together, and saluted. Gu Tai, I didn't even glance at them. He walked steadily to Chu Tianquo. Jiang Wan's heart was in her throat. It's over. We can't hide it anymore. This is a huge matter. Director Gu is personally interrogating him. The secret of Chu Tianquo, this human nuclear arsenal, is about to be exposed. However, Gu Taiyi's next move caused Jiang Wan and Pang Budong's jaws to dislocate. He didn't slam his fist on the table or question Chu Tianquo sternly. Instead, he pulled up a chair and sat down opposite Chu Tianquo. Then, he took out a pure black card with gold trim from the pocket of his faded Zhongshan suit and gently pushed it in front of Chu Tianquo. What is this? Chu Tianquo finally opened one eye and asked lazily. Unlimited special snack card. Gu Taiyi's tone was frighteningly calm. All the snacks, drinks, and instant noodles in the logistics department of the Strategic Bureau are available in unlimited quantities. Just swipe your card. No registration or approval is required. Chu Tianquo's eyes widened instantly. For the first time, a glimmer of interest appeared in those perpetually sleepy eyes. He picked up the card and examined it from all angles. Then what? From today onwards, your personal file will be classified as top secret, unparalleled hero, Gu Taiyi continued, as if discussing a trivial matter. To the outside world, you are an outstanding F-level logistics support staff member in Captain Jiang Wan's team. In this mission, you bravely assisted your teammates and were awarded a second-class merit. He glanced at Jiang Wan's illegible draft report and said, I've already written the mission report for you. The official report stated that Unit 7 successfully tested a new concept weapon, the Purification Resonator, which destroyed the energy projection of the Abyss Rift. Starting tomorrow, you will not have to participate in any regular tasks. You can take leave whenever you want, and your salary and bonuses will still be paid, and you'll be paid the highest level of social insurance and housing fund contributions. Gu Taiyi leaned forward slightly, his eyes, which had seen countless vicissitudes of life, carrying an unprecedented solemnity. But I need a promise. When this country needs you, I call you, and you have to answer. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Jiang Wan and Pang Budong were completely petrified. What are they doing? This is not an interrogation. This is an offering to a god. Offerings of unlimited snacks and endless paid leave. Chu Tianquo was silent for a moment. He twirled the black card between his fingers and then neatly put it into his pajama pocket. As long as you don't dock my pay, he leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, deal. The trouble is finally over. Now I can slack off openly, and there are even free snacks. Not bad. Gu Taiyi slowly stood up, gave Chu Tianqiu a deep look, and even the hideous scar on his face seemed to soften a bit. He didn't say another word, turned around, and left the room. Only when the door closed did Jiang Wan slump into a chair as if all her bones had been removed, her mind completely blank. As she looked at the man who had begun to snore softly, an absurd thought popped into her head uncontrollably. Could this be the ultimate level of support? In the end, even the nation will come to support you. Gu Taiyai returned to his office and closed the door. He walked to the wall, pressed a hidden switch, and the wall slid open silently, revealing a red telephone with no buttons. He picked up the receiver and waited. A few seconds later, a dignified and impartial voice came from the other end of the phone. Iron Armor. Gu Taiyai took a deep breath and used all his strength to keep his voice steady. Reporting to the commander. His voice was deep, yet carried an uncontrollable tremor and excitement. The plan can be launched now. We found that person. Chapter 15, The Strongest Connections in History? No, he's here to disrupt the event. The home of Chu Tianqiu was filled with the irresistible aroma of braised pork. Xiaokua, eat more. You look so tired from this mission. Your face has gotten thinner. Chu's mother lovingly placed the largest piece of pork belly into his bowl, a marbled mix of fat and lean meat, trembling slightly. That's right. My son is a national hero now. He's earned a second-class merit. Come on, let me toast you. Father Chu held up his wine glass, his face flushed, as proud as a crowing rooster. Chu Tianqiu slumped in his chair, his mouth stuffed with meat, and mumbled his response. A hero? No, I'm just a good cleaner. He glanced at the pure black card with gold trim on the coffee table. Just now, he tentatively made a call to the logistics department and gave them a list of imported snack models that he had just found online. Half an hour later, a truck with a special license plate stopped downstairs, and two logistics staff in suits respectfully unloaded more than a dozen boxes of snacks, filling half of the living room. That's faster than food delivery. The joy of unlimited refills is simple and unpretentious. This is the retirement life he wanted. As for S-class powerhouses and abyssal worms, those are all in the past. Now he just wants to be a salted fish drowning in braised pork and potato chips. After eating and drinking his fill, Chu Tianqiu lay back on his bed in his room, burping contentedly, feeling like he had reached the pinnacle of life. Buzz, buzz. The phone next to my pillow vibrated at an opportune moment. He glanced at the caller ID, Old Fox. Chu Tianqiu frowned and hung up the phone casually. No harassment after get-off work hours. However, the phone rang again, seemingly without end. He took a deep breath, answered the phone, and said lazily, with a strong sense of morning grumpiness, Hello. Xiao Zhu. It's me, Lao Gu. On the other end of the phone, Gu Taiyai's voice was as warm as the summer sun. Congratulations. You did a fantastic job on this mission. The organization has a very high opinion of you. Oh, Chu Tianqiu rolled over. Has the bonus been deposited into your account? Ha ha ha, of course. Not a penny less. Gu Taiyai laughed, his tone full of admiration. Xiao Chu, you are a good comrade and a genius. The organization cannot let such talent go to waste. Therefore, after careful consideration, we have decided to give you a valuable opportunity for further study. Chu Tianqiu didn't even lift his eyelids. Here comes the capitalists' empty promises. National Elite Training Camp. Gu Taiyai's voice suddenly rose, full of allure. These are the most outstanding young generation selected from major military regions, strategic bureaus, and civilian organizations across the country. Those who get in will at least become regional leaders in the future. It's an honor, a qualification, and a network of connections. Chu Tianqiu yawned. I'm not going. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone. Why? I want to sleep. The reason is simple, blunt, and irrefutable. Gu Taiyai seemed to choke for a moment, and the sound of him drinking tea to moisten his throat could be heard on the phone. Ahem. Xiao Chu, I know you're indifferent to fame and fortune, but this training camp is different. To ensure the trainees are in top form, the cafeteria is being run by a team of chefs with expertise equivalent to those used in state banquets. Chu Tianqiu paused for a moment, his hand holding the potato chip still. A state banquet? That sounds a little more upscale than my mom's braised pork. I'm not going, he said decisively. Who will reimburse my travel expenses? It's too much trouble. Gu Taiyai felt his blood pressure rising. He had seen countless troublemakers in his life, but he had never seen anyone so stubborn. He took a deep breath, changed his tone, and added just the right amount of embarrassment and gossip to his voice. Oh well, if you're not going, that's fine. I was actually thinking of telling you something interesting. The head instructor of this training camp is a guy named Lei Jun. He's a Special Forces veteran, nicknamed Thor. He's all muscle and has a temper that's as foul and stubborn as a rock in a latrine. Chu Tingqiuo's ears twitched slightly. Muscular men? I hate those kinds of creatures whose minds are filled with nothing but sweat and hormones. What this guy hates most is young people like you who are talented but lack motivation. He thinks it's a waste of talent. Gu Taiyai lowered his voice even further, as if sharing some top-secret information. He spoke to us privately. This time, no matter who sent these connections, he'll personally train them until they're bruised and battered, showing them what a true warrior is. He also said that support and logistics are all sissy stuff. On the battlefield, there are only those who can fight and the corpses at his feet. Especially F rank. They're just there to polish his shoes. Chu Tingqiuo remained silent on the other end of the phone. He slowly sat up in bed, a dangerous glint flashing in his half-open eyes. Shoes shining. A girly tone? Gu Taiyai asked knowingly. Xiao Zhu, are you still listening? Never mind. It's better if you don't go. It'll save you from getting into a conflict with this kind of brute. Address. Chu Tingqiuo uttered calmly. What? Send me the address of the training camp on my phone. Oh, okay. I'll send it to you right away. Xiaochu, have you thought it through? That place is very tough. Gu Taiyai's tone was full of concern. Perfect. Chu Tingqiuo crushed the potato chips in his hand, a kind smile playing on his lips. I've been feeling a bit stiff lately, and I'd like to find someone to stretch my muscles a bit. After hanging up the phone, Gu Taiyai leaned back in his chair, let out a long sigh, and a sly smile appeared on his face. His secretary whispered, Director, you're provoking him like this. What if he does something to Instructor Lei Jun? Give what? A beating. Gu Taiyai picked up his teacup and blew on the steam. That brat Lei Jun deserves a beating. Let Chu Tingqiuo teach him a lesson and show him that there are always people more capable than you. He paused, his eyes deepening. Besides, only a troublemaker like this can pique that kid's interest. In my plan, he can't stay a nobody forever. At the same time, on the coast of the East China Sea, there is an island that has been designated as the highest military restricted area. This is the location of the National Elite Training Camp. On the training field, a man with a buzz cut and a muscular build, wearing a black vest and resembling a cheetah, coldly looked at a group of young, awakened individuals who were exhausted. He had an unlit cigarette dangling from his mouth, and the menacing lightning tattoo on his arm writhed with the rise and fall of his muscles. He is the head instructor, Lei Jun. Run. All of you, get the hell out of here. You're all moving slower than snails. Haven't you eaten? He kicked an A-level speed-type awakened user in the butt, and the user tumbled and crawled as he continued to sprint. The entire training ground was filled with cries of anguish. At that moment, an adjutant jogged over, handed over a document, and saluted, saying, Reporting instructor. The information for the last trainee has just been encrypted and transmitted from Director Gu's office. The last one. Lei Jun took the document and opened it impatiently. Chu Tingqiuo, 19 years old. Awakening level rating, F. Awakening ability, mental soothing. Lei Jun stopped moving. He stared at the ridiculously simple document for a full 3 seconds. F-class? Emotional support? His expression shifted from confusion to astonishment and finally settled into a cold, undisguised sneer. Oh. He slammed the thin document into his adjutant's arms with a sharp crack. What does that old man go up to? Sending this piece of trash here to gild his resume? Does he think my elite training camp is a kindergarten? The adjutant lowered his head, not daring to speak. Everyone knew that Instructor Lei Jun hated nothing more than those who got in through connections, the gilded types. An F-rank support. Lei Jun's gaze swept over the A-rank geniuses he had been training to the point of exhaustion on the training field, and the corner of his mouth curled up more and more mockingly. What's he doing here? Giving these good-for-nothings some post-war psychological massage. He spat out the cigarette, but from his mouth, and ground it with his tactical boot. Pass down the notice. Tomorrow's first lesson at the opening ceremony will be a 50-kilometer cross-country run with weights, and the anti-magic field will be activated throughout the entire run. I want to see with my own eyes how this F-grade young master cries his way back to his mother's arms. Lei Zhan raised his head and looked at the only passage leading to the island, his eyes like those of someone looking at prey. A person with connections? In my eyes, Lei Zhan, there are only two kinds of people, the strong and the dead. I'd like to see whether his connections are stronger or my fists are stronger. Chapter 16, Welcome to Hell. The Devil Instructor makes his appearance. An unnamed island on the coast of the East China Sea. The air was damp and salty, carrying the smell of rusty steel and a faint stench of blood. A gray military transport plane landed on the tarmac in the center of the island. The cabin door opened, and a wave of heat, mixed with the roars coming from the training ground in the distance, hit us. Chu Tianquo yawned as he walked down the gangway, still wearing his ever-present loose t-shirt and beach shorts, with flip-flops on his feet. He stood out from the group of young, awakened individuals around him, who were dressed in combat uniforms and had solemn expressions. Jiang Wan and Peng Budong followed behind him, looking at the steel jungle surrounded by high-voltage power grids and heavy artillery positions, their expressions growing increasingly solemn. The energy field here is so oppressive. Jiang Wan frowned, feeling that even the flow of fire element within her body had become somewhat sluggish. Report. The last trainee has arrived, an adjutant shouted into the communicator. Almost the instant the words were spoken, a bolt of lightning exploded on the training ground. A man with a buzz cut and a muscular build, like a cheetah, wearing a black vest, appeared before everyone. He had an unlit cigarette dangling from his mouth, the menacing lightning tattoo on his arm writhing as if alive, and his eyes, sharp as a hawk's, could pierce one's soul. Thunderclap. His gaze swept across the entire room, and all the geniuses he saw, regardless of their level, involuntarily straightened their spines and dared not even breathe. Welcome to hell. Lei Zhan's voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like it was filled with ice shards, striking everyone's heart. Here, there are no geniuses, no backgrounds, nothing of what you used to be so proud of. You're just a bunch of trash that needs to be smashed and rebuilt. Now, let's begin the first lesson of the camp. He kicked over a huge metal box next to him, which was filled with heavy lead weights. Everyone carry 50 kilograms of weight and run 50 kilometers in full gear. Anyone who can't finish before dark will have to swim back to the mainland. The cries of the dying filled the land. Everyone knew that the Tianjiao camp was tough, but no one expected it to be this brutal on the very first day. Just as everyone was receiving their weights with deathly pale faces, Lei Zhan's gaze finally fell on Chu Tianquo, who stood out from the crowd and was wearing flip-flops. He walked slowly, each step seeming to tread on the heartbeats of everyone present. An adjutant jogged up and handed him a document. Lei Zhan took it, glanced at it, and his face immediately showed undisguised mockery and disgust. He walked up to Chu Tianquo, held up the thin document to his eyes, and read it aloud word by word. His voice was not loud, but it clearly carried throughout the entire training ground. Chu Tianquo, 19 years old. Awakening level rating, F. Awakening ability, mental soothing. The room fell silent for a moment, then suppressed whispers and low laughter began to emanate from within. Rank F? Mental comfort? Did I hear that right? This place is even open to F rank? Are you kidding me? Judging by his appearance, with his delicate skin and tender flesh, he must be a young master from some powerful family who was sent here to gain prestige. Lei Zhan enjoyed the atmosphere. He crumpled the documents into a ball, threw them on the ground, and rolled them over with his tactical boots. Rank F, mental reassurance. He smiled, a cold, stern smile spreading across his face. Is old man Gu senile, sending this piece of trash to me? Does he think my training ground isn't clean enough and needs someone to clean it? Or do you think that after you bunch of good-for-nothings finish your run, you need some sissy to give you a psychological massage? A woman's whining, shining shoes, all the keywords match. A barely perceptible glint of cold light flashed beneath Chu Tianquo's half-open eyelids. Old fox, not bad. You've really nailed that aggro. Instructor. Jiang Wan could no longer hold back. She took a step forward, and her S-class, scorching aura exploded, instantly distorting the surrounding air. You are insulting a meritorious executive officer of the Strategic Bureau. Merit. Lei Zhan's gaze suddenly turned to her, and a violent aura of lightning surged back, colliding violently with Jiang Wan's fiery aura. Sizzle. Blinding sparks flew through the air. Jiang Wan grunted, forced to take half a step back by this imposing aura. An S-rank fire mage? Interesting. Lei Zhan's eyes showed even more contempt. But here, even S-ranks have to give me a piece of your mind. Put away your spoiled princess attitude, or I won't hesitate to show you how powerless fire is in the face of lightning. You, Jiang Wan was so angry that her face turned red. And you, Lei Zhan pointed at Pang Budong, who was pale with fright. An A-level tank? I think you're an A-level idiot. If you dare say another word, all three of you get out of here. Pang Budong swallowed back the words he was about to say and shrank back. The entire training ground was silent. Everyone was awestruck by Lei Zhan's domineering and powerful presence. He looked at Chu Tianquo again, his eyes like those of someone looking at a lamb to the slaughter. Those with connections, I don't care who your father or mother is. In my eyes, Lei Zhan, they're only the strong and the dead. He kicked a specially made weighted bag, twice as heavy as the others, which scraped across the ground with a screeching sound and came to a stop in front of Chu Tianquo's feet. 50 kilograms is too light for you, Lei Zhan said with a mocking tone. 100 kilograms. 100 kilometers. If you can't finish, then climb off my island. Everyone gasped in shock. 100 kilograms. 100 kilometers. And under an anti-magic field. This is not training. This is murder. Lei Zhen, you fucking want to die. Jiang Wan was furious. A ball of flame gathered in her palm, and she was about to make her move. However, a hand gently rested on her shoulder. It is Chu Tianquo. He stopped Jiang Wan, yawned lazily, as if everything in front of him had nothing to do with him. Captain, don't be impulsive, he said softly. Arguing with a mad dog will only lower our standards. His voice was very soft, but Lei Zhan, being the person he was, heard it perfectly. Lei Zhan's pupils suddenly contracted, and the lightning on his body almost burst out uncontrollably. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Tianquo bent down and lifted the 100-kilogram weighted pack with one hand. The heavy package felt light in his hands, as if it had no weight at all. He casually slung his backpack over his shoulder, stretched his neck, and made a crisp crack sound. He raised his head, his perpetually sleepy eyes opening fully for the first time, and looked at Lei Zhan with a kind yet unsettling smile. All right, he spoke softly, his voice not loud, yet it drowned out all the noise in the room. Since I can't sleep anyway, I might as well find something to do and stretch my muscles. After saying that, he stopped looking at anyone, turned around, and started running slowly toward the endless, roundabout track. His silhouette was stretched long in the afterglow of the setting sun. Behind him were Jiang Wan, who looked bewildered, Pang Budong, who stood there dumbfounded, and Lei Zhan, the chief instructor, whose face was ashen and whose eyes were so dark they seemed to drip water. And the entire place was deathly silent. Chapter 17, Weighted Running? Isn't that just a walk? Dust billowed across the island's running track. Hurry up. Haven't you eaten? Hey you. Yes, you, a rank wind type. Are you just blowing a breeze? Speed up. A dark green high mobility patrol car slowly drove alongside the runway. Lei Zhan gripped the steering wheel, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and roared at the group of staggering geniuses outside through a megaphone. Within 10 kilometers, half of the people were already deathly pale, feeling like their lungs were about to explode. The island's unique anti-magic field, like an invisible mountain, pressed down on every awakened one. Their once proud, superhuman strength has been suppressed to a minimum, making them almost indistinguishable from ordinary people. Now, they can only rely on pure physical strength to drag their 50-kilogram loads forward. One of the trainees, known for his speed, suddenly collapsed to the ground, retching. Lei Zhan didn't even glance at him, and coldly pressed a red button on the car. Sizzle. A faint arc of electricity shot out from the trainee's pack, shocking him so much that he convulsed, screamed, and scrambled to his feet, staggering as he continued running. With me, there's no option to give up. Lei Zhan's voice was devoid of warmth. The entire venue was filled with wailing and lamentation. Jiang Wan gritted her teeth. Her S-level physical fitness allowed her to maintain a steady pace for the time being, but the sweat on her forehead had already soaked her fiery red temples. She glanced back. Pang Budong, that mountain of flesh, had transformed into a moving waterfall, his clothes soaked with sweat, and he was still muttering, "I want to eat meat. I want to eat roast chicken. I want." Useless. Jiangwan cursed under her breath, but slowed down by half a step to walk alongside him. Amidst this hellish scene, a leisurely figure suddenly entered everyone's field of vision. The sky over Chu is vast. He carried that specially made 100-kilogram weighted pack, but instead of being drenched in sweat, he walked briskly and remained calm. The flip-flops on their feet tapped the ground with a steady rhythm, like a metronome. He even had the leisure to pull out a can of ice-cold Coke from his pocket, pull the tab with a click, and take a big gulp. Belch, a satisfying burp, amidst the heavy breathing around him, was eerily clear. All the trainees who were working so hard stared wide-eyed at this scene. "Dude, this is hellish training camp. Are you having a beach vacation here?" "Tisk, this anti-magic field is interesting, but it's nothing special." Chu Tianquo felt the suppressed energy within his body and curled his lips. Perfect timing to try out this new skill. He held the Coke in one hand, and with the other hand, he secretly made a hand gesture behind his back, muttering something silently. The art of lightness. The lowest tier and most common F-level auxiliary skill in the Strategic Bureau's database has the effect of slightly reducing one's own weight, which is usually used by logistics personnel to save effort when carrying heavy loads. However, everything changed for Chu Tianquo. Supreme Edict Talent Activate. Skill Lightness Technique detected. Underlying logic analysis. Conceptual link. Link successful. Concept replaced with Taoist mythology. Riding the wind. Buzz. A mysterious fluctuation, imperceptible to ordinary people, swept across Chu Tianquo. A nearly invisible gap, less than a millimeter wide, appeared between his flip-flops and the ground. He seemed to be lifted up by an invisible current, no longer experiencing any resistance from the ground. That 100 kilograms of weight felt to him as if it had become 100 grams. "Huff! Huff! Old Chu," Pang Budong called out breathlessly. Are you all right? Or should I help you share the load?" Chu Tianquo floated to his side like a gust of wind, his speed increasing dramatically in an instant. Yet he remained incredibly steady, not spilling a single drop of the cola in his hand. He patted Pang Budong's broad shoulder with concern. "You look tired. Do you want me to give you a ride?" Pang Budong. "Give me a ride? How? Are you going to carry me and run?" "Bow." Not far away, a student saw this bizarre scene, lost his composure, and collapsed to the ground. Inside the patrol car, Lei Jun frowned. He had been observing Chu Tianquo in the rearview mirror for a long time. There's something off about this kid. Running 10 kilometers with a 100-kilogram load without even breaking a sweat, and still having the leisure to drink cola? Even an S-class expert specializing in physical combat couldn't do that so easily. Lei Jun stepped on the gas, and the patrol car slowly accelerated, driving alongside Chu Tianquo. He rolled down the car window, his eyes behind his sunglasses fixed on Chu Tianquo's feet. "Kid, you seem quite happy," he asked in a cold voice. "It's all right." Chu Tianquo turned his head and gave him a friendly smile. "Just treat it as an after-dinner walk." "Instructor, your car is no good. It's too noisy and it's affecting my enjoyment of the scenery." Lei Jun's eye twitched violently. He slammed the gas pedal to the floor. The engines roared. The patrol car shot off like an arrow. "I'd like to see how long you can keep up that stubbornness." However, the next second, Lei Jun's smile froze on his face. Chu Tianquo's figure flickered slightly, then followed like a ghost. No, not just followed, but surpassed. His feet didn't touch the ground. His whole body seemed to be drifting on the ground. His speed increased, and he easily overtook the patrol car, traveling at 80 kilometers per hour. He even had time to turn around and wave the Coke in his hand at Lei Jun, who was staring in disbelief in the driver's seat. "Instructor, we're going to lose them." Squeak! A screeching sound of tires screeching through the sky. Lei Jun slammed on the brakes, and the high-performance military patrol vehicle, under immense inertia, drifted out of control, turning a full 360 degrees and kicking up clouds of dust. After the car came to a stop, Lei Jun ripped off his sunglasses, revealing his eyes, which were now wide open like copper bells, filled with thunderous power. He stared intently at the figure in the rearview mirror, which was drifting further and further away until it became a small black dot. The cigarette dangling from his mouth fell onto the steering wheel with a thud. The anti-magic field is at its maximum. He knows this better than anyone, let alone F-class, Even S-Class wouldn't be able to fly in this environment. That's not the ability of an awakened being. That's simply not scientifically possible. Damn it, Lei Zhan muttered to himself, grabbing the communicator, his voice trembling slightly, a tremor he himself didn't even realize. Monitoring center. Give me all the surveillance footage from runway 03. Zoom in. Analyze the footage of that kid in flip-flops frame by frame. Meanwhile, the other trainees on the track were completely dumbfounded. They watched helplessly as Chu Tingqiu, carrying twice the weight of them and drinking cola, surpassed everyone else. It overtook the instructor's patrol car and then disappeared like a wisp of smoke around the corner of the track. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even take a deep breath. Am I seeing things? He wasn't running, he was just floating. F-level, mental soothing. An A-level genius muttered to himself. I felt like my worldview was being repeatedly rubbed into the ground. So, the effect of mental comfort is to comfort Newton's coffin lid. Jiangwan also stopped in her tracks, her beautiful face filled with shock. As she watched the disappearing figure, she suddenly remembered how Chu Tingqiu had effortlessly cleaned up the entire swarm of rats in the sewers. Just how many secrets is this man hiding? Half an hour later, Chu Tingqiu had already completed 2 laps around the 50-kilometer island track and returned to the starting point. He precisely tossed the empty Coke can into a distant trash can, then casually tossed aside the 100-kilogram backpack he was carrying. Thump! With a loud crash, a shallow crater was smashed into the hard concrete floor. He stretched, yawned, and lay back down on the chair next to the transport plane's gangway, closing his eyes as if he really had just come out for a walk. The entire training ground was deathly silent. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that Lei Zhan's patrol car arrived at high speed, exuding a menacing aura. He slammed the car, door shut with a bang, strode up to Chu Tingqiu, said nothing, but stared at him with an extremely complicated look in his eyes. In those eyes, there was shock, confusion, and inquiry, but the previous contempt and disgust were nowhere to be seen. He just watched that video dozens of times in the monitoring center. No matter how much slower it was, he couldn't detect any trace of Chu Tingqiu using any energy. He just floated up so naturally. That feeling wasn't so much like an ability, but more like an instinct. It was as if ignoring gravity was as simple as breathing for him. Lei Zhan's Adam's apple bobbed, and after a long pause, he finally managed to squeeze out 2 words through gritted teeth. Who is it? Chu Tingqiu didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He simply took out the pure black card with gold trim from his pocket and waved it between his fingers. Strategic Bureau, F-level logistics support personnel, second-class meritorious service recipient, Chu Tingqiu. He said lazily, his voice heavy with sleepiness. I came here to find someone to stretch my muscles. Chapter 18, Who gave you permission to have a picnic here? Chu Tingqiu's stroll was over, but for others, hell had just begun. 20 kilometers. The number of people on the track has been reduced by a third. Those who remain look as if they have been pulled out of the water, their steps heavy as lead, and every breath is accompanied by a burning pain. Under the anti-magic field, all beings are equal. What a level genius. What a scion of a noble family. At this moment, they all have only one identity, a creature dragging 2 legs carrying a 50-kilogram load. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. A pig-like scream rang out, and Pang Budong's mountain-like body collapsed with a thud, landing heavily on the scorching track, making the ground seem to tremble. He was like a sponge that had been wrung out and then soaked in sweat again. His bronze skin flushed red, his chest heaved violently, and he was panting like a broken-down blower. I can't take it anymore. Old Chu, Sister Jiang. I can't go on. I'm going to die. Before I die, I want to eat a family bucket of KFC. The patrol car braked suddenly and stopped beside him. Lei Zhan's face peered out of the car window, as black as the bottom of a pot. Waste! A furious roar, like a thunderclap from a clear sky, exploded in everyone's ears. Only 20 kilometers, and you're already down. Did you buy your A-level rating? Pang Budong trembled in fright, his face contorted with fear. Instructor, I really can't run anymore. Can't run. Lei Zhan pushed open the car door and got out, approaching step by step. The violent aura of lightning emanating from him made the surrounding air feel oppressive. In my training camp, there are only those who die from running, not those who can't run. Get up. He grabbed Pang Budong's thick combat uniform collar, his arm muscles bulging, and pulled him up sharply. However, it remained completely still. With his 2.2-meter height, weight, and 50 kilograms of additional weight, Pang Budong was nailed to the ground like a small mountain. Lei Jun frowned and increased the force. Hey! He let out a low shout, and the menacing lightning tattoo on his arm seemed to light up for a moment, with veins bulging. As a result, Pang Budong remained as steady as Mount Tai. He even sat down a little more because he was uncomfortable being held by the collar, making him even more solid. Instructor, don't bother, I really can't get up. Pang Budong waved his hand weakly. Damn it, Lei Jun felt his authority had been insulted. He released his grip, took a step back, and pointed at Pang Budong's nose, cursing. I'll count to 3. If you don't get up by then, you're getting off this island. Just then, a lazy figure strolled over from not far away. Chu Tianquo, with his hands in his pockets and his flip-flops clattering on his feet, strolled over to Pang Budong's side and squatted down. Fatty, can you still breathe? Old Chu, I feel I saw my grandma. Oh, then there's still hope. Chu Tianquo nodded, then extended a finger and gently tapped Pang Budong's back. He mumbled something indistinctly, like the buzzing of a mosquito. Shield spell. It's a very basic F-level skill that everyone in the Strategic Bureau's logistics department knows. Its effect is roughly equivalent to wearing an extra raincoat, better than nothing. This fat guy's too weak. Chu Tianquo thought to himself. I should help him out, otherwise I'll have to carry him back later. What a hassle. Supreme Edict activated. Skill shield spell detected. Underlying logic analysis. Conceptual link. Link successful. Concept replaced with Buddhist mythology, Akala. Buzz. An invisible golden ripple, centered on Chu Tianquo's fingertip, instantly entered Pang Budong's body. Pang, who was lying motionless on the ground, suddenly jolted. An unprecedented feeling welled up inside me. He felt as if he was no longer sitting on the ground, but had become one with the vast land beneath his feet, with the entire island, and even with the endless depths of the earth. A steady, profound, and timeless sense of power surged from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. He is the mountain, and the mountain is him. Pang Budong blinked, feeling the power in his body that was about to go out reignite. He didn't feel tired at all. On the contrary, he felt an unprecedented sense of security and peace of mind. Ding! Detected that the host talent, Akala, resonates with the external concept, Akala. Talent effect is being enhanced. Enhancement successful. Food intake recovery effect increased by 500%. A series of messages flashed through Pang Budong's mind. Before he could think about it, he instinctively pulled out a family-sized bag of potato chips from his specially made tactical backpack, which was larger than other people's backpacks. Click! He skillfully tore open the packaging. 3, 2. Lei Jun's cold countdown continued. Click, click! The crisp sound of chewing abruptly interrupted Lei Jun's countdown. All eyes were focused on the fat man sitting on the ground. Pang Budong held a bag of potato chips in his left hand, picked up a chip with his right hand, stuffed it into his mouth, and was chewing it with relish. The deathly expression on his face disappeared, replaced by a sense of satisfaction and happiness from eating the most delicious food in the world. His clothes, soaked with sweat, began to dry at a visible speed. His heavy breathing subsided, and his flushed face regained its rosy color. Health bar is full. Lai Zhen. All the trainees who were working their hardest. Jiang Wan stopped in her tracks, staring at the scene, her lips twitching violently. She knew Pang Dongbu could eat, but she didn't know he could eat at a time like this. 1. Lei Jun finished his countdown, veins bulging on his forehead. He pointed at Pang Budong and roared. Good. Very good. You're eliminated. Now, get out of here. As he spoke, he stepped forward again, ready to throw the fat man who was openly having a picnic out of the way. He grabbed Pang Budong's shoulders with both hands and used his pure physical strength as an S-class lightning-type enhancer to exert force. Get up. Lei Jun's face turned red. However, Pang Budong seemed to have taken root in the ground. No, he seemed to have become a real mountain. No matter how hard Lei Jun exerted himself, he remained as steady as a rock, and even had the leisure to change to a more comfortable sitting position and stuff another potato chip into his mouth. Click! To Lei Jun at that moment, The voice was more grating than any mockery. Instructor, don't waste your energy. Chu Tingqiu stood up, dusted off his hands, and kindly reminded him, he's a bit heavy right now. Lei Jun suddenly turned his head and stared intently at Chu Tingqiu, his eyes seeming to spit out sparks of electricity. You did this? Me? Chu Tingqiu pointed at himself innocently. Instructor, don't wrong an innocent person. I'm just an F-level mental stabilizer. I'm weak as a chicken. What kind of tricks could I possibly pull? He paused, then added, at most, I can soothe the fat man's despair and help him pass away peacefully. Would you like to leave this world peacefully? Pang Budong wanted to hit someone when he heard this, but he felt too comfortable right now and just wanted to sit and finish the bag of potato chips. I don't believe it. Lei Jun let go of his hand, feeling his worldview being repeatedly trampled on in just 1 hour. First there was an F-class being faster than a car, and now there's an A-class tank that's firmly planted on the ground. He circled Pang Budong twice, as if studying some prehistoric creature. You, what kind of ability do you have? He pointed at Pang Budong, his voice carrying a hint of surprise that he himself hadn't even noticed. With his mouth full of potato chips, Pang Budong mumbled, reporting instructor, my talent seems to have leveled up. Bullshit. Talent can be upgraded on the spot. Lei Jun didn't believe it at all, and he kicked Pang Budong's weight bag hard. Bang! A muffled thud. Lei Jun felt as if he had kicked a plate of alloy steel, and a sharp pain shot through his ankle. Pang remained unmoved, only swaying slightly before continuing to snap photos without changing his expression. Lai Zhen. He was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is that monster? Reporting instructor. In the distance, an adjutant in charge of monitoring sped over in a patrol car, his face showing an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Report. The energy detector shows trainee Pang Budong, his biomass response is in sync with the bedrock of the entire island. What? Lei Jun roared. To put it simply, the adjutant swallowed hard and explained with difficulty. He is now, in this island, physically, practically one with it. To move him, you'd have to lift the entire island. The entire venue was deathly silent. All the trainees stopped in their tracks, looking at the fat man sitting on the ground, still agonizing over whether to eat the original or tomato flavor for the next slice, as if he were a god. Integrating with the islands? What a joke. Is this something an A-level tank can do? This is something straight out of mythology. Lei Jun's gaze finally shifted slowly, inch by inch, from Pang Budong back to Chu Tingqiu, who had an expression that said, it's none of my business. He's not stupid. All these anomalies occurred after this F-level item appeared. Cheating. Lei Jun's chest heaved violently. He pointed at Chu Tingqiu, each word seemingly squeezed out through clenched teeth. You're openly cheating, challenging my rules. Rules? Chu Tingqiu picked at his ear, lazily raised his eyelids, and his usually sleepy eyes were now frighteningly clear. Instructor, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. A kind smile appeared on his lips, and his voice, though not loud, carried clearly throughout the room. I just used an ordinary F-rank shield spell on my teammates, while Pang Budong made use of his personal specialty of being able to eat. All of this is within the reasonable scope of the Awakened's ability to use. Or perhaps, Chu Tingqiu's eyes suddenly sharpened. In your rules, Instructor Thor, are even F-level auxiliary skills and the student's own talents considered cheating and prohibited? Chapter 19 Instructor, you know nothing about power. Lei Jun's gaze was fixed intently on Chu Tingqiu. The air froze. On the track, none of the trainees dared to breathe. They felt like small boats in a storm that could capsize at any moment. And at the eye of the storm were the two men facing each other. Rule. Lei Jun laughed, a laugh born of extreme anger. He approached step by step, the ground beneath his feet seeming to tremble slightly at the sight of the lightning emanating from his body. Here, I am to rule. He suddenly pointed at Chu Tingqiu, his voice like a rumbling thunder. I don't care what tricks you've played, but you can make a piece of trash run faster than a car, and turn another piece of trash into a mountain. But these are all unorthodox methods. In the world of the Awakened, what matters most is power. Pure, absolute power. He stopped in front of Chu Tingqiu, less than a meter apart. A violent pressure swept over them. An ordinary Belevel Awakened would probably have lost their footing here. I'm giving you a chance now. Lei Jun stared at Chu Tingqiu, his chin slightly raised, to prove you're not just some trash who only knows how to play petty tricks. He pointed to the gravity training field not far away, where various huge metal instruments used to test strength were set up. Go to the strength testing area. Aren't you a support? Aren't you supposed to buff people? Lei Jun's lips curled into a mocking smile. Give me your strongest power boost. I want to see just how useless an F-rank mental soothing is. Oh wow, it's come right to my door. Chu Tianquo was secretly delighted. I was worried about how to slack off, but now I've solved that problem once and for all. Instructor, isn't this a bit much? Chu Tianquo scratched his head, looking troubled. I'm not very gentle when I hit someone. What if? Enough with the nonsense. Lei Jun interrupted him rudely. I'm a dignified S-rank lightning enhancer, a peak platinum-level expert. Do you think I'd be afraid of your F-rank enhancement? If you can make me break a sweat today, then you win. All right then. Chu Tianquo shrugged, revealing an innocent smile. Since you've made this request, instructor, I'll respectfully comply. He followed Lei Jun toward the strength testing area. Jiang Wan and Pang Budong exchanged a glance, both seeing worry and a hint of inexplicable expectation in each other's eyes. They also wanted to know just how outrageous this unfathomable captain's support abilities could be. Strength testing area. At the center is a huge metal base, on which is connected a sophisticated energy transmission and numerical display device. On the base, there is a punching bag made of ultra-high strength alloy with a diameter of 0.5 meters. Watch closely. Lei Jun took off his shirt, revealing his bronze-colored upper body, which looked like it had been cast in steel. The menacing lightning tattoo on his arm seemed to come alive at that moment, with tiny arcs of electricity leaping across his skin and making soft crackling sounds. He didn't use any skills, he just took a deep breath, lowered his body slightly, and then threw a punch. Bang! A deafening roar, like the deafening roar of a heavy cannon. The entire punching bag shook violently, and on the display screen behind it, a number rapidly increased before finally settling. 32,580 kg. This. The onlookers all gasped in shock. Over 30,000 kilograms. This is just pure physical strength. The terror of an S-class enhanced individual is evident. See that? You trash. Lei Jun retracted his fist, not even a red mark on his knuckles. That's real power. He turned his head and looked at Chu Tianquo with disdain. Come on, F-rank. Use your sissy mental comfort to give me a massage. All right. Chu Tianquo yawned and slowly walked up to Lei Jun. He extended his index finger, the gesture as casual as if he were flicking a speck of dust off the other person's shoulder. Instructor, are you sure? This boost I've given has a pretty strong after effect. Chu Tianquo confirmed one last time. Stop your damn nonsense. Hurry up. Lei Zhen roared impatiently. Okowo. Chu Tianquo gently tapped Lei Jun's back with his index finger. Blessing of power. He uttered the name of an equally common F-level support skill. Theoretically, this skill's effect is to slightly increase the target's strength, but in reality, even a clerk who struggles to unscrew a bottle wouldn't count on it. Supreme Edict activate. A flash of golden light disappeared into the depths of Chu Tianquo's half-closed eyes. Skill Blessing of Power detected. Underlying logic analysis. Conceptual link. Link successful. Concept replaced with Witch Clan mythology. Ancestral Witch of Power. Digion. Buzz. An invisible and intangible wave, yet seemingly containing the power of creation itself, surged into Lei Jun's body from Chu Tianquo's fingertips. Lei Jun's body stiffened abruptly. He felt something was different. An unprecedented, earth-shattering sense of power surged, expanded, and exploded from the depths of every cell and every atom in his body. He felt he was no longer alone. He is power itself. He could almost see a towering god-demon roaring in the chaos, his every breath causing the space to tremble, and his every heartbeat causing the great Tao to roar. This is... Lei Jun's pupils suddenly contracted. He looked down at his hands. Fists that could easily unleash 30,000 kilograms of force now seemed to him to possess the power to crush stars. His lightning powers were like a docile cat, encountering an ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex in the face of this tyrannical and unreasonable pure power. Suppressed to the point of trembling, not even a spark of electricity could be generated. How are you feeling? Shu Tianquo's lazy voice rang out from the side. I. Lei Jun opened his mouth, but his throat was dry, and he couldn't utter a single word. He instinctively faced the alloy punching bag again, releasing the explosive power within him. He swung his arm. There was no buildup of power, no technique, and no sound was made. He simply threw a punch. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Amidst the horrified gazes of everyone, Lei Jun's fist silently imprinted itself on the punching bag made of ultra-high-strength alloy. There was no loud noise. There was no explosion. There wasn't even the slightest energy fluctuation. That indestructible punching bag, along with the massive metal base behind it, and all the precision instruments connected to it. And so, silently, it vanished at the most basic particle level. It's not shattering, it's not vaporizing, it's annihilation. It's as if they never existed in this world. A gentle breeze swept by, leaving behind only a smooth, mirror-like open space and a sky full of metallic powder, finer than dust. The entire training ground was deathly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed and gaped like statues that had been petrified. Jiang Wan's beautiful face drained of color, leaving only endless shock. The bag of potato chips in Peng Budong's hand fell to the ground with a thud, and he even forgot to pick it up. What did they see? One punch shattered a mountain-sized testing instrument into elementary particles? Is this supposed to be a support skill? This must be divine punishment. Lei Jun remained frozen in place, still in the punching stance, as if struck by lightning. He lowered his head, staring blankly at his fist. That devastating power came quickly and went quickly. After he threw a punch, it receded like a tide, and his body returned to normal. But he will never forget that moment. That feeling of wielding absolute power, where everything can be shattered with a single punch. His lips trembled as he slowly raised his head, staring intently at the boy who was still yawning with an expression as if he were looking at a ghost. What did you do to me? His voice was hoarse and dry, filled with disbelief and terror. Shu Tianquo picked at his ear, looking completely innocent. I didn't do anything. It's just an ordinary F-rank blessing of power. He pointed behind Lei Jun and kindly reminded him. Instructor, look, the sweat you wanted has come out, hasn't it? Lei Jun turned around instinctively. He saw that behind him, from where he had just stood, a series of deep footprints stretched to the edge of the training field on the hard concrete ground. No, those aren't footprints. As he walked toward the punching bag, he couldn't control the surge of power within him, and the mere aftershocks of his walking created craters half a meter deep in the ground. He himself had already been drenched in cold sweat without even realizing it. He lost. They suffered a crushing defeat. They were utterly humiliated. F-rank, blessing of power. Lei Jun murmured to himself, as if he had lost his soul. He suddenly raised his head, and his eyes, which were once as sharp as a hawk's, were now filled with bloodshot veins and madness. No, this is impossible. This is not the power of the awakened. This is not the power that this world should have. He pointed at Shu Tianquo and roared like a madman. Who are you? What kind of hell are you using? Faced with Lei Jun's loss of composure, Shu Tianquo simply stretched, as if he had done something insignificant. He slowly pulled the pure black card with gold trim from his pocket and twirled it between his fingers. As I said, Shu Tianquo is an F-level logistics support staff member and a second-class meritorious serviceman in the Strategic Bureau. He raised his eyelids, and for the first time, his perpetually sleepy eyes revealed a detached indifference that seemed to look down upon all living beings. As for what I used, a half-smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and his voice, though not loud, was like a heavy hammer that slammed into Lei Jun's heart. Instructor, is there any possibility? Is it that you know nothing about true power? Chapter 20, The Mighty Force? No, this is the Pangu Axe. Who are you? Lei Jun's roar was tinged with a hint of despair, like a wild beast driven to the brink of despair. His eyes, which held the power of thunder, were bloodshot as he stared intently at Shu Tianquo, as if trying to discern the outline of a god or demon from his languid face. The entire training ground was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. All the gifted students held their breath, their hearts pounding. They felt they weren't witnessing a training session, but rather the birth of a legend and the fall of a powerful figure. Instructor, calm down. Shu Tianquo picked at his ear, his face full of sincerity. I already said, F-rank support, Chu Tianquo. If you keep shouting like that, people will think I've done something to you. Tisk, such poor mental fortitude. Has she gone mad? Chu Tianquo silently complained to himself. Is the threshold for S rank in the Strategic Bureau really that low? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Lei Jun was like a madman, pointing at the empty space that had been annihilated into nothingness. F-class. What F-class could break super titanium alloy into atoms? You're insulting my intelligence. Insulting my 20 years of understanding of the word power. His emotions had spiraled out of control, and violent lightning energy was spreading uncontrollably around him, crackling and popping, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack inch by inch. Okay. Chu Tianquo raised his hands in surrender, his expression both helpless and indulgent, as if he were coaxing an unreasonable child. If you say it's not, then it's not. Or, how about we do it again? One more time? These 4 words were like a bucket of ice water poured over Lei Jun's head. His body stiffened abruptly. The lingering sensation of that earth-shattering power transformed into the deepest fear, rushing from his tailbone straight into his mind. No, absolutely not. He was scared. He feared that if he were to experience that power again, he would be completely lost in it, and even his soul would be crushed by that inhuman force. No need. Lei Jun's voice was dry and hoarse. He forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart, trying to regain his dignity as an instructor. But his eyes betrayed him. They held a complex light that was a mixture of fear, longing, confusion, and awe. Oh, no need. Chu Tianquo raised an eyebrow. A mischievous smile played on his lips. But you seem really excited, instructor. Did you enjoy that punch just now? Lei Jun's face instantly turned a deep liver color. Cool. It's more than just awesome. That was an ultimate experience, like a leap in the level of life. It was the supreme pleasure of wielding the power of creation and destruction. He gritted his teeth and forced out a few words. That's a heretical path. All right then. Chu Tianquo sighed, as if he had lost interest. Since you, instructor, find it boring, then forget it. He turned to leave. Stop. Lei Jun suddenly shouted to him. Everyone's hearts were in their throats again. Lei Jun stared intently at a specially made sandbag in a corner of the strength training area not far away. A sandbag used by top-level enhancers to vent their power. The sandbag was completely black, 3 meters tall, and filled not with sand, but with a super-heavy substance extracted from deep-sea meteorites, with a density comparable to that of neutron stars, and wrapped in several layers of shape memory alloy. Let alone smash it to pieces, even a full-force attack from an S-class expert would at most leave a shallow fist mark on it. It is the most sturdy toy in this base. I don't believe you. Lei Jun pointed at the sandbag, his breathing becoming heavy, and a crazy obsession rekindled in his eyes. I don't believe a support skill could be this powerful. You must have used some trick I don't know about. This time, don't touch me. He seemed to have made up his mind, his chest heaving violently. Use it on me again. No, use an even stronger one. I want to feel it firsthand to control it myself. I want to see just how far this power truly lies. Oh, you dare to order food. This isn't a karaoke bar with extra charges. But if it's a toy delivered to your door, might as well take advantage of it. Instructor, are you sure? Chu Tianquo asked to confirm. I have another trump card, an F-rank skill called Great Strength Technique, but its effect is a little weaker than the previous one, just in case it doesn't suit your taste. Enough talk. Use this. Lei Jun roared. He was completely ready to go all out. Today he either proves Chu Tianquo a fraud, or he witnesses a miracle firsthand. There's no third way. Okowo. Chu Tianquo nodded and slowly strolled over to Lei Jun again. This time, instead of using his fingers, he imitated the masters in martial arts films, raising his sword and drawing a circle on Lei Jun's chest in a mystical manner. Great Strength Technique. He read it softly. Supreme Edict activated. Skill Great Strength detected. Underlying logic analysis. Conceptual link. Link successful. Concept replaced with primordial mythology. The power of Pangu creating the world. Partial. Buzz. If the ancestral witch of power just now was the roar of chaotic gods and demons. So this time, what surged into Lei Jun's body was the primal force of creation, which created the world and reshaped the earth, water, fire, and wind. Lei Jun let out a painful roar that sounded inhuman. His body began to undergo an inhuman transformation before the horrified eyes of all the trainees. Beneath his bronze skin, his muscles bulged and swelled like a living mountain range. His camouflage combat uniform tore apart inch by inch, turning into strips of cloth. He grew taller by more than a head, his bones crackling under the strain. Streams of chaotic energy swirled around him, and even the aftershocks of the escape solidified the surrounding air like cement. He is no longer alone. He transformed into a colossal god of the primordial world, walking among humans. This is... Jiangwan's beautiful face turned deathly pale. She subconsciously took half a step back. Her S-level spiritual sense was frantically alarming, telling her that the creature in front of her was beyond her comprehension. Pang Budong was so frightened that he dropped the chicken leg he had just taken out onto the ground. The 2-meter-tall giant was trembling like a quail. Power! This is power! Lei Jun looked down at his arms, which had become thicker than an elephant's leg. Feeling the terrifying power within him, enough to tear stars apart and recreate the universe, his eyes no longer held fear, only the purest obsession and madness. He turned his head sharply, his eyes burning with chaotic flames, locking onto the pitch-black alloy sandbag. Roar! With a loud roar, the concrete ground beneath his feet collapsed, creating a huge crater 10 meters in diameter. He transformed into an afterimage invisible to the naked eye, instantly appearing in front of the sandbag. And then, with his giant fist capable of crushing mountains, he simply unleashed a punch. There was no sound. There was no explosion. There wasn't even a breath of wind. At this moment, time seemed to be muted. Under everyone's frozen gaze, the indestructible alloy sandbag stood there silently, completely undamaged. Lei Jun's fist stopped on the surface of the sandbag, but did not leave an imprint. We lost. It failed. The thought had just flashed through everyone's minds. The next second, a sudden change has occurred. Behind the sandbag, on the 5-meter-thick wall of the training hall, which was made of special cement, a circular hole appeared silently, the same width as the sandbag, with smooth, mirror-like edges. Next, behind the training hall, is the small hill shrouded in a defensive energy net. Snap! The blue energy net, as if wiped by an invisible divine hand, instantly shattered into countless points of light. Then, there was that small hill which was several hundred meters high. It did not collapse, it did not explode. It simply disappeared. It's as if a piece of this painting called the world has been cleanly and silently erased. Instead, there is a void in the sky, and right in the center of that empty sky, a pitch-black, irregular line appeared out of thin air. The line seemed like scars on space itself, writhing slightly, their edges shimmering with a chilling dark purple electric light. It exudes an aura of pure chaos and nothingness that does not belong to any kind of energy in this world. Spatial rift. With one punch, he shattered space itself. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, the sound echoing eerily clearly in the deathly silence of the training ground. Everyone was stunned. Their brains had completely shut down, unable to process the scene before them that was beyond the limits of imagination. One punch flattened a mountain? One punch shatter the world? This is a rank F great strength technique? This must be Pangu creating the world. Lei Jun remained frozen in place, still in the punching stance. The primordial power within him receded like a tide, and his swollen body quickly returned to its original state. He slowly and stiffly looked down at his intact fist, then slowly raised his head to look at the menacing spatial rift stretching across the sky in the distance. His worldview shattered. It shattered even more completely than that vanished mountain. Oh, ha 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 ha. Lei Jun suddenly burst into laughter, laughing until tears streamed down his face. His laughter was filled with despair, madness, and a sense of relief. The mountain is gone. Space is broken. Rank F great strength technique. Understand? I finally understand. He muttered to himself, as if he had gone mad. It's not that I know nothing about power. It's that I know nothing about this world. Ha ha ha. Just then, a hand gently patted his trembling shoulder. Chu Tianquo had walked up to him at some point, still with that sleepy expression. He looked at the spatial rift in the distance and scratched his head in distress. Instructor, I already told you I don't know how to hold back. See, Now it'll be hard to get the repair costs reimbursed, won't it? He had barely finished speaking. The dark spatial rift in the sky suddenly trembled. Then an eye, indescribable in any language, so enormous it seemed to blot out the entire sky, filled with scarlet vertical pupils, slowly opened from the other end of the crack. Those cold, sinister, and chaotic gazes instantly pierced through endless space, locking onto everyone on the training ground. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be dragged into an endless abyss. Chapter 21 Instructor, shall I give you another go? What kind of eye was that? Indescribable. The mere existence of it makes words like chaos, madness, evil, and distortion seem utterly inadequate. In those scarlet vertical pupils, there was no wisdom, no emotion, only the purest malice towards all living beings and an abyssal hunger. Buzz. An invisible mental shock swept across the entire training ground like a tsunami. Well, on the track, the already exhausted trainees didn't even have time to scream before their eyes rolled back. White foam appeared at their mouths, and they fainted in droves, like stalks of wheat that had been cut down. Jiangwan's pretty face turned deathly pale. The vermilion bird bloodline within her body was frantically issuing warnings, and the blazing fire spiritual energy was spontaneously protecting her body, yet she still felt as if her soul had been thrown into an ice cave, shivering with cold. Pang Budong went even further, closing his eyes and falling backward with a thud, collapsing to the ground and going into shock, with chicken leg oil still lingering on his lips. Only 3 people were still standing on the entire training field. Lei Jun was utterly dejected. Chu Tingqiu looked disgusted. And that dark crack stretching across the sky, seemingly mocking the world's fragility. "'Tis troublesome." Chu Tingqiu frowned, looking at the large eyeball in the distance that was still trying to squeeze in, his face full of regret. "If only I hadn't gone this far. Making such a big fuss, the report will be hard to write later. Also, this thing is so ugly. It's an eyesore." He mentally grumbled to himself, then slowly raised his hand and made a grabbing motion towards the spatial rift. The movement was so casual, as if he were about to crush a fly. Xialing technique. It's another common F-level skill, usually used to encrypt files or put a do not steal seal on the refrigerator door, with almost zero strategic significance. Supreme Edict activated. Skill sealing technique detected. Underlying logic analysis. Conceptual link. Link successful. Concept replaced with Taoist mythology. Supreme Taoist ancestor. Tranquility and non-action. There was no golden light, no unusual phenomenon. A supreme Daoist aura of tranquility, non-action, and returning to nothingness quietly spread out from Chu Tingqiu's center. Wherever this Daoist aura passed, the violent energy subsided and the chaotic rules were smoothed out. Even the fear and madness that filled the air seemed to be gently wiped away by an invisible hand, turning into a peaceful atmosphere. Above the sky, the grotesque spatial rift resembled a painting splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid, its edges rapidly melting and healing. On the other side of the rift, for the first time, an emotion akin to fear was revealed in that enormous scarlet vertical pupil. It seemed to see an unimaginable, incomprehensible, and indescribable majestic being, whose mere indifferent glance caused its very essence to begin to crumble. Roar! A roar of resentment and terror echoed across dimensions, but vanished the moment it touched this world. The next second, the spatial rift closed completely. The sky returned to its azure blue, as if the devastating scene just moments before was merely an illusion. If it weren't for that mountain that vanished into thin air and the unconscious students scattered all over the ground. Huff, huff. Jiang Wan gasped for breath, cold sweat soaking through a fiery red leather armor, outlining an even more breathtaking silhouette. She looked at Chu Tingqiu, and in her beautiful eyes, besides shock, there was more of a look of astonishment, as if she were looking at a monster. In the blink of an eye, can the cracks in space be smoothed out? This is an F-rank support. Is he a god in human skin? Meanwhile, Lei Jun, the other protagonist of the incident, was finally pulled back to reality from his state of madness and disorientation. He slowly and stiffly turned his head to look at Chu Tingqiu. His face, which had once been filled with arrogance and unruliness, was now blank and empty. His lips trembled, his Adam's apple bobbed several times, and he finally managed to squeeze out a few words, his voice hoarse as if sandpaper was being rubbed. This is rank F, great strength technique. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianquo turned his head and revealed a very innocent and sunny smile. Yes, he nodded, answering sincerely. I added just a tiny bit of extra force. However, I'm just a support. The main thing is that the instructor himself has a good foundation to achieve this effect. I have a good foundation. Lei Jun looked down at his fists, which had returned to normal, but still seemed to retain the sensation of tearing apart the universe, and muttered to himself. His 20 years of ascetic practice. His proud S-rank lightning enhancement. He can deliver a punch with the force of 30,000 kilograms. What does that compare to the earth-shattering power we just witnessed? Is it a joke? No. Lei Jun suddenly raised his head, the last shred of reason in his eyes, making him grasp at a straw. The second time you used it, it was different from the first time. The first time it was pure power, brute force, and domineering. The second time the feeling, it was like the world was in my hands. He tried to describe that indescribable feeling, only to find that language was so inadequate. Oh, that. Chu Tianquo suddenly realized, then looked at him with an expression that said, You actually figured it out, you're so smart. The first one is blessing of strength, and the second one is great strength technique. They're not the same skill, so of course their effects are different. Blessing of power, mighty strength. Lei Jun chewed on the names of these two F-level skills, feeling as if his worldview was being repeatedly crushed, swept into the trash heap, and then burned to ashes. Turn out to be, so this is what the world of the awakened is like. So the real power is hidden in these most inconspicuous F-rank skills? What kind of rubbish have I been practicing for the past 20 years? Lei Jun's eyes gradually changed from blank to dazed, and then from dazed to questioning the meaning of life. He looked at Chu Tianquo with a look of piety and bewilderment, as if he were looking at a reclusive preacher. Instructor. Chu Tianquo looked at him like this, and kindly waved his hand in front of his eyes. Are you alright? Did you exert too much force just now, and are a little exhausted? How about I give you another blessing of strength to help you loosen up your muscles? No. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Lei Jun jumped 3 feet high from the ground, retreated more than 10 steps in terror, and put his hands in front of his chest with a don't come any closer expression on his face. One more time, he was afraid that if he did it again, he wouldn't just break through space, but would actually restart the world. He feared that he would completely succumb to that inhuman power and become a madman who only knew how to pursue power. Seeing Lei's shocked and terrified expression, Chu Tianquo clicked his tongue in regret. You have really poor mental fortitude. The toy broke so quickly, it's no fun. He shrugged, turned around to check if Pang Budong, that fat guy, was scared to death, and picked up his potato chips while he was at it. However, at this moment, beep, 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 a rapid, almost explosive communication request came from the tactical terminal on Lei Jun's wrist. Lei Jun jolted awake and instinctively pressed the call button. Buzz. A holographic projection suddenly shot out. The projection showed a dignified man with graying temples, a hideous scar on his face, and wearing an old military overcoat. It was none other than Gu Taiyai, the highest-ranking official in the Strategic Bureau. At this moment, the face of this pillar of the nation showed no trace of majesty, only a volcanic rage. His projection even showed snowflakes and ripples, due to his overwhelming emotions. Thunder, shock, a roar, seemingly carrying a tangible shockwave, shook the air, making it buzz. What the hell have you gotten yourself into this time? Gu Taiyai's spittle almost sprayed out of the projector as he pointed at Lei Jun's nose and began to curse. The base's energy alarms are going off like it's New Year's. All the earthquake monitoring stations along the entire eastern coast of China are off the charts. I just checked the satellite. He took a deep breath, as if he were using all his strength to shout out the next sentence. Can anyone tell me the hell why that 300-meter high hill number 7 on the east side of the training base has disappeared? Huh. Lei Jun opened his mouth wide involuntarily, looking completely bewildered. Gu Taiyai gave him no chance to react, his roars growing louder and louder. This is the 3rd time this month. The first time you tested new equipment and blew up a firing range. The second time you had a sparring match and demolished a dormitory building. Now you just wiped out the whole mountain. Do you think our Strategic Bureau's funding comes from thin air? I begged and pleaded my way into getting this little bit of maintenance money approved, and you've squandered it all by yourself. Speak. What happened this time? If you give me another excuse, I'll parachute in right now and break your legs. Faced with the bureau chief's overwhelming rage, Lei Jun was speechless. He opened his mouth, then looked at his sinful fist. Finally, his gaze fell on a boy not far away who was looking up at the sky, whistling, with a what-a-nice-day expression on his face. His Adam's apple bobbed laboriously, and in a trembling, sleepwalking voice that even he himself didn't believe, he answered the communicator. Reporting, Director, I think, I was scammed by an F-rank support. Chapter 22, Director, your face changes a little too quickly. The communication projection is off. On the training field, only deathly silence and the whistling sound of the night wind remained. Lei Jun remained in that stiff posture, like a stone statue that had been weathered for thousands of years. All that remained in his mind was Gu Taiyi's volcanic roar and his own dreamlike reply. I got scammed by an F-rank support? He repeated the sentence in a low voice, his expression even more unpleasant than if he were crying. Even the bureau chief didn't believe it. He himself wanted to slap himself after saying it. Is this a staged accident scam? Is this how people stage accidents to extort money? With one touch, the punching bag was annihilated. If you touch it again, the mountaintop evaporates, the space cracks, and an eye even glares out from one of the cracks. Is this considered staged accident? This is a dimensional reduction attack. Jiang Wan stood to the side, watching the distraught Lei Jun, then glanced at the man bending down to pick up a bag of potato chips and dusting it off. Chu Tianquo looked regretful. Her S-level expert heart was overloaded for the nth time today. Something seems off about this world. Fisk, all the potato chips are broken. What a waste. Chu Tianquo sighed inwardly, stuffed the empty bag into his pocket, and prepared to go back to his dorm for a nap. As for the missing mountain and the big eyeball that was scared away, what does it have to do with him, an F-level logistics officer? When the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. Late at night, in the eastern area of the training base, this place has become a huge construction site. The deafening roar of hundreds of large construction machines illuminated the surrounding area for several kilometers as if it were daytime. Squads of soldiers dressed in khaki uniforms with the words Special Engineering Corps of the Strategic Bureau printed on their chests were busy working in a tense but orderly manner. Some of them were repairing the walls of the training hall that had been cracked by the aftershocks of the punches. Some were laying new energy pipelines, and many more were filling in the mountains. That's right, filling the mountain. Huge anti-gravity transport vehicles brought in massive rocks weighing hundreds of tons from afar, and under the control of sophisticated instruments, they attempted to rebuild the basic shape of a mountain. The scale of the event was comparable to the mythical feat of moving mountains and filling seas. At the edge of the construction site, in a makeshift command post, Gu Taiyi was wearing his old military overcoat that he never wore before, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He held a newly printed loss report in his hand, his fingertips slightly white from the excessive pressure. The estimated cost for repairing the walls and ancillary facilities of the training hall is $80 million. The estimated cost of rebuilding the number 7 energy conduction mountain, including the internal defense array and ecological simulation system, is $2.7 billion. It triggered a spatial rift, causing the base's defense barrier to overload. The core energy crystal assembly needs to be replaced, with an estimated cost of $1.2 billion. The mental shockwave caused psychological trauma to 321 trainees below grade A, and the cost of their treatment and rehabilitation is incalculable. Snap! Gu Taiyi slammed the report onto the table, which, made of special alloy, groaned under the weight. Thunder! Shout! Gu Taiyi's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chilling aura that could freeze a person into an ice sculpture. Lei Jun, who was standing in front of him, suddenly trembled. He had changed into a clean training uniform, but his distraught appearance and bloodshot eyes made him look even more disheveled than before. Here! He stood at attention instinctively, his voice hoarse. What the hell did I tell you before I left? Gu Taiyi pointed at Lei Jun's nose, suppressing his anger and growling. I told you to keep an eye on these little brats. And while you're at it, stay away from that Chu kid. Stay away. Did you fucking ignore me? Reporting to the director, What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Gu Tai kicked the chair next to him, and the chair instantly shattered into pieces. You actually went and provoked him? And you even let him give you the boost? Did your S-class brain get kicked by a donkey or slammed in a door? Do you even know who he is? Do you even know what that black car represents? Gu Tai paced back and forth in anger, the hem of his military overcoat whistling loudly as it swung. That's the highest level authorization certificate for this Sky Palace project. It's the highest level command that's like seeing me. In the entire strategic bureau, besides me, only 3 people have it. You're fucking using a chicken feather as an imperial edict and a nuclear bomb as a firecracker. Lei Jun lowered his head even further, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Project Tiangong? He had vaguely heard that it was China's highest level secret project, one that even he, an S-level ace instructor, had no right to inquire about. Now it's all right. Gu Tai pointed to the brightly lit construction site outside, his voice tinged with despair. I tightened my belt to the bone, begged and pleaded with everyone to scrape together this little bit of funding from those stingy people in Congress. And you fucking squander it all in one night. How am I supposed to report this? How am I supposed to explain this to my superiors? That my top instructor was tricked by someone using an F-rank skill and ended up destroying the base with a single punch? Gu Tai grew angrier as he spoke, pointing at Lei Jun's nose and cursing. Do you believe I'll submit a report tomorrow saying you went mad while practicing your martial arts? And in order to break through to SS level, you self-destruct your meridians, perishing together with Mountain Number 7. I'll even posthumously award you the title of martyr. Lei Jun's face turned deathly pale. He knew that if the bureau chief said it, he would do it. Just when the atmosphere in the command center reached its most oppressive point, a lazy voice came from the doorway. Wow, this is quite lively. Are you having a party in the middle of the night? Gu Tai and Lei Jun froze simultaneously and turned their heads sharply to look. Chu Tianquo was standing at the door, wearing loose pajamas and flip-flops, holding a can of ice cola in his hand, and taking a big gulp. He yawned, his eyes still sleepy as he looked at the 2 men in the command post, their expressions tense. Excuse me, it's too noisy outside. I can't sleep, so I came out for a walk. Damn, what's wrong with this old man? Why is he so angry? Chu Tianquo muttered to himself. And Lei Jun is such a coward. Where's his S-rank prestige? He's being scolded like a grandson. The moment Gu Tai saw Chu Tianquo, the expression on his face underwent a dramatic change. 1 second, he was a volcanic eruption, a raging llama. The next second, he transformed into a kind and gentle old man next door. That hideous scarred face forced out a chrysanthemum-like smile. The wrinkles on his face piled up, making him look incredibly kind and gentle. Oh, it's Xiao Chu. Gu Tai rushed over in one stride and enthusiastically grabbed Chu Tianquo's hand. His movement was as fast as lightning. Why are you up? Did the noise outside disturb your rest? His voice was so gentle it could melt your heart. These bastards have no sense of restraint when working. I'll make them turn the volume down to silent mode right away. As he spoke, he turned around and yelled at the guard next to him. What are you all standing there for? Pass the word down. All construction machinery to silent operation mode. Anyone who dares to make a sound and disturb Consultant Chu's rest, I'll skin him alive. The guard jumped in surprise, saluted, and ran out. Chu Tianquo was taken aback by this sudden enthusiasm and forgot to drink the cola in his hand. Advisor? What kind of advisor? Director Gu, right? Chu Tianquo tried to pull his hand away from the tight grip on his hand, but couldn't. It's not that serious. It's not that serious. I was just thirsty, so I came out to buy a Coke. How could you run out on your own if you were thirsty? It must be so tiring. Gu Tai said with a pained expression, then turned and yelled at Lei Jun. Lei Zhen, you good for nothing. Hurry up and bring Consultant Chu a case of Coke. I want it ice cold. Yes. Lei Jun snapped out of his daze and turned to run. No need, no need. Chu Tianquo's lips twitched. 1 can is enough for me. That won't do. Gu Tai smile widened. Xiao Chu, you're still growing. You need to replenish your energy. What do you want to eat tomorrow? Tell this old man, and I'll ask the cafeteria to prepare special meals for you. I can't guarantee dragon liver and phoenix marrow, but there's plenty of tenderloin from a grade of ferocious beast. Looking at the overly enthusiastic face in front of him, Chu Tianquo silently took a half step back. This old man's face changes faster than flipping through a book. They definitely have ill intentions. He chuckled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Director, but I'm fine with just instant noodles. I won't disturb your work any longer. I'll go back to sleep now." After saying that, he broke free from Gu Taiyi's hand, turned around and left, his flip-flops making a crisp clattering sound on the ground. Gu Taiyai stood there, the smile on his face slowly fading. He looked at Chu Tianquo's lazy back, and his eyes became incredibly complicated. There was apprehension, amazement, helplessness, and even a hint of fanaticism. Only after Chu Tianquo's figure completely disappeared into the night did he let out a long breath, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. He turned around, his expression now bearing the solemnity and composure of a pillar of the nation. He walked to the table, picked up another encrypted document that had just been sent from headquarters, and at the top of the document were two large characters printed in blood red, "Top Secret." The document is very simple, containing only an energy spectrum analysis chart and a brief conclusion. The target energy fluctuations match the abyssal energy characteristics recorded in the File 013, Whispers of the Void event with a 99.7% accuracy rate. Recommendation: raise the threat level to nation-destroying level. Gu Taiyi's fingers gently traced the words nation-destroying level, a terrifying glint flashing in his eyes. He looked up, gazing in the direction Chu Tianquo had left, and muttered to himself, "F-rank support? Huh. This is hardly a support skill. This is clearly a walking, talking nuclear arsenal that can detonate itself anytime, anywhere." Chapter 23. All Staff Support Worship. The next day, dawn broke. The sky above the training base seemed still shrouded in the shadow of the spatial rift from the previous night, so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Chu Tianquo yawned and walked toward the cafeteria in his flip-flops. The whole world fell silent. The training ground, which used to be filled with shouts of battle at 6 in the morning, was now deathly silent. On the track and in the equipment area, the once arrogant and talented students gathered in 2s and 3s, but no one was training. They merely glanced at the sleepy figure from afar, furtively, with an extremely complex look in their eyes. Awe, fear, curiosity, and a hint of longing. As Chu Tianquo approached, the crowd seemed to be parted by an invisible hand, automatically making way for him. No one dared to stand in his way. No one even dared to breathe loudly. "What's going on? Is there something on my face?" Chu Tianquo asked, bewildered, touching his face. "Brother Kwa, over here." At the entrance of the cafeteria, Pang Budong's massive 2.2-meter frame was particularly eye-catching. He was waving his hand frantically, his face filled with undisguised admiration and excitement. Beside him, Jiang Wan, dressed in fiery red leather armor, leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, her expression solemn. The way she looked at Chu Tianquo was as if she were looking at a prehistoric beast in human skin. "Brother Kwa, you're practically a god in our base now." Pang Budong lowered his voice as soon as Chu Tianquo approached, but his booming voice was still like thunder. "Let me tell you, when those guys who fainted last night woke up and heard that the mountain was gone, several of them fainted on the spot." "Oh," Chu Tianquo replied listlessly, heading straight for the food window. "Do you have meat buns for breakfast today?" Pang Budong was speechless for a moment. Are the concerns of immortals really so simple and unpretentious? That's not the great strength technique that Jiang Wan, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Her wine-red hair fluttered slightly in the morning breeze, and her beautiful eyes were fixed on Chu Tianquo. "I have reviewed all the records of the Vermilion Bird Inheritance. That power is the erasure of the rules. You are not enhancing Lei Jun. You are modifying him, temporarily turning him into another kind of life form." Her voice trembled slightly. As an S-rank powerhouse, she understood better than anyone what that meant. That is an authority that only God possesses. "Really? That sounds impressive." Chu Tianquo picked up 2 meat buns and a bowl of soy milk and casually said, "Maybe I'm just naturally gifted. This girl is pretty smart, but she overthinks things. If I were a god, would I need to spend all my time figuring out whether or not to add an egg to my instant noodles?" The 3 of them had just found a place to sit down when something unexpected happened. A tall, thin A-level student who had awakened wind-type abilities took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind, and quickly walked to Chu Tianquo's dining table. Then, to everyone's astonishment, with a thump, he knelt down on both knees, prostrated himself before Chu Tianquo and slammed his forehead heavily against the cold floor tiles. Senior Chu, Senior Chu, his voice trembled violently with excitement. I beg you, Senior, to grant me a great fortune. This kneeling acted as if it had toppled the first domino. Thump, thump, thump. A large number of people instantly knelt down inside and outside the cafeteria. Hundreds of proud and arrogant young men abandoned their dignity and showed the most devout and fervent expressions to the boy who was biting into a meat bun. I need guidance from a senior. Senior, I've been stuck at the peak of rank for 3 years. Please help me break through. One rugged-looking enhancement student, his face flushed with excitement, shouted at the top of his lungs, mimicking the mannerisms of ancient martial arts novels. Godfather, please accept my bow. Puff. Chu Tianquo almost spat out his mouthful of soy milk. Godfather? Holy crap, you guys are playing this fancy game? Looking at the mass of kneeling good sons before him, he felt a chill run down his spine. He just wanted to lie down quietly, eat, and wait to die. How did he end up becoming a cult leader? Get up, everyone. What are you doing? Chu Tianquo waved his hand impatiently. We're eating. Don't ruin my appetite. But his words did not deter the crowd. Instead, they made them even more agitated. Look, such a master. He never shows his emotions. He regards us ordinary mortals as ants. Godfather, just give me whatever you want. Like Instructor Lei yesterday. I'm in good shape. I can handle it. A muscular man patted his chest, making a confident promise. Yeah. Senior, please give us a buff. Anything is fine. Cleansing spell is even better. Maybe it can cleanse my soul. Chu Tianquo's face darkened. Did these people lose their minds after being glared at by that big eyeball yesterday? This is so annoying. Can't a person even eat breakfast in peace? He looked at the wind element student who was the first to kneel down, and his eyes turned dangerous. You really want a buff? Chu Tianquo asked casually. The student suddenly looked up, his eyes blazing with wild joy, and kowtowed even louder. Please grant my request, Godfather. All right. Chu Tianquo sighed, as if he was being swarmed by these flies, and casually pointed at the student. The movement was so casual, like flicking off a speck of dust. Agility technique. He read it softly. It's another common F-rank support skill, which increases movement speed by 5% for a short period of time. Better than nothing. Supreme Edict activated. Skill agility detected. Underlying logic analysis conceptual link. Link successful. Concept replaced with Taoist mythology. Shrinking the earth to an inch. Buzz. There was no light, no wind, and no energy fluctuations. Amidst everyone's expectant gazes, the wind elemental, student kneeling on the ground, only blurred slightly. Then, that's it. It vanished into thin air. Where are they? Holy crap. Invisibility? No, there's no energy left. He simply vanished. The crowd erupted in commotion, looking around frantically, trying to find the student's whereabouts. Jiang Wan's beautiful eyes widened instantly. Her S-level spiritual sense scanned frantically, but she couldn't perceive anything. It was as if that person had been completely erased from this world. Stop looking. Chu Tianquo took a bite of his steamed bun and pointed vaguely into the distance. It's over there. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. That's to the east of the base, dozens of kilometers away, where there's a continuous mountain range. Where? I can't see it. Use the binoculars. A student with a reconnaissance-type pupil technique immediately activated his ability, his pupils instantly transforming into eagle eyes. The next second, his breath hitched, his face contorted in disbelief, and he pointed to the most majestic mountain in the distance, his voice trembling. The mountaintop. He's on the mountaintop. What? A trainee, equipped with high-tech tactical goggles, immediately adjusted the focus and locked onto the mountain peak. Through the eyepiece's extreme magnification function, they could clearly see. On the summit of that snow-capped mountain, thousands of meters above sea level and more than 100 kilometers away in a straight line, a tiny figure was facing the biting cold wind, looking completely bewildered and frantically waving his arms. That face, purple from lack of oxygen and cold, was filled with the ultimate philosophical questions. Who am I? Where am I? What have I been through? Hiss. A collective gasp filled the entire cafeteria. Dead silence. A deathly silence so profound you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was frozen in place, like wooden sculptures under a spell, their minds blank. 1 second. Just 1 second. A level F agility skill transported a living person from the base canteen to the top of a snow-capped mountain 100 kilometers away. This is called agility technique? That's called precise delivery. Strategic teleportation. If yesterday's power of Pangu creating the world instilled fear and awe in them, today's shrinking the earth to an inch has completely shattered their last shred of worldview centered on science and common sense. This is no longer about power. This is divine magic. This is a miracle. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard again, though no one knew who it was. The next moment, everyone's gaze changed. The previous fervor and excitement vanished, replaced by a pure, unadulterated devotion, almost like that of someone looking at a deity. God, a miracle. The muscular man who called him Godfather muttered to himself, and then he performed the most standard and ancient 3 kneelings and 9 kowtow ceremony for Chu Tianqiu. This time, no one egged them on. Everyone, from the bottom of their hearts, lowered their proud heads. Chu Tianqiu looked at the students who had been completely ruined and sighed helplessly. Damn, this is even more troublesome. How am I supposed to get by from now on? He was about to say something to disperse the group of fanatics. A steady, powerful footstep came from outside the cafeteria. Lei Jun walked in with a complicated expression. He had changed into a clean training uniform, but the shock and confusion in his eyes were still there. He ignored the crowd, kneeling on the ground, walked straight to Chu Tianqiu and stood at attention. That face, once etched with arrogance, now held only reverence. He took a deep breath and spoke in a solemn tone as never before. Atvi So Ju. Director Gu is looking for you, he said. The top secret files concerning the Tiangong project need your personal review. Chapter 24 Simulation Battle. Support must die. The heating in the temporary command post was on full blast. Gu Taiyai personally poured Chu Tianqiu a cup of hot cocoa, his smile as kind as a grandfather giving his grandson New Year's money. Advisor Chu, you see, this Tiangong project is of paramount importance. You don't need to know all the details for now. You just need to understand that your existence has irreplaceable strategic significance for the entire China and even the entire human civilization. Gu Taiyai spoke with heartfelt sincerity, his spittle flying as he spoke. Chu Tianqiu yawned and quietly moved the cup to the side. Here we go again, making empty promises. Since you're dealing with both humans and civilization, and the pressure is immense, how much is the salary? Do you offer social insurance and housing fund contributions? He listened to half an hour of nonsense and summarized it into 3 points. First, you're important. Second, we don't know exactly how important you are, so we have to test it. Third, please cooperate during the testing process. There will be ample funding. So, Chu Tianqiu leaned back lazily in his chair, concluding, you just want an excuse to openly watch my performance, right? Gu Taiyai's smile froze for a moment, then became even brighter. Ahem, how can you call it a performance? This is to better assess your abilities so that we can tailor the most perfect logistical support plan for you. All right. Chu Tianqiu stood up and stretched. Just don't keep me from going back to sleep. He sauntered out of the command post, leaving Gu Taiyai and Lei Jun, 2 S-level experts, looking at each other in bewilderment. Director, Lei Jun's Adam's apple bobbed. He seems to not care at all. Care. Gu Taiyai's smile vanished, his eyes becoming incredibly deep. He patted Lei Jun's shoulder, his voice low and iron-like. Lei Jun, remember this. From today onwards, you have only one mission. Please speak. Lei Jun stood at attention. Use every means possible to push him to his limits. Attack, defense, healing, stealth, everything. I need the most complete data. Even if it means dismantling the entire base 10 times over, I'll do it. A glint of madness flashed in Gu Taiyai's eyes. This is an order. In the afternoon, at the largest comprehensive simulation training ground in the training base. Unlike the previously raised Eastern District, this is a vast urban ruin simulated by high technology. Broken walls, abandoned vehicles, and twisted steel bars form a complex battlefield. All the trainees, more than 300 people, were present. They already knew Chu Tianqiu's identity as Advisor Chu, and now, looking at the boys standing in the crowd, still wearing flip-flops, their expressions became even more complicated. Have the gods descended to Earth to experience life? On the high platform, Lei Jun, dressed in a black training uniform, had a stern face and held a tactical tablet in his hand. Everyone has one. His voice, amplified by a loudspeaker, resounded throughout the training ground. Today's training session, Red versus Blue Team Simulation Battle. The rules are simple. Destroy the enemy's base core, or annihilate all of their members. Start dividing into groups now. A flash of light appeared on the tactical tablet, and the terminals on all the trainees' wrists lit up simultaneously. Chu Tianquo glanced down at his terminal screen, which had turned red. Beside him, Jiang Wan and Pang Budong were also dressed in red. Brother Kwa, we're on the same team. Pang Budong excitedly waved his huge alloy shield. Jiang Wan frowned. She keenly sensed that something was off about the atmosphere today. Lei Jun's gaze remained subtly fixed on Chu Tianquo from beginning to end. Red Team core members, Jiang Wan, Pang Budong, Chu Tianquo. Blue Team core members. Lei Jun quickly read out the group assignments, then took a deep breath. The battle begins. Buzz. A pale blue energy shield enveloped the entire city ruins, and a simulated battle officially began. The trainees from both the red and blue teams immediately began to search for advantageous terrain and set up defensive lines, following the tactical drills they had practiced before. Jiang Wan immediately stood in front of Chu Tianquo, cautiously observing the surroundings. Something's not right. They don't seem to be in a hurry to capture the strategic point. Pang Budong also shoved his shield into the ground and said nervously, "Yeah, the blue team. Why are they all looking this way?" Just then, Lei Jun's emotionless, metallic voice rang out in everyone's tactical communication channels. That was a top-level order issued only to the blue team. Attention blue team. Abandon all tactical objectives. Abandon defense. Abandon stealth. You have only one task. Lei Jun paused, each word seemingly squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying an undeniable resolve. At all costs, eliminate the red team support player. Chu Tianquo, first. Boom. These words exploded in the minds of all the blue team trainees like a bombshell. Kill the support? This is basic common sense in any tactical game. But kill that support? That deity who can send someone 100 kilometers away with a single finger? That bug that can punch through a spatial rift? There was a deathly silence in the blue team's camp. A trainee asked in a trembling voice on the team channel, "Instructor, are you sure? Are we all attacking Advisor Chu? Execute the order." Lei Jun's voice roared. The next second, the more than 150 A-level geniuses on the blue team went crazy. A resolute glint flashed in their eyes. Fear was forcibly suppressed, replaced by a desperate madness. Rush. All long-range, indiscriminate fire coverage of coordinates. 356, 771. All assassins, activate Shadow Strike. All warriors, activate Charge. Mage Squad, prepare. On my command, in 3 seconds, unleash the elemental forbidden spells in a volley. Support units, apply buffs to allies, and apply weakness, slow, armor penetration, and mental disorder to the target. Reduce all of his resistances to negative numbers. The entire city ruins instantly transformed from a tactical confrontation into a siege targeting a single individual. Holy crap! Pang Budong stared at the dense array of skill lights that were flashing from all directions, his face turning pale with fright. Ice spears rained down like a forest, fireballs pelted the ground, and dark curse energy transformed into chains, while invisible mental shockwaves surged like a tidal wave. Hundreds of A-level geniuses unleashing their full power without reservation. This is a terrifying firepower capable of erasing a small hill from the map in an instant. At the heart of it all was a boy wearing flip-flops, yawning. Court death. Jiang Wan's wine-red hair danced without wind, and the pressure of an S-class powerhouse suddenly erupted. Vermilion beurre de flamme formation, burning even. Boom! Blazing flames shot into the sky, forming a swirling wall of fire around her, and Chu Tianquo, attempting to incinerate all attacks. Akala! Golden body! Pang Budong's eyes were also bloodshot. He let out a roar, and his 2-meter-tall body was instantly coated with a layer of dark gold. Buddhist light flowed on his huge shield, which stood firmly at the front. "Hey bro, get out of the way!" Boom! 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 The first wave of attacks has arrived. Jiangwan's firestorm wall lasted for less than 0.3 seconds before being instantly destroyed by a massive torrent of energy of various attributes. She groaned, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, and was thrown back by the tremendous impact. Pang Budong's golden shield, unable to withstand the strain, made a crack sound and was covered with spider web-like cracks. He was pushed backward by the enormous force and slid more than 10 meters, his feet carving 2 deep furrows in the ground. In just one round of concentrated fire, the 2 strongest tanks on the red team were instantly breached. And this is just the beginning. More attacks bypassed them, swarming towards their sole target behind them like a swarm of sharks drawn by the scent of blood. "It's over." Pang Budong looked at the torrent of attacks that resembled a natural disaster, a trace of despair flashing in his eyes. Jiangwan's pretty face turned pale. She tried to gather her strength again, but found that the spiritual energy in her body had fallen into chaos due to the clash just now. The attack, capable of destroying everything, was about to completely engulf Chu Tianquo. At this critical moment, the boy, who had been lazy from beginning to end, finally made a move. He didn't even look at those world-destroying skills. He just picked at his ear with some dissatisfaction. "It's so noisy. Why take it so seriously when it's just a game?" He raised his eyelids, looked at the panicked Jiangwan and Pang Budong in front of him, and sighed helplessly. "Ugh, this is such a hassle." Chu Tianquo slowly raised his right hand, his index finger pointing lightly in front of him. The movement was as casual as opening a mobile app. A sound so soft it was almost inaudible escaped his lips. Shield Spell. Chapter 25 Shield Spell. This is the Southern Heavenly Gate. Shield Spell. 3 words, light and airy, like a feather falling into a noisy battlefield. There was no earth-shattering energy burst, no dazzling magical radiance. The moment Chu Tianquo pointed his index finger, the whole world seemed to be muted. The torrent of energy, powerful enough to flatten a mountain, and a combined attack of hundreds of A-level geniuses who risked everything, suddenly froze 10 meters away from Chu Tianquo. Time, space, light, everything fell into an eerie stillness. Then, to everyone's utter astonishment, a door descended from nothingness. It was neither created nor transmitted, but seemed to have stood there since time immemorial, only now revealing its true form to mortals. It was a colossal gate whose grandeur and solemnity defied description. It stands 100 meters tall, with a base of white jade and tiles made of glazed glass. The door is adorned with lifelike reliefs of dragons, phoenixes, and mythical beasts, as if they are about to break free from the door and soar into the heavens. Golden dragons coiled around the 2 enormous gateposts, their majestic eyes overlooking all living beings. Above the lintel, 3 ancient, vigorous, and profound immortal characters, imbued with the aura of the Supreme Tao, radiate a divine power that suppresses all heavens. Nantiaman! Boom! At that very moment, the stagnant torrent of attacks finally crashed into the gate of mythology. Ice spears, fireballs, wind blades, thunderstorms, curses, mental shocks, hundreds of attacks, enough to destroy everything, crashed into a black hole in the universe. There was no explosion. There was no sound. It didn't even cause a ripple. The flames, powerful enough to melt steel, quietly extinguished before they even touched the door. The ice, cold enough to freeze a soul, melted away on its own 100 meters from the door. That invisible mental impact was more like hitting an absolute conceptual barrier, and was instantly crushed to pieces. All attacks, whether physical or energetic, whether tangible or illusory, were completely and irrationally erased before that majestic southern heavenly gate. It was as if they had never existed. The entire simulated battlefield was completely silent. Blue team. The captain of the mage squad stared blankly at his empty hands. He had just cast an A-rank forbidden spell, Meteor Shower. But now, let alone meteorites, we can't even feel a spark. Where is my magic? He murmured to himself, his voice filled with confusion and fear. Gone. All gone. A nearby assassin student trembled as a shadow strike landed just as he approached the door. He felt as if his very existence had been negated, and he almost died on the spot. What is that? What exactly is that thing? Shield spell? You call this a shield spell? An enhancement-type warrior looked at his fist, which was still trembling from exerting too much force. He screamed in despair in the team chat. They've brought down the gates of heaven. An unprecedented, deep-seated despair spread through the hearts of all the blue team trainees. They were not facing a powerful enemy. Instead, it is a rule that is completely incomprehensible, impossible to fight against, and even impossible to touch. Gulp. Pang Budong swallowed hard. His massive 2.2-meter frame was now as stiff as a stone sculpture. He gazed at the magnificent gate before him, a structure more imposing than any building he had ever seen. Looking at Chu Tianqiu next to her, who had a "why are you making such a fuss" expression on his face, she felt that her brain had turned into a pot of mush. Bro, this is also a support skill. Jiang Wan, who was beside him, reacted even more violently. As an S-rank powerhouse, she could feel the terror contained within that southern heavenly gate more than anyone else. That is not energy nor spiritual power, but a higher dimensional Tao and principle. It is an absolute declaration that within this gate, no law can intrude. Her vermilion bird true flame, already a top-tier power capable of burning mountains and boiling seas among S-rank beings, was as docile as a tiny firefly before that door. Her proud heart, belonging to an S-class powerhouse, was shattered at this moment, and then filled with an even more intense emotion, awe, shock, and a touch of fanaticism. She looked at Chu Tianqiu's lazy profile, and her beautiful eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance. This is true power. This is the authority that only gods possess. I found it. I finally found it. The strongest spear and the strongest shield. Temporary command post. On a huge monitoring screen, the image was completely dominated by that towering Nanaman, South Heavenly Gate. Snap! The tactical tablet in Lei Zhan's hand fell to the ground. His face, usually radiating arrogance and coldness, was now deathly pale, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. As one of the top S-class powerhouses in China, his title of Thor was earned through countless battles and bloodshed. He has witnessed the terror of the abyss and fought against evil gods from other realms. But he had never felt so powerless as he did today. It was an absolute suppression originating from the level of life itself. His fighting instincts, every cell in his body, were screaming at him frantically, warning him. Escape. Stay as far away from that door as possible. That's not a realm that ordinary people can reach. He. Just as Lei Zhan was about to suffocate, a low laugh sounded beside him. He turned his head sharply and saw a scene he would never forget. Gu Taiyai, the pillar of a nation who held the strategic bureau and remained calm even when Mount Tai collapsed before him. He was staring intently at the screen, his old face covered in scars, displaying a mixture of ecstasy, shock, excitement, and even a hint of madness. He laughed, and tears streamed down his face. I see. Gu Taiyai grabbed Lei Zhan's shoulder, his knuckles cracking from the force. His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared like a madman. Lei Zhen, did you see that? What assessment? What testing? It's all bullshit. There's a top-level annotation in the Tiangong project files that I didn't understand before, but now I fucking understand it. Lei Zhen was taken aback by his shout. What? Annotation? Gu Taiyai spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice hoarse, yet carrying a reverence akin to chanting sacred words. Do not look directly at God. We're not testing him, Lei Zhen. Gu Taiyai pointed to the yawning boy on the screen, his voice suddenly rising. We're trying to understand God. Just then, the situation on the battlefield changed once again. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the tightly closed southern heavenly gate slowly opened a crack. Buzz. An indescribable golden light leaked out from the crack in the door, accompanied by ethereal, celestial music. Two celestial soldiers, clad in golden armor, wielding long halberds and with imposing faces. Peeking halfway out from behind the door, their emotionless gazes swept indifferently over the stunned blue team students below. It was just a glance. Ah! One of the students with a weaker will suddenly screamed, clutched his head, and knelt on the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices. His mental state collapsed instantly. Splash! Splash! As if it were a chain reaction, more than a third of the students in the blue team rolled their eyes back and fainted on the spot under that gaze. Their spirits could not withstand even a second of this divine judgment. That's enough, that's enough. Just then, Chu Tianquo's impatient voice rang out. He waved his hand, as if shooing away annoying flies. It's just a game. Why involve mental attacks? That's unethical. As his words fell, the imposing and awe-inspiring South Heavenly Gate, along with the two heavenly soldiers and generals, instantly transformed into specks of golden light and vanished into the air. It was as if it had never existed. The entire city ruins were restored to their original state. However, a large number of Blue Team students lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth, while the rest stood like wooden sculptures that had lost their souls. Chu Tianquo stretched and said to Jiang Wan and Peng Budong, who were still in a daze, "Are we still going to fight? If not, I'm going back to sleep." His only response was deathly silence. On the high platform, a crackling sound of electricity came from Lei Zhen's communicator. He took a deep breath, picked up the tactical tablet from the ground, and used all his strength to make his voice sound less shaky. Simulated battle, over. Red wins. Meanwhile, in the command center, Gu Taiyai had already picked up the red, encrypted telephone line. His voice was unusually excited, yet restrained, as if afraid of disturbing something. "Commander, it's me, right? Found it." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, as if they were waiting for something to say. Gu Taiyai stared at the lazy figure in flip-flops on the screen, turning to leave, and let out a long breath. In an almost dreamlike voice, he whispered, "We found the path to the Heavenly Palace." Key. Chapter 26, The South Heavenly Gate as a Cannon Platform. This is the romance of a mage. In a simulated battlefield. On the ruins, nearly 100 Blue Team trainees lay sprawled out, foaming at the mouth and completely unconscious. Those who remained standing were like puppets whose souls had been ripped out, their eyes vacant, staring blankly at the place where the mythical giant gate had just stood. Lei Zhen's voice rang out through the loudspeaker, trembling slightly. "Simulated battle. Over. Red Team wins." The voice sounded like a pardon, causing the surviving Blue Team students to collapse to the ground, panting heavily. They're alive. They're still alive. Finally done. Chu Tianquo yawned, his flip-flops making a thud on the ground, and turned to leave. "I'll go back and catch up on some sleep. These guys are too weak. They can't even handle this. If I'd known it would be like this, I would have just stayed in my dorm." "Stop." A clear, yet slightly fiery, shout rang out from behind her. Chu Tianquo paused, then turned back helplessly. Jiang Wan's beautiful eyes, burning with flames, were fixed on him. There was no fear or awe in those eyes, but rather the excitement and desire of a hungry wolf seeing its prey. She walked step by step, her dark red leather armor still shining like a burning fire amidst the dust of the ruins. One more time, she licked her slightly dry lips, her voice soft, but carrying an undeniable determination. Chu Tianquo picked at his ear, wondering if he had misheard. Peng Budong also snapped out of his extreme shock and stammered, "Sister-in-law? Sister-in-law? You're not kidding, are you? Another one? If you come again, the Blue Team members will be sent to their final rest." Jiang Wan ignored him completely, her gaze fixed on Chu Tianquo, her chest heaving slightly with excitement. "I don't want to fight you. I mean, do that again." She pointed to the location where the South Heavenly Gate had been before. "Then you just stand there and do nothing." She paused, then said, word by word, with unwavering certainty, "Leave the rest to me." This woman is insane. She's absolutely a fighting maniac. Chu Tianquo felt a chill run down his spine, looking at her fanatical eyes. Shouldn't a normal person kneel down and sing "Conquer" when they see the South Heavenly Gate? How come it becomes that she wants to borrow it as a fortress? The atmosphere in the temporary command post was extremely tense. Lei Zhen stared at Jiang Wan on the screen, her eyes burning with fervor. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he looked at Gu Tai. "Director, should we stop it? Jiang Wan isn't doing well. If we keep fighting, those little punks on the Blue Team will be traumatized." Termination? Gu Tai turned around abruptly, his bloodshot eyes flashing with an almost manic light. "Why stop? Continue." He slammed his hand on the control panel, making a loud bang. "Order all remaining active members of the Blue Team to reorganize their formation. Order the medical team to immediately awaken those unconscious trainees and return them to the battlefield within 3 minutes." Gu Taiyi's voice became hoarse with excitement. He pointed at the screen like a gambler who had seen a priceless treasure. Tell them, this mission isn't about attacking. It's about defending. It's about surviving the saturation attack of S-rank powerhouse Jiangwan. I not only want the data on the shield, I also want to see just how terrifying the power our strongest spear can unleash under the protection of this divine shield. Lei Zhan felt a chill run down his spine. He saw in Gu Taiyi's eyes a resolute determination to pay any price. He immediately picked up the communicator and coldly delivered the new orders. On the battlefield, the blue team trainees who had just collapsed instantly lost all color in their faces upon hearing the new orders. Defense? Defend against that crazy woman's saturation attack. What's the difference between that and letting them line up and be shot? But military orders are absolute, and fear was quickly suppressed by discipline. Brother Kwa, they're here again. Pang Budong looked at the enemies who had regrouped, their faces filled with tragic sorrow, and his voice was trembling with tears. Sigh, this is really troublesome. Chu Tianquo sighed, looked at Jiang Wan's expectant face, and finally gave in. All right, let's just treat this as a post-interdigestive exercise. Let's finish this quickly and call it a day. He raised his right hand again, his index finger pointing casually in front of him. Shield spell. Buzz. That ancient and mighty southern heavenly gate descended from nothingness once again. With white jade as the base and glazed tiles as the roof, divine dragons coil around the pillars and celestial birds fly about. However, this time, unlike before, a 10-meter-wide platform carved from white jade suddenly appeared at the top of the towering gate. The platform was surrounded by clouds and mist, resembling a beacon tower in the heavens. Pretty. Jiang Wan let out an excited exclamation, lightly touched the ground with her toes, and her fiery red figure, like a real vermilion bird, soared into the sky and landed steadily on the gate tower platform. She stood there, looking down over the entire battlefield. The view is expansive, with no blind spots. Beneath their feet lay an absolute defense, impervious to all attacks. Behind her was the man she could entrust everything to. At this moment, Jiang Wan felt the vermilion bird bloodline within her body boiling like never before. She had never felt so exhilarated. As a mage, she no longer needs to worry about assassin sneak attacks, guard against enemy focus fire, or awkwardly use flash to dodge skills. She only needs to do one thing. Output. She poured out all her strength, without reservation. Ha ha ha. This is the treatment a mage should receive. Jiang Wan let out a hearty laugh, clear and melodious, yet carrying a wild madness that seemed to burn the entire world. She raised her crimson staff high, her long, wine-red hair dancing wildly in the flames. Vermilion bird flamme formation, furie météore. Boom! At the tip of her staff, a giant fireball instantly formed, then exploded, turning into hundreds of fireballs the size of wash basins. Like an inverted meteor shower, with a piercing whistling sound, it indiscriminately covered the blue team's position. Defend. Defend now. Earth wall. Ice wall. Energy shield. Activate them all. Chaos erupted within the blue team's ranks. However, their struggles were in vain. Boom. 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 The fireball landed, unleashing wave after wave of explosions and fire. The fragile defensive fortifications were torn apart instantly, like paper. Dozens of trainees were declared dead on the spot, turning into white light and disappearing. Cool. Jiang Wan's pretty face was flushed, not from the heat, but from extreme excitement. Looking down at the enemies engulfed in flames, and at Chu Tianquo standing before the south heavenly gate, still looking languid, something deep within her was deeply stirred. Is this what it feels like to be protected? No, this is more intoxicating than protection. This is a kind of absolute trust and absolute understanding. Her gaze became even more intense, as if she wanted to melt Chu Tianquo completely. Chu Tianquo, she shouted, her voice filled with soaring, fighting spirit. Give me another buff. Again, Chu Tianquo looked up at her. Is this girl on drugs? She's so excited. Hurry up. Give me one that can hit even more accurately. Jiang Wan urged, eager to see her stronger version of herself. All right. Chu Tianquo seemed to be unable to resist the pestering, so he casually pointed at Jiang Wan on the gate tower. Précision technique. F-rank support skill, which is very common, increases hit rate by 10% for a short period of time, but is almost useless in battles of a rank and above. Supreme Edict activated. Skill precision technique detected. Underlying logic analysis conceptual link. Link successful. Concept replaced with mythological concept. Ho-E shooting down the suns, part 1. Seeing through the fire. Buzz. A faint golden light entered Jiang Wan's brow. In that instant, Jiang Wan felt as if the world before her eyes had changed. In her eyes, the entire battlefield seemed to have transformed into a three-dimensional image composed of countless data streams. Every enemy's movement trajectory, energy fluctuations, defensive weaknesses, and even the prediction of their next move are clearly presented in her mind. This, she whispered in shock. Take this. Below, a speed-type assassin student, thinking he had found an opening in the attack, transformed into a blur and circled around to the side and rear of Naniaman from an extremely tricky angle, attempting to attack Chu Tianqiu himself. However, in Jiang Wan's eyes, his action seemed like a slow-motion replay. Jiang Wan's lips curled into a cruel smile, and she casually waved her staff. A fireball flew out of his hand. The fireball didn't fly straight towards the assassin. Instead, it traced an unbelievable arc in the air, as if it possessed its own life and intelligence, accurately predicting all of the assassin's evasive routes. What? The assassin was horrified to discover that no matter how he changed direction, accelerated, or even used short-distance spatial jumps, the fireball remained locked onto him like a leech. Finally, just as he completed his jump and before his figure had even solidified, the fireball was already waiting at his landing point. Boom! A white light appeared. Sold out instantly. Holy crap, the fireball can track targets. Not only that, it just predicted Li Gui's ghost step. How is that possible? This is a padlock. It's definitely a padlock. The blue team has completely collapsed. And this is just the beginning. Jiang Wan went completely crazy with fun. She stood atop the South Heavenly Gate, her staff transforming into the most terrifying Gatling gun. Fireballs, imbued with the concept of guaranteed hit, rained down like divine punishment. An Earth Elemental Awakener raised 3 massive, thick rock walls, but the fireball split into 9 smaller fireballs just before it hit the walls, circling around them from all directions and instantly vaporizing him. A mage activated a mirror reflection shield, attempting to deflect the attack, but the fireball ignored the rules, pierced through the mirror, and struck him squarely between the eyebrows in his horrified gaze. Every fireball is a precise spot-up. Each explosion represents the elimination of a trainee. This is no longer a battle. This is a magnificent yet cruel artistic performance presented by the strongest spear and the strongest shield working together. Less than a minute. In the entire simulated battlefield, apart from the 3 members of the red team, there was not a single person standing. The flames gradually died down, revealing a scene of devastation and ruins. Jiang Wan stood on the gate tower, slightly out of breath, her beautiful face flushed with excitement. She looked down at the yawning boy below, her eyes shining brightly. Finally, I can sleep. Chu Tianqiu stretched. Seriously, why is this girl looking at me like I'm at a buffet? It's kind of creepy. In the command center, Gu Taiyai stared intently at the damage values marked in red on the screen, which had exceeded the system's limits. He picked up the red dedicated phone, his voice hoarse and excited. Commander, it's me. We may have made a mistake. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Gu Taiyai stared at the screen at the lazy young man who had boosted the combat power of an S-rank expert by more than tenfold. He swallowed hard and said in a dreamlike voice, He is not the key. He himself is the Heavenly Palace. Chapter 27 Thor's Wrath, the Heavenly Emperor's Troubles. The ruins, after the flames died down, were as silent as a real graveyard. Jiang Wan stood atop the 100-meter-high Naniaman Gate Tower, looking down at the corpses scattered all over the ground below. Feeling the surging, unreleased power within her, her pretty face was flushed with lingering satisfaction. This feeling is so addictive. She stared intently at the languid figure in front of the door, as if admiring a priceless treasure. We're done playing? Let's call it a day. Chu Tianqiu stretched, clapped his hands, and turned to Peng Budong and Jiang Wan, saying, Let's go, let's go. There should still be some late-night snacks in the cafeteria. With that kind of exercise, I'll need 2 extra chicken drumsticks tonight. Peng Budong was still immersed in the magnificent massacre he had just witnessed when he heard this, and suddenly snapped to attention. He followed eagerly, saying, "Yes, yes, bro, it's on me. We have to have a good meal to calm our nerves today." However, Jiangwan did not move. She leaped down from the gate tower, her fiery red figure like a maple leaf, landing lightly in front of Chu Tingqiu and blocking his path. "It's not over yet." She stared at Chu Tingqiu, her eyes burning with intensity. "Big sister, everyone's dead. What else do you want to do? Desecrate their corpses?" Chu Tingqiu said helplessly. "I want to test just how hard your door really is." Jiangwan licked her lips, her fighting spirit palpable. "A madman, an absolute fighting madman," confirmed. Just as Chu Tingqiu was about to say something, a sickening metallic scraping sound came from the direction of the temporary command post. Boom! The special alloy gate to the command post was kicked open from the inside. A figure wreathed in blue electric snakes charged out, exuding an aura of earth-shattering fury. "Thunderclap!" came Gu Taiyi's exclamation from the command post. But the figure completely ignored it. He stomped his feet hard on the ground. The earth beneath his feet cracked instantly, and he shot off like a cannonball, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, straight onto the battlefield. Its instructor Lei, Pang Budong, trembled in fright, almost dropping his shield. Boom! Lei Zhan's figure landed heavily in front of the three people, stirring up a cloud of dust. His usually stern face was now filled with rage, and his eyes flashed with lightning, as if thunder was brewing. "Shu, Dian, Guo." He spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice like rolling thunder from the heavens, making it hard for people to breathe. The pressure from a peak S-class expert, like a tangible tsunami, swept over Chu Tingqiu. Under this oppressive force, Pang Budong's face turned deathly pale, his legs went weak, and he almost knelt on the ground. Jiangwan let out a muffled groan as flames rose from her body, barely managing to withstand the pressure, but her pretty face became extremely solemn. Lei Zhan was truly enraged. However, Chu Tingqiu, who was at the center of the oppressive aura, acted as if nothing had happened. He even took out a can of ice cola from his pocket and pulled the tab with a click. Gulp. He took a sip and let out a satisfied burp. "You're so angry. Drink a can of Coke to cool down." Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Lei Zhan was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged, and the lightning tattoo on his arm seemed to come alive, emitting a sizzling sound of electricity. "Is it fun?" Lei Zhan's teeth were grinding together. "Do you think it's fun to treat my soldiers like toys, to slaughter them like targets?" His voice was filled with anger at being humiliated and heartache for his students. "First of all, let me correct something." Chu Tingqiu shook the can of cola in his hand. "They attacked first. I, a weak assistant, was simply acting in self-defense." Secondly, he looked up at Lei Zhan, his eyes still looking sleepy. "This is a simulated battle. No one will die. Why are you so agitated? Are you going through early menopause?" "You're asking for it." Lei Zhan was completely enraged. Without another word, he suddenly raised his right hand toward the sky. Rumble. The sky above the entire simulated battlefield suddenly darkened, with dark clouds gathering and countless thick electric snakes weaving through the clouds, emitting deafening roars. "Thor's domain," Jiangwan exclaimed in shock. This is Lei Zhan's signature ability, creating a lightning domain centered on himself. Within this domain, he is the god who controls thunder. I don't care what your Sky Palace project is, or what kind of bullshit advisor you are. Lei Zhan hovered in midair, looking down at Chu Tingqiu with a voice like a divine judgment. "Today, I am just an instructor. I want to get justice for my soldiers. Take this. Thor's spear." He pointed his fingers like a sword and suddenly drew them downwards towards the dark clouds that had gathered endless thunder. In an instant, thousands of bolts of lightning converged into a single point, condensing into a gigantic lightning spear tens of meters long, seemingly capable of piercing through the heavens and the earth. The terrifying energy contained within that spear caused the surrounding space to distort. "He's gone mad. Lei Zhan has gone mad." In the command center, Gu Taiyai stared at the energy reaction on the screen, which was enough to level the entire base with a single blow, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Jiangwan and Pang Budong were terrified. "Brother Kwa, get out of the way!" Pang Budong shouted hoarsely. However, Chu Tingqiu only glanced up at the world-destroying lightning spear, then looked down at the majestic south heavenly gate in front of him. "Sai, Why do you have to force me? Now I'm stuck working overtime again. Go to hell. Lei Jun roared and swung his arm down suddenly. Call out. Thor's spear tore through the sky, carrying with it an aura of destruction that could purify everything. With a speed exceeding the limits of human vision, it slammed into the mythical gate standing atop the ruins. This strike was a furious attack from a peak S-rank expert. This strike is enough to sink an aircraft carrier. Under the tense, almost suffocating gazes of everyone. Boom! Thor's spear struck the very center of the south heavenly gate with perfect accuracy. There was no earth-shattering explosion as expected. Instead, a deep, distant, and vast bell tolled, seemingly from the very beginning of time. Thump! Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The spear, formed from countless bolts of lightning, struck the south heavenly gate as if it had crashed into an insurmountable wall of rules. The lightning on the spear tip flickered wildly, but it couldn't advance an inch. Immediately afterwards, a shock wave visible to the naked eye spread out from the point of impact. Click, click. The spear shaft of Thor's spear developed countless cracks, starting from the tip, and then disintegrated in a second. Transformed into countless scattered arcs of electricity, they were completely swallowed and dissolved by the faint light flowing across the white jade gate of the south heavenly gate. It didn't even cause a ripple. Lei Jun hovered blankly in midair, staring at the results of his all-out attack, his mind completely blank. That's all. It's gone just like that. He didn't even feel any energy backlash. His attack vanished without a trace, like a clay ox sinking into the sea. However, just when everyone thought it was all over, buzz! The majestic southern heavenly gate, after being struck by the thunder god's spear, actually trembled slightly. The tremor was so slight that it would be impossible to detect without careful observation. But in that instant, an invisible shockwave traveled along the earth and reached Chu Tianquo's feet, who was standing in front of the door. He was holding up a can of Coke, ready to take another sip. My hand trembled slightly. A few drops of cold cola splashed out of the can and landed on the back of his hand. The air seemed to freeze in that instant. Chu Tianquo stopped moving. He slowly, very slowly lowered his head, looking at the few drops of brown, sticky liquid on the back of his hand. The surrounding clamor, Lei Jun's anger, Jiang Wan's worry, Peng Budong's fear, all of it faded away at this moment. In his world, all that remained were those few drops of wasted cola. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. He raised his head. Those eyes, which were always half open and half closed, carrying a hint of laziness and sleepiness, were now fully open. There was no anger, no murderous intent. There was only a bottomless, indifferent coldness. It was as if a god high above the heavens was looking down on an ant that had accidentally soiled its offering. I'm actually not a very temperamental person, but what I hate most is people wasting food. Lei Jun's heart skipped a beat when he looked into Chu Tianquo's eyes. An unprecedented fear, originating from the depths of his soul, gripped his heart without warning. He tried to say something, but found that he couldn't make a sound. Chu Tianquo made a move. He didn't look at Lei Jun, but simply stretched out his other hand and gently tapped on the cold, smooth white jade door of the south heavenly gate. Thump! Thump! The gesture was like knocking on the neighbor's door. Hello. A light, emotionless voice echoed across the entire battlefield. Someone is causing trouble. The moment the words fell, under the horrified gaze of everyone, that southern heavenly gate, which has remained tightly closed since beginning to end, suppressing all ages and impervious to all laws. Slowly, a loud creak was heard. It's open. A crack. Chapter 28 Imperial Edict, drawing a circle on the ground as a prison. Creak. It was as if the nexus of a star, sealed away for billions of years, was starting to turn again. Under Chu Tianquo's emotionless urging, the majestic and sacred southern heavenly gate opened a crack just wide enough for one person to pass through. There were no rays of golden light, no auspicious colors. Yes, there is only a profound and indefinable void, a void that cannot be defined by any color. And a wisp of aura leaked out from that nothingness. That aura, formless and intangible, seemed to be the embodiment of all order and majesty in the myriad realms. It wasn't directed at anyone, but the moment it appeared, the entire simulated battlefield, everyone and everything, instinctively expressed their most primal submission to it. The wind stopped. The dust has settled. In the distance, the stones teetering precariously on the steel reinforcements of the ruins have solidified. The vermilion bird true flame that was pulsating on Jiangwan's body went out on its own with a poof, and her pretty face, which was full of fighting spirit, turned as white as paper in an instant. Pang Budong collapsed to the ground with a thud, his 2-meter-tall body trembling uncontrollably, not even daring to lift a finger. The pressure that Lei Jun, who was facing this crack in the door, was 1,000,000,000 times greater than that of everyone else. The thunder god domain on his body, with its raging blue lightning snakes, instantly came into contact with this aura. Like a mouse encountering its natural enemy, it let out a mournful cry and shrank back into its body. His aura as a peak S-class expert was completely swept away. The body, which had been suspended in midair, could no longer maintain its position and crashed heavily to the ground, creating a shallow crater. Well, Lei Jun struggled to stand up, but the oppressive force, seemingly emanating from the very source of life, felt like an entire universe pressing down on his spine. His prized, hard-forged physique and the power he regarded as divine were as insignificant as a speck of dust before this aura. His pride, his anger, his fighting spirit were crushed to pieces at this moment. He finally understood what the annotation in Gu Taiyai's file. Do not look directly at God, meaning, mortals are not even qualified to look up to the gods. Behind the crack in the door, in that deep void, a pair of indescribable, indifferent eyes seemed to slowly open, preparing to cast their gaze. All right, you don't need to come out anymore. Just then, Chu Tianquo's lazy voice rang out again, tinged with impatience. He raised his hand and waved it towards a crack in the door. You're making too much noise. You might scare the plants. Go back. You're not needed here. With all this fuss, and me having to provide psychological support, who's going to reimburse my overtime pay? As he finished speaking, that crack in the door that made even peak S-class powerhouses prostrate themselves, those terrifying eyes about to open, that supreme divine might that suppressed eternity. Just like a computer screen that has been turned off, it disappeared instantly with a snap. The South Heavenly Gate has once again returned to its sacred and solemn appearance, with its gates tightly closed. Huff, huff! As the oppressive force dissipated, Lei Jun regained control of his body. He lay on the ground, panting heavily, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. The fear of surviving the ordeal gripped his heart tightly. Chu Tianquo glanced down at him, then looked at the almost dried cola stain on the back of his hand and frowned. Isn't it over yet? Lei Jun suddenly looked up and met Chu Tianquo's cold eyes, his heart trembling. But he was, after all, a Thor who had fought his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and one of China's top combat forces. After the initial fear, a deeper sense of humiliation welled up inside me. He can lose, but he can't lose so inexplicably without even touching the hem of his opponent's clothes. He gritted his teeth, struggled to get up from the ground, assumed a fighting stance, and his eyes held a hint of madness like a trapped beast. I haven't lost yet. Sai, Zhu Gu Sai. Why is this person so stubborn? Do they insist on completing the entire process before leaving it off work? He looked at Lei Jun, whose fighting spirit had been rekindled, as if he were looking at an ignorant child. All right, I'll grant your wish. Chu Tianquo extended his right index finger and casually tapped the ground beneath Lei Jun's feet. Binding technique, a control skill that even F-level apprentices wouldn't bother using, the lowest level of control skills. There are no light effects and no sound. Nothing happened. Lei Jun was stunned for a moment. He felt that there was nothing wrong with his body, his energy was flowing smoothly, and he was full of strength. He was about to retort with, "What are you doing?" when he noticed that Chu Tianquo had already withdrawn his hand and turned to call Pang Budong and Jiangwan to leave. Let's go grab some late-night snacks. This feeling of being completely ignored caused Lei Jun's anger to once again overwhelm his fear. Stop right there. He roared, and a flash of lightning appeared beneath his feet. He transformed into a blue bolt of lightning and charged straight toward Chu Tianquo's back. Lightning step, his signature speed technique. However, bang! A dull thud was heard. Lei Jun's figure seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall less than 3 meters from where he had been standing. He was sent flying backward at an even greater speed than when he had rushed out. He fell heavily to the ground, completely bewildered. Wall! He immediately got up and looked warily at the empty air in front of him. What was that just now? A spatial barrier? Or some kind of mental barrier? He refused to believe it and activated the thunder step once more. This time, instead of charging straight ahead, he moved laterally to the left. Bang! Same spot, same feeling, and I was bounced back in the same embarrassing way. Impossible. Lei Jun was completely enraged. He stood up, no longer using the lightning step, and instead carefully walked step by step toward Chu Tianquo. Step. 2 steps. Just as he was about to take his 3rd step, about to step out of the circular area with a radius of about 3 meters centered on the point where he had just stood, an invisible yet absolutely irresistible force blocked his feet. That's not a wall. A wall has thickness and is a solid object. There was nothing in front of him. It's just one layer. Rules. A rule that tells him, you can't go over there. He reached out and touched it, his arm passing right through without any obstruction. He activated the lightning, and an arc of electricity shot out without any hindrance, striking the distant ruins. His power allows him to go out. His body can extend partially. However, as a complete being, he cannot leave this circle. What is this? Lei Jun's voice was filled with terror. He frantically channeled the lightning power within his body, unleashing the full potential of his peak S-rank energy. Thor's wrath. Countless thick bolts of lightning exploded from his body, striking in all directions. Boom! 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 The ground around him was charred black and filled with smoke and dust. However, no matter how ferocious his attacks were, the invisible line beneath his feet always remained. He was like a little figure drawn on paper. No matter how much he thrashed about, he could never escape the boundaries of the paper. Teleportation. Lei Jun's eyes turned bloodshot as he used his trump card for survival. His spatial ability. A flash of light. He disappeared from the spot. The next second, the light shone again. He reappeared in the circle, but this time he moved from the left side of the circle to the right side. A deeper despair than when he faced the south heavenly gate enveloped Lei Jun. He can accept losing. He can accept that he is not as skilled as others. But now, he is facing a power that he cannot understand or even define. The other person didn't even look at him. They just casually drew a circle. They trapped this S-class peak Thor in place like a monkey. This is no longer a battle. This is a dimensional reduction attack. Inside the temporary command post, Gu Taiyai stared intently at the screen, at the character frantically attacking and teleporting in place. Lei Jun, however, was unable to leave his confined space. His old face, covered in scars, twitched incessantly. Drawing a circle around myself and imprisoning myself, he muttered to himself, his voice hoarse as if sandpaper was being rubbed. The circle that Sun Wukong drew for Tang Santang. He suddenly looked up at the screen, at the lazy figure in flip-flops who had already walked into the distance. We are not trying to understand God. Gu Taiyai closed his eyes, and a tear slid down his weathered face. We're looking up to the might of heaven. On the battlefield, looking at Lei Jun, who seemed to be questioning his existence in the circle, Pang Budong stammered. Brother Kwa, Instructor Lei, is he just going to leave it like this? Chu Tianquo didn't even turn his head. It's okay. He's just a kid. He's throwing a tantrum. Let him calm down on his own. He'll be able to leave when he finally understands where he went wrong. He yawned, and his lazy voice drifted over. Let's go, or the chicken legs in the cafeteria will be gone. Chapter 29, Take Me as Your Apprentice? No, please be my instructor. Pang Budong and Jiang Wan followed Chu Tianquo to the cafeteria for a hearty meal. When they returned, the sky was already beginning to lighten, and the Thor, trapped by the invisible circle, remains in the same place. He stopped making futile attacks. The lightning had long since died down, and the aura of the S-class powerhouse had vanished. Lei Jun slumped in the center of the circle, his whole body soaked in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. His once strong muscles were no longer taut, but instead relaxed, as if they had been exhausted. His eyes stared blankly at the invisible circle on the ground, devoid of anger and resentment, filled only with a sense of bewilderment after his worldview had collapsed. He tried everything. Strength, speed, spatial leaps, and even some secret techniques he had never shown to anyone before. The result is the same. He was like an ant encased in a transparent glass dome, able to see the outside world. He can extend his tentacles, but his existence itself is firmly locked in this small space. This is not a matter of overwhelming strength. This is God's definition of mortal. God said you cannot cross, so he couldn't get over it. Brother Kwa, Instructor Lei, he won't be in any trouble, will he? Pang Budong felt a pang of pity looking at Lei Zhan's distraught appearance. After all, this is the legendary Thor, an idol in the hearts of countless new recruits. Now this idol is shattered. Jiangwan didn't speak. Her beautiful eyes, burning with flames, simply looked at the circle and the people inside it with complicated emotions. She understood Lei Zhan's despair at this moment better than Pang Budong. As S-class beings, they stand at the pinnacle of human power. They're the creators and users of the rules. But now, someone has rewritten the rules easily and casually in a way they can't understand. Chu Tianquo yawned, holding the plastic bag he had taken from the cafeteria. What could possibly happen? He's just too energetic. Let him calm down. He strolled over to the invisible circle, squatted down, and looked directly at Lei Zhan, who was slumped inside. Have you figured it out? Lei Zhan slowly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes looking at Chu Tianquo. That face, which always wore a lazy expression, was more terrifying to him than any god or demon. He opened his mouth, his throat so dry it felt like it was on fire, and hoarsely uttered a single word, water. You should have said so earlier. Chu Tianquo took a can of chilled cola out of the plastic bag, pulled the tab with a click, and handed it over. The cola can easily pass through that invisible rule and was delivered to Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan stared blankly at the can of cola that was emitting wisps of cool air. His men can't get out, but this can of Coke was able to get in. This shows that the rules of this cage are entirely defined by the whims of the boy in front of him. If he wants you in, you can go in. If he doesn't want you out, you can't go out. This is no longer a binding technique. This is a case of words becoming law. Lei Zhan's hands trembled as he accepted the cola. The cool touch from his palm cleared his muddled mind somewhat. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and drank it. Gulp, gulp. The cool liquid slid down his parched throat, taking away his anxiety and anger, and extinguishing the last flame of pride in his heart. He finished the can of cola and let out a long sigh of relief. Then he looked at Chu Tianquo, and his eyes changed completely. Anger, resentment, humiliation, bewilderment. These emotions receded like the tide, replaced by an unprecedented awe, and a hint of fervor, like a pilgrim witnessing a miracle. He, Lei Zhan, is one of the top warriors in China, an S-level peak expert who fought his way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The only truth he believed in was power. The boy before him showed him the ultimate form of power that he never dared to dream of. This is not a disgrace. This is an apocalypse. Lei Zhan's voice was still hoarse, but it held an unprecedented firmness. I lost. Oh. Chu Tianquo nodded, reaching out to take the empty Coke can back. We can't litter. He does have environmental awareness. He's teachable. However, Lei Zhan did not let go. Clutching the empty can, amidst everyone's astonished gazes, he mustered his last strength and abruptly stood up from the ground. His legs trembled slightly from exhaustion, but he still stood straight, like a javelin that had been straightened again. He released the can of Coke and let it fall to the ground. The next second, he slammed his feet together, making a crisp sound. He straightened his back, put his right hand together, and gave a military salute to Chu Tianquo outside the circle with an impeccable and standard military posture. Report. He mustered all his strength and let out a roar that shook the ruins. Special Operations Bureau, 1st Assault Team Captain, Lei Zhan. It was my fault for attacking you earlier. I apologize for my recklessness and ignorance. I accept defeat wholeheartedly. Pang Budong's mouth was wide enough to fit an egg. Jiangwan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Her red lips parted slightly. A top-tier S-class expert, China's Thor, after being utterly defeated, saluted a boy not even 20 years old and loudly admitted his mistake. This scene is so subversive. However, even more disruptive developments were yet to come. Lei Zhan's gaze was burning hot as he stared intently at Chu Tianquo, his voice trembling with excitement. Yet every word was resounding. I beg you, allow me to follow you. Please, be my instructor. The moment the words left his mouth, Chu Tianquo clearly felt the invisible circle that had trapped Lei Zhan. The rules that evolved from the concept of binding technique dissipated the moment Lei Jun said, "I am convinced and I earnestly request to follow." So, it's a rule about psychological cognition. As long as he figures it out and admits he's trapped, he can get out. Fisk, that's pretty humane. Chu Tianquo scratched his head, looking at the Thor in front of him with a face full of fanaticism, feeling utterly overwhelmed. No, you can't do that. He waved his hands repeatedly. I'm just an assistant. I usually just want to lie down and drink cola. Why be an instructor? It's too tiring. Not tired. Lei Jun took a step forward, finally stepping out of the circle that had trapped him for half the night, and said excitedly, "You don't need to do anything. Just guide us mortals when we encounter incomprehensible bottlenecks. Just like what happened just now." He pointed to the spot where he had just been standing. That feeling of being defined by a higher dimensional force, though filled with despair, is also an unprecedented opportunity. He felt as if he had touched that invisible ceiling. As long as he can frequently experience this divine power, he is confident that he can break through to that legendary realm within a year. Brother Kwa is awesome. Even S-level instructors would fight to have you as their instructor. Pang Budong finally realized what was happening and shouted with admiration. "This is troublesome. We can't shake them off now." Chu Tianquo looked utterly hopeless. Just then, a steady sound of footsteps came from afar. Gu Taiyi's scarred face came into view, followed by several military leaders with imposing auras and gold stars on their epaulets. His gaze swept across the scene, first pausing for a second on the fanatical Lei Jun, then looking at the helpless Chu Tianquo, and finally landing on the simulated battlefield that had been razed to the ground. "Nonsense!" Gu Taiyai let out a deep shout, and the majesty of a pillar of the nation instantly enveloped the entire scene. Lei Jun's expression turned serious, and he instinctively stood at attention. "Chief, Shut up." Gu Taiyai interrupted him coldly. "A peak S-rank character trapped for half a night by an F-rank binding spell, and you still have the nerve to speak? Go back and write a 10,000-word self-criticism. Get out." Lei Jun shrank back, but dared not refute. He could only salute Gu Taiyai and then give Chu Tianquo a deep look. The meaning in his eyes was self-evident. "Instructor, I await your command." He then turned and walked away quickly. Gu Taiyai then turned his gaze to Chu Tianquo, his bloodshot eyes filled with extremely complex emotions. He remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking, his voice terribly hoarse. "Chu Tianquo." Chu Tianquo put his hands in his pockets, looking like it was none of his business. Gu Taiyai took a deep breath, as if he had made an extremely difficult decision. The Tiangong project will be fully upgraded from now on. He stared at Chu Tianquo and said word by word, "You are fully responsible." Chapter 30. Training camp ends and new shadows loom. Upon hearing this, not only Pang Budong and Jiang Wan, but also the several military leaders behind him, who were imposing and had gold stars on their shoulders, showed expressions of disbelief. They had heard of the Tiangong project, a top-secret project that Gu Taiyai had pushed forward despite opposition. Now, this plan, which concerns the future of China, is being handed over to a boy who is not even 20 years old? I won't do it. Chu Tianquo's answer was crisp and decisive, as if he were refusing a notice to work overtime on the weekend. Are you kidding me? Full responsibility? Then who's going to chill my coke? Who's going to let me sleep in? He put his hands in his pockets and looked at Gu Taiyai with disdain. "Old Gu, don't try to fool me. I'm just a weak assistant, living paycheck to paycheck. I can't handle such a big job." Gu Taiyai's eye twitched violently. "A weak support? You call slapping away Thor's spear, scaring away the deity behind the door with a glance, or trapping an S-class peak with a casual circle weak? This is not a request. It is an order." A general with a resolute face and 3 gold stars on his shoulders spoke in a deep voice beside Gu Taiyai. The oppressive aura of someone long accustomed to power spread out. "Comrade Chu Tianquo, this is a responsibility entrusted to you by the nation." Chu Tianquo didn't even lift his eyelids. "Then go talk to the government. Don't come to me. I'm not familiar with them." The general's face turned red with anger. "Old Li, that's enough." Gu Taiyai raised his hand to stop him. He knew Chu Tianquo's stubborn nature all too well. He stared at Chu Tianquo, a familiar, ugly smile creeping across his scarred face. Xiao Chu, you see, you don't want someone to cause thunder and lightning every time you drink Coke, do you? He pointed in the direction Lei Jun had left, his words carrying a hidden meaning. Ju Dian Gu Pao Set. That old fox, he actually used Lei Jun, that battle maniac, to threaten me. He sighed, with an expression that said, I've sacrificed too much for this family. All right, let's get this straight. You're just a figurehead, no work. Don't expect me to hold meetings, write reports, or mentor new people. Okay. Gu Taiyai immediately agreed, afraid that he would change his mind. I'll handle all the miscellaneous tasks. You just need to provide technical guidance when we encounter problems we can't solve. Deal. Chu Tianqiu nodded, then held out his hand. What about my graduation certificate and awards? I got first place in the simulation battle. I should at least get something in return, right? After working so hard all day, shouldn't I be paid overtime? Gu Taiyai curled his lip, took out a black metal card from his pocket, and handed it over. The card felt cool to the touch. The front was engraved with the characters Tiangong in gold foil, while the back had a serial number, 001. This is the highest level access card for the Sky Palace project, Gu Taiyai explained. With this card, you can mobilize resources and personnel from all Special Operations Bureau branches below level A within China. At the same time, it's also a bank card with no spending limit. All purchases are paid for by the government. Peng Budong listened from the side, his eyes wide with astonishment. Unlimited spending limit. Even this rich kid has a monthly allowance limit. This rich guy is living the high life. Chu Tingqiu fiddled with the black card in his hand, finally nodding in satisfaction. That's more like it. Now that the training camp is over, can I go home? Of course. Gu Taiyai smiled again. The private jet is ready and can take you back to Longdu at any time. Half a day later. Longdu, an old residential area. Chu Tingqiu slumped on his sofa, enjoying the air conditioning and drinking an iced cola, feeling like he'd come back to life. What S-level peak, what Tiangong project, none of them are as comfortable as the sofa at home. This is life. He let out a satisfied burp, picked up his phone, and prepared to check what new games have been released recently. Just then, the phone screen suddenly went black. Immediately afterwards, an encrypted video communication request popped up with a caller ID showing Old Fox. Chu Tianqiu frowned and reluctantly answered the call. On the screen appeared Gu Taiyai's old face covered with scars. But this time, his expression was more solemn than ever before, and even the background looked like a high-speed moving command vehicle. Something has happened. Gu Taiyai got straight to the point, his voice hoarse. No time. I'm off work. Let's talk tomorrow. Chu Tingqiu hung up without even thinking. An unanalyzable field has appeared at Tianyu Plaza in Longdu. Gu Taiyai spoke rapidly. All 3 reconnaissance teams we dispatch have lost contact. There are over 3,000 ordinary people trapped inside. Chu Tingqiu's finger, which was hanging up the video, stopped. Tianyu Plaza. Yes. Gu Taiyai's image shook slightly as he turned the camera to look out the car window. Through the screen, a magnificent commercial building in the distance can be seen, shrouded in a layer of gray mist that is visible to the naked eye and pulsates slowly like a heartbeat. Within the mist, the outline of the building was twisting and deforming strangely, as if it were not a reinforced concrete building, but a living creature awakening. Satellites, drones, Chinook detection, all methods have failed. Gu Taiyai's voice carried a deep sense of powerlessness. That layer of gray fog is swallowing up all approaching probe signals. We know nothing about what's inside. Chu Tingqiu stared at the eerie building on the screen, his perpetually sleepy eyes suddenly lighting up. Tianyu Plaza, he murmured to himself, as if recalling something. Gu Taiyai, thinking he had realized the seriousness of the situation, immediately added. That's right. Based on preliminary assessments, this is likely a disaster of a higher level than all previous descent events, perhaps even an A-level or even an S-level disaster. Xiao Chu, you're all I have now. I need you. Turn left at the end of the 3rd floor of Tianyu Plaza. Chu Tingqiu suddenly spoke, interrupting Gu Taiyai. Isn't there a figurine shop called Dimension Breakthrough? Gu Taiyai was stunned. Huh? It seems there is such a shop. What's wrong? Chu Tingqiu suddenly sat up from the sofa, his eyes shining brightly, and there was no trace of laziness on his face. Last week, they released a limited edition Mobile Suit Gundam Final Form figure. Only 100 sets were available worldwide. I queued for 3 days and still couldn't get one. Gutaya, is this the time to talk about this? More than 3,000 lives. Chu Tianquo completely ignored his astonishment and continued speaking to himself. Missing, distorted, interesting. Maybe the people and things inside are all right. If only I could sneak in during the chaos and take that set of figurines out. He licked his lips and gave Gu Taiyi on the screen a bright, sunny smile. Old Gu, don't worry. I'll take this mission. Chapter 31, The Haunted Shopping Mall and My Wives. The call ended. Chu Tianquo leaped up from the sofa with agility that belied his usual lazy, unassuming nature. He rushed into the bedroom and quickly changed his clothes. Still the same faded t-shirt and beach shorts, plus a pair of flip-flops. Yes, combat gear, all set. He straightened his slightly messy hair in front of the mirror, his eyes showing an unprecedented seriousness. It's just an S-class disaster. But that's a globally limited edition mobile suit god. Final form. Those sleek armor lines, those imposing particle wings, those replaceable annihilation cannons. If you miss them, you'll never sleep at night again. 10 minutes later, outside Tianyu Plaza. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Thousands of heavily armed soldiers have set up a blockade line hundreds of meters long, with armored vehicles and mobile missile launchers standing menacingly. All the cannons were aimed at the commercial building that resembled a giant tomb. The gray mist, like a living thing, tightly enveloped the entire building, pulsating slowly and rhythmically, each pulsation seemingly devouring the surrounding light and sound. Gu Taiyi stood in front of the temporary command vehicle, his face ashen. Behind him, on the electronic screen, was a glaring signal interruption message. Chief, Jiang Wan and Peng Budong have arrived. An operations staff officer reported in a low voice. Gu Taiyi nodded, his gaze piercing through the crowd to spot the trio approaching from a distance. Jiang Wan was dressed in a fiery red, tight-fitting combat uniform, her expression solemn. The heat emanating from her made the soldiers who approached her feel parched. Peng Budong carried his signature giant alloy shield, his 2.2-meter-tall body exuding an aura of oppression, but upon closer inspection, one would notice that his forehead was covered in cold sweat. And those walking at the very front. Gu Taiyi's eye twitched again. Chu Tianquo held a can of iced cola in his left hand and put his right hand in his pocket. His flip-flops clattered as he looked around. They didn't look like they were there to deal with an S-class disaster. They looked more like they were out for a stroll and checking out any discounts or promotions. Old Gu, how's it going? Chu Tianquo walked over, took a sip of cola, and asked casually. It's terrible. Gu Taiyi pointed to the cloud of gray fog. The preliminary assessment is that it is a cognitive pollution field. All electronic devices that have entered it have malfunctioned. People who go inside will become disoriented and may even suffer psychological attacks. We've already lost 3 squads inside. Oh, Chu Tianquo nodded, then took out his phone and opened the map app. Don't worry, I always have a good sense of direction. Did you understand the key points? Brother Kwa, this place, it's a bit eerie. Peng Budong leaned closer and whispered, I feel like my immovable king is giving a warning, the thing inside. It's really hard. Jiang Wan frowned as well. The Chinook particles in the air are extremely chaotic and corrosive, like a pot of boiling poisonous porridge. This feeling is 100 times more troublesome than the A-level crying abyss we encountered in Siberia last time. No problem. Chu Tianquo swiped his phone screen, found the indoor map of Tianyu Plaza, and his eyes lit up. Found it. 3rd floor, dimensional breakthrough. Enter from A area entrance. Take the escalator up the fastest. Perfect route planning complete. After saying that, he completely ignored Gu Taiyi's face, which was about to turn purple, and walked straight toward the square gate shrouded in gray fog. Let's go, we're in a hurry. Jiang Wan and Peng Budong exchanged a glance and followed helplessly. Amidst countless worried and questioning gazes from behind, the 3 figures plunged headlong into the deathly gray mist. It felt like passing through a layer of cold, sticky jelly. The scene before my eyes changed instantly. The noise and light from the outside world were completely cut off, and the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. The lights inside the mall flickered wildly, like old light tubes with poor contact. In the dim light, everything around appeared distorted and grotesque. The air was filled with a stench of rotting flesh. Tisk, this smells like cheap model paint mixed with super glue that's been sitting out for a month. It's intoxicating. Chu Tianquo thought to himself. Watch out, Jiang Wan shouted in a low voice, and a fist-sized ball of vermilion bird true flame ignited in her palm, illuminating the surroundings. Under the light, they saw that the once clean and shiny floor was covered with dark brown, long-dried drag marks. Not far away, in the window of a clothing store, several plastic mannequins were posing in bizarre ways. Horrifying under the flashing lights. Gulp, Pang Budong swallowed hard, holding the giant shield tightly in front of him. Brother Kwa, this is like a ghost story. Shut up. Chu Tianquo didn't even look up, still focused on his phone screen, gesturing with his fingers. I'm calculating the shortest path. Strange, the signal here seems to be interfered with, and the GPS positioning is a bit unstable. Jiang Wan. Pang Budong. Dude, we're about to be eaten by ghosts, and you're still worried about your GPS? Click. A soft, dislocated sound came from the shop window next door. Jiang Wan and Pang Budong suddenly turned their heads. The plastic mannequin with its neck twisted was slowly moving. Its plastic joints made a teeth-grinding creak sound, and it stiffly turned its head, its empty eye sockets looking at the three people. Immediately afterwards, the other and third models next to it also started to move, like corpses that had been awakened. They stiffly stepped out of the shop window, crawling on the ground with their limbs in a reverse joint position, their speed increasing as they charged towards the three people. You're asking for death. Jiang Wan's beautiful eyes turned cold, and she was about to make a move. No. Chu Tianquo suddenly shouted. Jiang Wan paused in her movements. Chu Tianquo looked at the models rushing towards him with a pained expression. These poses are pretty good. It's a shame to break them. Maybe I could take them back and modify them to make accessories for my wives. A vein throbbed on Jiang Wan's forehead. You call these junk accessories? Just as the models were about to pounce on him. Chu Tianquo finally looked up from his phone's map, glanced at them, and frowned impatiently. Don't bother me. He said it softly. The moment the words fell, the models, who had been rushing towards them with an ominous aura, seemed to have been put on pause and froze in place. Then, like puppets that have lost all support, they scattered into a pile of harmless plastic parts with a crash. Arms, thighs, torsos scattered all over the ground, no longer bearing any eerie aura. It was as if the terrifying scene, just now, was just an illusion. Done. Chu Tianquo withdrew his gaze and continued studying his map, muttering to himself, Go through here. Take that escalator. Pang Budong looked at the pile of parts on the ground. Then the nonchalant Chu Tianquo opened his mouth and finally only managed to utter two words. Awesome. Awesome. Is this what they mean by words become law? Turning that monstrosity back into plastic is just a matter of a single sentence. Jiang Wan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in her heart. She had begun to get used to it. Being by this man's side, anything that defied common sense seemed to become reasonable. Let's go. Chu Tianquo finally determined the route and took the lead towards the escalator not far away. It was an elevator that had stopped working and was covered in dark brown stains. On the wall next to it, there were several huge claw marks, as if they had been made by something hitting the wall hard. Chu Tianquo ignored it and stepped on it. The moment he stepped onto the elevator, all the lights in the mall went out with a snap. Endless darkness and deathly silence instantly swallowed everything. Brother Kwa, Pang Budong exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Wan reacted extremely quickly. The vermilion bird, true flame in her palm, exploded instantly, transforming into a blazing fireball that hovered in mid-air, illuminating the surrounding 10 meters as bright as day. However, in the firelight, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. In the darkness ahead, at the end of the escalator, on the second-floor platform, stood countless figures. Some of those figures were plastic mannequins I'd seen before, while others were corpses dressed in mall employee uniforms, their bodies already rotting and twisted. Even more are indescribable stitched-together monsters, haphazardly pieced together from flesh, wires, and reinforced concrete. They all stood there silently, hundreds and thousands of pairs of eyes, some empty, some resentful, some crazed, all fixed on Chu Tianquo and his two companions in the elevator. Pang's unmoving legs trembled like a leaf. Jiang Wan's expression also became extremely solemn. She unleashed her S-rank powerhouse spiritual energy without reservation, preparing for a fierce battle. However, Chu Tianquo, who was being watched by this mountain of corpses and sea of monsters, seemed to see them completely. He simply raised his head, his gaze piercing through the dense horde of monsters, looking towards the third floor behind them, his eyes burning with intensity and a bright, expectant smile spreading across his face. He opened his arms as if embracing his faith, and in an almost lamenting tone, filled with boundless emotion, he cried out, "My wives, I've come to take you home." Chapter 32. Is this invisibility? This is vanishing. My wives, I've come to take you home. Pang Budong almost choked on his breath and nearly passed out. Jiang Wan's temple throbbed violently, and the enormous fireball in her palm, ready to be hurled at any moment, trembled. Wives. Following Chu Tianquo's burning gaze, she looked up and through the dense gaps between the monsters, vaguely saw the sign of a shop on the third floor. Dimensional breakthrough. So, the wives you're talking about, are those little plastic figures from that figurine shop? You call those women wives? In that instant, all terror, all S-level disaster, all mountains of corpses and seas of blood were swept away by this ridiculous shout. Jiang Wan now just wants to pry open Chu Tianquo's brain to see what's inside. Wow, that's spectacular. If I could collect all of these and fill an entire wall, wow. Chu Tianquo completely ignored the utterly devastated expressions of the two people beside him, still immersed in his own fantasy, his mouth practically stretched to his ears in a wide grin. Perhaps his heartfelt confession was too shocking, because the group of monsters on the second floor platform also froze for a moment. But the next second, an even more violent malice erupted. Roar! A monster stitched together from 3 corpses and monitor wires let out a roar that was not human. The monitor screen on its chest flickered with static, then suddenly lit up with a distorted, wailing human face. The piercing sound waves, mixed with a mental shock, swept in like a tsunami. Careful! Jiang Wan's expression changed, and the vermilion bird, True Flame, suddenly surged, about to form a flame barrier. It's so noisy. Chu Tianquo frowned impatiently. He merely glanced at the Frankenstein monster indifferently. The deafening roar came to an abrupt halt. The wailing face on the screen on the Frankenstein's monster's chest froze instantly, like a chicken being choked. Then, with a soft snap, the old monitor went completely black, emitting a wisp of smoke. The Frankenstein monster swayed, seemingly quite confused as to why it had suddenly lost its voice. The monsters in the arena fell into an eerie silence once again. They seemed to finally realize that something was off about the man in flip-flops in front of them. Let's go, don't waste time. Chu Tianquo withdrew his gaze, took the lead, and continued to walk upwards on the stopped escalator. As soon as he moved, the monsters moved too. The rotting corpses and plastic mannequins in the front row roared and leaped off the second floor platform, lunging at the 3 of them. Brother Kwa, Pang Budong roared, raising his giant shield to take the hit head-on. Don't do it. Chu Tianquo didn't even turn his head. If you break it, you'll have to fix it, which is a waste of energy. I'll do it. He didn't stop walking, but simply snapped his fingers. Smack! The crisp sound echoed in the deathly silent shopping mall. Give me the invisibility spell, he said softly. This supreme edict talent was quietly activated. The basic general skill, invisibility, is based on the principle of optical refraction, which reduces one's visibility in the eyes of others. Now, this concept has been forcibly upgraded. The goal of the link is no longer optics, but a supreme concept from the Tao Te Ching. The greatest form is formless. The greatest sound is silent. The most magnificent image is the one whose form is not visible. The loudest voice is the one that is most inaudible. Imperial Edict. The great form has no form. Buzz. An invisible, imperceptible wave spread out from Chu Tianquo in an instant, enveloping Jiang Wan and Pang Budong's bodies. There was no light distortion, no blurring of figures. Nothing happened. At least, that's how Jiang Wan and Pang Budong perceived it. Brother Kwa? That's it. Pang Budong blinked, looking at his thick arms. How come I can still see myself? Did the invisibility spell fail? Jiang Wan also frowned. She could also clearly see her combat uniform and her teammates beside her. However, the next moment, they both widened their eyes simultaneously. The several menacing monsters that descended from the sky seemed to completely ignore them, passing straight through the spot where they were standing. Yes, I went through it. It's like passing through a piece of air. An arm from a rotting corpse even slid across Pang Budong's chest, but it brought no sensation and caused no harm. The feeling was like watching a holographic projection. They were the audience, and these monsters were actors on stage, existing in a different dimension. Bang! 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 Several monsters crashed heavily onto the elevator behind the three of them, making a dull thud. They got up in a daze, sniffing around in confusion, making purring sound from their nostrils. They could sense the presence of living people here, but no matter how they looked, smelled, or touched, there was nothing there. It feels like you know a thief has broken into your room, but you search every nook and cranny and can't find a single hair on his head. This is, Pang Budong stammered, his brain completely shutting down. Jiang Wan's beautiful eyes were filled with unprecedented shock. She reached out, trying to touch the plastic mannequin next to her that was anxiously circling. Her hand passed through the model's body without any hindrance. "We no longer exist," she murmured to herself, a tremor in her voice that she herself was unaware of. "This is not invisibility. Invisibility only makes the enemy unseen. Chu Tianquo's ability makes him unreachable to enemies, both physically and perceptively. They are still standing here, but to these monsters, they have completely disappeared from this dimension. Wouldn't it be better to just watch the show quietly?" Chu Tianquo's voice drifted over. "I told you before, I'm a support, not good at combat. Stealth skills are what I should be doing. Yes, as long as I don't exist, trouble can't find me." "Perfect. Jiang Wan." Pang Budong. "You call this a stealth skill? You call this assistance?" Amidst the intense upheaval in their worldviews, Chu Tianquo led them to the second-floor platform, brushing past the hundreds upon hundreds of monsters. The monsters roared in agitation, frantically attacking the surrounding walls and shelves, tearing everything to shreds. But they just couldn't see that their target was swaggering right through them. This scene is utterly absurd, like a school of ferocious sharks searching for three ghosts that have infiltrated the school. Jiang Wan took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She watched the figure walking ahead, still with his hands in his pockets, strolling leisurely, and a strange emotion welled up in her heart. How many secrets is this man still hiding? Where are his limits? As if possessed, she reached out, wanting to touch Chu Tianquo's shoulder. She wanted to confirm whether the man who had taken them disappeared truly still existed here. Her fingertips, still burning with the lingering heat of the vermilion bird shrew flame, were about to touch Chu Tianquo's faded t-shirt. However, just when her fingertips were a centimeter away from the clothes, an indescribable terror instantly gripped her heart. It was as if she was touching not a person's body, but the emptiness of a universe, the very essence of nothingness. Her S-level psychic perception issued an alarm 100 times more piercing than when facing thousands of monsters. Warning: higher dimensional existence overrides lower dimensional existence. Do not touch. Touching this will lead to a logical paradox, triggering a backlash from unknown rules. Jiang Wan's face turned deathly pale in an instant, and every hair on her body stood on end. What's this? Chapter 33, The Socially Awkward Assassin Night Without a Trace. Jiang Wan withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted, the lingering, scorching spiritual energy at her fingertips instantly extinguished by that invisible, terrifying chill. She suddenly looked up, staring intently at Chu Tianquo's back, her heart pounding wildly. What exactly is this man? My back feels chilly. Is the air conditioning too high? Unaware of what was happening, Chu Tianquo had already led the two to the escalator connecting the second and third floors. He paused, turned around to look at Jiang Wan, whose face was pale and whose eyes were complicated, and Pang Budong, who was still in a daze, clutching his shield and trembling. "All right, the show's over." Chu Tianquo snapped his fingers again. Smack! The art of invisibility canceled. The invisible barrier that had enveloped the three of them quietly dissipated. Almost instantly, Pang Budong felt himself come back to life. He could feel the wind and smell the increasingly strong stench of blood and decay in the air. Meanwhile, on the second-floor platform below, the thousands of frenzied monsters seemed to have instantly found their target. Roar! All the monsters' heads turned towards the three people at the escalator entrance. Hundreds upon hundreds of pairs of venomous, crazed eyes, bursting with overwhelming malice, locked onto them. Holy crap! Pang Budong jumped in fright, almost tumbling off the elevator. Brother Kwa, what are you doing? Quiet down, don't scare my figurines. Chu Tianquo frowned, glancing at the monster army below that was about to surge forward like a tide, his eyes showing no emotion. He simply stretched out his hand and gently pressed down. There was no sound and no light effects. But all the monsters that were about to pounce on the elevator suddenly froze. It was as if an invisible mountain had descended from the sky, pressing them firmly to the spot, rendering them unable to move. They could only let out unwilling, suppressed growls, but they couldn't even lift a finger. After doing all this, Chu Tianquo clapped his hands as if nothing had happened, then turned to explain to the still-shaken Jiangwan. That state just now took a lot of energy. And he paused, glancing towards the depths of the third floor, a playful smile playing on his lips. If we don't come out soon, some of the little mice will escape. Jiangwan opened her mouth, wanting to ask what higher-dimensional existence overlay meant and what logical paradox meant, but the words that came out were just a dry, "Are you alright? What could possibly happen to me? I'm just a weak support character." Chu Tianquo looked at her, with a puzzled expression. "I'm fine. Let's go. Turn left up ahead, and dimensional breakthrough is there. I can smell the wives." After saying that, he took the lead, his flip-flops clattering on the stained floor, and headed towards the depths of the third floor. Pang Budong looked down at the sea of monsters that were suppressed and unable to move, then glanced at Chu Tianquo's leisurely strolling back, swallowed hard, and followed. Jiangwan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in her heart. She knew that after today, her understanding of the strong would need to be completely reshaped. The third floor was a complete mess. The glass doors of various shops were smashed to pieces, shelves were overturned, and goods were scattered all over the floor. The walls were covered with claw marks and dried blood. Chu Tianquo's goal was clear. Head straight for the end of the corridor. Just as they passed a large Toys R Us store, Chu Tianquo suddenly stopped. He listened intently, his gaze falling on a huge castle model made of Lego bricks inside the store. "What's wrong, Brother Kwa?" Pang Budong raised his shield warily. "There's some noise," Chu Tianquo said, walking straight inside. Jiangwan and Pang Budong exchanged a glance and immediately followed. The Lego castle, about the height of a person, was now half collapsed, with bricks scattered all over the ground. From the pile of colorful brick ruins, a very faint, suppressed, trembling sound could be heard. It looked like some small animal was trembling inside. Chu Tianquo walked over and casually pried open a few building blocks. The next second, all three of them were stunned. A girl was curled up under the pile of building blocks. She looked no more than 16 or 17 years old, dressed in a black, tight-fitting night outfit that allowed for easy movement, with short, neat hair and a fox mask covering half of her face. She curled up into a ball, hugging her knees, her body trembling like a leaf in the autumn wind. Even through the mask, you could feel her extreme fear. She seemed to notice the change in light and slowly raised her head. Beneath the mask, a pair of empty, terrified eyes were visible. The moment she saw Chu Tianquo and the other two, she flinched like a startled rabbit. With a whoosh, it tried to burrow deeper into the pile of blocks, making a woo-woo sound like a small animal's mournful cry, but it was too weak from fear to move at all. "A living person?" Pang Budong asked in surprise. Jiangwan frowned. This girl had traces of spiritual energy fluctuations on her body, very faint but extremely subtle, like a shadow in the night. "Don't be afraid." Unexpectedly, it was Chu Tianquo who spoke. His voice was soft, with a gentleness he didn't usually have. He didn't approach, but crouched down, maintaining a safe distance from the girl. Then, as if by magic, he pulled a bag of unopened potato chips from his pocket, placed it on the ground, and gently pushed it over. Original Lay's is very effective at replenishing energy. It's not as good as cola, but it's alright. The bag of potato chips stopped in front of the girl. The girl's trembling seemed to pause for a moment. Her empty eyes focused on the bag of yellow snacks. Then she glanced up at Chu Tianquo in fear before quickly lowering her head again, not daring to meet anyone's gaze. Extreme social anxiety. Chu Tianquo immediately made a judgment. He didn't urge him, but waited patiently. After a full half-minute, driven by the instinct for survival and the hunger in her stomach, the girl finally reached out her slightly trembling hand, grabbed the bag of potato chips, and hugged it tightly to her chest. Seeing this, Chu Tianquo smiled. He stood up, extended his hand to the girl, his 5 fingers spread. Let's have some spiritual comfort. Supreme Edict activated. A faint, almost invisible golden halo spread out from Chu Tianquo's palm like ripples. It had no earth-shattering grandeur, but carried an ancient, compassionate, and tranquil quality as if from the very beginning of the universe, like a gentle spring breeze and soft rain, silently enveloping the young girl. This is the lowest level auxiliary divine spell, usually used to soothe frightened cats and dogs, with an effect roughly equivalent to patting their head. But at this moment, it is no longer linked to simple spiritual power, but to a concept in Buddhism, great compassion and salvation for all sentient beings. Imperial Edict, Abhya Mudra. Buzz. The girl was suddenly jolted. The fear that surged from the depths of her soul and nearly drove her mad melted away in an instant, like ice and snow exposed to the sun. Her chaotic thoughts cleared, her wildly beating heart calmed, and warmth returned to her icy limbs. An unprecedented peace and tranquility enveloped her entire body. She slowly raised her head. For the first time, a clear light appeared in those empty eyes. She stared intently at the man in front of her, wearing flip-flops and a lazy smile on his face. In her perception, the world has changed. If Pang Budong is a thick, solid, and trustworthy mountain rock wall, therefore, Jiangwan is a blazing, explosive fire of destruction that could incinerate everything at any moment. They are both powerful and distinct beings within the field, and before him stood Chu Tianquo. He does not exist. He is both nothingness and everything. He stands here, yet he seems to be above the entire field. The chaotic rules that terrified her to the point of madness are as docile as lambs in his presence. He is the only safe zone. The girl remained silent, tore open the potato chip packaging, and quickly stuffed the contents in her mouth to regain her strength. A few minutes later, she stood up. She walked up to Chu Tianquo and bowed deeply. Then, she raised her hand and, under the questioning gazes of Jiangwan and Pang Budong, made a series of complex yet standard sign language gestures. The night leaves no trace. Stealth type, rank E. Can I come with you? Chapter 34, Xianqi's Labyrinth and the Obsession with Figurines. Chu Tianquo led the 3 accessories down the 3rd floor corridor. Pang Budong held his shield tightly behind Chu Tianquo, afraid of falling behind. Jiangwan lagged half a step behind, her gaze fixed on Chu Tianquo's back. The vermilion bird, true flame on her body, flickered uncertainly, alert to any movement around her. The newly joined Yi Wuhen quietly followed Chu Tianquo on the other side, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. That was her perceived absolute safe zone, and her empty eyes reflected only the man in flip-flops. This is it. Chu Tianquo stopped at the corner of the corridor. He pointed ahead, his tone revealing the excitement of someone about to meet their dream girl. Just around the next corner, they're my wives. He didn't finish his sentence. After turning the corner, the corridor, which was originally only a dozen meters long, stretched endlessly inward, ending in a bottomless darkness. The shop doors and windows on both sides of the corridor twisted like melting wax, and the faces of the people in the advertisements on the walls began to turn, their mouths twisting into stiff smiles as they silently stared at them. Space was distorted. Be careful. It's a higher-level mental interference. Jiangwan's face darkened, and she unleashed her S-level Shin perception at full power. The rules here have been maliciously altered. Pang Budong shuddered in fright, holding his shield in front of him, leaving only his eyes showing. Brother Qua, this is a ghost wall. This troublesome. He wasn't afraid of the commotion, but he had a premonition that he would be forced to work overtime to pick up the figurine. A piercing electrical crackling sound came from the mall's long-malfunctioning public address system. Sizzle, sizzle. After the static, a gentle, magnetic male voice came from the radio, echoing in the distorted space. Welcome everyone to my gallery. The voice was tinged with amusement, like that of a gentleman inviting a friend to view his collection. Please do not panic. What you're seeing is not an illusion, but reality. A work of art constructed from the most exquisite emotional materials contributed by 3,621 ordinary people in despair and fear. And you, my distinguished guests, are honored to become my new collection. Now, Please enjoy the exclusive showroom that I have tailored just for you. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold and highly suggestive mental fluctuation silently invaded the minds of the four people. Well, Pang Budong, who was walking at the front, let out a muffled groan and straightened his body. The scene before him was distorted and fragmented. The endless corridor had vanished, replaced by a vast, white, empty space. He looked down and saw that the heavy mech suit he was wearing, worth millions and made of special alloy, was peeling off like sand. His prized alloy shield was also covered in cracks, and with a crack, it shattered into scrap metal scattered all over the ground. No, he cried out in terror. An even more terrifying scene unfolded. His family's underground safe house, located on the outskirts of Longdu, was capable of withstanding a nuclear attack. It contained mountains of food reserves enough to feed him for 100 years. It's empty. Potato chips, cola, fried chicken, barbecue. All the shelves were empty. Not even a single expired packet of instant noodle seasoning was left. Despair gripped his throat, more suffocating than death itself. No. On the other side, Jiangwan also fell into a hallucination. She found herself in a spotless, modern kitchen with a small mountain of thousands of packets of instant noodles piled up on the stove in front of her. Hunger struck. She picked up a package, tore it open, put it in the pot, poured in water, and turned on the heat. The vermilion bird true flame within her body, an S-rank flame powerful enough to burn mountains and boil seas, was now just a small flame under the stove, ready to be extinguished at any moment. The water temperature is sluggish. It just won't turn on. The dough in the pot was as stubborn as a rock. It had been soaking for half a day without softening at all. She refused to believe it and kept switching to different packs. The results were all the same. As an S-class fire mage, capable of instantly generating temperatures comparable to stars, she can't even cook a bowl of instant noodles properly. A surge of anger and frustration welled up inside her, and she almost smashed the stove in front of her. The most silent Yi Wuhen encountered the most direct fear. The walls, ceiling, and floor around her disappeared, and countless, densely packed eyes emerged from the darkness. Those eyes, men's, women's, old people's, children's, floated in the void, staring at her from all directions, from the sky and the ground, from every corner, with scrutinizing, mocking, and cold gazes. Whispers came from all directions. Look, it's her. Like a shameful rat. Why doesn't she dare to look at us? How pitiful. Yet Wuhan trembled violently. She covered her ears tightly with her hands, squatted down, buried her head in her knees, and tried to shut herself out. But those gazes and voices were everywhere, ringing directly in her mind. She felt as if she had been stripped naked and was being scrutinized by millions of eyes, like a monster on display. A suppressed moan escaped her throat. At the heart of this ocean of spiritual pollution, Chu Tianquo remained unscathed. He remained standing in that twisted corridor, indifferent to everything around him. He looked to his left and saw Pang Budong crouching on the ground, his head in his hands, his obese body trembling uncontrollably, muttering, "My chicken leg, my cola." He then looked to his right, where Jiangwan's eyes were bloodshot as she frantically stared at the air, cursing, "Damn noodles, why aren't you cooked?" Finally, he looked at the little assassin behind him, curled up in a ball, trembling so badly he looked like he was about to fall apart. What's going on? Have they all been possessed? Chu Tianquo picked at his ear, letting the elegant male voice on the radio chatter on about artistic concepts. His gaze pierced through the distorted space, locking onto the far end of the corridor where a small point of light stood, the sign for dimensional breakthrough. The languid expression on his face gradually disappeared, and impatience was revealed between his brows. So, Chu Tianquo spoke, his voice drowning out the broadcast and his teammates' wails. He looked up at the empty ceiling, his gaze turning cold. You mean my limited edition figurine is at the end of this boring corridor? And you're wasting my time picking my wife up from school? Chapter 35, Fear Manifestation. That's it. On the radio, Mo Kinji's voice was full of amusement, revealing a sense of pride in admiring his own masterpiece. Oh, there's static. His voice came through the public address system. It seems my guests have a different opinion about my hospitality. Well, art always needs some collisions to create more beautiful sparks. Chu Tianquo ignored him. He looked around at his three teammates' awkward situation, their perpetually sleepy eyes filled with genuine confusion. Are the fears of this teammate a little too peculiar? In the illusion, Pang Budong cried. The 2.2-meter-tall giant hugged his empty belly and cried like a 300-pound child. The scene before him was his family's safe house, a place capable of withstanding the apocalypse, which should have been filled with delicacies, snacks, and drinks. But now, the shelves are empty, and you can't even find a single French fry. My fried chicken, my cola, he muttered, saliva and tears mingling together. A gaunt, dark phantom emerged from behind a shelf. It greedily inhaled the lingering aroma of food on Pang Budong's body, then stuck out its long tongue and licked its chapped lips. So hungry! The hoarse voice was full of hunger. Pang Budong scrambled backward. Don't come any closer. I have no food on me. Not a single drop. The shadow grinned, revealing a mouthful of rotten teeth, and pounced on him. No. Bro, save me. A ghost is stealing my chicken leg. On the other side, Empress Suzaku, Jiangwan, also went berserk. In front of her was a small mountain made up of countless packets of instant noodles, braised beef, stewed chicken with mushrooms, pickled cabbage, everything imaginable. But she just couldn't cook it properly. No matter how much Vermilion Bird True Flame was activated, the flames under the stove remained only a small, half-dead flame. The water in the pot was lukewarm, and the dough was as hard as stone. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Jiangwan's eyes were bloodshot, and her S-rank Shinnok energy surged wildly. She conjured a massive crimson flame staff and smashed it down on the stubborn iron pot. Boom! The flames were so intense that they could melt steel, yet they couldn't even lift the pot lid. The dough in the pot remained motionless, as if silently mocking her. Why? Why aren't we familiar with each other? She roared in a frenzy, like an enraged lioness, waving her staff at the air. An S-rank fire mage capable of burning mountains and boiling seas had his dignity shattered by a bowl of instant noodles. The illusion of night without a trace is the quietest and also the most cruel. Countless eyes emerged from the darkness, their cold, scrutinizing, and mocking gazes piercing through her. Whispers filled her mind like a noisy ocean. Look, it's her, that rat that can't stand the light of day. Why does she always hide in the shadows? How pathetic, they don't even have the courage to make eye contact with people. Yi Wuhen huddled in the center of the illusion, his body trembling, his hands covering his ears, trying to shrink himself into a non-existent point. Just as her spirit was about to be torn apart, a warm and peaceful power emerged from the depths of her soul. It was the Imperial Edict Fearless Seal that Shu Tianquo had previously placed on it. This force could not dispel her fear, but it lit a lighthouse for her in the cold depths of the sea. The fear remained, but she had gained the courage to resist. Yi Wuhen's trembling stopped. She raised her head, a faint flame flickering in her empty eyes. She looked at the malicious eyes around her and remembered the man's profile as he knelt down and handed her potato chips. He's outside. I can't. Hold everyone back. This idea ignited her courage. She drew 2 gleaming daggers from her waist. Whoosh! A streak of dark light flashed as she used all her strength to stab at the nearest bloodshot eye illusion. Smack! The eyeball shattered instantly. Although more eyes immediately filled the gap, Yi Wuhen's eyes lit up. It works. She stood up, gripped her 2 daggers tightly, and launched a silent battle against the endless malice. A little mouse actually managed to gnaw through my painting. The voice on the radio sounded surprised. Interesting, very interesting. Is it because of that man? It seems we need to give you some special treatment. As soon as he finished speaking, the pressure around Yi Wuhen increased sharply. The dagger she had just raised froze in midair, her fighting spirit overwhelmed by a deeper despair. Well, a light, fleeting sigh echoed through the distorted space, filled with impatience. It is Shu Tianquo. He was tired of this farce. He picked at his ear, then lazily spoke into the empty ceiling. Can you please be quiet? And you guys, he glanced at his teammates who were still struggling in the illusion. Your fears are so boring. He extended his right hand, his index and middle fingers together, and casually pointed at the air. There was no chanting, no magic circle. It was just a sobering technique used by an apprentice to refresh his mind. Supreme Edict activated. This lowest level skill is linked to the highest Taoist mental cultivation method. Imperial Edict. The mind monkey returns to righteousness. The 6 thieves vanish without a trace. With a single thought, all phenomena become empty. An absolute sense of purity and truth washed over the entire space like mercury. Click. Pang Budong's illusion of starving ghosts. Jiang Wan's mountain of instant noodles. Yu Wuhen's billions of demonic eyes. All the illusions constructed by all thoughts returned to nothingness, were forcibly erased by an unparalleled power. They didn't explode, they didn't break, they just vanished irrationally, as if they had never existed. The twisted corridor was restored to its original state, and the advertising posters on the walls returned to normal. Pang Budong shuddered and jumped up. He first touched his belly, which was quite fleshy, then quickly checked his pockets. The half-pack of spicy strips he had swiped that morning was still there. He breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that scared me to death. I thought all my food supplies were gone. Jiang Wan also came to her senses. She stared blankly at her empty hands, then looked around. The impotent rage of not being able to cook instant noodles still lingered in her mind, and her expression changed constantly. Yi Wuhen collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, her body covered in cold sweat. Her eyes, as she looked at Chu Tianquo, were now filled with fanatical adoration. Chu Tianquo looked at the 3 survivors, his face filled with the thirst for knowledge of a scholar, and asked earnestly, "So, your fears are twofold. Not having enough to eat and not being able to cook instant noodles properly?" Pang Budong and Jiang Wan's faces turned completely red in an instant. This can't be the same. That's a mental attack. Jiang Wan retorted stubbornly. Yes. Pang Budong nodded frantically. So this is all the S-level powerhouses and rich kids are capable of. Chu Tianquo thought to himself. You, what exactly are you? On the radio, Mo Qinji's gentle tone disappeared, leaving only uncontrollable shock and rage. Why? Why is my return of all thoughts to nothingness completely ineffective against you? His prized art, masterpieces that could drive even S-class powerhouses mad, was as fragile as a child's scribbles in front of this man, easily erased. This was the greatest insult to him. Because Chu Tianquo raised his head, his gaze piercing through the layers of obstacles, looking directly at Mo Qinji hidden in the shadows, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Your art is too noisy and too boring. You're courting death. Mo Qinji was completely enraged. Since that's the case, let me see what kind of fear lies deep within the heart of you, you monster. Boom. The entire mall shook violently. A spiritual force 100 times stronger than before coalesced into a torrent, traversing space and crashing into Chu Tianquo's mind. This time, Mo Qinji is going to personally dissect this man's soul. The scenery around Chu Tianquo receded like the tide. Pang Budong's exclamation, Jiang Wan's worry, Yi Wuhen's tense gaze. Everything was rapidly fading away. His world was plunged into darkness. The next second, a beam of light appeared in the darkness. In the light, a scene emerged. A bright and clean office, bathed in sunlight. A kind-looking middle-aged woman in a business suit and black-rimmed glasses handed him a document and said with a smile, Xiao Chu, come here, write this project report. We'll need it for the meeting tomorrow morning. Chapter 36 is Fear, call going to work. An illusion descends. The world before Chu Tianquo's eyes transformed from a distorted shopping mall corridor into a bright and clean office. The sun was shining brightly, the plants were lush and green, and the air was filled with the smells of printer ink and instant coffee. A kind-looking middle-aged woman wearing black-rimmed glasses placed a thick folder in front of him with a professional smile. Xiao Chu, come here, write this project report. We'll need it for the meeting tomorrow morning. Chu Tianquo was stunned. His eyes, which were always half open, gradually widened. A chill even deeper than when facing the deities behind the south heavenly gate shot from his tailbone, straight to the top of his head. Hidden deep within the gallery, Mo Qinji was observing Chu Tianquo's reaction through a mental link. Oh, an office? An ordinary office worker? He chuckled softly, elegantly picking up a glass of red wine, condensed from void energy. Is this your most primal inner state? What an interesting pretense. Let me see. What are you really afraid of? Are you afraid of being scolded by your boss? Or are you afraid of losing your job? He increased the amount of mental energy he poured into it, and the illusion began to accelerate. Xiao Chu, I don't think the color scheme of this PPT is vibrant enough. Please revise it 50 more times for me. Xiao Chu, the client has changed their requirements at the last minute. Let's all work overtime tonight and redo the plan. Xiao Chu, come here, you write these meeting minutes. Xiao Chu, everyone should participate in the team building activity this weekend to foster team cohesion. Xiao Chu, let's review the KPIs from last quarter. Xiao Chu, Xiao Chu, Xiao Chu. Countless voices surged in from all directions. The office doors and windows disappeared, and the surroundings became an endless expanse of cubicles. At each desk sat a vaguely identifiable Xiao Chu, frantically typing on the keyboard. The walls were covered with scarlet slogans. Treat the company like your home. I'm willing to work 996, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 6 days a week. I'm crazy about the fact that you still have hair means you haven't tried hard enough. Mo Kinji's smile gradually froze. He sensed something was wrong. The fear he understood was death, loss, betrayal, and madness. But the scene before them contained no blood, no monsters, and not even any fluctuations of negative energy. Yes, but it's a suffocating, recurring oppression. It was a kind of restlessness more scorching than the sulfur of hell, a despair deeper than the endless abyss. Just then, Chu Tianqiu made a move. He slowly raised his head. His face, which always carried a lazy smile, was now expressionless. The fleeting golden crow phantom in his pupils disappeared, and two rapidly spinning loading icons appeared. I just want to get a figurine. I just want to go home and drink a Coke. I just want to lie on the sofa and have a good sleep. What? He reached out and picked up a folder on the table that was labeled Project Report. Why do I have to write another report? Bon Strapia. A gray storm, composed purely of resentment and malice, erupted centered on Chu Tianqiu. That's not Shinnick energy, not mental power, and not any known form of energy. That is the ultimate collection of resentment belonging to the species of corporate slaves, accumulated, refined, and sublimated from countless days and nights of overtime, meetings, PPTs, and KPIs. Deep within the gallery, Mo Kinji let out a piercing scream. He faced the storm head-on through a spiritual connection. What lay before him was no longer an elegant gallery, but endless data reports, mailboxes flashing red exclamation marks, and never-ending deadlines. No, what is this? What the hell is this thing? His pride in his mental strength was instantly evaporated in the face of that overwhelming corporate slave resentment, like a cup of water trying to extinguish a forest fire. He felt as if his soul was being forcibly crammed into a small cubicle, and he could hear countless voices calling him Daddy Client. Could this logo be a little bigger? I want a multicolor black. I don't have any specific ideas yet. Can you make a few versions, and I'll take a look? No, shut up. Mo Kinji clutched his head and roared. His elegant and well-fitting suit was soaked with cold sweat, and his meticulously styled hair became disheveled. His prized spiritual secrets had now become the most deadly poison. He opened Pandora's box with his own hands, only to find that it contained not demons or monsters, but a working-class person who didn't want to go to work. Puff! Mo Kinji suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, with foul blood seeping from all 7 orifices. He forcibly severed his mental link with Chu Tianqiu and collapsed to the ground. Like a fish out of water, he gasped for breath, his eyes filled with the fear of surviving a catastrophe and the bewilderment of a worldview that had been completely overturned. He was a follower of treacherous ideas, an artist who manipulated people's hearts and fears. He had seen heroes fall into despair and saints roar in madness. But he had never seen such pure, such condensed, such terrifying fear. This is not fear at all. This is fucking a belief. A stubborn belief called not wanting to go to work. In a twisted corridor, the illusion vanished like shattered glass. Pang Budong, Jiang Wan, and Yi Wuhen stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Chu Tianqiu remained standing in the same spot, his hands in his pockets, as if nothing had happened. However, the surrounding space was contaminated by something indescribable. On the wall, a dense array of received, okay, and no problem appeared. The air was filled with the auditory illusion of Ding Talk and WeChat notification sounds. A suffocating atmosphere enveloped the entire venue, causing the three battle-hardened experts to feel inexplicably uneasy and irritable. Over the loudspeaker came Mo Kinji's suppressed groans of pain. Her voice had lost all its elegance, leaving only a broken and weak sound. Chu Tianquo picked at his ear, looked up at the ceiling, and gave a bright, sunny smile. Hello. Now, can I go pick up my wives? Chapter 37, How Dare You Touch My Wife? The sound of Mo Kinji's uncontrollable shock and rage still echoed on the radio. What exactly are you? His most prized spiritual art, the myriad thoughts returned to nothingness, which was enough to corrupt the minds of S-level powerhouses, was actually deleted by the other party with a one-click junk cleanup. However, Chu Tianquo had no interest in even responding to his questioning. The languor and sleepiness on his face vanished without a trace, and his half-open eyes were now fully open, revealing a bottomless, icy pool within. He didn't even glance at his teammates and strode off. His flip-flops clicked rapidly, his destination clear, the corner at the end of the corridor. Brother Qua. Pang Budong was stunned for a moment, then quickly picked up his shield and followed. Jiang Wan and Yi Wuhen exchanged a glance and immediately followed. From Chu Tianquo's tense back and his unprecedentedly hurried steps, they sensed an impending storm. Turn the corner. A sign with the words Dimensional Breakthrough came into view, but two of the characters were shattered, leaving only half hanging on the wall, flickering with electricity. The shop's tempered glass door was violently smashed open, shards scattered all over the floor. Chu Tianquo stopped at the store entrance. The store was in a complete mess. Rows of acrylic display cases showcasing figurines were overturned and smashed. Countless beautifully packaged boxes were torn open, their contents scattered everywhere. In the very center of these ruins, three enormous, maggot-like monsters lay sprawled. Their dark purple skin constantly secretes corrosive mucus, and their mouth parts open and close like a shredder, emitting a nauseating hissing sound. They were lying on a broken display stand, greedily gnawing on something. The slimy liquid dripped onto the ground, making a hissing, corrosive sound. The larvae of the abyssal worms, Pang Budong said, his face turning pale as he recognized the monsters. Their digestive fluids can corrode grade B alloys. Be careful, everyone. Jiang Wan frowned, and the vermilion bird, True Flame, ignited in her palm. The core of the S-class disaster had finally revealed itself. But Chu Tianquo's gaze did not linger on the three ugly monsters at all. His gaze passed over the monsters and was fixed on what they were eating. It was a 1 hour's 60-minute scale mecha model, with intricate engravings covering its gray-white armor, and the smooth lines exuding a sense of power. Despite being covered in dust and slime, its extraordinary appearance is still evident. Mobile God of War, Final Form. At this moment, the particle light wing on the right side of this artwork, which is limited to 999 pieces worldwide, has been bitten off by a worm and fallen to the side. The mouth parts of another worm were pressed against its thorax, and with each chew, it left a row of ugly teeth marks and disgusting saliva on the smooth armor. The temperature of the surrounding air dropped sharply. An invisible killing intent emanated from Chu Tianquo, instantly enveloping the entire third floor. The thin layer of dust on the ground was covered with a visible layer of white frost. Hey, brother, no, it's just a little plastic figure. I'll buy you 100 later. Pang Budong's voice trembled in his throat. He wanted to pat Chu Tianquo's shoulder to comfort him, but his hand was halfway out when he was so frightened by the chill that almost froze his soul that he withdrew it. He had never seen Chu Tianquo like this before. Jiang Wan's body tensed up. The vermilion bird, True Flame in her palm, was suppressed by that killing intent, and the flames flickered violently, as if they would be extinguished at any moment. She stared in horror at Chu Tianquo's profile, his face devoid of any expression, a void that seemed to reduce everything to nothingness. With a thud, Yi Wuhen knelt on one knee, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, barely managing not to be crushed by this imposing aura. She looked up in horror. In her perception, Chu Tianquo, who was the only safe zone in front of her, had turned into a black hole that swallowed everything. You? Chu Tianquo finally spoke. His voice was soft and flat. The next second, his figure disappeared from the spot. Whoosh! Jiang Wan felt a gust of wind pass by her, and her hand suddenly felt light. Her crimson flame staff, which was taller than her, was made of 1,000-year-old crimson flame, Witan wood, and inlaid with an S-grade fire-type crystal core, had already fallen into Chu Tingqiuo's hands. "What are you doing?" Jiang Wan exclaimed in surprise, instinctively trying to snatch it back. Chu Tingqiuo held the staff, which was a bit too big for him, in one hand, casually weighed it in his hand, and kept his other hand in his pocket. He turned his head, glanced at Jiang Wan, and said in the same calm tone the words that she would never forget. "Borrow your wife for a bit." After saying that, he turned around, and his gaze returned to the 3 worms that were still feasting. That emotionless voice rang out once more. "How dare you touch my wife?" As soon as he finished speaking, he moved. He didn't use any fancy footwork. He just charged forward in a simple and direct manner, his flip-flops almost sparking as he stepped on them. Roar! The abyssal worms finally noticed the uninvited guest. They stopped eating, and their 3 mouth parts, covered with sharp teeth, turned towards Chu Tingqiuo, emitting a piercing hiss. One of the worms swelled up in the abdomen and then, with a poof, sprayed out a jet of dark green, strong acid, which, carrying a foul stench, shot towards Chu Tingqiuo's face. Jiang Wan's heart leaped in her throat. The corrosiveness of that acid was so great that even her vermilion bird true flame barrier might not be able to block it instantly. However, Chu Tingqiuo neither dodged nor avoided the attack. He simply swung the enormous crimson staff horizontally like a baseball bat, casually and lazily. At the same time, he uttered a few words softly. Low-tier weapon enchantment, sharpness technique. Supreme Edict activated. The concept of linking has been forcibly elevated, transforming from the sharpness of a mortal's weapon into the creation of the world by Pangu, defining the first rift between existence and non-existence. Imperial Edict, the creation of heaven and earth. Buzz. There was no flame, no explosion. On Jiang Wan's crimson flame staff, the S-grade fire-type crystal core instantly dimmed, and all the energy gathered at the front of the staff, forming a thin white line. The white line neither emitted nor reflected light, appearing as an absolute void, a rift torn open in reality. The staff swung across. The acid, powerful enough to melt a tank, vanished silently the moment it touched the white line. Immediately afterwards, the white line swept across the plump bodies of the 3 abyssal worms. There was no blood splattering, no screams or groans. The 3 worms stopped moving. 1 second later, their bodies were neatly and smoothly divided in 2 from where the white lines had been drawn. The incision was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting even the blank expressions of Jiang Wan and Peng Budong. No blood flowed, for even existence itself had been severed. Splash. The 6-sectioned worm corpse, like a precisely cut plastic model, slid to the ground, devoid of any life. 1 strike. Sold out instantly. The entire figurine shop fell into a deathly silence. Peng Budong opened his mouth wide, and the alloyed giant shield in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, but he was completely unaware. Jiang Wan stared blankly at her staff. Was that her staff? With it, she could conjure massive fireballs that could burn cities and destroy nations. And this man used it as an axe, cleaving space and his enemies in 2 with a single blow. This is the fucking sharpness technique. Chu Tingqiuo casually tossed the staff back to Jiang Wan, as if he were throwing away a fire poker. He walked to the broken display stand and carefully, as if holding a rare treasure, picked up the broken half of the particle light wing. He gently brushed away the slime and dust with his fingers, his movements tender, but his face was filled with unprecedented heartache and anger. He looked up, his gaze piercing through the ceiling, as if he could see Mo Qinji hiding behind the scenes, watching all of this unfold. He resumed his languid tone, but the chill in his words was undeniable. Clean it up. Then, find a bastard who dirted my house and settle the score. The moment he finished speaking, the mall's shrill announcement blared again. This time, Mo Qinji's voice no longer contained elegance or shock, but only a morbid ecstasy, as if she had discovered a new continent. Aha! I see. Your fear isn't going to work, or those boring social rules, but these things, these plastic toys. Understand, I found the core of your art. I found your weakness. Zhu get ready for the most perfect despair art exhibition I've tailored just for you. Ha ha. Chapter 38, The Eye of Truth? No, this is called The Fiery Eyes of Truth. With his laughter, The entire third-floor space melted away once more. The walls dripped like wax, countless twisted, pale arms extended from the ceiling, and the floor turned into a bubbling swamp. Clang! Pang Budong picked up the shield from the ground, held it in front of him, and nervously watched his surroundings. Brother Kwa, he's here again. Jiangwan's expression was solemn, the flames on her crimson flame staff burning even brighter than before as she warily protected Chu Tingquo's side. She could sense that this time, his mental power was 100 times more violent than before. Yi Wuhen drew his twin daggers once more, his figure disappearing into the shadows, leaving only the silhouette of the man standing in the center of the ruins in his eyes. Only Chu Tingquo remained oblivious to the earth-shaking changes around him. He remained squatting on the ground, carefully wiping the severed particle wings bit by bit with the corner of his clothes. It's so noisy. You ruined my wife, and you still have the nerve to hold a concert here. Chu Tingquo's movements were very light, as if he were touching his lover's cheek. Just then, the space in front of them distorted. Mo Qinji's figure slowly emerged from air. He was still wearing that well-tailored suit. His hair was perfectly styled, and he had an elegant smile on his face, as if the person who had just lost control and was bleeding from all 7 orifices was not him. Hello, Mr. Chu Tingquo. He bowed slightly, performing a perfect, gentlemanly greeting. Now, let's officially begin this artistic feast. As soon as he finished speaking, there were a few soft sounds. Plop, plop, plop. 3 more identical Mo Qinji figures appeared in the 4 corners of the figurine shop, all with the same smile and the same posture. To express my respect, the 4 Mo Qinji spoke at the same time, their voices overlapping and creating an eerie resonance. I have turned your most cherished wives into works of art for this exhibition. They raised their hands. Before them, the remains of figurines that had been scattered on the ground began to float and recombine. The broken wing of the Mobile Suit Gundam was attached to the back of Sailor Moon. Asuka's battlesuit was forcibly put on Gundam. Saber's Excalibur was bitten by the mouthparts of an abyss worm, covered in disgusting saliva. All the models were haphazardly pieced together in an extremely distorted and humiliating way, turning them into piles of indescribable sculptures. What do you think? I named this piece Broken Love. It symbolizes your most vulnerable emotions, which are easily defeated in the face of reality. Mo Qinji admired his masterpiece, a look of rapture on his face. Damn it, what a pervert. Pang Budong couldn't stand it anymore and cursed loudly. Jiangwan frowned. She instantly understood that feeling. Isn't this like someone dumping a pot of freshly cooked, steaming hot instant noodles right in front of her? This is intolerable. Chu Tingquo finally stopped wiping. He stood up and carefully put the severed wing back into his pocket, as if it were a precious metal. Then he looked up. Those eyes, which were always half open and half closed, as if they were perpetually asleep, opened completely at this moment. There was no overwhelming killing intent, no icy frost. It was just a pure gold color. It was as if 2 small suns were rising in his eye sockets. The great power that slumbered deep within his bloodline, originating from the ancient mythological era, was completely awakened. The Eye of Truth activated, a detection skill that can only be used to identify low-level illusions. Supreme Edict triggered synchronously. The concept of connection is no longer the insight of mortals, but rather the pair of eyes from mythology that can see through the deepest hell and penetrate the 33 heavens, leaving all demons and monsters nowhere to hide. Imperial Decree, Sharp Eyes, and Golden Insight. Buzz. A golden divine light shot out from Chu Tingquo's eyes. It has no temperature, no physical form, yet it carries an unparalleled majesty that defines reality and judges illusion. Where the divine light swept. Click, click, click. The space emitted a sound like shattering glass. Mo Qinji's self-righteous gallery, the subspace constructed by the despair of 3,621 mortals, was instantly torn apart and peeled away like a thin sheet of paper in the face of this golden light. Twisted walls, pale arms, viscous swamps, all illusions melted away like snow under the sun when illuminated by the golden light. The messy, blood-stained corridor on the 3rd floor reappeared. Of the 4 smiling Mo Qinji, 3 of them flickered violently like a faulty television signal the instant the golden light swept over them, let out a reluctant shriek, and vanished into black smoke. and those twisted and pieced together figure sculptures have returned to being scattered parts all over the ground. Nothing has changed, yet it seems like everything has changed. The elegant smile on M.O. Kinji's face froze completely. He stood there, his body stiff, his pupils dilating violently. The illusionary realm he relied on for survival, the Tsianch powers he was so proud of, all vanished the moment this man opened his eyes. It wasn't cracked, nor was it dispelled. Rather, it was directly determined to not exist by a higher dimensional force. This is worse than killing him. How is this possible? His voice was dry and hoarse. My all thoughts returned to nothingness, my reality distortion, your eyes. Chu Tianqiu did not answer him. He looked calmly at M.O. Kinji, his golden eyes seeming to pierce through his skin and soul, staring directly into his deepest essence. In Chu Tianqiu's view, the world looks completely different. Pang Budong was surrounded by a thick layer of earthy yellow aura, solid as a mountain, interspersed with the golden glow of money power. On Jiangwan's body was a blazing crimson flame, within which floated a noble and magnificent phantom of a vermilion bird. Night without trace was a nearly invisible pale gray shadow, almost blending into the environment. But the core of the shadow, a pure killing intent condensed like a diamond. And M.O. Kinji before us. Under his keen eye, the disguise of wearing a suit and tie completely disappeared. What he saw was a chaotic aggregate of countless disordered lines, insane colors, and twisted runes. Unseen, slippery tentacles extended from his back, connecting to some indescribable, malevolent entity in the void. Above his head, a deep purple aura, filled with malice and deception, was constantly changing shape like boiling venom. Chu Tianqiu's gaze followed those invisible tentacles, transcending the barriers of space, upwards and upwards still. He saw it. On the top floor of the shopping mall, on the rooftop, a colossal altar, contorted from flesh and steel, was in operation. At its center, a man identical to the M.O. Kinji before them sat cross-legged. He was the true form. Countless fine spiritual tendrils extended from his temples, connecting to every corner of the mall and controlling everything. Above the altar, the barrier of space had become as thin as a cicada's wing, and a huge shadow, filled with eyeballs and tentacles, was frantically crashing against the barrier of the real world on the other side. Found it. Chu Tianqiu withdrew his gaze and gave the horrified illusionary clone in front of him a kind smile. So the real person was hiding upstairs, enjoying the air conditioning. Upon hearing this, M.O. Kinji was struck dumb. His biggest secret, the hiding place of his trump card, was seen through so easily by the other party in a single glance. An unprecedented fear gripped his throat, preventing him from uttering a complete sentence. His pride in his wisdom, strategy, and illusions is like that of a naked clown in the face of this monster. Run! That was the only thought in his mind. The clone in front of him exploded, turning into a cloud of black mist, attempting to escape. However, Chu Tianqiu simply raised his hand, spread his fingers, and gently clenched them towards the black mist. I said that. Clean it up. Then, we settled the accounts. The moment the words fell, the black mist that was about to dissipate suddenly stopped, as it was grabbed by an invisible hand. No matter how much it struggled, it could not escape even a fraction of an inch. Are you ready for your own exclusive art exhibition of despair? Chapter 39 Garbage Sorting. Starting with me. Chu Tianqiu's figure appeared out of thin air behind the security door. He didn't push the door. The lock automatically disengaged as he approached, and the heavy iron door opened silently inward. Behind him, Pang Budong, carrying a shield, rushed up the stairs, panting heavily, with Jiangwan and Yi Wuhen following closely behind. Brother Kwa, wait for me. Pang Budong was so frightened by the scene before him that he shut his mouth before he could finish speaking. In the center of the rooftop, a massive altar constructed of twisted flesh, bones, and rusted steel was emitting an ominous red light. A viscous liquid flowed in the ravines of the altar, where countless tormented souls floated and wailed. In the center of the altar, M.O. Kinji sat cross-legged, his face pale, the blood from his 7 orifices still wet. His suit was tattered, and his hair was a mess, a complete disheveled mess. There was not a trace of elegance left in him. He stared intently at Chu Tianquo, his eyes a mixture of fear, resentment, and morbid fanaticism. "You've arrived," Mo Qinji said, his voice hoarse as if it had been sanded. "Faster than I expected." Chu Tianquo completely ignored him. He strolled around the altar, hands in his pockets, as if he were wandering through his own backyard. His gaze swept over the twisted flesh and wailing souls, finally settling on the spatial rift above the altar. The crack, like a hideous scar, stretched across the night sky. Behind the crack, a colossal creature, its exact shape obscured, was frantically crashing into the wall, each impact causing the entire rooftop to tremble violently. "Tisk, this place is so dirty. The cleaning lady will definitely raise her price when she sees it." Chu Tianquo mentally complained before turning his gaze back to Mo Qinji. "You're the one who broke the figurine," he said in a statement of fact. And Mo Qinji paused for a moment, then burst into a hysterical laugh, the sound sharp and piercing. "Huh? Figurines? At a time like this, you're still concerned about your ridiculous plastic toys?" He suddenly stood up, spread his arms, and looked frantic. "Open your dog eyes and see clearly. Chu Tianquo, this is true art, a supreme altar built from the despair and fear of mortals, connecting with the great gods. And you will become the most crucial sacrifice in this work of art. Your soul, your fear, will all be transformed into the supreme glory that pleases my Lord." His voice rose, filled with the passion of an aria, as if he were recommending his masterpiece to the world. "You're being noisy." Chu Tianquo picked at his ear, his face full of impatience. "I'm just asking you, did you break the figurine?" "Yes. So what if I am?" Mo Qinji was completely enraged by his unyielding attitude, and roared in a broken voice. "Not only will I destroy them, I will also crush you and them together, tear you to shreds, make you into my most perfect collection." "Oh, it's all right as long as it was you who did it." Chu Tianquo nodded, and after receiving confirmation, he gave a "that's all right" look. He looked up at the ever-growing spatial rift above the altar, then at Mo Qinji, and suddenly asked, "Do you know about garbage sorting?" Mo Qinji was taken aback. "What? You?" Chu Tianquo pointed at him, "Our hazardous waste." He then pointed to the disgusting altar and the crack in the sky. "These are non-recyclable wastes that need to be centrally incinerated." "What the hell are you spouting?" Mo Qinji felt his reason was being driven to the brink of collapse by this man's absurd logic. "So," Chu Tianquo took a step forward, his flip-flops leaving a clean footprint on the blood-stained rooftop. "Before I start cleaning up the trash, you can reveal all your trump cards, hidden cards, backing, or whatever else you want." He paused for a moment and added, "I'm in a hurry. I still have half a bottle of Coke left when I get home." "Arrogant. Utterly arrogant." Mo Qinji laughed in anger. "You think you've won just because you've figured out my position? You have no idea what a magnificent being you're facing. You will pay the most terrible price for your ignorance." He raised his hands high and chanted in ancient and eerie syllables. "Hear the plea of your humblest servant, Lord of change and lies, weaver of intrigue and hope, great treachery. Please lower your gaze and tear apart this fragile reality. Descend, thousand-eyed demon." Boom! The crack in the sky was suddenly torn open by an invisible force. A huge, indescribable mass of flesh and blood was forced out from the crack. It was a mountain of flesh haphazardly pieced together from countless eyeballs, tentacles, and roaring mouths. Thousands of eyes of different sizes and colors spun wildly around its body, each one filled with malice and madness. "My God!" Pang Budong plopped down on the ground, almost dropping his shield. Just one glance from that thing filled his mind with all sorts of negative emotions, and all he could hear was the cosmic noise that screamed, "I'll eat my hat if you can't understand a single word." Jiang Wan's face turned pale, and the vermilion bird True Flame within her body issued a severe warning. The eerie aura clashed with her power, making her feel nauseous. Her S-rank dignity kept her from retreating, but her hand holding the staff trembled. Yi Wuhen's figure tumbled out of the shadows, clutching her eyes in pain, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth beneath the mask. The gaze of the thousand-eyed demon was a more terrifying torture than being torn to pieces for a mentally sensitive assassin like her. "Ha-ha!" Mo Qinji stood in the huge shadow cast by the thousand-eyed demon, arms outstretched, enjoying the suffering of the three with a look of ecstasy. Did you see that, Chu Tianquo? This is the power of a god. In the face of this absolute madness, your insignificant little tricks are nothing. At this moment, all of the thousand-eyed demons' thousands of eyes locked onto Chu Tianquo. Buzz! The high-dimensional information pollution coalesced into a mental storm, directly blasting towards Chu Tianquo. This attack was enough to drive the intelligent life of an entire planet into a frenzy in an instant. Mo Qinji revealed a cruel smile that he had been waiting for. He wanted to see this man, the man who had torn all his pride to shreds, kneeling on the ground, turning into a drooling, crying idiot who wanted to go to work. However, Chu Tianquo simply stood still without moving an inch. He even yawned out of boredom. Brother Kwa, Pang Budong cried out in despair. But the mental storm that was powerful enough to distort reality crashed into an invisible wall when it reached 3 feet in front of Chu Tianquo and vanished into thin air. Deep within Chu Tianquo's soul, the illusory image of the South Heavenly Gate, which always clocked out on time, only trembled slightly. Illegal overtime work information detected. The message has been blocked and identified as spam. Automatic cleanup. Chu Tianquo picked at his ear, looking at the huge mountain of flesh in front of him with a puzzled expression. Why is there no sound? Is the internet lagging? Mo Qinji's smile froze on his face. No, it's impossible, my lord's divine power. Chu Tianquo shook his head, his face showing genuine disgust. It's so noisy, and it's so ugly. It's like mental pollution. It doesn't fit my aesthetic at all. He raised his hand, extended his index finger, and pointed it at the thousand-eyed demon that resembled a small mountain. And his voice turned cold. Did you just touch my figurine with those filthy eyes? The thousand-eyed demon sensed a deadly threat. All its mouths opened simultaneously, emitting a deafening shriek, and countless black energy rays shot towards Chu Tianquo like a torrential rain. Never mind, I'm too lazy to ask. Chu Tianquo tapped his index finger lightly. Low-level attack spell, Flash. Supreme Edict activated. The concept of connection was instantly elevated. The faint light that mortals use for illumination was transformed into the first ray of light that opened up the universe, marked the beginning of all things, and dispelled eternal darkness. It is the origin of mythology, the moment of brilliance when a 3-legged golden crow opened its eyes on the sun star. Imperial decree, true fire of the sun. The whole world instantly lost all its color. Pang Budong, Jiang Wan, Yi Wuhen, and even Mo Qinji, all they could see was an absolute, unbearable expanse of white. That is not ordinary light, but the embodiment of the concept of light itself. There is no explosion, no roar. The thousand-eyed demon, as large as a small mountain, along with all the energy rays it emitted, dissolved in that white light. From cause to effect, from concept to reality, it was completely erased without leaving a trace. On the rooftop, the wind stopped. The ominous red light on the altar went out. The spatial rifts in the sky were smoothed out by the light and healed perfectly. As the light faded, Chu Tianquo remained standing in the same spot, his hands still in his pockets. He simply raised his hand and dusted off the corner of his clothes, a casual gesture as if he were brushing off a speck of dust. Opposite him, only Mo Qinji remained, all alone and dumbfounded. Now, Chu Tianquo looked at him, revealing a kind, harmless smile. Your turn, hazardous waste. Chapter 40 Your damn god looks a bit abstract. The wind on the rooftop stopped, and the oppressive atmosphere that had been weighing on the soul was instantly drained away, leaving only a buzzing sound in the deathly silence. Pang Budong sat down on the ground with a thud, his honest face screaming, Who am I? Where am I? He looked at the empty sky, then at Chu Tianquo, who was walking with his hands in his pockets as if he were taking a stroll after dinner, and finally his gaze fell on the petrified man opposite him, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Chu Tianquo ignored the world-famous painting behind him and walked past leisurely with his hands still in his pockets. Flip-flops made a crisp pat-pat sound as they stepped on the blood-stained, broken bones altar, like walking on an asphalt road on a summer afternoon. With each step he took, Jiang Wan's fingers gripping the staff grew number. She looked down at her S-rank artifact, the light of the fire elemental crystal core, and at that moment it seemed a little dim to her. An absurd thought began to grow wildly in her mind, Could the ultimate secret of the city-burning fireball technique that I've been practicing for more than 10 years really be the illumination technique? No, it's impossible. A dry murmur, forced out of the throat, broke the deathly silence of the rooftop. Emo Kinji, the man who was bathed in divine power and proclaiming the judgment of all living beings just a second ago, was now frozen in place like a puppet with its strings cut. His face was covered in blood and cold sweat, and his once intelligent and mad pupils now reflected the clear night sky in an empty void. The god he summoned, his trump card he was so proud of, the absolute power he was prepared to crush reality, gone. It evaporated. Like a soap bubble blown by a 3-year-old, it was popped by a passing adult who thought it was in the way, without even a pop sound. Shu Tianquo stopped in front of the altar, which had been reduced to a pile of rotting flesh and scrap metal, and kicked the base with his flip-flops, making a dull thud. Tis! He shook his head, turned around, and his half-open, half-closed eyes finally fell on the distraught Emo Kinji, his face showing genuine disgust. Is this your god? One sentence, like an invisible slap, landed hard on Emo Kinji's face. His body trembled, and his unfocused gaze suddenly refocused, his eyes filled with resentment, madness, and disbelief, fixed on Shu Tianquo. Shu Tianquo didn't care at all. Instead, he stroked his chin and gave a serious critique in the tone of someone commenting on street food culinary disasters. It's so ugly. A bunch of eyeballs and a bunch of tentacles haphazardly pieced together without any sense of design, completely defying basic aesthetics. He held up one finger. First, people with trypophobia would run away overnight carrying a train after seeing this. The visual experience is extremely poor. Thumbs down. He then extended a second finger. Secondly, the color. It's neither purple nor green, like a spilled palette of death colors, causing serious light pollution. This generation of gods is no good. Their taste is questionable. Thumbs down. Puff! Emo Kinji felt a sweet taste in his throat and could no longer hold back, so he suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. This time it wasn't a backlash of power. It was pure anger. Insult. This is an extreme insult, more cruel than being torn to pieces. His faith, the great being he served, and the chaotic beauty he pursued throughout his life were, in the eyes of the other party, nothing more than a poorly designed and low-taste failure. You, what do you know? Emo Kinji's roar tore through his throat, sharp and piercing. That is the manifestation of chaos. It is a supreme form that transcends mortal comprehension. Your mundane aesthetic sense cannot even glimpse 1/10,000th of its magnificence. Oh, really? Shu Tianquo picked at his ear, his face saying, "You're right about everything, but I can't stand the noise of the next word." But I still managed to pop it with one finger. Emo Kinji's chest heaved violently. A breath caught in his throat. His face turned a purplish red, and he almost suffocated on the spot. Standing 3 steps behind Shu Tianquo, Yi Wuhen, who had already silently assumed the role of guard, subtly curled the corners of his mouth behind his mask. For the first time, her empty eyes found focus. The light was no longer mere worship, but a deeper, more absolute identification. It's really ugly. Shut up. Shut up. Emo Kinji had completely lost his mind, his hair disheveled, his face contorted, and he pointed at Shu Tianquo with a claw-like finger. You think this is the end? You think you've won by destroying one of my master's projections? He suddenly laughed eerily, his laughter filled with the glee of dragging others down with him. Don't you prefer to see with your eyes? Don't you think our Lord is ugly? Then I'll make sure you never see it again. As soon as he finished speaking, Emo Kinji slammed his hands on the lifeless altar in front of him. I will use my flesh and blood as firewood, and my soul as a candle. I will sacrifice everything I have to curse the living creatures before me. The 1,000-eyed demon's resentment, eternal blindness. Buzz, the deathly silent altar, through his selfless sacrifice, unexpectedly regained a faint yet incredibly malevolent light. His body withered at a visible rate, his flesh, bone marrow, and soul being frantically extracted by the altar and transformed into a pure and extreme curse power. A condensed, extremely malevolent black line shot out from the altar, ignoring space and reason, directly erasing the visual from the conceptual level. Once struck, you are plunged into eternal darkness, beyond the help of even the gods. Brother Kwa, watch out! Pang Budong scrambled forward, trying to block with his shield, but the black line was faster than he could think. Jiang Wan's pupils instantly shrank to pinpoints. From that black line, she sensed an absolute judgment at the level of law, one that even she, an S rank, felt powerless against. However, faced with this ultimate curse that staked everything, Chu Tiankyo didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He simply watched the black light approach calmly, muttering impatiently. I told you, you're noisy. The jet-black ray of cursed energy froze in mid-air, an inch in front of his eyelashes. It was as if time had stood still. Deep within his pupils, which burned with a faint golden flame, the sleeping phantom of the three-legged golden crow seemed to have its peaceful slumber disturbed by this ignorant insect, and impatiently flapped its wings. A barely perceptible aura of true solar fire emanated from his eyes. That curse, which embodied everything about Immo Kinji, drifted into the sun like a snowflake. Sizzle. A soft sound. The black light, along with all the malice and laws it carried, evaporated into thin air. Not a ripple was stirred. Immo Kinji's movements froze completely. His gaunt, emaciated face had empty, bulging eyes, filled only with a blank and lifeless desolation. His last trump card, the strongest attack he delivered by sacrificing himself, didn't even touch the opponent's eyelids? All right, your performance is over. Chu Tianquo's voice rang out, as calmly as if he were announcing today's weather. He stretched out his hand, fingers spread, and made a loose grasp on Immo Kinji, who was now a dried-up corpse lying on the altar. Low-level telekinetic skill, telekinesis. Supreme Edict activated. The concept of linking has been forcibly elevated from moving objects to a supreme authority that defines existence and nothingness and determines the classification and destination of all things. Imperial decree, garbage sorting. Now, Chu Tianquo looked at him, revealing a kind, harmless smile, his 5 fingers slowly closing. It's my turn to collect the trash. Chapter 41. Do not look at what is improper. Thank you. The rooftop was deathly silent. Chu Tianquo's words, it's my turn to collect the trash, seemed to have pressed the formatting button on this messy place. He slowly closed the 5 fingers that were clenched in the air. An incomprehensible force descended. That's not squeezing or tearing, but a more fundamental rule reshaping. The man paralyzed on the altar, Gon McKinji, his body, soul, and remaining consciousness, along with the filthy altar beneath his feet, were forcibly dragged into a completely new system at this moment. The mythological version of the garbage classification management regulations. The soul is hazardous waste. The body is other waste. The altar is recyclable. This orderly and uneventful method of erasure terrified him more than any form of torture. No, no. His dying madness drained his last strength. Instead of begging for mercy, he uttered a final, vicious curse at the being he believed in. My lord, Sinch, look at me. Remember this face. Take him. His prayers came to an abrupt end, because the final echo from the gods, which he had exchanged everything for, had descended. It wasn't to save him. It was to punish the mortal who dared to puncture the projection of the gods. Bonstrapia, a spiritual ray that cannot be described in words, was born from nothingness, shot up from Immo Kinji's withered crown, and then strangely turned in midair, instantly locking onto Chu Tianquo. That wasn't energy, nor a beam of light, but a torrent of malice and madness itself. It was the culmination of all the resentment before the thousand-eyed demon was wiped out. It was a glance cast by Sinch from beyond dimensions. This strike ignores distance and defense, striking straight at the soul. Big brother. Pang Budong let out a roar and tried to rush over, but his body was unable to move. His mind felt like it was filled with 10,000 mental patients having a party. Jiang Wan's face turned deathly pale. The crimson flame staff in her hand flashed wildly, but she found that the ray did not exist on the physical level at all, and her spell could not even find a target. Yi Wuhen groaned and knelt on one knee, blood seeping out from under his mask once more. It's over. This was the only thought in the 3 of them's minds. However, Chu Tianquo's reaction to this fatal blow from the evil god completely shattered their worldview. He didn't even look at the torrent of malice. He simply raised his other hand and gently wiped his eyes. He uttered a few words, his tone as flat as if he were complaining that the sun was a bit too bright. Low-level spell, blinding spell. The entire room fell silent. Pang Budong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. For the first time, Jiang Wan's beautiful face showed a blank stare, as if she had seen a ghost. Yi Wuhen's nails were broken from supporting himself on the ground. What kind of crazy move is this? With a formidable enemy at hand, are you going to apply a debuff to yourself? Elegant, so incredibly elegant. Is the main theme rebellion, huh? Just as their minds went blank, the Supreme Edict was activated. The concept of links has been blatantly distorted. The rudimentary spells that mortals use to deprive others of their light, at this moment, are linked to one of the oldest teachings and rituals of Chinese civilization. These are ancient proverbs that originate from the teachings of sages and define the conduct of a virtuous person. Imperial Edict. Do not look at what is improper. Buzz. Chu Tianquo's pupils, which had been burning with a faint golden flame, instantly returned to calm. But it wasn't darkness. It was absolute emptiness. It was as if a cosmic-level ad-blocking plugin had been automatically installed in his field of vision. All information deemed indecent will be actively blocked and prevented from entering his consciousness. But what is etiquette? His name, Chu Tianquo, means propriety. What he didn't want to see was indecent assault. The next moment, the spiritual ray, imbued with the resentment of the evil god, struck Chu Tianquo squarely in the face. Then, they passed through it. Like a 3D projection, it didn't cause any ripples or any harm. In Chu Tianquo's perception, nothing had happened. The wind was still the same wind. The rooftop was still the same rooftop, and the person in front of him was still that ugly but creatively grotesque man. As for the wrath of an evil god, or mental pollution, sorry, the signal is bad, and I can't receive the signal. According to the Shushinquo Personal Information Protection Law, such spam has been automatically intercepted and deleted by the system. Chu Tianquo blinked, his eyes regaining their clarity, even more so than before. His half-open, half-closed eyes were as clear as the sky after a rain, untouched by any dust. This is impossible. A shriek, not belonging to Mo Qianji, seemed to come from beyond the heavens, or from the depths of everyone's soul, and exploded on the rooftop. The voice was filled with incomprehensible astonishment and rage. That's Xianqi's voice. His malice, which was enough to corrupt the world, failed him in the face of that man. It wasn't blocked, it wasn't purified, it was ignored. It's like you painstakingly wrote a 10,000-word epic to criticize someone, only to find that the other person not only didn't read it, but also blocked you. This kind of blow is more humiliating than a defeat in a direct confrontation. The spiritual ray that pierced through Chu Tianquo's body lost its meaning because it couldn't find a receptor and began to self-annihilate. The evil aura of the entire rooftop emptied itself in an almost comical way. Puff! Mo Qianji's withered body shuddered, and what spewed from his mouth was no longer blood, but a plume of black smoke, signifying that his connection with the evil god had been forcibly severed. The last glimmer of light in his bulging eyes had been completely extinguished. His last reliance, his great god, was like a clown jumping around in front of that man. Faith has crumbled. All right, now no one's bothering us. Chu Tianquo withdrew the hand that had blinded him and continued the action that had been interrupted. His 5 fingers, which had been loosely clenched, closed completely without a trace of anger. Let's start sorting our garbage now. The words fell. The enormous altar, made of flesh, bones, and steel, began to decompose on its own. A piece of rotting flesh peeled off automatically, floated into the air, and the illusory words other waste appeared below it. A rusty steel bar twists itself into a ball, flies to the other side, and is classified as recyclable. Mo Qianji's withered body was enveloped in a soft light and suspended in the hazardous waste sorting area. The entire process was quiet and efficient, exuding an industrial indifference. Pang Budong, Jiang Wan, and Yi Wuhen stood like 3 stone sculptures, watching this surreal scene unfold before them. Pang Budong's mind was in a daze. Pointing at the neatly stacked pile of garbage, he stammered, "Sister Jiang? Brother Kwa? Is he doing environmental performance art?" Jiang Wan did not answer. Her eyes, which always burned with fire, were now filled with endless shock. She understood. Chu Tianquo's power wasn't destruction. It was order. He forcibly covered Mo Kinji's chaos with an absolute order. He wasn't killing people, he was cleaning. This is more awe-inspiring than mere strength. A few minutes later, the rooftop was spotless, with even the dust on the ground swept away as if it had been washed with disinfectant by 100 cleaners. Only 3 things remained. Pang Budong, Jiangan, Yewuhen. Oh, there's one more thing. Chu Tianquo walked to the center of the rooftop, bent down, and picked up a fist-sized, jet-black crystal from the spotless ground, which kept changing shape. Hazardous waste. The lingering echoes of Mo Kinji packed. Chu Tianquo held it up to his eyes and examined it in the moonlight, as if he were admiring a diamond. Done, that's a wrap. He casually stuffed the soul crystal, capable of instantly corrupting any A-level expert, into his pocket, as if it were just a pretty stone he had just picked up. Then he turned around, looked at the 3 people behind him who were still petrified, grinned, and revealed 2 rows of white teeth. Let's go home and drink Coke, or it'll go flat. Pang Budong opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Jiang Wan took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in her heart, and looked at him with complicated eyes. You. What exactly was that just now? Which one? Chu Tianquo looked innocent. Blinding spell. It's written in the manual. It can make the enemy lose their sight. I think it's pretty useful. Jiang Wan's eye twitched. Yes, it works really well. It completely neutralized the evil god. And what about the one after that? She asked, pointing to the rooftop, which was so clean you could roll around on it. Oh, that one. Chu Tianquo thought for a moment, then said in a tone that suggested he was sharing a life hack. Let's start with ourselves to sort our garbage. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. Chapter 42. The figure is undamaged. Mission complete. The wind on the rooftop finally brought a touch of coolness, dispelling the last vestiges of unreality. Pang Budong got up from the ground, dusted himself off, walked to the edge of the rooftop, and looked down while holding onto the railing. The once distorted and bizarre shopping mall was now slowly returning to its original state, like melting ice cream. The eerie atmosphere dissipated, the space stabilized, and Mo Kinji's chilling laughter ceased from the loudspeaker. Everything returned to normal, except for the mess scattered everywhere and the 3 performance art pieces still lying on the 3rd floor. He scratched his head, turned around to look behind him, still looking a little confused. Jiang Wan remained standing there, her eyes, which always burned with fire, now filled with complex emotions. She glanced at her crimson flame staff, then at the man with his hands in his pockets, and a finished, time to go home, expression, her mind occupied by only one thought. Ultimately, the scope of vision is too narrow. Yi Wuhen had already blended back into the shadows. If it weren't for the clear fingernail scratch where she had just knelt, one would almost think she had never been there. Meanwhile, Chu Tianquo, the protagonist of the incident, was looking down at his empty pockets. He frowned and turned both pockets inside out. They were empty except for a lighter and a few coins. Where's my wife? He looked up, his eyes showing a hint of bewilderment, as if he had just finished working overtime and discovered his wallet was missing. Pang Budong paused for a moment, then quickly pointed downstairs. Brother Kwa, that plastic. No, that mecha wife, she's still on the 3rd floor. Before he finished speaking, Chu Tianquo's figure had already disappeared from the spot. Hey, Brother Kwa, wait for me. Pang Budong yelled, no longer caring about life, and rushed towards the stairwell with a shield. Jiang Wan snapped out of her daze, her lips twitching involuntarily as she watched the direction the 2 had disappeared in. She took a deep breath and followed them. She wanted to see what kind of magic this wife possessed that made this guy willing to treat an evil god like trash. The 3 of them rushed back to the 3rd floor in a flurry of activity. By this time, the illusion on the 3rd floor had completely dissipated, returning to its original state. The air was filled with a pungent, acrid smell of blood, burnt flesh, and some kind of slimy substance. At the entrance of the Dimension Breaker figurine shop, the corpses of the 3 abyssal worms were still neatly arranged, their cuts as smooth as mirrors, full of postmodern irony. Chu Tianquo didn't even glance at the corpses before rushing into the shop. Pang Budong and Jiang Wan followed them inside, and upon seeing the scene, they both fell silent. The wreckage of figurines and the twisted sculptures that were scattered all over the ground have now returned to their original state, torn packaging boxes, scattered parts, and the mobile warriors standing in the center of the ruins. It stood silently on the broken display stand, its gray-white armor gleaming with a sacred light under the emergency lights. Its flowing lines and precise engravings exuded power and beauty. The right side particle wing, which had been bitten off by the worms, was now hanging intact on his back. The ugly teeth marks and disgusting saliva on his chest armor had also disappeared. It was as if it had never been touched, perfectly flawless. Chu Tianquo's breath caught in his throat at that moment. He looked at the model, its eyes, which were always half open, slowly, little by little, opened wider. Previously, it wouldn't even bother to lift its eyelids when facing an evil god, but now, because of the small model before it, it revealed its full pupils. There were no golden flames, no biting cold, only a pure joy of something lost and found. Pang Budong watched Chu Tianquo's retreating figure, nervously swallowed, and whispered to Jiang Wan, Sister Jiang, Brother Kwa, "He's not so happy he's gone mad, is he?" Jiang Wan didn't speak, but just watched quietly. She noticed that the destructive aura that Chu Tianquo had previously possessed had completely vanished. He had reverted to being that lazy, seemingly harmless young man. Chu Tianquo slowly walked forward. His movements were very light, and his flip-flops made not much noise when they stepped on the glass shards. He reached out to touch the model, but stopped halfway through. He looked at his hand, then wiped it repeatedly on his faded t-shirt, as if trying to remove all the unseen dust. After doing all this, he carefully touched the toes of the mecha with his fingertips, as if it were a rare treasure. A cold sensation came through. It's true. It's not broken. At that moment, an incredibly satisfied smile appeared on Chu Tianquo's face. That smile was pure and innocent, like that of a primary school student who had just gotten perfect scores and could finally ask his mother for a game console. Happiness radiated from his eyes and brows. He carefully lifted the mobile war god figure, base and all, and held it in his arms. Then he turned around, grinned at the still stunned Pang Budong and Jiang Wan, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Mission accomplished, wife saved, perfect. His relaxed tone made it seem as if destroying the evil god's projection and cleaning the chaos altar were merely preliminary tasks done to achieve the ultimate goal of keeping his wife unharmed. Pang Budong opened his mouth and finally managed to utter, "Brother Ko, awesome." Jiang Wan looked at him, completely content holding a small plastic doll, and suddenly felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. She shook her head, and the shock and confusion in her heart suddenly dissipated in that moment. Perhaps, for this man, the safety of the world and the threat from the gods are not as important as the limited edition figurine in his arms. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from the end of the corridor. "Everyone stay still. This area has been taken over by the 7th Operations Division." A middle-aged man wearing a black trench coat, with messy hair and dark circles under his eyes that looked like smoky makeup, rushed over with a team of fully armed enforcers. The visitor was none other than Gu Taiyai, the director of the 7th Action Division. As he turned into the corridor, his eyes narrowed when he saw the 3 perfectly dissected worm corpses. When his gaze swept over the messy figurine shop and finally settled on Chu Tianquo, who was carrying a large box, his expression instantly changed from serious to headache-inducing. Chu Tianquo, Gu Taiyai, covered his forehead, feeling his migraine about to flare up again. "I knew it. Every time you go on a mission, your expense reports are thicker than the mission report." He walked into the store, kicked aside an empty box at his feet, and looked at the devastated scene around him, his temples throbbing. "What's going on this time?" "An S-class disaster, the thousand-faced strategist Mo Kinji, and Xianchu's projection. Don't tell me you tore the mall apart like this just to save a figurine." Chu Tianquo hugged his wife and looked at him innocently. "Director Gu, what you said is not right." He cleared his throat and said righteously, "I, Chu Tianquo, as a member of the 7th Operations Division, faced with vicious S-class criminals and otherworldly evil gods, I stood up without fear and, with the heroic cooperation of my teammates, successfully thwarted the enemy's conspiracy and protected the peace and tranquility of the city." He paused, pointed to the box in his arms, and added, "Incidentally, I also protected the private property of the people. I've shed blood for the safety of people's property." Gu Taiyai's eyes were twitching so badly they looked like sewing machines. He looked at Chu Tianquo, who had an upright expression, then at Pang Budong, who had a Me Too expression, and at Jiang Wan, who was turning her head away and pretending to look at the scenery. He felt his blood pressure soar. All right. He waved his hand listlessly. You can write the report yourself later. As for the losses this time, I'll go ask old man Pang for reimbursement. All right. Pang Budong beamed with joy as soon as he heard that his family wouldn't have to pay. Gu Tai, too lazy to deal with these clowns anymore, walked to the pile of worm corpses, squatted down, and carefully examined the cuts, his expression growing increasingly serious. Then he took out an instrument and tested it against the air. The instrument immediately emitted a piercing alarm. The remaining energy level, it was completely reset to 0. He muttered to himself, a flash of shock crossing his eyes. He stood up and looked at Chu Tianquo with a complicated expression. You have become stronger again. Chu Tianquo, holding the box, yawned. No way, I'm just a support player. It's all thanks to my teammates. Look, Sister Zhang's fireball is so bright. Jiang Wan's cheeks flushed almost imperceptibly. Gu Tai was too lazy to complain about him anymore. He sighed and said, all right, leave this to us. You can go back now. Chu Tianquo, your bonus and extra allowance will be deposited into your account tomorrow. Upon hearing the word bonus, Chu Tianquo's eyes lit up instantly. He carefully handed the figurine box in his arms to Pang Budong beside him, solemnly instructing him, hold this safe for me. If it gets bumped or knocked over, I couldn't afford to pay for it even if I sold you. Then he rubbed his hands together and leaned closer to Gu. Director Gu, this mission received a high rating, so the extra allowance should it be a little higher as well? Looking at his greedy expression, Gu Tai shook his head helplessly. Who would have thought that this man, who could crush the projection of an evil god with a flick of his wrist, was now haggling with him over a few tens of thousands of yuan in subsidies? Maybe this is fine too. Gu Tai looked at the sky outside the window, which was gradually brightening, and thought to himself, a monster who is incredibly powerful but only cares about figurines and prize money is much more reassuring than an ambitious savior. Let's go. Chu Tianquo said contentedly, taking his precious child from Pang Budong's hands. Let's go home and drink some cola, or it'll really go flat. Clutching his beloved figurine, wearing flip-flops, humming an off-key tune, he was the first to turn and walk out of the mall. The morning sunlight streamed through the broken glass window, casting a golden glow on his silhouette. At that moment, his languid back exuded an indescribable air of nonchalance. Pang Budong and Jiang Wan exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of a smile in each other's eyes, and quickly followed. For them, the mission was accomplished and their teammates were all still there. It seemed like nothing could be better. Chapter 43, A Challenge from the Academy. 7th Operations Division, Underground Base. Pang Budong, huffing and puffing, carried a huge figurine box at the front, like a triumphant general. He took each step carefully, as if afraid of bumping into the rich guy's wife inside. Chu Tianquo followed behind, his hands in his pockets, humming a strange tune. I love going to work. Work loves me. His face showing a triple satisfaction of mission accomplished, bonus in hand, and wife unharmed. Jiang Wan walked at the back. Her eyes, which always burned with fire, now seemed somewhat unfocused. The two scenes on the rooftop kept replaying in her mind. With a single finger, the true fire of the sun evaporated the projection of the evil god. A single wisp, unseeable to behold, ignoring the laws and curses. She looked down at the S-rank crimson flame staff in her hand and, for the first time, began to have serious doubts about the future development of the fireball skill. Perhaps I've been too narrow-minded in the past. We're here. Pang Budong's loud voice interrupted her thoughts. At the entrance to the team's private rest area, Pang Budong was about to enter the password when he suddenly stopped. Oh, what's this? A thin, cicada wing-like flying sword was embedded in the heavy alloy door of the lounge. The sword was still humming slightly, emitting a sharp sword aura, and had cut fine cracks in the metal around the door. A simple, old-fashioned letter was hanging on the hilt of the flying sword. Who is it that has no public spirit and litters like this? Chu Tianquo stepped forward and reached out to pull it out. Brother Kwa, be careful. Pang Budong quickly stopped him. There's sword intent on this. It'll prick you. Chu Tianquo glanced at him, his fingers already gripping the sword hilt. The sword intent that was powerful enough to cut through steel instantly fell silent the moment his fingertips touched it, like a chick being choked, becoming as docile as a noodle. He casually drew the flying sword, weighed it in his hand, and looked disgusted. The materials are too poor. They don't even qualify for rework. He casually tossed the flying sword to Pang Budong, then opened the letter himself. Pang hurriedly caught the flying sword, only to find it icy cold to the touch. The sword intent that had been so sharp just moments before was now as still as a dead fish. He scratched his head and leaned closer to read the letter. The letter was written in bold, flowing calligraphy, with sharp, powerful strokes that seemed to penetrate the paper. To Chu Tianquo, F-level assistant, 7th Operations Division. Pang Budong read it out slowly and deliberately, his voice full of doubt. F-rank support? Who's that? Is there a mistake? Jiang Wan also walked over and raised an eyebrow when she saw the title. In the entire 7th Division, and even in the whole of China, there was probably no one who dared to openly call Chu Tianquo an F-level support. Chu Tianquo continued reading. Your name is like thunder in my ears. To stir up trouble with your mere status as an assistant is a disgrace to us cultivators. Some may call you a legend, but in my view, it is simply a case of a time without heroes, which allows a mere upstart to gain fame. I am Situ Jingzin from the 1st Cultivation Academy. 3 days from now, I wish to stand atop the heavens and learn from your superior skills to prove my swordsmanship and to vindicate the world's support characters. You are only fit to pave the way for others. The signature consisted of only one character. Sword. The area around the rest area was eerily quiet. Pang Budong's mouth gaped open in an O shape, and after a long while, he finally managed to stammer out, Damn, who is this bastard? His arrogance is even bigger than athlete's foot. He turned to look at Chu Tianquo and found his brother holding the letter, looking at it over and over with a serious expression. Pang Budong's heart tightened. Brother Kwa, don't take it to heart. This guy is just an idiot. This paper is good, Chu Tianquo said earnestly, touching the texture of the letter paper. It's tough and absorbent, the perfect size to use as a liner for instant noodle lids. After Chu Tianquo finished speaking, he casually crumpled the challenge letter into a ball and prepared to put it in his pocket. Etc. A fair hand stopped him. Jiang Wan snatched the crumpled paper, carefully unfolded it, and smoothed it out. In her beautiful eyes, a long unseen flame called excitement ignited. Situ Jingzin? That sword fanatic from the 1st Cultivation Academy. She licked her lips, a dangerous smile in her voice. Interesting, this guy actually dares to challenge you. Chu Tianquo yawned, looking utterly dejected. Why challenge me? I'm very busy. My half-empty bottle of cola is almost flat, and I haven't even unpacked my new wife yet. I don't have time to play house with elementary school kids. He shrugged at Jiang Wan. Why don't you tell him I give up? Let him go up to the mountaintop and get some fresh air. Remember to wear more clothes so he doesn't catch a cold. Admit defeat? Jiang Wan's tone instantly rose 8 octaves. She stared at Chu Tianquo as if he were an alien. Do you even know who he is? The sword genius of the 1st Cultivation Academy, a once-in-a-century talent. He swept through the entire grade as soon as he entered the academy. It said that his sword has already touched the threshold of laws. Oh, Chu Tianquo picked at his ear, so? Can you help me pay off my Huobi Alipay's credit service? You. Jiang Wan's chest heaved with anger. She pointed at the words on the letter. He even called you a good-for-nothing and said that all support characters were wedding dresses, meaning they were just there to do nothing. And you still tolerated it? I can tolerate it. Why can't I? Chu Tianquo said innocently. He didn't damage my figurine, nor did he deduct my bonus. It won't hurt me to scold him a bit. Look, he even gave me such a nice instant noodle lid. How polite of him. Jiang Wan was completely speechless. She felt like she had punch cotton, the kind that bounces back. Talking to this man about a sense of honor is like casting pearls before swine. Brother Kwa is right. Pang Budong nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Fighting is tiring and you're likely to get hurt. Isn't it better to go home, eat hot pot, and sing songs? Just then, Yi Wehen, who had been silent all along, swayed slightly in the shadows. She stretched out her finger and drew a few words in the air. He is very strong. This was the first time she had given such an assessment of an opponent she had never met. Jiang Wan's eyes lit up even more. Even Yi Wehen said so. Then this Situ Jingzin is definitely a worthy opponent to fight. No way. This fight is a must. Jiang Wan said decisively. Doesn't he look down on support players? Chu Tianquo, go and show him what a real support player is. No way. Chu Tingqiu shook his head vigorously. The true essence of support is to let your teammates do the fighting while you cheer them on from behind. That's professional ethics, and we can't abandon it. Just as Jiang Wan was about to use force to drag Chu Tingqiu to fight, a hurried footstep came from the end of the corridor. An office worker wearing black-rimmed glasses came running up, panting, carrying a tablet computer. Captain Chu, Captain Jiang, something terrible has happened. What's wrong? Jiang Wan asked, frowning. Look at the Skynet forum. A civilian staff member handed over a tablet, on which was a pinned and featured post. Situ Jingzin, the #1 sword fanatic, challenges the 7th legendary support to a duel, proving that all support characters are mediocre. Below the post is a video of Situ Jingzin himself. In the video, a young man dressed in white training clothes, with a cold face and carrying an ancient sword, stands atop a waterfall, his eyes lofty and arrogant. I heard that the 7th Operations Division has produced a so-called legendary assistant who, despite being an F rank, has repeatedly performed extraordinary feats. Absurd. Assistance is a side path, a crutch for the weak to seek protection. For the truly strong, a sword is enough. I, Situ Jingzin, hereby declare that 3 days from now, on the shores of the East Sea, at the Sky Arena, I will personally break this crutch and let the world see who the true protagonist of this era is. Chu Tingqiu, I'm waiting for you. The video is short, but every sentence is filled with extreme arrogance and provocation. The comment section below the post has exploded with discussion. Holy crap, has the sword maniac gone mad? He's directly targeting people from the 7th Division. This isn't just a personal grudge anymore. It's like dragging all support classes into an AoE attack. I support Kenshin. Damn it, last time we teamed up, that healer ran faster than me. Supports are useless. That guy upstairs is talking nonsense. Without a support to buff and shield you, you'd be buried 3 meters tall by now. Go get him, Quack. F-rank support? Legendary? I've never heard of that. What secret weapon is hidden in the 7th location? Just waiting to see what happens. On one side is the top genius from the academy, and on the other is a mysterious big shot from the practical world. This is going to be interesting. The entire forum was completely ignited by this challenge. The National College League is about to begin, Jiang Wan said, turning off her tablet with a serious expression. He's using you as a stepping stone to build momentum for himself and the entire First Cultivation Academy. Pang Budong was so angry his face turned red. That kid is a scoundrel. Brother Kwa, get him. We have to get him. Let him know why the flowers are so red. Chu Tingqiu remained silent. He silently took the smoothed-out letter back from Jiang Wan's hand. He looked at the words F-level support above, then at the comments on the forum mocking support players, and his perpetually sleepy eyes narrowed slightly. He doesn't care if others criticize him. But, of all things, this annoying thing interrupted his precious time of drinking cola and unpacking figurines. This is really annoying. It's so annoying. He looked up at Jiang Wan, who was full of expectation, and Pang Budong, who was full of righteous indignation. He sighed slowly, his tone full of exhaustion and helplessness from being forced to work overtime. Sigh. Young people these days just don't know how to respect the elderly and care for the young. All right. He neatly folded the letter and carefully put it back in his pocket, as if he were collecting a limited edition SSR card. I originally wanted to interact with you as an F-rank support, but what I got in return was estrangement and challenges. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm coming clean. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. To Jiang Wan, that smile was more dangerous than 10 fireballs she had conjured combined. Tell that guy named Situ to wash his neck and wait. By the way, could you ask around the arena for me? If I win, is there a prize? Chapter 44, I surrender. Can I go back to sleep? 3 days later, on the shores of the East China Sea, at the Sky Arena. This is the ultimate arena for battles among China's most powerful superhumans. A massive circular structure suspended 1,000 meters in the air, constructed from anti-gravity runes and ultra-high-strength alloys. Normally, it's a place for national-level experts to hone their skills, but today, it belongs to the nation's most elite young generation. Opening ceremony of the National College League. The stands were packed with people, students from various cultivation academies, universities for those with supernatural abilities, and martial arts sects, clearly divided among themselves. Flags waved, and the shouts formed a rolling wave of heat that almost dispersed the clouds in the sky. Representatives from various forces, media reporters, and even some international observers all focused their attention on this scene. The atmosphere in the rest area of the 7th Operations Division was completely different from that outside. Pang Budong was restless, polishing the alloy shield until it shone brightly, muttering to himself, "Brother Kwa, when you go up there, don't hold back. Give that kid a good beating and let him know how powerful our 7th Division is." Jiang Wan leaned against the wall, arms crossed, her crimson flame staff resting casually at her side. Her eyes were closed, yet she could clearly feel the soaring youthful energy emanating from within the arena, a battle-hungry smile playing on her lips. She wasn't worried about Chu Tianquo losing. She was only worried that he'd find it too troublesome and simply hold back. The protagonist of the incident, Chu Tianquo, was slumped in a gaming chair, head tilted back, mouth slightly open, fast asleep, with even a glistening drool bubble on the tip of his nose. Pang Budong and Jiang Wan exchanged a glance, both seeing a deep sense of helplessness in each other's eyes. Quiet. A powerful, resounding voice echoed throughout the venue, instantly silencing all the noise. An elderly man in military uniform, with general stars on his shoulders, appeared in the center of the stage. The National College League has officially begun. Boom! The entire stadium erupted in thunderous cheers. The opening ceremony was simple. Top players from various universities took to the stage to showcase their abilities and warm up for the upcoming competition. First, please welcome Situ Jingzin from the First Cultivation Academy. As soon as the words were spoken, a dazzling sword light shot into the sky from the contestants' passage, circled once in the air above the arena, and finally landed on the central stage. When the light faded, a young man dressed in retro white robes and carrying an ancient longsword stood silently on the spot. His face was cold and stern, his eyes held an aloofness, and nothing around him could capture his attention. Only he and his sword remained in the world. An extremely sharp sword intent emanated from him, causing even the closest spectators to feel a stinging sensation on their skin. It's Situ Jingzin. Such powerful sword intent. He's even stronger than last year. As expected of the Academy's #1 sword fanatic, who can withstand this aura? Situ Jingzin ignored the surrounding discussions. He raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping across the rest area of the 7th Operations Division. His voice, though not loud, carried clearly throughout the entire arena. "I came here for one battle." His gaze pierced through numerous obstacles, pointing directly in a specific direction. 7th Operations Division, F-level assistant, Chu Tianquo. Please come up on stage. The commotion instantly subsided. All eyes turned to the 7th Operations Division. Anticipation, curiosity, disdain, and schadenfreude mingled together. In the rest area, Pang Budong suddenly stood up and excitedly shook Chu Tianquo. "Brother Kwa, it's your turn. Wake up. It's your turn to show off." Chu Tianquo was jolted awake by the shaking, let out a long yawn, and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. "What's wrong? Was there an earthquake? Or did you get a bonus?" Jiang Wan walked over and kicked the gaming chair. "Wake up! That sword fanatic called your name. Hurry up." "Oh, him." Chu Tianquo rubbed his eyes, slowly stood up, stretched, and his bones cracked. He looked around at the dense crowd outside, then at the white-clad figure on the central stage, his face full of trouble. So many people, this is such a hassle. He dawdled out of the rest area and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, strolled leisurely toward the ring. His faded t-shirt, baggy shorts, and flip-flops stood out starkly against the backdrop of the magnificent, futuristic arena, making him look like a wanderer who had stumbled upon this place. Puffed. Is that the legendary support from the 7th Division? He's dressed like a ragpicker. F-level? Are you kidding me? Is the 7th Division out of staff? Why send someone like this out? I guess he'll just go through the motions and admit defeat. Boos and laughter erupted. Chu Tianquo ignored him, yawning as he staggered to the edge of the arena. He looked up at the aloof Situ Jingzin, then down at the gleaming arena floor beneath his feet, before making a move that surprised everyone present. He pulled a crumpled napkin from his pocket, carefully tied it to his index finger, and then held it high. That gesture was clearly waving a white flag in salute to the opponent. The roar of the entire sky arena ceased at that moment. Tens of thousands of eyes stared blankly at the man, waving a white flag made of napkins. Chu Tianquo yawned again, a few physiological tears welling up in his eyes. In a weak tone, as if he had just finished playing games all night and only wanted to catch up on sleep, he called out listlessly to Situ Jingzin on the arena. I give up. Dead silence. Absolute silence. The general on the podium opened his mouth slightly, forgetting what he was about to say. The presidents and teachers of various universities all had frozen expressions. Countless reporters holding cameras hovered over the shutter buttons, forgetting to press them. Pang Budong's excitement turned into a blank stare. He rubbed his eyes hard, wondering if he was still half asleep. A few seconds later, seeing no response from the other end, Chu Tianquo added, his voice pleading. Are you done fighting? I surrender. Can I go back to sleep? Bon strapje. The entire arena was set ablaze. After a brief silence, a terrifying uproar swept through the entire venue. Holy crap. What did I just hear? He gave up. Giving up before even starting? Is this a joke? He's completely disgraced the 7th Operations Division. Coward. Get out of here. A deafening chorus of boos, jeers, and curses merged into a terrifying sonic wave that nearly blew the dome of the sky arena off its surface. From the 1st Cultivation Academy's side, unrestrained laughter erupted, sharp and piercing, filled with contempt. The rest area of the 7th Operations Division became the focus of attention, with countless gazes piercing like needles, making the remaining team members turn pale and then red, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Tian, Kuo. A low growl, suppressing a raging inferno, rang out from behind Chu Tianquo. Before he could turn around, a fair hand moved with lightning speed, grabbing the back of his collar and forcefully dragging him back. Jiang Wan's beautiful face was flushed red with anger, her phoenix eyes burning with fierce flames, as if they could spew fire at any moment. She gripped Chu Tianquo's collar with such force that the fabric of his t-shirt groaned under the strain. What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. Her voice was icy cold, each word pounding against one's eardrums. I said I admit defeat. Chu Tianquo looked innocent as she lifted him up, his flip-flops leaving 2 long scratches on the ground. Fighting is tiring, and you can easily get hurt. Look, so many people are watching. If I lose, it will be so embarrassing. It's better to just admit defeat. It saves energy and saves face. Isn't that better? Go my foot. Jiang Wan trembled with anger. She pointed at Situ Jingzin on the stage, and then at the mocking faces in the audience. He's insulting us to our faces. He's calling all support characters trash. If you admit defeat now, isn't that the same as admitting he's right? Yeah, Chu Tianquo nodded, speaking matter-of-factly. I'm just an F-rank support. Isn't it normal that I can't beat him? What's so shameful about that? Jiang Wan was so angry that her chest tightened, and she almost couldn't catch her breath. She had never seen such a shameless and utterly dishonest person in her life. She forcefully suppressed her anger, gritting her teeth as she growled in his ear. I don't care. You're going to fight today, whether you like it or not. If you dare to utter another word of surrender, I guarantee I'll personally tie you to the ring and let you experience what an S-class mixed doubles match is like. No, Sister Jiang, Chu Tianquo said with a bitter face. Let's talk this out, don't hit me. Look at my physique. I can't take a punch from you. Stop talking nonsense. Go. Jiang Wan ignored him completely, grabbed him by the collar, and threw him towards the center of the arena with all her might. Chu Tianquo was involuntarily thrown into the air, tracing an ugly arc before crashing face first into the center of the arena, eliciting an even louder burst of laughter. On the arena, Situ Jingzin, who hadn't moved an inch from beginning to end, finally lowered his eyes. He looked at Chu Tianquo, who was lying on the ground, unable to get up for a long time, still struggling with his flip-flops. His usually calm eyes finally revealed obvious emotions. That was the ultimate contempt and disappointment. He didn't even bother to look at Chu Tianquo again, but turned around to face the audience in the arena. He let out a cold snort, his voice not loud, but possessed a quality that could pierce through people's hearts, instantly suppressing all the noise. Coward. These 2 words were like 2 resounding slaps to the faces of everyone in the 7th Operations Division. Situ Jingzin's voice suddenly rose, carrying a judgmental authority that resounded through the sky. I thought that to be called a legend, even if it was a support role, one should have some backbone. Now it seems I was wrong. A coward who doesn't even have the courage to draw his sword and face the enemy. A piece of trash who only knows how to hide behind his teammates and cheer them on. Does he even deserve to tarnish the word legend? His gaze swept across the entire area, finally settling on Chu Tingqiu, who was lying on the ground, his eyes dropping to freezing point. The future of China depends on the indomitable strong, who will carve out a path to the heavens with their swords and boiling blood. How dare you, a coward, linger on the laurels and tarnish the glory of our ancestors? Today I will clean house in front of the whole world. Let everyone see clearly that support is always just a crutch for the weak, and I will break it with my own hands. As soon as he finished speaking, the ancient sword on his back let out a clear dragon's roar and automatically drew half an inch from its sheath. An unparalleled sword, intense soared into the sky, igniting the emotions of everyone present. Chapter 45. These sunflower seeds smell really good. Do you want some? On the arena, Chu Tingqiu lay on the ground, his cheek pressed against the cool metal floor, so comfortable that he almost fell asleep again. He even had the leisure to study the material of the floor. It had a very high reflectivity and could be used as a mirror, but it was a bit hard and uncomfortable. To him, Situ Jingxin's impassioned and electrifying declaration was no different from the chirping of cicadas in summer. Noisy but hypnotic. Coward, get out. A disgrace to the 7th Division. A deafening roar of angry curses surged from all directions, carrying a palpable malice that nearly engulfed the entire rest area of the 7th Operations Division. In the rest area, the team members all had ashen faces, their fists clenched so tightly they cracked. They weren't afraid of death or bloodshed, but they were terrified of this kind of humiliation. And the source of all this, the man who was reviled by thousands, has finally made a move. He slowly raised his head, then slowly got up, patted the dust off his t-shirt, his movements as meticulous as if he were cleaning a precious antique. He picked up the flip-flop he had thrown away, put it back on, and then looked up and around. On that sleepy face, there was no shame, no anger, only a blank look as if asking, "What are you arguing about? Is it lunchtime yet?" The ancient sword behind Situ Jingxin hummed incessantly, its sword intent already locked onto him. The contempt and disappointment in his eyes had now transformed into a chilling, killing intent. He wasn't joking. He was genuinely prepared to clean house in front of the whole world. At this tense moment, the elderly general who had been sitting upright on the platform finally spoke. "That's enough." The sound wasn't loud, but it struck like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart precisely. The soaring sword intent and the deafening roar were all abruptly suppressed by those two words. The old man's gaze was sharp as lightning, sweeping over Situ Jingxin and then looking at Chu Tingqiu with a hint of a headache in his eyes. The National College League is for competition and exchange, not a life-or-death arena for you to settle personal grudges. Situ Jingxin, the old man's voice turned to the white-clad youth on the arena. "I accept your challenge. But not now. After the league ends, the arena is yours to use." He paused, then his voice suddenly rose. "Now back to the opening ceremony. The first exhibition match begins. The two sides facing off are Situ Jingxin from the First Cultivation Academy and Shi Lei from the Central University of Supernatural Abilities, also known as Immovable Mountain." As the old man spoke, the giant screen above the arena lit up, displaying the portraits and information of the two opposing sides. Situ Jingxin slowly withdrew his sword intent, and the ancient sword behind him returned to calm. He gave Chu Tingqiu a deep look, as if he were looking at a dead man. He then turned around, walked to one side of the ring, and stood quietly waiting. Chu Tingqiu felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He yawned and turned to slip off the stage. "Stop right there." Jiang Wan's icy voice came from behind. Chu Tingqiu paused, resignedly turned around, and looked at the woman who was walking quickly towards him, exuding an aura of keep away. He forced a fawning smile onto his face. "Sister Jiang, look, isn't that the solution? No bloodshed, long live peace. Let's go back, I'm so happy." "Shut up." Jiang Wan walked up to him, her fiery eyes fixed on him. "You stand right here and look at me clearly." She pointed at the arena. "Watch closely how that man fights, and see just how ridiculous your actions were." Before Chu Tingqiu could say anything, Jiang Wan reached out and gently pressed a certain acupoint on his back. A strange force instantly sealed his movements. Low-level binding spell, immobilization spell. Jiangwan mimicked his usual tone, saying each word slowly and deliberately. Don't even think about breaking free. I've added something extra. After saying that, she ignored Chu Tingqiu, who was frozen in place, and turned to walk back to the rest area. Pang Budong came over and looked at Kuo Gu as he was being punished by standing in the corner, with a look of sympathy. Kuo Gu, bear with it. Sister Jiang is in a bad mood. Chu Tingqiu rolled his eyes and realized that he really couldn't move except to speak. He sighed softly. Women only slowed down how fast I drink my Coke. Just then, from the other end of the arena, a young man with a towering, iron tower-like build strode up. With each step he took, the entire arena trembled and emitted a dull thud. It's Shirley, the chief defense specialist at the Central University of Extraordinary Abilities. I heard that his S-rank talent, Immovable Mountain, can withstand missile bombardment once activated. This is going to be interesting. The strongest spear against the strongest shield. The stands were once again ablaze with excitement. Everyone's eyes wide with anticipation for a fierce battle. Shirley stopped and stomped his feet on the ground. Roar! With a roar, an earthy yellow light erupted from his body, and countless rocks appeared out of thin air, quickly condensing into a thick and ferocious rock armor on his body. The entire arena floor began to petrify, becoming part of his domain. Come on, Shirley shouted in a deep voice, his voice full of confidence. At the other end of the arena, Situ Jingzin didn't even glance at him, until the moment the referee announces the game begins. He moved. There was no charge, no fancy opening move. He simply raised his right hand. With fingers pointing like a sword, he lightly slashed at Shirley, who was 100 meters away. A transparent ripple, almost invisible to the naked eye, spread from his fingertips. That wasn't sword energy, but pure sword intent. Formless and without substance, yet nothing is immune to its cuts. Shirley's pupils contracted sharply. He sensed extreme danger. Without hesitation, he crossed his arms over his chest, pushing his talent to its limit. Immovable as a mountain. The space in front of him began to distort, forming invisible barriers, and the rocks under his feet grew wildly, turning into giant stone shields several meters thick. This is his absolute defense. However, in the face of that transparent ripple, all of this was as fragile as paper. With the ripples past, the first stone shield silently turned into dust. The second page, the third page, the 10th page, all defenses, the moment they touched that sword intent, had their very foundation severed at the conceptual level, directly annihilated, decomposed, and returned to their most primal energy. The confidence on Shirley's face was instantly replaced by fear. He watched helplessly as the invisible line of death pierced through all his defenses, through his proud rock armor, and finally stopped between his eyebrows. A sharp, cold pain came through. He stood frozen in place, not daring to move an inch. The entire room fell silent. From the moment Situ Jingzin made his move to the end of the battle, only 1 second elapsed. A second later, Situ Jingzin slowly lowered his hand. Shirley's rock armor shattered inch by inch, turning into a cloud of dust, revealing his unharmed but cold, sweat-drenched body. He lost. The defeat was complete and utter, without a doubt. After a brief silence, came a frenzied roar, like a volcanic eruption. Sword God! Sword God! It's unclear who first uttered that name, but soon, tens of thousands of spectators throughout the Sky Arena began chanting those two words wildly. The media's flashbulbs went off everywhere, and all the cameras were pointed at that figure in white, pure white, aloof and peerless. A deafening cheer erupted from the stands of the First Cultivation Academy, their eyes filled with fervent adoration. Situ Jingzin, with an undisputed instant kill, provided the most perfect interpretation for himself and for the word strong. However, he ignored everyone's cheers. He stood in the center of the arena, enjoying the spotlight, but his gaze pierced through the boiling crowd and the clamor, landing precisely in the direction of the 7th Operations Division's rest area. He saw the man who was frozen in place as if he were being punished. A hint of undisguised contempt and sarcasm curled at the corners of his mouth. The look seemed to say, "See? Useless. This is the difference between you and me. This is the difference between a sword and a walking stick." In the rest area, Jiangwan's expression was extremely solemn. Pang Budong gripped his shield tightly, his palms sweating profusely. The pressure from that gaze almost suffocated them. All eyes were on Chu Tianquo, waiting to see his reaction. Will they tremble in fear at this unparalleled power? Or will they reveal expressions of resentment and humiliation? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Chu Tianquo finally made a move. His only movable eyeball rolled around listlessly, and then, as if remembering something, he began to rub his cheek against his pocket with great effort. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he awkwardly squeezed a small package out of his pocket in an extremely comical manner. That was a bag of sunflower seeds. He opened his mouth, bit open the packaging with his teeth, and a spiced sunflower seed fell precisely into his mouth. Click! A crisp sound of cracking sunflower seeds echoed clearly throughout the Sky Arena via the miniature microphone on his chest. Amidst the shouts of the sword god, the crack sounded particularly abrupt and jarring. Chu Tianquo skillfully spat the sunflower seed shells aside with his tongue, then turned his head and brought the bag of sunflower seeds to Pang Budong's mouth, asking indistinctly, "Here, it's spiced, freshly stir-fried. Smells really good. Do you want some?" Chapter 46 System. Analyzing. Analysis failed. My CPU burned out. The Sky Arena, the exclusive rest area of the First Cultivation Academy, is isolated from the frenzy outside, and its tranquility is breathtaking. Situ Jingzin sat cross-legged on the futon. He had just killed his opponent in an instant. Now, with his eyes closed, his handsome face was tense, showing no sign of the triumph of a victor. Only the anger of being publicly humiliated was simmering between his brows. The students around him were eager to go forward and congratulate him, but they were deterred by the cold aura emanating from him and only dared to whisper among themselves from a distance. Brother Jingzin is too strong. Just one move. Unfortunately, that coward from the 7th Division stole the show. What legendary support. Bah, deserting in the face of battle. A disgrace to cultivators. That's right. Senior Brother Jingzin doesn't even bother to lift a finger, afraid of getting his sword dirty. Those words pierced Situ Jingzin's ears like needles, and the veins on the back of his hand, which was gripping the sword hilt, became even more prominent. Coward. The man named Chu Tianquo dodged his sword in the most grotesque way. This humiliation fueled his rage even more than a direct defeat. The arena he had set up to prove his Tao had become a ridiculous joke. In a corner of the rest area, shadows sheltered a quiet haven. A young man sat in a hovering wheelchair, his face deathly pale, covered with a thin blanket. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his expression was indifferent, and his frail demeanor clashed sharply with the masculine energy filling the room. He was Wenrenyu, the chief strategist of the First Cultivation Academy. At this moment, he was intently examining the light screen in front of him, which was dissecting every move of the opening ceremony at 100 times slower speed. From the moment Chu Tianquo was thrown onto the stage by Jiang Wan and landed in a sorry state, to the moment he picked up a napkin, and then to the moment he was immobilized by a spell and started eating sunflower seeds. Each frame is quantized, and the data stream beside it scrolls rapidly. Target, Chu Tianquo. Chinic fluctuation, level F, below monitoring threshold. Physical strength, grade E, standard for normal humans. Mental resilience, judgment failed, data overflow, feedback, error. Action logic analysis, chaotic, disordered, and inclined towards the principle of minimum energy consumption. Detected S-rank fire-type ability, user Jiang Wan casting low-level binding spell, modified. Spell detection, hit. Target feedback, physiological functions, neurons, energy circuits, no bound representations. Conclusion, the target is exempt from the spell, or the spell is ineffective against them. Warning, logical conflict, data contradiction, reconstruction calculation, failed. Warning, the target's sunflower seed eating behavior is causing mental field pollution, interfering with data collection. Interference level, S. The stream of characters on the screen went from smooth to garbled, and finally the entire screen began to jump wildly, with lines of bright red error flooding all the information. Wenrenu's slender fingertips tapped lightly on the armrest, and behind her gold-rimmed glasses, her gaze revealed the excitement of a hunter discovering a new and exotic prey. Interesting, Wenrenu murmured to herself, a very faint curve appearing on her pale lips. He maneuvered his wheelchair and silently glided to Situ Jingxin's side. Sword hard. Situ Jingxin opened his eyes, and upon seeing it was him, the anger between his brows subsided slightly. What is it? Take a look at this. Wenri pushed the screen full of garbled text in front of him. Situ Jingxin glanced at it only once before frowning at the jumbled symbols and glaring red warnings. A bunch of gibberish. What's there to see? This is not gibberish. Wenri spoke slowly but clearly. This is the conclusion reached by the Arena main system when analyzing Chu Tianquo. The system has crashed. Situ Jingxin paused for a moment, then a cold smile appeared on his lips. Playing tricks. What's so mysterious about an F-rank support? It's just that old fox Gu Taiyai from the 7th Division's tricks. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked down at the noisy stadium below, his gaze utterly desolate. The path of cultivation is clearly defined. Talent and strength both have their own paths. An F-rank is an F-rank. No matter how much he pretends, he can't change the fact that he doesn't even have the courage to stand in front of me. When Renayu adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflected the variegated colors of a light screen, revealing a hint of mystery. Courage and strength are two different things. Have you ever considered that he wasn't afraid, but rather disdainful? Disdain. Situ Jingxin turned around, his tone full of mockery, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world. A piece of trash who can't even stand firm. A coward who got on stage by relying on women. What right does he have to talk about disdain? My sword seeks to sever illusions. His tricks are utterly ineffective before absolute power. Situ Jingxin's words revealed his complete conviction in his swordsmanship. When Renaya did not refute, but simply stated the facts. Jiang Wan's immobilization spell has no effect on him. The system has confirmed this. So what? Situ Jingxin said nonchalantly. It's an unorthodox method. Perhaps he has some magical artifact to break the curse, but that doesn't change the fact that he's a good-for-nothing. When Rinai, he gently shook his head. He knew very well that Situ Jingxin was blinded by pride and couldn't listen to any dissenting opinions. I'm not questioning your sword. Winternu's voice was as calm as ever. I am only reminding you that Chu Tianquo's very existence is a variable. An unpredictable and incomprehensible variable. I have tried to predict your battle with him, and every time, my heavenly secrets have been warning me. He raised his sickly, pale hand. Just for the sake of divination, I have consumed 7 days of my lifespan. I have never seen anything like it before. Situ Jingxin's pupils suddenly contracted. He could distrust the system, but he couldn't distrust the heavenly secrets revealed by Wenri Naiyu. The power and cost of this talent were known to everyone in the academy. But that wavering was only momentary, quickly overwhelmed by even greater arrogance. That only means that my battle with him is destined to be earth-shattering, enough to change the course of the future. Situ Jingxin raised his head, his fighting spirit rekindled in his eyes. We sword cultivators have nothing to fear about the unpredictable road ahead. The more unpredictable it is, the more it will prove the sharpness of my sword. He had taken Wenrinayu's warning as the prelude to his glorious victory. Seeing his reaction, Wenrinayu stopped talking. Okay, he simply replied, then turned his wheelchair and quietly retreated to the corner. Situ Jingxin let out a soft hum, sat down again, his ancient sword lying across his lap, and became silent once more, but his aura was like a drawn blade, becoming even more imposing. The rest area fell silent again. Wenrinayu sat alone in a corner, bringing up another light screen. This time, it no longer displayed Chu Tianquo, but rather the list of the 7th Operations Division, and even the top combat forces of the entire China. His gaze fell on Chu Tianquo's solitary file, which only read F-level assist. Sleight of hand? No, that old fox, Gu Taiyai, wouldn't stoop to such clumsy tricks. This is more like a declaration. A declaration that is undisguised, even arrogant. I am an F-rank, but what can you do about it? When Renayu could almost hear the silent voiceover as the man cracked sunflower seeds. A passage from an ancient book about a powerful being from antiquity suddenly flashed through his mind. Words become law. Actions follow the way. Not bound by the 5 elements. Not tainted by cause and effect. The idea was so absurd that it sent a chill down his spine. A surge of blood rushed through him, causing him to cough violently, and a sickly flush spread across his cheeks. Concerned glances came from those around him, but he waved his hand to indicate that he was all right. Once his breathing calmed down, his gaze behind his glasses was unfathomable. A storm is coming. What Kenshin is about to encounter is probably not a stubborn rock that can sharpen his sword, but a divine mountain that he cannot fathom or shake. He glanced one last time at the comical figure on the screen, frozen in place, listlessly spitting out sunflower seed shells before closing his eyes. I hope you don't shatter completely. Chapter 47. You guys fight. I'll cheer you on. The league schedule is packed. Before the controversy surrounding the opening ceremony had subsided, the draw results for the team competition were already released, a dramatic turn of events that seemed to be the work of fate itself. The 7th Operations Division faces off against the 1st Cultivation Academy. When the logos of the two teams collided heavily on the giant battle screen, the noise in the entire Sky Arena instantly reached a boiling point. Here it comes. The fateful showdown. That F-rank support can't escape now. He can't just surrender in a team match, can he? Look at Situ Jingzin. That gaze is practically murderous. In the stands, murmurs, whistles, and gloating laughter mingled together, creating a massive wave of sound that surged towards the contestants' passage of the 7th Operations Division. Inside the passageway, the air was so stuffy you could wring water out of it. Pang Budong nervously adjusted the shield straps, his palms sweating so much that the alloy handles became slippery. Sister Jiang, Brother Kwa, wait. I'll be the first to charge. I can definitely hold them off. Jiang Wan, clutching the crimson flame staff, radiated a palpable fighting spirit. She ignored Pang Dongbu, her phoenix eyes piercing the air as they fixed on the languid figure before her. She forced out a voice through gritted teeth. Chu Tianquo, I'm warning you. If you dare to slack off today, after the match, I'll personally tie you to a target and let you taste what my newly mastered Hellfire Crimson Lotus is like. Chu Tianquo, who was walking at the front, yawned deeply and picked at his ear. Okay, don't get so angry. Look at you. You have another fine line around your eye. You. Jiang Wan's anger almost turned into a tangible flame on the spot. Chu Tianquo ignored her and strolled out of the passage on his own. Amidst much anticipation, the 7th Operations Squad made their appearance. Jiang Wan's figure was fiery, her fighting spirit soaring. Pang Budong was as immovable as a mountain, his aura calm and composed. Yi Wuhan blended into the shadows, silent and still. And the captain, Chu Tianquo, was walking at the very front. He was wearing flip-flops, hands in his pockets, looking like he hadn't woken up yet, his eyes darting around the huge ring as if searching for a comfortable recliner. On the other side, the team from the 1st Cultivation Academy also came out. Situ Jingzin, the leader, was dressed in white, his sword aura soaring to the clouds. He didn't even look at Jiang Wan and Pang Budong. From the moment he appeared, his aloof eyes transformed into two invisible sword beams, fixed on Chu Tianquo. The previous contempt had vanished from those eyes, replaced only by a resolute determination and murderous intent to cut the other person down with his sword. Behind him stood 3 equally extraordinary Academy elites. One was surrounded by electric sparks, another had his hands hidden in his sleeves with wind blades wrapped around his fingertips, and the third had a cold and hard expression, surrounded by a metallic, slicing aura. The two stood in the center of the ring, 100 meters apart. The air was heavy as lead. The referee stepped forward and was about to announce the rules when Situ Jingzin's clear, cold voice resounded throughout the arena. No need. He raised his hand and pointed directly at Chu Tianquo. I only want him. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Is the intention to cripple players in team matches before even engaging in one-on-one duels? Chu Tianquo finally raised his eyelids, looked at him, and said with a troubled expression, Hey, are you mistaken? This is a team competition, teamwork, you know? It means your teammates are playing against my teammates, and I'm cheering them on from the sidelines. Puff! A burst of snickers erupted from the spectator stands. Situ Jingzin's face instantly darkened. Brother Kwa is right. Pang Budong echoed in a deep voice. We can fight it ourselves. Brother Kwa doesn't need to lift a finger. Shut up. Jiang Wan and Situ Jingzin shouted in unison. Jiang Wan glared at Chu Tianquo and threatened in a low voice. If you dare to say another word of nonsense, believe me, I'll set you on fire right now. Chu Tianquo helplessly shrugged, looking like he was just a punching bag. He walked slowly to Pang Budong, and amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, he reached out and gently patted Pang Budong's massive alloy shield. Smack! A soft sound. An almost imperceptible radiance flowed across the shield before disappearing. Chu Tingqiu said to Pang Budong with a serious expression, "All right, I put a reflect damage shield on you. It's an F-rank skill that can reflect 1% of the damage. Don't expect too much, it's better than nothing." He spoke loudly, as if afraid the person on the other end wouldn't hear him. On the other side of the First Cultivation Academy, the 3 elite disciples all wore undisguised mockery on their faces. 1% damage reflection? Are you kidding me? That's barely scratching a tank's itch. Situ Jingzin let out a cold snort, his disdain deepening. However, in a corner unnoticed by anyone, Wen Renyu, sitting in a wheelchair, had his screen filled with countless gibberish, and a piercing alarm screamed in his mind. Warning. Unresolvable conceptual level law intervention detected. Imperial decree. Cause and effect. Retribution. Analyzing. Analysis failed. Refactoring. Refactoring failed. My CPU burned out. Hearing this, he suddenly looked up, his pupils shrinking to a point behind his glasses. After finishing all that, Chu Tingqiu walked leisurely to the edge of the ring with his hands in his pockets, then sat down with his legs dangling in the air, looking like he was ready to watch the show. The referee's lips twitched. He glanced at the podium, and seeing that the general didn't respond, he had no choice but to steel himself and loudly announce, "The match begins." Superior. Situ Jingzin did not move, but the 3 disciples behind him shot out like arrows, forming a triangular shape. Spear of lightning. Wind-cutting formation. Gung metal piercing. The 3 elite disciples unleashed their strongest killing moves right from the start. Countless blinding bolts of lightning converged into a spear. Hundreds of azure wind blades formed a strangling array, and the ground was shattered, from which dozens of gleaming metal spikes shot out. Their only target is Pang Budong, who looks the most vulnerable and can be the best target. Pang Budong roared, his feet rooted to the ground, holding the massive alloy shield in front of him. He closed his eyes, bracing himself for the onslaught of the storm. Jiang Wan's staff was already ablaze with flames, and Yi Wuhen's figure had disappeared from the spot, ready to provide support at any time. The next second, boom! 3 violent energies, without any fancy moves, bombarded the seemingly ordinary alloy shield. A deafening roar, accompanied by blinding light, shook the entire arena. Everyone thought that even if the big guy wasn't instantly killed, he would definitely be seriously injured and fall to the ground. However, the light faded. On the arena, Pang Budong remained standing still, his figure unwavering. There wasn't even a trace of char on his body. He opened his eyes, looked down at his intact shield, then at his unharmed body, his enormous face filled with bewilderment. Huh, it doesn't hurt. Meanwhile, the 3 menacing academy elites opposite him simultaneously let out screams so shrill they were inhuman. Ah! The lightning disciple was enveloped by even thicker and more violent black lightning, and his entire body was electrocuted and turned into charcoal before he fell straight down. The wind magic disciple suddenly had thousands of deeper and denser bloodstains appear on his body, resembling a slow, agonizing death, and the blood instantly stained the ground red. That disciple of the Golden Law had his arms and legs twisted into pretzels by an invisible force. The sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing in pain. In the blink of an eye, the 3 elite disciples of the gold rank didn't even touch the hem of their enemy's clothes before each suffered consequences 10 times worse than their own attacks, collapsing to the ground, their fates unknown. The entire venue was deathly silent. Tens of thousands of spectators were stunned, their minds blank. Hallucination? The referee gaped, forgetting to blow the whistle to declare the team out. In the stands of the First Cultivation Academy, all the cheers and encouragement suddenly ceased, leaving no sound. Even Jiang Wan, who had been full of fighting spirit, froze in place, and the flame at the top of her staff swayed slightly because her mind had been distracted. She looked at the unharmed Pang Budong, then at her 3 miserable opponents, her mind a complete mess. This is just 1% of the damage reflected back? This is a 100% causal weapon. In the midst of this eerie silence, an untimely voice resounded throughout the venue through the loudspeaker. Good. Everyone's eyes turned to the sound. At the edge of the arena, Chu Tianquo pulled out a small folding stool from somewhere and sat down, holding a megaphone in his hand. He stood up and clapped excitedly. Pang Budong. Well done. You are the strongest wall in our 7th division. The wall of sighs. Whoever comes here will sigh. He held a megaphone and shouted at the top of his lungs at Pang Budong, who looked completely bewildered in the arena. Hold on. Stay in this position and don't move. Let them hit you. The harder they hit you, the faster they'll die. Pang Budong, huh? Chu Tianquo then pointed the loudspeaker at Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan, what are you standing there for? There's only one left on the other side. That pretty boy is scared out of his wits. Quick, set him on fire. Burn his white clothes. Let him know why flowers are so red. Jiang Wan. Finally, Chu Tianquo shouted into the empty shadows. Night without trace. The opportunity has arrived. He's completely disoriented and full of openings. Go. Don't hold back. One hole in his left kidney. One hole in his right kidney. Let him know what true support, a kidney strike, is all about. The entire Sky Arena was completely silent. Everyone looked at the assistant sitting on the sidelines, gesticulating wildly and giving passionate directions, as if he were a madman. Is this supposed to be a support role? This must be a battlefield supervision team. Absurd, ridiculous, outrageous. This scene left everyone's brains blank. On the arena, Situ Jingzin, the only one still standing, had his handsome face changing color from ashen to purplish brown and finally turned to deep liver color. Shame. An unprecedented disgrace. His team, his proud junior brothers, were wiped out in a single encounter in a way he couldn't understand at all. He himself, the genius hailed as the sword god, was reduced to a clown from beginning to end, watching helplessly as everything unfolded. And the culprit, the coward he swore to kill, was sitting on the sidelines, eating sunflower seeds, drinking cola, and criticizing him through a megaphone, pointing fingers at the world. Buzz! The ancient sword behind him let out a suppressed, mournful cry, expressing its resentment and anger for its master. Situ Jingzin's chest heaved violently, and a rush of blood surged to his head. He stared at Chu Tianquo with a look that seemed to want to devour him alive. His hand, inch by inch, gripped the hilt of the sword. He no longer cares about the competition or the rules. Right now, all he wants is to kill that man. Just then, Chu Tianquo put down the megaphone, picked up a bottle of cola, unscrewed it, took a delicious sip, and then, as if remembering something, looked at Situ Jingzin with an innocent expression. Hey, you there, are you still going to fight or not? If not, just surrender now and don't delay everyone's lunch. You are looking for death. Situ Jingzin squeezed out 3 words, each one laced with the stench of blood. He suddenly drew the long sword from his back, a sword light that tore through the heavens and earth shot into the sky. His target was no longer anyone in the ring, but Chu Tianquo, who was sitting leisurely on the sidelines. However, the moment his sword was pointed, Wen Renyu, who had been sitting in a wheelchair and had a barely noticeable presence, suddenly coughed violently, spitting a mouthful of blood directly onto the light screen in front of him. For the first time, terror and despair filled his usually indifferent eyes. His divine insights were unprecedentedly and frantically issuing warnings. That wasn't a battle. That was divine punishment. No. Kenshin, stop. He mustered all his strength and let out a hoarse shout. But it was too late. Chapter 48, A Mage Fighting in Melee. The sword maniac was stunned. Wen Renyu's hoarse shout was completely drowned out by a sword cry that tore through the sky. Situ Jingzin drew his sword. That wasn't a contest, but a deadly strike brimming with murderous intent. The sword light was like the Milky Way pouring down from the heavens, carrying the resolute intent to sever all laws, aimed directly at the languid figure at the edge of the arena. He wanted to erase this coward who had tarnished his swordsmanship dignity, along with that eyesore of a small stool, in front of the whole world. In the entire Sky Arena, everyone held their breath at that moment. The general on the platform suddenly stood up, his eyes flashing with brilliance, but it was too late to stop him. That sword light was too fast, faster than thought could process. However, even faster than the sword light was a crimson afterimage. Just as the sword light was about to touch Chu Tianquo, a wall of fire rose from the ground, like a volcano's shield, and stood fiercely in front of Chu Tianquo. The sword light clashed fiercely with the wall of fire. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a bone-chilling sound of annihilation. Sword energy and flames frantically eroded and neutralized each other, the dissipated energy distorting the air and deforming that space like crumpled glass. As the firelight faded, Jiangwan's figure was revealed. She held her staff in one hand, pointing it diagonally at the ground. The crimson crystal at the tip of the staff shone brightly, and flames rose around her, making her long, wine-red hair dance wildly, like a fire goddess descended to earth. She stood in front of Chu Tianquo, her beautiful face no longer showing any anger at his incompetence, only a chilling aura. Behind her, Chu Tianquo was still sitting on a small stool, and even moved back a bit to avoid getting his underwear burned by the flying sparks. The entire room fell silent. To everyone's surprise, the first person to step forward and take the sword maniac's deadly strike head-on was that hot-tempered female mage. Situ Jingxin's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on Jiang Wan like a sharp arrow, and the anger in his chest found a new outlet. "This is between me and that good-for-nothing," he roared, his voice trembling with extreme anger. "You vixen, don't interfere." Which? Jiang Wan smiled, a dangerous and bloodthirsty smile. She raised her eyes, the flames in her phoenix eyes burning even brighter. "He is my support." She spoke slowly and deliberately, her voice not loud, yet the entire arena could hear her clearly. "Anyone who dares to touch him must first step over my dead body." This declaration, so protective of its own that it defied reason, left countless people speechless. From the first Cultivation Academy, a collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Situ Jingxin's face instantly turned a deep liver color. He felt humiliated time and again. First, a coward avoided the fight in the most despicable way, and now, a woman stood in front of him, warning him with the posture of protecting her private property. This is even more painful than killing him outright. Just as the tension was at its peak and the atmosphere was extremely heavy, a lazy voice drifted over from behind Jiangwan. "Jiangwan," Chu Tianquo poked his head out. "Fighting is fighting, but be careful not to knock over my bag of spice melon seeds. There's only half left." Jiangwan's back muscles tensed for a moment. Situ Jingxin's hand gripping the sword was so tight that the veins bulged, and he almost crushed the hilt. The audience's expressions shifted from tension to astonishment, and then to a distorted mix of wanting to laugh but not daring to. You've gone too far." Situ Jingxin completely lost control. He roared to the sky, and the sword intent around him no longer focused on a single point, but transformed into a monstrous wave that swept outwards in all directions. "Today I will first kill you, you witch, and then cleanse my own sect." He swayed, his body moving with his sword, transforming into a streak of light that pierced straight at Jiangwan. Good timing. Instead of retreating, Jiangwan advanced, her crimson flame staff dancing in her hands like a ball of fire, countless fireballs the size of wash basins roaring out, weaving a meteor shower of fire to meet the sword light. Ding, 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 ding. A series of collision sounds could be heard continuously. Situ Jingxin's sword was too fast. Every sword light struck the core of the fireball with perfect precision, detonating it. The sky was filled with shattered flames and scattered sword energy. However, the more he fought, the more frightened he became. Jiangwan's fireball technique was completely different from what he knew. An ordinary fireball would dissipate its energy after shattering. But her fireball, after being cut down, not only did not disappear, but instead transformed into countless smaller flames, clinging to his bones and sticking to his protective sword aura, burning wildly and drawing power from him. That flame contained a kind of will, a domineering, tyrannical will that will not rest until everything is burned to ashes. Roar of the fiery dragon. Jiangwan let out a clear shout, pointed her staff forward, and flames quickly gathered, transforming into a ferocious fire dragon tens of meters long. It opened its huge mouth and, with the force of burning mountains and boiling seas, bit down on Situ Jingxin. This move is her signature S-rank skill. Situ Jingxin's expression was solemn. He could feel the terrifying power contained in this attack, but he did not back down in the slightest. One sword could shatter all laws. He withdrew all his protective sword energy and poured all his mind and strength into the longsword in his hand. Buzz! The longsword emitted a cheerful hum, and its blade shone with an unprecedented light. He thrust out with his sword. It's plain and unremarkable, without any frills. However, the moment the sword was thrust out, the roaring fire dragon abruptly stopped in midair. Its enormous body, formed of flames, developed a straight crack starting from where the sword tip pointed. The crack wasn't black, but rather a state of nothingness, the concept of the fire dragon's existence, which was forcefully severed by this sword. The cracks spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the entire fire dragon was split in two, disintegrating and turning into a rain of fire that scattered across the ground. One sword breaks the spell. A gasp of surprise erupted from the audience. However, Situ Jingzin showed no joy on his face. Instead, he looked even uglier. Because he saw that the moment the flame dragon was broken, Jiang Wan not only did not retreat, but instead took advantage of the cover of the rain of fire to rush forward. She actually used her staff as a melee weapon, creating a whistling sound as it flew straight towards his face. A mage fighting in melee? Madman! Situ Jingzin didn't have time to think it through and parried with his sword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was so loud it hurt people's eardrums. A tremendous force emanated from the sword, causing Situ Jingzin's arm to go numb and forcing him to stagger back 3 steps. He stared at Jiang Wan in horror. How can this woman be so strong? What shocked him even more was that the flames that were originally just attached to Jiang Wan's staff now seemed to have come alive, spreading wildly along his sword and onto his hand. The flame, tinged with a faint gold, seemed not to be very hot, yet it sent a shiver down his spine. His proud sword intent melted away instantly upon contact with the golden flames, like ice and snow meeting the sun. What kind of flame is this? He could no longer remain calm, and while urging his sword energy to defend, he retreated repeatedly. Jiang Wan pressed her advantage relentlessly, launching a fierce attack like a storm. She wielded her staff with great force, each strike imbued with a strange golden flame, leaving Situ Jingzin in a sorry state. He possessed superb swordsmanship, yet he couldn't fully utilize it, because the other party didn't give him a chance to create distance at all. They just kept their face close and used the most barbaric and unreasonable method to hit him with the stick again and again. On the arena, a swordsman in white was being chased and attacked by a female mage in red, who was using a magic staff. This scene is too bizarre and too subversive to understand. The disciples of the First Cultivation Academy were all dumbfounded. Their invincible sword god senior brother, the peerless genius who could kill the immovable mountain with a single sword strike, was now being beaten by a woman without any chance to fight back. No, this isn't right. After a clumsy parry, Situ Jingzin was finally forced to the edge of the arena. Looking at the golden flames dancing like elves on Jiang Wan's staff, and feeling his sword intent being suppressed, the horror in his eyes finally turned into incomprehensible rage. You're not using fire-based abilities at all. Your spells are mixed with something else. He suddenly looked up, his gaze passing over Jiang Wan and locking onto Chu Tingqiu, who was still sitting on a small stool, leisurely watching the show. He finally understood. This eerie flame, that unreasonable will, and the incomprehensible reflection damage on Peng Budong's shield all originate from the same source. It was all that man's doing. This is not magic. This is not superpower. Situ Jingzin, looking like a madman, pointed at Jiang Wan but roared at Chu Tingqiu. What kind of crooked and evil methods did you teach her? This is not a fair fight at all. His roar was filled with resentment and confusion. The way of the sword that he firmly believed in, which determined victory or defeat through absolute strength and skill, was shattered today by a force that he could neither understand nor resist. Chapter 49, The Ruyi Jingbang Golden Cudgel, weighing 13,500 jin, approximately 6,500 kilograms. Situ Jingzin's madman-like roar echoed throughout the vast sky arena. His question was filled with confusion and resentment before the collapse of swordsmanship. However, his response was met with an even more ferocious attack from Jiang Wan. Unorthodox methods? Jiang Wan sneered, her phoenix eyes burning with golden flames filled with murderous intent. We lost, that's it. Making so many excuses. You sword fanatic, you might as well change your name to King of Talk. The crimson staff in her hand seemed to come alive at this moment, each swing carrying the will to incinerate all things. The eerie golden flames, like maggots clinging to bones, continuously melted away Situ Jingxin's protective sword energy. Clang! After another heavy clash, Situ Jingxin felt a sharp pain in his tiger's mouth, and the ancient sword in his hand almost slipped from his grasp. He was forced to retreat repeatedly, and the alloy arena beneath his feet was dented deeply. Shame! An unprecedented disgrace. Situ Jingxin, a sword genius of the First Cultivation Academy, who was only seen once in a century, was actually beaten back by a fire mage who used a fire stick right in his face. You think you've won? Situ Jingxin's eyes were bloodshot. He bit his tongue hard, and the sharp pain and taste of blood instantly freed him from the oppressive feeling. His figure suddenly became elusive, no longer confronting Jiangwan head-on, but transforming into afterimages that rapidly circled around her. A sword is a weapon of slaughter, not the brute force of a brute. His voice came from all directions, sometimes near, sometimes far, sometimes elusive, splitting light into shadow, 1,000 blades returning to the flow. In an instant, the ancient sword in Situ Jingxin's hand split into 1,000, and thousands of sword lights, as solid as tangible matter, appeared out of thin air, forming an impenetrable sword cage that strangled Jiangwan from all directions. This move no longer pursues the ultimate sharpness of breaking through all techniques with a single sword strike, but rather represents the pinnacle of swordsmanship's skill. Jiangwan's pupils contracted. She could feel that each sword light was targeting different vital points around her body. No matter how she dodged, she would inevitably suffer hundreds or thousands of cuts. She made a decisive move, slamming her staff heavily onto the ground. Barrier of flames. Thick walls made of golden flames rose from the ground, protecting her layer by layer in the center. Ding, 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 ding. A series of rapid, rain-like impacts rang out. The sword light and a wall of fire collided wildly, exploding into a sky full of flowing light. However, Situ Jingxin's target was never Jiangwan herself from the very beginning. Just as Jiangwan was fully focused on defense, a seemingly insignificant sword light, at an unbelievable angle, bypassed all defenses and struck the crimson flame staff precisely and silently. Buzz! A peculiar shockwave instantly traveled along the staff and spread throughout Jiangwan's entire body. She felt a numbness in her arm, and the crimson flame staff that had been with her for years flew out of her hand uncontrollably and into the air. Oh no! Jiangwan's heart sank. The mage lost his weapon, and his fighting strength was reduced to less than 1/10. In the audience, everyone held their breath. In the stands of the First Cultivation Academy, some people couldn't help but cheer. A cruel smile appeared on Situ Jingxin's face. Without that strange staff, this woman was nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. He was about to unleash his sword technique to deliver a fatal blow to Jiangwan. Just then, the man who had been sitting on the small stool at the edge of the ring moved. Chu Tingqiu frowned slightly as he watched the staff tumbling in the air, as if he found its flight too unsightly. He sighed, looking like he was saying, "What a hassle," and lazily raised his right hand towards the staff, flicking his index finger lightly. Weapon enhancement. The voice was soft and light, as if it were just a casual complaint. There was no light, no special effects. However, the crimson staff that had been tumbling in midair suddenly came to a stop. It hovered in the air tens of meters above the ground, as if time had been paused. Then, amidst the astonished and uncertain gazes of tens of thousands of people, a strange change suddenly occurred. The crimson crystal at the tip of the staff rapidly deepened in color, transforming from a fiery red into the richest dark gold found deep within lava. The ancient wood grain on the staff began to grow and intertwine on its own, revealing countless mysterious and ancient golden runes. 2 golden hoops appeared out of thin air at the ends of the staff, gleaming with a cold metallic luster. It's getting longer and thicker. The entire staff, in a completely unreasonable way, under everyone's gaze, transformed into a stick with golden hoops at both ends and black iron in the middle. An indescribable, extremely heavy concept emanated from that stick, causing the entire space of the sky arena to begin to distort slightly. What is that?" someone asked in a trembling voice. Sitting in her wheelchair, when Renaud stared intently at the rapidly updating data on the screen, her pupils shrinking to pinpoints beneath her glasses. Imperial Decree. The Ruyi Jingbang. Concept link. The iron pillar that stabilizes the sea. Warning. Mass parameter overflow. Physical law determination crash. Oh no. Wenren exclaimed in alarm. He wanted to warn Situ Jingzhen to run, but it was too late. The stick that was suspended in the air began to fall after completing its transformation. It didn't drift down. Instead, it crashed straight down towards the very center of the ring. There was no howling wind, only deathly silence. It was as if its trajectory as it fell had emptied the air, creating an absolute vacuum. At this moment, every hair on Situ Jingzhen's body stood on end. He felt an unprecedented, extreme fear stemming from his very survival instinct. He wanted to run, but the oppressive force, heavy as the stars, pinned him to the spot, preventing him from even moving a finger. He could only watch helplessly as the enormous iron rod grew larger and closer in his pupils. The next second, Boomstrapje! A deafening roar, beyond description, shattered deep within everyone's eardrums. That wasn't the sound of metal colliding with metal, but a meteorite crashing into the lake. The entire sky arena, constructed from anti-gravity runes and ultra-high-strength alloys, shook violently at that moment. Centered on the point where the iron bar landed, the seemingly indestructible alloy arena cracked like glass struck by a hammer, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly. Then, the entire area collapsed with a deafening roar. A terrifying crater, over 50 meters in diameter, appeared in the center of the arena. The violent shockwave whipped up clouds of dust and metal fragments, sweeping out in all directions. The general on the platform changed his expression and waved his hand. An invisible barrier instantly enveloped the entire audience, blocking the devastating impact. Even so, the terrifying shockwave that swept over them still made the audience in the front row turn pale and stagger. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated. The entire venue was deathly silent. Tens of thousands of eyes stared blankly at the terrifying crater in the center of the arena. In the center of the crater, the enormous iron rod was stuck at an angle, with only a small part of it protruding. Ancient runes on the rod flowed with dark golden light, as if mocking the fragility of this world. Where is Situ Jingzhen? Everyone was searching for that figure dressed in pristine white. People found him at the edge of the pit. He was lying on the ground in an extremely disheveled position. Covered in dust, his once spotless white clothes were now tattered. A trace of blood hung from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with the terror and bewilderment of surviving a disaster. He wasn't hit. Just before the iron bar fell, the ancient sword in his hand automatically protected its master, unleashing all its power and blasting him away, which barely saved him from being smashed into a pulp. But his sword shattered. The ancient sword that had been with him for many years was now broken into more than a dozen pieces, scattered around him, its spiritual light completely gone. The entire room fell silent. Everyone was like a duck with its neck choked, unable to make a sound. Their minds have completely shut down. What on earth happened? Jiang Wan was also stunned. She stared blankly at the giant iron bar stuck in the ground, then looked at her empty hands, and finally, slowly and mechanically, she turned her head to look at the culprit. Chu Tingqiu was still sitting on his little stool, legs crossed, and even took out a bottle of Coke from his pocket, unscrewed it, and took a sip. He noticed Jiang Wan's gaze, gave her an innocent smile, and then pointed to the large pit. "Sister Jiang, you drop your weapon. Go pick it up quickly." Jiang Wan's lips twitched violently. She walked step by step to the edge of the giant pit, looked at the iron bar that was thicker than her waist, and fell into deep doubt. "This is my staff?" She took a deep breath, reached out, grasped the cold iron bar, and then exerted a sudden force. The iron bar remained completely still. Jiang Wan's face instantly turned red. It's not shyness, it's anger. She refused to believe it and unleashed the full power of an S-class fire-type ability user, with blazing golden flames erupting from her body and the muscles on her arms bulging slightly. "Get up!" With a furious shout, she finally pulled the huge iron rod out of the ground, inch by inch. So heavy. That's ridiculously heavy. Jiang Wan's face turned bright red, and the veins on her forehead bulged. She felt as if she was holding up not a stick, but a mountain. "Oh dear, I forgot to tell you." Chu Tingqiu's voice drifted over slowly. "It weighs about 13,500 pounds right now. Take it easy, don't strain your back." won 13,500 caddies. Jiang Wan almost choked on her breath. Her hand trembled, and the other end of the giant stick slammed to the ground with a thud. There was another earth-shaking tremor. On the other side, Situ Jingzin finally got up from the ground. He looked at his broken sword, and then at Jiang Wan, who was holding a giant club and looked like a female war goddess from mythology. His entire worldview was shattered at this moment. Just then, Jiang Wan finally got used to the terrifying weight. A nameless rage burned within her. Looking at Situ Jian in the distance, she roared, swung the heavy iron rod with all her might, and swept it towards him. This strike required absolutely no skill. It is the purest, most primal, and most irrational power. The iron bar swung very slowly, so slowly that everyone could see it clearly. But nobody thought they could avoid it. Wherever that iron rod passed, space itself groaned and collapsed. Even light was distorted by its terrifying mass. Situ Jingzin's pupils shrank to an extreme point. He wanted to dodge, but his legs felt like they were filled with lead, and he couldn't move. It was the sheer power that overwhelmed them, making even their souls tremble. In the end, the iron bar did not hit him. Instead, she wiped his scalp and swept it across him. Boomstrapje! The alloy railing on the other side of the sky arena, along with a small portion of the stands behind it, collapsed like building blocks under this attack, turning into countless fragments that plummeted into the East China Sea thousands of meters below. The entire sky arena was forcibly punched with a huge gap. Cold wind rushed in through the gap. Situ Jingzin stood there blankly, feeling the strong wind coming from above, a few strands of hair quietly falling down. He slowly turned his head, looking at the now vanished stands, and then at the woman carrying the giant club, who resembled a demon. Finally, his gaze fell on the man who had been sitting on the sidelines drinking cola the whole time. His handsome, jade-like face was now contorted with rage and despair. This is not magic at all. His voice was hoarse, trembling, and filled with incomprehensible despair. This isn't swordsmanship at all. What the hell is this? Chapter 50 Situ Jingzin's Trump Card. What the hell is this? Situ Jingzin's hoarse question lingered in the air above the arena, which had been blasted open with a huge gap, carrying a chilling desolation amidst the wind. No one answered. Tens of thousands of spectators were collectively silenced, staring blankly at the terrifying crater in the center of the arena and the woman carrying a heavy iron rod and surrounded by golden flames. Their worldview, like Situ Jingzin's, was shattered. Aren't mages supposed to be fragile characters who hide in the back chanting? To use a stick thicker than your waist to collapse half a stand with a single blow? That's just too absurd. On the arena, Jiang Wan carried the giant club, her chest heaving rapidly, her thumb and forefinger split open, blood seeping from between her fingers. The thing was incredibly heavy. Each swing was a tremendous strain on her, but her eyes were brighter than ever before. Looking at the dejected young man in white opposite her, at his face filled with collapse and confusion, the anger she felt from Chu Tingqiuo's words miraculously dissipated by more than half. It turns out that it's so satisfying to beat a self-proclaimed genius to a pulp. Situ Jingzin didn't look at her. His gaze swept over everyone and locked onto the man sitting on a small stool, as if he were relaxing in his own backyard. Shame, anger, confusion, fear, a myriad of emotions churned within him, ultimately transforming into a kind of fanatical madness. The way of the sword he believed in, the swordsmanship he was so proud of, has been utterly trampled on by a barbaric and unreasonable force today. He doesn't understand, so he wants to destroy. He. Situ Jingzin suddenly chuckled softly, the laughter growing louder and more manic, his shoulders shaking violently, and his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. I see. He raised his head, his handsome face contorted in a grotesque manner due to extreme distortion. Those who act against the way shall be punished by heaven. Before he could finish speaking, he opened his mouth, bit his tongue, and sprayed a mouthful of blood mixed with saliva onto the pile of broken swords in front of him. With my blood, I welcome my lord. His voice was no longer clear and cold, but became hoarse and fervent, as if he were presiding over an ancient and sinister sacrifice. In the rest area of the First Cultivation Academy, the light screen in front of Winrin had long been swallowed by the red alarm, and his pale face was now completely devoid of color. No, That's his natal sword embryo. He's about to use a forbidden technique. He struggled to stand up, but due to his weakness, he fell heavily back into his wheelchair and could only watch helplessly as the situation slid into the worst abyss. On the arena, the broken sword fragments stained with Situ Jingxin's blood essence began to tremble violently, emitting not a metallic hum, but a kind of mournful cry like that of a living being. Immediately afterwards, all the fragments turned into streams of light, soaring into the sky and converging in midair. As the light faded, a sword appeared, hovering in front of Situ Jingxin. It was an unremarkable ancient sword, its blade covered in rust and riddled with nicks. The rope binding the hilt was also rotten, as if it had just been unearthed from an ancient tomb and would crumble into a pile of slag in the next instant. However, the moment the rusty sword appeared, everyone in the sky arena, wearing metal ornaments and weapons, felt their weapons tremble slightly and uncontrollably. It was an absolute suppression stemming from rank, the homage of subjects to their monarch. Situ Jingxin reached out his trembling hand and grasped the rusty sword. The instant he gripped the sword hilt, his once black hair visibly turned gray. His upright posture hunched over, as if 20 years of his lifespan had been drained away in that instant. But the light in his eyes shone brightly, almost to the point of madness. Heaven is unjust, treating all things like straw dogs. He raised his rusty sword high and chanted ancient incantations in an elegiac tone. I, Situ Jingxin, am willing to transform into a sword and act on behalf of heaven. Forbidden technique. 10,000 swords returned to one. With his final roar, the heavens and earth changed color. The clear sky instantly darkened, with dark clouds gathering and lightning flashing. A gale rose from the ground, howling and whipping up rubble and dust from the arena, filling the air with a chilling, metallic smell. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The cries of thousands of swords rang out from all directions. Outside the terrifying gaping hole in the arena, thousands of meters below, on the azure surface of the East China Sea, countless towering water columns suddenly erupted, each containing a sword shadow condensed from water vapor. In the city, countless swords stored in armories began to unsheath themselves, paying homage towards the sky arena. Countless sword shadows, tangible and intangible, real and illusory, converged from every corner of the world, blotting out the sun and forming a torrent of sword energy that pierced through the heavens and earth above Situ Jingxin's head. The torrent of sword energy slowly rotated, and the pressure it emitted caused the space itself to distort and groan under its unbearable weight. On the platform, the general's face was solemn. Behind him, several officers had drawn their weapons and formed a battle formation, barely managing to withstand the dissipating pressure of the sword. Madman, this kid is insane, the general cursed in a low voice. If this attack gets out of control, half of Donghai City will be razed to the ground. On the arena, Jiang Wan was the first to be attacked. She felt as if she were carrying not a 13,500-pound iron rod, but an isolated island being eroded by a storm. The all-pervasive sword energy, like millions of steel needles, pierced her entire body with excruciating pain, and the golden flames protecting her were shaking violently, on the verge of being extinguished. She gritted her teeth, her arms bulging with veins, wanting to swing the giant club and smash the countless sword shadows in the sky. But she couldn't do it. Locked in by that immense sword force, even raising her arm became incredibly difficult for her. Sister Jiang. Pang Budong roared and charged forward, his giant shield blocking her path. However, before he could even regain his footing, an invisible sword pressure swept over him, and his massive body was struck head-on by a battering ram. He and his shield were sent flying dozens of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, his fate unknown. In the shadows, Yi Wuhen's figure flashed by. She tried to approach Situ Jingxin, but as soon as she stepped into the area covered by the sword energy, she groaned and blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. She had no choice but to retreat to her original position, her eyes filled with horror. That area has become a no-go zone for life. Situ Jingxin ignored everyone. His eyes, which had lost their luster, were fixed on only one direction. He raised his rusty sword high, then slowly lowered it, pointing towards the edge of the arena, at the figure who had seemed like an outsider from beginning to end. He used his last bit of strength to roar out. The torrent of sword energy suspended in the sky found an outlet. Boom! Amidst an indescribable roar, the world-destroying torrent constructed from countless sword shadows transformed into a pillar of light that tore through the heavens and earth, crashing down upon the figure sitting on the small stool. At this moment, time slows down. Jiangwan's eyes were brimming with tears. When Rinyu closed her eyes in despair, the entire audience erupted in terrified screams. Before everyone's eyes, the sword light, powerful enough to destroy everything, was about to wipe the lazy young man, along with the small stool beneath him, from this world forever. However, at this critical moment, the young man who had been the focus of everyone's attention finally reacted. The earth-shattering power and the soul-tearing pressure of the sword finally disturbed his peace. Chu Tingqiuo's brows furrowed impatiently. He slowly raised his head, his half-open eyes still carrying a hint of morning grumpiness for being woken up. He glanced at the torrent of sword energy that descended from the sky and almost filled his entire field of vision. His face showed no fear or surprise, only a blank expression. Then, he yawned widely and even squeezed out a few physiological tears from the corners of his eyes. Amidst the horrified gazes of countless people, Chu Tingqiuo rubbed his eyes and slowly stood up from his folding stool. He stretched, his bones cracking and popping, and mumbled something indistinctly. "What's going on? Making such a racket. Can't a person get any sleep?" Chapter 51. You're so noisy. What's going on? Making such a racket. Can't a person get any sleep? That indistinct muttering, like a red-hot needle, pierced through the giant cocoon woven from fear and roar that enveloped the entire sky arena. The voice wasn't loud, even carrying a hoarseness and impatience from someone just waking up. Yet, before this torrent of sword energy capable of tearing the heavens and earth apart, this complaint clearly penetrated everyone's ears. Time, at this moment, appears strangely fragmented. On one side was the world-destroying 10,000 swords returning to the origin, a pillar of light that pierced the heavens and earth, carrying the power to raise Donghai City to the ground, falling down overhead. Wherever the light reached, the air evaporated, and the laws of nature wailed. On the other side was the young man who had just stood up from the folding stool. He stretched, his joints cracking and popping, his movements as relaxed as if he were enjoying a lazy afternoon on his own balcony. He tilted his head back, half closing his eyes, watching the world-destroying sword light descending from above. His face showed no horror, no solemnity, not even the slightest bit of seriousness. The only feeling is the annoyance of being woken from a sweet dream. The screams that had just reached the lips of the tens of thousands of audience members were swallowed back, leaving only gasps in their throats. On the platform, the general with a solemn expression, along with the officers standing in formation behind him, remained motionless and their expressions absurd. On the stage, Jiangwan, who was about to fight to the death, froze in her stance as she carried the massive club weighing 10,000 pounds. The determination and madness in her eyes receded, leaving only a blank and bewildered look. In the rest area, Wenrinyu, who had just closed her eyes in despair, suddenly opened them. Her usually indifferent eyes trembled violently at the sight she could not comprehend. Everyone's thoughts were cut off into a blank in this clash between extreme movement and extreme stillness. That's insane. This world must be fucking insane. Faced with a natural disaster capable of destroying a city, this man is actually complaining about it affecting his sleep? As the instigator of all this, Situ Jingzhen suffered a soul shock that was billions of times stronger than anyone else's. He sacrificed his lifespan, burned his natal sword embryo, and gambled everything to summon the most powerful forbidden technique, which in his eyes was divine punishment worthy of acting on behalf of heaven. But in that person's eyes, it was just noise. This sense of absurdity was 100 times stronger than when Jiangwan chased and beat him with a stick. It was an extreme humiliation that arose from the very root of his soul, a feeling of being completely ignored. Situ Jingzhen squeezed out a single word, and on his already withered face, madness and obsession were replaced by an unprecedented shock and anger. However, he only managed to utter one word. Because Chu Tingqiuo's eyes were finally fully open. Those eyes, which were always half open and looked like they hadn't woken up yet, were now fully open. There was no burst of golden light, no divine might as well. Those were clear, even somewhat indifferent eyes. But the moment Situ Jingzin met those eyes, he felt himself plunge into the endless depths of the starry sky. Cold, deathly still, vast and ancient. There was no emotion, no anger, no murderous intent, not even the concept of seeing in those eyes. It was the indifference of a deity looking down upon the dust. An absolute nothingness in which even time and space have no meaning. The sea of fire in Situ Jingzin's mind, composed of madness and obsession, froze instantly under this gaze, and then shattered inch by inch. The torrent of sword energy piercing the heavens and earth above his head was still emitting a deafening roar. The rusty sword in his hand still exuded the aura of a monarch that commanded the submission of all swords. But under that gaze, he himself felt utterly chilled from soul to body. An overwhelming, primal fear gripped his heart. Then, he heard a sentence he would never forget for the rest of his life. Chu Tingqiuo looked at him, tilted his head slightly, and the impatience of being disturbed in his eyes finally overcame the ancient stillness. He spoke, his tone so calm it was as if he were saying, "The weather is nice today. You're so noisy." The moment the words fell, the world fell silent. That devastating torrent of sword energy, that ear-piercing roar of countless swords, that howling wind, all the sounds at this moment mysteriously vanished. No, it didn't disappear. The beam of sword energy that descended from the sky stopped 3 inches above Chu Tingqiuo's head. Just like that, abruptly, violently, and defying all the laws of the world, it froze. A screen that was playing a post-apocalyptic movie was paused. The torrent of countless sword shadows continued its downward rush, each sword shadow radiating an incomparably sharp aura and its light still dazzling. But it just stayed there, motionless. The raging energy was confined within a tiny 3-inch space, without leaking out in the slightest. The entire sky arena fell into a deathly silence. A deathly silence more terrifying and suffocating than ever before. Everyone stared wide-eyed at this miraculous scene, their minds blank. Time, space, energy laws, all of this became a joke in front of that man. The color drained completely from Situ Jingzin's face in that instant. He could feel that the connection between himself and the torrent of sword energy remained. He was still the master of this forbidden technique. However, he could no longer command it in the slightest. The feeling is like an emperor discovering that his empire has suddenly become a pile of building blocks on someone else's sandbox. He watched as Chu Tingqiuo raised his hand, extended a finger, and, with some curiosity, gently poked the still, all-destroying pillar of light. Bite! A clear, crisp sound like a wind chime. World-destroying light that terrified countless people. It broke. Even a soap bubble popped by a child is nothing special. There was no explosion, no shockwave. The enormous beam of light shattered inch by inch from the point where Chu Tingqiuo's fingertips touched it, turning into billions of soft, shimmering particles, like a grand and silent dance of fireflies, drifting across the entire arena. Those points of light no longer possessed any sharpness or killing intent. When they fell upon people, they brought only a negligible warmth. A catastrophe that could have destroyed half the city was neutralized by a single finger and a ding sound. Chu Tingqiuo looked at the scattered specks of light in the sky and showed some dissatisfaction. He frowned, annoyed that the lights were too bright and disturbed his sleep. Light pollution. He made a casual comment, and then, under the deathly silence of the entire room, he turned around, found his perfectly intact folding stool, dusted it off, and plopped down on it. He also casually pulled out the half-finished bottle of Coke from his pocket, unscrewed it, took a satisfying sip, and let out a contented sigh. Everything that just happened had nothing to do with him. He was just an ordinary person who was woken up by the loudspeakers of the square dancing Andes, came out to curse, and then went home to continue sleeping. Click! A soft cracking sound rang out starkly in the deathly silence. Everyone's eyes turned to the source of the sound. Situ Jingzin. He maintained the posture of holding his long sword high, but at this moment, a crack appeared on the ancient, rusty sword that exuded the aura of a monarch, starting from the tip. The cracks spread rapidly, covering the entire blade in the blink of an eye. Then, in situ, Jingxin's empty and desperate gaze, the natal sword embryo that carried all his pride and obsession turned into a handful of dust, which drifted away from his fingertips with the wind. Puff! A mouthful of black blood gushed out from situ, Jingxin's mouth. His hair, which had turned completely white in an instant, had now lost all its luster and was as withered as grass. He could no longer maintain his upright posture. All his bones and strength seemed to have been drained away, and his knees buckled, causing him to kneel heavily on the ground. We lost. The defeat was so complete, so absurd, so incomprehensible. His swordsmanship, his pride, his reason for being, all of that was crushed in that casual flick of the finger and that "you're so noisy." He didn't even know how he lost. That wasn't a battle. That was divine punishment. Dust, defying the gods, only receives indifferent disregard and a casual swipe. No, this isn't real. Situ Jingxin knelt on the ground, muttering to himself in a daze. His eyes were unfocused, devoid of any of his former arrogance and sharpness, leaving only endless confusion and collapse. This isn't swordsmanship. This isn't it at all. No one paid any attention to his mutterings. The entire sky arena remained shrouded in an eerie, deathly silence. Jiang Wan slowly lowered the massive club, weighing 10,000 jin in her hand. That weapon, which was as heavy as a mountain, now felt as light as a feather in her hands. Her gaze was fixed on the back of the person sitting on a small stool drinking cola. On that beautiful face, the expression changed, showing shock, confusion, fear, and a glimmer of something else that she herself did not notice. In the corner, Wenren slumped in her wheelchair, panting heavily, her gaze behind her glasses unfocused for the first time. His divine secrets offered no warning. Because when the gods themselves intervene, the so-called divine secrets lose their meaning. On the platform, the seasoned general slowly sat back down, his back soaked with cold sweat. He looked at the lazy young man in the arena, his lips moved, but he found that he couldn't say anything. Finally, everyone's eyes were drawn to that leisurely figure. The wind rushed in through the huge gap in the arena, blowing the corner of his slightly faded clothes. He finished his cola, burped, and felt sleepy again. His head was nodding, and he seemed ready to fall asleep again at any moment. The whole world became his backdrop. In the silence, a thought simultaneously and wildly arose in the minds of tens of thousands of people. What exactly is it? Chapter 52. My sword. My family heirloom. The entire sky arena fell silent. The wind blew in through the huge gap, stirring up the dust on the arena, but it didn't make a sound. Tens of thousands of eyes were stunned, their gazes shifting back and forth between the three people. One was a white-haired man kneeling on the ground, looking like he had lost his soul. One was a woman carrying a massive, heavy stick, her expression complex. The last one was the man who had just finished drinking his cola, burped, and then sat back down on the small stool. Situ Jingxin knelt there, as if he had no bones. His once sharp eyes are now hollow. He slowly opened his hand, looking at the handful of dust in his palm, which was his natal sword embryo. His lips trembled. He wanted to say something, but no sound came out. A surge of immense sorrow welled up in his chest, overwhelming his reason. Everyone thought that this defeated genius would go insane or faint. But the next second, wow! A loud cry burst from Situ Jingxin's mouth, the sound echoing throughout the entire venue. He was no longer the aloof sword fanatic, nor the formidable genius. He just knelt on the ground like a child whose toy had been taken away, crying with snot and tears streaming down his face. Every single audience member was completely stunned. Jiang Wan's hand, which was supporting the giant stick, trembled slightly. Pang Budong got up from the ground, rubbing his still dazed head, looking at the scene with a face full of question marks. My sword! Situ Jingxin held his empty hands and cried uncontrollably. My family heirloom. That was passed down from my great-great-grandfather. It's been passed down for 18 generations. He cried as he pounded the ground with his fists, making the alloy ring-bang loudly. To raise it, I fed it with all my heart every day. I haven't had a full meal in 3 years. I used all my pocket money to buy rare and precious herbs to maintain it. Wow, just like that it's gone. Broken. Not even a trace left. The crying sounded really heartbreaking. On the stands of the First Cultivation Academy, his fellow disciples looked at each other, wanting to go up and persuade him, but not knowing how to start. They had never seen their senior brother like this before. Even some viewers who were initially quite happy couldn't laugh anymore when they saw his sad expression. That's terrible. That's really tragic. This is no longer just about losing the game. It's about losing a family heirloom. Amidst this somber atmosphere, a somewhat confused voice rang out. Hey, student. Chu Tianquo poked his head out from his small stool, looking innocently at Situ Jingzin, who was crying so hard she was almost out of breath. Has this sword of yours been sitting unrepaired for too long? He scratched his head and analyzed seriously. Look, you just made a big fuss with thunder and wind. This old weapon couldn't withstand that much energy, so it broke on its own. This is natural wear and tear, right? You can't blame me. I've been sitting here the whole time without moving an inch. He spoke so sincerely and made such a reasonable point. Puff. Finally, someone in the audience couldn't help but laugh. This seemed to flip a switch, and laughter quickly spread throughout the entire venue. Natural attrition? Holy crap. That's an amazing reason. What bad intentions could an F-level support player have? You just want to watch the game in peace and quiet. This is rubbing salt into someone's wound. Sword Fanatic is really going to be furious this time. Situ Jingzin's crying stopped. He suddenly raised his head, his face streaked with tears and snot, his swollen eyes fixed on Chu Tianquo. The sadness in his eyes was instantly replaced by anger and humiliation. He felt like his lungs were about to explode with anger. However, before he could even speak, a majestic voice resounded throughout the venue through the loudspeaker. Quiet. The referee finally reacted. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, glanced at the miserable Situ Jingzin on the ground, then at the leisurely Chu Tianquo over there, and finally his gaze fell on the ruins of the half-broken arena. His lips twitched. He cleared his throat and, with all his might, announced loudly. In this match, 3 members of the First Cultivation Academy have lost their ability to fight, and the captain's weapon is damaged, and he has lost his will to fight. The 7th Operations Division wins. Cheers erupted in the 7th Operations Division's rest area after the announcement. Meanwhile, the First Cultivation Academy remained completely silent. Wen Rinai was sat in her wheelchair, slowly raising her hand to cover her face. It's over. He knew that from this day forward, Situ Jingzin's swordsmanship was completely ruined. He ruined himself by crying. By this absurdity and humiliation, he was literally driven to despair. I refuse to accept this. Situ Jingzin struggled to get up from the ground, pointed at Chu Tianquo, and roared in a hoarse voice. He destroyed my sword. He destroyed my family heirloom. You have to pay me back. He looked like a wild beast driven to desperation, his eyes bloodshot, as if he were about to go mad. Compensation? Compensation for what? Chu Tianquo shrugged, looking at him with a "what are you talking about?" expression. I already said, that's natural wear and tear. The product is out of warranty, so we're not responsible for that. You. Situ Jingzin was so angry that he trembled all over and almost fainted. Just then, a composed figure walked down from the direction of the podium. The man who arrived had graying temples, a scar on his face, and wore his usual dark green Zhongshan suit with an old military overcoat draped over his shoulders. He was quite imposing. It was Gu Taiyai, the top leader of the Chinese military and the superior of the 7th Operations Division. He walked into the center of the field, first glancing at the large pit and the gap in the distance, his eyelids twitching, before turning his gaze to Situ Jingzin. Student Situ, right? Gu Taiyai's voice was not loud, but it carried an air of authority that made people dare not refute him. In a competition, weapons clash, and injuries are inevitable. I understand how you feel, but everything should be done reasonably. He patted Situ Jingzin on the shoulder, not with much force, but it made Situ Jingzin sway slightly. Gu Tai had turned around, pointed to Chu Tianquo, who was still sitting on the small stool, and said in a very serious tone, "Look at our classmate Chu Tianquo. He is a key logistics talent that our 7th Division is protecting. His talent level is only F level, just an ordinary support. He can't lift anything with his hands or carry anything on his shoulders. A gust of wind could blow him over. During the match just now, he sat here the whole time and didn't even go to the middle of the ring." Gu Taiyai looked at Situ Jingzin with a serious expression, his eyes full of sincerity. "You're telling me now that your sword is broken and you want him to pay for it? Situ, do you think that's reasonable?" What malicious intent could an F-rank support have? What ability could he possibly have to shatter your obviously extraordinary family heirloom from 100 meters away? This doesn't make sense, and it doesn't follow the rules. What he said made a lot of sense. The entire Sky Arena fell into a deathly silence once again. Everyone stared in disbelief at the military leader and Chu Tianquo, who had an expression that said, "Yes, he's right. These two are such a great team. Shameless. Absolutely fucking shameless." Situ Jingzin stared blankly at Gu Taiyai, then at Chu Tianquo, his mind completely blank. He discovered that he couldn't refute a single word. Yes, it doesn't make logical sense. How could an F-rank support possibly destroy a natal sword embryo capable of unleashing forbidden techniques? Could it really be natural wear and tear? Wrong. Situ Jingzin suddenly shuddered. He remembered the heavy iron rod, the incomprehensible backlash, and the casual flick of his finger. No, it was him. He's the one who did it. He pointed excitedly at Chu Tianquo. Gu Taiyai frowned, and his expression turned serious. "Student Situ, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Everything must be based on evidence. Without evidence, it's slander. Slandering our meritorious personnel of the 7th Operations Division is no small crime." Looking at Gu Taiyai's scarred face and feeling the immense pressure, Situ Jingzin couldn't bring himself to say anything. Evidence? Where is he supposed to find evidence? He said his sword was shattered by a single glare? Was it because of a simple, "you're noisy," that it broke my heart? Who would believe that if I told them? I'm afraid I'll be treated like a madman and sent straight to a mental hospital. He felt desperate. He looked at Gu Taiyai and Chu Tianquo, one imposing and the other innocent, like two mountains pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. He finally realized that he had fallen into a huge pit from the very beginning. Moreover, more than one person dug the hole. Puff! He spat out another mouthful of blood, and Situ Jingzin's eyes rolled back as he fell straight backward. This time, I was so angry that I fainted. Several members of the First Cultivation Academy rushed over in a flurry, hurriedly carrying their unconscious senior brother away in a sorry state. As Wenwu sat in her wheelchair, watching Gu Taiyai and Chu Tianquo, her understanding of the world was refreshed once again, reflected in her pupils behind her glasses. He gained a completely new and profound understanding of the shamelessness of the Strategic Bureau. A great showdown ended in such an absurd way. Chu Tianquo stretched, stood up, and dusted off his backside. Okay, all done. He walked up to Jiang Wan, who was still somewhat dazed, and pointed to the giant stick in her hand. "Sister Jiang, this thing is pretty useful, isn't it? Do you want me to get you an annual membership so you can change it any time?" Jiang Wan looked at his smiling face, then looked down at the stick in her hand that still made her arm numb, and her eyes twitched violently. "Roll!" She forced out a single word through gritted teeth, then felt all the strength drain from her body. The giant staff flashed in her hand and transformed back into its original form, the Crimson Flame Staff. Chu Tianquo didn't care at all, and strolled over to Peng Budong, patting his shield. "Not bad. Fatty, you did a great job today. I'll give you an extra chicken leg when we get back." Finally, he looked around at the dilapidated arena and nodded in satisfaction. "All right, stop standing there." He waved to the team members who were still in a daze, looking completely at ease. "We're done playing. Time for lunch. I've heard that the crab roe buns in Donghai City are amazing. Shall we go try them?" Chapter 53, Situ Jingzin's Self-Strategy. The crab roe buns from Donghai City are indeed delicious. The team from the 7th Operations Division found a long-established restaurant and bought out all of the owner's remaining stock. Peng Budong ate 50 of them by himself, his mouth covered in oil. He vaguely praised Chu Tianquo's decision to bring them here. Jiang Wan didn't eat much. She just held her chopsticks and occasionally poked at the buns in her bowl. Her eyes were somewhat unfocused, and it was unclear what she was thinking. This resounding victory was so strange that they weren't even in the mood to celebrate. Everyone subconsciously glanced at the man peeling a king crab out of the corner of their eye. Chu Tianquo's movements were very skillful. He carefully removed the entire crab leg meat. He dipped it in ginger vinegar and then naturally placed it on the plate in front of Jiang Wan. "Why are you looking at me?" he asked without looking up. "Eat it. It'll get fishy when it's cold." Jiang Wan's cheeks felt a little hot. She lowered her head, picked up the piece of crab meat, and ate it in small bites. The slight unease in my heart seemed to subside as well. Unlike the bustling atmosphere here, the atmosphere at the First Cultivation Academy's temporary base in Donghai City was very oppressive. Situ Jingzin woke up. He didn't cry or make a scene. He just sat quietly in his room, refusing to see anyone. Several junior students paced anxiously outside the door, but no one dared to knock. They were all afraid that if they opened the door, they would see a senior who had completely collapsed. Inside the room, Situ Jingzin sat cross-legged on the floor with his eyes closed. In his mind, the scene on the arena replayed again and again. His swordsmanship, his pride, and the treasured sword passed down through his family for 18 generations were all destroyed by that man in a playful manner. Why? How did he manage to do that? The camera lingered on Chu Tianquo's innocent expression. Has this sword of yours been sitting unrepaired for too long? It's just natural wear and tear. You can't blame me. Natural wear and tear. Natural wear and tear. Situ Jingzin's body trembled, as if he had suddenly realized something. He suddenly opened his eyes, a look of confusion flashing in them. No, this logic is flawed. If Chu Tianquo really wanted to humiliate me, why didn't he just take action? With his methods, killing me would be incredibly easy. Why did he wait until the very end? Why did you use that method to break my 10,000 swords return to one? And why use the phrase natural wear and tear? Situ Jingzin began desperately trying to recall every detail. From the very beginning, Chu Tianquo sat there as if nothing concerned him. He was observing. He is observing my sword intent, my Dao. Pang Budong's counter damage. That's a law of cause and effect. I will bear as much force as I slash. Chu Tianquo is telling me that my sword focuses too much on the result and ignores the cause. Jiang Wan's 10,000-pound iron rod. That was an even more direct warning. He transformed an ordinary staff into the Ruyi Jingbang, the magic staff. He was telling me that the form of a weapon is not important. What matters is the concept and will it carries. He saw through my swordsmanship. I was too fixated on the weapon, obsessed with that ancient sword that has been passed down for 18 generations. That's why he had Jiang Wan use the most direct method, the iron rod that carried the concept of suppression, to clash head-on with my sword. He's helping me break free from my obsession. Situ Jingzin's breathing began to quicken. He thought of the final scene. He sacrificed his own lifespan, activated a forbidden technique, and summoned thousands of sword shadows. That tremendous fanfare only earned Chu Tianquo an impatient complaint. You're so noisy. It's noisy. Yes, it's too noisy. The thousands of sword shadows, though impressive and powerful, were actually mixed and impure, filled with murderous intent, and were nothing but a facade. And Chu Tianquo? He simply extended one finger. A light touch. Bite. With a soft sound, all the sword shadows vanished. The greatest truths are the simplest. True Kendo is about returning to the origin of one, erasing all that is superfluous and leaving only the purest concept. Situ Jingzin's mind went blank, and he froze completely. He finally understood the true meaning of that phrase, natural wear and tear. What is natural wear and tear? Time. It is the power of time. His natal sword embryo, having gone through 18 generations, inherently carries the marks of time. Chu Tianquo, with a light touch of his finger, compressed the hundreds of years that this sword had experienced into a single instant. Therefore, it naturally aged and turned into dust. He was using my sword to teach me about time and annihilation. He was telling me that no tangible object can withstand the power of time. True swordsmanship should transcend the material world, reaching a state where words become law, and a single thought can define the laws. That's guidance. That's promotion. That's enlightenment. Situ Jingzin looked at the handful of dust in his palm, a fanatical light appearing in his eyes. He destroyed my sword to sever my obsession. He humiliated me so much in order to shatter my pride. He made me kneel down so that I could see my own path clearly. This shows how much effort they put in. Senior strength is truly astounding. I actually cried and begged him to pay me back. Situ Jingzin slapped himself, his face burning with pain, but his heart was burning with passion. What an idiot I am. Worse than a pig or a dog. I completely misunderstood my senior's good intentions. He scolded me for being noisy, but he was waking me from the superficiality of swordsmanship. He made me lose, but he wanted to help me break down and rebuild. How can I ever repay this kindness? The more Situ Jingzin thought about it, the more rapid his breathing became. When he looked at Chu Tianquo's lazy face again, he felt that it was full of radiance. He shed tears, this time because of regret and emotion. He couldn't sit still any longer. With a bang, Situ Jingzin burst through the door and rushed out. Outside the door, several anxious junior brothers and sisters were startled. They looked at their senior brother, whose hair was white and whose face was covered in tears, but whose eyes were frighteningly bright and who exuded a strange excitement. Senior brother, are you all right? A female disciple asked timidly. Situ Jingzin didn't even look at them. He rushed straight to the balcony of the camp and identified the direction of the Sky Arena. Then, to everyone's astonishment, his knees buckled and he knelt down heavily. He straightened his tattered clothes, faced that direction with a solemn expression, and performed a full prostration. The way should not be lightly transmitted. The law should not be lightly bestowed. This disciple is foolish and only today understands the painstaking efforts of the senior. I will never forget this life-saving grace. His voice was loud and devout, filled with relief and excitement. Master, please accept my bow. The cry of Master was loud and sincere. Below the balcony, several academy disciples who were passing by were all stunned. Inside the rest area of the First Cultivation Academy, Wenren Yu was sitting in a wheelchair, silently analyzing the match data, trying to find clues about Chu Tianquo's power system. Suddenly, he heard Situ Jingzin's loud shout from outside. Wenren Yu's hand, which was calculating the data, froze in midair. He slowly turned his wheelchair to the window and looked at the figure on the balcony who was kowtowing repeatedly into the distance. He glanced again at the F-level auxiliary avatar on the screen, which was marked as extremely dangerous and unanalyzable. His pale face was completely devoid of color. The pupils behind the lenses contracted in shock. He silently raised his hand and adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Then, he looked up at the ceiling and let out a long sigh. Well, another one. Another one he's crippled. Chapter 50 for the champion's reward is homework. The atmosphere at the headquarters of the First Cultivation Academy in Donghai City was extremely solemn. Wenren Yu sat in her wheelchair, looking at an encrypted message from the Academy's higher-ups on the light screen. Her gaze behind her glasses was deep and weary. The message was short, but it essentially praised Situ Jingzin for his ability to overcome adversity and achieve enlightenment, and encouraged other students to learn from him. A surveillance video is also attached below. In the video, Situ Jingzin is prostrating himself in the distance, shouting Master above with a fanatical and devout expression. Wenren Yu silently turned off the light screen. He felt that the future of the First Cultivation Academy might be even more worrying than the sword that Situ Jingzin had passed down for 18 generations. He had his family fortune plundered, yet he still eagerly kowtowed to them and became their disciple, and was even used as a positive role model by his own academy. This is not a strategic failure. It's a dimensional reduction attack on an intellectual level. He rubbed his aching temples, and for the first time he began to doubt his talent, heavenly secrets. Perhaps the true secret of this world is that it is utterly unreasonable. Meanwhile, the closing ceremony and awards ceremony of the National College League were held at the Sky Arena, which had been partially repaired overnight. Although half of the stands still had its steel frame exposed, and the huge gap resembled a scar on the sky, the main stage had been completely transformed, with red carpets laid out and banners hung, creating a festive yet solemn atmosphere. The 7th Operations Team, as the biggest dark horse and the ultimate champion of this competition, was placed in the front row. Chu Tianquo changed into clean, casual clothes, but still looked like he hadn't woken up yet. He leaned lazily against the chair, holding a steaming cup of goji berry tea in his hand. I told you I wasn't coming, but you insisted on dragging me here. He complained to Jiang Wan beside him in a low voice. It's just a formality. I could have taken a nap in that time. Jiang Wan rolled her eyes at him and ignored him. Today she wore a smart black combat uniform, her long wine-red hair tied up high, exuding a heroic aura. But if you look closely, you can see that the tips of her ears are slightly red. After all, she was the champion, and she was quite proud of herself. Pang Budong sat restlessly on the other side, his enormous body making the specially made chair creak. He wasn't nervous, he was hungry. "Boss, do you think there will be a victory banquet after the ceremony? I heard the food at the military canteen is really high standard, with meat from deep-sea grouper and fire lizards." Yi Wuhen sat in the shadows in the far corner, minimizing his presence as always, like an emotionless statue. Soon, Gu Taiyi, wearing his signature dark green Zhongshan suit, walked onto the stage. His scarred face looked particularly dignified in front of the camera, and as his gaze swept across the entire room, the noisy venue instantly fell silent. Comrades and students, this year's National College League has come to a successful conclusion today. Gu Taiyi's voice resounded throughout the venue through the loudspeaker, steady and powerful. In this competition, we have seen many outstanding young people, and we have seen the hope for the future of China. We have seen the indomitable swordsmanship of Situ Jingzhen from the First Cultivation Academy, and we have also seen. He paused, then turned his gaze to the 7th Action Division squad in the front row. We also witnessed a team from a special front, who, with their tenacious will and unexpected tactics, won the final championship. Snap, snap, snap. Sparse applause rang out from the audience. To be honest, most viewers are still confused. The victory of the 7th Operations Division was filled with too many incomprehensible factors. The 13,500-pound stick and the finger that effortlessly broke the forbidden technique were all beyond their understanding of combat. They felt like they weren't watching a game, but rather witnessing a battle of gods. Gu Taiyi was completely unconcerned about the intensity of the applause. He cleared his throat and put on a kind smile, like a friendly old man next door. "Now, I announce the prize for this league champion. It's here." Chu Tianqiu sat up straight immediately, his eyes brightening, and the goji berry tea in his hand suddenly lost its aroma. He had heard that the champion's reward was extremely generous, with cash prizes alone enough to keep him in comfort for 10 years, along with all sorts of rare and precious herbs, and a 3-month paid vacation. 3 months. Do absolutely nothing and still get paid. Isn't this paradise? Pang Budong also stopped fantasizing about the food and rubbed his hands excitedly. Although Jiang Wan's expression remained unchanged, her slightly straightened back betrayed her inner anticipation. On the platform, Gu Taiyi paused deliberately, whetting everyone's appetite, before announcing loudly in a melodious and rhythmic tone. To recognize the outstanding contributions of the 7th Operations Division squad in this league, and to enable them to better combine theory with practice, hone their skills, and serve the country, the highest levels of the military and the Strategic Bureau have jointly decided. The entire champion team of the 7th Operations Division will be awarded a 6-month field training mission to Jinyuan Pass, the northern border of China. I hope that you will continue to carry forward the fighting spirit of not being afraid of hardship or fatigue at Jinyuan Pass, and contribute your strength to guarding the northern gate of China. After Gu Taiyi finished speaking, he led the applause. Thunderous applause resounded throughout the venue. All the teachers and students from the participating schools looked at the people from the 7th Action Division with envy, respect, and even a touch of jealousy. Jinyuan Pass. What kind of place is that? That was the front line of China, a war fortress confronting the frost giant royal court of the northern dimensional rift. It is the most dangerous and also the most challenging place in the entire country. Being able to intern, there is an honor for every cultivator and supernatural being. This is far more valuable than simply giving them money or resources. It represents the recognition and expectations of the highest levels of government. However, amidst the thunderous applause and cheers, despite being the center of attention envied by everyone, the atmosphere was deathly silent. Chu Tianqiu's smile froze. He blinked, then blinked again, wondering if he was hallucinating because he hadn't slept well. Internship? Jinyuan Pass? Half a year? These 3 words swirled in his mind. Then, with a boom, they exploded into a blank. He slowly, mechanically, turned his head to look at Jiang Wan beside him. Jiang Wan's expression also froze, but after a brief moment of astonishment, a blazing flame ignited in her phoenix eyes, the burning soul of a battle maniac. He then looked at Pang Budong. Pang Budong's face scrunched up as he muttered under his breath, Jinyuan Pass? I heard it snows for 300 days a year there, it's freezing cold, and you have to reheat your food 3 times before you can eat it. Do they even have grouper meat? Chu Tianquo took a deep breath and felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Where's the promised bonus? Where's the promised vacation? Where's the promised life of leisure? The reward for the national champion was to go to the frontier and do unpaid work. What's the difference between this and getting the highest score in the whole school on the final exam and the teacher rewarding you with a set of 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation? I'm not going. Chu Tianquo stood up abruptly from his chair. His voice wasn't loud, but it sounded particularly abrupt amidst the applause. The applause around us gradually subsided. Everyone was looking at him with a strange expression. Is this guy crazy? He refuses to go to Jinyuan Pass. This is an opportunity that so many people would kill for. Gu Taiyai on the platform maintained his smile, but a hint of amusement crept into his eyes. Xiao Chu, is there a problem? He asked gently. This is a huge problem. Chu Tianquo felt his composure was about to collapse. He pointed at the podium and accused Gu indignantly. Director Gu, that's not what you said before. What about the promised bonus and vacation? Bonus and vacation? Gu Taiyai looked blank. He rubbed his forehead, pretending to try to remember. Did I mention that? He turned to his adjutant beside him. Did I say that? The towering adjutant stood at attention, expressionless, and answered loudly. Reporting, General. You have never made any promises regarding bonuses or leave. Chu Tianquo. He watched the two people on stage singing and responding to each other, and felt his blood pressure soaring. Shameless. Utterly shameless. Director Gu, you can't do this. Chu Tianquo panicked and started to speak recklessly. I'm just an F-level support. I can't lift a finger or carry anything. Go search online. My reputation is terrible. You wanted to go to Jinyuan Pass. Isn't that sending me to my death? It's a small matter if I die, but if word gets out, people will think that our 7th Division is abusing disabled employees. Puff. Finally, someone in the audience couldn't help but laugh out loud. Abusing disabled employees? How could he even think of such a thing? You call the guy who shattered the forbidden technique with a single finger a disabled employee? Then what about us who were laid off? Vegetables? Gu Taiyai's lips twitched involuntarily. He straightened his face and said righteously, Nonsense. Comrade Xiao Chu, your ideological awareness is seriously flawed. Serving the country is the duty of every citizen. How can you only think about such low-level pleasures as bonuses and vacations? He stepped down from the podium, walked step by step to Chu Tianquo, patted him on the shoulder, and spoke earnestly. Besides, what's wrong with Jinyuan Pass? It's a place where heroes emerge. Just imagine when you come back from there with such a glorious mark on your resume. Wherever you go, people will give you a thumbs up. That's more valuable than any amount of money. Gu Taiyai lowered his voice and said in a volume that only a few of them could hear. Besides, Xiao Chu, do you really think I'm sending you to the front lines to fight? The position I've arranged for you is the archives administrator in the logistics department of Jinyuan Pass. A relaxed job, a comfortable environment, spending your days drinking tea, reading newspapers, and organizing files. Isn't this the life you've always dreamed of? Chu Tianquo's eyes lit up instantly. Archive administrateur? That's great. Isn't that just like the ancient Chinese archives keepers? That's what I did back in the day. It's a perfect match for my major. He looked at Gu Taiyai suspiciously. Really? It's that simple? There's no other work? Of course. Gu Taiyai said sincerely. When have I ever lied to you? Chu Tianquo thought about it carefully, and it seemed there really wasn't one. Although Lao Gu was a scoundrel, he always kept his promises. His initial reluctance vanished almost entirely. Being a librarian at the border sounds like a good idea. Consider it a publicly funded trip. Well, all right then. Chu Tianquo nodded reluctantly. Seeing him nod, Gu Taiyai's scarred face finally revealed a triumphant smile. He straightened up, turned to face the entire audience, and his voice became loud and clear again. It seems our champion team is eager to serve their country. This spirit is something everyone should learn from. The chartered plane will be waiting for you at Donghai Airport in 1 hour. All the necessary procedures and appointment documents have been completed. After saying that, he gave Chu Tianquo no chance to back out and strode back to the podium. Chu Tianquo was left alone, standing there dumbfounded. An hour later, that fast, he suddenly realized what was happening. What kind of archives administrator? What kind of job is easy? In a place like Jinyuan Pass, What kind of files could be stored in the logistics department's archives? A list of fallen soldiers? An encyclopedia of otherworldly creatures? Or top-secret reports from past wars? This isn't a retirement retreat. It's just working overtime in a different place. And it's the kind of overtime that can be deadly. A surge of immense grief and indignation at being tricked welled up in Chu Tianquo's heart. He wanted to rush up and confront Gu Taiyai, but looking at the man's imposing back and the countless pairs of admiring eyes around him, he knew he had no way out. "You old bastard." Chu Tianquo gritted his teeth and squeezed out 3 words. He felt that his path to the championship was a huge trap from beginning to end. Gu Taiyai, that old fox who never stops digging pits, seemed to sense his resentment and turned back to give him a meaningful smile. The smile seemed to say, "Little Chu, the country is supporting a genius like you. We can't just let you eat and do nothing, can we? You can't skip handing in your homework." Chapter 55, Border Crisis. Chu Tianquo stood there, feeling like he had been tricked. His mind was filled with Gu Taiyai's words. Archives administrator. Fuck your file clerk. In a place like Jinyuan Pass, where every inch of land is precious, would there be room to build a leisurely logistics office? The files inside are probably more valuable than his life, even if just one page is missing. That old fox had no good intentions from beginning to end. Chu Tianquo looked at the imposing figure on the stage, then at the teachers and students around him casting envious glances, and felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Now they're stuck in the fire. There's no escape. It's being broadcast live nationwide. If he dares to say, "I'm not going," tomorrow's headline will be, "National Champion turns out to be a coward, deserts at the last minute and refuses to take office." That old bastard, Gu Taiyai, had a knack for manipulating people's hearts. Jiang Wan, who was beside him, didn't seem to notice anything amiss. After the initial shock, a fighting spirit ignited in her phoenix eyes. Jiang Wan clenched her fist, her knuckles making a slight cracking sound, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up. Going to Jinyuan Pass is much more interesting than staying cooped up in headquarters and getting moldy. Pang Budong looked distressed and whispered as he leaned closer, "Boss, I heard the food at Jinyuan Pass is terrible. All they serve are compressed biscuits and nutritional paste. Is there any crab roe buns they can get?" Chu Tianquo felt a lump in his throat and almost fainted. "What time is it, and you're still thinking about food?" He was about to curse when a sharp alarm suddenly pierced the entire sky arena. Woo-woo-woo dash. This is neither a drill alarm nor a regular fire alarm. This is a blood-soaked, top-level war alarm. The festive red banners on the stage, the expressions on the faces of the audience, and the relaxed atmosphere in the air were all shattered by the piercing alarm. Everyone was stunned into silence by this sudden turn of events. The huge electronic screen behind the podium, which was originally playing highlights of the 7th Operations Division's victory on a loop, suddenly changed its image to a blinding blood red. Then, a live feed of the video appeared. It was a magnificent yet tragic section of the city wall. The city walls, made of some unknown metal, were a dark, iron-gray color and towered into the clouds. The city walls were covered with huge cannon muzzles and rune matrices, which were now flashing with different colors of light, unleashing devastating firepower. Outside the city walls, the sky is broken. A massive spatial rift stretched across the sky, like a hideous scar, tearing the heavens apart. Inside the crack was a twisted and chaotic crimson light. Hundreds of millions of bizarre creatures surged out of the crack like a tidal wave. Some of the creatures resembled deformed giants, wielding enormous bone clubs. Others were like winged, vicious dogs, spewing corrosive acid from their mouths. And still others were indescribable monsters pieced together from flesh, bones, and metal, howling and roaring as they charged toward the steel defense line. Each cannon shot blasts hundreds or thousands of monsters into dust. But the next second, even more monsters, stepping on the corpses of their companions, continued to climb upwards. The entire scene was silent, yet it was more powerful than any scream. It was a kind of apocalyptic madness. In the lower left corner of the screen, the location name and alert level are marked in bright red font. Huaxia's Northern Defense Line, Jinyuan Pass. Alert level, highest, crimson. The once bustling sky arena is now completely silent. Tens of thousands of viewers stared blankly at the hellish scene on the screen, a chill rising from their spines and spreading throughout their bodies. Most of them live in peaceful cities, and their knowledge of war is limited to history books and movies. They knew there were cracks in the border, monsters and warriors guarding it. But they had never seen the true face of war so directly. That was a real meat grinder of blood and fire. On the platform, all the expressions on Gu Taiyi's face vanished the moment the alarm sounded. That scarred face was now as hard as ancient ice. He didn't turn around, but just stared at the screen, his voice deep, yet it carried clearly through the loudspeaker to every corner of the venue. Just now, a top-level emergency report came from the north. The 7th Legion of the Abyss, the Kern Legion, which is entrenched in the rift of the Frost Giants' royal court in the north, has torn up the ceasefire agreement and launched a full-scale attack. He paused for a moment, and the camera happened to give him a close-up shot. A shirtless man, his muscles covered in blasphemous runes, stood atop a mountain of countless demon corpses. His left arm was a huge, menacing chainsaw sword, and his right was a mechanical prosthetic eye that emitted an ominous red light. He laughed wildly, his blood energy almost solidifying into a tangible form. Even through the screen, the insane killing intent and destructive desire seemed to overflow. The Legion leader, codenamed Bloody Bishop Tu Wanchinch, is personally leading his troops in an assault on the central fortress of Jinyuan Pass. Gu Taiyi's voice was devoid of any cunning or joking. Only steely solemnity and ruthlessness remained. The King of the North, who is guarding the main fortress, has been seriously wounded, and the defense line is in dire need of attention. China's defenses are in dire need of attention. The last 6 words struck like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. Off the field, the various college teams that had just been dejected after losing the game all stood up. The confusion and disappointment on their faces vanished, replaced by the same resolute determination that had been crossed. In the rest area of the First Cultivation Academy, Wenren Yu pushed her wheelchair to the front of the line. He stared at the screen, his eyes behind his glasses flashing with countless streams of data, his face growing paler. On the balcony, Situ Jingzin, who had just been kowtowing to the distance to become a disciple, had somehow rushed back. He looked at Tu Wanchinch laughing wildly on the screen, his white hair moving without wind, and his eyes, which had just been enlightened, once again gathering a sharp sword intent. This time, his sword intent no longer contained arrogance and obsession, but only pure protective sharpness. The atmosphere within the 7th Operations Division was extremely tense. Pang's mouth was agape, and he didn't even notice the potato chips in his hand falling to the ground. He watched the soldiers charging the city walls, watched them fall amidst the gunfire and explosions, only to be replaced by those behind them. For the first time, anger appeared on his usually honest face. In the shadows of the corner, Yi Wuhen silently straightened up. Her face, masked by a fox, was expressionless, but her empty eyes were flashing with a dangerous red light, and her hand gripping the dagger trembled slightly with her knuckles. Jiang Wan's red hair was like a flaming fire, and her body uncontrollably exuded a scorching aura. She stared intently at Tu Wanchinch's figure on the screen, her gaze like that of a beast eyeing its prey. My trip to Jinyuan Pass was originally motivated by a desire for experience and to make a name for myself. But now, the nature of things has completely changed. That was a national war. All eyes eventually and unconsciously fell in the center of the group. The young man who had just been complaining about being tricked into going to the frontier. The laziness and impatience on his face had vanished without a trace. He looked up at the blood-red rift that stretched across the sky and earth on the screen, at the endless army of demons, and at the city and soldiers struggling in blood and fire. Those eyes, which were always half open, had somehow opened completely. There was no longer the usual anger, nor the overwhelming anger. There was only a bottomless, cold, deathly silence. The bottle of Coke he had placed on the armrest of the chair was half full. Click! A slight metallic crackling sound. In the deathly, silent hall, though the scene was unclear, it caused Jiang Wan and the others beside her to turn their heads in unison. Chu Tianquo slowly withdrew his hand. The aluminum can in his hand had been squeezed into an irregular lump of metal at some point. The cola liquid dripped from between his fingers, one drop at a time, onto the brand-new red carpet, spreading into a small, dark stain. Chu Tianquo raised his head, his gaze passing over everyone else and landing on Gu Taiyi on the podium. Gu Taiyi was also looking at him. Their eyes met. One was a general who spent his entire life scheming for the country and its people. One is a young man who just wants to lie down and relax, but is repeatedly drawn into the vortex. At that moment, they understood each other's meaning through each other's eyes. "What's going on?" Chu Tingqiu finally spoke, his voice low and slightly hoarse. "These bastards. With such a commotion, can't people even have a proper vacation?" Chapter 56. Welcome to the meat grinder. The roar of military transport planes is muffled. No one spoke in the cabin. Everyone was seething with anger, but they were also frightened by the scene at the border, so the atmosphere was very quiet. Chu Tingqiu leaned against the metal bulkhead, hands in his pockets, eyes closed. His sleepy face was expressionless. Jiang Wan stood beside him, arms crossed. Her fiery red hair stood out in the dim light. She didn't look at anyone, just stared at the floor with a fierce look in her eyes. Pang Budong huddled in the corner, without any snacks in his arms. His face had lost its usual honesty. It was now deathly pale. He gagged every now and then, feeling very uncomfortable in his stomach. Nightless Trace remained in the shadows. If it weren't for her fox mask, you would hardly sense that someone was there. "Cheer up, everyone." Gu Taiyi's voice rang out. He walked to the middle of the cabin, wearing that old military overcoat. His scarred face appeared and disappeared under the warning lights. What you see on the screen is only a small part. The real battlefield is far more brutal. I know you're feeling uncomfortable, but once the plane lands, put all those messy thoughts aside. At Jinyuan Pass, there are only the living and the dead. I hope you are all alive. He had barely finished speaking when the plane jolted violently. A piercing alarm sounded. It was a landing warning. The tailgate of the aircraft slowly opened. As soon as the hatch opened, a strong odor rushed in. It smelled of blood, mixed with the smell of burning metal, gunpowder, and the stench of decay. Pang Budong could no longer hold back and vomited with a whoosh. He only vomited some acidic fluid, but his body was shaking uncontrollably. Not only him, but the other young people who were urgently conscripted also turned pale and covered their mouths to endure it. The hatch was fully opened. The scene before me was terrifying. The sky was gray, darkened by the thick smoke in the distance. The ground beneath their feet wasn't a running track, but a muddy, pitted surface covered in blood and filth. The wreckage of a fighter jet with a broken wing was emitting black smoke not far away. Many soldiers in blood-stained uniforms walked past them with heavy steps. Some were missing arms, some had broken legs, and they were being helped by their comrades. Many more people were carried off on stretchers, covered with white sheets. A young nurse ran away crying, her white coat splattered with blood. On the distant city wall, the flames of the explosions continued unabated, and the ground shook. This is war. Jiang Wan's fingernails dug into her palm. She thought she had seen life and death before, but the scene before her still made her heart tighten. She felt that her abilities were useless in this situation. The veins on Yi Wuhen's hand, which was gripping the dagger, bulged. She could feel the air was filled with the scent of death. "Welcome to Jinyuan Pass." Gu Taiyi's voice sounded very tired. He ignored the vomiting recruits and led the way down the gangway. "The command post is in the North 3rd District. Follow me and don't fall behind." The group followed behind him, walking forward through the mud. No one spoke. Only the sounds of breathing and distant artillery fire could be heard. At this moment, a person dressed in white from the 1st Cultivation Academy rushed out of the medical tent and blocked their way. The newcomer had white hair, and his clothes were stained with blood and dust, but his eyes were very bright. "It is Situ Jingzhen." He ignored Gu Taiyi, staring intently at Chu Tingqiu with a complex expression that seemed a mix of anxiety, excitement, and a touch of grievance. "Master!" He knelt down on one knee with a loud thud. "Disciple is late." This shout stunned everyone around. Several wounded soldiers passing by stared at him as if he were an idiot. Gu Taiyi's face twitched as well. Chu Tingqiu stopped in his tracks. He looked at Situ Jingzhen kneeling in the mud, his face expressionless, only raising his hand to rub his temples. "What are you up to now? I am very anxious to hear that there is trouble in the northern border." Situ Jingzhen looked excited. "When a nation is in peril, I cannot stand idly by. I have specially applied to the academy for assistance. I am willing to follow my master to slay demons and protect the country." He spoke with an air of righteousness, but his eyes were full of anticipation for praise. Chu Tingqiu looked at him. and after a while, he said something. "You're so noisy." Situ Jingxin's expression froze. "What time is it? And you're still putting on an act." Chu Tianquo bypassed him and continued walking forward. "If you want to help, go to the medical station and carry a stretcher. If you want to die, go climb the city wall yourself. Don't bother me." Situ Jingxin knelt on the spot, completely stunned. He had imagined many scenarios for their reunion, but he never expected it to be like this. The other party was cold and disdainful. But instead of being angry, he thought, "Master is so handsome. What are you still kneeling for? Are you waiting for the monster to give you an award certificate?" Gu Taiyai glared at him. "Keep up." Situ Jingxin jumped up and quickly got up from the ground, following at the back of the group. They made their way through the chaotic camp to the command post. It was a large underground bunker, and the air was filled with the smell of disinfectant and blood. A large screen on the wall displayed a battle map of Jinyuan Pass. The red arrow, representing the Kern Legion, has penetrated deep into the green area, representing the Jinyuan Pass defense line. The central main area was covered in a deep red color and flashing alarms. A middle-aged man wearing glasses hurried up to greet them. His military uniform was wrinkled, and his eyes were bloodshot. "General, you're back." He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Gu Taiyai. "The situation is terrible, extremely terrible." He pointed to the light screen. The bloodthirsty bishop slaughtered Wanqing, launching a reckless attack on the central fortress. General Jinbei Wang was seriously injured while covering the relocation of the ultra-long-range Rune Cannon Sun shooting and is currently undergoing emergency treatment. Of the 17 outposts on the perimeter, 12 have lost contact. Ammunition depots number 3, 7, and 9 have been detonated. "Our forces." The man's voice was hoarse. "The losses exceeded 40%. The command center was quiet. Everyone sensed that a bad atmosphere was spreading. Jiang Wan and Pang Budong looked at the battle map with grim expressions. They realized that this was a massacre. Jinyuan Pass is being destroyed bit by bit. Gu Taiyai stared at the light screen, his eyes wavering for the first time. The few men he brought wouldn't be of much use on the battlefield. In the silence, a lazy voice rang out. "Is this guy named Tu Wanqing an idiot?" Everyone turned to look at the person who had spoken. Chu Tianquo had somehow walked up to the battle map. He was holding a can of energy drink, which the logistics staff had given him when he came in. He looked up at the red arrow, representing Tu Wanqing on the screen, his expression as if he were looking at an idiot. He stretched out his other hand and gently drew a line on the light screen. The line bypassed all the battle zones and fortresses, pointing directly to an unmarked area behind Jinyuan Pass. As long as he passes through Black Wind Pass from here, he can cut off the only supply line to Jinyuan Pass, the corridor of life. Without supplies, the pass fell to the ground in less than half a day. Chu Tianquo withdrew his hand, took a sip of the energy drink, then frowned and looked at the can with disdain. He insisted on fighting to the death here, putting all his troops in the most difficult place to fight. Or he's a madman who only knows how to fight. Or, Chu Tianquo paused for a moment, then threw the drink into the trash can. He turned around, his gaze sweeping across the faces of everyone in the command post, finally settling on Gu Taiyai. His half-open, half-closed eyes were very clear at that moment. Or he's using this clumsy method to cover up something more important. Old Gu. This was the first time he had called Gu Taiyai that, and his tone was very calm. "Your internal network has been compromised, hasn't it?" Chapter 57, The Invisible Enemy. Chu Tianquo's words instantly dispelled the tense atmosphere in the command center. The air was completely silent. "What nonsense are you talking about?" The middle-aged man, wearing glasses, the chief of staff of Jinyuan Pass, was the first to react. The chief of staff's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Chu Tianquo, his voice shrill. "Our intranet is the Sky Shield system, jointly built by the Winren family's Tianji Pavilion and the military's top research institute. It is physically isolated and its runes are encrypted. Hackers can't infiltrate, and neither can gods." His words were full of pride and confidence. This demonstrates the Chinese military's strong confidence in its own technology. Gu Taiyai remained silent. His scarred face, illuminated by the light, betrayed no emotion. Gu Taiyai's eyes lingered on Chu Tianquo's face for 3 seconds. He understood Chu Tianquo. Chu Tianquo is lazy at heart. He'd rather sit than stand. If he hadn't discovered a critical problem, he wouldn't have bothered to even open his mouth. "Old Gu, Chu Tianqiu ignored the agitated chief of staff. His gaze remained fixed on Gu Taiyai. Put Tu Wanxin's profile at the highest level and take a look at his past achievements. He's a madman, a butcher, but he's not a fool. Chu Tianqiu's tone was calm, but it made everyone in the command center feel uneasy. Without hesitation, Gu Taiyai gave a stern order to his adjutant beside him. Execute. The order was conveyed swiftly. A few seconds later, Tu Wanxin's information appeared on the huge main screen. His half-mechanical, half-flesh face filled the entire image, with text beside it recording his bloody past. His resume is long, and his record is both brilliant and ruthless. He does indeed prefer direct, forceful attacks, destroying enemies in a bloody manner. But one particular record made the chief of staff's expression change. Battle of Blood Moon. Tu Wanxin led the 3rd Assault Team of Kern to launch a flanking attack on the energy core of the Elven Moonlight Fortress, causing the fortress's defensive array to collapse and the city to fall. He's not a reckless brute who only knows how to charge head-on. He understands tactics. He knows how to behead. So, his current illogical behavior of relentlessly attacking the most fortified central stronghold of Jinyuan Pass. The chief of staff's back was soaked with cold sweat. A terrible thought crept into the minds of all the senior officers present. Just then, a piercing, crackling sound of electricity rang out. Everyone in the command post looked up abruptly. The enormous light screen displayed the battle situation and information about Tu Wanxin. It twisted and flickered violently, and finally, with a snap, it turned completely black. Then came the second tone, and then the third tone. The lighting tubes on the ceiling of the command post, row after row, burst into electric sparks, and then all went out. The backup power supply did not start. The emergency lights are not working. In just 3 seconds, the underground bunker of this highest command center in northern China was plunged into complete darkness. This is not a power outage. In the darkness of a power outage, once the eyes have adjusted, one can still barely make out the blurry outlines of objects. The faint indicator lights on the dashboard and the glint of light reflected from the metal are still there. But at this moment, darkness engulfed everything. The concept of light itself seems to have been removed from this space. Turn on the lights. Flashlight. The chief of staff's panicked voice rang out in the darkness, his voice trembling slightly. Several guards immediately pulled out tactical flashlights and pressed the switch. There's no light. The head of the high-powered flashlight was like a blocked black hole, unable to emit even a wisp of light. A fire-type ability user officer subconsciously conjured a ball of flame in his palm. The fireball had barely lit up when it was extinguished as if doused with invisible cold water, without even a wisp of smoke rising. What's going on? My night vision goggles aren't working. It's pitch black. Report. All radar signals lost. Sonar. System malfunction. We're blind and deaf. Panic spread wildly in the darkness. The technology that the soldiers were so proud of turned into scrap metal at this moment. They were deprived of their sight, and their hearing was dulled by the deathly darkness. All they could hear were the heavy breathing and increasingly rapid heartbeats of their companions. This has gone beyond the scope of war. This is divine punishment. Outside the command post, the entire Jinyuan Pass suffered the same doomsday. The rune cannons on the towering steel walls fell silent. The defensive matrices, shimmering with energy, dimmed one by one. Millions of warriors, whether fighting fiercely on the city walls or resting in the rear camps, all fell into this abyss called Eternal Night at the same time. Ah! A shrill scream came from a corner of the city wall, breaking the deathly silence. The sound stopped abruptly. Then came the sound of claws tearing through flesh and bones being chewed up. Enemy attack. They're coming up. Fire. Fire ahead. Don't shoot. I can't see. I can't see anything. Bang. 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 Sporadic gunshots rang out. The muzzle flashes like insignificant fireflies, swallowed by darkness the moment they lit up, unable to illuminate anything at all. But this faint light became an excellent signpost for demons in the darkness. Help! My leg! Something has grabbed my leg. They are right among us. The soldiers were completely thrown into disarray. They stood back to back, gripping their weapons nervously, unaware of which direction the enemy was coming from. The demons of the Kern Legion adapted very well to this environment. They are naturally adapted to the darkness of the abyss, and their senses are far more acute than those of humans. This was a one-sided massacre. Human warriors were like blindfolded lambs thrown into a pack of wolves. They couldn't even see what the enemy looked like before they were torn to pieces by sharp claws and teeth. Despair spreads faster than darkness itself. Inside the command post, Jiangwan's red hair had lost its former luster. Jiangwan tried to mobilize the fire element within her body, but it felt as if it were frozen, heavy, and stagnant, and difficult to activate. For the first time, Jiangwan began to doubt her own power. Pang Budong's enormous body trembled in the darkness. He held the alloy shield tightly in front of him, but this shield, which could block cannonballs, gave him no sense of security whatsoever, because Pang Budong didn't know where the attack would come from in the next second. Situ Jingzin drew his sword. Situ Jingzin tried to sense his surroundings with his sword intent, but all he got back was chaos and cold malice. Countless directions seemed to present deadly dangers. His palms were covered in cold sweat. Amidst this despair and chaos, enough to drive anyone insane, a wild, hoarse laugh, filled with a bloodthirsty stench, suddenly echoed in everyone's minds. That wasn't done through a loudspeaker or through any other device. The sound seemed to originate directly from the tremor of the soul. Hee hee! It was the massacre of Wanchinch. Can you feel it, human? How laughable and fragile is the light you rely on and the technology you're so proud of in the face of great power. Tu Wanchinch's voice echoed in the eternal night, carrying a mocking and malicious tone. You have lost your eyes and your ears. You're like rats in a cellar, unable to do anything but huddle together and tremble. Your courage is nothing but a lie built on the foundation of light. Your order is nothing but a sandcastle built of technology. Now, the sandcastle has collapsed. Tu Wanchinch's maniacal laughter grew louder and louder, so loud that it hurt people's eardrums and made their souls tremble. In the darkness, countless warriors roared in fury. They fired wildly in the direction the sound came from, but the bullets simply disappeared into the darkness in vain. The sound was everywhere. It is on the city walls, in the bunkers, and in everyone's heart. Enjoy it. Enjoy this darkness, this fear, and this death. Humble humans, tremble in the eternal night. Chapter 58. The illumination spell failed? Tu Wanchinch's laughter rang out, piercing the minds of everyone in the command post. Darkness, silence, and this omnipresent mental attack are enough to drive even the strongest warrior mad. Shut up. In the darkness, Jiangwan suddenly let out an angry shout. Her voice was clear and angry, dispelling some of the panic in the command center. You charlatan, show me the light. Jiangwan clasped her hands together, forcibly mobilizing the fire element within her body. A fireball the size of a fist struggled to form in her palm. A crimson light appeared, faint but brief, illuminating her frosty, pretty face and her eyes burning with rage. However, the light lasted for less than half a second. As if gripped tightly by an invisible hand, the fireball shook violently, and then with a poof, it went out completely. Not a single bit of heat was dissipated. Jiangwan swayed, her face growing even paler. Forcibly activating the suppressed elements caused her considerable backlash. It's useless. Tu Wanchinch's mocking voice rang out again, tinged with sarcasm. In this realm of eternal night, light is a concept that can only exist if it is permitted. But I will not allow it. His words extinguished the glimmer of hope that had just begun to ignite in everyone's hearts. This is no longer a simple war. It is a crushing defeat at the level of laws. I don't believe it. A support officer who had been urgently transferred from another war zone roared. He is a B-level light-type ability user, whose greatest skill is dispelling darkness. He raised his hands high, chanting obscure incantations, and all the energy in his body surged into his palms. Holy light, grant me strength. Dispel this evil darkness. May the great light shine forth. A ball of holy white light, several times brighter than Jiangwan's fireball, suddenly exploded above his head. The people in the command post were stung by the sudden light, but a surge of joy welled up in their hearts. However, the joy lasted only a second. The moment the holy light touched the surrounding darkness, it emitted a crackling, corrosive sound. The light was swallowed by darkness at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 3 seconds, the entire command center was plunged back into darkness. Puff! The light elemental officer coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed limply, his breath weak. His superpower core was completely destroyed in the clash of the laws. Look how fragile it is. Tu Wanqin's voice was full of pleasure. Everything you are so proud of is utterly insignificant in the face of true power. Now it's your turn. As soon as he finished speaking, a sickening metallic twisting sound came from the sturdy alloy door of the command post. Boom! The door was ripped open from the outside, and several dark, monstrous figures rushed in. Protect the general! The chief of staff roared, and the guards around him immediately formed a human wall to protect Gu Taiyai. Even though they couldn't see anything, they still fired without hesitation towards the doorway. The bullets struck the monsters with dull thud sounds, but they did nothing to stop their advance. In the darkness, screams and the sound of bones shattering rang out one after another. After just one glance, the guards on perimeter fell silent. Pang Budong let out a beast-like roar, holding his alloy shield at the front like a wall, firmly blocking the breach. Clang! A loud bang, sparks flying everywhere. Pang Budong felt as if he had been hit by a speeding truck. His arms went numb, and his massive body was thrown backward, carving 2 deep furrows in the ground. The force emanating from the shield nearly made him vomit up his dinner from the night before. Boss, we can't hold on. These beasts are too strong. Pang Budong cried out. Jiang Wan and Situ Jingzin also rushed forward, protecting Pang Budong's flanks from both sides. But in this darkness, their attacks were greatly diminished. Unable to condense her flames, Jiang Wan could only rely on instinct, wildly swinging her scorching staff. Situ Jingzin's sword was very fast, but his sword intent perception was severely interfered with, and he almost stabbed his own people several times. Ha ha! Struggle. Howl in the darkness. Your fear is the best sacrifice to the great god. Tu Wanqin's laughter grew increasingly rampant. It's so noisy. Amidst the chaos, a lazy voice suddenly rang out. The sound reached everyone's ears clearly, even suppressing Tu Wanqin's arrogant laughter. It is Chu Tianquo. He didn't know when, but he had walked to the front of the line and stood next to Pang Budong's shield. In the darkness, no one could see his expression. All one could sense was that the lazy and decadent aura surrounding him seemed to have undergone some subtle change. It's just a stupid field, but they're making it sound like the end of the world. Chu Tianquo pursed his lips and slowly extended his right index finger, pointing the fingertip at the ceiling. It's just no light. What's the big deal? His movements were casual, as if he were performing the simplest of actions. In the command center, everyone who knew him felt their hearts skip a beat. Jiang Wan's eyes widened. Pang Budong, stop crying. Situ Jingzin paused slightly in the hand holding the sword. Even the unconscious light element officer lying on the ground twitched his eyelids. They all recalled the scene in the Sky Arena where the ordinary iron rod transformed into a divine iron weighing tens of thousands of pounds. I recalled that seemingly casual gesture that pierced through the 10,000 swords return to one-finger technique. Is this man about to start being unreasonable again? The art of illumination. Chu Tianquo softly uttered 3 words. A ball of light appeared out of thin air at his fingertips. The ball of light was only the size of a ping-pong ball, and its light was very soft and not dazzling at all. However, when this seemingly ordinary ball of light appeared, the darkness in the entire command center receded frantically. Wherever the light reached, the darkness vanished. It simply vanished, as if it had never existed. How could this be? For the first time, Tu Wanqin's arrogant laughter was interrupted by surprise. His Eternal Night domain is an authority bestowed by the Abyss God, a conceptual level of obliteration. Any light based on the laws of physics will be suppressed and swallowed up within this domain. But what's with this ball of light in front of us? It does not belong to any element, nor does it exhibit any energy fluctuations. It is light. It's as if the word darkness didn't exist in this world before it appeared. After the light sphere appeared, Tu Wanqin's domain did not collapse, and darkness still shrouded Jinyuan Pass. But in this small command center, the light from Chu Tianquo's fingertips stubbornly carved out a space that belonged to him. Just when everyone thought the situation was about to turn around, a sudden change occurred. The soft ball of light at Chu Tianquo's fingertip suddenly flickered violently. The light dimmed considerably in an instant, and could go out at any moment. The surrounding darkness pressed in again, almost frantically. The brightness of the sphere of light was gradually suppressed, compressed from the size of a ping-pong ball to the size of a fingernail, and its light became like a candle flickering in the wind. Finally, there was a soft snap. The sphere of light was extinguished. The command center was once again swallowed by endless darkness. Even Chu Tianquo fell silent. He maintained the extended finger position, his eyebrows furrowing slightly. This was the first time since he came into this world that he had encountered a situation where his words failed to become law. It's not invalid. It was forcibly overridden by a higher-level set of rules. His illumination technique is defined as having light. Tu Wanqin's domain is defined as eternal night. Two concepts collided in this space. As a result, his light was lost. Ha ha ha! After a brief silence, Tu Wanqin's wild laughter, as if he had survived a calamity, resounded through the sky, more arrogant and triumphant than ever before. What a big shot I thought he was. Turns out he's just a blustering piece of trash. Is this your light? Is this your last hope? Fragile. Vulnerable. Before the great, eternal night, your so-called light is nothing but a joke. Tu Wanqin's mocking laughter was like a series of heavy hammer blows, striking everyone's hearts. The nascent hope was shattered. Even Chu Tianquo failed. What chance do they have of turning things around? A sense of powerlessness almost consumed one's reason. Jiangwan bit her lip until it bled. Looking at Chu Tianquo's blurry outline in the darkness, she felt a sense of powerlessness for the first time. Situ Jingxin's hand holding the sword also began to tremble uncontrollably. The path he had just established began to waver after he saw his master's teachings being destroyed. Only Chu Tianquo slowly withdrew his finger. His perpetually sleepy face finally lost all traces of laziness. He looked up at the darkness that had swallowed everything, and in his half-open eyes, a dangerous golden light flashed and disappeared. Illumination is the lowest level of spell. He used it because he was lazy. I'm too lazy to mobilize those resources that require a little effort. But now, these bastards seem to be mistaking his laziness for weakness. It even brought its face close and jumped back and forth repeatedly. This is a bit unpleasant. Chapter 59 Gu Taiyi's desperate charge. Tu Wanqin's maniacal laughter still echoed in the darkness. The laughter put everyone on edge. The laughter was full of contempt, as if they were being toyed with. The command post was completely silent. Pang Budong's panting stopped. His body stiffened in the darkness, unable to feel the force from the shield. Situ Jingxin gripped the sword, his wrist trembling uncontrollably. After witnessing Chu Tianquo's abilities being forcibly broken, his own beliefs also wavered. Even that man, Situ Jingxin, dared not think any further. Ha ha! Why aren't you saying anything? Where's your light? Tu Wanqin's voice rang out. Your last hope is nothing more than a cheap, unlit match. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Scrap. Jiangwan gritted her teeth, her mouth filled with the taste of blood. She wanted to rush forward, but that would only lead to her death. She can't even condense a stable flame now. Just then, an old man's furious roar exploded. Enough! It was Gu Taiyi's voice. No one could see his expression in the darkness, but the anger and determination in his voice shook everyone. We, the sons of China, have guarded this border for 300 years. More people have died here than you have ever seen a demon. What we rely on is backbone. What we rely on is courage. It is the spirit of generations who, even after shedding their blood, will keep their spines straight. Gu Taiyi's voice grew louder and louder in the darkness. His worn-out military overcoat moved without any wind. A golden light suddenly burst forth from his aged body. This light was different from Jiangwan's flames, and also different from the holy light of the light elemental officer. The light was not dazzling, but it was very penetrating. This is neither superpower nor magic, it is simply burning. An old soldier is burning his cultivation, vital energy, and soul. A burst of golden light erupted, dispelling all the darkness in the command center. The Eternal Night domain has not disappeared. It still shrouds Zhenyuan Pass. But within 100 meters of Gu Taiyi, the darkness was forcibly driven away. The light illuminated the command post. Several demons clad in bone armor rushed in, screaming in agony under the golden light, black smoke billowing from their bodies. The light also illuminated Gu Taiyi's scarred face. Gu Taiyi's hair turned white rapidly, and the wrinkles on his face became deeper. His already hunched back was now standing straight. He was radiant. "General," the chief of staff exclaimed, his eyes reddening. He certainly understood what Gu Taiyi was doing. "This is a secret technique used in the military, burning my Great Wall. Use your own life as fuel to light the way for others. This is a suicidal fighting style. All units, listen up." Gu Taiyi ignored the gasps behind him. His voice reached the minds of every soldier. "Reorganize around me. Heal the wounded. Counterattack." His voice was now filled with unwavering authority. The warriors, illuminated by the light, were stunned for a moment. Then their eyes regained their fighting spirit. They saw their comrades in arms, they saw the enemy, and they saw the old man standing in the center of the light. "Kill!" The roar echoed throughout the camp. The warriors automatically moved toward the light, forming combat teams and attacking the demons struggling within it with their weapons. In the command center, Pang Budong was the first to react. He looked at the demon suppressed by the golden light, roared, and charged at it with a shield. "Fuck your grandpa!" Clang! The enormous shield slammed into the face of a demon, flattening half of its head. Jiang Wan and Situ Jingzhen also attacked simultaneously, their staffs and swords piercing through the other two demons from the left and right sides. Everyone knew that this light wouldn't last long. Chu Tingqiu stood still, quietly watching Gu Taiyi's back. His eyes, which were always half open, finally opened completely, and the golden light deep in his pupils flickered uncertainly. He saw that Gu Taiyi's vitality was rapidly fading away. Chu Tingqiu wanted to say, "Old Gu, there's no need," and step back. "I'll do it." But the words just wouldn't come out. From that aged figure, he saw a selfless act of protection. What a touching scene. Tu Wanqing's voice rang out, but the teasing tone was gone from his laughter. To burn oneself? What a foolish yet magnificent choice. What I enjoy doing most is to extinguish this cheap hope with my own hands. The words had barely left his mouth. In the center of the camp, in the area illuminated by Gu Taiyi's light, a huge black shadow descended from the sky. Boom! The ground shook violently, and a giant crater with a diameter of more than 20 meters appeared in the center of the camp. As the smoke cleared, a figure over 10 meters tall appeared before everyone. It was the massacre of Wanqing, or rather, his war form that was half mechanical and half demonic. His body swelled several times its normal size, his muscles bulged, and his skin was dark red. Countless thick metal tubes were inserted into his back, connected to a roaring demonic engine. The chainsaw sword in his hand transformed into a giant chainsaw battle axe, 7 or 8 meters long. Blood-red energy swirled around the battle axe. He just stood there, and the aura of killing intent made those around him feel suffocated. "Old man, your light is really getting in my way." Tu Wanqing grinned, revealing that his teeth had completely transformed into metal fangs. He moved. His massive body could cover dozens of meters in a single stride. The chainsaw axe was raised high and slashed down fiercely at Gu Taiyi, who was in the center of the light. "Protect the general." The soldiers around him, their eyes bloodshot, fired wildly with their guns. The bullets struck Tu Wanqing, only sending up a string of sparks. They couldn't even penetrate his skin. Several earth elemental ability users raised a rock wall in front of Gu Taiyi. Snap! The rock wall was cleaved in two by the chainsaw-wielding axe. "Get out of my way!" Gu Taiyi roared angrily. He did not back down. He knew he was the key to the battle. If he retreated, the morale that had just been built up would dissipate. He squeezed out all his remaining life force, and golden light gathered in his right fist, which he then punched at the giant axe that was coming down. The fist and the battle axe collided in midair. Boom! A loud explosion rang out as gold and blood-colored energies collided, creating a shockwave that sent everything around them flying. The command post bunker shook violently, and rubble kept falling from the roof. At the center of the light, Gu Taiyi knelt on one knee, his hair completely white. His outstretched right arm was severed at the elbow, and blood gushed out, staining the ground in front of him red. Tu Wanqing, however, only took half a step back. He looked at the small fist marks on his chainsaw battle axe, then at Gu Taiyi lying in a pool of blood, and laughed. The bones are quite tough, though. Unfortunately, it ends here. Tu Wancheng raised his battle axe again. As Gu Taiyai became seriously injured, the golden light quickly dimmed and its range shrank dramatically. Darkness surged in from all around. The defense line that the soldiers had just built was on the verge of collapse under Tu Wancheng's pressure. Jiang Wan looked at Gu Taiyai, who lay in a pool of blood with a broken arm. That scarred face, which was always dignified yet somewhat cunning, was deathly pale. That cunning old fox who tricked them into the northern border, that righteous old bureau chief, that scheming old man who promised to arrange an easy job for Chu Tianquo, he sacrificed himself to defend the pass and to give his soldiers a chance to catch their breath. Then his arm was chopped off with an axe. Jiang Wan's eyes turned bloodshot, a burning color. Her long, wine-red hair moved without wind, and tiny golden sparks began to appear at the ends. The temperature of the air around her was rising rapidly. The eternal night, domain suppression of the elements, was ineffective against her at this moment. Slaughter 10,000 cities. Jiang Wan's voice became hoarse and ethereal. She walked step by step out of the ruins of the command post and toward that demon. With each step she took, her aura grew stronger. An ancient and powerful will is awakening within her. Chapter 60 Burn, Last Life. Jiang Wan's voice became hoarse and ethereal, no longer her original clear and crisp tone. That voice carried an ancient majesty that belonged to no ordinary person. She walked step by step out of the ruins of the command post and toward the figure standing in the center of the camp. With each step she took, her aura grew stronger. The ground beneath her feet, the mud mixed with blood, began to crack and turn black. An ancient and powerful will is awakening within her body. That doesn't belong to her. That is the mark belonging to the divine bird vermilion bird, which has been dormant for thousands of years deep in its bloodline. Burning one's life is the price for summoning this power. Oh! Tu Wancheng stopped the giant axe he was about to swing. His mechanical prosthetic eye rotated, its red light locking onto Jiang Wan, who was walking slowly towards him. He sensed it. That awakening, violent will, powerful enough to incinerate everything. Interesting. Tu Wancheng grinned, his metal fangs reflecting a chilling luster in the last glimmer of light emanating from Gu Taiyai's burning soul. Another one coming to die. However, this offering looks much more delicious than that old man's. Jiang Wan ignored his sarcasm. She walked up to Gu Taiyai and stopped. Golden flames had spread from the tips of her hair to her entire body. Her entire being transformed into a burning golden humanoid figure. The flames defied the laws of eternal night, stubbornly burning and forcing the surrounding darkness back several meters. Girl, hurry up and go. Gu Taiyai lay on the ground, supporting himself with his only remaining left hand, and struggled to lift his head, his voice weak. He could feel the life force draining from Jiang Wan's body. Jiang Wan did not turn around. She simply raised her head and looked at the mountain-like demon before her. In his golden pupils, there was no fear, only unwavering resolve. Roar! A loud and high-pitched phoenix cry burst forth from Jiang Wan's body. Golden flames shot into the sky. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jiang Wan disappeared. Instead, there was a giant fire phoenix with a wingspan of over 100 meters, made of golden divine fire. Every feather of it is burning with destructive flames, and its eyes are two condensed suns. When it appeared, the entire Jinyuan Pass was completely illuminated by this sacred, explosive light. The Eternal Night domain was torn open by this power. On the city wall, the warriors, shrouded in darkness, instinctively raised their heads. They saw the golden divine bird circling in the sky, and the light and heat emanating from it that were enough to dispel all gloom. In that instant, everyone thought they had seen a glimmer of hope. Li! The fire phoenix let out another long cry, and its golden wings flapped violently. It transformed into a golden streak of light, trailing a long fiery tail, and crashed fiercely towards Tu Wancheng on the ground. The whole world has lost its sound and color. Only that one golden hue remained, burning with the essence of life. Tu Wancheng's smile finally faded. He felt a deadly threat. For the first time, his massive body adopted a defensive stance. The demonic engine behind him roared deafeningly, and crimson aura surged from his body, forming a thick shield of flesh and blood in front of him. Boomstrapje. The impact occurred. There was no earth-shattering explosion. There was only a white light that devoured everything. The golden divine fire and the blood-red, baleful aura clashed and annihilated each other in a frenzy. Wherever the light reached, the ground vaporized, forming a huge, glass-like crater. The demons around them, who had no time to dodge, were reduced to ashes before they could even scream. The light lasted for less than 5 seconds. When the light fades, the darkness of eternal night surged in from all directions, once again engulfing the land that had just been illuminated. The battlefield has returned to deathly silence. In the center of the deep pit, Tu Wanxin's figure still stood. The shield of flesh and blood in front of him had disappeared. His massive body was covered with charred marks from the flames, and several pipes connecting to the demon engine had broken off, gushing out black engine oil and blood. One of his arms was burned off at the shoulder. The wound was charred black, but no blood was flowing. Cough, cough, cough. Tu Wanxin coughed violently a few times, exhaling a puff of black smoke that crackled with electricity. He looked down at his severed arm, then looked up at the sky. The fiery phoenix that illuminated everything has vanished. His intact prosthetic eye gleamed with a red light, a sign of survival. A madman. He's a complete madman. He was injured, and seriously injured. But he is still alive. The woman who burned herself out of everything left not even ashes. No, there's a little left. A charred, burnt-out figure fell helplessly from midair. The golden flames on her body had completely died out, and her long, fiery hair had turned gray. The breath of life in her was so faint as to be imperceptible. Jiang Wan, Pang Budong, let out a mournful roar, threw away his shield, and rushed towards the falling figure without regard for anything else. Situ Jingzin staggered after him, his face as pale as paper. However, there was a figure who was faster than them. Just as Jiang Wan began to fall, Chu Tianquo, who had been standing in the shadow of the ruins of the command post, moved. His movements were not fast, and even seemed somewhat lazy. He simply took a step forward. But with that one step, his figure blurred instantly, and the next second, he appeared in midair, right below the trajectory of Jiang Wan's fall. He reached out his hands and steadily and gently caught the body that had lost all warmth in his arms. The movements were gentle, as if catching a falling feather. Jiang Wan's head rested weakly against his chest, her eyes tightly closed, and her pretty face, which always carried a hint of arrogance, was now deathly pale. The blood at the corner of his mouth had dried. Chu Tianquo lowered his head and looked at the girl in his arms. He extended a trembling finger and slowly placed it under her nose. A faint, almost imperceptible breath touched his fingertips. He's still alive. But that's all, they're just alive. Chu Tianquo carried her and slowly lowered her to the ground. In his other hand, he was still holding the energy drink he had gotten from the headquarters logistics department. Snap! A crisp, teeth-grinding metallic crunch. The hard aluminum can was crushed into a flat iron disc in his palm. The viscous, sweet-smelling liquid dripped from his fingers, one drop at a time, onto the scorched earth. Tu Wanxin noticed this unassuming man. He didn't detect any powerful energy fluctuations from this man. He seemed like an ordinary logistics worker. Another one who's not afraid of dying. Tu Wanxin's voice was hoarse and brutal. Put her down, then get out. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you die a quick death. Chu Tianquo ignored him. He simply lowered his head, looking at Jiang Wan, who was barely breathing in his arms. He slowly raised his head. All the laziness and impatience on that perpetually sleepy face vanished without a trace. Those eyes, which were always half open, had somehow opened completely. There was no longer the usual languor, nor the overwhelming anger. There was only a bottomless, cold, deathly silence. Deep within his black pupils, two barely perceptible golden lights began to slowly illuminate and rotate, like two rising suns. He looked at Jiang Wan, who was already in a deep coma in his arms, and spoke softly as a breeze, yet clearly reaching the depths of the souls of everyone present. Who gave you permission to die? Chapter 61, The Wrath of the Salted Fish. Chu Tianquo's voice was very soft, but those words stuck in the minds of everyone present. Who gave you permission to die? Time seemed to stand still. Tu Wanxin's intact mechanical prosthetic eye flashed intensely red. He didn't understand the meaning of those words, but he instinctively felt a chill. Pang Budong stopped abruptly halfway through his charge. He stared at the back of the man holding Jiang Wan, his mouth agape, a roar stuck in his throat. Situ Jingzin staggered to a stop, his hand holding the sword no longer trembling. He looked at the man, at the lifeless girl in his arms, and his mind went blank. What is Master saying? Even Gu Taiyi, who was lying in a pool of blood and whose consciousness was already blurred, managed to lift his eyelids and look at Chu Tianquo. An absurd yet wildly hopeful thought arose in his mind. Chu Tianquo ignored everyone. He looked down at the pale face in his arms. He gently placed Jiang Wan's body on the charred ground. Then he stood up. The moment he straightened up, buzz! A buzzing sound immediately rang in everyone's minds. Centered on Chu Tianquo's feet, a huge black and white Tai Chi diagram suddenly appeared on the scorched earth and rapidly expanded. The black and white energy flowed in and out, instantly covering an area of 100 meters in radius. An ancient and vast aura rises from the picture. Faced with this aura, Tu Wanqin's eternal night domain let out a terrified wail. The darkness that shrouded the command post retreated frantically, not daring to approach the area covered by the Tai Chi diagram. What the hell is this? Tu Wanqin screamed in horror. He felt that his eternal night realm was like a fragile piece of black paper in front of that picture, which could be torn apart at any moment. That wasn't a contest of energy, it was a crushing defeat of status. Chu Tianquo stood at the center of the Tai Chi diagram, with black and white energies flowing beneath his feet. His usual laziness was gone. His eyes, now fully open, seemed to hold two golden suns rising, cold and indifferent, devoid of any human emotion. That was the gaze of a god upon mortals. He slowly raised his hand and gently uttered 3 words to Jiang Wan, whose body was already cold on the ground. A skill that all support classes possess. The resurrection technique. The moment the sound fell, Supreme Edict activated. The underlying logic of the low-level general skill resurrection was instantly extracted, replaced, and forcibly linked to the supreme concept of Chinese mythology. Imperial Decree, Tai Chi diagram, reversing yin and yang. Bohnstrapia. Heaven and earth fell silent. All that remained before everyone's eyes was the rotating Tai Chi diagram. It transformed into a gigantic millstone that connected with unknown dimensions, and the black and white energies transformed into 2 giant dragons that coiled and intertwined, roaring. In the void, it seemed as if countless invisible chains of order were snapping and breaking. Those are the rules of life and death. But at this moment, these rules are being forcibly distorted and rewritten by an older and more tyrannical force. On the Tai Chi diagram, the yin fish representing death and the yang fish representing life begin to rotate in reverse under Chu Tianquo's will. Reversing yin and yang. Reversing life and death. No, this is impossible. Tu Wanqin screamed in agony, his voice filled with terror. What did he see? He saw that fragments of Jiang Wan's soul were being forcibly pulled back from all directions by an irresistible force. Those fragments should have completely disappeared or entered the cycle of reincarnation. But now, they dared not disobey in the slightest, gathering from the void and pouring back into Jiang Wan's already cold body. This is not a resurrection. This is altering the book of life and death. This is like snatching someone from the clutches of the king of hell. No, they broke the judge's pen in half. Pang Budong and Situ Jingzin were completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the miraculous scene before them, their minds giving up on thinking. The powerful black and white energies transformed into a torrent and surged into Jiang Wan's body. The charred marks on her body are fading at a visible speed, and her new skin is smooth and flawless. Her gray hair, starting from the roots, was gradually dyed back to a wine-red color, even brighter than before. The life force that had been extinguished within her reignited like a spark doused with gasoline and surged wildly at an alarming rate. That's not a simple recovery. That is destruction followed by construction. Her burning vitality, the reversed laws of life and death, were replenished in her body in a more perfect way. The bloodline imprint belonging to the divine bird vermilion bird within her body, refined by the 2 energies of Tai Chi, became purer and more powerful than ever before. A few seconds later, the light faded. The Tai Chi symbol disappeared, and the black and white energies dissipated. It was as if what had just happened had never occurred. Jiangwan lay quietly on the ground. Her injuries had completely healed, and her skin was fair and rosy, radiating a healthy glow. The long, wine-red hair spread out on the scorched earth, a breathtaking sight. Her chest began to rise and fall steadily and powerfully. Cough! A soft cough. Jiangwan's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and then she slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes first showed confusion, then astonishment. She subconsciously raised her hand, looked at her unharmed body, and felt the unprecedented, surging power within her. I didn't die. Not only did he not die, but he even felt several times stronger than in his prime before burning his life force. She turned her head sharply and saw the man standing next to her. The sky over Chu is vast. He remained as languid as ever, as if he weren't the one who had just appeared as a god descending to earth, reversing life and death. He reached out and pulled Jiangwan up from the ground. Their eyes met. Jiangwan saw a trace of lingering heartache in his half-open, half-closed eyes. Chu Tingqiu looked at her, his lips twitching slightly as he did so. His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable, domineering air. I won't let you die. Even God cannot take it away. One sentence made Jiangwan's heart skip a beat. She looked at the man in front of her. Her lips moved, but she couldn't utter a single word. Her eyes, however, turned red uncontrollably. On the other side, the entire battlefield was deathly silent. All the surviving warriors and all the demons lurking in the darkness witnessed this world-shattering scene, and their souls trembled. Tu Wanqin's massive body, which was over 10 meters tall, was trembling violently and uncontrollably. He looked at Jiangwan, who had come back from the dead and whose aura was even more terrifying than before. Then he looked at Chu Tingqiu, who had an expression that said, I didn't do anything. His brain, modified by machinery and runes, completely shut down, reversing life and death, altering the laws. These are things that power alone cannot accomplish. Chapter 62 Tu Wanqin. Are you also an evil god? The battlefield was deathly silent. The surviving soldiers of Jinyuan Pass, whether slumped or standing, remained motionless like statues. The bloodshot in their eyes faded, leaving only bewilderment. The demon, who was preparing to launch a sneak attack from the corner, froze in place, suppressed by an even stronger force, and let out an uneasy whimper. Before Pang Budong could retract his charging stance, his massive body froze. The muscles on his face, covered in the golden light of Akala, were completely frozen. His eyes were fixed on the front, his pupils filled with too much information to process, leaving his mind blank. He saw Jiangwan stand up. Her wounds healed at a visible speed, her internal organs reorganized, and her charred skin regained its smoothness. The once ferocious vermilion bird bloodline is now incredibly docile, and its purity has increased significantly. How could this possibly be something a support could do? The thought flashed through Pang Budong's mind. The support players he knew who could reattach a severed arm were all qualified for the S-level support tier. As for Brother Chu, he deleted the character and then created a stronger one. Not far away, Situ Jingzin gripped his sword tightly. Because of his distraction, the tip of the sword carved a deep trench in the ground. His body remained motionless. Just a moment ago, his proud swordsmanship wavered. He was crushed in a powder by a force that was completely incomprehensible. Then, that power reshaped his sword heart in ways he could not have imagined. It was purer than before, but it also made him feel unfamiliar and in awe. His swordsmanship seeks to sever all things. But what that man demonstrated was creation, was definition. Master. He brought the dead back to life? Situ Jingzin stared blankly at Jiangwan, who had stood up, and then at the calm-faced man. His mind was completely blank. This goes beyond the scope of superpowers. Lying in the ruins and pool of blood, Gutai used his last bit of strength to lift his head. The bloodshot in his intact, I receded rapidly, revealing a sharp light he had never shown before. He stared intently at Chu Tingqiu, his lips trembling, making a hoarse sound in his throat, but he couldn't utter a single word. He had been scheming his whole life and believed he had seen through all the cards. But today, he realized how ridiculous his idea was. This is not a secret technique, not an S-class or higher superpower, and not some ancient technology. This is something only a god could do. The person who reacted most strongly was Tu Wancheng. His massive body, over 10 meters tall, was trembling violently and uncontrollably. This wasn't because of injury, but because of instinctive fear. His intact mechanical prosthetic eye flashed red light wildly, and the internal components emitted a buzzing electrical sound and a wisp of blue smoke due to information overload. His data processor was frantically analyzing everything that had just happened. Analysis subject, Jiang Wan. Status, deceased. Soul fluctuation, dissipated. Vital signs, none. Event, unknown energy intervened. Result, the target soul was reunited, life was reshaped, and the energy level was elevated. Conclusion, impossible. Error, data overflow. Logical breakdown. Resurrection. Tu Wancheng had seen spells that manipulated souls, but those were merely the exploitation of corpses and fragments of souls. It's absolutely impossible for it to be like that before. That was forcibly pulling a soul that had completely vanished back from the very core of the concept of death. This is not a spell. This is altering the fundamental rule of the universe, death. This is a power that only God possesses. Moreover, it wasn't a god like the Lord of Karn whom he worshipped. The god he worships can grant him power, but cannot reverse life and death. For the first time, Tu Wancheng's enormous head slowly lowered. He looked at the man with his hands in his pockets and an innocent expression. His modified brain completely shut down. A chill ran up his metallic spine and straight to the top of his head. He felt that his proud demigod body was weak and vulnerable in front of that man. What are you? A hoarse roar escaped from Tu Wancheng's throat. His voice no longer held its previous ferocity. Only a trembling tone remained. However, Chu Tianquo ignored him. He just looked down at Jiang Wan, who was still somewhat bewildered after he had just pulled her up. When Jiang Wan's gaze met his eyes, her heart skipped a beat. The usual languor in his eyes vanished, replaced by heartache and undeniable domineering authority. A wave of sorrow overwhelmed her strength, and her golden eyes, which had just regained their luster, welled up with tears. Her lips moved, 1,000 words stuck in her throat, but she couldn't utter a single one. Chu Tianquo looked at her like this, pursed his lips, and seemed a little uncomfortable. He reached out to ruffle her hair, but stopped when he saw her reddened eyes. He simply pushed Jiang Wan's body back gently, placing her next to Peng Budong and Situ Jingzin, who had followed. Keep an eye on her. His voice returned to its usual lazy tone, but both Peng Budong and Situ Jingzin tensed up involuntarily upon hearing it. No one dared to treat him as a mere assistant anymore. Then, Chu Tianquo finally turned around and looked directly at Tu Wancheng, who was still in fear for the first time. You, answer me. When Tu Wancheng saw Chu Tianquo's gaze fall on him, all the muscles in his body tensed up instantly. That power that distorts the rules is more chaotic than chaos itself, more profound than the abyss. His prosthetic eye flashed red light erratically, and his voice was shrill. You're also an evil god. Which one are you? What's your purpose in coming to this world, disguised as a human? In his view, only God could explain everything before him. Chu Tianquo looked at him, his face expressionless. His eyes were cold, indifferent, and devoid of any emotion. An evil god? Chu Tianquo finally spoke, his voice soft yet clearly carrying throughout the entire battlefield, tinged with a hint of mockery. Does that inferior being, which needs to rely on the fear and killing of believers to maintain its existence and steal the origin of the world, deserve to be called a god? One sentence left Tu Wancheng stunned. Lower organisms? He described the great Lord Kern as a lower being? 10 minutes ago, Tu Wancheng would have been absolutely furious. But now, he can't refute a single word, because he witnessed the other party's behavior firsthand. The opponent simply used a skill he had never heard of called Resurrection Spell, a name that sounds like a level 1 support skill in the beginner village. Tu Wancheng's faith wavered at this moment. He looked at Chu Tianquo, trying to glean something from that lazy face. But there was nothing there. There was only a void that chilled his very soul. Chu Tianquo ignored the big guy who was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He lifted his foot and walked forward. He walked slowly toward the realm of eternal night that shrouded Jinyuan Pass. The first step has been taken. Buzz. A soft sound echoed between heaven and earth. On the scorched earth where he landed, a golden rune flashed by, and the ground instantly became solid. The second step is to land. The air around him trembled slightly, and the distorted spatial laws were forcibly smoothed out by an invisible hand. The third step is to land. That realm of eternal night surged violently. The edge of darkness receded frantically as if burned, seemingly wanting to escape the approaching man. Chu Tianqiu walked step by step to the center of the camp, to the dark force field. He stopped in his tracks. The whole world fell silent as he stopped. Pang Budong and Situ Jingzin flanked Jiang Wan, watching Chu Tianqiu's retreating figure with bated breath. They sensed that what was about to happen might once again overturn their understanding. Jiang Wan stared blankly at that figure from behind. That figure, though still so lazy, seemed incredibly reliable to her. Chu Tianqiu looked up at the swirling darkness before him, and a glimmer of golden light flashed in his half-open eyes. He pursed his lips and muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear. I just wanted to lie down, but they insisted on making me stand up. Now that I've stood up, you want to run away again? It's too late. He slowly raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the dark force field, and saw behind the darkness the being watching this place with terror. A hint of displeasure finally surfaced on his perpetually sleepy face. It's getting dark, and I'm very unhappy. Chapter 63, Imperial Edict. The candle dragon opens its eyes. It's getting dark, and I'm very unhappy. Chu Tianqiu muttered to himself in a low voice. Then his eyes, which were always half open, slowly opened completely. This action is very simple. But time stood still. The wind stopped. The demon's roar got stuck in its throat. Pang Budong and Situ Jingzin's minds went blank, as if their souls had been gripped, and they couldn't even think straight. Jiang Wan subconsciously held her breath. As she stared at that figure from behind, her heart pounded, and a sense of awe welled up from the depths of her blood, making her almost want to kneel down. Everyone saw those eyes. There was no laziness or decadence there. There were only two suns slowly rising. Golden light shone from the depths of his pupils. This is the embodiment of a rule, the first ray of light at the birth of the world. Buzz, a buzzing sound which exploded directly in the soul, resounded throughout the world. The moment Chu Tianqiu opened his eyes, a huge phantom slowly emerged from nothingness behind him. That was a dragon, a giant dragon, its body of unknown length and entirely crimson. Its body hovered above Jinyuan Pass, even extending beyond the Himalayas. Each of its scales is larger than a mountain peak, and is engraved with the principles of the beginning of heaven and earth. Its dragon head hangs behind Chu Tianqiu, like an ancient divine mountain floating in the air. Its eyes were closed. With his eyes closed, the overwhelming aura emanating from Tu Wanxin's eternal night domain caused it to groan in despair. Zalong, in the pool of blood, Gu Tai, whose consciousness was fading, used his last bit of strength to utter two words. His eyes were fixed on the crimson dragon shadow that stretched across the sky and earth. His turbid pupils were filled only with shock and fervor. According to the classic of mountains and seas, there's a god in Zhongshan named Xian, whose open eyes bring daytime and closed eyes bring nighttime. This is neither a superpower nor magic. This is a myth. It is the origin of Chinese civilization, the deity who controls time and day and night. Tu Wanxin's enormous body, which was over 10 meters tall, had completely stiffened. His prosthetic eye was flashing wildly, the red alarm light almost burning through its socket. His demigod body, which he was so proud of, and the chaotic evil god he worshipped, were as small as dust in front of this dragon shadow. He wanted to escape, but his body and soul were firmly pinned to the spot by that ancient aura, unable to move. An unprecedented sense of fear overwhelmed his modified brain. Just then, Chu Tianqiu made a move. He didn't form any hand seals, didn't chant any spells, and didn't even glance at Tu Wanxin, who was already terrified. He simply raised his hand and waved it at the shrinking darkness before him. Then, in a voice that was still languid but carried the weight of supreme will, he softly uttered 3 words. Regard it as daytime. The moment the words fell, the illusory image of the candle dragon behind him, whose eyelids had been tightly closed for millions of years, slowly opened a crack. Bon strapia. The world has lost its sound and color. All that remained before everyone's eyes was pure white. This is not light. It has no temperature, yet it is hotter than the center of the sun. It has no light, yet it eliminates all shadows in the world. Above Jinyuan Pass, Tu Wanxin's eternal night domain couldn't even put up a millisecond of resistance the moment that gaze opened. It has been deleted. The concept of night was completely erased from the world in that instant. Instead, daytime has taken its place. One and only rule. As long as the candle dragon keeps its eyes open, this world will only have daytime. Aya! A scream that sounded inhuman finally broke the deathly silence. They were the demons who stormed the camp. They were not burned, nor were they purified. The moment the concept of daylight arrives, their very existence becomes an error. Demons that depend on darkness and chaos cannot exist in a world defined as daytime. Their bodies, as if erased from reality little by an invisible eraser. First the skin, then the flesh, and finally the bones and the soul. There was no blood splattering, no energy explosion. Only the most thorough, conceptual disappearance. 100. The demon army that had been wreaking havoc in Jinyuan Pass was wiped out in just a few seconds in this silent daylight. Not even a speck of ashes remained. It's as if they've never appeared. On the battlefield, the surviving soldiers stared blankly at the scene before them. Their wounds were still bleeding, but they could no longer feel the pain. Their values were completely shattered, leaving them only bewilderment. Pang Budong stared wide-eyed as the massive shield crashed to the ground with a loud thud, without him even noticing. Situ Jingzin gripped his sword, his wrist no longer trembling. His eyes were empty as he stared at the pure, white daylight. His newly rebuilt sword heart was shattered once again. Jiangwan stood there, motionless. She looked at the man's back, the back that had reversed life and death for her, the back that defined the world at that moment. She suddenly understood. His earlier statement, "Even God can't take you away," was neither a romantic remark nor a consolation. That's stating a fact, because he is a being even more unreasonable than God. No. What is this? What is this thing? The only one still able to make a sound was Tu Wanxin. His situation was somewhat better than those of the lower-level demons who were directly wiped out, but only slightly. The moment daylight arrived, his enormous, half-mechanical, half-demon body emitted hissing white smoke as if it had been doused with concentrated sulfuric acid. The chaotic runes branded on his skin, which had granted him power, were burned and evaporated one by one. The metal conduits connecting his body to the demonic engine were twisting and melting. His flesh and blood were disintegrating, and his demonic genes were wailing. His demigod body, which he was so proud of, was as fragile as paper in the face of these rules. He wasn't burned by the light. He was burned by the rules. His existence created a violent conflict with this world that was forcibly defined as daytime. My power, my body. Tu Wanxin let out a painful roar, his massive body rolling on the ground. With each struggle, his body disintegrated even more. His perfectly intact prosthetic eye shattered in the extreme daylight, leaving only a hollow hole emitting black smoke. Chu Tianquo slowly turned around. The illusory image of the candle dragon behind him, with its eyes slightly open, coldly watched Tu Wanxin rolling on the ground. Chu Tianquo looked at him, his face still expressionless, but a faint hint of mockery flashed in his golden pupils. Is this the power you're so proud of? Too weak. Chapter 64, This is not light. It is rule. It was a white world. Pang stood there blankly, his tall figure appearing tiny for the first time. He had seen the light-type officers, holy light punishment, and he had also seen Jiang Wan's vermilion bird divine fire. But the white before my eyes is different. It has no temperature, no sound, and no energy fluctuations. It is white, a pure white. Then, those ferocious demons vanished in this white world. They just disappeared like that. A demon general covered in bone armor was raising his claws, his roar stuck in his throat. Then the tips of its claws began to turn transparent, followed by its arms, shoulders, and torso. The entire process was completely silent. The expression on its face changed from ferocity to astonishment, and finally to fear. It is being deleted. Not far away, Situ Jingzin's long sword fell to the ground with a clang. He did not react. His belief in swordsmanship shattered completely at that moment. The way of the sword he pursues is to cut, to be sharp, to break through everything. But what did he see? That man, the man he considered his rival, did not draw his sword. nor did he use any force. He simply opened his eyes. And so, the world changed its rules. This is the definition. I said that since it is daytime here, there can be no nighttime here. I said darkness should not exist, and evil should be wiped out. This is a completely unreasonable way of thinking. For the first time, a look of bewilderment appeared on Situ Jingxin's usually arrogant face. What exactly is he pursuing? Jiangwan stood there, motionless. She had just been pulled back from the brink of death by that man, and her body was filled with immense power. The Vermilion bird bloodline has never been so pure and docile. But at this moment, the power within her that was enough to burn down mountains became very docile in front of that man's back. The pride that originated from the divine bird transformed into awe the moment the Zilong opened its eyes. She stared blankly at that figure, at the crimson dragon shadow that stretched across the heavens and earth behind him. The dragon shadow merely opened a slit in its eye, yet the entire world was transformed. She finally understood that Chu Tianqiuo's earlier statement, "Even God can't take you away," was a statement of fact. A simple fact that made her heart race. On the other side of Jinyuan Pass, Gu Taiyai, lying in a pool of blood, used his last bit of strength to struggle to prop himself up. His arm wound had stopped bleeding, and an unnatural red tinge appeared on his pale face. He looked at the phantom of the crimson dragon, and a bright light ignited in his turbid eyes. The candle dragon opens its eyes to bring day. The classic of mountains and seas is real, mythology is real. The old man spoke in a low voice, broken and choked with sobs. He laughed, and as he laughed, tears streamed down his face, mingling with the blood on his cheeks. He guarded the border his whole life, shedding blood his entire life, believing that he was protecting the land and people of China. Only today did he realize that what he was protecting was also the mythology that had been sleeping on this land for thousands of years. With such a person, China will surely prosper. A piercing scream finally shattered the deathly silence. It was the massacre of Wanqing. His situation was slightly better than those of the lower-level demons who were directly wiped out, but only slightly better. When the rule of daylight arrives, it directly eliminates lower-level demons. For him, a demigod, it was torture. His flesh and blood were disintegrating. His genes are wailing. His proud demigod body, the power he obtained by exchanging his soul, is betraying him. No. Tu Wanqing rolled on the ground, his massive body smashing large craters into the scorched earth. He tried to invoke the power of the eternal night domain, only to find that his domain had already evaporated the moment the candle dragon opened its eyes. He tried to communicate with the evil god he worshipped, but his prayers went unanswered. Fear, immense fear, overwhelmed him. He finally understood that he was not facing any powerful human being, nor any hidden god. It is a more ancient, more advanced, and more irrational existence. Chu Tianqiuo slowly turned around. The illusory image of the candle dragon behind him, with its slits of eyes opening and closing, coldly stared at the writhing insect on the ground. The languor on his face returned, as if the being who had defined heaven and earth just moments before wasn't him. He looked at Tu Wanqing, who had gone mad, and then glanced at the battlefield. Those demons that were rampaging before have disappeared. Even the sulfur and blood smell in the air, which belonged to the abyss, were purified. Some shadowy creatures hidden in the spatial layers also quietly disappeared as the rules were erased. Apart from the traces left by the battle, the entire Jinyuan Pass was clean. Chu Tianqiuo's gaze fell on the stunned faces of Peng Budong, Situ Jingxin, and Jiangwan. He pursed his lips, his voice not loud, but it clearly entered everyone's mind. This is not light. It's the rule. Since I said it's daytime now, then things that happen at night shouldn't exist. His tone was very flat, but these words sent a huge shock through everyone. Rule. He said, that's the rule. Peng Budong and Situ Jingxin trembled violently, as if they had been jolted awake from a nightmare. They looked at Chu Tianqiuo with a look that was not only shocked, but also filled with an indescribable awe. So, this is his true power? It's not an S-class support class, nor is it a hidden profession. Instead, it's about setting rules. Jiangwan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing those words. Looking at Chu Tianqiuo's sleepy face, she suddenly felt that this face was so unfamiliar, yet so reassuring. Chu Tianqiu ignored his teammates behind him. He lifted his foot and walked forward. He walked slowly, step by step, toward Tu Wanqing, who was still rolling on the ground groaning and whose body had begun to melt and collapse. As he walked, the towering, illusory image of the candle dragon behind him began to fade slowly and eventually disappeared. The pure white color that had enveloped the world also faded away. The sky returned to its original state. The darkness shrouded by the eternal night domain vanished. Instead, there was a clear sky and a sun hanging in the sky. The real sun. Chu Tianqiu walked up to Tu Wanqing and stopped. He looked down at the bloodied bishop, whose body was burned to a mere half-burnt state and whose cries of agony had become weak. There was no joy of victory on his face, nor any pleasure of revenge. There was only a slight hint of impatience. Tu Wanqing supported himself on the ground with his only remaining arm, his shattered mechanical prosthetic eye staring blankly in Chu Tianqiu's direction. "What are you?" His voice was broken and intermittent, filled with resentment and fear. Chu Tianqiu looked at him and finally spoke, his voice as lazy as ever. I'm just a weak support character who wanted to have a good vacation, but had my peaceful dreams disturbed." The words fell. In Tu Wanqing's last remaining eye, his last shred of reason shattered completely. Chapter 65, the end of Tu Wanqing. Weak? Support? Tu Wanqing's only remaining, shattered mechanical prosthetic eye stared blankly at Chu Tianqiu. His modified brain completely shut down at that moment. All logic and cognition crumbled into a stream of data in the face of this sentence, and then were burned into gibberish. He sacrificed his soul, transforming himself into a killing machine in pursuit of ultimate power. He worshipped the chaos god, descended in the body of a demigod, and regarded humans as ants. Then, a human who called himself the weak supporter opened his eyes, defined daylight, and wiped out his demon army. Now, this assistant is telling him that everything he's doing is just disturbing his sleep. Ha ha ha. A strange laugh, like a broken bellows, squeezed out from Tu Wanqing's throat, which was already half melted. The laughter was devoid of rage and anger. Only madness remained. Support! What a great support! Tu Wanqing's massive, mangled body struggled to stand up, but only caused more flesh and metal parts to peel off, leaving a smoky stain on the ground. His rationality completely collapsed. He felt like a joke. Chu Tianqiu looked at him, and the impatience on his sleepy face deepened. "It's noisy." He slowly raised his right hand. It's an extremely ordinary action. There was no golden light, no gathering of energy, and not even a wisp of wind. It's like an ordinary person trying to swat a buzzing fly. At this moment, time seemed to be slowed down. Pang Budong's eyes widened. For the first time, his honest-looking head felt the severe overload of the CPU. He couldn't understand it, but he instinctively felt fear, a fear of being crushed on a higher level of existence. Situ Jingxin's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw it. Around that raised palm, space was disappearing. It returns directly to nothingness. His prized sword could cut through steel and energy, but how the hell could it cut through nothingness? Jiangwan instinctively covered her mouth. She had just been pulled back from the brink of death by this man, and she knew better than anyone that every action he took could not be understood by common sense. Lying in a pool of blood, Gu Taiyai used all his strength to stare intently at that hand. That wasn't a hand. That was the Tao itself. Tu Wanqing also saw that hand. In his perception, that palm covered the entire world. He wanted to escape, to scream, to make a final struggle. But all his thoughts and strength were frozen in place before that palm fell. Then, Chu Tianqiu gently patted down. Smack! A soft sound. It was as light as swatting a mosquito on a summer night. There was no explosion. There was no shockwave. There wasn't even a scream. The moment Chu Tianqiu's palm touched the top of Tu Wanqing's head, Tu Wanqing's enormous and hideous remains vanished from that point onward. It simply disappeared. Like a misspelled word on a piece of paper, it was cleanly and thoroughly erased from this world. Flesh and blood, bones, metal, runes, and his unwilling and maddened soul. Everything returns to nothingness. Chu Tianqiu withdrew his hand and casually wiped it on his pants, as if he had really just brushed off a little dust. Where he stood, nothing remained but scorched earth. It was as if that bloodthirsty bishop named Tu Wanxinch, that demigod who plunged the entire Jinyuan Pass into a bloody war, had never existed. The whole world was deathly silent. Above Jinyuan Pass, the real sun has already risen. For the first time, the warm sunlight shone unhindered on this land soaked in blood and fire. But no one felt any warmth. All the surviving soldiers were like wooden sculptures frozen in place, remaining motionless in various poses. The bloodstains on their faces were still wet, but their eyes were filled with only emptiness and bewilderment. Pang Budong's enormous body remained frozen in place. He looked down at his fist, which could smash through an alloy wall with a single punch, and then looked up at Chu Tianquo's hand, which had just slapped away a monster. For the first time, his simple logic fell into a vicious cycle. What is power? My brute strength is nothing compared to Brother Chu's. He felt like a muscular man who sweats buckets in the gym every day, watching a skinny, nerdy guy crush the earth with a flick of his finger. Pang Budong opened his mouth, but his throat was so dry that he couldn't make a sound. He always thought that Brother Chu was a fragile support who needed protection, and that he was his strongest shield. Now he understands. They don't need shields. I just think it's more convenient to have a shield following behind me when I'm running errands to buy Coke. Not far away, a crisp clang rang out as the long sword in situ Jingxin's hand finally slipped from his weak fingers and fell to the ground. He didn't pick it up. He just stared intently at Chu Tianquo. His swordsmanship, hailed as a once-in-a-century talent, shattered at this moment more completely than shards of glass on the ground. The swordsmanship he pursued throughout his life was slashing. Cut through the wind, cut through the iron, sever the rules. He once believed that his sword would one day be able to cut through everything in the world. But what did Chu Tianquo just do? He didn't use a sword, a knife, or even any power he could understand. He was simply stating a fact. It was dawn. And so the night disappeared. He just found something in his way. And so that thing disappeared from the world. This is not slashing. This is definition. It is the authority that only the Creator God possesses. The color drained from Situ Jingxin's handsome face, which always carried an air of arrogance, leaving only a deathly pale complexion. He always regarded Chu Tianquo as his arch-rival, a towering mountain he had to surpass. Only today did he realize that he was merely swinging his fist at a speck of dust in a Milky Way, thinking he was making a huge impact. A tremendous sense of absurdity and powerlessness overwhelmed him. Jiang Wan stood there. She looked at the man who still looked so lazy, and her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would jump out of her throat. The man who turned life and death upside down for her. The man who defined daylight for her. The man who swatted a fly for her. Previously, when Chu Tianquo said, "Even God can't take you away," she thought it was the most touching love confession. Now she understands. That's not a love confession at all. That's stating a fact. A domineering and unreasonable fact that made her feel more at ease than ever before. A complex mix of emotions, admiration, palpitations, shyness, and relief, overwhelmed her, making her eyes well up with tears and her vision blur. She suddenly felt an urge to rush up and hug the man. But her feet felt like they were made of lead, and she couldn't move an inch. Standing before that figure, she felt incredibly small. Amidst the blood and ruins, Gu Tai leaned against a broken wall, coughing violently. He coughed up not blood, but a breath of pent-up anger. It's over. The bloodthirsty bishop who almost pushed Jinyuan Pass into the abyss, just like that, is gone. His gaze pierced through the crowd and locked onto Chu Tianquo. The calculation and scrutiny that had been there before were gone from those eyes. Only an almost fanatical light remained. A vital national asset. No. This is the pillar that stabilizes China. It's the trump card of civilization. He had previously been thinking about how to trick Chu Tianquo into joining the Night Guard and how to assign him tasks. Looking back now, I realize how ridiculous I was. Would you dare to assign KPIs to God? Would you dare ask the Jade Emperor to clean your toilets? Gu Taiyi's mind was racing. Chu Tianquo's power must never be exposed. At the very least, it cannot be completely exposed to the world's gaze. The miracle of Zilong opening its eyes may have already been captured by satellites from various countries, which is unavoidable. But the scene of slapping a demigod to death must be strictly blocked. This kid's very existence is China's greatest strategic deterrent. While everyone was still immersed in the enormous shock, Chu Tingqiu made a move. He let out a long yawn, and even managed to squeeze out a few drops of physiological tears from the corners of his eyes. He glanced around at the chaotic battlefield, his gaze finally settling on the stunned faces of Peng Budong, Situ, Jingzin, and Jiang Wan. He pursed his lips, his voice not loud, but it clearly entered everyone's mind. Done, that's a wrap. He strode towards the three of them, his steps as languid as if he had just woken up and was on his way to breakfast. Finally, I can have some peace and quiet. He walked up to Jiang Wan, stopped, and frowned slightly as he looked at her reddened eyes, in a way she seemed to want to cry but dared not. Hey, don't look at me like that. Chu Tingqiu stretched out his finger and poked Jiang Wan's smooth forehead, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. I'm just a weak support. I almost ran out of mana trying to save you, and I'm really weak now. If you keep looking at me like that, I'm going to stage an accident to extort money from you. Chapter 66, Ing Wushuan. Qin Iron Cavalry, heed my command. Just as Chu Tingqiu finished speaking, before Jiang Wan could respond. Rumble. The earth trembled violently again. This tremor was a deeper, more ancient one, as if it were a pulse emanating from the depths of the earth, carrying a heavy, unsettling aura. Below Jinyuan Pass, cracks spread outwards from Chu Tingqiu's feet. Deep within the crack, a faint red light flickered, followed by a strange wind carrying the smell of earth and sulfur, which spewed out from the depths of the earth. What happened? Peng Budong tensed up instantly, and the huge shield slammed to the ground with a loud clang, making a screeching sound. He scanned his surroundings, searching for new enemies, but there was nothing around him except for the ever-widening cracks. His brain, which had just come to its senses, was already overwhelmed again. Situ Jingzin suddenly pulled out the long sword that had fallen to the ground, its tip pointing straight to the sky. Even though his sword spirit had just been crushed, his body still instinctively held his sword in a defensive posture. He could sense that the aura emanating from the ground was completely different from the chaos of the abyss demons. This is a ruthless order that leaves you breathless. Jiang Wan no longer cared about crying. The vermilion bird bloodline stirred within her once more, ready to unleash flames at any moment. Her divine bird bloodline gave rise to a complex sense of scrutiny towards this aura rising from the earth, a feeling that was neither friend nor foe. Chu Tingqiu abandoned his laziness, raised his head slightly, and gazed into the depths of the earth. A slight smile played at the corners of his lips. When he used the Candle Dragon's eyes to clear away the eternal night, domain, and demons, he inadvertently used the most ancient power of Chinese civilization. This force disturbed something that had been sleeping underground for thousands of years. He was the one who woke them up. Click! A huge crack ran through the entire Jinyuan Pass camp, splitting the scorched earth in two. The crack was bottomless, from which red light shot out, accompanied by a dull thud. It sounded as if countless things were moving underground. The sound was uniform, each strike hitting everyone's heart. The next second, the ground exploded with a loud boom. The first thing to emerge from the ground was a rusty long spear, followed by shoulder armor covered in black armor. Then, a majestic terracotta warrior with wide-open eyes slowly rose from the ground. It was over 2 meters tall, wearing heavy black armor and holding a bronze spear. Despite being covered in mud, it still exuded a murderous aura. 1, 2, 10, 100. Countless such figures emerged one after another from the cracks in the ground. They were expressionless, with empty eyes, but every step they took carried the power to shake the earth. Row upon row, column upon column, they're arranged in neat square formations, silent and solemn, like an army that has emerged from hell. The soldiers of Jinyuan Pass stared in disbelief at the incredible scene before them. This army carries an ancient and familiar majesty that feels familiar to those with Chinese blood. What's this? Peng Budong exclaimed in disbelief, for he had never seen such a being before. The aura emanating from these terracotta warriors made him realize that his power as the immovable king was somewhat inadequate in their presence. The sword in Situ Jingzin's hand trembled slightly with a hum. He could sense the killing intent emanating from the army formation. It was the sharpness honed through years of warfare. This sharpness was purer and colder than his sword intent. At this moment, a figure emerged from the deepest part of the black terracotta army, step by step, to the rhythm of the drums. He was dressed in black armor, wore a crown, and had an ancient long sword hanging at his waist. His face was resolute, and he exuded an imposing presence even without anger. His eyes, unlike the empty sockets of the terracotta warriors, burned with two golden flames, proving that his soul had not been extinguished. He exudes an aura of dominance, as if everything must submit to him. He stepped out of the army formation, his eyes blazing as he swept across the entire Jinyuan Pass. Finally, his gaze settled on Chu Tingqiu, his eyes filled with complex emotions, as if he were scrutinizing, questioning, or perhaps investigating something. But he didn't stop, and then looked at the remaining demons on the battlefield, whose light had faded due to the candle dragon's light, and who were now writhing in the shadows, trying to regroup. His eyes were filled with disgust. Evil heretics! He suddenly drew his long sword from his waist, its blade pointing directly at the still struggling demons, and a roar erupted from his mouth. Qin Iron Cavalry, heed my command. His voice, echoing through millennia, carried boundless majesty and iron will, instantly awakening the slumbering army of terracotta warriors. Follow me to slay all demons. Here you go. Countless terracotta warriors responded in unison, their voices so loud they sounded like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing, shaking the very earth. They strode forward, and the black terracotta army instantly overwhelmed the remaining demons in the camp. This is neither a battle of superpowers nor a bombardment of technological weapons. This is an ancient Chinese battle formation, an army that swept across the land thousands of years ago. Long spears were arrayed, and sword energy flew horizontally. Black armor and red demon corpses mingled together, a scene of pure carnage. Those demons that attempted to reassemble using the laws of darkness were instantly shredded into pieces and completely suppressed under the attack of the battle formation. Seeing this, Peng Budong opened his mouth wide, feeling that his worldview had been refreshed once again. Did people in ancient times fight so fiercely? Their combat power is even more exaggerated than that of special forces. This is the spirit of heroes from the Qin dynasty. Amidst the pool of blood, Gu Taiyai struggled to sit up, his cloudy eyes filled with shock. He gazed at the invincible black army, his voice trembling as he muttered to himself. The profound heritage of China. His gaze then fell on the lazy man. It turns out that the seemingly weak assistant could not only change day and night with a single word, but also kill a demigod with a single slap. He can also awaken the heroic spirits that have been sleeping for thousands of years. Just who is this kid? At this moment, Chu Tingqiu's gaze deepened as he looked at the army that had emerged from underground. He pursed his lips and muttered to himself in a low voice, tinged with a hint of helplessness. I really can't just lie around anymore. I need to catch up on my history lessons. At that moment, everyone understood. Jinyuan Pass is truly about to undergo a major upheaval. But this upheaval has only just begun. Chapter 67, Strawberry Ice Cream. Jinyuan Pass welcomed a dawn free of gloom. Sunlight shone on the scorched and cracked earth, illuminating the gruesome traces of battle. Here you go. With a low growl, the last remaining demon's body was pierced by several bronze halberds, pinned to the ground, and vanished into black smoke. Ing Wushuan and his Qin cavalry cleared away all the remaining filth from the battlefield in just a few minutes. The army then formed a square formation and stood still. Thousands of empty eyes turned in unison in the same direction. There, Chu Tingqiu was yawning listlessly, and a tear even squeezed out of the corner of his eye. Done, that's a wrap. He strode towards Jiangwan and the others, his steps as languid as if he had just woken up and was about to cook. Finally, I can have some peace and quiet. Peng Budong, Situ Jingzin, and the surviving warriors just stared blankly at them. Their bodies still bore the marks of battle. Their muscles were tense, and their wounds stung, but their minds were blank from the sight before them. First, the candle dragon opened its eyes to find daytime and wiped out the Abyss Legion. With a wave of his hand, he killed a demigod. Now, even the legendary terracotta warriors of the First Emperor have crawled out from underground and become allies in clearing the battlefield. What happened today was more outrageous than everything they had ever seen in their entire lives combined. Just then, the imposing man in black armor and wearing a crown, Ing Wushuan, moved. He ignored everyone and walked straight through the army formation, step by step, until he stood before Chu Tingqiu. His steps were steady, each one seemingly treading on the threads of history. Ing Wushuan's eyes, burning with golden flames, were fixed on Chu Tianquo, her expression complex. There was scrutiny, there was confusion, but more than anything, there was a sense of awe stemming from one's bloodline. He sensed it. He sensed in that person an aura more ancient than the land beneath his feet, more primordial than the first emperor to whom he served. That is the root of Chinese civilization. Thump. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, this ancient hero who commanded thousands of troops knelt on one knee before Chu Tianquo. He lowered his head and spoke in a deep voice with an ancient etiquette, his voice resounding throughout Jinyuan Pass. Ing Wushuan of the Great Qin dynasty pays respects to the guardian deity. As soon as he finished speaking, all was silent. Guardian deities? Pang Budong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. His simple thought process had been completely burned to ashes. Situ Jingxin's hand holding the sword trembled violently. What he pursued, what he challenged was actually God. Amidst the pool of blood, Gu Taiyai struggled to sit up. Upon seeing this scene, a smile, more painful than a grimace, appeared on his scarred face. He understood. He understood everything. This is no longer some kind of national strategic asset. This is a myth that walks among humans, the trump card of Chinese civilization. He trembled, dragging his severed arm, and knelt down on one knee as well. He didn't look at Ing Wushuan, but instead shouted hoarsely at the lazy young man with all his might. Gu Taiyai, a member of the Night Guard of Huaxia town. Thanks Mr. Xie for saving the country. His voice was like a command. Splash. Inside Jinyuan Pass, all the surviving warriors, officers and soldiers alike, regardless of the severity of their injuries, laid down their weapons at this moment and knelt down on one knee in unison, facing Chu Tianquo's direction. The sound of metal armor blades colliding with the ground created a wave of sound. Thank you, Mr. Xie, for saving our country. The shouts of thousands of people merged into a wave of sound that soared into the sky. The fear from before was gone from that voice. There is only the excitement of surviving a disaster and boundless worship of the miracle. Amidst this prostration, Pang Budong glanced at Gu Taiyai kneeling on his left, then at Situ Jingxin kneeling on his right, and finally at the dark mass of kneeling soldiers in front of him. For the first time, struggle and confusion appeared on his honest face. Brother Chu, is he a god? But he stole half a bag of potato chips from me yesterday. Will God steal people's potato chips? After hesitating for less than 3 seconds, he dropped his shield with a clatter and, following suit, awkwardly knelt down. Who cares? Everyone else is kneeling, so we'll kneel too. It can't hurt. Situ Jingxin knelt on the ground with his head down, and no one could see the expression on his face. He just stared intently at the ground, his shoulders trembling slightly. He was neither afraid nor excited. He is finding liberation. It turns out that what I've been chasing all along is a son. Losing to the sons is not shameful. In an instant, he felt as if his sword heart, which had been repeatedly crushed, had grown back. This time, it is no longer sharp or arrogant, but has become more rounded. Of all the people in the room, only Jiang Wan remained standing. She stared blankly at the back of that figure worshipped by thousands, the figure that reversed life and death for her, that defined day and night for her. At this moment, Chu Tianquo is the center of the world, but her heart was clenching with pain. What she saw was neither a god nor a savior. What she saw was Chu Tianquo, whose figure was slightly swaying after the battle, and who could barely stand. That perpetually sleepy face was now completely devoid of color. He must be very tired, summoning the candle dragon, reversing life and death, crushing a demigod. How could all of this come without a price? An overwhelming sense of heartache overwhelmed her reason. Screw the gods. Screw the savior. He is simply Chu Tianquo. Under the gazes of everyone, some with awe, others with worship, Jiang Wan moved. Like a red lightning bolt, she broke through the solemn and dignified scene and rushed directly in front of Chu Tianquo. Just as Chu Tianquo's body swayed, as if he could no longer hold on and was about to fall, a warm, soft body embraced him tightly from behind. Chu Tianquo leaned back and fell into a warm embrace. The scent wafted from the girl's hair, mingling with the aroma of gunpowder and the vermilion bird's divine fire, creating a reassuring fragrance. Jiang Wan held the man tightly in her arms, feeling his weight and his slightly cool body temperature. Her eyes, which always burned with fire, were now filled with tears. She didn't say anything, but simply held him even tighter with all her might. It was as if by doing so, I could share some of my strength with him. The whole world was eerily quiet. Ing Wushuan, Gup Tai, Pang Budong, Situ Jingzin, and thousands of other warriors who were kneeling on the ground all raised their heads and stared in disbelief at the scene. That's a deity. They just picked him up like that? Gu Tai's old face twitched, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he just sighed. Young people are great. Chu Tianquo, nestled in Jiang Wan's warm embrace, adjusted his position, finding the most comfortable spot, and even rubbed against her contentedly. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Wan's profile, which was filled with heartache and worry, and her reddened eyes. He opened his mouth, his voice not loud, but carrying a hint of weakness from the battle. Everyone in the room held their breath. Is the deity about to issue a divine decree? What will he say? Is it a reward for everyone's bravery? Or is it a revelation of the direction for the future? Then, they heard that weak voice clearly reach everyone's ears. I'm so tired. Can I have an ice cream? Strawberry flavored. Chapter 68, Helping the Boss Generate Revenue. Strawberry flavored. These 3 words stunned everyone present. Ing Wushuan knelt on the ground, looking up at the deity being held in the woman's arms, the golden flames in his eyes flickering violently. The Qin dynasty revered black. God should be majestic. What does strawberry flavor taste like? Gu Tai's newly formed reverence was almost choked up by these 3 words. He held his severed arm, his old face flushed, wanting to say something, but he couldn't utter a single word. The gratitude for saving the country is exchanged for a strawberry ice cream. This deal seems like a good deal no matter how you look at it, but something just doesn't feel right. Pang, who had been kneeling on the ground, finally came to his senses. He slapped his thigh and realized he understood. Brother Chu is still the same Brother Chu. It's still that guy who steals his potato chips. He instantly stopped worrying and felt at ease. God is too far away, but Brother Chu is his brother. Situ Jingzin lowered his head, and the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. His newly rebuilt swordsmanship cracked again in the face of the word strawberry flavor. He felt that his spiritual practice might have gone astray. Rather than severing the rules, he now wants to understand why an entity that can define day and night would be so fixated on strawberry-flavored ice cream. This is perhaps an even more difficult question to understand than the Tao. Puff. The silence was broken by Jiang Wan. She looked at the face in her arms, which was earnestly asking for sweets. The face was pale because of weakness, but the eyes were still lazy. 1 second, he was a god worshipped by thousands. At this moment, he was simply Chu Tianquo. This contrast turned Jiang Wan's lingering fear into a soft laugh. She laughed until tears streamed down her face, and with her free hand, she haphazardly wiped the corners of her eyes. Good. She choked up, but her voice was gentle. I'll buy it for you. I'll buy a whole carload. She no longer cared about gods or saviors. She simply hugged the man in her arms even tighter, as if she wanted to meld him into her very bones. This man saved her life, and she would create a safe haven for him, where he could feel comfortable being pampered. The reconstruction of Jinyuan Pass began in a strange atmosphere. The dawn after war always brings hope. But this time, hope was mixed with an indescribable feeling. Ing Wushuan and his Qin cavalry did not disappear. After confirming that there were no more demons, the ancient general stood up, performed a complex ancient salute to Chu Tianquo, and then led his army to silently garrison in a corner of Jinyuan Pass. They neither ate nor drank, standing like statues, yet their iron-blooded aura became the strongest defense line of Jinyuan Pass. Ing Wushuan would occasionally appear in the camp, surveying everything in the modern world with his eyes burning with golden flames. He would frown at the energy bars in the warriors' hands and look thoughtful at the rapidly spinning rune factory, occasionally uttering words like ingenious tricks or immoral. Gu Tai's severed arm regrowed at a visible speed in the highest level life chamber. The cost is that the Town Knight Division's medical budget for the next 3 quarters will be completely wiped out. But he didn't feel sorry for him at all. His most important task every day is to move a small stool, sit at the entrance of Chu Tianquo's temporary tent, and, like a bodyguard, refuse all visitors. Old Gu, is it really necessary? I'm not a national treasure. Chu Tianquo lay on his cot, a strawberry-flavored lollipop dangling from his mouth, mumbling a complaint. He didn't get to eat ice cream that day because the entire logistics system of Jinyuan Pass was destroyed. In the end, Gu Taiyai used his special privileges to have a box airlifted from the capital, thousands of miles away. You are more precious than a national treasure now. Gu Taiyai glared at him and lowered his voice. Kid, do you know how big a mess you've made? I saved you, and this is called making a mess. Chu Tianquo lazily turned over. We managed to rescue them, but the commotion was too great. Gu Taiyai looked pained. When a candle dragon opened its eyes, the light illuminated the entire Eurasian continent. Now all the world's satellites are like they're blind, and all the high-precision lenses have been burned out. Intelligence agencies from various countries are going crazy, working around the clock to analyze what exactly happened over Jinyuan Pass that day. Gu Taiyai paused, his expression turning serious. Most importantly, you've been exposed. Although they don't know it's you, they know that a being capable of rewriting the rules has emerged in China. Chu Tianquo chewed the lollipop until it was crushed, the plastic stick making a crunch sound in his mouth. So what? So, trouble has begun. Gu Taiyai took out an encrypted electronic document from his pocket, and a light screen unfolded in front of him. It was a letter, a plea for help written in gold lettering. The sender was the Olympus Parliament. The letter was simple. The Tsianch Legion, one of the 4 chaos gods, had launched a fierce attack on the European continent, using intrigue and plague to cripple the defense systems of various European nations. The Olympian pantheon, though fighting valiantly, suffered repeated defeats and heavy losses. In a letter, they praised China's achievements in resisting the abyss in the east and humbly requested that China send strong people to Europe to assist them in resisting this catastrophe. They are willing to offer generous rewards and sincere friendship for this. Oh, Chu Tianquo looked at the letter and said mockingly, a cry for help? I smell something sinister in it. You've finally shown some intelligence for once. Gu Taiyai sneered and put away the light screen. When have these white charlatans ever had any shame? When the abyss first descended, who was it that closed their doors to watch China make a fool of itself? Now that they can't hold on, they know to come begging for help. He paused, his eyes sharpening. This is not a plea for help, it's a test. They want to lure you, or rather, the power you represent, into their territory. Gu Taiyai walked to Chu Tianquo's bedside, lowering his voice even further. The scene at Jinyuan Pass terrified them. They want to figure out what the gods of China really are. If they can understand it, or even steal that power, you know what I mean? Chu Tianquo fell silent. Of course he understands. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. He understood this principle better than anyone else. Why not just not go? He lay back down, saying, we have a lot of problems at home too, so we can't help. If only it were that simple. Gu Taiyai sighed, a hint of weariness on his face. This letter was sent in the name of a community with a shared future for mankind, and it will be broadcast live globally. If we refuse, we will lose our moral ground. Those guys are masters at manipulating public opinion, and then we will become the sinners of all mankind. Here we go again. Chu Tianquo frowned, feeling the sweetness in his mouth fade. What he hates most is this kind of roundabout stuff. So, the higher-ups are still stalling. Going is dangerous. Not going will lead to public criticism. Gu Taiyai rubbed his temples. Kid, I came here to hear your thoughts. After all, this whole thing started because of you. A brief silence fell over the tent. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the tent, forming beams of light that swirled with dust particles in the air. Chu Tianquo looked at the dust, his eyes somewhat unfocused. He just wanted to lie down, take a vacation, and live a peaceful life. But he just happened to be born on this land. The power within him originates from the oldest myths of this land. The fate of the nation is his lifeline. Some things you can't avoid. Well, a long sigh echoed in the tent. Chu Tianquo slowly sat up, the lazy look on his face gradually disappearing, replaced by a calmness that even made Gu Taiyai's heart tremble. Old Gu. You mentioned before that the Night Watch Division's budget is very tight, isn't it? Gu Taiyai was taken aback, not following his train of thought. Yes, those old guys who approve budgets are incredibly stingy. I don't even know how to report the cost of my arm. That makes things easier. Chu Tianquo stood up, stretched, and his joints cracked and popped. He walked up to Gu Taiyai, patted him on the shoulder, and gave him a bright smile. Tell the higher-ups we're going. What? Gu Taiyai's expression froze. Are you crazy? That's a trap. I know. Chu Tingqiuo's smile grew even brighter. But didn't they say there would be a generous reward? He leaned close to Gu Taiyai's ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. We Chinese have always valued reciprocity. They invited us to dinner. We can't go empty-handed. By the way, help our Town Night division generate some revenue. Chapter 69 Overseas Inspection Tour. No, I'm here by goods. The special plane landed under the cover of night. The view outside the window is completely different from that in Longdu. In the distance are large clusters of Gothic buildings, their spires adorned with arrays of ruins. Several aerial fortresses floated in the sky, their dark gold inscriptions shimmering in the night. Chu Tingqiuo yawned while sitting in his seat. He was wearing those faded SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas and still on his flip-flops. He held the third can of Coke he had taken from the cabin refrigerator in his hand. His eyes narrowed to slits. Hey Lao Gu, are you sure you came here for tourism? Chu Tingqiuo shook the empty can. We didn't even get a hot meal the whole time. Gu Taiyai sat opposite him, looking at the information on his bracelet. Upon hearing this, he looked up, his expression not looking good. Stop talking nonsense. He lowered his voice. This operation is very dangerous. Those European guys are polite on the surface, but who knows how many traps they've dug behind the scenes. So that's why you brought me here to fill in the hole. Chu Tingqiuo lazily tossed the empty can into the trash can. I never agreed to be a laborer. Jiang Wan sat down next to him, unusually refraining from arguing. She was wearing a dark red combat uniform, her long hair tied back, and her brows furrowed. Something's off at the airport, she said, looking out the window. Logically speaking, at least a few members of parliament should be present for this level of reception. There's not a soul in sight. Pang Budong was holding his huge shield, with a handful of potato chips stuffed in his mouth. Hearing Jiang Wan's words, he mumbled, could it be that they're planning to stand us up? Should we go back now? Dream on. Gu Taiyai put away the bracelet and stood up. Since you're here, don't expect to leave empty-handed. He turned to look at Chu Tingqiuo, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Kid, watch your temper. This isn't China, so save your tricks if you can. Okay. Chu Tingqiuo waved his hand, yawned, and stood up. Isn't it just playing the fool? I'm an expert at that. The hatch opened. A smell mixed with sulfur and soil hit me. The wind was strong, making Chu Tingqiuo's pajamas collar rustle. The airport was eerily empty. There was no red carpet, no flowers, not even a decent reception desk. Only a few priests in white robes stood in the distance, their expressions indifferent. Outside the airport, hundreds of fanatical believers held up signs with slogans in various languages, such as "Barbarians, go back to the east," and "Infidels are not worthy to set foot on the Holy Land." As soon as the Chinese delegation stepped off the plane, boos and curses erupted from the crowd. Look, those are the barbarians of the East. They actually dared to come to the holy site dressed like that. The glory of Olympus does not belong to you. People started throwing rotten eggs at this place. The yolk of the egg exploded on the tarmac, emitting a foul stench. Several guards quickly raised energy shields to block the subsequent attacks. Jiang Wan stopped in her tracks. Her face darkened, and the temperature around her instantly rose. Red sparks danced on her fingertips, and the air seemed to distort from the heat. These white pigs. She gritted her teeth, raising her hand to summon flames. I'll burn them to death. Don't be impulsive, Gu Taiyai said, pressing down on her shoulder. There are cameras everywhere here. If you take action, you've lost the information war. Then let them curse? Jiang Wan's chest heaved violently. I can't swallow this. Who said you were going to swallow it? A lazy voice came over. Chu Tingqiuo walked up from behind and patted Jiang Wan on the shoulder. He looked calmly at the group of people holding up signs in the distance. This lousy place is so bad, I can't even get a good night's sleep. He yawned and casually moved his fingers with his right hand. It's noisy. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone present heard it clearly. The priests were taken aback. An older priest frowned, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Representative of the East, watch your words. This is Olympus territory. He didn't finish his sentence. Because the sky brightened, a golden rune appeared at Chu Tingqiuo's fingertip. That was a black iron tier skill, amplification. In theory, this skill simply amplifies the sound several times to convey commands on the battlefield. However, after the concept of the Supreme Edict was distorted, The concept it was linked to was the thunderous sound. Boom! A loud bang exploded in everyone's minds. This sound works directly on the soul. The group of believers who were holding up signs and cursing froze on the spot. Their mouths were open as wide as they could, but no sound came out. Click! The sound of dislocated jaws echoed throughout the room. Hundreds of people knelt on the ground in unison, covering their mouths with their hands, tears and snot streaming down their faces. Those priests were not spared either. Their faces were deathly pale, their bodies stiff, and their lips trembled as they were unable to speak. The entire airport was deathly silent. Only the sound of the wind. Chu Tianquo withdrew his hand, shook his neck, and nodded. That's more like it. He yawned and walked slowly forward. Be quiet, I want to sleep. He walked past the priests, glanced at their pale faces, and spoke in a flat tone. All right, I forgot to mention. Chu Tianquo stopped and turned around. I have a problem. I'm afraid of noise when I'm sleeping. If anyone disturbs me again. He paused, then smiled. I can't guarantee that his tongue will grow back. The priests' faces turned even paler. Chu Tianquo ignored the group and continued walking forward. Jiang Wan followed behind him, her anger subsiding somewhat. Chu Tianquo, she whispered, your move is ruthless. No way, Chu Tianquo said seriously. I just wanted them to be quiet. A rank F support skill, harmless. Jiang Wan rolled her eyes. Pang Budong followed behind, shield in hand, and smiled to Ly as he looked at the group of people kneeling on the ground and crying. Brother Chu is awesome, he muttered to himself. These guys deserved it. Gu Taiyi walked at the very back. He glanced at the priest sprawled on the ground, then looked at the believer huddled in a ball in the distance, clutching his head, and his lips twitched. He knew it. Taking this kid abroad won't be peaceful. But seeing those arrogant guys looking so pathetic now, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Let's go, he said in a low voice. Don't keep those old guys waiting. The group crossed the tarmac and entered the airport terminal. The lobby was deserted, with only a few staff members sitting behind the reception desk, scrutinizing them with appraising eyes. Chu Tianquo completely ignored those gazes, looking around as if searching for something. This godforsaken place doesn't even have a place to sell coke. He muttered to himself, how dare they call themselves a holy land when they're this poor? Gu Taiyi's forehead veins throbbed. Just then, a tall man in silver armor walked out from the depths of the hall. He had blonde hair, ice blue eyes, and a standard social smile on his face. Welcome, friend from the East. He opened his arms wide and said in a loud voice, I am Carl Stone, the host of the Olympus Council. It is an honor to serve you all. Gu Taiyi stepped forward and shook hands with the other person. Gu Taiyi, director of the Night Watch of Huaxia Town. He spoke calmly. Where's the accommodation arranged for us by the council? Of course. Ka Le's smile widened. We have carefully prepared the most distinctive homestays for our VIP guests. I guarantee that you will experience the warmth and hospitality of Olympus. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Chu Tianquo's pajamas, and the smile on his lips deepened. Especially this young friend. I'm sure you'll really enjoy it there. Chu Tianquo raised his eyelids and glanced at him. In that instant, Carl felt a chill. But he quickly came to his senses. The other person is just a young man in his pajamas. How powerful could he be? Then I'll have to trouble you. Gu Taiyi said expressionlessly. We're tired and want to rest early. Of course, of course. Carl snapped his fingers and several black armored vehicles drove up. Please. The group got into the car. The convoy slowly drove out of the airport and into the heart of the city. Chu Tianquo sat in the car, looking at the scenery rushing past the window, his eyes somewhat unfocused. Old Gu, he suddenly spoke up. What kind of tricks do you think these guys might pull at their place? Gu Taiyi leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. I don't know, he said calmly, but it's definitely not a good thing. That's good. Chu Tiangu Zhonde. I was just looking for a reason to cause them trouble. Jiang Wan turned her head and looked at his lazy face, suddenly feeling a little sorry for the Olympus Council. The convoy stopped in front of an old manor. Carl opened the car door and smiled, gesturing for him to enter. Welcome, everyone, to your lodgings. His smile was laced with malice. Chapter 70, A Show of Force? I turned the stables into a royal palace. The armored convoy traveled through the night and finally stopped in front of an old manor far from the city. This place is just ruins. The broken walls cast shadows in the moonlight, withered vines entwined the collapsed stone pillars, and there was a smell of decay and dampness in the air. "Welcome, everyone, to your lodgings." The host, Carl, smiled, but his blue eyes betrayed malice. He opened the car door and gestured for him to enter. Gu Tai, with a dark face, was the first to get off the car. He glanced at the dilapidated scene, then at Carl, the scar on his face twitching slightly, but ultimately said nothing. Jiangwan followed closely behind. When she saw what was in front of her, the temperature of the surrounding air rose, and her eyes were filled with fire. "Is this how you Olympians treat your guests?" Her voice was cold. "You want us to live in a garbage dump?" Pang Budong, holding his shield, poked his head out and looked at the dark, gaping entrance to the ruins. A look of disgust appeared on his usually honest face. "Is there anything to eat here?" "Hee. Miss Jiangwan has misunderstood." At that moment, an old man dressed in a white priest's robe and carrying a golden scepter slowly emerged from the ruins, surrounded by a group of priests. His hair and beard were all white, and he wore a fake smile. He was Thor, one of the high priests of the Council of Mount Olympus. "This is not a garbage dump, but a historic castle that we have selected for you." Saul's voice sounded gentle but arrogant. "Let you experience the spirit of hard work and simplicity of European knights from hundreds of years ago, which will help to temper your character." His gaze swept over everyone, finally settling on Chu Tinkyuo's SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas, a hint of sarcasm flashing across his lips. "Especially for young people, it is a rare opportunity for self-cultivation." With that, he turned and led the group deeper into the ruins. After passing the collapsed main building, an even more foul stench assaulted our senses. Before me stood a large stable. The damp ground was covered with moldy straw, mixed with the stench of horse manure and urine, which was almost suffocating. Several dilapidated wooden beds were placed crookedly in the corner, covered with unidentified stains. Pang Budong couldn't help but gag on the spot. Jiangwan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and sparks from her fingertips crackled as if she were about to burn the place to ashes. "High Priest Soul," Gu Tai's voice was deep. "Is this your plan? Why is Director Gu angry?" Thor spread his hands, looking completely innocent. "The knights honed their will in an environment like this back then. We believe this is the proper way to treat the strong." His "I'm doing this for your own good" attitude was more disgusting than the smell of the stables. Holy shit, Pang Budong couldn't help but swear. Jiangwan had already raised her hand, and the blazing fire element began to gather wildly. Gu Tai held her down firmly and shook his head at her. "You must not use your hands." Once they made a move, they fell into the other side's trap, confirming their reputation as Eastern barbarians. Just as the atmosphere became tense, a lazy voice rang out. "The bed is too hard." Chu Tianquo covered his nose and kicked the wooden bed that looked like it might fall apart at any moment with a look of disgust. "How can we sleep here?" He frowned, his face full of dissatisfaction with his sleeping environment. His earnest and distressed expression made it seem as if he was facing not a diplomatic humiliation, but simply a problem of insomnia. Upon hearing this, High Priest Thor's smile deepened. "Friend from the East, it seems you really need this training," he said in a condescending tone. "This is a good opportunity to temper your spoiled and pampered habits." Cultivation. Chu Tianquo seemed to have heard a joke. He raised his head, and a glint flashed in his always half-closed eyes. No, I don't have such high ambitions." He shook his head. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he reached into his pocket. He pulled out a small wooden mallet. It's the kind of small, delicate item used in children's craft classes, and it looks harmless. "I just think the decor here is awful." Chu Tianquo weighed the wooden mallet in his hand and said very seriously, "His taste is so bad, it ruins my sleep." He looked around and finally pointed to a rotten wooden pillar. "It needs to be repaired." Thor stared at the mallet in his hand, paused for a moment, and then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Repair? You're going to use that little toy to repair this century-old castle?" The priest behind him also burst into laughter, looking at Chu Tianquo as if he were an idiot. F-level life skill, repair technique. Chu Tianquo completely ignored their mockery and gently uttered the name of the skill to the wooden pillar. He raised the small wooden mallet and gently tapped the wooden post. Thump. A soft sound. Then, the whole world went silent. Before Thor's mocking smile could fade, the situation changed. The rotten wooden pillar that was hit was not repaired. It began to grow wildly. The dry bark peeled off instantly, revealing the smooth wood underneath. It grew taller and thicker rapidly, and a gorgeous golden pattern appeared on its surface. This is golden Namyu wood? Gu Taiyai cried out in shock. But this is just the beginning. Centered on that wooden pillar, an invisible wave instantly spread outwards. Snap, snap! At this moment, all the wooden structures in the stable groaned under the strain. Then, as if they came to life, they twisted, recombined, and grew on their own. On the dirty ground, hard bluestone slabs broke through the soil and were laid out as smooth, flat floor tiles. In the moldy haystack, strange and exotic flowers and plants, whose names were unknown, sprouted from the soil at an incredible speed, instantly blooming into dazzling flowers. Their rich fragrance dispelled all the stench in the stable. The dilapidated roof was blown away by an invisible force and replaced with beautiful glazed tiles that shimmered in the moonlight. The walls are rising, and the space is expanding. Less than 3 minutes. Under the stunned gaze of Thor and the assembled priests, the dilapidated, foul-smelling stable vanished from its spot. In its place stands a magnificent, splendid, and resplendent Chinese imperial palace. Flying eaves and brackets, carved beams, and painted rafters. The steps are made of white jade, and the pillars are made of gold. The winding corridors surround the pavilions and towers, and the clear streams flow gently among the artificial hills. The entire palace exudes an ancient and majestic aura and is extremely luxurious. Its scale and grandeur are even 10 times larger than the temple on Mount Olympus in the distance. Imperial Edict, the ode to the exquisite craftsmanship of the Epang Palace. This is not renovation. It is conceptual overlay, creation out of thin air. The entire room fell silent. The wind blew past the copper bells hanging from the eaves of the palace, producing a clear, tinkling sound that became the only sound in the world. Jiang Wan stared blankly at the miraculous building before her, her fingertips already extinguished. Then she looked at Chu Tianquo, who had a finally done expression on his face, and her mind went completely blank. Pang Budong dropped his shield to the ground with a clatter, his mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg. He pinched his thigh hard. Ouch, that hurts. It's not a dream. Brother Chu turned the stables into a palace. Gu Taiyai leaned against a white jade pillar, holding his forehead, a smile on his face that looked more like a grimace. He knew it. He knew it would turn out like this. That's making too much noise. Now the whole world knows that a monster capable of mobile construction has arrived in China. High Priest Thor's expression shifted from mockery to astonishment, then to shock, then to horror, and finally to utter despair. Looking at the palace before him, 100 times more luxurious than the temple he lived in, he felt his faith and dignity being crushed repeatedly on the ground. Just then, Chu Tianquo yawned, seemingly unconcerned about the masterpiece he had just created. He walked lazily to the palace gate and then reached into his pocket. This time, he took out a small wooden plaque and a pen. He wrote a few words with his swish, 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 and then hung the wooden sign on the golden Namyu with dragon-carved doorpost. After doing all this, he nodded in satisfaction and dusted off his hands. All done. Now I can finally get a good night's sleep. He turned around and waved to the petrified crowd. Don't just stand there. Go find your own rooms. Thor's gaze was fixed on the wooden sign that had just been hung up. Under the moonlight, the 2 large, elegant Chinese characters on the wooden sign were crystal clear. Pet room. Puff. High Priest Thor could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood, falling straight backward. Night was falling. The Huaxia Palace that appeared out of nowhere emitted a soft light in the quiet night, making the surrounding ruins appear even more dilapidated. In the bedroom on the top floor of the palace, Chu Tianquo lay sprawled on a huge dragon bed covered with silk, letting out a satisfied sigh. I can finally sleep peacefully. Just then, from the shadows outside the palace, a slender figure appeared silently. She wore a moon-white cloak, with a section of her snow-white chin and 2 pointed ears peeking out from under the hood. She looked up at the magnificent building that shouldn't exist in the world, her emerald eyes filled with deep shock and confusion. The elven saintess Aurelia. She was sent by the council to spy on the true nature of this group of Easterners. But now, she stared at the wooden pet room, sign swaying slightly in the night breeze, and fell into a long silence. What exactly is going on? Chapter 71, The Elf Sanus's Weight Crisis. Under the moonlight, Oralia tiptoed around the magnificent palace 3 times, like a cat. Her pointed ears twitched slightly, sensing any movement within the palace. As the youngest saintess of the elves, her stealth skills were among the best in all of Europe. Naturally hidden, she chanted a spell softly, her figure blending into the moonlight, almost becoming transparent. Aurelia slipped in through the front door. She had originally intended to go to Chu Tianquo's bedroom, but as soon as she stepped into the front yard, a rich fragrance wafted into her nostrils. It was a scent she had never smelled before. Spicy and intense, yet makes your mouth water. Aurelia stood frozen in place, confusion flashing in her emerald eyes. Wrong. Elves have lived on dew and wild fruit for generations. How could she be attracted to such coarse human food? It must be an illusion. Aurelia gritted her teeth, forcing herself to ignore the fragrance, and continued walking into the inner courtyard. But the further we walked, the stronger the smell became. Her steps began to grow heavy, and her throat involuntarily bobbed. Damn it! Aurelia stopped in front of a half-open temple door. The fragrance was coming from inside. She hesitated for 3 seconds, but finally couldn't resist peeking through the crack in the door. Upon seeing this, she was completely stunned. At the enormous round table, Chu Tianquo, dressed in his signature SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas, sat cross-legged in the main seat. Pang Budong sat beside him, clutching a stack of plates, his mouth stuffed full. In the center of the table, a black copper pot with 9 compartments was bubbling and steaming. Red chili oil churned in the pot, and thinly sliced meats floated in the boiling broth. Wisps of white steam rose, carrying an irresistible aroma. Brother Chu, this is delicious. Pang Budong picked up a slice of cooked beef, put it in his mouth, and his face was full of happiness. Nonsense. I'm using top-grade snowflake beef. Chu Tianquo picked up a piece of tripe with his chopsticks, dipped it in the oil sauce, and stuffed it into his mouth. Fisk, this is what hot pot should be like. Hot pot. Aurelius remembered the word. Her eyes were fixed on the food bubbling in the pot, and she made a gurgling sound in her throat. The next second, she suddenly covered her mouth. Oh no, have we been discovered? Fatty Pang, open the window, Chu Tianquo said lazily without even looking up. Pang Budong was taken aback. Brother Chu, why are you opening the window? It's cold outside. Fan the smell out. Chu Tianquo's lips curled into a mischievous smile. We're fishing. Upon hearing this, Pang Budong immediately understood. He grinned, put down his chopsticks, and slammed open all the windows. The night breeze blew into the hall, and the spicy, rich aroma instantly spread out, rushing straight towards Aurelia outside the door. Aurelia's eyes widened. Her legs began to tremble. Those damn barbarians from the east. What kind of evil magic are they using to lure her? She took a deep breath and turned to leave. But her legs wouldn't obey her commands. Aurelia's gaze was fixed on the food in the pot, especially those white, incredibly bouncy-looking pieces. What were they? Brother Chu, that pretty girl is about to lose her temper, Pang Budong whispered. Chill. Chu Tianquo made a shushing gesture. He picked up a piece of tripe, deliberately dangled it in the air, and then slowly dipped it into the chili oil for 7 seconds. They fished it out. Dip in sesame paste. Put it in your mouth. Wow, amazing. Chu Tianquo squinted his eyes, looking quite pleased. This tripe is so crispy. Aurelia's breathing quickened. She gripped the cloak tightly, her nails digging into her palms. It won't work. She couldn't take it anymore. Just 1 bite. She took only 1 bite, tasted it, and then left immediately. Aurelius gritted his teeth, dispelled his invisibility spell, and walked in from outside the door. Excuse me. Her voice was cold. I saw a light here and thought something had happened. Before she could finish speaking, her gaze was fixed on the pot. Oh, isn't this the elf saintess? Chu Tianquo looked up, a harmless smile on his face. Instead of sleeping at night, you're here to inspect my work? Aurelia blushed. I was just passing by. She straightened her back, feigning arrogance. What are you eating? Hot pot. Pang Budong picked up his chopsticks. Want to try some? No need. Aurelia turned her head away. The elves have only ever consumed the gifts of nature. They wouldn't. She stopped talking again, because Chu Tianquo picked up another piece of tripe. The tripe was white and tender. After rolling around in the chili oil for a few seconds, it was scooped out, its surface glistening with broth. Chu Tianquo held it to his nose and smelled it, then revealed a satisfied expression. This stuff, I'm the only one in all of China who can make it the most authentic, he said slowly. It would be a shame not to try it. Aurelius's throat bobbed again. Just one piece. She walked to the table, her voice trembling slightly. I just wanted to see just how vulgar human food really is. Sure. Chu Tianquo handed her the chopsticks. Help yourself. Aurelius took the chopsticks and awkwardly picked up a piece of tripe. She imitated Chu Tianquo, swishing the food in the pot for a few seconds before dipping it in the oil sauce. Put in your mouth. The world stood still at that moment. Aurelia's eyes widened. Crisp, tender, fragrant. Huh. For flavors exploded on her tongue at the same time. The spiciness almost brought tears to her eyes, but she couldn't stop. How was it? Chu Tianquo asked with a smile. Vulgar, Aurelia said, blushing. Then she picked up another slice. Add another slice. Add another slice. 10 minutes later, Aurelia sat at the table, 3 empty plates piled in front of her. Her lips were swollen and red. Her face was covered in sweat, but her eyes shone. What's this called? She asked, pointing to a plate of fatty beef. Fat beef, Pang Budong mumbled, his mouth stuffed with meat. There's this too. Duck intestines. What about this one? Yellow throat. Aurelia memorized each name and then stuffed them into her mouth like crazy. Her aloof and elegant saintly image has long since vanished. Chu Tianquo rested his chin on his hand, watching her wolf down her food, and laughed heartily. Elven Saintess, are you full? Not yet. Aurelia looked up, her eyes sparkling. Okay then. Chu Tianquo pointed to a stack of plates next to him. Go, help me peel garlic. What? Aurelia was stunned. Peel the garlic. Chu Tianquo said matter-of-factly. You've eaten so much of my food, you should do something, right? I don't keep idle people around. Aurelia opened her mouth. She wanted to refuse. But when she looked at the still steaming hot pot, she swallowed hard. Good. And so, the noble elven saintess sat on a small stool in the kitchen of the Chinese imperial palace, peeling garlic clove by clove. Her fingers were sticky from the garlic juice, and her eyes were watering from the fumes, but she kept working without saying a word. Because Chu Tianquo would reward her with a plate of tripe every time she finished peeling a plate. Pang Budong sat beside him, clutching his stomach and laughing so hard he couldn't stand up straight. Brother Chu, you're so mean. Shut up. Chu Tianquo crossed his legs and leisurely drank his cola. This is called cultural export. Outside the window, the moon had already begun to set in the west. Gu Taiyai stood in the distance on the corridor, looking at the lights in the kitchen, and sighed while holding his forehead. This kid, he's capable of anything. The next morning, the Parliament Hall on Mount Olympus. High Priest Thor sat on the high steps, his face so gloomy it seemed to drip water. His gaze swept over the assembled priests below, his voice cold. Where is Orellana? High Priest. A priest said, tremblingly. The Holy Maiden went to the Huaxia Palace last night and hasn't returned yet. What? Thor jumped to his feet. She's been taken hostage by those barbarians? No. The priest wiped his sweat. According to the surveillance footage, she seemed to be peeling garlic for them. The entire room fell silent. Thor's face twitched a few times. Peel garlic? Yes. Thor took a deep breath. He closed his eyes and told himself not to be angry. Today is the Divine Arts Exchange meeting. He had meticulously prepared a trap, just waiting for those Easterners to jump right into it. Go, he said coldly. Notify everyone. The formal meeting will be moved to 10 a.m. Let those Easterners see what true divine magic is. Chapter 72 Divine Art Exchange? Sorry, my traditional Chinese medicine is the real YYDS. Mount Olympus, Parliament Hall. The dome of the hall is painted with murals depicting the battles of the gods. Crystal chandeliers cast holy light. High Priest Thor stood on the high platform. He wore a white robe embroidered with gold thread, held a golden scepter, and his sharp eyes swept across the entire area. The audience, filled with dignitaries and celebrities from across Europe, all looked on with awe. You've all heard about last night's farce. Thor's voice echoed through the amplification array, sounding very cold. The guests from the East used some unexpected methods to build themselves a palace. As soon as he finished speaking, a suppressed snicker arose from the audience. It's just an illusion, a cheap trick to attract attention. I heard it was converted from a stable. The taste of Easterners, tisk tisk. Gu Taiyi sat in the front row, his scarred face appearing gloomy under the holy light. Jiang Wan, standing beside her, was dressed in a red combat uniform, conspicuous among the white robes and golden armor. She clenched her fists, her knuckles cracking slightly. Pang Budong was restless. He secretly took out a potato chip to calm his nerves, but put it back under Jiang Wan's watchful eye. Only Chu Tianqiu was different. He was wearing faded SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas, slumped in a chair, his eyes half closed. He yawned, looking like he could fall asleep at any moment. Thor's gaze fell on him, his eyes filled with contempt. True power does not come from these unorthodox methods. Thor raised his scepter, his voice rising. Power comes from the blessings of the gods, from faith in the light. As soon as he finished speaking, two knights carried a seriously wounded soldier onto the stage. The soldier had a large hole in his chest, from which black blood was constantly flowing. It was a wound inflicted by a monster from the abyss. Today, let our friends from the East open their eyes and witness what true divine magic is. Thor raised his scepter and began chanting a spell. The gem at the top of the scepter burst forth with golden light, and a beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping the soldier. The hole in the soldier's chest healed at a visible speed. The black, rotten flesh disappeared, and new skin grew in its place. A dozen seconds later, the wound disappeared, and the skin became smooth. The soldier opened his eyes, jumped up from the stretcher, knelt on one knee, and shouted in a loud voice, "Praise be to the holy light! Praise be to the high priest!" The audience erupted in applause and cheers. A miracle! This is a true miracle! The foundation of Olympus is terrifying. Saul basked in the adulation, a haughty smile on his face. He looked at the Chinese delegation. "Director Gu, I've heard that in the East, people still treat illnesses using grass roots, tree bark, and insects. How can that primitive witchcraft be compared to the blessings of the gods?" Jiang Wan stood up. "Old man, you sit down." Gu Taiyi pressed her down, his voice icy. Thor's smile deepened. He clapped his hands, and 4 Templar knights carried in a reclining chair. On it lay an old man, as thin as a dried corpse. "This is the previous monarch of the Fran Empire, Duke Dracula," Thor introduced. "His spine was crushed by a demon 20 years ago, leaving him paralyzed ever since." He paused, then continued. "We Olympians have exhausted all our resources, and we can only prolong his life with holy light. Who can make him stand up again? Today, I, Saul, promise before all of Europe that whoever can cure Duke Dracula will inherit the rightful place in this era." This is practically putting the Chinese delegation on hot seat. Gu Taiyi's face turned ashen. Just as everyone was waiting to see a joke, a lazy voice rang out. "It's so noisy. Can't a person get any sleep?" Chu Tianqiu stretched and yawned as he walked up to the platform. His SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas looked incredibly ridiculous and glaringly out of place on the magnificent golden platform. He's just a cripple. Is it really that big of a deal? He walked to the recliner and glanced at the old Duke. Thor frowned. "Young man, how dare you be so rude? You are blaspheming a hero." All right. Chu Tianqiu waved his hand impatiently. "Move aside, don't block my way." As he spoke, he squatted down under everyone's gaze and took something out of his pajama pocket. A cloth bag was opened, revealing a row of glass jars, a lighter, a roll of cotton, and a packet of silver needles. The items were laid out on the floor, and the hall was quiet. The nobles below the stage exchanged glances, their faces filled with disdain. "What's that? A glass bottle? Why did he take out a lighter? Was he going to be cremated? Those needles, is he going to use torture?" Thor stared at the cupping jars and silver needles on the ground. Then his face lit up with ecstatic joy. He thought to himself, using these crude things to treat a duke who has been paralyzed for 20 years. Is this kid an idiot? Silence. Thor suppressed a laugh, feigning heartache. Since our friend from the East wants to demonstrate his medical skills, let him try. Let everyone see how barbaric witchcraft can push people into the abyss. Chu Tianqiu ignored him, walked to the old duke's side, tore open his clothes, revealing his skin and bones. The old duke had a dent in his spine, and his skin was a deathly gray. Chu Tianqiu extended 2 fingers and pressed them down. "Level F life skill massage," he read softly. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden rune flashed and disappeared deep in his eyes. "Imperial edict. Butcher Ding's skill in dissecting an ox, reshaping the meridians. The next second, Chu Tianquo's actions changed. He formed his fingers into claws, gripped the old duke's shoulder, and twisted it violently. Snap! A cracking sound of bone breaking echoed throughout the hall. Ah! The old duke, who'd been barely breathing, widened his eyes and let out a shrill scream. The audience erupted in uproar. What is he doing? He's going to kill the duke. Murder! Stop him! This is murder! Thor's smile froze, his expression turning to horror. He hadn't expected Chu Tianquo to dare to kill him in public. Jiang Wan and Peng Budong also stood up abruptly, looking tense. Only Gu Taiyai stared intently at Chu Tianquo's hand. He saw that the old duke's necrotic meridians and broken bones were being crushed and reassembled. This is about destroying the old and then building the new. Chu Tianquo on the stage remained focused, oblivious to the surrounding noise. He lit the cotton, stuck it into the glass jar, a flash of light, and then slapped it onto the duke's back. The powerful suction caused the skin and flesh on the old duke's back to swell up and turn purplish black. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen cupping jars covered his back. The old duke's screams became hoarse, his limbs convulsed, his eyes rolled back, and he foamed at the mouth. A demon. He's a demon from the east. A noblewoman screamed and fainted. Guards! Thor reacted, pointing his scepter at Chu Tianquo and roaring. Quickly seize this blasphemous murderer. Arrest him. On both sides of the platform, dozens of Templar knights moved at the sound. They burst forth with energy, their faces contorted with rage, and charged toward Chu Tianquo, who was wearing SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas. Stop! Heretic! How dare you commit such an atrocity on the temple grounds? The long spear, gleaming with a cold light, was about to pierce Chu Tianquo's body. Chu Tianquo didn't even turn his head, only uttering two words indifferently. Noisy. Then he picked up the longest silver needle, aimed it at the old duke's sunken spine, and plunged it in. Just then, the Templar knights who had charged forward stopped in their tracks. All eyes were fixed on the recliner. The piercing screams stopped. The old duke's body stopped convulsing. He stopped moving. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. Thor grinned, revealing a cruel smile. Just when everyone thought it was all over, that emaciated body, that finger that hadn't moved in 20 years, twitched slightly. Chapter 73, Traditional Chinese Medicine, is God. The paralyzed duke starts dancing on the spot. The hall was deathly silent. All eyes were fixed on that recliner. It moved. On the recliner, the old duke slightly bent his thin index finger. It moved. A duchess in the front row covered her mouth, her voice trembling. High Priest Thor's face turned green instantly. Impossible. For 20 years, the priests of Mount Olympus had exhausted all their holy water, barely keeping him alive. And this Eastern boy, with just a few glass jars and a few needles, managed to make a move? High Priest, am I hallucinating? The priest beside him felt his legs go weak. Thor ignored him, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Chu Tianquo retrieved the last silver needle and clapped his hands. He said lazily, "All right, stop pretending to be dead. Get up and walk around a bit." The duke's eyelids trembled violently before he slowly opened them. His eyes, clouded for 20 years, once again reflected the colors of the world. He looked at the murals on the dome, at the crowd around him, and finally, his gaze settled on the young man beside him wearing SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas. The duke's lips trembled, his voice like a broken bellows. "I can move." He tried to raise his hand. The arm rose in response. He tried to bend his knees. I regained feeling in my thigh. He tried, and suddenly sat up from the recliner. This is impossible. Thor's golden scepter clattered to the ground. The next second, something even more outrageous happened. Instead of standing up, the duke sprang up from his recliner, jumping half a meter into the air before landing on his feet. The moment he landed, his legs, which had just regained their senses, began to act on their own. Tap, top, 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 top. The crisp rhythm echoed wildly in the hall. With his hands on his hips and his legs moving rapidly, the old duke danced a tap dance in front of all the dignitaries of Europe. The entire site was petrified. 3 seconds later, it's a zombie. Another noblewoman rolled her eyes and fainted. Devil, this is Eastern witchcraft. He has turned the duke into a dancing puppet. The hall instantly descended into chaos. The old Duke himself was bewildered. He looked down at his legs that wouldn't stop, his expression shifting from shock to ecstasy. My legs are strong again. His voice went from hoarse to loud, and finally turned into a long howl. I can move. I can really move. The old Duke turned abruptly, two streams of hot tears sliding down his dry cheeks. He rushed towards Chu Tianquo and grabbed the other's leg. God of the East, please accept my bow. Chu Tianquo looked down at the human-shaped pendant on his leg and frowned. Let go. No, you are my second parents. From this day forward, if you don't let go, my pants are going to fall down. Chu Tianquo shook his leg with a look of disgust, shoving the old Duke aside and casually pulled up his loose pajama pants. The old Duke, instead of being angry after being thrown to the ground, rolled around excitedly on the ground. He scrambled to his feet and knelt down in full prostration before Chu Tianquo. Praise the East. Traditional Chinese medicine is truly amazing. This kneeling caused an uproar in the audience. My God, Duke Dracula knelt before an Easterner. His medical skills, are they really even more powerful than the holy light? Who would dare say that traditional Chinese medicine is witchcraft? This is magic. The discussions came like a tidal wave. Gu Taiyai sat there, a slight smile playing on his lips. Jiang Wan crossed her arms and raised her chin. Pang Budong pulled out some potato chips from his pocket and crunched them loudly. It has to be my brother Chu. He's on a killing spree. On the high platform, Saul's face alternated between pale and flushed. His hand, gripping the scepter, trembled. That's not right. The script is completely wrong. His scheme was designed to embarrass the Easterners and allow him to suppress China. And what was the result? In front of all of Europe, they cured a stubborn ailment that had plagued the Holy Mountain for 20 years using a set of scraping and cupping techniques. This was even more sensational than the Duke's tap dance. High Priest Thor, Chu Tianquo yawned and swaggered up to him. What did you just say? I'm too old. I didn't hear you clearly. Thor gritted his teeth. I'll talk. Oh, I remember now. Chu Tianquo tilted his head. You said that barbaric witchcraft would push people into the abyss. Now look who has been pushed into the abyss. Thor's face instantly turned a deep liver color. Chu Tianquo didn't bother to look at him anymore and turned to walk off the stage. As he passed Jiang Wan, he stopped and asked, Captain Jiang, did you see that old man grabbing my leg just now? Jiang Wan rolled her eyes. I saw it. I thought you were bisexual and enjoying it. Enjoy my ass. Chu Tianquo rubbed his lower back. I almost ripped my SpongeBob limited edition off. Pang Budong leaned closer and chuckled. Brother Chu, your technique is amazing. Can you teach me? Chu Tianquo looked him up and down, his 2-meter-tall frame sizing him up. You thought that slap would send him flying? No, Brother Chu, Pang Budong said with a wronged expression. I just want to learn so I can massage my dad's feet when I go home. The three of them walked down the platform, chatting and laughing, with the old Duke's devout kneeling voice behind him. Thor's face was grim on the platform. He took a deep breath and suddenly raised his scepter. Everyone, his voice, transmitted through the magic array, carried a hint of suppressed madness. Today we have witnessed the miracle of Eastern medicine. Saul's tone was calm, but the cold light in his eyes was chilling. However, the real contest of strength goes far beyond this. He paused, his gaze sharp as lightning, and shot towards Gu Taiyai. Director Gu, a grand banquet will be held at the Holy Mountain tonight. At that time, we will begin the highest level ceremony on the sacred mountain, the Temple of the Sun. Upon hearing these 4 words, the European dignitaries present all paled. Temple of the Sun? The strongest offensive formation on Olympus? Once activated, the entire Holy Mountain will be transformed into a purgatory by the true fire of the sun. Gu Taiyai narrowed his eyes. That old fox has finally revealed his true colors. High Priest Soul's hospitality is too much to refuse, Gu Taiyai said slowly as he rose, his voice steady. We will attend the banquet on time tonight. All right, Thor finally managed a twisted smile. Then we'll meet there. He turned and left, glancing back at Chu Tianquo the instant he stepped into the shadows. The young man in his pajamas was yawning lazily, seemingly indifferent to everything. Thor's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Tonight, I'll show you Easterners what divine punishment is all about. 7 p.m., Mount Olympus, Temple Square. The huge circular plaza was brightly lit, and long tables were laden with fine wines and delicacies. In the center of the plaza, a 100-meter-tall statue of the sun god, Apollo, emitted a faint golden glow in the night. Chu Tianqiu, still wearing his SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas and flip-flops, strolled to the dining table amidst the disdainful gazes of countless nobles, picked up a piece of tiramisu, and stuffed it into his mouth. Tisk, this thing isn't even as good as the red bean buns in our cafeteria. Jiangwan walked over and lowered her voice. Don't eat random things. Be careful of poison. Poison? Chu Tianqiu took another bite. You're kidding. I grew up eating poisonous milk powder. I'm immune to all poisons. Jiangwan. Just then, the lights in the square suddenly went out. The figure of High Priest Thor appeared at the foot of the statue, raising his golden scepter high, his voice resounding through the night sky. Everyone, tonight, let us witness together. Temple of the Sun God, open. Chapter 74, Priest Thor, Radiance. Ouch, my back. The scepter slammed hard into the ground. Boom! A huge golden light shield rose up, sealing off the entire temple square and hundreds of guests. Countless runes flowed rapidly across the light shield, and the eyes of the 100-meter-tall Apollo statue lit up, as if it had come to life. A glowing sphere appeared in the center of the square, emitting an increasingly intense light. The air temperature suddenly rose. A trap. It's a trap. My God, has High Priest Thor gone mad? Let us out. The European dignitaries in the square were in complete chaos, their previous demeanor gone, replaced by screams and banging. Not good. Gu Taiyi's face darkened, his body bent slightly, and a murderous aura burst forth from his body. Red flames rose around Jiangwan, blocking the heat wave, and her eyes were fixed on Thor beneath the statue. Pang Budong roared, and the huge alloy shield slammed to the ground with a bang, protecting the three people behind him. They were so nervous that they kept swallowing. Amidst the chaos, only Chu Tianqiu slowly swallowed the last bite of tiramisu, even sticking out his tongue to lick the cream from the corner of his mouth. He looked up, squinting at the increasingly bright orb of light above him, and lazily yawned. Well, he said it with a look of disgust. Why is it the sun again? You lot, besides playing with fire, don't you have any new tricks up your sleeve? This light, casual complaint, amidst the noisy crowd, clearly reached Soul's ears in the center of the square. Thor stood beneath the statue, arms outstretched, reveling in the screams of his prey. Upon hearing Chu Tianqiu's words, the smile on his face immediately turned fierce. A new trick? His voice, transmitted through the magic circle, drowned out all the noise and rang in everyone's ears. Ignorant Easterners, you will soon learn that the wrath of God is deadly. He looked at the Chinese delegation with a mocking gaze. Especially you. Thor pointed his scepter at Chu Tianqiu. You really think your crude witchcraft cured Dracula? Dream. He burst into laughter. That was just the old Duke's last gasp. It was a coincidence. You Easterners are just lucky. Saul needs to regain his authority and win back the face he lost this morning. He had to convince everyone that what happened that morning was a hoax, and that the divine punishment before them was real. Now, I'll show you with your own eyes what true divine magic is, what divine grace is. Thor took a deep breath, raised his golden scepter high, struck a pose he thought looked cool, and prepared to channel all the power of the Temple of the Sun. Radiance shines. He recited it aloud, and the gem at the top of the scepter emitted a bright light, echoing the sphere of light in the sky. Just as he was about to shout out the next word, a bone-chilling cold suddenly burst forth from his tailbone, rushing upwards along his spine. The feeling was like an ice pick piercing my waist and then twisting around twice. Thor's chanting stopped. His handsome posture immediately twisted, and he bent forward uncontrollably, like a cooked shrimp. Ouch, my back! A scream pierced the night sky, drowning out everyone's gasps of surprise. Thor's golden scepter clattered to the ground. He clutched his lower back, his face contorted in pain, and large beads of cold sweat streamed down his forehead. He tried to stand up straight, but the excruciating pain made it impossible for him to move. The entire room immediately fell silent. Everyone was stunned. The European nobles, who were just moments ago quite frightened, have now forgotten to pat the light shield and are staring blankly at the center of the square. Their spiritual leader, the High Priest of Mount Olympus, strained his back at the crucial moment, when he was activating divine magic to prepare for divine punishment. Puff! Pang Budong was the first to lose his temper. His 2-meter-tall body trembled violently. He wanted to laugh, but dare not, his face turning red. Finally, he let a muffled thud like a deflated tire. Jiang Wan's lips curled up wildly, and she suddenly turned her head away, her shoulders shrugging as if she had been holding it in and was about to suffer internal injuries. Gu Taiyi's usually expressionless, scarred face was now breaking down. His muscles twitched violently, making him look like a broken television screen. The impact of the scene was even greater than divine punishment. Chu Tianquo picked at his ear and lazily called out in Thor's direction. "Hey, High Priest. King is fine, but don't make too big of a movement, or you might hurt your back." This ceremony ended before it even began. These words completely ignited Thor's rationality. Humiliation. This is an unprecedented humiliation. He could feel that cold, sinister power raging within his body, clashing with the holy light power he had cultivated for many years. He immediately realized that this was no accident. It's that kid. He did it this morning when he was treating Dracula. Chu Tianquo did indeed tamper with things. When he used the Imperial Edict Butcher's dissection of an ox, meridian reshaping technique in the morning, he wasn't just treating patients. In his eyes, the 20 years of paralysis within Duke Dracula's body was a tangible energy. It was a kind of cold, damp, and lifeless negative energy. To cure the Duke, we must clear out all this rubbish. Where should I throw it? Chu Tianquo saw Thor shouting the loudest next to him and casually flicked him away, like flicking off a speck of dust. The sickness that he had expelled with the transfer technique quietly entered Thor's body. It remained well-behaved until Thor began to fully unleash the holy light energy within its body. Two completely opposing forces struck his waist on the spot. Thor rolled on the ground in pain, his old face flushed red. His usual holy demeanor was completely gone, and he looked like a rogue rolling on the ground. Kill him. Kill him for me." He pointed at Chu Tianquo, his voice becoming shrill from the intense pain. But now who listens to him? The Templar Knights looked at each other, at the high priest writhing on the ground, unsure of what to do. The nobles around him changed their gazes from awe to strangeness, even a hint of contempt and schadenfreude. It's over. Everything is over. Thor was filled with nothing but resentment. He knew that even if he survived today, he would lose his prestige. He will become a laughing stock across Europe. No, this can't be done. If I'm not doing well, none of you will survive either. A crazy idea took hold of Thor's mind. He lay on the ground, and when no one was paying attention, he tremblingly pulled a fist-sized hexagonal crystal from his pocket. This is the energy core of the Temple of the Sun. It is also a last resort. Once crushed, the array will go out of control, entering an unstoppable self-destruction process that instantly detonates all the accumulated energy. At that time, not only this square, but the area within 10 miles will be turned into scorched earth. If we're going to die, let's die together. A madness flashed in Thor's eyes. With all his might, accompanied by a painful roar, he crushed the crystal in his hand. Snap! A crisp cracking sound rang out. The sphere of light in the sky immediately dimmed. The entire square fell into a brief period of darkness and silence. It's over. Pang Budong scratched his head. Gu Taiyi and Jiang Wan both sensed something was wrong. A destructive aura, much stronger than before, was forming. The next second, at the core of the extinguished sphere of light, a tiny white dot suddenly appeared. Then, the white spot suddenly expanded. The blinding white light instantly engulfed everything. Temperature no longer rose, but instead became a destructive force. The air inside the light shield was instantly ignited and evaporated. The hard obsidian ground began to melt, emitting thick smoke. Oh no, the energy is out of control. Gu Taiyi's expression changed drastically, and he roared. But it was all too late. The out-of-control sun, like a star exploding before our eyes, pressed down on everyone in the square with a heat wave that could melt everything. Chapter 75 F-Rank Rainfall Spell. Dragon Kings of the Four Seas, heed my command. The out-of-control sun exploded. The blinding white light engulfed everything, and the temperature rose instantly. The obsidian pavement of the square evaporated, sending up thick smoke. The European nobles inside the light dome screamed. Someone rushed toward the light shield, only to have their face scalded with blisters and fall down screaming in agony. "Director Gu!" Jiang Wan shouted, and her whole body burst into flames. Flame God's protection, triple shield. 3 layers of flame barriers stood in front of the Chinese delegation, shielding them from a heat wave. Gu Taiyai's face was very ugly. He knew that with this burst of energy, Jiang Wan's shield wouldn't last more than a few seconds. "Pang Budong!" Gu Taiyai roared. "Old Gu is here!" Pang Budong cried out and slammed the huge alloy shield to the ground. His body grew larger, and a thick layer of golden keratin appeared on his skin. Akala Vajra Wall. The 4th layer of shield opened, but after only 3 seconds, the edge of the shield began to melt, dripping molten iron. "Damn, I can't hold on." Pang was drenched in sweat, and his arms were trembling uncontrollably. Gu Taiyai took a deep breath, clasped his hands together, and a heavy aura of killing intent erupted from him. "Ignite my great wall, the last line of defense." A phantom of a golden city wall became the last line of defense. But the out-of-control artificial sun was still expanding, and wave after wave of heat was pressing in. In the corner, Thor, sprawled on the ground, burst into laughter, his laughter filled with madness. His face was covered in blood, his eyes were bloodshot, and he had completely gone mad. All of you die. Burn them all. Burn them all to ashes." The powerful and wealthy people around were crying and shouting everywhere. A noblewoman's skirt caught fire, and she screamed and rolled on the ground. The knight beside her tried to save her, but his armor was burned red hot, and he was roasted to death inside. The smell of blood mixed with the smell of burning, and the scene was chaotic. "Oh shit!" Jiang Wan clenched her teeth, and blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. "I can hold on for another 30 seconds. Gu Taiyai's hair had begun to spontaneously combust, and his eyes were bloodshot. "We Chinese, even if we die, we will die standing." "I don't want to die, brother Ch." Pang Budong's tears and snot streamed down his face. "I still have a box of rare, discontinued potato chips at home that I haven't finished." Just then, "Tis!" A lazy voice sounded behind the 3 of them. Chu Tianquo downed the warm can of cola in one gulp and casually crushed it into a lump of scrap metal. "It's so hot." He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. SpongeBob's pajamas were completely soaked. He looked up at the bulging sun in the sky and frowned. "This thing is more annoying than a power outage in the summer." "Chu Tianquo." Jiang Wan turned around and roared. "Get behind me." Chu Tianquo ignored her. He pulled a worn-out folding fan from his pajama pocket. The fan ribs were yellowed, and the words, "A calm mind brings coolness," were written crookedly on the fan surface with a brush. What kind of treasure is this?" Pang Dong was dumbfounded. Gu Taiyai's pupils contracted. He sensed something was amiss. Chu Tianquo snapped open his broken fan and slowly fanned himself against the sky. "It's so hot," he muttered to himself. "Please let it rain and cool it down." The words fell. In Chu Tianquo's half-closed eyes, a golden rune, invisible to ordinary people, flashed. "Imperial Edict, Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas, flood the 7 armies." Moment. Heaven and earth seemed to stand still. The out-of-control artificial sun stopped expanding, and its light flickered wildly. The next second, boom! A deafening roar exploded deep into the sky. Above the Temple of the Sun Plaza, a huge crack appeared in the sky. There were no stars in the crack, only a patch of pitch-black water. What the hell is that?" A European knight pointed to the sky, his voice trembling. He hadn't finished speaking. Whoosh! The water is flowing backwards. A massive column of water crashed down from the crack, striking the artificial sun squarely. There was no explosion and no steam. That is the concept of the 4 Seas. The artificial sun went out instantly, leaving not even a spark. But this is just the beginning. The cracks in the sky grew wider and wider, and hundreds and thousands of water columns rained down from the sky. That wasn't a downpour. That's an entire ocean that was moved here. Snap! The golden aura of the Temple of the Sun shattered under the scouring of the ocean, turning into golden specks of light. The floodwaters rushed into the square in an instant, reaching ankle level in 1 second and chest level in 3 seconds. The entire square was quickly turned into a vast expanse of water. Yeah. The European nobles thrashed about in the water, their screams even louder than before. The 100-meter tall statue of Apollo collapsed with a crash, creating a huge wave. Holy crap! Pang Budong rolled around in the water, clutching his shield. Is this a rain-making ritual? Or has it triggered a massive tsunami? Gu Taiyai gripped a stone pillar tightly, his wet hair plastered to his face, and his lips twitched. This kid, he's gonna flush the entire Mount Olympus down into the sewers. As Jiangwan floated on the water, watching the Europeans struggling in the flood in the distance, she suddenly felt like laughing. The High Priest Thor, who had been so arrogant just moments before, was now being swept around by a huge vortex. His face was filled with terror as he struggled desperately, opening his mouth to shout for help, but instead, his stomach was filled with water. Gurgle, gurgle. Help, gurgle, gurgle. The last whirlpool sucked him in and swept him into the plaza's drainage pipes. High Priest Sol, several priests tried to save him, but as soon as they reached out their hands, they were swept away by the current. The entire square has been transformed into a chaotic water park. Chu Tianquo stood still, and the surging water automatically bypassed him, forming a dry area with a diameter of 3 meters at his feet. He put the tattered fan away and stuffed it back in his pocket, then yawned. That feels much better. After saying that, he turned and walked towards Jiangwan. Captain Jiang, let's go back. This place is too noisy and it's affecting my sleep. Jiangwan floated in the water, looking at the man in front of her, wearing SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas and flip-flops, speechless for a long time. What's wrong? Chu Tianquo tilted his head to look at her. Jiangwan took a deep breath and said, You call this praying for rain? Chu Tianquo looked completely innocent. Yes, it's an F-rank skill, rainfall technique. A very basic life skill, but the effect is slightly better than expected. He paused, then added very seriously, It's probably because it's too hot here, so a lot of water evaporates, which is why it's raining so heavily. Jiangwan. Pang Budong swam over, clutching his shield, looking utterly devastated. Brother Chu, you call this a tiny bit? You call this a bit too big? You've brought the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas here for a team-building activity, haven't you? Chu Tianquo thought for a moment. Not really. I just chanted a spell, and the rain came on its own. I can only say that I was lucky. The words had barely left his mouth. The enormous crack in the sky finally stopped pouring water and slowly closed. The entire Holy Mountain Square was completely transformed into a swamp more than 5 meters deep. Gu Taiyai climbed up a floating stone pillar, looked at the European dignitaries floating all over the ground, and smiled. Good. He touched his soaked hair. Now, let them see what the divine arts of China are all about. In the distance, a nobleman had just climbed onto a fragment of a statue when a wave slammed him down. Help, gurgle. Chu Tianquo yawned again and walked out of the square. The water flow automatically parted at his feet to make way for a dry path. Let's go back to sleep. Jiangwan and Pang Budong exchanged a glance and quickly followed. Gu Taiyai took one last look at the mess and twitched the corner of his mouth. High Priest Sol, aren't you trying to embarrass us? Now look what's happened. You've become the god of war in the sewers. He turned and followed Chu Tianquo, his figure disappearing into the mist. The floodwaters receded slowly in the square. The surviving Europeans lay on the ruins, their eyes vacant and looking bewildered. What did they just experience? First, the scorching sun burned the city, almost baking it alive. Then the Milky Way overflowed, and I almost drowned. This is what they call divine communication. This is called the divine punishment package. Buy one get one free. A priest, soaked to the bone, shakily got to his feet, stared at the figure in SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas in the distance, and said hoarsely, That Asian man, what kind of monster is he? No one could answer him, because everyone is thinking about the same question. What kind of deity is hidden in China? Chapter 76 Reverse accident scam. Me, the victim, pay up. The flood came quickly and receded quickly. After the crack in the sky closed, the deep water in the square disappeared within minutes. But the scene can never be the same again. The entire Temple of the Sun Plaza looked like it had been gnawed on by something. It was a complete mess. The air smelled of earth, burning, and sewage. Hundreds of European nobles, their fine clothes now looking like rags, their makeup ruined, lay sprawled in the mud, their former arrogance completely gone. Cough, cough, I'm still alive. A duke spat out a mouthful of black water mixed with sand, his face showing relief at surviving. It was those people from the east. They summoned the flood. The survivors quickly turned their resentful gazes to the other side of the square. Over there, the 4 members of the Chinese delegation stood. The ground 3 meters below them was spotless, a stark contrast to the surrounding filth and disorder. Just then, clang! Not far away, a manhole cover was pushed open, and a figure covered in mud and slime crawled out, with a rotten vegetable leaf on its head. Sol, ai priest. A knight called out cautiously. All eyes turned to them. Thor's face turned a deep purplish red, and he stared intently at Chu Tianquo, his eyes burning with hatred. Just now, he drifted in the sewers of the holy mountain for a while, and almost became the first high priest to drown in his own sewers. Easterners! Thor, his voice hoarse, braced his aching back with his scepter and roared at You barbaric wizards! You destroyed the holy mountain. This is a declaration of war against the entire Western world. Gu Taiyi raised an eyebrow, about to speak. A foot wearing flip-flops blocked his way first. Chu Tianquo yawned and stood at the front, looking at the surrounding ruins with a sad expression on his face. Why? He let out a long sigh. Look at the mess you've made of this place. Thor almost fainted again because he couldn't catch his breath. Did we make it like this? Isn't this all you're doing? Ignoring the murderous glares, Chu Tianquo pointed to SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas and said to Jiang Wan with a wronged expression, Captain Jiang, look, this is a limited edition. It was exposed to fire and water just now, and it's completely soaked. It'll definitely shrink when I get back. This should be considered a work injury, right? Jiang Wan's lips twitched, but she didn't say anything. He patted Pang Budong's arm again. Old Pang, did I overexert myself just now? I'm dizzy and feel completely drained. Pang Budong nodded blankly, then started acting as well, putting on a mournful face and saying, That's right, Brother Chu. Your face is all white. It's obvious you're out of mana. You're really weak. After laying the groundwork, Chu Tianquo slowly turned to Thor, his face showing exhaustion that said, I have sacrificed too much for you. High Priest Thor, is that right? And all my surviving friends. His voice carried a hint of sympathy. Just now, your High Priest lost control while playing with fire and almost burned everyone to death. Out of humanitarian spirit and disregarding past grievances, I forcibly overdraw my precious magical power to extinguish the fire and rescue everyone from the barbecue grill. He paused for a moment, his tone heavy. To save you, I exhausted my magic and suffered mental injuries. Even my beloved pajamas got wet. Look at the heavy price we paid. Chu Tianquo pointed to the mess on the ground and looked heartbroken. So, regarding compensation for emotional distress, replenishment of magical power, depreciation of clothing, and psychological trauma caused to us by these ruins, shouldn't you offer some compensation? The entire room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned, staring blankly at the young man who looked so sincere in offering compensation. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone this shameless. You flooded the sacred mountain, and now you're demanding compensation from us? Puff! Pang Budong finally couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out a mouthful of potato chip crumbs. Gu Taiyi silently turned away, the muscles on his scarred face twitching incessantly. He was afraid that if he continued to watch, he would burst out laughing and ruin the victim atmosphere that Chu Tianquo had painstakingly created. Saul trembled with rage. You're spouting nonsense. You're turning black into white. Am I distorting the truth? Chu Tianquo spread his hands innocently. Did you lose control when you activated the formation? Did I have to step in to put out the fire? I saved your lives. Is it too much to ask for some compensation for my trouble? Thor was speechless. Logically speaking, it seems there's no problem. But why does this feel so stifling? Just then, several whooshing sounds came from the distant sky, and several elderly people dressed in different colored priest robes, exuding a strong aura, descended upon the square. They were the other elders of the Olympian Council, and finally they were alarmed. The elder in white robes, who was at the head of the group, immediately turned grim upon seeing the tragic scene before him. Thor, what's going on? When Thor saw the reinforcements, he scrambled towards them, crying, Elder, it's them. It was these barbarians from the east who destroyed the Temple of the Sun. The white-robed elder's sharp gaze swept over Chu Tianquo and his companions, and he said coldly, Easterners, you need to give an explanation. Until then, no one is allowed to leave. The air suddenly became tense, thick with the smell of gunpowder. Dozens of Templar knights surrounded them. A great battle was about to begin. However, at this tense moment, Chu Tianquo, who was being stared at by everyone, yawned again. He slowly pulled the old folding fan out of his soaked pajamas pocket once again. The fan ribs are yellowed, and the fan surface is inscribed with "A calm mind brings coolness." He didn't even open the fan. He just held it in his hand and tossed it gently. This action made the council elders on the other side very nervous. Their divine senses clearly revealed that the source of the ocean's backflow was that broken fan. The white-robed elder's eyelids twitched incessantly, and cold sweat poured down his face. A hot-tempered elder in red robes beside him opened his mouth, but didn't dare to utter a single word. Joke! With a single wave of that fan, it could move the Pacific Ocean across the ocean. If you fan it again, the entire Mount Olympus might disappear from the map. To fight such a being? Are you tired of living? The atmosphere at the scene instantly became very strange. The Templar Knights remained in their charging stance, only to find their elders looking as if they had seen a ghost, their faces pale. Cough. The white-robed elder coughed dryly, forced a stiff smile, and bowed slightly to Chu Tianquo. Sir, I think there might be some misunderstanding. His attitude changed very quickly. Thor played with fire and almost caused a disaster, but thanks to your valiant act, sir. On behalf of the Olympian Council, I thank you for your righteous deed. Thor was completely dumbfounded upon hearing this. What happened to coming to confront them? How did it turn into a thank you? Chu Tianquo lazily put the fan back into his pocket, as if nothing had happened. Oh, it's a misunderstanding. He drawled. Since it's a misunderstanding, this place is damp, and we're not comfortable living here. In my damaged pajamas, and my frightened and fragile heart. Do you think we should move to another location and offer some compensation? The white-robed elder's lips twitched slightly, but he still smiled ingratiatingly. Of course. We will immediately arrange for everyone to stay in the best moon goddess temple on the Holy Mountain. All compensation is negotiable. The conflict ended so comically. Just as Gu Taiyai was about to discuss the details of the compensation, a slender figure quietly walked up to Chu Tianquo's side. It is the elven Saintess Aurea. She changed into a clean robe, her face still somewhat pale. Thank you, she said softly, her blue eyes filled with complex emotions. Although the method was very brutal, you did save everyone. Chu Tianquo glanced at her. Want to thank me? Do something practical. Aurelia hesitated for a moment, then took a step closer and said quickly in a voice only the two of them could hear. I know that you Chinese people believe in returning to your roots. In the Heroes Museum on the back of the Sacred Mountain, there's a collection of cultural relics that the Eight-Nation Alliance looted from your east more than 100 years ago. There's one thing among them that you might be interested in. Chapter 77, The Western Holy Lance. Boss, take me with you. I want to switch jobs. The Temple of Luna atop Mount Olympus was very quiet. This is completely different from the ruins at the foot of the mountain that were submerged by water. Gu Taiyai was having a strange negotiation with the white-robed elder and other high-ranking Olympus officials. Director Gu, we are willing to compensate you with 10,000 magic crystals for the reconstruction cost of the Temple of the Sun and the mental trauma that Thor caused you. The white-robed elder wore a smile on his face, but his heart ached terribly. Gu Taiyai held the moonlight dew and blew on it expressionlessly. Elder, you're too kind. We don't like fighting. We prefer to resolve things peacefully. It's this young comrade of ours. He's quite meticulous. Gu Taiyai pointed to the side. Chu Tianquo slumped in the recliner, having changed into a clean set of Patrick Star pajamas. He had a lollipop from Aurelius in his mouth, and his legs were swinging restlessly. I'm a timid person, easily startled, Chu Tianquo mumbled. Last night, there was fire and water. My heart is still pounding. And my SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas, a limited edition worldwide, are ruined. It's a huge emotional blow. The white-robed elders I twitched slightly. Are you a coward? You brought water from the Pacific Ocean to flood the Sacred Mountain, and you call that cowardice? So what does Mr. Chu mean? Chu Tianquo didn't even lift his eyelids and held up 2 fingers. 20,000? Chu Tianquo shook his head. 200,000? The other elder felt a buzzing in his head. Chu Tianquo finally sat up a little straighter, took out a lollipop and looked at them with an expression as if they were idiots. I'm talking about 2 requirements. First, add a 0 to the compensation amount. Don't complain about being poor. Even a scrap of plaster off a wall of your sacred mountain is worth more than this. Secondly, Chu Tingqiu turned his gaze to Orella beside him and said lazily, I heard you have a museum. Since you've come all this way, you should at least let us have a tour. Consider it a form of cultural exchange. The moment these words were spoken, the elder's expressions changed instantly. Pantheon Museum. That was the face of Olympus, the place where they flaunted the spoils they had plundered from all over the world. Let Chinese people visit? Isn't this humiliating them in front of their own eyes? Well, the museum is currently under renovation, so it might not be convenient. Oh, is that so? Chu Tingqiu slowly took out the tattered fan, which he called calm and cool, from his pocket and tossed it in his hand. Click! A soft sound. The elders' faces turned completely pale in an instant. Cold sweat instantly soaked their backs as they stared intently at the fan. This reminded them of the flood that had poured down from the sky yesterday. Cough! The white-robed elder suddenly stood up, forcing a warm smile onto his face. I suddenly remembered that the repair work was completed ahead of schedule yesterday. It is our honor to invite distinguished guests from the East to visit. Please, I will personally lead the way. The Pantheon Museum looks very magnificent. The curator, Balthazar, was waiting at the door. He was a man with a mustache, wearing a tuxedo, and he looked very arrogant. Welcome, friend from the East. Balthazar bowed slightly, but the contempt in his eyes was unmistakable. Next, I will lead you to see the treasures of human civilization. His gaze lingered on Chu Tingqiu's Patrick Star pajamas for a second, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Stepping into the museum, you'll find it has a very large space. Look, everyone, Balthazar said, pointing to the pharaoh's crown and Hammurabi's code steel, and began a boast. As Jiang Wan and Pang Budong listened, their expressions grew increasingly grim. Next, they were taken to the Oriental Exhibition Hall. Upon seeing the scene before her, Jiang Wan's breath hitched, and her eyes turned extremely angry. A huge golden Buddha statue is headless, and the cut is very smooth. Many exquisite porcelain pieces were broken and piled up haphazardly. The label reads, Fragile Oriental Art. A landscape painting was torn in 2 and framed in 2 far-apart frames, clearly a mockery. These are spoils of war that we brought back from your country 100 years ago. Balthazar's voice carried a sense of superiority. As you can see, although they are broken, they have been preserved in the best way here. This also shows that the ancient empire was utterly vulnerable in the face of modern power. You're asking for it, Jiang Wan shouted, and crimson magic power erupted instantly. Jiang Wan, Gu Taiyi grabbed her shoulder and said in a low voice, calm down. If we make a move here, we'll fall into their trap and be labeled as barbarians. Seeing Jiang Wan being stopped, Balthazar's mockery became even more pronounced. He walked up to a booth entwined with golden rune chains and patted the protective shield triumphantly. Especially this one, it took 3 archmages the effort to get it out. In the center of the booth, an ancient bronze mirror is suspended. The King of Qin's bone-illuminating mirror. Gu Taiyi spoke slowly and deliberately, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Indeed, a very interesting witchcraft prop, Balthazar laughed. But now it belongs here. Here, everything is protected by divine power. Don't even think about taking it away. Even if you try to touch it, it will be burned to ashes. He opened his arms and said loudly, You can't take anything with you from here. Pang Budong's more than 2-meter-tall body was trembling, and his honest face was full of humiliation, just when the atmosphere was very tense. Well, a lazy sigh broke the silence. Chu Tingqiu, who hadn't reacted much, yawned and walked forward, glancing around with disdain. The lights here are too bright. It's affecting my sleep. Chu Tingqiu strolled over to the Qin King's bone-illuminating mirror and examined it carefully through the protective shield. Young man, I advise you to stay away, Balthazar warned. The divine seal above doesn't recognize your ridiculous pajamas. Chu Tingqiu ignored him, simply reaching out and casually placing his hand on the protective shield. He closed his eyes. Amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, he seemingly casually activated a lowest-level F-rank skill. Product recall. This skill is usually used to find keys and isn't very useful. But in Chu Tingqiuo's mind, his unique conceptual level talent began to operate. Supreme Edict. Return all things to their rightful owners. All spirits return to their origin. He slowly opened his eyes, and a golden light flashed deep within his half-closed pupils. His lips moved, and he uttered 2 words. The voice was soft, yet carried an unyielding authority, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Go home. The words had barely left his mouth. Buzz. A long, resonant hum emanated from the Qin King's bone-illuminating mirror. The golden rune chains binding the mirror shattered and disappeared instantly. Balthazar's smile froze on his face. No, impossible. Divine power seal. Before he could finish speaking, a new change occurred. An invisible wave swept across the entire Oriental Exhibition Hall, centered on the ancient mirror. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The next moment, all the cultural relics from China in the museum resonated together. The golden Buddha statue, its head severed, trembled violently, emitting a soft golden light. The broken porcelain shards in the glass cabinet pieced themselves back together with a crisp sound. The torn landscape painting on the wall, its dried ink surprisingly wet again, made it seem as if the rivers in the painting were flowing. Snap, snap, snap. One by one, the sturdy glass display cases shattered. Bronze tripods, ancient paintings, jade artifacts. All the treasures from China ignored the alarms and obstacles and slowly rose into the air. They converged, forming a band of light that hovered silently behind the young man wearing Patrick Star pajamas. All things have a spirit, and all things obey its command and return to their origin. Time seemed to stand still. Balthazar's face instantly turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground. He muttered to himself, "A miracle. This is an Eastern miracle." Pang Budong stared wide-eyed, unaware that the potato chips in his hand had fallen to the ground. The anger in Jiang Wan's eyes disappeared, and her eyes became misty. Looking at the thousands upon thousands of national treasures returning home, and at that lazy yet reliable figure, she felt a tightness in her chest, a warm feeling. The muscles on Gu Taiyi's scarred face trembled violently. He gritted his teeth to keep himself from getting too excited. His eyes reflected the light of countless national treasures, and his eyes had become moist without him even realizing it. He dedicated his entire life to protecting and fighting, all for the sake of witnessing the scene before him. In the silence, Chu Tingqiuo simply stuck out his little finger and picked at his ear. He frowned as he looked at the ribbon of light behind him made up of national treasures, and said with disdain, "There's too much dust. It's gotten my slippers dirty." However, just when everyone thought the matter was over, deep within the museum, in the area that is enshrined separately at the heart of the temple, a long spear, entirely black and stained with dark red blood, suddenly began to vibrate violently. This gun exudes a contradictory aura, both ominous and sacred. Its buzzing sound even drowned out the resonance of all Chinese cultural relics. It seemed to sense some kind of call, or perhaps it was afraid, as the tip of its spear pointed directly at Chu Tingqiuo. It seems it also wants to break free from its constraints. No. Balthazar, sprawled on the ground, let out a scream, his face filled with terror. The spear of Longinus. Why is the Holy Lance? Why would it respond to the call of an Easterner? Chapter 78, The Holy Lance, calls me boss. Don't ask, the answer is, I'm studying in China. The Oriental Exhibition Hall was completely silent. Thousands of national treasures float in the air. They converged into a river of light, surrounding the young man wearing Patrick Star pajamas. This is a resonance in our blood, a longing for home that transcends millennia. No, no. The museum curator, Balthazar, slumped to the ground, let out a piercing scream. He wasn't heartbroken for those Chinese cultural relics. He was terrified. What he feared was the sacred spear, Longinus, enshrined in the deepest part of the temple. The Holy Lance was buzzing. It shook violently, as if it had seen its owner. The aura it exuded carried a longing, and even a hint of ingratiation. It wanted to break free from its restraints. It wanted to follow that Easterner. This thought completely panicked Balthazar. Alert! Highest alert level. He went crazy and started pounding on a red button on the wall. Enemy attack. Someone is trying to steal the sacred relic. Quick! Activate all construct guards. Kill him. Kill him. Rumble. The entire Pantheon Museum trembled and cold, mechanical sounds came from all directions. The walls cracked, and the ground turned upside down. One after another, golden constructs, each 5 meters tall and wielding a battle axe and a giant shield, emerged from the hidden compartment. The red light in their eyes locked onto Chu Tianquo. Dozens of powerful energy fluctuations blocked all escape routes. Oh no, that old man's panicking. Pang Budong let out a strange cry and subconsciously raised his alloy shield to protect himself. Jiang Wan's expression turned solemn, and crimson flames erupted around her as she protected Gu Taiyai and Chu Tianquo's flanks. Gu Taiyai held down Jiang Wan's hand, but his eyes were very bright. He stared at the river of light formed by national treasures, his voice trembling slightly. Don't rush, let him cause trouble. The bigger the commotion, the better. In such a tense atmosphere, Chu Tianquo, at the center of the storm, merely frowned in disdain. He looked at the band of light behind him, which consisted of tens of thousands of cultural relics, and spoke. How are we going to carry all this stuff? He stretched out both hands and gestured, as if he couldn't lift it. I should have had old Pang bring a sack. Upon hearing this, Balthazar was so angry he nearly fainted. Do you think this is a farmer's market? You're even bringing a sack. Kill him. Kill him, he roared. The Golden Construct Legion charged forward with heavy steps. The earth trembled, and an aura of destruction emanated from them. Ugh, this is such a hassle. Chu Tianquo sighed and finally dropped his lazy demeanor. He lifted the wide sleeves of Patrick Starr's pajamas and waved them casually at the cultural relic, the River of Light, behind him, as if dusting it off. There's nothing we can do. The place is too small. You'll just have to make do with this. He muttered to himself, as if he were talking to a group of old friends. At the same time, he quietly activated a lowest-level F-rank skill, the art of organizing, a skill often used to organize a closet. When a command was issued, Chu Tianquo's only conceptual level talent was activated. Supreme Edict, a universe within a sleeve. There were no special effects, nor any magical fluctuations. Chu Tianquo's wide pajama sleeves, though a little darker in color, resembled tiny black holes. The next moment, whoosh whoosh, the River of Light, composed of tens of thousands of national treasures, transformed into streams of light, vying to slip into that tiny sleeve. Bronze tripods, ancient paintings, jade artifacts, gold Buddha statues. All the myriad rays of light were contained within a single sleeve. The whole process was quiet and smooth. 1 second the exhibition hall was filled with cultural relics. The next second they disappeared without a trace, leaving only broken glass display cases on the floor. The legion of golden constructs, which had charged halfway, all stopped abruptly. The red light in their eyes was flashing wildly, as if the processor had burned out. Balthazar's mouth was agape in an O shape, and his eyes were practically bulging out. The bag of potato chips that Pang Budong had just picked up fell to the ground with a thud. The flames around Jiang Wan had all gone out. She looked at Chu Tianquo's plain sleeve, her red lips slightly parted, unable to utter a word for a long time. Even Gu Taiyai, who was mentally prepared, had his facial muscles twitching. A hidden universe within a sleeve. This is a technique only found in mythology. Is this called the art of organizing? In this eerie silence, another unexpected event occurred. Deep within the museum, the spear of Longinus, bound by countless rune chains, let out a mournful cry after all the Chinese artifacts had vanished. Buzz! It jolted violently, and the powerful chains binding the gun snapped inch by inch. No! Balthazar's scream changed tone. The Holy Lance has broken free. It didn't attack anyone. Instead, it transformed into a black and red streak of light, piercing the sky. With an impatient energy, it rushed straight toward Chu Tianquo's sleeve. It's as if it's shouting, "Boss, take me away." Chu Tianquo raised his eyelids slightly, seemingly a little disgusted. The black light was about to slip into the sleeve. But at that moment, an even stronger suction force erupted from Chu Tianquo's sleeve. The suction force wasn't directed at the Holy Lance, but rather inadvertently swept across the other exhibition halls nearby. Then, the Pharaoh's golden scepter in the Egyptian exhibition hall, next door, suddenly flew up with a hum. The Holy Grail in the Celtic exhibition hall emitted a soft white light and also took flight. The Eternal Flame in the Nordic exhibition hall detached from its base and took flight. The stele of Hammurabi in the Babylon Exhibition Hall rises abruptly from the ground. For a time, the entire Pantheon Museum, apart from the building itself, was bustling with activity, with everything that possessed a divine aura appearing as if at a market. They transformed into streaks of light, rushing towards Chu Tianquo's sleeve. The scene was like a group of underlings seeing their long-lost older brother, crying and begging to follow him. The spear of Longinus was at the forefront, the first to slip into the sleeve. Then came the Holy Grail, the scepter, the stone tablet, a series of top-tier treasures from Western mythology, one after another, obediently lined up and disappeared into the sleeve of that ordinary Patrick Starr's pajamas. The entire venue fell silent once again. Balthazar's eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth, and he fell straight backward. He fainted from anger. Gulp. Pang Budong swallowed hard, picked up the bag of potato chips from the ground, and said tremblingly, "Brother Chu, you call this an accident?" Chu Tianquo pulled back his sleeve, patted off non-existent dust, and looked completely innocent. "How would I know?" He spread his hands, his expression very sincere. "I was just collecting our own things. Who knew they would insist on following us?" He paused, then added with a troubled expression, "Perhaps they want to study in the East and experience the 5,000-year-old culture of China." I'm a kind-hearted person, and seeing how enthusiastic they were, I felt bad refusing them. Studying abroad? Culture? Screw your "I'm too embarrassed to refuse" attitude. Gu Taiyai silently turned away. He had his back to everyone, his shoulders shrugging as he tried to suppress a laugh. He feared that if he continued watching, his dignified image as a pillar of the nation would be lost. Robber. This kid is the ultimate robber, the culmination of 5,000 years of Chinese history. Just then, Chu Tianquo's sleeve twitched. The tip of a spear of Longinus cautiously peeked out and affectionately rubbed against Chu Tianquo's arm. Chu Tianquo casually touched the cold tip of the gun, as if he were petting a cat. "Look, it likes me very much." This scene became the final straw that broke the camel's back. "Ah, my holy lance, my holy grail." The white-robed elder who arrived looked at the empty exhibition stand and let out a heart-wrenching wail. He knew that if these things were lost, his time as an elder would come to an end. The entire Olympian Parliament would become a laughing stock of the entire Western world. "Stop him. We absolutely cannot let him leave the holy mountain." The elders went completely mad, unleashing their divine power, as if it were free, ready to fight to the death. But just a second before they were about to make their move. Boom! An overwhelming pressure, far exceeding anything seen before, seemed to emanate from the very beginning of creation and suddenly descended. The entire sacred Mount Olympus trembled violently as a result. This power comes from the sacred mountain itself. It is an ancient being that has been sleeping in the core of the sacred mountain and has been awakened. A grand, cold, and emotionless voice resounded directly into the depths of everyone's soul. "Thief! Put my things down. Get out of my mountain." Chapter 79, a Divine Descent. "Did I give you permission to speak?" A deep, resonant voice rang out, pressing down on everyone's hearts. The voice didn't sound human. It was cold and heavy, leaving no room for argument. The elders, who were just angry about the stolen sacred object, were now pale-faced and trembling uncontrollably. Their faces showed fear, but also a hint of awe. The sleeping will of the sacred mountain was truly disturbed by this Easterner. It is the will of Ares, the god of war. The white-robed elder's lips trembled, and he looked at Chu Tianquo as if he were looking at a madman. "It's over. This is completely over. This Easterner is not only a robber, but also a jinx who dares to provoke the gods." Gu Taiyai, Jiang Wan, and Pang Budong immediately formed a defensive formation, protecting Chu Tianquo in the center. "Brother Chu, this thing is coming for you." Pang Budong gritted his teeth and growled under the immense pressure. "It feels even more powerful than that demigod from Zhenyuan Pass." The flames on Jiang Wan's body were suppressed to only a thin layer. She stared at the source of that will and said in a deep voice, "This is the rule. The rule of this land is rejecting us." Gu Taiyai did not speak. His good hand was already gripping a short knife of indistinct design at his waist. He had seen this kind of scene before. On the battlefield 20 years ago, when a pantheon's faith reached its zenith, their god could briefly intervene in reality. This is a sign of divine intervention. Just then, the sky suddenly turned blood red, and a thick smell of rust and murderous intent enveloped the entire sacred mountain. Ah! A scream that was not human rang out from the ranks of the elders of the Olympus Council. A red-robed priest suddenly collapsed to the ground, convulsing. His body swelled and twisted like a balloon, and his bones made a crackling sound. Dark golden light shone from the cracks in his skin. A few seconds later, a living person transformed into a monster over 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles and bronze-colored skin. He slowly stood up, his eyes burning with 2 golden flames, devoid of any human presence. A god descended. Ares, the god of war, descended in the body of this priest. Kneel down. The white-robed elder was the first to react, kneeling down with a sob in his voice, prostrating himself before the terrifying god. The others also realized what was happening and rushed to kneel down, shouting the name of the god of war and praying for divine punishment. Ares, who had descended, ignored these people. His eyes, burning with fire, pierced through the crowd and locked onto the last young man in his pajamas, who was still yawning. He opened his mouth. No sound was made, but an ancient, tongue-twisting syllable exploded in the minds of Gu Taiyai and the others. At hashtag UN%*. It was a kind of psychological shock. Every syllable was stirring their consciousness. Ugh! Pang Budong let out a strange cry, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. His massive body swayed, and he knelt on one knee, his alloy shield crashing to the ground with a clang. Jiang Wan groaned, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. The scene before her eyes began to spin, and the mental shock was eroding her will. Even Gu Taiyai felt dizzy, and the scar on his face twitched. The language of the gods cannot be heard by mortals. Just hearing it is enough to crush your soul with the rules it contains. Just then, an untimely voice rang out. This! Chu Tianquo frowned and picked at his ear. It felt like someone was scratching a blackboard with their fingernails next to him when he wanted to sleep. It was very annoying. His teammates were suffering from mental anguish, but he just found it noisy. Hello. He raised his eyelids, glanced at the imposing war god, and spoke lazily. Can you please be quiet? These words stunned even the white-robed elder kneeling on the ground. Dude, what are you talking to God about? Are you crazy? Ares' was also enraged by the mortal's attitude. A surge of murderous intent rose in those eyes that were burning with flames. An even more violent mental syllable surged toward Chu Tianquo like a tsunami. Brother Chu. Pang Budong's eyes widened. But Chu Tianquo just pursed his lips. He slowly raised his hand, as if about to unleash some powerful move. Gu Taiyai and Jiang Wan were both on tenterhooks. Then they saw Chu Tianquo extend 2 fingers and gently rub his temples. He quietly activated a lowest-level F-rank life skill. Language mastery, a skill commonly used to bargain with foreigners. But deep within Chu Tianquo's consciousness, that one and only conceptual level talent began to operate. He wasn't trying to understand that incomprehensible divine language. He wants to change the rules. Supreme Edict, Kangji's creation of characters, heavenly mantra. In an instant, countless Oracle Bone script characters seemed to flow through the depths of Chu Tianquo's half-closed eyes, each character representing a fundamental rule. The violent, divine words that flooded his mind were instantly evaporated the moment they came into contact with these ancient characters, like snowflakes falling into a steel furnace. It was as if they didn't even have the right to exist in the face of this more ancient civilization. Chu Tianquo stopped rubbing his temples. He looked up, and his usually sleepy eyes showed a rare hint of seriousness. He looked at the 3-meter-tall war god, radiating divine might, and spoke in a calm tone. Speak like a human. The 2 words, though not loud, resonated like thunder in the depths of everyone's soul. What's the meaning? The Westerners kneeling on the ground looked bewildered. Even Ares, who had just arrived, was stunned. He could sense that his divine language was ineffective against the mortal before him. Not only did it fail, but the other party was also giving him orders in a language he couldn't understand but could grasp the meaning of. A profound sense of absurdity caused even the god of wars to pause for a moment. Chu Tianquo looked at him in a daze and seemed somewhat dissatisfied, so he added another sentence. If you don't know how, he paused, a hint of sympathy in his eyes, I'll teach you. The words fell. He slowly raised his right index finger, There was no energy on the fingertips, only a faint golden halo. He began to write, stroke by stroke, in the air in front of him. Horizontal, vertical, left falling, right falling strokes. The movements were slow, yet carried an indescribable rhythm, as if each stroke of the brush was in harmony with the principles of heaven and earth. An ancient Chinese character slowly took shape in the air. Quiet. The golden character, Jing, quiet, is only the size of a palm, yet it seems heavier than the entire sacred mountain. It didn't exude any pressure. It just hovered there quietly. But everyone present felt their heart skip a beat the moment they saw that word. All the distracting thoughts, fears, and fanaticism deep within my soul were forcibly soothed. The world became very quiet at that moment. As Ares descended, the burning flames in his eyes flickered violently. He sensed a terror emanating from that tiny golden character that threatened the very core of his power. He let out a silent roar, his divine power coalescing, and he opened his mouth to unleash a destructive divine incantation. However, the golden character, quiet, simply floated by slowly. Then, gently, it was placed on his open mouth. Buzz. Everyone felt a jolt in their eardrums. That overwhelming spiritual impact, that ferocious killing intent, that divine language capable of crushing souls, suddenly stopped. The world fell completely silent. The 3-meter-tall vessel of the god of war remained frozen in place, its mouth agape in a roaring posture. His mouth was sealed shut by that small golden Chinese character. No matter how much divine power surged within him, the word remained completely still, not even flashing a single light. It's as if it's declaring a fact. I told you to be quiet, so you must be quiet. The entire room fell silent. Pang Budong stared wide-eyed, almost dropping his shield. Jiang Wan's red lips parted slightly as she looked at the absurd and shocking scene before her, feeling as if her worldview had been refreshed once again. Gu Taiyi's scarred face was twitching violently. He knew Chu Tianquo was very strong, but he used a single Chinese character to silence the god. What kind of tactic is this? Is this the principle of the Chinese nation? Reason, that doesn't make sense. In this deathly silence, Chu Tianquo looked at the god of war who was still struggling in vain and shook his head. Still not behaving yourself? He yawned, seemingly having lost patience. He raised his finger again, pointing it at the air, slowly preparing to write the next word. Since you don't want peace and quiet, then I'll teach you another word. Gu Taiyai watched him begin to write, and his eyelids twitched suddenly at the familiar radical. He seemed to have guessed what the character was. Chapter 80. With a single word, get out, I kicked a god into a shooting star. At the summit of the sacred mountain, all was deathly silent. The phantom of the god of war, who descended from mythology, had his mouth sealed by a golden silence character. His majestic face was twisted and comical, a mixture of divinity and rage. The divine power within him was like a volcano about to erupt, accumulating wildly, yet finding no outlet. Roar! A silent roar exploded on the mental level. The mouth was sealed, but the action did not stop. The vessel of the god stomped its foot, causing the solid plaza to crack instantly. It gripped a dark gold battle axe made of divine power, its blade burning with destructive flames, and with the momentum to split the earth in two, it cleaved down towards Chu Tianquo. This axe strike locked onto the soul. There was no way to dodge it. Watch out! Jiang Wan exclaimed. Brother Chu. Pang Budong's eyes widened in fury. The two tried to move, but Kim Yui held them firmly in place, unable to lift even a finger. Presumptuous! A furious shout came from Gu Taiyai. This pillar of the nation, relying solely on his iron will, forcefully broke free from his restraints. His figure moved like lightning, determined to withstand a divine strike with his own flesh and blood. Old Gu has gone mad. However, just a second before he was about to crash into the battle axe, a hand lightly landed on his shoulder and pulled him back. Gu Taiyai felt a gentle yet irresistible force and involuntarily retreated to his original position. Chu Tianquo's sleepy face appeared in front of him, still looking lazy, and he even clicked his tongue in disgust. Old Gu, don't you want this arm anymore? He glanced at the devastating battle axe, then at Gu Taiyai's arm in a cast, his tone full of disdain, as if to say, don't cause me any more trouble. Gu Taiyai stood there, speechless. The battle axe was already aimed at Chu Tianquo's head. The strong wind made his Patrick Star pajamas flutter loudly. Chu Tianquo finally frowned, seemingly very unhappy that his hairstyle had been messed up. Ugh, this is such a hassle. He sighed and raised the hand that had just pulled back the ironclad man. There was no earth-shattering energy, nor any dazzling special effects. He simply extended his index finger, pointed it at the air in front of him, and began to write again, stroke by stroke. His movements were sloppy, as if he were not facing a deity, but rather practicing calligraphy out of sheer boredom. Horizontal strokes, vertical strokes, rising strokes, left falling strokes, right falling strokes. An ancient Chinese character, far more complex than the character Jing, meaning stillness, yet full of dynamism and tension, takes shape in the air. F-rank life skill, expel technique. A low-level spell usually used to shoo away mosquitoes and get naughty kids to go home. However, as the thought arose, the unique conceptual level talent once again ruthlessly took over everything. Supreme Edict. Words take effect. Exile. Gu Taiyi's eyelids twitched as he watched the words gradually become clearer. He guessed right. This kid really dared to write that character. Roll. As the last stroke was made, the golden character roll suddenly trembled. Instead of radiating peace, it instantly twisted and deformed, transforming into a giant footprint, gleaming with dazzling golden light, majestic yet utterly comical. The moment the golden footprint took shape, it disregarded time and space. The devastating battle axe stopped less than a centimeter above Chu Tianquo's head. It wasn't that it was blocked, but rather that the target was gone. The vessel of Ares, the god of war, remained in a slashing posture, only to find itself flying backward at an incredible speed. His eyes, burning with divine fire, were filled with bewilderment and astonishment. Before he could figure out what was happening, he felt a sharp pain in his buttocks. Bang! A deep, muffled sound, yet clearly resounding in everyone's soul. The golden footprint landed squarely on the backside of the war god's phantom at an extremely tricky angle. Pure physical violence, mixed with absolute exile of concepts. Wah! The god of war, whose mouth was sealed, let out a choked, angry, and helpless sob. Then, to everyone's stunned gaze, the 3-meter-tall divine avatar, like a ball being powerfully blasted, transformed into a golden streak of light and soared into the sky with the momentum of breaking through the first cosmic velocity. He tore through the temple dome, pierced the clouds of the sacred mountain, and passed through the thick atmosphere. Finally, in the night sky that everyone looked up at, it transformed into a dazzling shooting star, trailing a long tail of flame, and disappeared into the end of the universe. The world fell silent once again. This time, there was a deathly silence where even breathing ceased. The Olympian priests and elders, kneeling on the ground, looked up, mouths agape, all petrified. Their god was kicked off Earth by an Easterner wearing Patrick Star pajamas? The white-robed elder rolled his eyes, followed in Balthazar's footsteps, and fell straight to the ground, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. Gulp! Pang Budong swallowed hard, the alloy shield in his hand crashing to the ground with a thud, completely unaware of it. The flames around Jiang, one had long since died down. Looking at the disappearing shooting star in the night sky, she felt that her worldview had become completely numb. Gu Tai turned his back, his broad shoulders heaving violently. He was afraid that if he continued watching, he would burst out laughing, completely ruining his dignified image as a pillar of the nation. One kick, one word. This is the Chinese concept of reason. A reason that doesn't reason with you. In the dead silence, Chu Tianquo withdrew his fingers, patted non-existent dust off his pajamas, and yawned. Ah, finally some peace and quiet. He rubbed his shoulders, complaining wearily. It's exhausting. The blue lines are almost empty again. I should have written a few more lines earlier. I really am just a weak support character. Everyone, you call this strenuous? You call this weak? Even the gods would want to carry the space station away overnight if they heard this. Let's go. Chu Tianquo ignored the ghostly expressions on everyone's faces and walked out on his own. I'm going to miss my flight. When I get home, I still need to take stock of the spoils. No, I mean take stock of the stolen national treasures and register them in the warehouse. As he walked, he shook Patrick Star's empty sleeve. Gu Tai, Jiang Wan, and Pang Budong immediately followed. From beginning to end, not a single person from Olympus dared to stop them. They watched these great figures depart with the same fearful gaze one would show when looking at prehistoric behemoths. Just as the Chinese delegation was about to leave the temple ruins, a slender figure mustered up the courage to catch up. It is the elven Saintess Aurea. Her usually proud and aloof face was now filled with complex emotions. Awe, curiosity, and a hint of barely perceptible worship. She quickly walked up to Chu Tianquo and stopped him. Pang Budong subconsciously took a step to the side, blocking Chu Tianquo's path. "Don't be nervous." Chu Tianquo patted Pang Budong's arm, signaling him to move aside, and looked at the elven saintess in front of him with great interest. "What's up?" Aurelius took a deep breath, as if he had made a momentous decision. A flash of light appeared in her fair hand, revealing a crystal bottle containing a drop of emerald-like liquid, radiating a rich life force. "This is our elven race's fountain of life, which can heal any injury." She handed the crystal bottle to Chu Tianquo, her emerald eyes filled with nervousness and anticipation. "Thank you for reclaiming the sacred relic for our elven race." She was referring to the Holy Grail that Chu Tianquo had taken with him on his study abroad trip. Chu Tianquo raised an eyebrow, didn't stand on ceremony, casually caught it, tossed it around, and stuffed it into his pocket. "Is there anything else?" Aurelia blushed slightly, hesitated for a moment, and finally said softly in an aria-like tone, "Oh, the Great East. The culture of the East is profound and fascinating. I want to go to China for academic exchange." Looking at her feigned composure, Chu Tianquo finally curled up a familiar, mischievous smile. He leaned closer, lowered his voice, and asked in a volume only the two of them could hear. "Oh, do you want to discuss the cooking time for tripe? 7 dips in, 8 dips out, or how many seconds to cook duck intestine for the crispiest texture?" Chapter 81. Have you ever seen a saintess who hops onto a plane? All for a sip of hot pot broth. The atmosphere at Olympus Airport was very oppressive. On both sides of the runway, hundreds of priests and Templars stood ramrod straight. The elders who had just been revived were also standing among them, their faces bruised and swollen. They weren't there to see him off, but to watch Chu Tianquo leave with their own eyes. The image of the god of war being kicked away last night was still replaying in their minds. Everyone knows that this person is not someone to be trifled with. Chu Tianquo's word, "get lost," was like a sword hanging over the sacred mountain, making them afraid to even breathe. As the Chinese group boarded the plane, none of them dared to utter a sound, especially when they saw the young man wearing Patrick Star pajamas, his sleeves bulging, clearly containing things he had taken from the museum. The white-robed elder was wrapped in bandages all over his body, looking like a mummy. He had fallen and fainted from fright yesterday. He leaned on his cane, his eyelids twitching as he watched the young man slowly climb the gangway. He kept praying in his heart, "Please go quickly, I beg you. Once this big Buddha is gone, it doesn't matter if I lose face, I'll get used to it. But if he were to die, the Olympian pantheon would truly be cut off." On the gangway, Chu Tianquo yawned and glanced back. That one glance was enough to make hundreds of people below take a half step back in fright. Several elders' legs went weak, and they almost knelt down on the spot. Chu Tianquo began to speak. We'll pay. The white-robed elder immediately shouted in a shrill voice. "Double the compensation for emotional distress. Transfer it to Director Gu's account immediately." Chu Tianquo was stunned, scratching his messy hair, looking completely bewildered. "I just want to ask, is there braised pork on the plane? The Western food is making my stomach churn." The white-robed elder froze on the spot, his old face instantly turning red, his expression extremely unpleasant. Gu Taiyi, who was trying not to laugh, rushed over and shoved Chu Tianquo into the cabin. Yes. Special canned braised pork, plenty available. Please come in." Only when the hatch closed did the Olympians realize that the danger had finally passed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and several old men collapsed to the ground and burst into tears. The private jet has a very spacious interior. Pang Budong sank into the leather sofa, clutching the golden holy grail he had taken from the museum tightly in his hand. "Brother Chu, you know what? This cup is really great for drinking cola. and it even has a built-in chilling effect. He shook the glass. The dark brown cola inside was bubbling. If the Western Vatican saw this, they would probably be furious on the spot. The Holy Grail isn't for holding holy blood. It's for holding cola. It's nothing special, not as good as my thermos. Chu Tianqiu kicked off his flip-flops and sprawled on the sofa in a comfortable position. Old Gu, has it taken off yet? I'm sleepy. I want to go home and catch up on some sleep. Without turning his head, Gu Taiyai said, immediately. The control tower would love for us to disappear on the spot. Jiang Wan sat opposite, swirling the red wine in her glass, glancing at Chu Tianqiu's unserious manner, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curved into a smile. Just as the engines roared and the plane began to taxi. Wait a moment. A clear yet anxious female voice pierced through the engine noise. Then, a green figure rushed toward the accelerating special plane at an extremely fast speed, and the ground crew wanted to stop it, but dared not. Gu Taiyai frowned. What's going on? Have they changed their minds? He placed his hand on the hilt of his knife, looked through the porthole, and was dumbfounded. A blonde girl carrying a bundle half her height is running wildly. She lifted her elaborate elven priestess robe to her thighs, her two long, fair legs moving swiftly as she ran. That's Aurelia? Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow. Before anyone could react, the figure had already rushed to the bottom of the plane. She lightly touched the ground with her toes, leaped up, grabbed the landing gear, and squeezed through the not yet closed rear hatch in a few quick movements. Bang! The huge bundle was thrown in first, landing on the floor. Then, the panting elven saintess scrambled into the cabin. Her blonde hair was messy, and her face was covered in dust. She didn't have a cool or aloof demeanor at all. The cabin was completely silent. Pang Budong almost spat out the cola in his mouth. Gu Taiyai's hand was still on the hilt of his knife, his expression one of astonishment. Jiang Wan narrowed her eyes, and dangerous sparks rose around her. Only Chu Tianqiu didn't even lift his eyelids, still staring at the tablet reading the novel. I huff. I am an envoy sent by Olympus. Huff. Aurelia gasped for breath, supporting her knees, and said confidently, I'm going to pay an official diplomatic visit to China. A diplomatic visit? Jiang Wan sneered, a flame igniting at her fingertips. This is the first time I've ever seen a diplomat clinging to an airplane. If you don't want to be roasted alive, get off the plane now. Aurelia shrank back, but quickly straightened her back, her gaze unconsciously drifting towards Chu Tianqiu. I have a legitimate reason. In order to maintain peace between the two places, I have a responsibility to escort our lost cultural relics. Oh, Chu Tianqiu finally looked away from the screen. He glanced at the large bundle on the ground. The zipper was open at one corner, revealing a bright red patch. Do we need to bring 50 packets of hot pot base when escorting cultural relics? Aurelia's face flushed bright red, and she frantically tried to cover the bundle. This is roadside supplies. Yes, a local specialty exchange. All right, stop pretending. You just ran away from home, wanted to freeload in China, right? Caught red-handed, Aurelia plopped down on the ground, clutching her bundle and shouting, I'm not going back. Those old men are so boring. All they do is pray and hold meetings, and they eat nothing but bread and leaves. I'll wither away there. And she glanced at Chu Tianqiu furtively. I'm going to study the mysterious powers of the East. To put it bluntly, it's just craving. After that hot pot meal, Aurelia felt that the life she had been living on the Holy Mountain was simply inhuman. Going to China is fine with me. Chu Tianqiu sat up straight. But my family doesn't support idlers. How about the airfare, accommodation, and illegal entry fees? Pang Budong muttered under his breath. Brother Chu, she's a saintess. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to settle accounts like this? Shut up. Even landlords don't have surplus grain. Chu Tianqiu rolled his eyes at him. Aurelia bit her lip as if she had been prepared for this. She took out a small box wrapped in silk from her bosom. The box was opened, and a rich sense of life instantly filled the cabin. Inside the box, a vibrant green seed lay quietly, like the finest jade, its surface shimmering with the glow of life. This is... Gu Taiyai's eyelids twitched wildly, and his breathing became rapid. The seed of the world tree. This is the core of Western mythology, the legendary source of life that sustains the 9 realms. It is a true strategic resource. This is my only seed from my mother tree. Aurelia was filled with reluctance, but quickly became resolute. As long as it can take me to the east, it will be my travel expenses. She looked at Chu Tianquo nervously. In her view, this was enough to buy a small country. Gu Taiyi's hands were trembling, and he was about to speak. However, Chu Tianquo simply stretched out 2 fingers, picked up the seed, and shook it. That's it. Aurelia was stunned. Huh. It's not even as big as a walnut. Chu Tianquo curled his lip in disgust and casually stuffed it into his pocket. All right, it's barely enough to cover my food expenses. Gu Taiyi almost choked on his breath. Barely? That's the world tree. You're comparing it to a walnut? I see there's a bit of empty space in the corner of my yard. Chu Tianquo asked. Does this thing grow fast? If it does, it'll be perfect for hanging a hammock in the summer to cool off. The cabin was deathly silent. Aurelius's mouth gaped open, and he couldn't close it for a long time. Plant the world tree in your yard and hang a hammock there? What kind of statement is this? That's the sacred tree, not the big willow tree in the backyard. If there's enough energy, it's pretty fast. Aurelia stammered, feeling that her understanding had been overturned. That's fine then. Chu Tianquo nodded in satisfaction and lay down again. Pangzi, make some room for this girl. Don't let her spill the hot pot broth. That's my midnight snack. All right. Pang Budong chuckled. Jiang Wan and Gu Taiyi exchanged a glance, both seeing helplessness in each other's eyes. Chu Tianquo's business trip was practically a buying spree. The plane cruised smoothly. Aurelia, clutching her bundle, looked out at the sea of clouds, her emerald eyes gleaming with excitement. Chu Tianquo had already put on his blindfold and was snoring softly. Chapter 82 Cthulhu arrives. Eyeballs and tentacles bigger than an aircraft carrier. Chu Tianquo, wearing a Patrick Star Eye mask, was curled up on the sofa and asleep. He was exhausted from his business trip and felt his biological clock was messed up. He needed a good night's sleep. Gu Taiyi was resting with his eyes closed, but his spine was straight and his hands were on his knees, so he did not let his guard down. Jiang Wan swirled the red wine in her wine glass, her gaze occasionally sweeping over the sleeping Chu Tianquo, a slight smile playing on her lips. The newcomer, Aurelia, clutched her 50 packets of hot pot base and curiously surveyed everything in the cabin. She would occasionally take out the world tree seed to look at it, her eyes filled with longing for her trip to China. Everything was peaceful until the special plane flew to the center of the Pacific Ocean. Boom! Suddenly, the fuselage lurched downwards. Chu Tianquo was jolted up from the sofa, his head hitting the ceiling with a thud, waking him up. Holy crap! He sat up, clutching his head, wide awake and looking grumpy. What happened? Did they buy the pilot's license? Almost simultaneously, the cabin lights began to flash erratically, and a piercing alarm sounded. What happens? Pang Budong's holy grail wobbled, spilling cola all over himself. Alert! Gu Taiyi opened his eyes instantly, his gaze sharp as a knife, and even the scar on his face twitched slightly. Jiang Wan had already stood up, a layer of flame shield igniting around her, and she looked warily out the window. The sunny weather outside has disappeared, replaced by rolling dark clouds. Streaks of lightning streaked wildly through the clouds. The plane was shaking violently, as if it might fall apart at any moment. Director Gu, all the instruments have malfunctioned. The radar is out of service. We seem to be surrounded by something. The captain's terrified voice came from the cockpit. Even more strangely, a song began to play. The singing came from somewhere, ethereal yet melodious, penetrating the soundproofing and drilling directly into everyone's minds. The song has no lyrics, just repeated syllables, yet it possesses a magical quality. Hee hee hee. Pang Budong suddenly burst into a silly grin. He stared wide-eyed at the empty carpet, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. Potato chips, so many potato chips, tomato flavor, barbecue flavor, they're all dancing. He stretched out his chubby hand, aimlessly reaching for the air. On the other side, Gu Taiyi's body suddenly trembled. A look of pain appeared on his usually stern face. Before him, countless figures in old military uniforms saluted him, then turned and walked towards a sea of fire. Old John Littley, wait for me. He reached out his hand, muttered to himself, and his eyes reddened. Jiang Wan's condition is also not good. The flame shield around her flickered on and off, and her face turned very pale. She saw a hallucination. Her red lotus karmic fire went out of control, burning the entire world, while her teammates watched her in despair from within the flames. Even the elven saintess Aurea huddled in a corner, trembling as she clutched her hot pot broth, repeatedly uttering the elven word home. The only sounds in the cabin, besides the alarm, were strange singing and everyone's sleep-talking. Only the vast sky of Chu remains. He covered his ears and scurried restlessly on the sofa. It's so noisy. The strange singing had no effect on him. It only seemed noisy, like someone scratching a blackboard, making his already irritable nerves, aggravated by sleep deprivation, feel like they were about to explode. As for hallucinations, his mind was filled with nothing but getting off work, vacation, cola, and potato chips, and he was even too tired to dream. He looked around irritably. A fat man grasping at thin air, an old man weeping against a wall, a female mage trembling all over, and an elf crying while clutching hot pot broth. None of them are normal. Chu Tinquo sighed, got up from the sofa, and swayed as he walked toward the cockpit. When the hatch opened, the scene inside was even more outrageous. The two pilots were slumped over the instrument panel, drooling all over the floor, with perverted smiles on their faces, lost in their dreams. Sigh. In the end, I had to shoulder everything alone. Chu Tianquo disgustedly pulled the captain away from the pilot's seat and sat down himself. In front of him were hundreds of buttons and gauges flashing red lights, none of which he recognized. Gu Taiyai, standing behind him, seemed to have briefly broken free from the illusion through sheer willpower. He saw Chu Tianquo sitting in the pilot's seat and hoarsely exclaimed, "Tianquo, you can fly a plane." "Won't." Chu Tianquo answered confidently and righteously. He glanced at the messy dashboard and lazily stretched out a finger. "However, I have an F-level life skill called Driving Mastery." As soon as he finished speaking, a faint golden light appeared at his fingertips. Deep within my consciousness, that conceptual level talent took over everything. Supreme Decree, riding the wind on a sword. Buzz. A sword's cry drowned out the engine and alarm. Gu Taiyai and the others felt a sudden jolt in the fuselage, and the frantic shaking stopped instantly. They looked out in surprise and saw a layer of pale golden light appear on the metal shell of the plane. The edges of the wings became very sharp, gleaming with a sword-like aura. This is no longer an airplane, but a giant sword lying across the sky. The plane no longer needed its engines. It was being held up by a tremendous force and suspended in the center of the thunderstorm. "Hold on tight." Chu Tianquo's lazy voice rang out over the intercom in the cabin. "Old driver, time to go." The next second, the entire plane turned into a golden streak of light, rushing forward through the thunderstorm in an illogical manner. It is now a very agile flying sword. The plane turned sideways, circled, climbed, and then dived. A thick bolt of lightning struck, and the plane drifted, narrowly missing the lightning. The sword-like energy from the wing even shattered the aftershocks of the lightning. That was amazing. Inside the cabin, the strange singing was suppressed by the impact of the sword energy. Pang Budong woke up from his potato chip hallucination and stared blankly out the window. Holy crap. Brother Chu's flying a plane like a sports car. Gu Taiyai's scar twitched violently as he watched the passenger plane nimbly flying through the thunderstorm, feeling his worldview shatter once again. Flying, or riding an aircraft. Jiang Wan and Aurelia also woke up from their hallucinations, speechless as they looked at the magical scene outside the window. Is this the mysterious power of the East? Using a passenger plane as a flying sword? Boom! With a final, deafening roar, the golden light tore through the dark clouds and surged back into the clear sky. The dark clouds behind them were punched open, creating a large hole. The crisis seems to have passed. The cabin was deathly silent. Everyone stared at the cockpit as if it were a monster. All done, now it's quiet. Chu Tianquo yawned, stretched, and prepared to turn on autopilot and go back to catch up on sleep. However, at this very moment, the azure sea below the plane suddenly turned a deathly gray-white. Then, a shadow larger than an aircraft carrier slowly appeared beneath the sea surface. The shadow was indistinct, but just by sitting there, it made the whole sea seem dead. An ancient, cold, and indescribably terrifying aura surged up. What is that? Pang Budong pointed out the window, his voice trembling. Before anyone could react, whoosh! The grayish-white sea surface suddenly exploded. A giant tentacle, over 50 meters in diameter, burst out of the water with a shriek and blocked the sun. The tentacles were covered with twisted suckers and dark green slime, and their tops were covered with pale white eyeballs. It's like a mountain of flesh rising from the seabed. Every eyeball was darting around, fixed intently on the plane in the sky. Then he slammed his fist down on them. Chapter 83, is that a sea monster? No, it's a top-quality grilled squid. The tentacle that burst forth from the seabed was larger than a mountain range. The slimy surface was covered with pale eyeballs, each reflecting the tiny shadow of the private jet, their pupils filled with coldness and greed. Boom strapje! A massive shadow crashed down, the shrill sound of the compressed air tearing through steel. Under Chu Tianquo's sword control, the plane transformed into a golden light and suddenly flipped and plummeted, narrowly avoiding the blow. However, before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the enormous tentacles coiled up from below at an even faster speed. Creak! A piercing metallic creaking sound rang out, and the alloy frame of the fuselage groaned. Giant tentacles tightly gripped the aircraft's landing gear and one wing, while countless suction cups clung firmly to the fuselage. A tremendous force was dragging the aircraft toward the gray-white sea. The engine groaned, and the sword-like light flashing on the wings was quickly corroded away by the dark green slime. It's an A-plus rank monster familiar, codenamed Leviathan's Hand. Its power can snap an aircraft carrier in two. Gu Taiyai struggled to his feet, the scar on his face twitching from the effort. This thing's mucus has strong, energy-dissolving properties. Jiang Wan's face turned pale. She stared intently at the writhing flesh outside the window, the flames at her fingertips rising 3 feet high. I'll burn it off. No. Gu Taiyai immediately shouted. Its body is wrapped around the fuselage. Your red lotus karmic fire will melt the plane through. Jiang Wan's flames were very powerful, but she knew she couldn't control them with such precision. It's simply impossible for her to use S-class flames for precise cutting. The cabin began to tilt, and the plane was slowly dragged into the sea. Pang Budong clung to a pillar, staring at the densely packed, rotating eyeballs outside the window. His chubby face turned pale, and his legs trembled violently. Brother Chu, so many eyes. I'm having trypophobia. Aurelia huddled in the corner, clutching her hot pot broth, her face pale, muttering an unintelligible elvish prayer. She was clearly terrified by the monster's appearance. Just then, an untimely voice rang out. Gulp! That's the sound of swallowing. Everyone instinctively looked toward the source of the sound, Chu Tianquo. At that moment, the young man, who had just been woken up, was pressed against the porthole, his eyes wide open. There was no fear in his eyes. Instead, they shone with a peculiar light, as if he had spotted something delicious in a food street. His sleepy face had lost its morning grumpiness, and his expression became very focused. Saliva even dripped uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. Holy crap, this is top-notch. Chu Tianquo muttered to himself. These whiskers are so big, so thick, so bouncy. How much cumin and chili powder must it take to make such a big one? Teppanyaki must be so satisfying. If you made takoyaki, how big a pot would you need? The cabin was deathly silent. Even a monster's cries and the metallic groans seemed to have stopped. Gu Taiyai, Jiang Wan, and Pang Budong all looked at Chu Tianquo as if he were crazy. Brother, that's a deep-sea behemoth capable of twisting an aircraft carrier like a pretzel. It's an ancient god's minion that can cause mental pollution. Is there something wrong with what you're focusing on? What's with your drool? No, we can't waste it. Chu Tianquo wiped his mouth, looking heartbroken. He stood up unsteadily, walked steadily in the tilted cabin, and headed straight for the cabin door. Brother Chu, where are you going? Pang Budong shouted in terror. Open the door. I'll take some late-night snacks. Chu Tianquo answered matter-of-factly and reached out to pull the handle of the emergency hatch. Are you crazy? It's 10,000 meters above the ground outside. Jiang Wan shouted instinctively. However, Chu Tianquo had already opened the cabin door. Boom strapje! A sudden gust of wind rushed in. Strangely, the wind that could suck people away became very gentle when it came within 3 feet of Chu Tianquo, only stirring the hem of Patrick Starr's pajamas. The lack of oxygen, low temperature, and strong winds at high altitudes had no effect on him. He leaned out from behind the door frame, half his body out, and squinted as he carefully examined the enormous tentacle with its countless eyeballs, like someone picking out vegetables at market. The color is good, and the meat is firm, but there's a bit too much mucus which affect the taste. He made his comments with an air of importance, then pulled back and, to everyone's astonishment, extended his right index finger. There was no energy fluctuation at the fingertips. A general-purpose F-rank skill, cutting technique. A basic skill that is often used to cut fabric or peel fruit. However, when this thought arose in Chu Tingquo's mind, his unique conceptual level talent once again altered the rules of reality. Supreme Edict, butcher's dissection of an ox, ingredient processing. He made a slash in mid-air at the giant tentacle that was wrapped around the airplane. There was no light, and there was no sound. Time seemed to stand still. The tentacle, which was over 50 meters in diameter, suddenly froze. Then, under the terrified gaze of its pale, white eyeballs, fine red lines appeared out of thin air on its body. The horizontal and vertical lines form a perfect tic-tac-toe grid. The next second, splash, the Leviathan hand, which left everyone feeling powerless, disintegrated instantly, as if it had been handled by a top chef. It was precisely cut into thin slices of uniform thickness and size. Each piece is as thin as a cicada's wing, with edges as smooth as a mirror. The dark green slime, the tough outer skin, the toxic tissue, all the parts that affect the taste, are removed by an invisible force during the cutting process. Only the most succulent and tender snow-white meat is left. Thousands of tons of top-quality meat slices fell from the sky like snowflakes, landing on the gray-white sea. A scream filled with pain and fear echoed from the depths of the ocean, resounding directly in everyone's minds through the mental link. The force binding the plane immediately disappeared, and the fuselage suddenly felt lighter. The remaining half of the tentacle, as if burned, quickly retracted back into the sea. The grayish-white sea surface churned violently, and a shadow, larger than an aircraft carrier, fled swiftly into the deeper trench, soon disappearing from sight. The crisis is over. The cabin was even quieter than before. Pang Budong stood there dumbfounded, mouth agape, still clutching the pillar in his arms. The flame at Jiang Wan's fingertips had gone out at some point. She looked at the pieces of meat falling outside the window, her red lips slightly parted, but she couldn't say a word. Gu Taiyi turned his back, his broad shoulders shaking violently. He was afraid that if he continued watching, he would burst out laughing. Holding the hot pot base, Aurelia's turquoise eyes held not only shock, but also bewilderment at the existence of Easterners. Is this the mysterious power of the East? Did they turn a mythical monster into sashimi on the spot? Oh, what a pity they all fell into the sea. Chu Tingquo closed the cabin door, his face full of heartache. How much barbecue seasoning is going to be wasted? Everyone, please have some decency. The plane regained stability and, with the blessing of riding the wind with a sword, continued flying eastward. What just happened felt like a dream. Chu Tingquo yawned, lay back down on the sofa, and prepared to continue sleeping. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, his brows furrowed slightly. A faint gaze seemed to rise from the deep sea beneath the plane. The gaze was neither malicious nor emotional. I'm just watching. Like an ancient being that had been asleep for a long time, awakened by the commotion, it glanced over casually. Chu Tingquo couldn't describe what kind of eyes they were. It was older and larger than the monster from before, and the entire Pacific Ocean seemed to be nothing more than a handful of water to it. Under this gaze, even Chu Tingquo's supreme edict, which was linked to the concepts of Chinese mythology, felt a faint tremor. It feels like I've met someone like me. Enemy? Friend? Or perhaps, beneath this deep sea, something from ancient Chinese legends lies dormant? Chu Tingquo squinted and glanced down into the darkness. That's interesting. He smirked slightly, then pulled down Patrick Starr's eye patch and rolled over. Who cares what it is? Even if the sky falls, we'll talk about it after I wake up. Chapter 84, Everyone Stand Up. Welcome this smuggled national treasure home. The Pacific Ocean was calm, but the cabin was eerily quiet. The gaze cast from the depths of the ocean did not disappear. Instead, it intensified. It was a slow arrival. The air in the cabin was incredibly heavy, making each breath extremely difficult. Gulp. Pang Budong swallowed hard. He felt an invisible pressure squeezing his entire body, and his bones were chilling. This feeling is from the past. In the corner, Oralia's face was pale as she clutched her hot pot base, her emerald green pupils shrinking to pinpoints. As an elven saintess, she knew very well how terrifying the owner of that gaze was. That is not a god, but an existence far more ancient than a god, whose name cannot even be mentioned. In the ancient records of the elven race, they are called the Great Old Ones, the embodiment of the stars and the abyss, who cannot be looked at directly, nor can their names be spoken. The flame shield around Jiang Wan flickered, and she gritted her teeth, feeling her mind being dragged into a cold and distorted space. Gu Taiyai was the only one still able to stand. Beneath his faded Zhongshan suit, his muscles were taut, and the scar on his face twitched violently. Even he, under such overwhelming pressure, found the scene before him beginning to tear apart. The entire cabin looked like it was about to be crushed into scrap metal, and all the pressure is directed at one person. On the sofa, Chu Tianquo impatiently turned over. He did not see any hallucinations, nor did he feel any mental stress. He just felt annoyed. That gaze was sticky and wet, like an octopus that hadn't brushed its teeth, practicing riding on the back of his head with its tongue. It's disgusting. This severely affected the quality of his sleep when he tried to catch up on sleep. Will this ever end? He sat up abruptly, his messy hair and sleepy eyes filled with morning grumpiness. Chu Tianquo scratched his head in frustration, glanced at his teammates who were lying slumped over, and finally turned his gaze to the calm sea outside the window. He casually picked up the half-empty can of cola from the table, which was no longer cold. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a human sleeping before? He cursed at the empty sea. This action left Jiang Wan, who had just caught her breath, completely bewildered. Who was he talking to? The next second, Chu Tianquo's actions caused everyone's minds to freeze. He held the half-empty can of Coke, his thumb resting on the pull tab before stopping, as if hesitating. Finally, Chu Tianquo seemed to have made up his mind, and gently shook the Coke can. A faint golden rune slid from his fingertip into the small soda can. Level F social skill, toasting. A little trick to liven up the atmosphere at a dinner party so that the other person feels embarrassed not to drink. But in Chu Tianquo's mind, that conceptual talent rewrote reality once again. Supreme Edict. First, show respect. It forcibly transformed the logic of, if I drink it, you must drink it too, into a rule that ignores distance, species, and dimension. Here, I'll drink it all. You can do as you please. Chu Tianquo spoke lazily, tilting his head back and gulping down the remaining half can of cola in one go. He even let out a loud burp, perfectly fitting the occasion. Burp that feels good. After doing all this, he casually tossed the empty can out the window. Whoosh! The small red jar vanished into thin air the moment it flew out of the hatch. Inside the cabin, there was a deathly silence. Pang Budong stared with his mouth agape, forgetting who he was. The flame at Jiang Wan's fingertips went out completely. She stared blankly at Chu Tianquo, then looked out the window, her face full of confusion. Gu Taiyai's lips twitched violently, and he abruptly turned his back, his broad shoulders shaking violently. Only Oralia, as if sensing something, covered her mouth tightly with both hands, her emerald green eyes wide open. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Nothing happened. That suffocating pressure still exists. Just as Pang Budong was wondering if Brother Chu was still half asleep. Cough, 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 cough. A dull, ancient sound of choking water suddenly exploded deep within everyone's soul. The voice was filled with astonishment and pain, like an ancient being forcibly given a bottle of warm cola for the first time. Immediately afterwards, a huge water bubble with a diameter of over 100 kilometers suddenly bulged up in the sea area below the plane. Boom! It was as if something on the seabed had exploded, and seawater shot into the sky, forming a huge column of water. The ancient gaze that had been clinging to everyone vanished instantly, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. That mental pressure also disappeared. The air inside the cabin instantly felt fresh. Pang Budong gasped for breath and collapsed onto the ground. Jiangwan leaned against the wall, her chest heaving violently. Gu Taiyi turned around, his iron-blooded face displaying a complex expression. Only Oralia remained with her mouth covered, her body trembling slightly from the shock. She seemed to understand that violent cough that resonated on a spiritual level. It was an ancient life form that had never experienced carbonated drinks, forced by the rules, to have its skull violently assaulted by billions of bubbles. A blood-curdling scream. The aftereffects were so strong that they completely silenced him. It's quiet now. The culprit, Chu Tianquo, clapped his hands, slumped back onto the sofa, and pulled down Patrick Star's mask. Finally, I can get a good night's sleep. The cabin fell into a deathly silence once again. Everyone looked at the boy, who was already snoring softly, with the same eyes one would use to look at a prehistoric creature. Cut the mythical beast into sashimi. A glass of cola was used to repel the ancient god of the abyss. Just how many outrageous tricks does this man have up his sleeve? The rest of the voyage was calm and peaceful. It seemed that all the demons and monsters in the Pacific Ocean were terrified by that cough, and none of them dared to show their faces again. The plane entered Chinese airspace smoothly and finally landed slowly on the dedicated runway of Longdu International Airport. The hatch opened, and familiar air rushed in. Gu Taiyi took a deep breath, a huge weight lifted from his heart. I'm back. Although the trip was bizarre, it was very rewarding. Not only did they bring back tens of thousands of national treasures, but they also attracted a group of Western artifacts to study abroad. They also brought back an elven saintess and a world tree seed. Moreover, it gave those arrogant Westerners a real taste of the cultural shock from the East. Thinking of this, Gu Taiyi felt much better. However, when his gaze swept across the cabin and he saw the scene before him, his heart, which had just settled, instantly jumped into his throat again. In the center of the cabin, there was a pile of shiny objects. The spear of Longinus leaned against the sofa, while the pharaoh's scepter and the Celtic grail were huddled together. Inside the eternal flame of the Nordic world, there were huge, unmoving potato chip bags. Beside this pile of smuggled artifacts, the blonde, blue-eyed elven saintess Oralia was holding her 50 packets of hot pot base, curiously examining everything. A living person, without a passport, without a visa, a 100% undocumented individual. Gu Taiyi's temples throbbed. He looked past the mess and at the culprit. Chu Tianquo had just been shaken awake and was rubbing his eyes and yawning, looking completely bewildered, as if wondering, who am I? Where am I? Old Gu, you're home? Great. Is the cafeteria open yet? I want braised pork. Gu Taiyi's face darkened. He pointed to the pile of artifacts, then to Orellana, his voice barely audible. Chu Tianquo, I don't care about braised pork right now. Tell me first, how are we supposed to explain to customs this plane full of junk and this foreign friend who's smuggled in? Chapter 85, The Holy Lance peels an apple and betrays him on the spot. Western reporters turn green. On the tarmac of Longdu International Airport, the hatch opened. A familiar smell of industrial dust wafted in. Gu Taiyi's nerves, which had been tense the whole way, relaxed a little. He's back. But when Gu Taiyi saw the scene below the gangway, his relaxed nerves tensed up again instantly. There were no flowers or red carpet below, and not even any of the night watcher support personnel. There were hundreds of people blocking the gangway. Half of the people were journalists from various countries with cameras, their flashes going off constantly. The other half consisted of Chinese diplomatic officials in suits, all of whom looked quite grim. The atmosphere at the scene was tense, making it hard to breathe. The terminal on Gu Taiyi's wrist kept ringing. He knew without even looking that it was a protest letter from Mount Olympus or the Franco Empire. More than a dozen letters have been sent to Longdu through diplomatic channels. The content all accused the Chinese delegation of carrying out an armed robbery at the Pantheon Museum. Gu Taiyi's temples throbbed, and the scar on his face twitched along with them. He turned around abruptly, trying to pull Chu Tianquo out of the sofa. He wanted to ask the culprit if they knew the enormity of the mess they had made. When he turned around, he saw Chu Tianquo rubbing his eyes and yawning. He was still muttering to himself. Old Gu, you're home? Great. Is the cafeteria open yet? I want 3 servings of braised pork with extra gravy to mix with my rice. Gu Taiyi's face darkened. At a time like this, you're still thinking about braised pork? Brother Chu, wait for me. Peng Budong followed behind, huffing and puffing. He carried a huge burlap sack sewn from tent fabric on his back, which rattled and jingled inside. The voice seemed determined to make sure everyone knew it was full of something. Gu Taiyi's eyelids twitched, and he felt his blood pressure rise very high. He took a deep breath, resisted the urge to kick the two men off the plane, and stepped down the gangway first. Director Gu, could you please explain this? Before Gu Taiyi could even stand up straight, a blonde reporter rushed over, his microphone almost touching his face. Is what your delegation did on Mount Olympus the official position of China? Is this a provocation and a declaration of war against the Western world? The flashbulbs went off, illuminating Gu Taiyi's ashen face. We strongly protest. We demand that China immediately return all stolen artifacts, including the spear of Long Yinu's. Otherwise, it will bear all the consequences. An official from the French embassy echoed the call. Chaos immediately erupted at the scene, with shouts and questions filling the air. Robbery! Shameless thief! Hand over the sacred relic. Gu Taiyi remained silent, his face grim. He knew that saying anything now would be useless. The other party was just using this as an excuse to make things difficult. Jiang Wan leaned against the cabin door, arms crossed, her long, wine-red hair fluttering in the wind. The cold smile on her lips was almost as if she were cracking sunflower seeds while watching. Just as the atmosphere was tense, a lazy voice came from behind Gu Taiyi. What's all the noise about? Can't a person catch up on their sleep? Chu Tianquo came out wearing a wrinkled Patrick Star pajama set and flip-flops, looking like he hadn't woken up yet. He looked blankly at the excited group of people in front of him, then turned to ask Gu Taiyi, Old Gu, what's going on here? Is the airport having a promotion, buy one get one free? The entire room fell silent instantly. All the reporters and diplomats looked at him like he was an alien. We're here protesting your robbery, and you're asking us if we're running a promotion? The blonde reporter was the first to react and recognize Chu Tianquo. He immediately pointed the microphone at Chu Tianquo. You are Chu Tianquo? You must explain your looting of the Pantheon. Where are those divine artifacts? A divine artifact? Chu Tianquo blinked, his expression innocent and bewildered. He turned around, pointed to the panting Peng Budong behind him, and the bulging sack, and replied confidently. What kind of magical artifact? You mean these? Aren't these all local specialties that my Western friends gave me? They're so hospitable. I couldn't refuse them. They insisted on giving them to me. Look, my brother can hardly carry them anymore. Peng Budong sat on the ground obediently, wiping his sweat and complaining. Yeah, Brother Chu, these foreigners are so honest. The local specialties they brought are heavier than my limited edition sports car. They almost threw out my back. Jiang Wan, who was in the distance, finally couldn't hold back any longer and turned around, her shoulders shaking violently. Gu Taiyi's facial muscles were already stiff. He gritted his teeth to keep himself from losing his composure. Local specialties? You call the spear of Long Yinu's and the Pharaoh's scepter local specialties? Are your local specialties strategically important? There was a 3-second silence. Then, an even bigger uproar broke out. Nonsense. Shameless. The blonde reporter was so angry his face turned red. He pointed at the sack and roared. Do you dare open it? The spear of Long Yinu's is a sacred relic of our Lord. How could it willingly go with you? That's it. Open it. Let everyone see your lies. Faced with the crowd's excitement, Chu Tianquo sighed instead, looking disgusted. It's such a hassle to take it out and then put it back in. He picked at his ear, seemingly considering whether or not to give in to these people. Just then, the huge sack suddenly started to vibrate violently with a buzz. A beam of holy light pierced through the tent fabric and shot into the sky. It's the aura of the Holy Lance. Is he going to make a move? The Westerners were taken aback and retreated hastily, with the Templar Knights adopting defensive stances. The anticipated attack did not occur. The holy light swirled in the air, transforming into an ancient golden spear. It was the spear of Long Yinu's. It didn't exude any murderous aura. Instead, it flew lightly to Peng Budong's side like a pet. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, the tip of the gun deftly flicked the blade. Peng Budong had just taken out a large apple from his pocket and taken a bite when it suddenly flew up. The golden gunshot left after images in the air, so fast that it was difficult to see clearly. The fruit peels fell down. A second later, a peeled apple was suspended in midair, its core gone. The spear of Longinus is slightly tilted like a bowing gentleman. It steadily placed the apple to Chu Tianquo's mouth. Chu Tianquo subconsciously opened his mouth and took a big bite with a crunch. It's quite sweet. He gave a vague assessment. The whole world fell silent. The wind stopped, the flashbulbs went out, and the shouting ceased. All the journalists, diplomats, and security personnel were frozen in place, as if petrified. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape. The expression on his face looked as if he had been repeatedly crushed by something. Clatter. Someone's camera slipped from their hand and shattered on the ground. The spear of Longinus, the supreme relic of the West. It actually flew out on its own. Did I peel an apple for him? This is even more outrageous than the end of the world. Everyone's brains are completely fried. The blonde reporter's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, muttering to himself, God has betrayed us. Just as the entire audience froze, their brains collectively shut down. A clear, elegant voice broke the eerie silence. Everyone, please don't panic. Everyone mechanically turned their heads and saw a blonde, blue-eyed elf girl lifting her skirt as she stepped out of the cabin. It was Orellana. She bowed slightly, her face bearing the haughtiness of an elf, amidst countless shocked gazes. Let me introduce myself. I am Aurelia, an exchange student from the Olympian Pantheon. I will travel to the east to learn about the ancient and mysterious Chinese culture. Exchange student? A Chinese official in charge of foreign affairs instinctively stepped forward and stammered a question. Madam, your passport and enrollment documents. Aurelius flashed a perfect smile. She carefully took something out of her bosom. It was a bright green seed, no bigger than a thumb, yet radiating boundless vitality. As for tuition, she held the seed high, her clear voice echoing throughout the room. I think this should be enough to pay for it. World Tree Species Source. Chapter 86. Cola watering the world tree? The elf saintess collapses on the spot. The riot at Longdu International Airport was finally quelled by Gu Taiyai's roar. The Ninth Squad, carrying an illegally smuggled elven saintess and a pile of smuggled Western artifacts, was driven away in several black SUVs with special license plates. As for the journalists and diplomats who were terrified by the spear of Longinus, the night watchman will handle them. Gu Taiyai left only one sentence. If necessary, we can use physical methods to calm them down. Half an hour later, the convoy drove into a heavily guarded villa area on the outskirts of Longdu. This is a residence allocated by the state to S-level awakened individuals. The concentration of spiritual energy here is so high it can choke a person to death. Chu Tianquo's villa is located in the center of the villa area, and there is also an outdoor swimming pool in the yard. Holy crap, Brother Chu, this is our new home? It's way more impressive than my shabby little manor. Pang Budong threw the sack full of magical artifacts on the ground, making a clattering noise, his eyes shining. Jiang Wan crossed her arms and looked around, her gaze settling on the huge swimming pool. She began to consider which bikini she could wear in the summer. Aurelia, the elven saintess, remained aloof, her expression merely passable. Old Gu, you're not bad. You didn't lie to me. Chu Tianquo yawned, kicked off his flip-flops, and stepped barefoot onto the cold marble floor. Where's the game console? It was supposed to be the latest holographic gaming pod, and with unlimited refills of cola. Gu Taiyai's eye twitched violently. He pointed to the pile of still-glowing scrap metal by the door, then to Aurelia, who was curiously observing everything, and his voice was squeezed out through clenched teeth. What do you plan to do with these? Oh, those. Chu Tianquo didn't take it seriously at all and waved his hand. Let Pang Budong take the swords, spears, and halberds as toys. Those cups and plates look quite valuable. We'll melt them down and make a gold chain from them. As for this, he looked at Aurelia, who immediately straightened her back and tried to maintain the demeanor of a saint. Just consider me a long-term meal ticket, a cultural exchange student. I happen to need someone to peel garlic. Aurelia's face fell instantly, her emerald green eyes glaring at him with a wronged expression. Gu Taiyai took a deep breath and carefully took out a specially made energy stabilizing box from his arms as if it were a bomb. Stop the nonsense. Let's get down to business. What are you planning to do with this World Tree Species Source? Aurelia's expression immediately changed upon mentioning the World Tree Species Source. She strode forward, her eyes fixed on a rare treasure. The World Tree species source is the last hope of our elf race, a miracle of the universe, and a cradle of life. Her voice carried a hint of Arya. To plant it requires a complex ritual. First, we must find the purest virgin land with the purest spiritual energy, then soak it in the spring of life for 7 days and 7 nights, and then have 3 elven elders pray day and night, drawing upon the power of the stars. She rattled off a list of dishes, leaving Pang Budong and Jiang Wan completely bewildered. However, Chu Tingqiu simply picked at his ear. "Stop!" He interrupted Aurelius's chanting, lazily saying, All right, I know. It's just a tree. Why make such a fuss?" As he spoke, he took the box directly from Gu Taiyi's hand, opened it casually, and picked up the emerald green seed, weighing it in his hand. "Too slow. By the time your ceremony is over, the daylily will be cold." He looked around the yard, his gaze settling on a patch of freshly turned land in the corner. That was the precious land that Pang Budong's mother had come over a couple of days ago to plant some scallions and cilantro. "This will do." Chu Tianqiu pointed to the scallion patch and made the final decision. "There's plenty of sunshine and fertile soil." "No." Aurelius let out a scream. His CPU was almost overheating. She spread her arms wide, blocking the way like a mother hen protecting her chicks, her face deathly pale. "No, absolutely not. How could you plant the sacred world tree in a place where scallions are grown? This is blasphemy. This is disrespect for life. It's so noisy." Chu Tingqiu frowned, and with a swift movement, he had already bypassed her. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, he casually dug a hole in the center of the prepared scallion patch with his hand. Then, like throwing away trash, he casually tossed the world tree seed into the pit, then shoveled the soil back in with his foot and stomped on it a couple of times. The movements were fluid and effortless, highlighting a sense of casualness. Aurelius froze on the spot, his mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg, and his entire body turned ashen. Gu Taiyi covered his face, unable to bear to look any longer. He had a premonition that some outrageous things were about to happen. After finishing all this, Chu Tianqiu patted the dirt off his hands, as if he felt something was still missing. He stood there, muttering to himself. F-level life skill, planting technique. In an instant, the golden supreme decree rune in his sea of consciousness quietly lit up. The underlying logic of planting techniques was instantly extracted and elevated, linking it to the Chinese mythological concept of it takes 10 years to grow a tree, but 100 years to cultivate a person, and forcibly grafting it with the idea of pulling up seedlings to help them grow. 2 diametrically opposed idioms were crudely kneaded together by his talent, forming a completely new and unreasonable set of rules. Boom strapia! An invisible wave of air suddenly spread outwards from the scallion patch. But nothing happened. Aurelia was stunned, and Pang Budong and Jiang Wan looked at each other in bewilderment. "It seems we failed?" Pang Budong muttered to himself. Chu Tingqiu frowned and muttered to himself. "It seems like it's lacking some fertilizer." Fertilizer? Aurelia's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition welled up inside her. The next second, her premonition came true. Chu Tingqiu slowly pulled something out of the pocket of his Patrick Star pajamas. It was a glass bottle of Coca-Cola, the label almost worn off, but the cap proudly displayed the words 1982 Collector's Edition in gold lettering. The bottle of cola was only half full and looked flat. What are you going to do?" Aurelia's voice trembled. Chu Tingqiu unscrewed the bottle cap, and a strange smell of expired syrup mixed with chemicals wafted out. "Don't make a fuss," he said matter-of-factly. "Give it some extra nutrition, high sugar content, and it'll grow faster." After saying that, Aurelius tilted the bottle, his face pale and lifeless. Glug, glug. The dark brown liquid was poured into the pit, not a drop left. "No." Aurelia let out a scream that echoed throughout the villa. She seemed to see the hope of the elves being extinguished by a bottle of black poison from the east. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, her eyes vacant, muttering to herself, "It's over, it's all over." However, the situation changed drastically the moment she collapsed to the ground. Boom! A loud bang came from underground. The entire villa shook violently, and the water in the swimming pool was splashed out. The patch of land that had just been watered with cola suddenly bulged up with a large bulge. Immediately afterwards, A beam of emerald green light shot into the sky. To everyone's astonishment, a seedling burst forth from the soil at a speed that defied the laws of life. The seedling sprouted branches, unfolded leaves, and grew rapidly. That wasn't growth, that was an explosion. In the blink of an eye, it grew from 1 meter to 50 meters. In just over 10 seconds, a giant tree that would take tens of thousands of years to grow was erected from the ground. Its enormous canopy shades half the sky, and each leaf is like a piece of fine jade, shimmering with a warm luster. A powerful life force instantly swept through the entire Dragon City. Within a radius of 100 miles, all plants were growing wildly, and the energy bottlenecks within countless awakened individuals showed signs of loosening under the influence of this aura. All the awakened ones in Dragon City were stunned. Holy crap! Which deity has descended upon us? This is an absolute stunner. In the villa's courtyard, Gu Taiyai, Jiang Wan, and Pang Budong were all dumbfounded. They stared, mouths agape, at the divine tree that connected heaven and earth before them. Aurelius, slumped on the ground, stared blankly at the scene before him. She mechanically raised her head and looked at the familiar, yet unfamiliar world tree. The leaves are emerald green and full of vitality. But on that thick tree trunk, between the lines of the trunk, there seemed to be some kind of dark brown liquid, flowing slowly like blood. A peculiar fragrance emanated from the tree trunk. It had a sweet, bubbly flavor. Aurelia subconsciously sniffed. This smell, it tastes so much like that black poison from earlier. Her eyes widened suddenly, and an absurd thought popped into her head. This world tree, it's not cola-flavored, is it? Just as everyone was stunned by this miracle, Chu Tianqiu walked around the sacred tree twice with his hands behind his back, like an old cadre. He dusted off his hands, reached out, and tugged at a branch that was not far from the ground but thicker than a bucket, and shook it vigorously. After confirming the strength of the branch, he nodded. Sturdy enough. Hanging a hammock here in the summer should be fine. Chapter 87. It's so good. The elf saintess betrays him on the spot because of her stutter. The villa courtyard was very quiet. Everyone craned their necks aching, staring blankly at the large tree that had suddenly sprouted. The tree canopy is so tall it almost touches the clouds. A surge of vitality washed over their entire bodies, and Jiang Wan and Pang Budong felt the energy bottlenecks within their bodies loosen. But the sweet smell of cola in the air made the scene seem strange. Blasphemy! This is blasphemy against life. Aurelius slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant. She looked at the world tree that smelled of cola, then looked at Chu Tianqiu. Chu Tianqiu was walking around the tree trunk with his hands behind his back, occasionally reaching out to pat the bark, which was thicker than him, to check his work. This man created a miracle using outrageous methods. Aurelius's worldview is collapsing. She got up from the ground and dusted off her skirt. She walked up to Chu Tianqiu, straightened her back, and announced in a very solemn tone, "Mortal, your methods may be crude, but the sacred tree has already appeared. I will stay here and watch it grow." She paused, raised her chin, glanced at Pang Budong, who was installing a game console in the villa, and Jiang Wan, who was studying the pool water temperature, her face showing disdain. "However, I will not be tainted by any of your barbaric and greasy customs. The morning dew and the blessings of the sacred tree are my food." After saying that, she walked to the corner of the courtyard, sat down cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began to meditate. "Oh, that's great." Chu Tianqiu yawned and lazily walked into the house. "Perfect, it saves me money on food." Pang Budong, carrying a huge holographic gaming pod, passed by and asked in a simple and honest manner, "Brother Chu, what kind of hearty dishes should we have for tonight?" Chu Tianqiu slumped into the soft sofa, took out his phone, and opened a food delivery app. I've been busy all day. I need to have something strong to replenish my energy. Let's go to Wang Peng's a Crayfish on the next street. We'll get a 5-person deluxe 13-spice set meal, plus 2 bowls of noodles. Half an hour later, night fell. The delivery man carried a large insulated box into the villa, and a delicious aroma wafted in with it. The smell became even stronger as soon as the box was opened. The aroma of spicy spices and garlic fried in hot oil filled every corner of the villa. Pang Budong's eyes gleamed, and drool was already dripping down his chest. Even the usually aloof Jiang Wan couldn't help but twitch her nose, a hint of longing flashing in her eyes. In the corner, Aurelia's body trembled. She closed her eyes, trying to block out the smell with her mental energy. But the scent still managed to get into her nose, violently assaulting her sense of smell, which was only familiar with floral and fruity aromas. It smells so good. No, this smells like decadence. Her nose twitched involuntarily. Gurgle. A soft sound came from her flat stomach. Aurelia's face flushed red. In the living room, Chu Tingqiu had already poured a large bowl of bright red crayfish onto the table. Each one is coated in sauce and sprinkled with green scallions and white sesame seeds. Start. Pang Budong cheered, grabbed the biggest one, peeled it open in a few quick movements, stuffed the shrimp meat into his mouth, and squinted his eyes happily. Although Jiang Wan was reserved, she put on disposable gloves and peeled the shrimp shells elegantly and quickly, her speed no slower than Pang Budong's. Chu Tingqiu slowly peeled one open, dipped the whole shrimp meat in the broth, and then brought it to his mouth. Oh, what a pity. He seemed to be talking to himself, but his voice could be heard in just the corner of the yard. Her Highness, you're out of luck with this delicious food. We'll have to share these 13-spice crayfish. Click. He popped the shrimp, now soaked in broth, into his mouth with a crisp sound. This sound made Aurelia unable to hold back any longer. She suddenly opened her eyes, her emerald green pupils filled with struggle. She looked at the bustling scene in the living room, smelled the aroma in the air that made her soul tremble, and felt her empty stomach. Do, as it's called, doesn't keep you full at all. Shut up. She suddenly stood up and strode into the living room, feeling a little dizzy from getting up so quickly. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared at her. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Aurelia's face flushed even more as she defended herself in a trembling voice. I was just doing it for research. Yes, we'll study the ingredients in your food to assess whether it will pollute the sacred tree's growing environment. This is a necessary investigation. She herself didn't believe this reason. Pang Budong scratched his head and asked straightforwardly, Your Highness, if you want to eat, just say so, and I'll peel a big one for you. Shut up. I'm doing this for academic purposes. Aurelia retorted in shame and indignation. Chu Tingqiu's lips curled into a smile. He picked up a clean shrimp, peeled it slowly and carefully, and handed the whole, white and pink shrimp ball to her. Since it's for research purposes, please proceed with the research samples. The shrimp meat was still steaming, and a rich aroma was right under her nose. Aurelius's throat moved. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, she stretched out two slender white fingers and tremblingly picked up the piece of shrimp meat. She closed her eyes, like a warrior preparing to die, and put the research sample into her mouth. 1 second. 2 seconds. Aurelius's body stiffened. The bouncy shrimp meat burst on her tongue, filling her mouth with a spicy, savory, and slightly numbing flavor. She never imagined that food could taste like this. She suddenly opened her eyes, and a bright light burst forth from her emerald green pupils. What kind of alchemy is this? It can perfectly fuse such complex elements together. The next second, all her arrogance, reserve, and elegance were discarded. Give me another sample. I need more samples for comparative studies. She shoved Chu Tingqiu's hand away and rushed straight to the large bowl of crayfish in the center of the table. She didn't even bother with the gloves, grabbed one, and clumsily tried to peel it. Because she was inexperienced, the sauce splattered all over her face, instantly turning her pristine face into a little mess. Ha! Her lips were swollen and red from the spiciness, and her eyes were filled with tears, but she refused to stop. Water! I need a liquid to neutralize the poison. She was breathing heavily as she shouted. As if by magic, Chu Tingqiu took a bottle of chilled golden liquid from the refrigerator, pulled the tab, and handed it to her. Here you go, the fountain of life, chilled. Aurelius took it, and without even looking at it, gulped down most of the can. The cool, malty-scented liquid slid down my throat, suppressing the burning sensation, and a very refreshing feeling spread throughout my body. Hiccup. She let out a loud burp, a satisfied expression spreading across her face. Delicious. This fountain of life tastes much better than the one in our temple. Pang Budong Vispira da Himander. Your Highness, that's beer. Aurelius paused for a moment, but only for a moment. She glanced at the can with the word snowflake printed on it, then at the crayfish in the basin, and finished the remaining half can of beer. Beer! is also one of my research subjects. That night, the Ninth Squad witnessed the complete fall of a saint. When Chu Tianqiu sucked the last noodle into his mouth, a small mountain of red shrimp shells had already piled up on the table, at least 2/3 of which were Orellana's research results. She slumped in the chair, her stomach slightly swollen, her fair face flushed from the spiciness and alcohol, and her lips a little swollen. She stared blankly at the empty basin, as if she had lost her purpose in life. The next morning, as Chu Tianqiu yawned and walked out of the room, he found Aurelia squatting next to the trash can. She was painstakingly picking out a few cloves of garlic from the lobster shell she had left over from yesterday and carefully stuffing them into her mouth. Upon seeing Chu Tianqiu, she hurriedly stood up, wiped her mouth, and pretended that nothing had happened. Ahem, good morning, mortal. Chu Tianqiu glanced at her and waved the takeout menu in his hand. Want to eat this every day? Aurelia's eyes lit up instantly, but she still said, I'm just doing this to continue my research. Sure. Chu Tianqiu pointed to the world tree in the yard that smelled of cola, and then to the broom and mop in the corner. See that tree? It needs a bottle of 1982 vintage Coca-Cola to water every day. This villa also needs to be cleaned. Food and lodging are included, and you can do the work on the side. It's reasonable, right? Aurelius looked in the direction he was pointing. On one side is the world tree and the cola that needs her watering. On one side was a dirty broom and a villa that needed her cleaning. In her mind, however, was that plate of bright red, fragrant crayfish. 3 seconds later, Aurelia gritted his teeth. She strode over, snatched the menu from Chu Tianqiu's hand, and stuffed it into her bosom. Then she turned around, grabbed a broom, and then a mop, all very quickly. For the great cultural exchange. She straightened her back and spoke slowly and deliberately. I will take on these rough jobs. Chapter 88, God-slaying gun and barbecue. Old Gu's blood pressure exploded again. Gu Taiyai barely slept all night and led his men to attack early in the morning. A dozen strongly worded protest letters piled up on his desk, each one roaring, "Return the stolen artifact immediately and severely punish the culprit." Meanwhile, the culprit was sprawled on the balcony of the second floor of the villa, basking in the sun while chugging down iced milk. Gu Taiyai came prepared this time. Behind him followed the adjutant of the Ninth Squad, along with 2 of the top rune experts from the Dragon Capital Academy of Sciences and a team of heavily armed special agents from the Night Watch. Today, his top order was, even if it meant getting rid of that hot potato from Chu Tianqiu's hands. However, when the black SUV convoy stopped in front of the villa, Gu Taiyai opened the car door and saw the scene inside the yard. He froze on the spot, his brain completely shutting down. In the center of the courtyard, the Coca-Cola-scented world tree soared into the sky, emanating a life force so strong it was almost choking. One breath of it made you feel like you were about to break through to the next level. But that's not the point. The key point is that a glittering golden clothesline is strung between the world tree and a sycamore tree next to it. That thing was ancient and majestic, its shaft radiating divine light. It was the supreme relic of Mount Olympus, the spear of Longinus. At this moment, this holy spear, which has slain gods, is now bearing the heavy responsibility of being a clothesline. Several pairs of men's underwear with Patrick Star and SpongeBob SquarePants designs, along with a few pairs of socks, were hanging on the top with colorful plastic clips. Because the gun has a built-in temperature control function, streams of hot air are rising from the damp clothes, making the drying efficiency extremely high. Gu Taiyai opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. The 2 white-haired experts behind him rubbed their eyes hard, wondering if they were hallucinating early in the morning. Director Gu, an expert said tremblingly, pointing to the clothesline, "Doesn't that thing look familiar?" The scar on Gu Taiyai's face was twitching. It's more than just familiar. Photos of this thing are even on global news headlines. He walked heavily into the courtyard. My gaze had barely left the sacred clothesline when I almost tripped over something at my feet. Beside the back door of the kitchen, there was a large earthenware vat, about half the height of a person, with a heavy stone slab pressing down on the mouth of the vat. A peculiar smell, both sour and fragrant, wafted into the nostrils. The stone slab was weighed down by a magnificent longsword. The sword that King Arthur pulled from the stone is now being used to weigh down a sauerkraut jar. Thump! Zhao, the adjutant following behind, nearly collapsed to his knees. He felt his worldview shatter. Gu Taiyi's breathing grew heavier and heavier, and his blood pressure surged to his head. He abruptly pushed open the villa door and rushed inside. In the living room, Pang Budong was sprawled out on the sofa playing video games, shouting fight and kill. He seemed to have an itch on his back, so he casually picked up a stick-like object from beside the sofa, skillfully slipped it inside his clothes, and started scratching it back and forth. It was a golden scepter with a lifelike snake head at the top and 2 emeralds set in the snake's eyes. The supreme authority of the Egyptian pharaoh became a mere tickle for the vast majority. Zhu, Tian, Guo. A roar burst from Gu Taiyi's throat, making the entire villa vibrate. What are you shouting for? It's so early in the morning, disturbing my sleep. Chu Tianquo, wearing his Patrick Star pajamas, yawned and sauntered downstairs, carrying a half-full glass of milk. He looked at Gu Taiyi, whose face was flushed red, with a sleepy look on his face and an innocent expression. Old Gu, you're here? Have you had breakfast yet? Aurelia is learning to make soup dumplings. They don't look very appealing, but they taste all right. Gu Taiyi ignored him and extended a trembling finger, pointing directly at the courtyard. Is that a clothesline? Otherwise what? Chu Tianquo said matter-of-factly. It generates its own heat, dries quickly, and is designed for energy conservation and emission reduction. Gu Taiyi's finger then turned towards the doorway. Is that the pressure stone? That sword is so heavy, it's perfect for use. It's making the most of it. Finally, his finger pointed to the back scratcher in Pang Budong's hand. That is... Oh, that thing. Chu Tianquo glanced at it. Pang Budong said that the curve of the snake's head on top of that thing fits the curve of his back perfectly, and it feels really good to tickle. I figured I had nothing better to do, so I let him use it. Gu Taiyi's chest heaved violently, feeling as if he was about to have a heart attack. The 2 senior experts behind him, however, had already forgotten their shock and began frantically taking notes. Record. The Holy Lance Longinus possesses controllable and constant temperature characteristics and extremely high energy conversion efficiency. It is recommended to initiate a research project on its application in civilian drying and new energy fields. Record. The Sword in the Stone, its unshakable king, a tribute may be applied to the gravity stability of large-scale engineering projects. Record. The Pharaoh's scepter, with its ergonomic design, is remarkably effective in relieving back itching. Cough. Further research is recommended. Listening to the experts' excited discussion behind him, Gu Taiyi felt dizzy. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Zhu Dian Gu, I order you. Hand over all these artifacts. These are not your toys. They are strategic research materials for the nation. He practically roared. Sure. Chu Tianquo's answer was crisp and decisive, which left Gu Taiyi speechless with all the words he had prepared. You agree? Yeah, Chu Tianquo yawned. Anyway, it's just taking up space. If you want to study it, you can take it. Gu Taiyi was overjoyed and immediately waved to the special operations team behind him. Quick, be careful, seal up all the evidence, and take it away. The special operations team members felt as if they had been granted pardon. They immediately took out the energy storage box and carefully walked towards the yard. However, just as the 2 team members tried to approach the spear of Longinus, something unexpected happened. Buzz! The Holy Lance trembled violently, as if it had been electrified. The plastic clips instantly melted from the intense heat, and Chu Tianquo's underwear and socks fell to the ground with a thud. The golden gun tip turned and aimed at the 2 special operations team members, exuding a murderous aura. On the other side, the expert who wanted to move the sword in the stone was also startled. The ancient longsword emitted a sword's cry, and the surface of a sauerkraut jar was pressing down on cracked, open with a crack. A clear sense of threat, touch me again and the jar will break, was conveyed to everyone. In the living room, the Pharaoh's scepter in Pang Budong's hand also began to heat up, its snake eyes emitting an eerie green light. The magical artifacts are staging a collective protest. It's so comfortable being here, surrounded by the life essence of a world tree. To be studied in your lab? Don't even think about it. Gu Taiyi's face instantly turned ashen. He forgot that these things possessed spirits, and that they had collectively rebelled within the pantheon. Now that they had tasted the benefits, they were even less likely to follow him. The scene froze instantly. Ugh, what a hassle. Chu Tianquo sighed, slowly walked into the yard, picked up the underwear that had fallen on the ground, and disgustedly dusted it off. He walked up to the spear of Long Yinu's, reached out, and patted the shaft, as if soothing a grumpy husky. "All right, stop fooling around." Amazingly, as soon as he spoke, the hum of the holy lance immediately stopped. The tip of the spear drooped down, and it even gently rubbed against his palm. Chu Tianqiu turned his head, looked at Gu Taiyai, who was about to faint from anger, and lazily stated his terms. "Well then, Lao Gu, considering you came all this way so early in the morning, you've done your part, even if you didn't achieve anything. These things can be lent to you for research during the day." Gu Taiyai was taken aback. "During the day?" "Yes," Chu Tianqiu nodded, his expression serious. "But you must return it to me intact before 6 o'clock tonight." "Why?" Gu Taiyai asked instinctively. Chu Tianqiu looked at him with an expression that said, "You can't even figure this out?" Then he pointed at the golden holy spear and looked heartbroken. "Are you stupid? The spear of Long Yinu's has a built-in temperature control function, making it the perfect match for grilled lamb skewers. It heats evenly, resulting in a crispy exterior and tender interior, while also locking in the juices. You haven't tried it, have you?" He paused, then added, his tone tinged with sympathy. "Life would be much less fun." Gu Taiyai stood there, mouth agape, his mind blank. Grilled lamb skewers? Using a god-slaying spear to grill lamb skewers? The rune expert behind him adjusted his glasses and quickly wrote the last line in his notebook. Addendum. The constant temperature characteristics of this device may be applied to the high-end smokeless barbecue industry, and its market prospects are immeasurable. Chapter 89, The Fall of the East China Sea. What does that have to do with me? But the rising price of seafood is unacceptable. After reaching a divine artifact rental agreement with Gu Taiyai, life finally had 2 peaceful days. The morning sunlight filters through the leaves of the world tree, casting dappled light on the lawn. In the courtyard, the once noble and elegant elven Saintess Aurelia, looking utterly dejected, was sweeping up the mess left from last night's barbecue. She was wearing a bright red t-shirt with "Serve the People" printed on it, which Peng Budong had found for her online. Paired with her pure and innocent face, it gave her an indescribable cyberpunk feel. Not far away, Peng Budong was huffing and puffing as he carefully wiped a golden holy grail he had smuggled from Olympus with a piece of silk. He planned to use the cup to make cola, claiming that it would taste like faith. Jiang Wan sat cross-legged by the pool, closing her eyes to rest. Since moving into this place where the spiritual energy was so dense it could suffocate, her cultivation speed had increased by leaps and bounds. Everything seemed so peaceful and beautiful. On the second-floor balcony, Chu Tianqiu stretched and yawned as he walked downstairs. "Aurelia, is the floor clean yet?" Chu Tianqiu called out. Aurelia gave a listless reply, quickening her pace slightly. All she wanted now was to finish the work quickly so she could study the Manchu Han Imperial Feast recipe that Chu Tianqiu had promised her yesterday. "Tonight I want steamed grouper, scallops with garlic and vermicelli, and spicy stir-fried clams." Chu Tianqiu started ordering, counting on his fingers. "Old Peng, go to the market and buy some fresh food." Peng Budong put down the golden cup and asked with a simple and honest expression, "Brother Chu, am I going alone? Or should Her Highness, the Holy Maiden, come with me?" Hearing this, Aurelia, who was in the corner, almost crushed the broom in her hand. She looked up, her emerald eyes filled with resistance. "I, Aurelius, a noble elf, will never set foot in such a lowly place filled with grease and the stench of mortal sweat." Chu Tianqiu glanced at her and waved his phone. "Oh, really? I just saw that a new internet-famous roasted pigs trotter shop opened on the next street. The skin is crispy, the meat is tender and soft, and it's sprinkled with cumin and chili powder." Aurelia's nose twitched involuntarily, and her throat bobbed as well. She turned around stiffly, put the broom down in the corner, and said righteously, "In order to conduct in-depth research on the culture and social structure of the East, I must personally investigate the most down-to-earth place like the vegetable market." Chu Tianqiu's lips curled into a smile. "Can I cure your I really like it, weirdo?" Half an hour later, at the largest convenience market in Longdu West District, the cacophony of voices, mingled with the aromas of various ingredients, filled the air. Wearing that t-shirt, large sunglasses, and a mask, Aurelia followed Peng Budong uncomfortably, like a fairy who had mistakenly entered the mortal world, finding everything both novel and distasteful. Pang Budong, familiar with the area, led her straight to the seafood section. But when they arrived at the destination, they were both stunned. The seafood section, usually bustling with activity, was deserted and ghost-like today. The huge glass tanks were empty, with only a few air pumps futilely blowing bubbles. A faint, fishy odor permeated the air. "Aunt Wong, why aren't you open for business today?" Pang Budong called out to a plump, old woman who was sighing in the corner. Grandma Wong looked up at Pang Budong and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. "Oh, it's Xiao Pang. Why did you buy seafood? Stop eating it." She pointed to the only styrofoam box at her feet and said weakly, "These are the only ones left, and they're ridiculously expensive. Just take a look." The box was lined with ice, and on top of it lay several half-dead yellow croakers, many of their scales missing. "Why does this fish look so wilted?" Pang Budong reached out and poked it. "Auntie, how much is it per pound?" Grandma Wong held up 5 fingers, doubling the amount again. 180 yuan per catty. Take it or leave it." "What?" Pang Budong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "Are you robbing me? Wasn't it only 18 yuan a pound last week? You're not selling fish, you're a seafood assassin." 10 times is too little. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wong's suppressed grievances burst forth, and her eyes instantly reddened. She slapped her thigh and cried out, "You guys don't know? The sea's been acting strangely lately. 8 out of 10 fishing boats that go out to sea don't come back. They say some kind of black fog rises up at sea, and once they go in, they seem to vanish into thin air, unable to even send a signal. The 2 ships that returned didn't haul up fish, they hauled up monsters." As she spoke, Aunt Wong shuddered as if she had remembered something terrible. She shakily lifted the lid of a black bucket next to her. A foul stench assaulted the nostrils. Pang Budong and Aurelia went over to take a look and immediately felt a wave of nausea wash over them. Inside the bucket was a strange fish, half a meter long, completely black and covered in slime. The most terrifying thing was its head, which had features that looked just like a human face. Its mouth was wide open, revealing fine, sharp teeth, as if it were screaming silently. Aurelia's face turned deathly pale instantly. She wasn't frightened, but rather she sensed a familiar yet abhorrent aura emanating from the strange fish. "That's the taste of chaos." "My God!" Pang Budong was so frightened that he sat down on the ground with a thud, his face pale. What is this thing? Who knows what these things are?" Aunt Wong cried as she closed the bucket lid. "Because of these things, nobody dares to go out to sea anymore. Several ports have been shut down. These few fish of mine are old stock that I dug out of the freezer years ago. I'm lucky if I can even sell them." Pang Budong completely lost interest in buying fish. Aurelia's brows were furrowed, and she took off her sunglasses, her emerald eyes filled with seriousness. She whispered to Pang Budong, "This thing is not a product of this world. I sense the same aura as when it polluted our home planet, though it was very faint." Just then, Chu Tianquo called. "Old Pang, did you buy the fish? I've already heated the pot, just waiting to put the fish in." Pang Budong, with a mournful face, recounted the whole story. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Pang Budong could even imagine Chu Tianquo's expectant face collapsing instantly. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Chu Tianquo's voice came through, carrying a hint of suppressed anger. "What do you mean? There are no fish left? And the price has increased tenfold?" "No, Brother Chu, something really has happened. There's a monster in the sea. I don't care if it produces monsters or Ultramen." Chu Tianquo's voice turned cold. "I don't care about the end of the world, but why should I be unable to eat steamed fish? Why should my scallops be more expensive? This cannot be tolerated." For Chu Tianquo, neither the great old ones nor the arrival of Cthulhu were as important as the menu for his dinner tonight. You can't touch his livelihood, no matter what. Just as Chu Tianquo's anger was about to reach its peak, a television hanging on the wall of an appliance store in the market suddenly stopped playing a melodramatic TV series. The scene then shifts to an emergency news broadcast. This station has just received an urgent report. A serious-looking female anchor appeared on the screen. Starting from early this morning, several cities along the eastern coast of our country have experienced abnormal seawater backflow. According to on-site footage, the backflowing seawater is an eerie, inky black color and is accompanied by unexplained whispering sounds. Currently, more than 300,000 residents have been urgently evacuated, and the Janai Division has taken full control of the coastal defense line. The camera switched to an aerial view. A shocking black line of water is visibly eroding the golden sands and spreading towards the city. The black seawater seems not to be a liquid, but a viscous, living shadow. The entire market fell silent instantly. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared in horror at the television screen. Panic spread silently through the crowd. Pang Budong and Aurelia's expressions also turned extremely ugly. Just then, Chu Tianqiuo's phone rang again. This time, the name flashing on the screen was Gu Taiyai. Chu Tianqiuo pressed the answer button. There wasn't a single wasted word on the other end of the phone, only Gu Taiyai's hoarse voice, as if it had been sanded by sandpaper, each word seemingly uttered with all his might. Zhu Diangu. The East China Sea has fallen. Chapter 90. The landscape opens up. This isn't war, this isn't buying goods. The East China Sea has fallen. These 5 words made everyone in the villa's living room feel their hearts sink. The air was so quiet you could hear each other's heartbeats. Pang Budong had just run back from the market, his legs still weak. Upon hearing this, his face turned deathly pale, and the shopping bag in his hand fell to the ground with a thud, spilling out a few potatoes. For the first time, Aurelia's usually arrogant face lost all color. Her emerald eyes stared into the void, her fists clenched, and she rapidly chanted ancient elvish words, sensing that familiar aura. Even the usually aloof Jiang Wan suddenly opened her eyes. Her long, wine-red hair moved without wind, and a wave of heat emanated from her body, her fighting spirit spreading outward uncontrollably. Only Chu Tianqiuo remained silent. He stood there, his eyes lowered, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. Pang Budong and Jiang Wan exchanged a glance, both seeing seriousness in each other's eyes. They felt that Chu Tianqiuo was serious this time. This man, who is lazy to the core in ordinary times, is finally about to show his true colors when the country is in crisis. Gu Taiyai's voice continued, his tone resolute. Top intelligence indicates an extraordinary energy reaction has occurred in the center of the Pacific Ocean, suspected to be the awakening of an old one. The black seawater is merely its dissipated aura. Global supernatural organizations have entered a state of high alert. Chu Tianqiuo, on behalf of the Strategic Bureau and on behalf of China, I request your... Okay, I understand. Before Gu Taiyai could finish speaking, Chu Tianqiuo calmly interrupted him with a nasal voice, as if he had just woken up. The other end of the phone went silent instantly. Gu Taiyai's prepared explanations were all swallowed back. That's it. Why not take the opportunity to extort a few cases of 1982 Coke? Why not demand a top-of-the-line game console? This script doesn't make sense. Something unusual must be going on. Gu Taiyai's heart skipped a beat, and he tentatively asked, Don't you have anything to say? Yes. Chu Tianqiuo's voice was unreadable. Here they come. Gu Taiyai's heart tightened, and he braced himself for being slaughtered. In the future, there shouldn't be a second time this kind of thing happens that delays my meals. Chu Tianqiuo paused, his tone turning cold. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Left in the command center, Gu Taiyai stood there blankly, holding the receiver, unable to come to his senses for a long time. Did I delay his meal? The atmosphere in the living room was very oppressive. Jiang Wan stood up, her dark red leather armor making a soft clicking sound. She looked at Chu Tianqiuo and said in a deep voice, Give the order to the East China Sea front, or to go directly to the center of the Pacific Ocean. Pang Budong also got up from the ground, slapped his chest, his voice still trembling, but full of momentum. Brother Chu, my life is yours. You tell me what to do, and I'll go. Aurelia stepped forward and performed an ancient elven salute. To protect this land where roasted pigs' trotters can be made, Aurelia is willing to offer my bow and arrows. All 3 of them assumed a fighting stance. They awaited Chu Tianqiuo's orders, ready to follow him to the battlefield. However, Chu Tianqiuo merely raised his eyelids, glanced at them, and then slowly yawned. Why are you wearing such thick clothes? Aren't you hot? He stretched, as if the phone call he had just received was just a reminder to pay the utility bills. He strolled up to Pang Budong, ignoring the tragic expression on the other's face, rummaged in his pajama pocket for a while, pulled out a crumpled piece of paper, and handed it over. This is a battle plan map? With utmost reverence, Pang Budong received the paper with trembling hands and carefully unfolded it. The next second, the tragic expression on his face froze. Jiang Wan and Aurelia also curiously came over to take a look. On the paper, written in crooked handwriting, business trip purchase list. 1. 50 boxes of top-grade fruitwood charcoal, smokeless only. 2. 10 barbecue grills, extra wide and thick, big enough to grill an aircraft carrier. 3. 20 caddies each of cumin powder, chili powder, and 5 spice powder. 4. Garlic sauce, 50 bottles. 5. Barbecue sauce, honey sauce, spicy sauce, 10 tubs of all flavors, please. 6. 10,000 bamboo skewers. 7. Ice cubes, empty the supermarket freezer. 8. Beer, cola, juice, fill the truck to the brim. The list goes on to a long list of barbecue and picnic supplies. The living room was completely silent. Pang Budong's mouth was wide open. Jiang Wan's eyebrows furrowed, and a vein throbbed on her forehead as she felt like she couldn't catch her breath. Aurelia's emerald eyes were filled with confusion. Pointing to the list, she asked in an uncertain, translated tone, "Is this some kind of sacrificial ritual?" Brother Chu, Pang Budong's voice trembled. "Aren't we going to fight a war? You're going to throw a party? Fight." Chu Tingqiu glanced at him. Who said there was going to be a war? He took back the paper, pointed to the black ocean in the news, and frowned. The fall of the East China Sea is none of my business. The destruction of the world is also none of my concern. His voice wasn't loud, but the 3 people present could hear it clearly. But Chu Tingqiu changed the subject, a flash of anger in his eyes. "It polluted my fish farm. It's preventing me from eating steamed grouper. It increased the price of garlic vermicelli scallops tenfold. This is intolerable." Chu Tingqiu's voice was full of authority. Looking at the completely dumbfounded crowd, he slowly began his fallacies and heresies. Broaden your perspective. If you can't buy fresh, cheap seafood at the market, what does that mean? This indicates that there is a problem with the middleman. So all we need to do is bypass the middleman, go directly to the country of origin, and talk to the largest supplier. He pointed to the center of the Pacific Ocean on his phone's map and gave a friendly smile. "We're going on a business trip to buy goods. Since we're going to buy supplies, of course we need to bring all the necessary tools." Chu Tingqiu waved the shopping list in his hand, looking completely matter-of-fact. Think about it. Those seafood items are so big, they definitely need to be processed and cooked on-site to ensure the freshest taste. Don't you agree? Right my ass. Jiang Wan felt like she was about to lose her magic power from anger. Is the task of saving the world defined as going to the place of origin to buy goods? Treating world-destroying ancient gods as seafood suppliers? How does someone's brain work like this? Looking at Chu Tingqiu's innocent expression, she couldn't vent her anger, and in the end, she could only let out a sigh. Forget it. Let's just destroy it. Hurry up and do it. Pang Budong was the first to react. His simple thought process was instantly swayed by Chu Tingqiu. Just thinking about how those giant sea monsters could be made into grilled squid and charcoal grilled shrimp made his mouth water. That's right. Brother Chu is so thoughtful. He slapped his thigh, snatched the list, and ran out. "I'll go buy the supplies right now. I guarantee I'll complete the task." Aurelia also snapped out of her shock. Looking at the cumin and chili powder on the list, she remembered the domineering taste of crayfish, and her throat involuntarily bobbed. I'll help him. Carrying heavy objects is a traditional virtue of elves." As he spoke, he ran out after them. In the blink of an eye, only Chu Tingqiu and Jiang Wan, who was holding her forehead and feeling utterly exhausted, remained in the living room. Chu Tingqiu slumped back into the sofa, crossed his legs, and hummed a tuneless little tune, looking relaxed as if he was about to go on a picnic. As he hummed, a will pierced through the clouds and plunged into the center of the Pacific Ocean, which had turned black. In the pitch-black trench, a huge shadow slowly stretched out its body. Countless pairs of enormous, cold eyes opened in the abyss. Its will swept across the entire planet, savoring the fear of the tiny creatures on land. These are its favorite appetizers. An ancient entity stirred the seawater, preparing to enjoy the first feast this planet had prepared for it. Completely unaware that 10,000 meters above its head, a pair of sleepy eyes had meticulously divided its massive body in two. Head, suitable for making steamed fish head with chopped chili. Tentacles for teppanyaki or grilling. body for sashimi or hot pot. An ultimate battle concerning the survival of the world has not yet begun. A top-tier menu titled Cthulhu Seafood Feast has been quietly drafted. Chapter 91, Global Tsunami Warning. He's stealing cumin from the supermarket? Longdu, Strategic Defense Bureau, Underground Command Center. The piercing alarm blared incessantly, and the red warning lights flashed incessantly, making everyone's faces turn pale. Report. Unresolved energy reaction detected at the center of the Pacific Ocean. The energy level has exceeded the current measurement limit. Warning. A violent displacement of the seafloor tectonic plate has occurred in this area. Global Ocean Monitoring System Alert. A 300-meter high tsunami is forming, centered on the energy source. It is expected to reach the first line of defense along the eastern coast in 3 hours. Each report made Commander-in-Chief Gu Taiyai's heart sink. He stared at the main screen in front of him, which was the size of a basketball court. On the screen, the live feed from the space-based satellite is shaking violently. In the center of the Pacific Ocean, a huge whirlpool with a diameter of over 100 kilometers appeared on the sea surface, its bottom unseen. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a non-man-made structure slowly rose from the depths of the vortex. It was a twisted geometric shape, made of dark green megaliths, covered with tentacle-like carvings. It doesn't resemble a man-made object. It's more like a living thing. A huge, bizarre city emerged from the water with a screeching sound. Erlich. An elderly professor studying ancient mythology looked at the outline of the city, his lips trembling as he uttered the name. Then his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Switch to close-up. I need to see what that is clearly. Gu Taiyai's roar was hoarse. The image was forcibly zoomed in. A series of screams erupted in the command center. Dozens of technicians suddenly began scratching their faces, tearing at their hair, their eyes bloodshot, and making unintelligible noises. Mental pollution. It's ultra-wide area mental pollution. Cut off visual links immediately. The screen instantly turned into static. But it was too late. The scene just now is etched in everyone's mind. On the edge of that city stood countless humanoid creatures, their skins slippery, with fish heads and webbed claws, roaring silently to the sky. Deep diver. Gu Taiyai felt a sharp pain in his brain, and countless frantic murmurs echoed in his ears. He bit his tongue hard, and the pain brought him back to his senses. He looked around. The entire command center was in complete chaos. Everyone calm down. Gu Taiyai slammed his hand on the alloy control panel, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Medical team, take the mentally broken personnel away. Defense Department, immediately activate the highest level coastal defense plan, the Great Wall. Notify the Global Alliance of Extraordinary Beings. Catastrophe is imminent. As orders were shouted out, the chaotic scene was finally brought under some control. Where's the 9th Squad? Gu Taiyai's eyes were red as he grabbed an adjutant by the collar. Where is Chu Tianquo? Tell him to come to the command center immediately. In the face of such a disaster, conventional combat power is no longer useful. His only hope now lies with that monster. The adjutant's face turned pale, and his voice trembled. Reporting to the director, Captain Jiang Wan is on standby, but Advisor Chu and Pang Budong can't be reached. Their phones are switched off. What? Gu Taiyai felt his blood pressure rise instantly. A global crisis, the end of the world is coming, and he actually disappeared at this time? Get me on his private number. Immediately. Right now. Gu Taiyai squeezed out these words through gritted teeth. He took out his encrypted phone, his fingers turning white from the force. Meanwhile, in the western suburbs of Longdu, a newly opened large warehouse supermarket. Upbeat promotional music was playing over the supermarket's loudspeaker, and sales assistants were enthusiastically promoting discounted items to customers. In this peaceful scene, one corner stands out as out of place. Condiment section. Standing at 2.2 meters tall, Pang Budong was pushing 3 shopping carts piled up like small mountains, sweating profusely from exhaustion. Behind him, the blonde, blue-eyed elven Saintess Aurelia, wearing a Serve the People t-shirt, pinched her nose with a look of disgust, keeping her distance from the crowded people around her. Meanwhile, their commander, Chu Tianquo, dressed in SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas and flip-flops, was holding a list and picking things out from the shelves. Not enough. Not enough cumin. He frowned and pointed to the few remaining packets of cumin powder on the shelf. Old Pang, sweep all these up. And the chili powder next door, make sure you get the extra spicy one. Don't take the mild one. That's disrespectful to the ingredients. With a bitter face, Pang Budong asked in a simple and honest manner, Brother Chu, are we buying so much to open a barbecue stall? Your vision is too narrow. Chu Tianquo shook his finger, looking inscrutable. The ingredients this time are a bit too big. There aren't enough seasonings, so they're not flavorful enough. He stood on tiptoe, grabbed 2 large buckets of teppanyaki sauce from the top shelf, and threw them into his shopping cart. The surrounding customers were looking at them with strange eyes. A giant, a beautiful foreign woman, and a young man in pajamas went on a crazy spree of barbecue seasonings. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were stockpiling supplies for the apocalypse. Just as Chu Tianquo was carefully comparing 2 different brands of garlic sauce, his cell phone in his pajama pocket began to ring like a wild beast. He took out his phone, glanced at the words "old goo" flashing on the screen, pursed his lips, and let it ring for more than 10 seconds before slowly swiping to answer. Hello. Chu. Tian. Cool. A roar came from the other end of the phone, so loud that even Oralia, who was standing next to her, was startled. Where the hell are you? Chu Tianquo moved his phone a little further away and picked at his ear. Hey, you're at the supermarket, shopping. Why are you shouting so loudly? Anyone who didn't know better would think your house is on fire. Gu Tai, on the other end of the phone, listened to the cheerful background music from the supermarket and remained silent for 3 seconds, as if confirming whether he had misheard. 3 seconds later, an even more violent outburst occurred. Buying things. Do you know what's going on? R'lyeh is floating in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. A super tsunami is going to flood the East Coast in less than 3 hours. The highest alert has been issued worldwide. Humanity's survival hangs in the balance. And you, Gu Tai's voice changed tone. Are you shopping at the supermarket? Listening to Gu Tai's roar, Chu Tianquo walked to the fresh food section, picked up a chilled sori, looked at it, threw it back with disgust, muttering, not fresh, before answering the phone. Oh, I know about that. Gu Tai. You know, yet you're still picking fish here? So what? Chu Tianquo's voice sounded a bit bored. The fall of the East China Sea is preventing me from shopping at the supermarket? Gu Tai was so angry he could hardly speak. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and squeezed out the words through clenched teeth. I order you immediately, right now, to get back to base. What's the rush? Chu Tianquo yawned. Wait until I finish shopping. What exactly are you buying? Gu Tai is going crazy. Seasonings. Chu Tianquo's answer was confident and assertive. He glanced at the 3 shopping carts that were almost overflowing and earnestly explained into the phone. Old Gu, I'm not trying to be mean, but you just have no sense of fun. As the art of war says, an army marches on its stomach. We're going to the beach for a team-building trip this time, and the ingredients are so special. You can't expect me to just bring a bag of salt, can you? What if the meat is too tough or has too strong a fishy smell? How can we control it without preparing plenty of cumin and chili powder? Those are top-quality ingredients. If they're not handled properly, it would be a complete waste. It would be a desecration of the food. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. Inside the underground command center in Longdu, all the senior officers and experts who overheard this conversation were stunned. Team building? Top-quality ingredients? As they watched the city-destroying red warning flashing on the screen and pondered Chu Tianquo's words, everyone's worldview crumbled. Gu Tai held up his phone, his scarred face twitching violently. He opened his mouth, wanted to curse, but found that he couldn't utter a single word. He sadly discovered that Chu Tianquo's logic seemed to be self-consistent. After a long while, Gu Tai finally found his voice. He asked in a trembling voice, the ingredient you mentioned, how big is it? Chu Tianquo thought for a moment, seemingly making a serious assessment. It's hard to say. Anyway, our 10 extra-wide and extra-thick aircraft carrier-grade barbecue grills are probably not enough. He paused, then added, and this thing seems to have a built-in mental attack function. I guess the meat should have a special flavor. I'll try my newly researched, purified version of 13 spices and see if it can get rid of that gamey smell. Beep, beep, beep. The call was disconnected. Chu Tianquo put his phone back in his pocket, clapped his hands, and waved to Pang Budong and Aurelia, who were still stunned. Let's go check out. Time to get ready for a business trip to buy more stock. Chapter 92, How did a promised A-rank monster end up crying over a string of squid? The first line of defense in the East China Sea, the temporary command post. The cargo door of the military transport plane suddenly opened, and a gust of wind carrying a salty, fishy, and putrid stench rushed in. The fully armed members of the Ninth Squad emerged one after another, but the overall atmosphere was completely off. Leading the way was Jiang Wan, dressed in dark red leather armor, holding a crimson flame staff, her wine-red hair flying in the wind, exuding an aura that seemed ready to burn everything at any moment. Behind her stood the elven Saintess Aurea, wearing a t-shirt and covering her nose with a handkerchief with a look of disgust. Behind them was Pang Budong, pushing a handcart piled high with various boxes labeled with words like top-grade fruitwood charcoal, thickened barbecue grill, and extra spicy chili powder, which jingled and clanged. At the very back was Chu Tianquo, wearing SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas and flip-flops. He yawned, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and muttered in dissatisfaction, "The wind is too strong. It's hard to start a fire." The soldiers who came to greet them looked at the group, especially at the strategic supplies in Pang Budong's vehicle, and their eyes twitched wildly, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. Is this the Ninth Squad? The legendary elite? Are you sure it's not some barbecue stall owner who wandered onto the wrong film set? No one dared to ask, because the highest commander of the defense line, Gu Taiyai, was standing not far away with a dark expression on his face. His military overcoat fluttered in the sea breeze, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. "Did you bring everything?" Gu Taiyai's voice was terribly hoarse. Chu Tianquo patted the unmoving cart, and the iron pot and spice bottles on the cart collided, making a crisp sound. "Don't worry, everything is here," he said with a serious expression. "I guarantee everyone will get a hot meal." Gu Taiyai closed his eyes, inhaled the stench of the air, and when he opened them again, the bloodshot eyes were even more pronounced. He gave up on communicating with Chu Tianquo and turned his head directly to point to the steel Great Wall made of alloy and runestone 100 meters away. "Do you see that? The golden beaches beneath the Great Wall have vanished. A constantly writhing and churning black liquid took its place. It was a thick, filthy black liquid. The black tide relentlessly pounded against the Great Wall of steel, emitting a sizzling corrosion sound and billowing up plumes of black smoke. Occasionally, one can see some twisted, grotesque shadows flashing by in the black water. They have tentacles and claws and make maddening noises. On the Great Wall, tens of thousands of soldiers from the Night Guard stood ready, creating a tense atmosphere. Everyone looked tired, but their eyes were resolute. The first wave of the tsunami arrived 3 hours ago. Gu Taiyai's voice was completely calm. "It's blocked. But the seawater has been completely polluted. We call it the chaotic sea. Any ordinary person who touches it will be assimilated into a mindless monster within 3 seconds. Currently, there are at least 17 unregistered monsters below rank lurking in the black water. The defenses can hold, but what lies deeper?" Gu Taiyai did not continue. Everyone understood what he meant. These are all just the prelude. The real danger lies dormant in the deep-sea city of R'lyeh. Jiang Wan gripped her staff tightly, her palms sweating profusely. Pang Budong swallowed hard, instinctively reaching for the potato chips, but found nothing. Aurelia's face was pale. She could feel that the chaotic aura that had destroyed her home planet was 1,000 times stronger here. Chu Tianquo squinted, facing the sea breeze, and took a deep sniff. The fishy smell is a bit strong. He frowned. But seafood is all about preserving its original flavor. Just marinate it with cooking wine and ginger slices for a while longer. He felt that if he said another word to Chu Tianquo, he might die of anger before the tsunami hit. Boom! Just then, the Black Sea in the distance suddenly exploded. A giant wave, hundreds of meters high, shot into the sky and crashed down on the Great Wall of Steel with tremendous force. Defense barrier, full power activated. On the Great Wall, countless rune masters roared in unison, pouring their spiritual power into the array's core. Buzz! A golden, semi-transparent light shield instantly lit up, enveloping the entire defensive line. The giant wave crashed against the light shield with a muffled thud. The light shield shook violently, its color flickering between bright and dim, but it ultimately held up. Black waves splashed and scattered. However, this time, a dark figure was also washed ashore along with the waves. Bang! The thing crashed heavily onto the beach less than 50 meters away from the group. The beach was instantly eroded, creating a large pit that emitted black smoke. "What is that?" A soldier screamed. As the smoke cleared, a creature struggled to crawl out of the pit. It looks like a human, but it is 3 meters tall, covered with slippery dark green scales, and has sharp bone spurs at its joints. Its head was long and flat, like a strange fish head, with a mouth that stretched to its ears. It had no lips, only rings of sharp fangs. What's frightening is its eyes. It has a pair of huge, pale, round eyes without pupils, radiating an eerie light. It's an A-rank monster, the Deep One. An officer trembled as he lifted the detector, its readings soaring wildly. "Fire!" The order was issued. In an instant, dozens of heavy rune machine guns opened fire simultaneously, firing specially made bullets imbued with purification runes of the monster. Jingle bells. However, when the bullets struck its slippery scales, they produced a series of metallic clanging sounds, and apart from sending up a string of sparks, they were completely unable to penetrate its defenses. Roar! The enraged Deep One let out a silent shriek as it looked up to the sky. An invisible mental shockwave spread out instantly. A large number of soldiers on the defensive line fell instantly, rolling on the ground, clutching their heads, bleeding from their 7 orifices, their eyes becoming crazed and chaotic. Even Pang Budong and Aurelia felt a sharp pain in their heads. Their vision went black, and they experienced a dizzying sensation. A flash of fire appeared on Jiang Wan's body, forcibly dispelling the mental shock, but her face also paled a bit. Gu Taiyai groaned, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, but he still stood ramrod straight. The deep-diving creature seemed quite pleased with its masterpiece. It twisted its neck, making a crackling sound, and its pale eyes turned towards Chu Tin Kuo, who was closest to it. In its eyes, this creature dressed in flashy pajamas looked small and delicious. It opened its enormous mouth, filled with fangs, and foul-smelling viscous liquid dripped from the corners of its mouth, corroding the sand. It wants to eat this human. Gu Taiyai and Jiang Wan both tensed up. It was at this moment that a rich aroma suddenly wafted across the battlefield, which was filled with the stench of gunpowder and the smoke of battle. That's the unique aroma of cumin after it's been roasted at high temperatures, blending with chili powder and oil. It smells like the aroma of a late-night street barbecue stall. The Deep One, poised to pounce, suddenly froze. Its nostrils twitched involuntarily on its enormous fish head. The pale eyeballs slowly turned, passing over the soldier's standing guard, past Gu Taiyai, and finally fixed on the source of the fragrance. The sky over Chu is vast. He pulled out a small portable barbecue grill from somewhere, and a sizzling string of squid tentacles was grilling on it. The squid tentacles were grilled to a golden brown and slightly charred state, sprinkled with red chili powder and brown cumin powder. The oil dripped onto the fruitwood charcoal below, igniting a small cluster of flames and making the aroma even more intense. He picked up the squid skewer, blew on it, and then took a bite as if no one else was around. Yes, it's cooked just right, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. He chewed with a satisfied expression, completely unaware that dozens of meters away, the terrifying monster was staring intently at him, at the squid skewer in his hand. For the first time, a look of bewilderment appeared on the Deep One's terrifying face. In its mind, filled with slaughter and chaos, only one thought echoed at that moment. It smells so good. It seemed to be secreting more mucus from its mouth. But this time it was saliva that came out. Roar! It let out a low whimper, tinged with a hint of grievance. Then, to everyone's astonishment, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The monster's massive, 3-meter-tall body began to shrink at a visible rate. The hard, dark green scales on its body began to peel away, revealing the fair skin underneath. The fish head-like head rapidly shrank and deformed, growing delicate facial features. The limbs, once covered in bone spurs, became slender and elongated. It took no more than 3 seconds. The ferocious and terrifying A-rank monster has disappeared. A girl who looked no more than 16 or 17 years old, barefoot, and covered only by a layer of wet, translucent mucus, appeared in the spot. She has long, slightly wavy, blue-green hair that reaches her ankles. Her features were so exquisite they seemed unreal, and her skin shone brightly under the gloomy sky. The only odd thing was her pupils. Those were a pair of sky-blue eyes, but the pupils were horizontal, carrying an inhuman innocence and naivete. At this moment, those innocent eyes were fixed on the grilled squid in Chu Tingqiuo's hand, and a clear gulp sound came from her throat as she swallowed. The entire room fell silent. Even the dark clouds in the sky stopped rolling. Gu Taiyi, Jiang Wan, Pang Budong, Aurelia, and the soldiers who had recovered from the mental shock were all stunned, looking at the petite and pitiful girl, and then recalling the terrifying monster that was 3 meters tall and covered in scales. They felt their minds go blank. Is this the same thing? This change happened so fast that it took people a while to react. The girl seemed completely oblivious to the blank stares around her. In her world, all that remained was that skewer of fragrant grilled squid. She timidly took a step forward, her bare feet shrinking back as they touched the cold sand. Then, she extended a slender, white finger and carefully pointed it at Chu Tingqiuo. To be precise, it refers to that string of squid. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but living in the deep sea for many years had made her almost forget how to speak. Finally, she managed to utter only a soft, tearful syllable. Hungry. Chu Tingqiuo looked at her, then looked down at the half-eaten squid skewer in his hand and frowned. Want some? The girl nodded quickly. No. Chu Tingqiuo stuffed the remaining half of the skewer into his mouth in one bite, chewing it with a crunchy sound. The girl's body froze instantly. Her sky-blue eyes quickly filled with tears. Large tears rolled down with a plop, plop. Wow! A loud cry echoed across the entire coastline. The crying wasn't a form of psychological attack, yet it still made the listener feel distressed. Pang Budong, a burly man over 2 meters tall, instantly revealed an expression of reluctance. Jiang Wan's lips twitched slightly. Chu Tingqiuo, are you even human? She couldn't help but mutter a curse under her breath. Chu Tingqiuo ignored her and took out a string of raw squid tentacles from the unmoving cart behind him. He slowly placed them on the grill and asked the girl who was crying so hard while grilling them. Answer a few questions, and I'll give you some to eat. The crying stopped abruptly. The girl raised her tear-filled face, sobbing, and nodded heavily. What's your name? Hi, Duo. Her voice was broken and intermittent, with a heavy nasal tone. Where did you come from? Hai Ruo stretched out her finger, pointing to the depths of the churning black ocean. Why do we come to land? Upon hearing this question, Hai Ruo's face instantly showed an expression of both grievance and fear. She pouted, and tears welled up in her eyes again. She pointed towards the deep sea, her voice trembling with tears, and began her accusation haltingly. Home is so crowded. So many tentacles. It's so crowded I can't sleep. I don't want to go back. Chapter 93, The Ultimate Menu. A Cthulhu seafood feast awaits you. The atmosphere in the temporary command post was oppressive. Chu Tingqiuo used half a skewer of squid to make an A-level monster surrender on the spot, a scene that slightly shocked Gu Taiyi's worldview. He looked at Hai Ruo, the blue-haired girl who was holding a grilled sausage and crying her eyes out, and then looked at the writhing black ocean in the distance. For the first time, he felt so tired. My house is being taken over by tentacles? Can't sleep? What the hell is all this nonsense? Director, an intelligence officer rushed in, his face pale. The Global Extraordinary Alliance has issued an emergency resolution requiring all member states to dispatch elite teams to rely for suicidal reconnaissance. We must uncover its core before the main body awakens. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the command center turned to look at Chu Tingqiuo. Suicide de reconnaissance? Is there anyone more suited for this than the Ninth Squad? Gu Taiyi's scarred face twitched violently. He walked up to Chu Tingqiuo, his voice hoarse. Chu Tingqiuo, this is an order. Chu Tingqiuo was holding a wet wipe, wiping the chili powder off Hai Ruo's face with a look of disgust. Hearing this, he didn't even look up. Is there allowance for business trips? Overtime pay starts at 3 times the normal rate. Oh, by the way, this mission counts as a work injury, so the compensation standard should be raised to the highest level. Gu Taiyi felt like his blood pressure monitor was about to explode. What kind of time is this? You're still talking to me about money. Otherwise what? Chu Tingqiuo finally looked up and retorted confidently. I'm sacrificing my life for my country, so you have to make sure my parents have a head start in their retirement, right? Otherwise, why should I go and die? Before Gu Tai could get angry, a blond, blue-eyed, elderly white man in a well-tailored suit walked over. He wore a sign that read Western Pantheon Joint Observation Group and spoke arrogantly in broken Chinese. Director Gu, there's no need to waste your breath on such a crude brute. Doesn't your China have any truly honorable soldiers? His name was Alistair, an observer sent from the West, and he was said to be an authority on ancient mythology. He glanced contemptuously at Chu Tianquo's SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas, his face full of disdain. Faced with the unspeakable terror, we rely not on brute force, but on will and knowledge. We in the West have organized the Knights Templar and top scholars, who have rich experience in combating spiritual pollution. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianquo glanced at him lazily. Oh, experienced? When I wiped out the Holy Mountain last time, were your experienced knights still sweeping the floors of Mount Olympus? Alistair's face turned red, and he opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Gu Tai was too lazy to deal with this farce. He stared intently at Chu Tianquo. I agree to all the conditions. Now, take your team and let's go. An hour later, a Kunpeng transport plane secretly took off from the East China Sea defense line and headed straight for the center of the Pacific Ocean. The atmosphere inside the cabin was extremely eerie. On one side was the Western Observation Group, led by Professor Alistair. Dressed in hazmat suits, with serious expressions, they were passionately explaining the horrors of the ancient deep-sea city to the projector. Rely, it's alive. Every single brick in it follows non-Euclidean geometry. If a mortal stares at it for more than 3 seconds, their brain will boil over from incomprehension. And then there are those deep ones. They're just servants. Deeper still are those enormous creatures known as the old gods' familiars. The mere sound of them moving is enough to drive anyone mad. Professor Alistair's voice was filled with passion and fear as he looked around at the crowd, trying to see the respect they deserved. Jiang Wan and Aurelia had solemn expressions. The oppressive feeling emanating from the depths of their souls was undeniable. But on the other hand, the style of the art completely went astray. Pang Budong sat upright, like a primary school student waiting for lunch. On a small table in front of him, a huge, gleaming set of cutlery was neatly arranged. A dinner fork, over 1/2 meter long, gleamed coldly. A metal straw thicker than an arm, its tip polished like a scalpel. There was also, no, it should be called a shovel, a huge square shovel with edges as thin as cicada wings. Chu Tianquo, wearing his pajamas and with his legs crossed, was pointing a laser pointer at the twisted tentacles and huge shadows on the projection, giving Pang Budong's tableware a live demonstration. Old Pang, look here. He pointed to a clump of wriggling tentacles covered in eyeballs. This ingredient is extremely tough and rich in collagen. Use this big fork to pry open the joints, and you can peel off the tenderest piece of meat whole. And this one, the laser pointer moved to a large, shadowy mass, is usually the main body, with a complex internal structure, possibly containing parts like brains. This is where the straw comes in handy. He patted the thick metal pipe. Find its nerve center, and it's all about speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. Insert it all the way in, making sure the first suck is the freshest. Understand? This is called freshly made. Pang Budong nodded vigorously, drooling, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for knowledge. Brother Chu, what about this shovel? Good question. Look at those deep-sea creatures. They have thick skin and tough flesh. This iron shovel is specially designed to process their outer shells. With one shovel, the scales, outer skin, and mucus are scraped off all at once, and it can also slice the meat into even slices, making it easier to cook. Wow! Pang Budong exclaimed in genuine admiration. The cabin was deathly silent. Professor Alistair stood there, mouth agape, forgetting what he was going to say next. The Western elites he had brought with them all turned pale, looking at them as if they were two monsters who had escaped from a mental hospital. Jiang Wan rubbed her forehead, feeling as if her S-level brain was about to be burned out by this absurd conversation. Aurelia's emerald eyes were filled with confusion as she whispered to Jiang Wan, "Is this some kind of pre-battle mobilization ritual from the East? To boost morale by imagining eating the enemy?" Jiang Wan shook his head weakly. No, he wasn't fantasizing. He really wanted to eat it. Only Hai Ruo, huddled in the corner, who had been trembling with fear, unconsciously twitched her nose, a hint of longing appearing in her sky-blue horizontal pupils. She licked her lips, and her stomach growled at an inopportune moment. In the command center, Gu Taiyi stared blankly at the images transmitted back by the satellite. He silently took out 3 nitroglycerin pills from his drawer, poured them out, and swallowed them with tea. It's over, it's all over. He thought sadly. The fate of humanity has now fallen into the hands of a top-tier glutton. Warning: approaching target airspace. Extremely high-intensity energy detected. The transport plane began to shake violently. Its lights flashed wildly, and its alarms blared through the sky. "We've arrived!" Professor Alistair screamed and rushed to the porthole. The next second, all the color drained from his face. Below, however, was no longer the ocean. Instead, it was an endless, churning expanse of darkness. A city made of dark green boulders was slowly rising from the center of that darkness, like a living stone tumor. The city is surrounded by a forest made up of countless thick tentacles. Those tentacles were larger than mountains, their surfaces covered with pale suckers and constantly blinking eyeballs, waving wildly in the air, stirring up the black water and making maddening noises. Vomit! Professor Alistair bent over and vomited on the spot. Some of the Templars he brought were clutching their hair and letting out incomprehensible roars, while others had already begun banging their heads against the bulkhead, their sanity plummeting. Amidst this apocalyptic chaos, only Chu Tianquo slowly walked to the creaking hatch, which was being blown about by the gale. He pressed one hand against the hood of his pajamas, squinted, and faced the stench of the fierce wind that could freeze one's soul, looking down at the hellish scene below. Pang Budong and Jiang Wan followed nervously behind him, preparing for battle. Chu Tianquo stared at it in silence for a long time. Then he slurped his saliva. Under everyone's gaze, he turned his head, a genuine expression of admiration on his face, and earnestly commented to the stunned crowd. "This buffet has quite a wide variety of options." Before he finished speaking, he kicked open the hatch lock. "Let's go, Lao Pang. Dinner's ready." He leaped into the air, jumping directly from a height of 10,000 meters. The strong wind billowed his pajamas, revealing what looked less like a parachute pack and more like a folded, enormous, padded version of it. Square Barbecue Grill. Chapter 94, 10,000 meters underwater. And you call that swimming technique? An altitude of 10,000 meters, the wind was biting. Chu Tianquo kicked open the cabin door and jumped out into the stench-filled wind. With a click, the huge metal package on his back unfolded, revealing a neatly folded giant barbecue grill. That fucking lunatic, Professor Alistair, the leader of the Western Observation Group, nearly popped his eyes out and let out a scream. "Keep up." Jiang Wan cursed, her crimson staff flashed, and she was enveloped in flames before jumping down. "Brother Chu, wait for me." Pang Budong, with his eyes closed and clutching his precious tableware, plummeted to the ground. Aurelius and Hyrule were also swept up by a force and screamed as they plummeted into deep space. Inside the cabin, Alistair and the Templar Knights he brought looked at each other, their faces pale. "Professor, we jump. Otherwise, you'll be torn to pieces by those things." Alistair roared, closed his eyes, and was the first to roll out of the hatch. The feeling of weightlessness instantly captivated everyone. The speed of the fall increased. The wind howled in my ears, and before my eyes stretched the ever-enlarging, dark green city of R'lyeh, composed of geometric shapes. A burst of mental noise exploded in my brain, like being shoved into a high-speed blender. "Ah!" A Templar Knight suddenly clutched his head in mid-air, frantically tearing at his hair, black blood oozing from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, his entire body tumbling wildly in the air. "Don't look! Don't listen!" Professor Alistair issued a warning, closing his eyes tightly and rapidly reciting scriptures in an attempt to resist the spiritual pollution. But it didn't work. Those murmurs resounded directly from the depths of your soul, telling you that the universe is a meaningless chaos and that the essence of existence is rotting flesh and blood. Jiang Wan's protective flames flickered, and her rationality was on the verge of collapse in the face of countless slippery tentacle illusions. Before her eyes appeared a scene of karmic fire burning the world, leaving her alone, standing on the ruins. The holy light of the elves of Aurea dimmed, and she saw her destroyed home world and heard the dying cries of her people. Pang Budong was in an even worse situation. A mountain of tomato-flavored potato chips appeared in front of him, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't grab them. He cried loudly in the air in desperation. Only Chu Tianquo still looked like he hadn't woken up yet. He even yawned. To him, this mental pollution was like his neighbor getting up at 6 in the morning to renovate. Annoying, but nothing more. A person whose mind is only focused on eating, sleeping, and drinking cola is unlikely to be interested in the mysteries of the universe. Thump. One after another, the crowd plunged into the churning black ocean. The seawater was cold and viscous, like falling into crude oil. Even more terrifying is that this sea is teeming with life. Countless tiny insects with eyes burrowed into the skin, gnawing at flesh and blood, and assimilating the soul. Sizzle. The flames on Jiang Wan's body were extinguished the moment she entered the water, after only a brief struggle. In this polluted ocean, even a small flame of the S-rank Crimson Lotus Karmic Fire could not be sustained. Cough, cough. It's so heavy. Pang Budong sank directly downwards. His heavy armor became a burden, as the black seawater squeezed his armor frantically, making a sound of unbearable strain. Alistair and his team struggled in the water, their high-tech protective suits rapidly corroding. When their skin came into contact with the black water, it began to rot and mutate, growing slippery scales and tentacles. Everyone felt despair. At this moment, Chu Tianquo, who had been keeping his eyes closed, lazily opened them. He looked around, watching his teammates struggle, and curled his lip. What a hassle! He muttered something under his breath, his consciousness sinking into his mind, where he found a rune representing an F-level life assistance skill, swimming technique. The next second, his only conceptual level talent, Supreme Edict, was activated. The underlying logic of swimming has been extracted, deceived, and elevated, forcibly linking concepts from Chinese mythology, overturning rivers and seas. Dragons roaming the 4 seas. Buzz. There were no spectacular special effects. Centered on Chu Tianquo, within a spherical space with a radius of 50 meters, the viscous black seawater seemed to have encountered a natural enemy, letting out a silent shriek and suddenly retreating in all directions. A dry, spherical space filled with fresh air appeared in the deep sea, thousands of meters below. Everyone felt a sudden lightness in their bodies, and the next second, they crashed onto the hard ground with a thud. Beneath their feet lay the dark green rocky ground of R'lyeh, covered in runes. Above them was a black wall of water, formed by a chaotic sea pushed apart by an invisible force. Outside the water wall, countless strange shadows were crashing against it frantically, but they couldn't get in even a little bit. This is... Jiang Wan lay on the ground, panting heavily, staring blankly at the unbelievable scene around her. Are we breathing? Pang Budong touched his face, then touched the dry ground, his honest face filled with confusion. Orlaya's bright green eyes widened as she looked up at the water wall that separated everything, feeling as if her worldview had been turned upside down once again. How can a waterless realm be created beneath the deep sea? What kind of ability is this? Only Professor Alistair, holding a pair of broken glasses, looked at Chu Tianquo, who seemed unharmed, trembling all over, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. Half of the Templar Knights he brought had gone mad or been assimilated into monsters, howling in agony at the edge of space. Chu Tianquo simply dusted off his pajamas and then skillfully pulled out the huge barbecue grill from the bag that Pang Budong was carrying. Click, click. He skillfully unfolded the barbecue grill, laid it flat, and then took out a box of top-grade fruitwood charcoal from another box and poured it into the stove. Old Pang, stop standing there, start fire. He tossed the lighter to Pang Budong. Pang Budong subconsciously took the lighter, looked at the lighter in his hand and the barbecue grill in front of him, and then looked up at the black ocean above him, feeling like he was dreaming. In Cthulhu's lair, 10,000 meters below the sea, to start a fire and barbecue? Is this reasonable? Is this scientifically sound? He turned to look at Jiang Wan, looking for an answer. Jiang Wan turned her head away expressionlessly, refusing to meet his gaze. Her brain had given up thinking. Hurry up, if you dawdle, all the ingredients will run away. Jutian ku uget. Pang Budong was jolted awake. He didn't care about anything else and squatted down, clumsily starting to light the fire. Soon, a wisp of smoke rose, and then the fruitwood charcoal was lit, making a soft, crackling sound. The warm firelight illuminated this eerie space. A smoky aroma of barbecue began to waft through this chaotic and maddening ancient city deep in the sea. Roar! This aura, so out of place with its surroundings, seemed like a provocation against the master of this territory. From all directions, a dense cacophony of scraping sounds echoed through the streets and alleys. Countless figures emerged from shadows. They have human-like outlines, smooth, dark green skin. They have fish heads and web claws, and their pale eyes have no pupils. Deep diver. Hundreds and thousands of deep-sea divers surrounded this small, dry space. They emitted silent shrieks, unleashing wave after wave of mental shocks, attempting to tear apart the sanity of all creatures within the space. However, these mental attacks, which could cause even A-level experts to collapse on the spot, seemed to have little effect in the face of the wafting smell of barbecue. Brother Chu! Pang Budong was so frightened that his teeth chattered and he could barely hold onto the barbecue tongs. Jiang Wan and Aurelia also assumed fighting stances, their expressions serious. Only Chu Tianquo remained calm. He pulled a can of cumin powder from his waist, unscrewed the cap, and frowned at a deep one that was lunging at him with its claws outstretched. Too thin, all bones, hardly any meat on his bones. He shook his head and waved his hand casually. Before the deep one could react, it was grabbed by an invisible force and lifted into the air. Chu Tianquo pinched its arm and then pried open its mouth to look at its teeth. Tisk, the meat is too tough and has a muddy taste. It looks like it's wild. It must be tough and dry. He let go of her hand with a look of disgust. Bow! The deep-diving fish crashed heavily to the ground, its head spinning. It didn't understand why this human looked at it with disgust instead of fear. This scene enraged the entire deep diver race. They roared and surged in from all directions like a tide. Just as Jiang Wan was about to make a move, Chu Tianquo raised his hand to stop her. Don't touch it. The blood will splatter into the stove and ruin the taste. He looked at the overwhelming monsters without any tension, and instead pulled a crumpled piece of paper out of his pocket. That was a discount poster he casually picked up in the supermarket. He flipped the poster over and started scribbling in the blank spaces while muttering to himself. This fish-headed man has a head that's too big and a body that's too small. The proportions are off. He probably has a lot of brains. He could be made into a chopped chili fish head. That one with 8 legs is obviously an athlete with well-developed leg muscles, perfect for teppanyaki. And that one, it looks like a sea urchin covered in spines, too troublesome to handle. Bad review. Throw it away. He made comments while writing quickly, and soon a menu was completed. He blew on the ink stains and handed the menu to the petrified Pang Budong. Old Pang, grab the items according to this list, and be careful not to grab the wrong ones. We'll have a good meal tonight. Pang Budong trembled as he took the paper, on which were written several large characters. Cthulhu Seafood Feast, Deep Sea Experience Edition. The dishes are listed below. Cold dish, jellyfish salad, deep diver version. Main dishes, grilled squid tentacles, Leviathan's hand clone, steamed fish head with chopped chili, fish-headed elder, grilled oysters, some kind of shellfish monster. Soup, seafood mixed soup, to be determined. Pang Budong looked at the menu, then glanced at the menacing monsters outside, and swallowed hard. His fear, at some point, was replaced by an intense appetite. Chu Tianquo ignored those lackeys. He casually grabbed a deep one that was trying to ambush him, weighed it in his hand, clicked his tongue in disgust again, and then tossed it aside like trash. His gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield and landed on the Black Temple in the heart of the ancient city of R'lyeh. There, he could sense a very strong and pure ingredient aroma. The meat of the mixed fish is too dry, and we can't eat properly without clearing the area. Chu Tianquo clapped his hands and smiled. Let's go to the main hall and see. The meat there should be more tender. Chapter 95, The Whispers of the Ancient God, were so hypnotic that I taught it to speak human language. The waterless spherical space, like a diving bubble, slowly arches forward along the nauseating dark green streets of R'lyeh. Black water churned all around, and countless deep-sea divers clung to the bubble walls, their swollen faces distorted by the pressure, their eyes fixed intently on the inside. Get out of the way. A good dog doesn't block the way. Pang Budong wielded a specially made alloy giant shovel, swatting away any fish that tried to slip through the net, as if swatting flies. Then came the sounds of bones cracking and slime splattering. No good, Brother Chu. This meat is too loose and all water. It's not tasty. Pang Budong took pictures while still making food comments, completely swayed by the situation. The crimson flame staff in Jiang Wan's hand flickered with fire. Although its power was weakened in the deep sea, several flames still hovered around the group, making the approaching shadows sizzle as they burned. Save your energy. Chu Tianquo walked in the middle, holding the crumpled Cthulhu seafood feast menu in his hand, and was marking it with a marker. The small fry had been mostly cleared out, but the path ahead is a bit off. He stopped and looked up at the end of the street. There stood a huge obsidian totem pole covered with tangled soft creatures. The black seawater surrounding the totem pole was no longer flowing and emitted a putrid smell. Hairuo, who had been following behind, carrying the grilled squid, suddenly froze. Hairuo, who had been following behind and clinging to the grilled squid, suddenly froze. Clatter. The squid in her hand fell to the ground. No, don't go over there. Hairuo's voice trembled, her sky-blue pupils shrinking to pinpoints. She is Father God's gatekeeper. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire ancient city of R'lyeh trembled violently, and a heavy pressure crashed down upon it. This pressure doesn't act on the body, but rather bombards everyone's mind. Thump. Professor Alistair, who was still recording the behavior of the Eastern barbarians, suddenly collapsed to his knees. The Templar Knights he had brought with him also slumped to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Damn it, what the hell is that? Jiang Wan bit her tongue, the intense pain making it difficult for her to stand, but the staff in her hand became very heavy, and the flames became weak. Pang Budong trembled all over. Oralia clutched the necklace at her chest, her face deathly pale. The pride of an elf had vanished completely. Humble insect! A voice rang out. No, that wasn't a sound. It was a viscous thought that drilled directly into everyone's mind. The solidified black water in front of them exploded, and a huge figure slowly emerged. It is 100 meters tall, with a huge body covered in thick scales. Its head resembles both a fish and a frog, with many tentacles hanging from its chin, each ending in a tiny, shrill mouth. Dagon, the Lord of the Deep Sea. Epic rank mythical creature, a follower of the Great Old Ones. Its yellow eyes looked down at the ants at its feet with utter indifference. Those who trespass upon sacred land will be forever condemned to the abyss. Dagon didn't move his mouth, but the mental storm of whispers of the ancient gods caused everyone's rationality to collapse on the spot. Professor Alistair screamed, clutching his face violently. Fish! So many fish! My hands have turned into fins? No. My potato chips are all ruined. Pang Budong's eyes glazed over as he knelt on the ground, sobbing, the tomato flavor. It's turned into the taste of a dead rat. Don't eat me. I'm not fat. The world in Jiang Wan's eyes turned blood red, a red devoid of warmth, only piercingly cold. She saw her hands charring, crumbling at the slightest touch. No, I am Suzfa. I cannot be extinguished. She murmured to herself, her body swaying as she nearly collapsed. Oralia covered her ears and screamed. She heard the mournful cry of the dying world tree. In just one encounter, and with one sentence, everyone in the team except Chu Tianquo fell. This is the oppressive aura of the ancient gods. Mortals must not look directly at it, nor listen to it. Dagon's yellow eyes twitched, and it opened its mouth wide, preparing to enjoy the offerings. However, its chin, covered with tentacles, suddenly stopped. Because among the ants, screaming and clutching their heads, there was a small figure in a yellow checkered pajamas set, standing motionless. Chu Tianquo neither clutched his head nor screamed. He was frowning, picking at his ear with his little finger, looking very impatient. It's so noisy. Chu Tianquo muttered to himself, feeling his mind was a mess. High-intensity source of psychological pollution detected. Whispers of the deep sea. Threat level. Epic. Parsing complete. Judgment. Invalid psychological attack. Identified as top-level noise pollution. That's it. Chu Tianquo rolled his eyes. I thought this BOSS would have some amazing moves when it appeared, but it turned out to be just an enhanced version of a village loudspeaker. Dagon seemed to have noticed the human's unusual behavior as well. Mortals, why do they not kneel? It exerted its power again, the mental impact coalescing into a beam that pierced Chu Tianquo's brain. The air was distorted, the ground was cracking, and Jiang Wan and Pang Budong were curled up in pain, bleeding from their 7 orifices. Only Chu Tianquo remained completely unharmed, not even a single hair out of place. He just felt it was noisier. I said, Chu Tianquo finally couldn't take it anymore. Is this never going to end? He slammed the menu shut, looked up, and his half-asleep eyes were full of frustration. Looking at the ancient god above his head, he took a deep breath. Can you shut up? This angry shout contained no magical fluctuations. It's simply a person's instinctive outburst when they're extremely agitated. But because it was in the deep sea, the shout actually echoed. Shut up, mouth. The echo reverberated over Lai. Dagon was stunned. It has lived for countless epochs and witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations, but no one has ever dared to point at it and shut it up. Moreover, the tone was like scolding a teddy bear that barks in the middle of the night. Dagon's huge yellow eyes rolled around, seemingly processing the information. 3 seconds later, an unprecedented rage erupted from its body. The entire Black Sea began to boil. The blasphemer, its voice turned into a roar, each syllable carrying great power. I am the ruler of the abyss. All right. I know you're the master, you're the boss, okay? Chu Tianquo interrupted its spell-casting animation, pulled out a wet wipe with a look of disgust, and wiped away the black water that had splashed onto his pajamas. It was all babbling, and I couldn't understand a word. Chu Tianquo pointed to his teammate behind him, who was foaming at the mouth, then to the menu in his hand, and said seriously, First, you're very noisy, which seriously affects my ability to distinguish the ingredients. Secondly, in public places, you have to be considerate. Look, you made my teammates throw up. Who's going to light a fire and clean up the mess later? Third, Chu Tianquo paused, raised his hand, and a golden light shone from his fingertip. F-rank talent, language proficiency. With the blessing of the supreme decree, the skill is linked to the rule level. Kangja creates characters. All things share the same sound. Third, since we're going to communicate, please make sure you speak clearly. Chu Tianquo looked at the ancient god and coldly uttered 3 words. Speak human language. As these 3 words were uttered, a golden ripple spread outwards. This is not an attack. It's forcibly rewriting the rules. Dagon opened his mouth, preparing to release another whisper. Blasphemy. However, this time the voice was no longer that sticky, ancient, divine language. Instead, he spoke Mandarin with a slight Longdu accent. Blasphemer. I'll turn you into sashimi. Dagon covered his mouth. For the first time, terror was revealed in the enormous eyeballs. It discovered that its noble, ancient god language had been forcibly overridden by the rules of a lowly, mortal language. That indescribable quality that could drive humans mad has disappeared. Without that special attribute, its roar just now sounded like it was cursing. Ah, that's right. Chu Tianquo nodded, put away the golden light, and reopened the menu. It's good that we can communicate. Come on, let's talk. He looked up at the stunned Dagon, his gaze sweeping over its thick neck and fleshy chin, then swallowed hard and asked, You seem quite chubby. Do you exercise a lot? What's your body fat percentage? If I were to braise you, would it be better to use rock sugar for coloring, or would caramelized sugar make it more fragrant? Dagon. At this moment, the deep-sea lord finally understood what those humans had just felt. Reason collapsed. Chapter 96 Silent Spell? Full map muted mode. Dagon was completely dumbfounded. It has lived for countless ages, born from the ancient sea of stars, and is the terminator of countless civilizations. What kind of scene haven't I seen? But I've never seen anything like this before. It was actually being questioned in a serious manner by a lowly creature wearing yellow square pajamas, using a mortal language that it utterly despised. What should my body fat percentage be? Should I use rock sugar or caramelized sugar for braising? What blasphemy! It's 1 billion times worse than using its idols to prop up table legs. You are looking for death. Dagon, whose language rules had been forcibly reversed, finally snapped out of his petrification. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, filled with a fury that could freeze the soul. I will take your bones one by one and make them into my harp. I will use your skull as a wine cup, filled with the tears of your people. I will hang your soul at the highest point of R'lyeh, to be tossed about by the storms of chaos for 10,000 years. Dagon's roar was no longer the ancient god's whisper that drove people to the brink of madness, but had become the standard Mandarin of the dragon capital. Although the content is vicious, once it loses its indescribable, polluting nature, it sounds like a shrew who lost a street argument in a vegetable market, mainly expressing impotent rage. Will this ever end? Chu Tinquo impatiently picked at his ear, picked up a marker, and continued studying the Cthulhu seafood feast menu, completely ignoring the epic being above him who was about to explode with anger. This utter disregard and humiliation fueled Dagon's fury to its peak. Enough with the chit-chat. It will use the purest, most primal, and most terrifying power to completely wipe this group of insects, along with their bone fragments, from this world. Dagon's enormous head, somewhere between a fish and a frog, tilted back, its abyss-like mouth opening wide. This time, there were no words, only a pure, destructive sonic energy gathering in its throat. Deep Sea Elegy. Buzz. A visible black sonic wave exploded out. This is not sound. It is vibration at the level of rules. Everything in its path turns to dust. The dark green buildings in R'lyeh, which defy the laws of physics, crumbled and shattered like sandcastles struck by an invisible giant hammer. The waterless bubble enveloping everyone trembled violently, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on its surface, clearly on the verge of collapse. Outside the bubbles, billions of tons of viscous black seawater were instantly evaporated under this elegy, forming a terrifying vacuum several kilometers in diameter. Puff! The Western scholar Alistair, who was in a state of collapse, couldn't even let out a scream. His body exploded into a cloud of blood mist like a tomato hit by a high-pressure air gun. Puff! Jiang Wan spat out a mouthful of blood, and the crimson flame staff in her hand shattered into pieces. My shield, it's shattered. Pang Budong was bleeding from all 7 orifices. His heavy alloy armor, which was supposed to withstand missile bombardment, was now cracked and felt like it was made of paper. He felt as if his bones were groaning. Aurelia fainted immediately, with fine beads of blood seeping from her body. This is the full-screen AoE of an epic mythical creature. It's unreasonable, impossible to defend against. You'll die if you just graze it, and shatter if you touch it. However, in this devastating sonic inferno, Chu Tinquo remained standing in the same spot. He just felt that it was noisier in his ears. It's like having hundreds of renovation teams simultaneously drilling into the wall inside your head, drilling relentlessly. Fist. He finally got angry. The marker in my hand snapped in two with a snap. This damn noise is seriously affecting his planning of dinner. Quiet. All he wants now is to quietly select the ingredients. Chu Tinquo slowly raised his hand, his index and middle fingers joined together, and gently made a stroke towards the ancient god in front of him who had already pushed Deep Sea Elegy to its limit. An F-level life assistant skill, which in the Strategic Bureau's archives was only designated for use by mischievous elementary school students during class, was activated. The Art of Silence. In the Sea of Consciousness, the ancient rune representing the Supreme Edict suddenly lit up. The underlying logic of silencing has been extracted, deceived, and elevated, forcibly linking to Chinese mythology concepts. The greatest sound is silent. The greatest form is formless. Imperial decree. All sound shake off. There was no light, no special effects. An invisible ripple, imperceptible to mortals, swept outwards from Chu Tinquo's center. The world has been muted. Click. Just like that. That deep sea lament, powerful enough to tear reality apart, is gone. The roar of the underwater volcanic eruption has ceased. The sound of buildings collapsing, the dying groans of teammates, even the beating of one's own heart. They're all gone. This is a silent world. Jiang Wan, critically injured and on the verge of death, slowly opened her eyes. The world in her eyes was still collapsing, but the noise that was about to crush her soul suddenly stopped. This abrupt change left her mind blank. Pang Budong stopped convulsing. He stared blankly at his cracked armor, opened his mouth, but found himself unable to make a sound. Only one thought remained in his mind. Who am I? Where am I? What has happened? At the eye of the storm, the deep-sea Lord Dagon remained in that same posture, roaring towards the sky. Its abyss-like maw was wide open, and the muscles in its throat were throbbing and spasming violently from exerting maximum force. Is roaring. Is roaring. It was unleashing sonic energy powerful enough to destroy a continent. However, not a sound came out. It's like a horror movie with the sound system turned off, leaving only comical and futile actions. A hint of confusion flashed in Dagon's enormous yellow eyes. Then, confusion turned into horror, and horror turned into unprecedented rage. It frantically channeled its divine power, trying to roar out a sound, but no matter how hard it tried, the whole world remained eerily quiet. It was like a strong man whose mouth had been tightly covered, his face turning red from holding it in. Yet he couldn't even utter a nasal woo-woo. But the backlash from the rules has arrived. The energy of deep-sea elegy, which had been pushed to its limit and was supposed to destroy everything, was forcibly trapped inside its body because it could not be released. It's like an engine with its exhaust pipe blocked, yet it keeps flooring the gas pedal. Under the stunned gazes of Jiang Wan and Peng Budong, Dagon's mountain-like body began to expand irrationally. Its belly swelled up like a balloon, and its thick scales were stretched so that they stood upside down. Its limbs became short and fat, and its head shrank into its swollen neck. In just over 10 seconds, that majestic, terrifying, and indescribable deep-sea lord transformed from a towering god of destruction into, floating in the water, completely black, and constantly growing larger. A giant pufferfish that's been blown up with air? Chu Tianquo nodded in satisfaction. It's much quieter now. He pulled a pen out of his pocket again, looked down at the menu in his hand, and put a check mark next to the steamed fish head with chopped chili. Then, he looked up at Dagon, which had swelled to its limit and looked like it could explode at any moment. He stroked his chin, his brows furrowed, and his expression was as serious as if he were conducting academic research. This meat is obviously injected with water. Tisk, I wonder if it will affect the chewy texture. Chapter 97 Hai Ruo's Awakening. I am a queen, and a foodie too. Dagon's enormous body floated in the Black Sea, convulsing silently. Its thick scales stood on end, and its huge yellow eyes revealed terror. It wanted to roar, but no sound came out. It wanted to tear apart the mortals before it. But the deep-sea lament energy trapped within its body was overwhelming its divine power. Chu Tianquo, the man who caused all this, wearing SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas, is looking it over. Water-injected meat? Tisk, this is not a good problem. Chu Tianquo stroked his chin and said in a serious tone, the meat will definitely become tough, and the flavor will be severely lost. There's no hope for teppanyaki. I wonder if it will fall apart if made into meatballs. Jiang Wan and Peng Budong, who were behind them, were still in a daze after narrowly escaping death. Jiang Wan, supporting herself with her broken staff, stared at the absurd scene before her, speechless. This epic mythical creature was rendered speechless by the silencing spell. Peng Budong, panting heavily, leaned on his cracked helmet. He looked at Dagon's comical appearance, but felt nothing anymore. Just then, Dagon's huge yellow eyes suddenly shrank. Although it was silenced, its rule over the clan was based on blood ties. The silent command resounded in the minds of the Deep Ones. Tear them apart. In an instant, the Deep Ones who had been lying in the shadows of the street moved. They neither roared nor howled. In a dead silence, they launched their attack. Countless monsters, composed of pale eyeballs, slippery scales, and sharp claws, silently charged forward. Careful! Jiang Wan's expression changed. She squeezed out the last bit of magic power and prepared to fight desperately. Brother Chu, they're coming. Peng Budong raised his cracked alloy shield and placed it at the front, his voice trembling. However, Chu Tianquo didn't even turn his head. His gaze fell on what was behind Peng Budong. There, Hai Ruo was clinging tightly to Peng Budong's legs, peeking out half her head, her sky-blue eyes staring intently at Chu Tianquo's pajama pocket. Her small mouth was slightly open, a strand of clear liquid flowed down the corner of her mouth, and her whole body was trembling slightly. She was trembling because she was craving something sweet. Chu Tianquo glanced at the approaching horde of monsters, then at the greedy Hai Ruo, and suddenly smiled. He slowly pulled a long, oily, red object from his pajama pocket. The vacuum-sealed plastic bag is printed with two large, elegant white characters, Wolong. Want some? Chu Tianquo shook the spicy strip in his hand. Hai Ruo's eyes lit up instantly, and she nodded vigorously. If you want to eat, you have to work. Chu Tingqiuo's tone was suggestive. He tore open the packaging bag. A spicy aroma immediately spread. Hai Ruo stopped breathing. She felt something deep within her blood awaken. That's an instinctive craving for delicious food. Eat it, and all those little karami will be yours to control. Chu Tingqiuo held the oily, spicy strip to Hai Ruo's lips. The monster horde was already within reach. Jiangwan's fireball had already left her hand. Pang Budong's shield was ready to meet the attack. Now, Hai Ruo opened her mouth and took a bite of the spicy strip. Buzz! When that spicy yet sweet flavor exploded in her mouth, the entire ancient city of Rulai trembled violently. Hai Ruo's long, seaweed-like blue-green hair danced on its own without wind. Her sky-blue pupils turned into an abyss of pitch black. An ancient and majestic aura erupted from her body. This aura is far more ancient and noble than Dagon, approaching the origin of chaos. The Deep One, which was about to swing its claws, froze. The Deep One, which had already leaped into the air, fell straight down. The horde of monsters suddenly stopped less than 3 meters away from the group. Thousands upon thousands of deep-sea divers remained motionless, maintaining their charging stance. Their pale eyes were filled with terror and submission. Jiangwan's fireball spun once in midair, and then, poof, it wisely extinguished itself. Pang Budong stood there, shield raised, staring blankly at the horde of monsters before him, his mind a complete void. Hai Ruo was chewing the spicy snack in her mouth with her eyes closed, a satisfied expression on her face. A few seconds later, she swallowed the last bite and licked her lips contentedly. Then, she opened her eyes, which had turned into abyssal black holes, opened her mouth, and let out a silent shriek from her throat. This shriek is unaffected by the complete silence. It is a spiritual command that acts directly on the soul. Thump! Splash! 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 The closest Deep One's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, burying his head deep into the stone slab, his body trembling violently. Then came the second, the third. In just a few seconds, the original battlefield was transformed into a pilgrimage site. All the Deep Ones prostrated themselves on the ground, showing awe to the blue-haired girl whose lips still had red oil on them. All around was silent. Jiangwan and Pang Budong were both stunned. Even Dagon, who was floating in mid-air with his body swollen, stopped convulsing. Its huge yellow eyes stared intently at Hai Ruo, its gaze shifting from anger to horror. This aura, it's her? Impossible. Her true spirit should have been extinguished long ago in the cycle of reincarnation. How could it be? Amidst Dagon's chaotic thoughts, Hai Ruo stirred. She turned around, her black, hole-like eyes giving a cold glance to the huge, comical creature. Then, she raised her fair little hand and made a tisk gesture towards Dagon in a cute but fierce way. In Dagon's eyes, this action was a trial. Its body, which had expanded to its limit, suddenly trembled. The suppression from its bloodline prevented it from even having the thought of resistance. This epic deep-sea lord finally understood his predicament. The seemingly harmless girl before them was none other than its nominal master, the direct descendant of the sleeping god, Princess Rulai, reincarnation. Dagon's heart sank. It was not afraid of death, but could not accept that it would be ordered to be sliced up in such a ridiculous way by a little girl who had just awakened. However, what followed was even more unacceptable. After the deep-sea queen made that move, her black hole-like pupils quickly faded and returned to blue. She carefully walked up to Chu Tingqiuo, tugged at his pajama sleeve, and then stretched out her fair little hand. Chu Tingqiuo smiled, then took out a spicy strip from his pocket and placed it in her palm. Hai Ruo held the spicy strips, ran to a corner, turned her back to everyone, and ate them in small bites, swinging her legs as she ate. The majestic queen from just now seems to have vanished. At this moment, Dagon was completely stunned. Revenge? To reclaim the throne? To restore the glory of the deep-sea divers? Bullshit. All Her Majesty the Queen could think about upon waking up was spicy snacks. The reason she ordered the slicing was simply because listening to the human holding the spicy snack meant there would be food to eat. This conclusion sank Dagon's heart completely. Chu Tingqiuo clapped his hands, ignoring his stunned teammates and the trembling evil god behind him. He walked up to the group of Deep Ones crawling on the ground, holding a barbecue menu in one hand and a marker in the other, and looked them over one by one. This one is well proportioned with smooth scales. It's obviously farmed. The meat should be quite tender and suitable for steaming. He crossed out cold jellyfish salad on the menu and changed it to steamed fish head. This one is too ugly. It affects my appetite. Throw it away. The deep one he pointed to immediately scrambled and disappeared into the darkness. And you? Chu Tingqiuo's gaze finally fell on Daegong, who was still leaking air. He walked over, stretched out his finger, and flicked Daegong's bulging belly twice with a dun-dun sound. It was very elastic. Although the meat has been injected with water, it's still quite big, so it should be good for making fish ball hot pot. Chu Tingqiuo raised his head and gave the huge yellow eyeball a kind smile. Don't be afraid. It'll be quick with the cut. It won't hurt. Chapter 98: The Arrival of the Great Old Ones. Chu Tingqiuo smiled innocently, but Daegong's giant eyes felt intense fear upon seeing this smile. The deep-sea lord's body was convulsing uncontrollably. The energy blocked by the utter silence was running rampant in its body, causing excruciating pain to come from every inch of its body. But the physical pain was far less exciting than the thought of it becoming a fish ball hot pot. A thought arose in its confused mind. Perish together. If you want to eat, then I'll show you what the real main course is. Daegon's enormous yellow eyes suddenly turned toward the dark main hall behind him. Countless deep-sea divers lay prostrate there. It stopped struggling, and its swollen body began to collapse inward. There were no prayers or chants. It sacrificed everything it had, including its divinity, its life, and its very existence. Jiang Wan and Pang Budong looked on with some surprise and doubt. Daegon's body did not explode. Instead, it collapsed inward into a single point. Flesh and bones transformed into chaotic energy, frantically pouring into the darkness behind them. The black main hall of the ancient city of R'lyeh trembled violently. A silent crack slowly opened in the void above the main hall. That was a dimensional scar. An indescribable aura of decay, antiquity, and chaos emanated from that scar. Even a wisp of breath made Jiang Wan, who had just recovered, feel suffocated again. The broken staff in her hand made a soft sound, and the remaining fire element was instantly wiped out. Brother Chu! Brother Chu! As soon as Pang Budong picked up the giant alloy shovel from the ground, his wrist suddenly went limp, and the shovel, weighing hundreds of kilograms, crashed to the ground with a bang. He felt as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on him, making it difficult to even breathe. The deep ones, who had been lying prostrate on the ground, suddenly turned around and headed towards the rift in the void. With a more fervent and humble posture, they pounded their heads deep into the rocks, their bodies trembling violently with fear and excitement. Even Hai Ruo, who was munching on spicy snacks in the corner, froze in her tracks. Her sky-blue pupils revealed a contradiction between bloodline fear and instinctive closeness, and her small face was deathly pale. She dropped the spicy snack, scrambled to Chu Tingqiuo's back, grabbed the corner of his pajamas tightly, and trembled uncontrollably. Oh, the big one is coming. Chu Tingqiuo raised an eyebrow, looking at the crack as if waiting for a dish to be served. A tentacle. It slowly emerged from the crack. That's how it came about. The silent realm created by all sounds are present was instantly and violently distorted. A whisper that transcends sound resonates directly in everyone's mind. It was a jumble of incomprehensible syllables. Jiang Wan's reason snapped the moment she heard it, and hallucinations began to flood her vision. The tentacles were dark green, and their surface was covered with countless twisted, screaming, and fused human faces. It's too big. Jiang Wan looked up until her neck ached, but she still couldn't see its full appearance. It's like it's reaching out from another dimension, ready to shake up the whole world. Even just a small section sticking out blocked everyone's view of what was above their heads. The terrifying pressure caused the waterless bubbles that Chu Tingqiuo had expanded to be squeezed and deformed inwards at an alarming rate. This is not a being from the same dimension at all. A sense of utter powerlessness overwhelmed Jiang Wan and Pang Budong. At least they still had the will to resist in the face of Daegon. But faced with this giant tentacle, they almost stopped thinking. Even an S-rank powerhouse like Fudo Mayu is laughably fragile in the face of such a mythical being. These are the great old ones, a projection of Cthulhu. However, in this deathly silence, a voice rang out exceptionally clearly. Slurp! a loud, undisguised sound of someone sucking in saliva. Jiangwan turned her neck with difficulty, glancing at the scene out of the corner of her eye. Chu Tianquo was looking up at the terrifying tentacle that blotted out the sky. His eyes showed no fear, but rather a frighteningly bright light. That's the kind of light that only gourmets see when they see the finest ingredients. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and a look of enjoyment appeared on his face. A rich aroma filled everyone's nostrils. It doesn't taste like barbecue, nor does it taste like spicy snacks. It was the taste of top-quality sashimi, fresh with the saltiness of the deep sea, mixed with the unique sweetness of higher-dimensional life. Holy crap, that's amazing! Chu Tianquo suddenly opened his eyes, slapped his thigh, and his voice was full of surprise. The year, the location, the perfect snowflake pattern. He pointed to the giant tentacle, like an old man who had found a good catch at a seafood market. He then proceeded to give a live demonstration to the terrified Peng Budong, spitting as he spoke. See this? The markings are clear and full. It's obviously all natural and wild. It must have gotten plenty of exercise, so the meat must be incredibly bouncy. And this color, a dark green and translucent, indicates abundant energy. When made into sashimi, it melts in your mouth, making you an instant god. He rubbed his hands together, circled the petrified Peng twice, his excitement almost overflowing. This is the real S-grade ingredient. Jiangwan, Peng Budong. The Western Templar Knights, forced to their knees by the pressure, were speechless. At that moment, everyone's values shattered. Those are the great old ones, the embodiment of fear, ancient gods whose mere sight can drive one mad. When it gets to you, it becomes a piece of top-quality sashimi with a firm and bouncy texture. It's even an S-class. Above lie, the enormous tentacle seemed to sense the intrusion of the ant below and pause for a moment. Then, an even more terrifying will descended. Puff! Jiangwan could no longer hold on, spitting out a mouthful of blood and kneeling on one knee. Peng Budong collapsed completely, feeling as if his soul was about to be crushed. Only Chu Tianquo, amidst this storm of will, simply felt that it smelled even better. It's getting a bit addictive. He smacked his lips, feeling the rich umami flavor, making him a little hungry. We have the ingredients, and the pot is hot, but... Chu Tianquo frowned slightly, a troubled expression on his face, as he watched the giant tentacles slowly stirring outside the bubbles, causing the entire deep sea to boil. But this thing is too big, and it's still soaking in water, so it's difficult to cut it. When cooked in water, it's difficult to control the heat, and the seasonings tend to fall apart, severely affecting the taste. As a chef with aspirations, this is intolerable. We need to get it up here. Chu Tianquo muttered to himself, his gaze sweeping around before landing on the massive alloy shovel that Peng Budong had dropped on the ground. He shook his head. This thing won't do, it's too small, it's only good as a toothpick. He looked away, pinched his chin, and fell into deep thought. Get a really hardcore fishing rod. Then we'll talk about it after we catch it. Fishing? What do you use to fish? Fishing for this? Jiangwan and Peng Budong were no longer able to think. Just then, they saw a look of sudden realization appear on Chu Tianquo's face. All right, I almost forgot. I think I actually have one ready-made. Chapter 99, The Ultimate Fisherman. Cthulhu is also brought to you. In this deathly silence that would silence even the gods, Chu Tianquo's voice talking to himself seemed particularly abrupt. Jiangwan struggled to turn her eyes, using her last strength to look at the man. Chu Tianquo looked annoyed, as if to say, how could I have forgotten about this? Then, he slowly reached into the pocket of his SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas. He rummaged around. Under Jiangwan's distraught gaze, he pulled out a fishing rod. An ordinary-looking, even somewhat old, bamboo fishing rod. The fishing rod is made of the most common type of green bamboo, and because it has been used for a long time, its surface has developed a glossy patina. A plain white fishing line is tied to the top, and hanging on the line is fishhook made of straightened wire. No matter which park's lakeside you throw this fishing rod into, it will be rejected by the elderly men who exercise in the morning. Jiangwan's brain completely shut down. Reason? What is that? Worldview? It's long since shattered into QR codes. You can't even scan it anymore. She opened her mouth, a mouthful of blood rising to her throat, and with all her might, she forced out a roar through clenched teeth. You're trying to fish for the old ones with a broken bamboo pole? Are you fucking crazy? However, Chu Tianquo completely ignored her, simply tossing the fishing rod in his hand as if testing its feel, and even clicking his tongue in disdain. The one the old man gave me is a bit too light. I'll have to ask the Pang family to make a carbon fiber one later. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the ground, finally settling on the small patch of flesh left behind after the gong sacrificed himself, still slightly wriggling and emanating a chaotic aura. He walked over, squatted down, and picked up a small piece of pork as if he were picking it out of market, then brought it to his nose and smelled it. It has a strong fishy smell and is chewy. It should attract the big guys. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he casually hung the piece of meat, still exuding the aura of a mythical creature, on the straight iron hook. Their movements were so practiced, it was heartbreaking. It was as if he wasn't preparing to fish for an ancient god, but rather to catch a 3-pound carp in a rural reservoir. Jiangwan couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood and spat it out on the spot. She closed her eyes and fainted from anger. Pang Budong didn't faint. He was just stunned. He stared blankly at Chu Tianquo's actions, his mind completely blank. Brother Chu, is he hallucinating from hunger? Chu Tianquo baited the hook, stood up, and stretched his wrists. He held the rod in one hand, facing the terrifying tentacles that blotted out the sky, and assumed a standard casting posture. F-level life skill, fishing. The instant his arm swung out, the ancient and unchanging supreme edict. Rune in a sea of consciousness suddenly lit up. The underlying logic of fishing has been instantly extracted, altered, and elevated. Countless concepts related to fishing in Chinese civilization flash by, but ultimately, they are fixed on one of the oldest and most illogical legends. Imperial Edict, Jiang Taigong fishes. Those who are willing will take the bait. The rules are activated. This is no longer a simple physical behavior, but a weapon of causality. Rule 1. As long as you cast the hook, you're guaranteed to hit the target. Rule 2. If the hook is caught, you must lift the rod. Chu Tianquo flicked his wrist slightly. Swoosh. The thin fishing line, with a straight hook laden with bits of meat, was lightly cast out by him. There was no air burst that pierced the sky, nor any light effect that tore through space. The fishing line simply disappeared into the air. The next second, puff, a soft sound. That simple, straight iron hook, ignoring all physical rules such as space, dimension, and energy protection, appeared out of thin air and precisely hooked the most core and softest part of that giant tentacle. It's like hooking a fish's chin. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Above R'lyeh, the giant tentacles that had been slowly churning suddenly froze. A surge of furious will, a mixture of astonishment, confusion, and offended rage, suddenly descended. It was hooked? You got hooked by an ant with a ridiculous bamboo pole. Bon strapje. The entire seabed of the Pacific Ocean trembled violently at that moment. The ancient city of R'lyeh groaned under the strain, and countless buildings that defied the laws of physics collapsed instantly. The giant tentacle struggled and twisted frantically, trying to shake off the toothpick embedded in its body. A terrifying force traveled through the thin, invisible fishing line. The obsidian ground beneath Chu Tianquo's feet was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. A tremendous force, powerful enough to drag a planet into the abyss, yanked him down hard. Brother Chu, Pang Budong, was terrified and struggled to crawl over to help. Oh no, I'm going to be dragged into another dimension and used as fish food. However, under that terrifying pulling force that was enough to tear apart the continental shelf, Chu Tianquo's figure remained completely still. His feet were firmly rooted to the spot like nails. No, it's not a nail. It has taken root. A mysterious golden halo spread out from beneath his feet, merging with the foundation of the entire ancient city of R'lyeh. Concept launch. Take root on the ground. Not only was he not dragged away, but he also used the force to pull the fishing rod into an exaggerated full moon shape. The thin bamboo pole made a creaking sound, as if it might break at any moment. But just keeps going. The thin fishing line was stretched taut, even creating twisted ripples in the air. But it just won't collapse. Chu Tianquo's pajamas sleeves tightened slightly, and he made heavy breathing sounds. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, his eyes filled with excitement and fervor. That's the purest joy that belongs to anglers. Wow, that's powerful. That's exhilarating. He took a deep breath, focusing his energy in his dantian, and unleashed a deafening roar at the projection of the great old ones struggling frantically in the void. Get up here, sir. The words fell. He suddenly exerted force with both arms and pulled backward. That moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Physics is crying. Newton's coffin lid was welded shut. That fishing line, so thin it was almost invisible, unleashed a completely irrational force that belonged to the realm of rules. That projection of the great old ones, whose size rivaled a mountain and whose weight could crush the earth's crust, that enormous, terrifying tentacle covered in human faces, they were actually forcibly pulled out bit by bit from that void rift. It roars, but no sound comes out. It struggled, but couldn't break free from that thin thread. The entire Pacific Ocean was boiling, creating giant waves thousands of meters high. The ancient city of R'lyeh was shaking violently, as if it were about to disintegrate at any moment. But none of this could prevent it from being fished up. This is not a contest of strength at all. This is the ruthless crushing of reality by concept. Pang Budong had completely given up thinking. He opened his mouth wide and stared blankly at the miraculous scene in the sky, drooling without him even noticing. Jiang Wan, who had just woken up, clutched her chest and stared at the man who was holding a pole with one hand and playing with the ancient god. Her eyes were unfocused, and she began to wonder if she was already dead and what she was seeing now was just an illusion of heaven. Even Hai Ruo, who was trembling in the corner, forgot her fear, and her sky-blue eyes were filled with question marks. High above the heavens, those enormous, twisted, indescribable tentacles, carrying an endless aura of chaos, were reluctantly, yet helplessly, dragged from another dimension into the real world by a fragile fishing line. Its silhouette became clearer and larger. Finally, there was a loud thump. It crashed heavily onto the central square of the ancient city of R'lyeh, like a giant piece of seaweed that had been thrown ashore from the water. It stirred up a cloud of dust. The world fell silent. Chapter 100: How much cumin would be needed for such a huge octopus? The central square of R'lyeh was filled with smoke and gravel. The world was quiet. The power of the rule of utter silence has not yet disappeared, leaving this place completely silent. The enormous tentacle, pulled from another dimension, stood before everyone. On its dark green skin are countless distorted human faces, their expressions frozen in bewilderment and anger. Pang Dongbu lay sprawled on the ground, his mouth agape, his mind blank. Jiang Wan struggled to get up, clutching her chest. She stared blankly at the bamboo fishing rod that Chu Tianquo had thrown on the ground, then at the enormous tentacles. Did they really fish up a part of Cthulhu using just a bamboo pole? Just then, the giant tentacle suddenly moved. There was no sound, but the ground beneath our feet trembled. The enormous tentacle suddenly rose up and slammed down hard towards Chu Tianquo in the arena. The shadow loomed down instantly. Brother Chu, Pang Budong was so frightened that his soul almost left his body, and the little strength he had just regained vanished instantly. Jiang Wan's pupils contracted, and she instinctively wanted to conjure a fireball. However, Chu Tianquo didn't even lift his eyelids in the face of this powerful attack. He simply took a lazy step to the left. Just one step. The enormous tentacle brushed against the hem of his pajamas and slammed heavily onto the spot where he had just been standing. The entire ancient city of R'lyeh shook, and a bottomless crater was smashed into the ground. Chu Tianquo waved his hand dismissively. He raised his head and looked at the still, struggling tentacles, his eyes filled with the pickiness of a chef when inspecting ingredients. Wow, it's quite lively. The meat looks very firm. Chu Tianquo made a comment, then gave instructions to the two people behind him without turning his head. Pang Budong, set up the pot. Jiang Wan, start a fire. The instructions were simple, direct, and left no room for argument. Pang Budong, who was lying on the ground, shuddered and subconsciously grabbed the cracked C-grade alloy giant shield from the ground. To him at that moment, the shield looked like a giant frying pan. Roar! Pang Budong let out a low roar and slammed the giant shield into the center of the square with all his might. After doing all this, he stared blankly at his hands. Who I am? Where am I? What did I just do? On the other hand, Jiangwan's reaction was even more intense. She's the captain of the 9th Squad and an S-rank fire mage. Now you want me to start a fire? To barbecue for you. Is this what I'm using my Red Lotus karmic fire for? A sense of humiliation welled up inside her, making her so angry she felt like she was going to vomit blood. Chu Tianquo merely glanced at her indifferently. Keep the heat high and even don't burn the pot like you did last time when you cooked instant noodles. These words struck a nerve with Jiangwan. The embarrassing memory of cooking instant noodles last time resurfaced in her mind, and her face flushed red instantly. Whether from anger or embarrassment, she didn't know. In the end, she gave up thinking and simply went for it. Ignition, right? I'll order some for you. Red Lotus. Karmic fire. Jiangwan raised her hand, and a dark red lotus flower appeared in her palm. This time, with the powerful control of an S-rank mage, she compressed the karmic fire into a pillar of fire and precisely struck the bottom of the massive, immovable alloy shield. Buzz. Under the scorching heat of the S-class flames, the C-grade alloy shield turned bright red within seconds, radiating high temperatures. A huge teppanyaki grill plate is ready. Seeing the stove in place, Chu Tianquo nodded in satisfaction. He turned around, facing the still, writhing giant tentacle, and slowly stretched out his hand. F-level life skill, cooking. In the sea of consciousness, the supreme edict, rune lit up. Imperial decree. The god of food returns. All things are edible. In an instant, Chu Tianquo's demeanor changed. That lazy, unambitious air vanished, replaced by the aura of a master. A knife appeared out of thin air in his hand. A fruit knife for 9.9 yuan with free shipping. But with the enhancement of the concept, the blade gleamed with the cold light of the laws. The greatest respect for ingredients is to end their suffering quickly. Chu Tianquo murmured something, and his figure vanished instantly. The next second, he appeared at the base of the giant tentacle. With a swift movement, the knife fell. That strike severed the rules, the divine link between the old ones and their projection. Puff! A soft sound. The giant tentacles, which were still struggling, froze for a moment, then instantly went limp and turned into a pile of harmless proteins. Then, Chu Tianquo moved quickly, weaving around the giant tentacle, the fruit knife in his hand transforming into a sky full of blade light. A series of complex procedures are completed in seconds. The enormous tentacles were swiftly dissected into evenly sliced pieces of flesh by his blade. Swish, swish, swish. Countless dark green pieces of meat fell precisely onto the red-hot alloy shield. Sizzle. A sound powerful enough to make any foodie's DNA tremble broke the silence and echoed throughout R'lyeh. That's the most beautiful symphony played when extreme high temperatures meet top-quality proteins. A unique fragrance suddenly burst forth. This flavor is strong and intense, with a unique sweetness and the salty freshness of the sea. The aroma aggressively penetrated the souls of everyone present. Gurgle. A sound of swallowing saliva was heard. Pang Budong stared blankly at the sizzling pieces of meat on the shield, feeling like he was going crazy with hunger. What ancient god? What ruler? He only had one thought in his mind right now. He wanted to eat. Jiangwan wasn't much better off. She maintained the flame output, but her eyes were fixed on the roasting meat, and her eyes were red. It's not sadness, it's craving. She felt her magic power returning, but this was followed by an intense hunger. Even Hai Ruo, who was terrified in the corner, timidly peeked out her little head. Her sky blue, horizontal pupils were fixed on the large pot, her saliva forming long strands. Chu Tianquo's figure reappeared. He looked at his masterpiece, cooked perfectly on the hot plate, and nodded in satisfaction. Then, under everyone's intense gaze, he slowly pulled a plastic condiment bottle from his pajama pocket. He unscrewed the cap and tossed his arm up. Red powder filled the air, scattering evenly over each piece of roasted meat. That's cumin and chili powder. Sizzle. At this moment, the aroma has reached its ultimate sublimation. The spiciness, caramelization, and unique sweetness blend together, powerfully impacting everyone's soul. Chu Tianquo took a deep breath, a look of rapture on his face. He looked at the sizzling Cthulhu he had personally cooked, but his brows furrowed slightly. He looked around, his gaze sweeping over Pang Budong and Jiang Wan, who were so hungry they were biting their nails. Finally, he broke the silence with a regretful tone. Such a big octopus. Just using cumin is a bit too plain. Who brought garlic chili sauce? No sooner had he finished speaking than a sound came from a corner of the ruins, not far away. The elven Saintess Aurelia, who should have been unconscious, suddenly sat up. That domineering fragrance, like a pair of invisible hands, roughly pried open her closed consciousness. Her emerald green eyes, their pupils still darting around, were precisely locked onto the sizzling, oily tentacle slices on the shield. What is this, a sacred scent? Aurelia murmured as if in a dream, her nose twitching violently. Enticed by the delicious food, a medical miracle occurred. She crawled out of the rubble on all fours, moving as nimbly as a cat that hadn't eaten for 3 days. She wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth haphazardly with her sleeve, and then shakily raised her right hand. I don't have any hot sauce. Aurelius swallowed hard, his voice hoarse but full of devotion. But in my storage bag, there's still half a bottle of leftover Lao Gan Ma chili sauce from last time. Give me a bite. For this piece of meat, I can represent the elves. Forgive this octopus's ugliness. Chapter sont en divine cuisine. Even the old ones are drooling. Aurelia's voice was still trembling, but her eyes were devout. She spoke in a very elegant tone, but the content of her speech was quite strange. Upon hearing this, Chu Tingquo's eyes lit up, and he gave her thumbs up. You have a high level of awareness, Xiao Ao. With a casual wave of his hand, the Lao Gan Ma bottle in Aurelia's hand flew over and landed in his palm. Unscrew the lid, and a fragrance of fermented black beans and chili immediately blends into the barbecue flavor. With a flick of his wrist, the chili oil and fermented black beans transformed into a red thread, sprinkling it onto the oily tentacle slices. The aroma has become more intense. This smell directly impacts all living things. Even the larger tentacle in the void rift trembled violently at the smell. A mixed with fear and humiliation descended. It sensed that the severed part of itself was being processed in a way it did not understand. That wasn't a battle, nor was it destruction. It was being cooked. One's own flesh and blood and divinity are becoming food. The aroma that made it tremble was proof of that. This is blasphemy against the old ones. The severed tentacle began to thrash wildly, causing the entire ancient city of R'lyeh to shake. It wanted to reclaim its power and crush these ants. However, gurgle, a swallowing sound, was transmitted back to its source through the mental link. That's the instinctive reaction of its severed flesh after being cooked with high temperature and sauce. It smells so good. The will of the old ones went blank for a few seconds. I want to eat myself. The moment the idea appeared, it began to grow wildly. An unprecedented sense of fear overwhelmed it. It was no longer angry, nor did it want revenge. It just wanted to escape. Escape this world immediately. Escape the person holding the spatula. Buzz. The void rift twisted violently. Then, the half of the enormous tentacle quickly retracted. Before it completely disappeared, it deliberately severed all causal ties with this space-time. Puff. A soft sound. The line connecting the two spaces has broken. The void rift closed silently, as if it had never existed. The world returned to silence. Chu Tianquo looked at the empty sky, curled his lip, and looked disgusted. It ran away? How boring. The octopus head is the best part. He muttered something, turned around, and looked at the mountain of ingredients piled up in the pot. Those tentacles had completely lost their divinity and turned into pure protein. Never mind, there's enough left over. He clapped his hands and addressed the still dazed crowd. Pang Budong, stop watching and come help me roll this meat into a ball. Huh? Oh! Pang Budong woke up, jumped up, and ran over. Jiang Wan, turn the heat down to medium and roast it slowly. Don't burn it, or I'll dock your pay. Jiang Wan gritted her teeth, her cheeks flushed red, whether from anger or from being roasted by the fire. It was hard to tell. However, she still obediently restrained the power of the crimson lotus flame, adjusting the S-level flame to the level of a barbecue stall. Under Chu Tianquo's direction, the cooking began. He pressed his hands down lightly, and a pale golden light appeared in his palms. F-level life skill, cooking. Imperial decree. The god of food returns. All things are edible. Under his power, The pile of tentacle flesh began to shape itself. Pang Budong stood to the side, using his huge alloy shovel to continuously pat and knead the meat, making it firmer and more bouncy. A few minutes later, a giant takoyaki ball with a diameter of over 10 meters appeared before everyone. It rolled slowly on the bright red shield, being evenly roasted until its surface was an enticing golden brown and the oil sizzled. Perfect. Chu Tianquo nodded in satisfaction. He pulled a bunch of bottles and jars out of the dimensional pocket of his pajama pants. Those were the spoils he and Pang Budong had bought at the supermarket. He unscrewed a bucket of sweet barbecue sauce that was half a person's height and brushed it evenly on the surface of the meatballs. Next comes a thick layer of salad dressing. Finally, he took out a huge bag of bonito flakes and scattered them into the wind. The bonito flakes, flying everywhere, came into contact with the scalding hot surface of the dumplings and began to dance slowly due to the hot air currents. This dish seems to have come alive. An indescribable fragrance suddenly burst forth. Pang Budong was stunned on the spot, drooling all over the place. Jiang Wan kept the flame burning, swallowed hard, and her eyes reddened. Aurelius and Haruo stared longingly at the giant dumpling, wishing they could pounce on it. Done, that's a wrap. Chu Tianquo patted the sauce off his hands and then took out a set of cutlery. He cut off a large piece with a knife, placed it on a plate, picked up a small piece with a bamboo skewer, blew on it, and put it in his mouth. The cooking time is just right, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the sauce flavor has penetrated perfectly. He took a bite, smacked his lips, looked up at his starving teammates, and gave them a kind smile. Dinner's ready. The words, dinner's ready, are like breaking a spell that has been sealed. An eerie silence fell over the scene. Eat this. This is the flesh of the great old ones. What will happen if I eat it? Will he die on the spot? Will it be corrupted and turned into a servant of the ancient gods? Everyone's body instincts were screaming. Hungry. I'm so hungry. I want to eat it. Jiang Wan's hands were trembling slightly. She could feel the cells in her body yearning for that energy. Aurelia's face turned pale and then red. The pride of the elf teetered on the brink of collapse in the face of delicious food. Haruo was even more direct, her small body curled up behind Chu Tianquo, only her little head peeking out, her sky-blue horizontal pupils staring intently at the large dumpling, making a gurgling sound in her throat. In the midst of this hesitation, a heavy breathing broke the deadlock. Brother Chu! Brother Chu! Pang Budong's face turned red as he pointed at the giant takoyaki, his voice trembling. Can I eat this? He can't hold on much longer. That aroma kept tantalizing his heart and stomach. Chu Tianquo glanced at him and nodded. Eat up, there's plenty. Having received permission, Pang Budong roared excitedly. Roar! He pounced on it, opened his mouth wide, and took a big bite of the enormous meatball. Everyone watched him nervously. They could almost see Pang Budong's body swell, twist, and explode. However, the terrifying scene that was expected did not appear. The moment he swallowed that piece of meat, Pang Budong's body stiffened abruptly. The next second, Bon Strapje! A golden beam of light shot up from above his head, tearing through the darkness above R'lyeh. A powerful aura erupted from him. Golden runes appeared on his bronze skin, making him look as if he were cast in gold, radiating golden light. Jiang Wan was horrified to see that Pang Budong's life force was rapidly increasing. The energy fluctuations of his awakened talent, immovable king, broke through to rank within seconds and are still climbing. A conceptual level of power is transforming his body and soul. Talent detection, talent evolution. Fudo Myo, gluttony, devouring heaven and earth. In the golden light, Pang Budong's body seemed to grow even taller, and his honest aura gained a touch of domineering power. The golden light came quickly and went quickly. A few seconds later, the light faded. Pang stood still, scratching his head, seemingly somewhat bewildered. He looked down at his hands and then pinched his muscles, but there seemed to be no change. Then, under everyone's tense gaze, he opened his mouth and let out a loud burp. Belch! A wave of aroma, a mixture of meat and soy sauce, burst forth. He smacked his lips, a simple, honest smile spreading across his face, and gave his evaluation. It gets stuck in my teeth a little, but it smells delicious. Chapter 102 Pang Budong. This tentacle is a bit of a pain. It gets stuck in my teeth a little, but it smells delicious. Pang Budon's honest voice silenced the entire scene. Jiangwan, Aurelia, and Hairuo's gazes were first fixed on Pang Budon. Then it slowly moved toward the giant takoyaki ball, which was over 10 meters in diameter and sizzling with oil. Gurgle. In the silence, someone couldn't help but swallow. Pang Budon's body has indeed changed. Beneath his bronze skin, a pale golden radiance flowed. The person stood there, and their aura was much heavier than before. But now nobody cares how much stronger he has become. Everyone had only one question on their mind. This stuff not only won't hurt you, but it can even level you up? Jiangwan's voice was dry. Maintaining the output of the S-rank Crimson Lotus Karmic Fire made her suffer every second. That fragrance was constantly stimulating her instincts. Her pride told her that it was the flesh and blood of the old ones. It is a collection of chaos and filth. Touching it will drive you crazy. But the fire element within her was cheering, leaping with joy, screaming, "I want it." Chu Tianquo glanced at her lazily. He cut off another piece with a knife, blew on it to cool it down, and put it in his mouth to taste. Yes, the meat fibers are pounded and heated at high temperatures, which locks in the juices. Lao Gan Ma's fermented black beans neutralize the slight fishy smell of the higher-dimensional creatures. The umami flavor of the bonito flakes is just right. He commented on the food as he ate. His words made Jiangwan unable to hold back any longer. I want one too. This time, it was Orellana who spoke. She abandoned her elven elegance. Her emerald eyes filled with longing, and a glistening tear clung to her lips. What nonsense about the pride of elves. Compared to Lao Gan Ma's iron plate Cthulhu, they all have to step aside. She forgot that she had just been on the verge of a mental breakdown. It crawled over using both hands and feet, its eyes fixed on Chu Tianquo. Eat up, there's enough for everyone. Chu Tianquo casually cut off a large piece and used the alloy shield fragment as a plate to hand it over. Aurelia eagerly took it and took a big bite without caring that it was hot. Boom! A gentle holy light burst forth from her body. This time, the light carried a sense of weight and depth belonging to the abyss. Her blonde hair moved on its own even without wind. A few faint dark gold lines appeared on the pointed ears. The forces of light and darkness reached a balance within her. Her power is also increasing rapidly. This sacred taste. Aurelia ate while crying. I felt it. The world tree is singing. No, it's the world tree ordering takeout. Jiangwan gritted her teeth as she watched this scene. Even this arrogant elf has betrayed us. Gurgle. Her lower abdomen let out a disapproving growl. Never mind. Destroy it quickly. Jiangwan's eyes became resolute. She strode over to the meatballs, grabbed a large piece of piping hot grilled meat with her hand, and stuffed it in her mouth. The moment the piece of meat entered her mouth, Jiangwan's body trembled violently. A surge of energy, a mixture of scorching heat and icy cold, flowed down my throat and into my entire body. She felt the S-level red lotus karmic fire within her body boiling violently. Puff! A wisp of dark red flame shot from her fingertip and landed on a piece of obsidian debris from Relai. There was no explosion, nor did it melt. A corner of that hard stone disappeared silently. A searing pain from her very soul startled her. She stared in horror at her hands. Her flames can now burn on a spiritual level. Her crimson karmic fire could directly scorch the soul. Jiangwan's face flushed red and then turned pale. She became stronger. However, they relied on eating the flesh of their enemies. This kind of upgrade method is embarrassing to talk about. But she secretly grabbed a piece of meat and stuffed it in her mouth. It smelled so good. Seeing that everyone was eating, Hairuo, who had been hiding behind Chu Tianquo, couldn't resist anymore. She took a few quick steps and rushed over, hanging on the giant takoyaki ball, and took a bite. As a direct descendant of the great old ones, this piece of meat was a great tonic for her. Energy surged into her small body instantly. Hairuo's body began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The little girl, who originally only reached Chu Tianquo's chest, had her bones cracking and her body being stretched longer and longer. A few seconds later, a slender, blue-haired girl who was nearly 1.6 meters tall appeared in the spot. The transparent membrane clung tightly to her body, outlining breathtaking curves. Her face was still delicate, but the childishness had faded, and she had gained a more eerie look. Those sky blue, horizontal pupils exuded an ancient and noble aura. However, the first thing Her Majesty, who had just completed her evolution and whose aura had reached the peak of a level, did was to continue eating that giant takoyaki. She ate with her mouth covered in oil and a silly grin on her face. Shu Tianquo looked at his teammates, whose style was completely out of place, and shook his head helplessly. In the time it takes to eat a meal, everyone's abilities have improved. Pang Budong's talent evolved into devouring heaven and earth, which combines offense and defense. Jiang Wan's S-rank Red Lotus Karmic Fire evolved, gaining the attribute of mental burning. Aurelius's body has achieved a balance of light and darkness, making him even more powerful than before. Hairuo's bloodline reverted to its ancestral form, and he became the new master of R'lyeh. All right, stop eating. If you keep eating, you'll gnaw the pot on it. Shu Tianquo saw Pang Budong start examining whether the alloy shield was edible and spoke up to stop him. He took out several extra-large sealed boxes and skillfully packed and divided the remaining takoyaki. Brother Chu, what's going on? Pang Budong wiped the oil from the corner of his mouth and asked curiously. Take it back for Director Gu and the others to try. Shu Tianquo said. Such a good thing shouldn't be kept to ourselves. Our 9th squad has a strong sense of collective honor. Pang Budong and Jiang Wan both had somewhat strange expressions. They could already imagine the expression on Gu Taiyi's face when he saw this specialty from R'lyeh. He probably needs to take nitroglycerin pills on the spot. We ate and drank our fill and packed up the leftovers. The utter silence that had enveloped the area slowly dissipated. The sounds of deep-sea currents echoed back from the surrounding area. Just then, the ground beneath their feet began to shake violently. Rumble. The city, having lost the support of the ancient ruler's divine power and having its energy drained by Shu Tianquo's return of the god of food, began to collapse. Countless buildings began to collapse and disintegrate, turning into rubble and sinking into darkness. The black totem pole broke in the middle. The entire city is slowly sinking. Run. This place is going to collapse. Jiang Wan's expression changed, and she hurriedly called out. However, all around was the pitch-black, icy depths of the ocean. They had nowhere to escape. Just as everyone was at a loss, Shu Tianquo let out a burp and lazily opened his mouth. What's the panic? We've already eaten. What's there to worry about? We have nowhere to go. He patted Hairuo's head, who was still gnawing on meat beside him. Little Hairuo, it's your turn to shine. Hairuo raised her greasy little face, looked at him blankly, and was still chewing. Take us up there. Shu Tianquo pointed to the darkness above his head. Hairuo blinked her sky-blue horizontal pupils, seemingly trying to understand the meaning of go up. A few seconds later, she nodded and then opened her small mouth. There was no sound, but an invisible command instantly spread throughout the entire sea area. The next second, splash. Beneath their feet, a gigantic leviathan slowly emerged from beneath the collapsed ruins. Its massive back steadily supported the platform where everyone was. Then, thousands upon thousands of deep-sea behemoths emerged from the darkness, guarding the area. Whales, giant sharks, lanternfish, and even sea dragons. These creatures were now very docile, clustering around Leviathan and clearing a path for everyone to the surface of the sea. Pang Budong and Jiang Wan were once again stunned by the scene before them. Is this the grandeur of a deep-sea princess? Leviathan smoothly carried everyone upwards. The ancient city of R'lyeh beneath our feet disintegrated completely amidst a deafening roar, plunging into darkness. A crisis ended just like that, over a barbecue. Looking at his teammates beside him, whose auras had surged but whose appearances were disheveled, Shu Tianquo looked up at the glowing jellyfish above and sighed. I really just want to be a casual support player. How did I end up on a day trip to the deep sea and even bring home a Cthulhu princess along the way? A timid voice came from behind him. It is Hairuo, who has just completed her evolution. She cautiously tugged at the corner of Shu Tianquo's pajamas, her sky-blue eyes filled with unease. Can I not go back? She pointed to the dark abyss below, her face showing resistance. My home is too crowded and dark. I can't sleep. And she paused, raised her head, and stared at Shu Tianquo with her pure yet alluring eyes. She said, word by word, very seriously, they don't have spicy strips. Chapter 103 Black and white impermanence arrive at your door. Dare to touch my people, and I'll turn the underworld upside down for you. The Leviathan behemoth cleaved through the sea, and everyone on the East China Sea defense line held their breath. When the familiar figures on the back of the behemoth came into view, along with several giant sealed boxes marked extra large freshness at their feet, the entire temporary command post fell into a deathly silence. Gu Taiyai stood at the front of the command post, and the bottle of quick-acting heart medicine in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter without him even noticing. He had imagined the Ninth Squad being wiped out, their miserable escape back, and even that brat Chu Tianquo would drag his half-dead teammates back and demand an exorbitant price from him. But to his utter surprise, these people were riding a giant deep-sea beast that only existed in mythology, returning home laden with their spoils as if they had just come back from a seafood wholesale market. Especially Chu Tianquo, whose SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas were still spotless, wearing flip-flops, one hand in his pocket, the other holding a takeout box, was lazily yawning. Director Gu, you're back. Chu Tianquo jumped off Leviathan's back with ease. Pang Budong followed closely behind, carrying the several giant seal boxes, landing with a dull thud. He gave Gu Taiyai a simple, honest smile, his lips gleaming with oil. Jiang Wan, Aurelia, and a newcomer Hai Ruo also came down one after another. One exuded a dangerous and profound aura. Another was a mixture of light and darkness. And yet another clung tightly to Chu Tianquo's leg like a kitten guarding its food, warily watching its surroundings. Gu Taiyai's gaze swept over them, finally settling on the several huge sealed boxes. What is this? His voice was a little unsteady. Oh, local specialties, Chu Tianquo said casually. A limited edition of R'lyeh, grilled Cthulhu. I brought some back for the guys in the bureau to try. It tastes really good, just a bit too much cumin. As he spoke, he pulled a crumpled supermarket receipt from his pocket and handed it over. Director Gu, let's put the travel allowance aside for now. Could you reimburse us for the cost of the seasonings for this team building event? The invoices are already prepared. Gu Taiyai looked down at the clear items on the receipt. Premium fruitwood charcoal, whitened barbecue grill, cumin powder, extra large pack. X50, extra spicy chili powder, ton pack. X2, barbecue sauce, salad dressing, Laogan ma chili sauce. His vision went black, and he felt like the whole world was spinning. The entire global supernatural alliance thought you guys were on a suicide mission. Turns out you guys went on a paid team-building trip. Half an hour later, in the top-secret analysis room of the Longdu Strategic Defense Bureau, Gu Taiyai held the report in front of him, feeling his temples throbbing wildly. Report title: Preliminary Analysis Report on the Flesh and Blood Samples, cooked, of the projected Great Old Ones. The content is filled with words such as incomprehensible, beyond existing physical laws, and contains high-dimensional information, as well as large sections of blacked-out gibberish, the ramblings written by the recorder when he was mentally unstable. There are only 3 core conclusions. First, the sample contains a vast amount of pure life energy, which has miraculous effects on awakened individuals, allowing them to ascend to heaven on the spot after consumption. Second, the spiritual pollution in the sample has been purified and transformed by a conceptual force with no toxic side effects, and even greatly nourishes the soul. Third, cumin, chili, fermented black beans, and vegetable oil were detected in the sample. Gu Taiyai's hand, which was holding the report, was trembling. In his mind were the surging energy data of the 9th Squad members. Pang Budong at peak A+, Jiang Wan's combat power doubled, and Aurelia stepped into S rank. And all of this stemmed from that takeout box that Chu Tianquo named Iron Plate Cthulhu. Director, the adjutant whispered, the Global Extraordinary Alliance has sent a congratulatory telegram, calling Mr. Chu the Guardian of the East and offering to award him the highest honor medal. Gu Taiyai's lips twitched violently. He picked up Chu Tianquo's post-battle summary, which contained only one line. Deep sea operations completed. Ingredients are good. I suggest increasing procurement. Also, could you replace the grill with an automatic flipper next time? Manually turning it is too tiring and affects my cooking skills. Guardian deity? This guy's a cook who's here to uproot the world. Gu Taiyai waved wearily. Seal the local specialties into the S-level warehouse and classify them as top-level strategic materials. Also, take Chu Tianquo's expense reports to the finance department and double the amount. Give him double the reimbursement. Yes. Also, send out a notice. The entire 9 squad is to have 3 days off. Gu Taiyai leaned back in his chair, feeling utterly exhausted. A crisis that threatened to destroy the world was resolved with a barbecue. If this were recorded in history, wouldn't future generations think their ancestors were a bunch of gluttons? Meanwhile, jubilation erupted in the 9th Squad's private villa. I feel like I could eat a cow. Pang Budong punched the alloy wall, leaving a clear fist mark, excitedly testing his new strength. Dark red flames danced at Jiang Wan's fingertips as she felt the power that could scorch her soul. The thought that this was from eating meat sent a burning sensation down her face. This effect was more powerful than applying 10 top-quality face masks. Aurelius sipped his tea with elegance, but inside he was roaring, "Oh, holy Cthulhu roast meat. I would call it the greatest miracle in the world." Hairuo, clutching a bag of spicy strips, curled up in the corner of the sofa watching cartoons, her eyes half closed in bliss, as if she possessed the whole world. Meanwhile, Chu Tinquo, the instigator, lay sprawled on the sofa, drinking an iced Coke from 1982, looking utterly dejected. "I'm so tired. I feel completely drained," he muttered. "Brother Chu, what's wrong?" Jiangwan noticed his fatigue. "It's nothing. I probably ate too much seafood, and I'm a little weak." Chu Tinquo waved his hand. "The old ones are basically aggregates of underworld energy. They're very nourishing, but they can also be intoxicating. I need to drink some brown sugar ginger tea to replenish my yang energy when I get back." He himself doesn't care, but if Pang Bu and the others eat and drink like crazy, there might be some minor side effects. But it's not a big problem. Chu Tinquo yawned, rolled over, and prepared to enjoy a lazy, sluggish sleep. Night deepened. The 14th day of the 7th lunar month is the eve of the day when the gates of hell are said to open wide. It's 2 a.m. A series of heavy, breathing sounds suddenly broke the silence of the living room. Chu Tinquo, who was sleeping on the sofa, suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light in them. He sat up and looked toward the source of the sound. Pang Budong, as large as a small mountain, was sitting on the bed, trembling violently. His eyes were wide open, staring intently at the empty corner of his room, his face covered in cold sweat. That expression was one of utter terror, as if he had seen a ghost. Pang Budong, having a nightmare. Jiang Wan was also awakened and came out wearing coat. Pang ignored him, staring intently at the corner, his teeth chattering and his lips trembling as he squeezed out a few words. Brother Chu. Brother Chu." His voice was choked with sobs, filled with despair. There were 2 people standing in the corner, one black and one white, with long tongues sticking out. They said that my lifespan was coming to an end, and they had come to see me off. The air in the living room froze instantly. "What nonsense are you talking about? Are you seeing things? There's nothing there." Jiang Wan frowned. Aurelia's expression hardened, and her emerald eyes gleamed with holy light. "No, the elements there are extremely impure." Just then, Chu Tinquo stood up from the sofa. He was no longer lazy. His eyes were as calm as an abyss. He walked slowly to Pang Budong's bedside, reached out, and gently placed his hand on Pang's enormous head. Upon touching it, it felt icy cold. Warning: cross-dimensional law intrusion detected. Analysis of the origin of the rule is underway. Analysis complete. The underworld, the netherworld. Warning: the life essence of the target unit, Pang Budong, is being forcibly drawn by an unknown rule, and its soul is about to leave its body. In the sea of consciousness, the system's notification sounded coldly. Chu Tinquo's eyes turned completely cold. Damn it, they ate my takoyaki, haven't even paid for the meal, and they want to take me away? Did you ask me, the cook? Chapter 104 francs guide. Navigation technique? No, this is the underworld GPS. Brother Chu, help. Pang Budong's voice stopped abruptly, the word save still lingering in his throat, before his massive, rock-like head slumped down heavily. Thump! The burly body, weighing over 200 pounds, slammed onto the floor, causing the Coke can on the coffee table to bounce twice. The air in the villa's living room seemed to have been sucked out instantly. What was supposed to be a sweltering summer night suddenly felt like winter. A layer of white frost was visibly spreading across the window panes. Fatty! Jiang Wan's expression changed drastically, and she stepped over the sofa to Pang Budong's side. The touch of his finger on the carotid artery was cold and stiff completely unlike that of an A-plus level awakened individual who had just been showing off his power. There was no pulse. Breathing stopped, heartbeat also stopped. Jiang Wan's voice trembled as she looked up at Chu Tianquo. How is this possible? His physical functions were clearly at their peak. He was fine just a second ago. How could it be gone like that? Of course the physical body is fine. Aurelia stood to the side, her emerald eyes gleaming with holy light as she stared intently at the immovable body, her brows furrowed. It's empty inside. His soul was forcibly pulled out by some kind of extremely high-dimensional rule power. Empty. Hairuo tilted her head, half a spicy snack in her mouth, a hint of curiosity flashing in her sky-blue eyes. Is the fat brother's house now empty? Can I move in? His belly seems very soft. No one paid any attention to the dangerous remarks made by the deep-sea princess. Chu Tianquo stood still, withdrawing his hand from Peng Budong's head. The cold golden light in his eyes faded, replaced by a sense of unease that said, "This is big trouble." The system panel was scrolling wildly across his retina. Warning: excessive high-dimensional Yin-Law energy, source, flesh and blood of the Great Old Ones, detected within the target unit. Under investigation. Due to excessive Yin energy, the weight of this unit's soul has far exceeded the standard, and it has been automatically identified by the laws of the underworld as a 1,000-year-old ghost illegally lingering in the mortal realm. The soul summoning procedure has been forcibly executed. The courier company claims it's the black and white impermanence. Chu Tianquo stared at the panel, his lips twitching wildly. Goodness, what's this? Because of his gluttony, he marinated himself and ate himself into a ghost. Cthulhu is an extremely Yin and cold evil god, and this fool Peng Budong flaunted over 10 kilograms of it in one go. His physical body was indeed strengthened into indestructible form, but his soul, in the radar of the underworld, is probably shining like a 1,000-watt light bulb. It also has to have the words "Top Wanted Ghost" written on it in big letters. No wonder the black and white impermanents arrive at your door with speed comparable to SF Express. Of all times, it has to be tonight. Chu Tianquo glanced at the electronic perpetual calendar on the wall. The 15th day of the 7th lunar month. On the Ghost Festival, the gates of the underworld are said to open wide. The day when the Yin energy is at its strongest is the day when the underworld is most frantically striving to meet its KPIs. Wah! The wind outside the window suddenly became shrill, like countless fingernails scratching at the glass, making one's scalp tingle. A sharp, greedy laugh suddenly echoed in the living room. Above Peng Budong's body, the air twisted eerily, and a blurry gray-black shadow hovered, drooling non-existent saliva. It was a wandering ghost that escaped while the gates of hell were open. It sensed that there was a powerful, perfect, and unclaimed body here. For such a lonely soul, Peng Budong's body, strengthened by his old flesh and blood, is practically a luxury mansion in Thompson Riviera. Nice house. Nobody lives here. It's mine. The ghostly figure let out a strange cry, turned into a wisp of gray smoke, and impatiently burrowed into Peng Budong's 7 orifices. Court death. Jiang Wan was furious, and the crimson lotus fire in her palm instantly surged up, ready to blast it away. But someone was faster than her. Snap! A crisp, loud sound. Chu Tianquo appeared in front of Peng Budong, without anyone noticing, and with the hand that was holding the Coke can, he slapped the puff of gray smoke with his backhand. He used no skills, relying solely on his physical strength, plus a trace of the oppressive aura of the Supreme Edict. Ah! The ghostly figure let out a shrill scream, as if its buttocks had been scalded by a red-hot iron, and instantly exploded into countless black wisps of smoke. Then, trembling in a corner, it reformed into a black ball and desperately cowed out. Roll! Chu Tianquo didn't even lift his eyelids. His tone is indifferent, as if he were shooing away flies. My food supplies. No. My team members, are you allowed to touch them? The ghostly figure, as if granted a pardon, scrambled and crawled away through the wall, wishing its parents had 2 more legs. The flames in Jiang Wan's hand dissipated, and looking at the motionless Peng Budong on the ground, her eyes reddened with anxiety. Chu Tianquo, what do we do now? If we don't retrieve his soul, no matter how strong his body is, it's useless. After the 7th day after his death, he will truly be cold. The 7th day after death? That's too long. Chu Tianquo took a sip of cola and shook his head in disgust. If I don't eat for 7 days, this guy might bite me when he wakes up. Is this the time to talk about food? Jiangwan almost wanted to take her staff and smash his skull open to see if it was filled with cola. Don't rush. It's just the underworld, not some high-end private club. Are you saying we can't even go in? Chu Tianquo flicked his wrist, and the empty Coke traced a beautiful parabola before landing precisely in a trash can 3 meters away. He looked down at his SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas and then at the flip-flops he bought on sale at the supermarket. He seemed to be hesitating about whether to change into formal attire. After all, they're going to rescue someone and face the king of hell. Doesn't this outfit make them look less fierce and lack villainous aura? Forget it. Changing clothes is too much trouble. Jiangwan, keep an eye on Fatty's body. Turn up the air conditioning temperature. Don't let him get cold. As Chu Tianquo gave the instructions, he opened the system skill panel. Also, is my brown sugar ginger tea ready? If it is, give him a bowl to warm his stomach first. Jiangwan, you're about to go to the underworld, and you're still thinking about brown sugar ginger tea? Chu Tianquo ignored everyone's bewilderment and scanned the skill bar with a large number of F-level life skills. Cooking techniques, fishing techniques, massage techniques. Finally, his gaze settled on a very inconspicuous basic skill. F-level general skill, path-finding technique. It is typically used to find water when lost in the wild, or to find a restroom in a complex shopping mall. System, load this. Chu Tianquo's mind stirred. Deep within the sea of consciousness, the Supreme Edict rune, representing the highest authority, suddenly activated, and golden light instantly enveloped the ordinary icon. Skill, path-finding detected. Core logic extraction, locking in the target, providing direction, ignoring obstacles. Conceptual fraud initiated. Dimensional upgrade in progress. Linking to Chinese mythological concepts, from the highest heavens to the deepest hell. Skill transformation complete. Achieved a concept-level divine skill, Imperial Edict, guide to the underworld. Boom! A desolate and ancient aura suddenly exploded outwards from Chu Tianquo's center. Jiangwan and Aurelia only felt a blur before their eyes. The once warm and bright living room of the villa seemed to fade instantly, turning into a black and white silent film. The solid wood flooring turned into cracked, scorched earth. The ceiling transformed into a gray, oppressive, and low-hanging sky. Beneath Chu Tianquo's feet, a narrow, winding path, barely visible, abruptly extended into the depths of the void. Along the path, strange red flowers bloomed out of nowhere, as red as blood. Red spider lily. Flowers bloom for 1,000 years. Flowers wither for 1,000 years. But flowers and leaves never meet. This is Aurelia covered her mouth. As an elf, she felt a death law that was even purer than the abyss. Pathfinding technique, used to find people. Chu Tianquo casually explained, his tone as relaxed as if he had just turned on a navigation app. Wherever I want to go, there's a road. If the underworld won't open its gates, I'll just kick them open. As he spoke, he stepped onto the path lined with spider lilies, wearing flip-flops. SpongeBob's silly, yellow face looked particularly eerie and mocking against the backdrop of the gloomy spider lilies. How long will it take? Jiangwan asked subconsciously, completely drawn into the other person's rhythm. Let's see how efficient they are over there. Chu Tianquo's figure gradually became blurred, as if he were stepping into another dimension. If they are reasonable and release him, I will rush back to catch up on sleep before dawn. At that moment, he turned back and left Jiangwan with a sentence she would never forget. If they don't listen to reason, I'll change the book of life and death. And by the way, ask King Yama if the underworld canteen provides meals since it's a holiday. Buzz. Spatial oscillation. The red spider lilies withered, and the gray mist dissipated. Chu Tianquo disappeared completely. Only the 3 people were left dumbfounded, and Pang Budong lay motionless on the ground like a corpse. Hairuo blinked her big eyes, staring at the spot where Chu Tianquo had disappeared, and swallowed hard. I want to go too. There seem to be a lot of things there that I've never eaten before. That red flower looks like fried shrimp. Jiangwan weakly held her forehead and glanced at the deep night outside the window. Others burn paper money during the ghost festival because they're afraid of ghosts. That guy is something else. Wearing pajamas and slippers, he He went down to the underworld to rescue people. If those old fogies in the Strategic Bureau found out, Director Gu Tai's nitroglycerin pills would probably be sold in bulk by the ton. Chapter 1:05 The Gates of Hell? Sorry, it's been demolished. A cold wind blew, and yellow sand filled the sky. The gravity here is much stronger than in the real world, making even taking a single step difficult. Chu Tianquo, wearing 9.9 yuan flip-flops, walked out of the gray fog. Before me lay a crowded dirt road. Red spider lilies bloomed on both sides of the road, but they had no fragrance. A nauseating, rotten stench filled my nostrils. This is the road to the underworld? The road conditions are terrible. They didn't even pave any asphalt. Chu Tianquo glanced down at his flip-flops, which were covered in yellow mud, and frowned. These are limited edition SpongeBob SquarePants themed slippers. They're really hard to wash. He looked up and gazed at the horde of ghosts at the end of the road. There stands a towering, black pass that reaches into the clouds. The city wall was built of black boulders, reaching a height of 1,000 feet, and was covered with moss and vines. The archway was very large, with 3 large blood-red characters in the middle, exuding a powerful aura under the dim will-o'-the-wisps. Gate of Hell. This is the dividing line between the realms of the living and the dead. The living must not tread this path, while the souls of the dead return here. There is now a long queue stretching as far as the eye can see in front of the gate. Tens of thousands of ghosts are queuing up, some missing limbs, some still in the gruesome state of their deaths, numbly moving forward. The sounds of crying and cursing were mixed together, making it very noisy. Don't push. If you keep pushing, my head will fall off again. Can you hurry up? I'm in a rush to be reborn as a rich kid. I don't want to die. I haven't finished paying off my Alipay bill yet. Chu Tianquo stood at the end of the line and glanced at his phone. There's no signal here, but the time is still accurate. 2:15 a.m. Pang Budong's soul had been stolen for a quarter of an hour. That guy ate Cthulhu sashimi, so his soul strength is incredibly high and won't dissipate anytime soon. But if they get dragged into court, it will be troublesome to get them out. Troublesome? I have to wait in line. Chu Tianquo sighed. He hates queuing the most. He used to refuse to wait in line for more than 3 people when buying milk tea, let alone this super long line of tens of thousands of ghosts. He looked around, then swaggered forward along the open space beside the line. This action immediately drew the attention of the surrounding ghosts. Most of the ghosts here are very honest, afraid of offending the ghost messengers and being boiled in oil. A guy like Chu Tianquo, wearing yellow SpongeBob pajamas, hands his pockets, and with the "I'm here to inspect the work" expression is really too unconventional. He was particularly full of anger. The scorching heat of the yang energy made the ghosts nearby shrink back. Excuse me, I left the gas stove on and I'm in a hurry. Chu Tianquo casually pushed aside a hanged ghost blocking his way. The hanged ghost was about to get angry when half of his tongue was already sticking out. As a result, when Chu Tianquo touched it with his finger, the hanged ghost let out a howl and jumped 3 meters away, looking at him in fear. The journey was smooth and unobstructed. 5 minutes later, Chu Tianquo arrived at the gates of hell. The yin energy here is much stronger than outside. A dozen or so ghost messengers stood guard at the entrance, shouting and yelling at the queuing souls of the dead. They carried mourning sticks and soul-binding chains, yelling at the line of ghosts. Where's your travel permit? Get out of here if you don't have one. You slaughtered pigs in your previous life? That's too much killing. Pay 50 billion yuan in ghost money for cleaning up. What are you looking at? Don't you want your eyes anymore? These ghost messengers had a terrible attitude and looked strange. They were all bloated and thick-waisted, their skin covered with pustules and mold, and they smelled terrible. The smell was a corrupting stench from the abyss. Chu Tianquo narrowed his eyes. To harbor filth? It seems that the underworld isn't a very peaceful place either. Those evil gods who play with plagues have spread their reach far enough that they've even infiltrated the eastern underworld. Stop! A loud shout interrupted Chu Tianquo. A leading ghost guard discovered him. This ghost had a bull's head, with sticky mucus hanging from its horns and green saliva dripping from its mouth on its belly. It stared wide-eyed at Chu Tianquo, its eyes filled with greed. A living person? The bull-headed demon spewed black smoke from its nostrils and rubbed its hands, which were covered in festering sores. It's been so long since I've seen such a vibrant body, and a virgin body with such abundant yang energy. Its shout drew all the surrounding ghost messengers, who stared at Chu Tianqiu. The surrounding ghosts were frightened and ran away, immediately clearing a large area. Chu Tianqiu stood still, fanned himself in front of his nose, and said with a look of disgust, "Dude, you have bad breath, you know? I suggest you go see a dentist." "How dare you?" The bull-headed demon was furious and slammed his spiked club heavily on the ground, causing the ground to shake. "A living person who dares to trespass into the gates of hell shall be executed according to the law. However, looking at your delicate skin, if you obediently let me take a bite and offer your yang energy to my master, I might consider leaving you with a whole corpse, so you can suffer less from the frying pan." As it spoke, it stuck out its long tongue and licked its face, causing the pustules on its face to tremble, which was extremely disgusting. "Tickets, right?" Chu Tianqiu nodded. "I was rushing in to get someone out, so I didn't bring any ghost money. But I have a friend named Pang Budong who just went in not long ago. He's quite strong and eats a lot. If you could do me a favor and let me go in and get him out, I'd burn a whole bucket of KFC for you afterwards. How about that?" Enough with the nonsense. The ox-headed ghost messenger clearly had no patience to haggle with him. The living people delivered to your door during the ghost festival are considered a great tonic. Besides, this kid smells really good, like instant noodles and cola. If you don't want a quick and painless death, then turn me into mincemeat. The bull-headed demon grinned maliciously, swung his spike club, and brought it down on Chu Tianqiu's head, accompanied by a foul stench. That blow could flatten even a tank. The surrounding ghosts all covered their eyes. But nothing happened. Chu Tianqiu didn't even take his hand out of his pocket. He simply moved half a step to the left. Boom! The spiked club slammed down at his feet, sending stones flying, but it didn't even touch the hem of his pajamas. Too slow. Chu Tianqiu shook his head, looking listless. "I originally wanted to be a civilized person and follow the procedures. But since you insist on resorting to violence..." He raised his head and looked at the tightly closed, towering gate to the underworld. "This door is quite in the way when it's closed, affecting passage efficiency. Since it's not going to be open, then it's unnecessary." "What nonsense are you talking about? Are you scared out of your wits?" The bull-headed ghost missed its target and was about to strike again when it saw the human wearing a comical yellow pajama slowly extend a finger. There was no energy fluctuation at the fingertips, but the rules of heaven and earth seemed to have stopped. Chu Tianqiu opened the system panel. In the skill bar, there is an F-level skill called Disassembly Technique, which is usually used to disassemble packages. Skill Disassembly Technique detected. Target locked. Gates of Hell, Conceptual Object / Defensive Building. Supreme Edict activated. Logic restructuring in progress. Conceptual Fraud. This is just a relatively large delivery box. Skill Transformation complete. Achieve a concept-level divine skill. Imperial Edict. Lu Ban Deconstruction / Violent Demolition. Chu Tianqiu's finger gently touched the city gate. The movement was very light, like ringing a doorbell. Unboxing. He uttered 2 words. The next second, the bull-headed demon, who was about to pounce, froze. It was horrified to discover that the gate of hell behind it, which had stood for tens of thousands of years and could not be easily shaken even by the 10 kings of hell, suddenly let out a mournful cry of unbearable burden. Click! A crack appeared where Chu Tianqiu's finger touched. Immediately afterwards, the crack spread wildly in all directions. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, the entire tall city gate was covered with cracks. Although it still maintained its shape, its internal structure had fallen apart. This is impossible. The spike club in the bull-headed ghost's hand fell to the ground with a clang. It sensed that this was not brute force destruction, but a rule called deconstruction. The bricks and runes that made up the gate were forcibly separated at this moment. Rumble. In the blank stares of tens of thousands of dead souls. That gate to the underworld, a place that symbolizes the separation between the living and the dead, and strikes fear into the hearts of countless living beings. It collapsed. There was no fire, it simply collapsed. The black boulder turned to dust, the archway scattered into sand, and the 3 blood-red characters disappeared in the wind. Smoke and dust rose, obscuring the sky. The dozen or so ghost messengers stood in the ruins, covered in dust and dirt, holding weapons, their faces filled with bewilderment and doubt about their ghostly existence. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. A figure wearing SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas slowly walked in, stepping on the pebbles. Chu Tianquo patted the dust off his shoulders and kicked away a stone at his feet. He walked up to the terrified, bull-headed ghost, bent down, and revealed a very kind smile. "You don't need a travel permit anymore, right?" The bull-headed ghost's entire body was trembling with pustules. It looked behind it. The original pass has been reduced to ruins. Is this a human? Is this some ancient demon god disguised as a human and out having fun? No, no need. Please go ahead. The bull-headed demon's teeth chattered as he pointed shakily inside. The path inside is slippery. Please take care, master." Chu Tianquo nodded, straightened up, and put his hands back in his pockets. Wearing flip-flops, he swaggered into the depths of the underworld under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of ghosts. If you had said that earlier, it would have been fine. You had to force me to demolish the illegal structures. His voice echoed across the ruins. That Pang Budong guy, why did he have to die here of all places? And now I have to run a few more steps. The scene remained silent until his figure disappeared on the road to the underworld. After a long time, a little devil tugged at the sleeve of the old devil next to him. "Uncle, did we just see someone dismantle the gates of hell?" Old Gay shakily got up and put his job back on after it fell to the ground. "Don't speak. If this gets out, the king of hell will go crazy." But then again, the little devil looked at the road that had become a wide thoroughfare and asked, "Does this mean we don't have to queue anymore?" Chapter 106 Modified Morning Stick. Black and white impermanents go crazy. There are no street lights on the road to the underworld, and green phosphorescence flies in the sky. Chu Tianquo, wearing flip-flops, strolled slowly along the path filled with gravel and yellow mud. SpongeBob's yellow pajamas stood out starkly in the fog. "The infrastructure here is really bad. I'll have to talk to Director Gu about it later. Is the property management fee for the underworld being withheld?" Chu Tianquo muttered to himself as he finished the last drop of his cola and instinctively reached for a trash can. I couldn't find a trash can, but I did smell a pungent, fishy stench. It had a strange chemical smell, like rotten vegetable leaves mixed with pus from sores and moldy cheese. Chu Tianquo stopped and looked ahead. The originally gray fog had turned dark green and thick like paste. The green mist rolled across the ground, and wherever it went, the spider lilies withered and rotted instantly, eventually turning into pools of green water. A series of labored breathing sounds, like bellows, came from the depths of the green mist. Then, two figures, one in white and one in black, broke through the fog in a disheveled state and scrambled towards Chu Tianquo's direction. "Seventh brother, why don't you swing that stick at him back?" The white figure screamed in agony as the official hat bearing the inscription, "Instant Wealth," lay askew to one side, half of its gold lettering obscured by green slime. "What the hell are you swinging?" "Old 8, my morning staff is all covered in green mold. These bastards are poisonous. It loses its durability the moment you touch it." The shadowy figure's voice was muffled, and the iron chain in his hand looked like it had been rusted for hundreds of years, with iron filings constantly falling off. Chu Tianquo recognized them as the black and white impermanents who had just taken Pang Budong away from the villa. The righteous gods of the underworld who were once so majestic in the mortal realm have become like this upon returning to their home turf. White impermanence Xia Bian and black impermanence Fan Wuju also saw Chu Tianquo standing in the middle of the road. A living person? Bai Vuchang froze for a moment, his foot slipped, and he almost fell. Isn't that the big shot from earlier? Black impermanence, with his sharp eyes, recognized the pajamas, and his voice changed. "Boss, help! Those guys behind me have no sportsmanship." No sooner had he finished speaking than dozens of monsters suddenly sprang out of the green mist. These monsters were probably ghosts from the underworld in their previous lives. Now they're covered in green fur, with pus squeezing out from the cracks in their skin. They carry rotten bone knives and drip green slime as they run. Warning: infiltration of the laws of an evil god has been detected. Analysis in progress. Keyword: Nurgle. Judgment. The order of the underworld has been severely invaded by external dimensions. The current area has been contaminated by a putrid plague. Chu Tianquo frowned as he watched the group of green-haired monsters charging towards him. "Ugh, that's disgusting. Shu Tianquo was a bit of a germaphobe, especially when it came to things like this oozing pus and fluid. Just looking at it made him think the flip-flops were dirty. Big Boss, retreat quickly. These are plague demons from the outer realms, specifically designed to devour gods. Half of the underworld has already fallen. Bai Vucheng, Xie Baiyan darted behind Shu Tianquo and trembled like a leaf as he held the soul-summoning banner. This generation of underworld civil servants is indeed very weak. Dozens of plague demons caught a whiff of Shu Tianquo's pure yang energy, their eyes instantly turning bloodshot, and they pounced on him like madmen. He was still muttering something. Great, benevolent Father, granted life? Screw you, get the hell away from me. Shu Tianquo took a half step back with a look of disgust, slowly stretched out a hand, and lightly drew a line in the air with his fingertips. This kind of garbage can't be cleaned up properly, which really ruins my holiday mood. He opened the system panel. Although he wanted to be a salted fish, even a salted fish needs to lie in clean water. If it falls into a cesspool, it becomes a pickled salted fish. In the skill bar, the F-level life skill cleaning technique lit up. This was originally a skill he used to wash his pajamas, ensuring they were always spotless. Skill cleaning technique detected. Logical extraction, physical descaling, sterilization and disinfection, restoring the original state. Supreme Edict activated. Dimensional ascension in progress. Linking to Chinese mythology. All things have impurities, but the universe is cleansed. Pure crystal, untouched by worldly dust. Skill transformation complete. Achieved a concept-level divine skill, Imperial Decree. Return of all things to their origin. Shu Tianquo's lips moved slightly, uttering 2 words. Remove. Buzz. A pure white ripple, centered on his flip-flops, swept outwards in an instant. There was no loud explosion, no blinding light. Where the white light swept, the thick green fog instantly vanished. The plague demons covered in pustules vaporized instantly upon contact with the white light, their green fur and pus vaporizing. They let out mournful yet liberated cries. Their distorted forms were reshaped in the light, returning to their original clean and pure appearance as dead souls, before slowly dissipating and being reincarnated. Even the corrosive slime that clung to the bodies of the black and white impermanents was washed away completely. The once tattered mourning staff and chains now gleamed white and black, and the gold lettering on the official's hat sparkled as if it had just been polished. The road to the underworld is now peaceful. Shu Tianquo withdrew his hand, patted off non-existent dust from his pajamas, and remained calm. Xie Baiyan and Fan Wuju stared blankly at their surroundings, then looked at their brand-new equipment, exchanged a glance, and made a decision. Thump! The 2 powerful underworld deities knelt down in unison before Shu Tianquo. Boss! No, dear father, you must save the underworld. Xie Baiyan cried out loudly. If we hadn't been driven mad by these green-haired ghosts, we wouldn't have gone to the mortal world to steal that strong man's soul just to meet our KPIs. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianquo's expression darkened. Speaking of fatty, where's Pang Budong? Where did you take him? Replying to the boss, Fan Wuju spoke tremblingly. That strong man swallowed the flesh and blood of the past, and his soul was thick. The Book of Life and Death judged him to be the reincarnation of a 10,000-year-old vengeful ghost. He was spotted by the Witheredwood Taoist as soon as he entered the door. The Deadwood Taoist. Shu Tianquo raised an eyebrow. They are agents of those plague gods. Xie Baiyan interrupted. That Taoist priest has taken over the Yama Palace and imprisoned King Yama in hell. He's currently altering the Book of Life and Death, trying to turn the underworld into a breeding ground for evil gods. He set his sights on Fatty's soul and wants to refine him into a plague king. Shu Tianquo's aura instantly turned cold. Although he usually looked down on Pang Budong as a good-for-nothing who only knew how to show off potato chips, he was still a soldier he had trained. You can dislike it, or you can cut back on his snacks. But if any of the scoundrels outside will mess with him, they'll have to ask him, the assistant, if he agrees. Lead the way to the hall of the underworld. Shu Tianquo shook his wrist. Boss, you can't go. Xie Baiyan pleaded. The Senluo Palace is full of green-haired ghosts, and they're even blessed by evil gods. Our morning sticks are only good for hitting ordinary ghosts, but against those big shots, it's just suicide. Shu Tianquo glanced at the thin stick, then looked at the iron chain that was half its original length, his face full of disgust. You guys are supposed to be part of the organization, but your equipment is just too terrible. He sighed and snatched the morning stick from Xie Baiyan's hand. The government won't provide you with proper knives, so Dad will modify them for you today. Xie Baiyan was stunned. Change what? Chu Tianqiu didn't speak, his mind filled with the image of the pile of black boulders left over from dismantling the Gate of Hell. Those stones contain the defensive laws of the underworld accumulated over tens of thousands of years. He opened the system and locked the F-level skill repair technique. Skill repair technique detected. Target, morning staff, soul locking chain. Raw materials, remains of the gates of hell, supreme will. Conceptual fraud activated. This isn't repair, it's a complete overhaul. Linking to the concept of Chinese civilization. Heavenly laws transformed into law, thunderous judgment. Imperial edicts, clear and just legal principles. A purple bolt of lightning exploded in Chu Tianqiu's palm. Xie Baiyan felt a surge of power that made his soul tremble as it poured into the morning stick. The bamboo-like stick rapidly lengthened and widened amidst the thunder and fire, its black and white light intertwining, finally transforming into a crystal-clear, purple lightning-wrapped horse-slaying sword. Fan Wuju's iron chain transformed into a giant scythe burning with ghostly cold fire, each link engraved with sacred runes. Ding! Equipment modification successful. Bai Vuchang obtains. Mythical weapon. Judgment of Law Thunderous Slash. Black Impermanence obtains. Mythical weapon. Death's Judgment. Scythe of Karmic Fire. Chu Tianqiu casually tossed the two divine weapons to the stunned black and white impermanence. Now, can you knock it? Xie Baiyan gripped the horse-slaying saber that could summon thunderclouds from the underworld, feeling the divine power surging within his body. He was completely stunned. Is this still a morning stick? This strike could probably cleave the king of Mount Tai in two. Fan Wuju swung his scythe, and the netherworld cold fire directly carved a 100-meter-long crack in the road, instantly burning the plague aura into nothingness. Boss! The two ghost messengers exchanged a glance, their eyes shifting from fear to fervor. This feeling is like a temporary worker who just received a monthly salary of 3,000 suddenly finding himself holding a Gatling gun with unlimited firepower. What are you afraid of? Let's go. Guys, it's time to clean up the workplace. Chu Tianqiu stepped out in his flip-flops, with the black and white impermanence behind him wielding divine weapons, like two Asuras reaping lives. This batch of ghost messengers is indeed not very good, but those I train will have to take my surname in the underworld. Chu Tianqiu looked towards the direction of the Senluo Palace, and golden light shone in his eyes. Pang Budong, if you dare to wait there, die, I'll take away your potato chips for a year when I get back. Chapter 107 Paper Crafting. I'll burn an aircraft carrier battle group. Seventh brother Xie, to the left. Throw that detonator to the left. Fan Wuju's voice was hoarse from shouting, and he brandished the Death God's Judgment, Karmic Fire scythe in his hand. The pitch-black scythe, imbued with ghostly cold flames, could sever dozens of green-haired plague demons with each sweep. But that didn't work at all. Once one wave of these things dies, 3 more waves will immediately surge in. Even more disgusting, the green pus fell to the ground, and the corpse that had been cut in two writhed a few times before sticking back together, turning into an even uglier monster that continued to charge forward. I want to argue back too, but these bastards are acting like it's free. Xie Baiyan's white robe had been splattered into camouflage, and the Law Judgment Thunder Slash in his hand was extremely powerful. With one strike, lightning flashed and thunder roared, clearing out a large area. The problem is all you can see is green, densely packed. This is an army of 1 million souls corrupted by the laws of filth. Boss, my real dad. Xie Baiyan cleaved a giant of rotten flesh in two with a single stroke, then turned back and shouted with a sob in his voice. This can't go on. Our gear is good, but our mana is running low. If this continues, we'll be buried alive. Chu Tianqiu stood on the pure land behind the two of them, the hem of his SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas still perfectly in place. It's so noisy. He glanced at the green pus that was almost reaching his feet, silently took 2 steps back, and wiped his flip-flops on the clean floor. There are indeed quite a lot of them. If you two try to chop them down with knives, it will probably take until next year's Qingming festival. As he spoke, he reached into his pajama pocket and rummaged around. Xiaobayan's eyes lit up, thinking that this person was about to bring out some amazing treasure again. As a result, Chu Tianquo pulled out a stack of white paper. There was also a small pink pair of scissors, the kind that comes as a free gift with any purchase at a convenience store. Xiaobayan. Fan Wuju. Dude, what time is it? You still have a mood to do crafts. Fan Wuju slapped a ghost away with his scythe and shouted loudly. We have to fight our way out, not let them cut paper snowflakes for us. Shut up, you're making a fuss over nothing. Chu Tianquo sat down cross-legged and placed a can of cola at his feet. I'm not familiar with the other rules of the underworld, he said, picking up a pair of scissors and quickly slicing across the white paper. But there's one rule I know perfectly well. Whatever you burn in the mortal world, you'll have in the underworld, right? Xiaobayan paused for a moment, then nodded subconsciously. That makes sense. But what does that have to do with breaking through? Even if you cut out a transformer, it won't have electricity. Who said it needs electricity? Chu Tianquo didn't even lift his eyelids as the scissors flew up and down. F-rank skill, paper crafting. It's a very niche branch within the life skills system. No serious awakened ones rely on it for fighting. But for Chu Tianquo, there are no useless skills, only ideas that aren't big enough. Skill paper emanation detected. Core logic extraction, using paper as a medium to connect yin and yang, and to create things from nothingness. The Supreme Decree is activated, linking to Chinese folk customs, a special offering from the underworld, overwhelming firepower. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. Skill transformation complete. Obtain divine skill, imperial decree, divine refinement, netherworld military edition. Click, click. In less than 10 seconds, a paper model with 6 gun barrels appeared in his hand, limp and flimsy, like a kindergarten craft project. Gatling gun. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. The 6 senses are purified. The depleted uranium bullet revolves 3,600 times in one breath. Could I borrow a light? Chu Tianquo tossed the paper Gatling gun into the air. Xiaobayan instinctively unleashed a bolt of lightning. Boom! When the white paper came into contact with the lightning, it did not burn. Instead, it exploded into a ball of ghostly blue flames. The light, flimsy pieces of paper rapidly expand, harden, and reform in the fire. The next second, thump! With a loud bang, a pitch-black 6-barrel machine gun suddenly crashed down in front of the black and white impermanence, its barrels still wreathed in ghostly energy. The ammunition belt stretched endlessly into the void, with no end in sight. This, Xiaobayan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What are you standing there for? Pull the trigger. Chu Tianquo took a sip of cola. Netherworld Special Edition, unlimited ammo, with anti-magic and explosion effects. No need to change the barrel. Roar. The green-haired ghost tide had already surged more than 10 meters away. Xiaobayan didn't have time to think. He dropped his saber, lunged behind the machine gun, and gripped the trigger tightly. Die, you scum. Sizzled, da-da-da-da. Blue flames shot out, reaching a length of 3 meters. A muffled roar instantly drowned out the entire arena. With a firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, it created a storm of bullets. The green-haired demon at the forefront was instantly torn into green mist. Each bullet triggered a violent spiritual explosion within the horde of ghosts, blasting out large areas with a single burst. The sturdy horde of zombies was plowed out, creating a 5-meter-wide death tunnel. Holy crap, that's awesome. Xiaobayan laughed wildly as he fired shots. This is called salvation. Physical purification. Ha ha ha. Fan Wuju watched with eyes reddening, scratching his head and pleading, Boss. My dear father, what about mine? I can't just stand by and watch. What's the rush? Chu Tianquo picked up another piece of paper and started cutting it up. A minute later, he threw a cylindrical paper model out. The ghostly flames rose. Click. Fan Wuju now held a menacing-looking individual rocket launcher, RPG, the warhead of which was a vengeful ghost skull burning with black flames. RPG, the glory of the divine cult shines upon the underworld. Fan Wuju picked it up and fired at the densest area of ghosts. Early boom! A huge black mushroom cloud rose up, instantly clearing a radius of 50 meters. Awesome! Fan Wuju's dark face shone with excitement. But the ghost tide was too numerous. The two powerful weapons suppressed the front, while the sides and rear were still frantically closing in. The firepower is still a bit weak. Ju Tiangu Wen. My hands are a little sore. I'm too lazy to cut them one by one. He spread out the remaining large stack of white paper and closed his eyes. System all in. Received. A complex structure is under construction. Core concept. King of modern warfare, a major power's weapon. Truth lies within its range. Chu Tianquo wielded his scissors wildly, cutting haphazardly, sending scraps of paper flying everywhere. Finally, he piled the stack of paper scraps together, took out a lighter, and lit it. Although there is no water in the underworld, it is a conceptual entity, so it should be able to fly, right? Chu Tianquo clapped his hands, stood up, and shouted at the black and white impermanents who were going berserk. Step back and cover your ears. What? The two of them hadn't even reacted yet. Sudden, the sky over the entire Huangquan road darkened. A powerful sense of oppression suddenly descended. Woo! A deep, resonant whistle echoed throughout the underworld. Amidst the stunned gazes of everyone, a colossal steel behemoth, wreathed in eerie blue ghostly flames, tore through the gray mist of the underworld and slowly emerged from the clouds. It was so big that it practically blotted out the sky. The spacious deck was filled with black and gold papier-mâché-style carrier-based aircraft, with bombs covered with soul-scattered spells hanging under their wings. This is a nuclear-powered, ghostly space carrier that can fly in the sky. My goodness! The Gatling gun in Sieb Bayan's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Fan Wuju opened his mouth wide, and his jaw dislocated. They've been collecting souls in the mortal realm for thousands of years. They've seen people burn paper cars and paper houses, but they've never seen anyone burn down an entire aircraft carrier battle group. Is this cheating? Main gun, secondary gun, close-in weapon system, fire freely. Chu Tianquo yawned, as if directing a boring game. Carrier-based aircraft take off, bombard the ground. As soon as he finished speaking, the steel behemoth in the air came to life. Countless black cannons rotated, locking onto the densely packed horde of millions of zombies below. Then, destruction has begun. Boom, 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 boom. This was outright massacre. It is the crushing force of industrial civilization. The road to the underworld was shrouded in a vacuum, washed away by artillery fire. Chu Tianquo stood in the center of the raging bombardment, watching the Nurgle army being blown to pieces, and sighed. I just wanted to save someone. Is it really necessary to force me into an arms race? He picked up the Coke can from the ground, found it was empty, and casually threw it into a large crater created by the main guns of an aircraft carrier. Let's go. The road is level now. He walked towards a patch of scorched earth, wearing flip-flops. Above, the dark, shadowy aircraft carrier, obscuring the sky, flew slowly alongside, like a loyal bodyguard. The black and white impermanents exchanged a glance and scrambled after them. At that moment, they had only one thought in their minds. If anyone dares to offend this man, even the king of hell and the underworld will have to come out and kowtow to him. Chapter 108 Tanks Racing on the Bridge of Helplessness. This style is weird. The smell of gunpowder overpowered the stench of decay, and Huangquan Road was blasted into a scorched earth road. The aircraft carrier's attack just now did indeed wipe out the tens of thousands of green-haired devils that were charging at the front. But the mechanism of the law of grit is very shady. The shattered, green, rotten flesh wriggled on the ground, attracting and sticking together, making a gurgling sound. In the blink of an eye, they pieced themselves together into a new individual. From the distant gray fog, the dull sound of footsteps rang out again. The ground trembled, and countless green dots once again covered the field of vision. Here we go again. Sieb Bayan gripped the Gatling gun in his hand, swallowed hard, and his voice trembled. Dude, this thing is never ending. Infinite respawns? With our limited ammo, how many minutes can we last? Although he was holding a divine weapon, the muscle memory he had developed over thousands of years of using a morning stick to strike ghosts remained, and faced with such a large number of attackers, he instinctively wanted to retreat. Chu Tianquo ignored him. Chu Tianquo was looking down at his flip-flops when a drop of green juice had splashed onto the edge of one of them. It's filthy. He frowned and stomped his toes on the ground. This is a limited edition. It's very hard to get one. Chu Tianquo shuffled his foot, and a mountain of flesh in front of him began to move. The writhing green mountain of flesh suddenly sprang up, letting out a shriek, and a dozen or so giant, stitched-together corpse monsters led the charge. Their bodies were covered with rotting human heads, and each mouth spewed out plague-inducing venom. Seventh brother, stop standing there. They're charging. Fan Wuju, carrying the still-smoking individual rocket launcher, was sweating profusely with anxiety. How do I reload this thing? What if I run out of mana? Jutian Gusai. Leading this group of ancient civil servants in a modern war is indeed quite a challenge. No loading required. Chu Tianquo raised his head, his eyes languid. With a concept-level weapon, you only need to do one thing. He pointed ahead. Keep the trigger on until nothing is moving in that direction. Got it. Siap Bayan gritted his teeth. Damn it, I'll risk it all, even if it means my soul is annihilated. He remounted the dark blue 6-barrel machine gun, aiming the muzzle at the several stitched-together zombies charging at him. At this moment, the white impermanence seemed to have rediscovered the ferocity he had when he was a malevolent ghost, his finger gripping the trigger tightly. Sizzled, da-da-da-da-da. The gun barrel spun at high speed, making a tearing sound. This time, Siap Bayan saw things clearly. What was ejected was the Netherfire curse seal compressed to its limit. Each bullet is engraved with intricate edict and demon-slaying patterns, and it also has its own tracking function. The 3-story tall zombie at the very front had just opened its mouth to spew poison when hundreds of bullets poured down its throat. Puff, 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 puff. There was no bloodshed or carnage, only pure annihilation. Blue ghost fire exploded inside the corpse monster's body, instantly shattering its massive form into countless flying particles. Before it could even scream, it was physically exorcised. Holy crap! Siap Bayan looked at the still-smoking gun barrel, then at the empty fan-shaped area in the distance. In the past, when they encountered a fierce ghost of this level, he and Lao Ba had to set up a formation, chant incantations, and summon the gods, and even after a lot of effort, they might not be able to subdue it. Now, 2 seconds? Ha ha! That's awesome. So awesome. Siap Bayan's pale face flushed red, and his original effeminate temperament vanished. He tossed his official hat aside, stepped onto a nearby rock, and began firing the Gatling gun. Come on, you bunch of rotten meat. Weren't you so arrogant just now? What mantras? What gods are invoked? This is the true Mahayana Buddhism. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, the 6 senses purified by the depleted uranium bullet, spinning 3,600 times in a single breath, with great compassion to deliver all beings. Da-da-da-da-da. A pale blue flame swept across the road to the underworld. Any green-haired ghost that came into contact with the rain of bullets, whether it was a 1,000-year-old ghost or a mutated evil spirit, was blasted into basic particles. Fan Wuju, who was watching with envy, didn't care whether he could aim or not, and fired a shot at the densest part of the ghost horde with his RPG. Whoosh, boom! A huge black mushroom cloud rose into the sky. At the epicenter of the explosion, hundreds of plague demons were instantly vaporized. The shockwave, carrying with it the karmic fire of the underworld, ignited the surrounding ghosts as well. That's what you call professional. Fan Wuju grinned, revealing 2 rows of large black teeth. Seventh brother, leave some for me. Don't kill them all. Let me get an assist. The scene on Huangquan Road became very strange. On one side was a horde of bioengineered zombies emitting a foul stench. On the other side were 2 people dressed in ancient official robes, wielding heavy firepower and firing. Even the ghostly aircraft carrier overhead seemed somewhat superfluous. Chu Tianquo stood on a small mountain of spent bullet casings, hands in his pockets, yawned boredly, and casually picked at his ear. The efficiency is still too low. He looked ahead at the Nurgle Legion, which was suffering heavy casualties but still surging in endless numbers. While this tactic of firing in a line is satisfying, it's too slow to advance. Chu Tianquo needed to get home before dawn to catch up on his sleep. We need to change our mode of transportation. Chu Tianquo reached into his pajama pocket again and pulled out the stack of white papers. This time, Chu Tianquo tore the paper with his bare hands. Hiss, hiss. After a few moments, a ruggedly designed heavy vehicle model appeared in his hand. He casually tossed it on the ground. Wake up and get to work. Boom! The ground suddenly sank, and dust flew up. A black-maned battle tank covered in reactive armor suddenly crashed down from nowhere. A huge white character, Dan, meaning to pay respects, was printed on the turret. But that's not all. Chu Tianquo tapped his fingers repeatedly, and energy in the air quickly gathered. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, an armored division appeared on the road to the underworld. The Type 99, a main battle tank, self-propelled artillery, infantry, fighting vehicles, all are painted in black and gold, with their exhaust pipes spewing out eerie blue flames. Get in the car. Chu Tianquo opened the hatch of the lead vehicle and jumped inside. The black and white impermanents were still there, holding their guns and laughing when they were startled by the commotion. What is this thing? Xie Baiyan touched the cold armor and felt that his understanding of the world had been overturned. The Underworld Special Edition 99A is adaptable to all terrains, capable of crushing spirits and preventing fraudulent claims. Chu Tianquo's voice came from inside the turret, sounding somewhat deep through the loudspeaker. Stop talking nonsense. Fan Wuju will be in charge of loading, Xie Baiyan will be in charge of the machine gun, and I'll drive. Sir, I don't have a driver's license. Fan Wuju weakly raised his hand. Are there traffic police in the underworld? No, that settles it. Just weld the accelerator shut. Bone strapje. The tank's gas turbine emitted a loud bang. The tracks turned, crushing the gravel and mangled flesh on the ground, and charged forward. The armored formations behind automatically followed. The Nurgle Legion had clearly never seen anything like this before. In their understanding, battles in the underworld consist of throwing fireballs at each other, competing in laws, or hand-to-hand combat. Has anyone ever seen this thing? This is utterly unsportsmanlike. A 5-meter-tall, rotting abomination blocked the road, attempting to stop the tank with its body of pus that could corrode magical artifacts. Chu Tianquo didn't even slow down. Conceptual crushing. He pressed a red button in the cockpit. Imperial Decree, Steel Torrent, launched. Bang! The tank, weighing tens of tons, crashed into it at a speed that defied the laws of physics. The abomination didn't even last a second before being crushed into a green pulp that smeared onto the conveyor belt. Then came the second one, the third one. Wherever the tanks passed, they left a trail of crushed flesh and blood. I'm going to fire. I'm going to fire. Fan Wuju shouted from inside the turret as he crammed armor-piercing shells, each engraved with runes, into the cannon barrel. Boom! The main gun roared. In the distance, a defensive tower made of corpses shattered with a crash. The black and white impermanents were having a blast. Xie Baiyan operated the anti-aircraft machine gun on the roof of the vehicle, riddling the gargoyles that were trying to swoop down from the air with bullets. My lord, times have changed. Xie Baiyan roared, almost laughing until tears streamed down his face. This is true soul-stealing. Before, that was begging. The armored forces advanced in a straight line. The road to the underworld, which originally took half an hour, was cleared by them in 10 minutes. What passes, what ambushes, what formations. All are paper in the face of a 125mm smoothbore cannon and conceptual-grade armor. Soon, the fog ahead dissipated. A muddy, yellow river appeared at the edge of the horizon. The river churned, and countless wronged souls wailed within it. An ancient stone bridge spans the river. The Bridge of Helplessness. But the Bridge of Helplessness has completely changed. Meng Pe, who was supposed to be guarding there, was nowhere to be found. The large pot used for cooking soup at the bridgehead is still there, simmering with a thick, toxic broth that is bubbling with green bubbles and churning with eyeballs and internal organs. Several sorcerers dressed in tattered robes and with faces covered in pustules were gathered around a pot, forcibly pouring spoonfuls of green soup in the mouths of the ghosts they had captured. Those ghosts who drank the soup instantly convulsed, their skin ulcerated, and they transformed into new Nurgle plague ghosts. These are the subordinates of that withered wood Taoist. Chu Tianquo glanced through the periscope, and his brows furrowed even more. Turning the Meng Pe soup into a biochemical agent, these people have some creativity, but not much. He stopped the tank, opened the hatch, and crawled out. The tank's headlights were blindingly bright, shining directly onto the Bridge of Helplessness. The demonic cultivators were blinded by the bright light and covered their eyes, cursing loudly. Who goes there? How dare you trespass on the alchemy grounds of the withered tree immortal master? The leader, a sorcerer, had a string of miniature human skulls hanging around his neck and held a still dripping blood whisk in his hand. He was visibly startled when he saw the black tank, but his expression quickly turned ferocious. No matter what you are, since you've come, become nourishment for the immortal master. With a flick of his whisk, The evil Taoist priest caused the green poisonous soup in the pot to suddenly boil, transforming into a green poisonous dragon that lunged at the tank with bared fangs and claws. Be careful! That's the soul-corroding soup of 10,000 poisons. Xie Baiyan shouted as he emerged from the turret. Just a tiny bit will dissolve the golden body. Shu Tianquo stood on top of the tank without even trying to dodge. He frowned as he watched the poisonous dragon pounce on him. I said, he spoke, his voice not loud, but it resonated in everyone's ears. When did food safety issues in the underworld become so serious? Is this stuff even meant for human consumption? Shu Tianquo raised his hand, palm facing the poisonous dragon. F-level life skill, food purification technique. I learned this skill specifically to prevent Pang Budong from eating expired snacks and getting diarrhea. I never expected it to come in handy here. Skill, food purification technique detected. Target, high concentration contaminated liquid, kitchen waste. The supreme decree has been activated. Logic restructuring, discarding the dross and retaining the essence. Conceptual deception. This is just a bowl of slightly dirty wild vegetable soup. Linking to the concept of Chinese civilization. Shenong tasted hundreds of herbs, and the 5 grains nourished the people. All the grueling practices have vanished. Buzz. A clear green light shot out from his palm and instantly struck the poisonous dragon. What happened next stunned all the ghosts and demons present. The foul-smelling, venomous dragon rapidly decomposed and reformed in the green light. The fishy smell disappeared, replaced by a fresh vegetable aroma. Whoosh! The poisonous dragon dissipated and turned into rain. What fell was a steaming bowl of spinach and tofu soup. The sorcerer, soaked to the bone, subconsciously licked his lips. Delicious! He was completely stunned. How did the poisonous soup I brewed for 49 days turn into a regular vegetable soup? It tastes pretty good. It even has a slightly sweet aftertaste. You bunch of terrorists can't even cook. Bad review. Shu Tianquo jumped off the tank, wearing flip-flops, and walked step by step toward the bridge of helplessness. The cannon barrel behind him was still steaming, and the black and white impermanents stood guard on his left and right, each holding a smoking divine weapon, their eyes fierce like 2 thugs. Where is Meng Pe? Shu Tianquo walked up to the sorcerer and looked down at him. And where did that old geezer named Kumu go? The demon was still savoring the taste of the soup in his mouth when he heard this and snapped back to reality. He stubbornly shouted, You shouldn't be so arrogant. The immortal master has already completed the ritual in the Hall of Netherworld. That plague demon king is about to be born. When the demon king arrives, the ghost king. Shu Tianquo interrupted him with a cold laugh. You mean Pang Budong? He pulled out the last half-empty bottle of cola from his pocket, drank it all in one gulp, then crushed the can and casually tossed it into the large pot. If that's true, then all I can say is... Shu Tianquo raised his foot and kicked over the huge soup pot. Clang! Soup splashed everywhere. Your immortal master is about to be in big trouble. Turn Pang Budong into a ghost king? That's like putting a mouse in a rice jar. Because no one knows better than Shu Tianquo just how abnormal Pang Budong's gluttony talent is. It's still uncertain who will refine whom. Xie Baiyan. Shu Tianquo gave the order without turning his head. Tie these guys who can't cook well to the cannon barrel and use them as ornaments. It'll ward off evil spirits. Let's cross the bridge. Go to the Temple of the Underworld and bring that big oaf home for dinner. A black beam of light suddenly shot up from the direction of the distant Sinluo Palace, stirring the dark clouds in the sky into a huge vortex. A familiar scent wafted from that direction. That was the immovable aura of Pang. However, this aura was mixed with a hunger that could devour the heavens and the earth. And the rumbling of intestines echoed throughout the entire underworld. Shu Tianquo paused, his expression turning somewhat strange. Broken. He rubbed his forehead. That guy seems to be starving. Chapter 109, The Deadwood Taoist. This is a paradise for scoundrels. The Hall of the Gods and Demons. This place used to be the CBD of the underworld, the joint office of the 10 Kings of Hell, and the place that controlled the KPIs of the 3 realms and 6 paths. But now, this place is completely rotten. The 18 dragon-carved pillars have turned into rotten wood, their surfaces covered with green mold and fungal carpet. The dragon sculpture was originally used to suppress the flow of fortune. Their eyeballs have been gouged out and replaced with 2 still pulsating pustules. The ground was a swamp of rotting flesh that was squelching and impossible to step on. The green fog in the air is a thick layer of plague spores. If you listen carefully, you can also hear unsettling whispers. The reincarnation well in the center of the main hall, originally used for reincarnation, has now been destroyed. The clear well water turned into a dark green soup in which countless wronged souls struggled. If you get even a single drop on yourself, no matter how respectable you are in life, you will grow green hair and become a plague demon. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. The Witheredwood Taoist sat cross-legged by the well, with an expression of enjoyment on his face. Old Dang's current look can be described as quite unique. His Taoist robe was stuck to his skin, one side of his face was so badly rotten that his gums were showing, while the other side of his face wore a kind smile that was so benevolent it was unsettling. He gently shooed away the flies around him with a whisk made from a human leg bone. Rotten is the eternal destiny. All living beings suffer. Only by becoming maggots can one be carefree. The withered tree Taoist was coughing violently as he preached. With each cough, several fat maggots fell from his mouth into the well, splashing up green water. Children, stop struggling and join your loving Father's family. Directly above the reincarnation well, a thick iron hook hangs down. The unmoving soul hanging on the hook was giving the Witheredwood Taoist a headache. An ordinary soul is only the size of a fist, but the immovable soul, having devoured the flesh and blood of the ancient rulers, solidified into a golden solid, which also had a luster. In his efforts to hang him up, the withered tree Taoist broke 3 of the soul hooking locks. At this moment, Pang Budong was suspended above a huge oil pot. The pot was boiling with a high concentration of holy water of retention, which the Witheredwood Taoist intended to use to refine Pang Budong into the plague demon king, who snored. A rhythmic snoring sound echoed in the main hall. Pang Budong's soul had its eyes closed, with a string of drool hanging from the corner of its mouth. He was too heavy. The iron hook creaked as it was pulled. The toxic water in the fryer below was boiling, and the green flames licked the soles of his feet, but not even a single blister appeared. Instead, it gave him a smoky color. I said, "Waiter, turn the heat down." Pang Budong smacked his lips, turned over, and mumbled in a dreamlike voice. "These ribs, the smoky flavor is too strong. We need to add some cumin and chili powder. Oh, and Brother Chu, save me a spicy strip. Don't steal it." The whisk in the hand of the Witheredwood Taoist froze. He trained the fat man for 3 hours. 3 whole hours. If it were an S-class powerhouse, their soul would have been corroded into dust long ago, and they would have been kneeling down begging for mercy. But this guy was sleeping. Not only are they sleeping, they're also ordering food. They use the Nagu Divine Fire as a self-service barbecue grill. Greedy fool. 2 plumes of green smoke shot out from the withered tree Taoist nostril, which now had only 1 hole. Even on the verge of death, you're still thinking about food. Perfect. I'll throw you into the well of reincarnation, so your gluttonous obsession can infect the next generation of newborns, causing them to starve to death at birth. He suddenly stood up, just about to reach out and push Pang Budong down. Boom! With a loud bang, the walls of the Senluo Palace exploded. Then came the teeth-grinding metallic scraping sound and the roar of a large displacement diesel engine. The 2 bronze doors, inlaid with skulls and touted as having invincible defense, were smashed away by a powerful force. The door panel, weighing tens of tons, flew out and crashed into the swamp of pus, splashing up a 3-meter-high green wave. A dark, menacing main battle tank, its cannons still spitting blue flames, stormed through the ruins with overwhelming force. Behind it followed an entire company of armored vehicles. Thick black smoke billowed, and the conveyor belts whipped up rotting flesh. Squeak! The tank braked suddenly 10 meters from the reincarnation well. The hatch opened. Chu Tingqiu leaned half his body out. He took a deep breath, then almost vomited, his face contorted in pain. Vomit! He quickly pulled a roll of specially made thick plastic wrap from his pocket, wrapped his 2 flip-flops in 3 layers, and finally put on an N95 mask with a SpongeBob SquarePants pattern. After completing this entire set of pre-battle preparations, he carefully jumped off the tank. Xia Lao Kai, Fan Lao Ba, is this your office environment? Chu Tingqiu looked around, his eyes practically overflowing with disdain. He tentatively touched the fungal carpet on the ground with his toe, then withdrew as if he had been electrocuted. Did the property management company here abscond with the money? If this kind of sanitation were in the real world, the health bureau would fine you into bankruptcy, and you'd have to pay for everything, even your underwear. Following behind him, the black and white impermanents, carrying a modified Gatling gun and an RPG, cautiously moved forward, stepping on the tank tracks. Boss, this wasn't like this before. Siap Bayan blushed and defended himself in a low voice. Although it was a bit of a hellish place before, at least it was hygienic. After this old Taoist priest came, he spread viruses everywhere. Even our King Yama was so disgusted by the smell that he had to hide in the dungeon behind the mountain and pick his feet. Chu Tianquo ignored him and looked up at the crossbeam. When he saw Pang, who was hanging in midair like a piece of cured meat, fast asleep, he finally felt relieved. Thankfully, it wasn't cooked yet. It even looks like it's gotten bigger. This must be a piece of water-injected meat. Pang Budong, get up and pay your food bill. Chu Tianquo shouted at the top of his lungs. Pang Budong jolted awake, his eyes snapping open, his dazed little eyes instantly focusing. Brother Chu, my dear father, help! Upon seeing his relatives, Pang Budong immediately stopped snoring and began wildly waving his limbs in the air. This old man's shop is a ripoff. Not only did he refuse to give me anything to eat, but he also tried to fumigate me with this green soup, which smelled like over-fermented stinky tofu. It's so bad. Chu Tianquo sighed and rubbed his forehead. All right, stop embarrassing yourself. Hang you up there as your signature dish. I'll put you down after I finish cleaning. The withered tree, Taoist, slowly turned around. His murky, pus-filled eyes were fixed on Chu Tianquo. There was no anger, no surprise, only a calm as if he were looking at a dead man. Stranger. The voice of the withered wood Taoist was like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. How did you cross the road to the underworld? Didn't those holy children grant you liberation? Chu Tianquo looked down at the green mud on the tank tracks, then looked at the withered wood Taoist. You mean those green-haired monsters? He patted the tank turret behind him and said casually. They were so enthusiastic, they insisted on taking pictures with me. I'm a socially awkward person, so I had the tank do it for me and invited them all into the gaps between the tracks for a deep massage. The withered tree Taoist was stunned for a moment. He looked at those steel monsters. In his eyes, these things had no spiritual energy fluctuations and were just scrap metal. Foolish mortals, attempting to hinder the steps of a loving father with inanimate objects? The withered tree Taoist laughed, and the pustules on half of his face trembled and burst with laughter. Young man, you have no idea what divine power is. I have rewritten the rules of the underworld. These toys of yours won't last 3 minutes in my divine realm. The words had barely left his mouth. The green mist surrounding the main hall instantly thickened tenfold. The rotting flesh on the ground began to bulge wildly, and countless green, withered arms stretched out from the swamp, gripping the tank's tracks and chassis tightly. Sizzle, sizzle. A harsh, corrosive sound rang out. The specially made alloy armor emitted white smoke and began to soften under the corrosive influence of the law of grimace. Oh no, my equipment is losing durability. Siap Bayan screamed in agony. Chu Tianquo, however, remained completely calm. He looked down and checked the cling film on his flip-flops to make sure it wasn't torn before slowly opening the system panel. Old man, you're saying inanimate objects are useless? Chu Tianquo looked at the F-level life skill in his skill bar that had been gathering dust all along. Pest control. That's because you haven't seen what real technology and ruthless work is like. Skill pest control technique detected. Core logic extraction, killing pathogens, repelling pests, and powerful disinfection. Supreme edict activated. Dimensional ascension in progress. Conceptual deception. This was just a regular family cleaning. Linking to Chinese mythological concepts, sweeping away the 6 directions, and awe-inspiring all. The heavenly physician patrols, making one immune to all poisons. Skill transformation complete. Acquired a concept-level divine skill. Imperial edict. Absolute forbidden zone, sterile room version. Chu Tianquo did not make a move. He simply snapped his fingers lightly at the smoking tanks. Roll. Word become law. Buzz. A semi-transparent, golden light shield exploded instantly around Chu Tianquo. The mold, which was growing wildly, let out a terrible scream the moment it came into contact with the light barrier. Those green, ghostly hands instantly carbonized and disintegrated, turning into ashes. The nauseating stench inside the hall was instantly replaced by a refreshing scent, carrying a faint aroma of disinfectant and sandalwood. Inside the light shield, everything was spotless. Even the spore flies that were flying around in the air seemed to have hit something in mid-air, falling to the ground with a crackling sound, and still twitching on the ground. The smile on the face of the withered tree Taoist froze. He felt as if a piece of his divine realm had been forcibly ripped away. The feeling made him feel physically uncomfortable. That's interesting. The withered wood Taoist shook his whisk, and the kindness in his eyes disappeared, replaced by madness. His originally hunched body began to swell, and the pustules under his skin burst open one after another, not flowing out pus, but concentrated fragments of loss. Since you refuse your loving father's gifts, then become fertilizer in this garden. He frantically made hand seals with both hands. Behind them, the churning waters of the reincarnation well shot skyward. The foul-smelling well water gathered, twisted, and hardened in midair. Finally, it formed a terrifying phantom that was 10 stories high, entirely emerald green, and had 1,000 arms. In each of the phantom's palms lay a wailing soul, and every face screamed. "Plague Corpse Buddha!" Siap Bayan screamed, nearly dropping the Gatling gun in his hand. His legs were trembling. "Boss, retreat quickly. This thing is an evil god's avatar, forcibly stitched together by the laws of filth and the power of reincarnation in the underworld. It's immune to physical attacks. Tanks can't destroy it." The withered wood Taoist stood beneath the Dharma image, his entire being becoming transparent, as if he had sacrificed himself. He laughed wildly, his voice shattering the roof tiles of the main hall. "This is my bliss. This is my miracle. Mortals, roten despair." The enormous green corpse Buddha slowly opened its eyes, and a gigantic green hand, blotting out the sky and carrying the pressure to crush space, slammed down fiercely towards Chu Tianquo. Chapter 1, 10 Arms Race in the Underworld? I'll arm terracotta warriors with RPGs. The giant hand, which was filled with countless plague, vengeful spirits, darkened the entire Yama Palace. Before his hand even landed, the stench of decay was already so overwhelming that the tank behind Chu Tianquo creaked under the weight. The law of filth is corrupting these things from the mortal realm. It's no use. Give up. The withered wood Taoist stood in the shadow of the plague corpse Buddha, his voice like the buzzing of countless flies. "In the realm of the merciful Father, even steel rots. Your lumps of iron aren't even worthy of being fertilizer for my garden." The Buddha's hand slammed down. Siap Bayan and Fan Wuju turned pale with fright, feeling that their divine authority was being suppressed. This is a higher-level law, and no spell can be used against it. But Chu Tianquo merely raised his eyelids slightly. He remained standing on that golden, pristine land, not even a hem of SpongeBob's pajamas twitching. Boom! The giant hand crashed down, but 3 meters above Chu Tianquo's head, it struck an invisible golden barrier, making a hum sound, and could not advance any further. The golden light and green energy collided violently, producing a hissing sound. Countless vengeful spirits wailed within the palm of the hand, yet they could not break through the barrier no matter what. The laughter of the withered tree Taoist got stuck in his throat. His pus-filled eyes stared wide open, his face full of disbelief. His plague corpse Buddha is a Dharma form refined from a portion of the reincarnation authority of the underworld, representing the rules of decay and end. Now, this rule has been blocked by a stronger one. I've already told you, the hygiene here is terrible. Chu Tianquo picked at his ears. The loud noise from earlier made him a little uncomfortable. "Since you refuse to clean up, I can only help you eliminate the source of the garbage." He was about to raise his hand. Sudden, thump, thump, thump. A deep, ancient, yet highly rhythmic sound of war drums came from the depths of the underworld. The drum beats seemed to strike directly at the soul, carrying a chilling sense of order. The moment the sound rang out, the writhing carrion and fungal carpet in the Senluo Palace froze, like slugs that had been doused with boiling water, stiffening all at once and instinctively shrinking back. Uncontrolled decay is naturally at a disadvantage in the face of perfect order. What is that? The expression on the face of the withered tree Taoist changed. Chu Tianquo laughed, lowered his hand, and leaned lazily against the tank turret. It seems I don't need to take action myself. He gestured towards the direction the voice came from. It seems like a group of even more unreasonable tenants have moved into your territory. The words had barely left his mouth. The wall behind the Sinluo Palace, covered in green fungus, exploded. Gravel and rotten flesh flew everywhere. An army clad in black armor and wielding long spears charged out. They were expressionless, their eyes burning with eerie blue soul fire, each step perfectly timed to the beat of the drum, their movements perfectly synchronized. This is a legion that has returned from the brink of death. At the very front of the army, a man wearing black dragon pattern armor and a crown strode forward. His face was resolute, and his eyes were piercing. He was none other than the heroic spirit of the great Qin general, Ing Wushuan. Evil heretics, how dare you defile the underworld? Ing Wushuan's gaze swept over the plague-infested corpse Buddha, his eyes cold and filled with disgust. Then, his gaze fell on the tanks and the black and white impermanence figures carrying heavy weapons, and his brows furrowed slightly. Especially the 6-barrel machine gun in Xie Baiyan's hands. That insane rate of fire, that sheer lethal efficiency, caused the mighty Qin general to furrow his brow for the first time. This thing is faster than my Qin repeating crossbow? What is this? Ing Wushuan's voice echoed in the underground palace. Their speed far surpasses the rapid fire of my Qin crossbows? Xie Baiyan felt uneasy under the gaze of this big shot, and instinctively tried to hide the Gatling gun behind his back. Ing Wushuan didn't look at it for long. His gaze quickly locked onto Chu Tianquo, the only calm and composed person in the arena. He strode up to the tank and nodded slightly to Chu Tianquo. Guardian deities, Ing Wushuan said in a deep voice. I was training my troops here when I didn't expect that some villains would cause trouble and disturb you. Old Ing, you've come at the perfect time. Chu Tianquo pointed to the plague-infested corpse Buddha that was still fighting against the golden light shield. See that big green thing? It's so ugly and it's blocking the way. Can your people take it down? Just a clay chicken or a clay dog. Ing Wushuan snorted coldly. He suddenly waved his hand. Qin warriors, fire your arrows. Behind them, thousands of terracotta archers immediately formed a battle formation and drew their giant bows. Buzz. The sound of the bowstring vibrating blended together. Tens of thousands of arrows burning with soul fire shot towards the plague-infested corpse Buddha like a black cloud. Puff, 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 puff. However, the arrows that pierced the corpse Buddha's body were like mud oxen entering the sea. They were immediately corroded by the green laws and were of no use whatsoever. Ing Wushuan's face darkened. His proud Qin army formation was ineffective against this monster. This made him feel humiliated. I said, Old Win. Chu Tianquo's voice drifted over. Times have changed. To deal with this kind of unreasonable guy, you have to use something even more unreasonable. As he spoke, he pulled another paper model from his pajama pocket. It was a strange thing, cylindrical in shape with a tail fin at the back. Could I borrow a light? Chu Tianquo threw the paper model into the air, and Fan Wuju subconsciously unleashed a stream of netherworld karmic fire. Boom! In the firelight, a black single-soldier rocket launcher appeared and fell into Chu Tianquo's hand. The bullet is a wailing, vengeful skull. Here, try this. Chu Tianquo tossed the thing to Ing Wushuan like a burning stick. You can think of it as a one-time siege crossbow with a tiny bit more power. We call it truth. Ing Wushuan took the iron pipe. It was extremely heavy. He glanced at it only once before hoisting it onto his shoulder with perfect posture. Seeing this, the withered Taoist let out a piercing laugh. Foolish. Mere mortal iron dares to try and shake a god. He hadn't finished speaking. Ing Wushuan pulled the trigger. Call out. With a piercing shriek, the skull-shaped bullet, burning with ghostly flames, trailed a long, fiery tail as it traversed hundreds of meters. Instead of aiming at the corpse Buddha's body, it blasted directly at the giant arm that was fighting against the golden light shield. The next second, boom! A huge black mushroom cloud exploded in midair above the Sinluo Palace. A powerful shockwave, mixed with ghostly karmic fire, swept outwards in all directions. The terracotta army behind Ing Wushuan was blown backward, and the black and white impermanents were directly thrown away, while only Chu Tianquo and his tank remained motionless. To everyone's astonishment, the enormous arm of the plague, corpse Buddha, formed from the laws of nature, was actually blown off at the shoulder by this single blast. Countless green fragments of law and wailing vengeful spirits flew everywhere. Yeah. The withered wood Taoist let out a scream that sounded inhuman. His body was connected to the magic, and this attack also seriously injured him. The entire Senluo Palace fell silent instantly. All the ghosts and terracotta warriors stared blankly at this scene. Ing Wushuan slowly lowered the still-smoking launcher from his shoulder. He stared intently at the iron pipe in his hand, his eyes unblinking, as if trying to see right through it. A long time passed. He turned his head to look at Chu Tingqiu, who was yawning, and asked in a very serious, even eager tone, "Guardian deity, such truth, is mass production possible?" Chapter 1:11 Oh my God. Someone drank the boss's medicine. Inside the Senluo Palace, the mushroom cloud slowly dissipated. The plague corpse Buddha's severed arm twitched a few times in the air before exploding into countless green fragments of vengeful spirits that crashed to the ground with a crackling sound. The withered tree Taoist's face turned deathly pale. He was spiritually connected with the Dharma image, and this bombardment shook his very soul. He stared intently at the still-smoking iron pipe in Ing Wushuao's hand, a look of fear appearing in his eyes for the first time. This unreasonable power was beyond his understanding of the rules of the underworld. Ordinary iron. How could it be? He managed to squeeze out a few words. I've said it before, times have changed. Chu Tingqiu stood on the tank, yawned, casually took the RPG that Ing Wushuan handed back, and tossed it aside. Ing Wushuan's eyes, pulsating with golden soul flames, were fixed on Chu Tingqiu. But instead of immediately pursuing the issue of mass production of truth, he focused his attention back on the immediate battle. You evil spirits, how dare you defile the underworld? Ing Wushuan roared. Great Qin warriors, heed my command and annihilate this scoundrel. At his command, the terracotta army behind him immediately charged toward the broken corpse Buddha. Roar! The plague corpse Buddha, having lost an arm, became even more ferocious. It let out a shriek and slammed its remaining giant hand onto the ground. Rumble. The entire Yama Palace was trembling. The rotting flesh and fungal carpet on the ground came to life, twisting and expanding wildly. Countless stitched monsters made of rotting flesh and bones emerged from the swamp, roaring as they surged toward the Qin army. The Qin army's heroic spirits fought with bloodlust, their long spears clashing with swords and shields, creating a clanging sound as they used their souls to build a defensive line. But Nurgle's stitches is too cunning. The Qin army's long spears pierced through, instantly corroding into molten iron, and even the soldiers' souls began to emit black smoke and rot. Left wing, hold the line. Ing Wushuan gave the order, drew his sword, and with a flash of light, chopped off several monster heads in an instant. But after those monsters fell to the ground, a flash of green light appeared, and they quickly got back up. Damn, these green-haired PLUS versions are too cheesy. Sieb Bayan roared as he held a Gatling gun and sprayed bullets at the Frankenstein monster. The barrage of bullets tore dozens of monsters to pieces, but the bits of flesh wriggled a few times, stuck together again, and turned into even bigger monsters. Seventh brother, the main gun, is off cooldown. Blow it up, you son of a bitch. Fan Wuju roared, hoisted his RPG, and fired a shot at a Frankenstein monster that was over 10 meters tall. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose, and the giant was blown to pieces. But soon, new deformed limbs emerged from the pervasive green mist. The armies of He by Vucheng and Ing Wushuan were overwhelmed by this monster army. The battle in the entire Senluo Palace was extremely fierce. The withered wood Taoist stood in the shadow of the plague corpse Buddha, and a smile returned to his face. He clasped his hands together and muttered incantations, causing more rotten flesh and sludge to gush out from the well of reincarnation, transforming into new monsters to replenish the battlefield. Foolish creatures. The withered tree Taoist chuckled hoarsely. You will never understand the blessings of a benevolent father. Decay is the ultimate form of life. Chu Tingqiu stood on the tank turret, watching the chaotic battle unfold before him. He glanced down at his pristine white SpongeBob pajamas, then at the corroded tank tracks in the distance, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. It's too dirty, he muttered to himself. This kind of skirmish is dirty, inefficient, and a waste of time. He took a coin out of his pocket and flicked it with his finger. The coin traced an arc and landed precisely in the oil pan not far away with a ding. System, activate the F-level skills, amplification, and morning. Detected F-level skill amplification technique. Core logic extracted. Amplify sound, transcending physical medium. Detected F-level skill morning. Core logic extracted. Emotional catharsis, infecting the listener, evoking resonance. Supreme edict activated. Dimensional ascension in progress. Conceptual deception. Sound is law. Grief is judgment. Linking to Chinese mythology. Meng Jiangnu's weeping at the Great Wall, her soul returning, echoing through the ages, mourning all things, stripping away the soul, shattering evil. Skill transformation complete. Obtain the concept-level divine skill, Imperial Decree. Soul returns, Meng Jiangnu Limited Edition. Chu Tianquo suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't open his mouth or make any sound, but an invisible sound wave, centered on him, instantly swept across the entire Senluo Palace. Wah! A mournful cry resounded deep within the souls of every individual spirit. The terracotta warriors, the black and white impermanents, and the roaring stitched-together monsters, all paused in their movements. The spirits of the Qin soldiers were all right. They felt a pang of sorrow, but the spirit of the Qin army protected them, and they quickly broke free. Xia Baiyan and Fan Wuju are in big trouble. This grief directly broke through their psychological defenses. Wah! Xia Baiyan, tears and snot streaming down his face, squatted on the ground, clutching the Gatling gun, and cried uncontrollably, "My wife, my Godan. They're all dead. Why, seventh brother, what are you crying for?" Fan Wuju's eyes were also red-rimmed. His RPG clattered to the ground. He pounded his chest. I suddenly remembered I haven't even burned paper money for my mother before I died. I'm so sorry to her. Why, Ing Wushuan. He looked at the two fierce generals who had been killing like madmen just moments before, now crying their hearts out, and could hardly believe his eyes. What the hell is this? A mental attack? However, the stitches on the other side weren't so lucky. This concept of the soul returning home is fatal to them. A series of loud bangs and explosions rang out. Their souls shattered directly, without any blood or flesh splattering, but instead transformed into countless soul particles. The roaring monsters froze in place. Their souls were forcibly ripped from their flesh by an invisible force, and then silently exploded in the air, turning into specks of fluorescent light. The higher-level stitches weren't much better off. Their souls were forcibly pulled from their bodies and torn apart by an invisible force in midair. Those enormous eyeballs and wriggling tentacles instantly lost their life force, collapsing limply to the ground, turning back into mud and skeletons. In an instant, more than half of the entire battlefield was cleared out. The laws of decay from Nurgle are utterly inadequate in the face of such grief. The expression on the face of the withered tree Taoist changed drastically. He watched as his works collapsed one after another, the mournful sound piercing his body and causing him a sharp pain in his soul. Impossible! What kind of power is this? He roared in terror. Chu Tianquo withdrew his gaze, clapped his hands, and nodded in satisfaction at the clean scene before him. I've already said I'm very clean. Just then, Pang Budong, who had been hanging above the well of reincarnation and being roasted by the oil cauldron, suddenly shuddered. That invisible lament also affected him. Pang Budong's fat soul suddenly opened its eyes and saw the battlefield below and Chu Tianquo, as well as the oil pot bubbling with green oil below its own soul. "Brother Chu," Pang Budong shouted, his voice filled with surprise, "is dinner ready? The soup in this pot of oil, it smells pretty good." Amidst everyone's stunned gazes, he opened the mouth of his soul. Glug! He actually took a big gulp from midair, directly inhaling the bubbling cauldron of Nurgle's holy water. Belch! Pang Budong smacked his lips, his soul form let out a burp, and he looked on with a look of lingering satisfaction. "This soup tastes all right, but it's a bit greasy, and it's missing some cumin." Inside the Senluo Palace, there was complete silence. The sword in Ing Wushuan's hand clattered to the ground. Xia Baiyan and Fan Wuju immediately stopped crying and stared blankly at the pot of oil that had been mostly emptied. Deadwood Taoist, the fatherly smile on his face cracked inch by inch, finally turning into a pure, lifeless blank stare. Chapter 112, Plague, Corpse Buddha, Polluted Reincarnation. That pot of soup was drunk? That's the holy water of filth. It was a potent poison he had painstakingly created over a century, blending the resentment of the underworld with the laws of evil gods. Even a deity would be cremated on the spot if they touched a drop of it. Now, it's been eaten as an appetizer before the meal. Moreover, the fat man's soul let out a burp, and not only was he unharmed, the golden light around him actually shone even brighter. What kind of demon is this? No, it's impossible. The withered Taoist stared blankly at the pot. His faith, his proud gifts, the weapons he used to create the Plague King. Others described it as a bit greasy, lacking cumin. At this moment, the withered Taoist truly broke through his defenses. After the initial shock came madness. The withered tree Taoist suddenly looked up, and his pus-filled eyes no longer held any kindness, only pure destructive desire. Blasphemy! How dare you blaspheme the Father's grace? He roared, his withered body rapidly swelling, his skin cracking inch by inch. Green fungal growths and pustules gushed out, completely engulfing him. Since you refuse salvation, let's turn into rotting dust together. His voice boomed directly from the enormous plague-infested Buddha statue. The withered tree Taoist sacrificed himself. He completely integrated his soul and all his cultivation into this evil god's form. Boom strapje. The body of the plague corpse Buddha suddenly grew taller, from tens of meters to hundreds of meters. Finally, it transformed into a colossal object thousands of feet tall, with the dome of the Yama Palace on its head. What hangs on it is no longer vengeful spirits, but green chains made of the laws of filth. Each tremor caused the space to emit a piercing wail. It's over. Siap Bayan's face turned pale, and he could barely hold onto the Gatling gun. He sacrificed himself, and this evil god's form is now bound to the entire underworld. Before the words were finished, the 1,000-foot-tall corpse Buddha moved. It raised a giant foot, as large as a mountain, and stomped it down heavily on the ruined Senluo Palace. Rumble, rumble. The earth shook violently. The Senluo Palace, which had stood for countless millennia, along with its 18 dragon-carved pillars, collapsed and shattered in an instant. The earth was trampled into a bottomless crater, and thick smoke billowed into the sky. Even more terrifying, this stomp pierced through the bedrock of the underworld. The reincarnation well, hidden deep underground and running through the entire underworld, has been exposed. It was a huge wellhead that emitted a soft white light, and whose bottom could not be seen. All souls that are reincarnated must undergo baptism here. The plague corpse Buddha slowly bent over, and a hideous smile appeared on its face, which was made up of countless pustules and rotten flesh. It stretched out a gigantic hand that blotted out the sky, its palms split open. Thick, foul-smelling green venom cascaded down like a waterfall. The target is the reincarnation well. No. Siap Bayan and Fan Wuju screamed at the same time. The well of reincarnation is the foundation of the underworld and the pivot of the Yin-Yang order. Once corrupted, all newborn souls will carry the mark of Nurgle, becoming rotten monsters from birth. That would be an unprecedented catastrophe in the 3 realms and 6 paths. Laugh. The moment the first drop of green venom fell into the well of reincarnation, the entire underworld trembled violently. On the road to the underworld, the sea of red spider lilies withered and turned to black ash in an instant. The river of oblivion overflowed, boiling violently and bubbling up countless foul-smelling black bubbles. On the bridge of helplessness, ancient bridgestones are broken piece by piece. Siap Bayan screamed in agony as his body suddenly became transparent and began to flicker wildly. Boss, help me. Fan Wuju's voice also became erratic, and half of his body had turned into specks of light. The laws of the underworld are collapsing. My account is going to be lost. They're the righteous gods of the underworld, the embodiment of the laws. When the laws are destroyed, they will naturally perish as well. Ing Wushuan and his Qin elite troops were also affected. Cracks began to appear on the sturdy terracotta armor of the terracotta warriors, and the burning soul fire in their eyes flickered violently, as if it would be extinguished at any moment. The plague corpse Buddha let out a deafening laugh. All things will eventually decay. So too will reincarnation. Join me in bathing in divine grace. More venom was continuously poured into the reincarnation well. The white light at the wellhead is being rapidly swallowed up by the green. Right here in this apocalyptic scene, Chu Tianquo, who had been standing on the tank, observing coldly, finally moved. For the first time, the perpetually expressionless, slacker look on his face completely disappeared. All that's left is coldness. Fighting is fighting, and making a fuss is making a fuss. You dirted my pajamas, so I'll tear down your gates of hell. That's called reciprocity. But will the cycle of pollution shake the foundations of the world? Whoever steps on this line dies. His figure didn't move, but slowly disappeared from the spot. The next instant, he appeared on the collapsing bridge of helplessness, standing between the 1,000-foot-tall corpse Buddha and the polluted well of reincarnation. SpongeBob's pajamas fluttered in the energy storm, appearing both eerie and harmonious in this apocalyptic scene. Chu Tianquo slowly raised his head, looking at the enormous, towering false Buddha and the source of filth that kept pouring out poison. His eyes were fully open. The playfulness and languor were completely gone from those eyes that were always half-closed and sleepy. Deep within the pupils, the phantom of the golden crow seemed to come alive at this moment, burning with a golden divine fire that was devoid of any heat, yet extremely majestic. That was the gaze of judgment, using the name of Buddha to do demonic things. Chu Tianquo's voice was very soft, yet it drowned out all the roars, like a thunderclap that exploded in the soul of the plagued corpse Buddha. You false Buddha! How dare you talk about the Dharma? The plagued corpse Buddha's maniacal laughter faltered, its enormous, pus-filled eyes fixed on the ant-like figure on the bridge, sensing an unprecedented threat. Chu Tianquo ignored it and said to himself, "Since you like playing with Buddhism, then I'll invite a real Buddha to teach you. What does it mean to save all living beings?" As soon as he finished speaking, he stopped looking at the corpse Buddha and ignored the black and white impermanents who were about to disappear and the Qin army that was struggling to hold on. At the heart of the collapse, he slowly raised his hands. Then, in front of him, he made a gesture that all Chinese people are extremely familiar with. Hands clasped together. It's just a simple, incredibly devout gesture of clasping hands. Core demands detected. Purification, salvation, suppression, and restoration of order. Scanning available skills. Level 2 low to counter conceptual level contamination. Supreme decree initiated. Logic integration, dimensional upgrade. Conceptual deception. This act is defined as a prayer. Linking to Chinese mythological concepts. Ksatagarbha's great vow. I will not become a Buddha until hell is empty. The Buddha's light shines universally, and all evil spirits in the 3,000 worlds are shunned. Skill transformation complete. Acquired the concept-level divine skill. Imperial edict. Ksatagarbha Dharma image, summoning the deity. Buzz. The moment Chu Tianquo's palms completely closed, a pure golden speck of light quietly emerged in the palm of his hand. The light was neither dazzling nor scorching, but carried a supreme compassion and boundless aspiration. The moment the light shone, the chaos and decay of the entire underworld paused. The green venom poured into the well of reincarnation seemed to have encountered its natural enemy, letting out a fearful hiss for the first time and instinctively trying to retreat. On the bridge, the boy, dressed in pajamas, looked dignified. Behind him, a blurry, indescribably majestic golden Buddha figure slowly opened its eyes. Chapter 113, You Promised Buddha's Compassion. Why are you playing with nuclear explosions? With a soft hum, a huge change occurred in the rules of the underworld. The 1,000-foot-tall, plague-ridden Buddha's deafening laughter abruptly ceased. Xia Baiyan and Fan Wuju, who were collapsing and dissipating, paused for a moment in their blurred forms. Even Ing Wushuan, who was in the distance, and his terracotta warriors who were turning into shattered pottery, instinctively stopped what they were doing and looked toward the center of the bridge of helplessness. There was no golden light, nor any Buddhist chanting. In the apocalyptic scene, everything was eerily quiet. Before the well of reincarnation, tainted by green venom, and on the collapsed bridge of helplessness, a blurry phantom slowly rose from behind Chu Tianquo. The phantom was very tall, as if it were trying to support this decaying world. He wore a tattered cassock, held a rusty nine-ringed staff in one hand and a dull jewel in the other. His face was shrouded in shadow, making it difficult to see clearly, yet it exuded a sense of sorrow and grand ambition accumulated over millennia. This is not the Buddha that believers imagine as having a dignified appearance and saving all sentient beings. This is clearly a prison lord who voluntarily fell into the Avicii hell, guarding the netherworld, and bearing all the sins and sufferings of the three realms. The plague corpse Buddha's enormous eyes, composed of pustules, stared intently at the phantom. It could not sense any energy fluctuations, but a fear, originating from the very depths of its soul and stemming from its life or death instinct, surged forth. That was a crushing defeat from a higher level, without any regard for reason. "Are you putting a cup here?" The mad voice of the withered wood Taoist roared out from the body of the corpse Buddha, and he forcibly suppressed his fear. Activating the filthy laws throughout its body, the remaining giant hand rose again, becoming even larger and more vile, and slammed down fiercely towards the phantom. However, the sorrowful phantom merely raised the tin staff in its hand slowly. Then, facing the broken bridge of helplessness beneath his feet and this crumbling land of the underworld, a slight pause. Thump! A soft sound. It was like a pebble thrown into a lake. Without a shockwave or a loud noise, an invisible golden ripple spread out instantly from the point where the staff landed. As the ripples passed, the colossal hand that blotted out the sky stopped in midair. The green chains of law that formed the arm burned silently, turning into golden specks of light that scattered. The enormous body of the plague corpse Buddha began to decompose. When its rotten flesh and pustules came into contact with the golden ripples, they did not explode or howl. Instead, they were calmly and peacefully restored to another form. Golden lotus flowers bloomed on its decaying body, from the soles of the feet to the calves, then to the waist, abdomen, and chest. 3 seconds later, as the golden ripples swept across its hideous head, the 1,000-foot-tall false Buddha, the creation that had merged all of the withered with Taoist cultivation with the laws of the evil god, vanished. Instead, a vast, golden rain of lotus blossoms descended, solemn yet deadly. Each lotus flower contains the power of purification. They fell into the reincarnation well, and the thick green venom at the wellhead quickly dissolved, the well water gradually returning to its original clarity. When the objects landed on the black and white impermanence, their flickering forms immediately solidified, becoming even more stable than before. As it landed on Ing Wushuan and his terracotta army, the cracks in the terracotta armor quickly healed, and the soul fire in its eyes, which was about to go out, flared up again. The entire sky of the underworld was cleansed by this lotus rain. All decay, filth, and chaos are reduced to nothingness in this silent purification. Ing Wushuan gripped his sword, staring blankly at the miracle, his lips moving slightly, but he couldn't utter a single word. Xia Baiyan and Fan Wuju collapsed to the ground, clutching the cold Gatling gun and RPG, their minds blank. These underworld deities have truly seen something new today. No, I refuse to accept this. Amidst a pile of rubble reduced to dust, a faint, lingering soul emitted a sharp, piercing cry. It is the withered tree Taoist. His plague-infected form was purified, but his soul was deliberately left behind by the Ksatagarbha form. What kind of Buddhist teachings are these? The remnant soul of the withered tree Taoist roared. Doesn't Buddhism emphasize compassion and salvation? What is this? This is extermination. This is heresy. On the bridge of helplessness, Chu Tianqiu slowly opened his eyes. Those perpetually sleepy eyes were now icy cold. The illusory image of Ksatagarbha behind him slowly raised the hand holding the precious pearl as he moved. Buddhism does indeed emphasize compassion. Chu Tianqiu's voice was calm, as if he were stating a simple fact. But for garbage that can't understand human language, the most effective compassion is to format it directly and make it disappear from the source. He looked at the crazed remnant soul of the withered wood Taoist, a cold smile curving his lips. We call this physical salvation. The words had barely left his mouth. The previously dim pearl in the palm of that sorrowful Buddha suddenly lit up. That was a huge amount of energy collapsing inward. A fist-sized, pure golden sun took shape in the palm of the Buddha's hand. The space around it appears distorted and broken, like shattered glass. It did not emit any heat, yet it made Ing Wushuan and the Terracotta Army behind him instinctively feel a burning sensation from their very souls. It was as if we were looking directly at the scene at the very beginning of the universe. What were you going to do? For the first time, the remnant soul of the withered tree Taoist felt the fear of the end. Chu Tianquo did not answer him. He simply glanced at the chaotic underworld, then looked down at his spotless SpongeBob pajamas and sighed softly. It's too dirty. Since we've cleaned it, it has to be thoroughly clean. The Ksatagarbha image behind him slowly released its grip. That sun, which embodied the Buddha's light and great vows, fell silently and gently towards the center of the ruins of the Yama Palace. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Ing Wushuan's pupils shrank to pinpoints. The color that had just returned to the faces of the black and white impermanence vanished instantly. Then, the world has lost its sound and color. A gigantic mushroom cloud, composed of pure golden light, slowly rose from the center of the underworld. That was a powerful purification, an enhanced version of the Buddha's light shining everywhere. Endless light and heat, in a form that transcends the laws of physics, swept outwards in all directions. As the light swept across, the ruins of the Senluo Palace were evaporated. The countless vengeful spirits that lingered within, along with the last remnant soul of the Witheredwood Taoist, found eternal peace in this light. The light swept across the road to the underworld, and the withered remains of the spider lilies completely evaporated, leaving only a clean, crystal-clear ground. The light swept across the river of oblivion, instantly calming the boiling water, stripping away all the filth and revealing the crystal-clear water. This purifying power precisely bypassed Ing Wushuan's army, bypassed the paralyzed black and white impermanence, bypassed Chu Tianquo on the bridge of helplessness, and bypassed the reincarnation, that he was protecting behind him. The light lasted for a good 10 seconds. When everything calmed down, Ing Wushuan and He Bai Vucheng were speechless at the sight before them. The underworld before my eyes has become very clean. It's even a little too clean. Within a radius of 100 miles, all the buildings, all the ruins, all the rugged terrain were gone. The earth became flat and smooth, so clean that one could see their reflection in it. The air was filled with a smell similar to disinfectant mixed with sandalwood. The hall of the underworld is gone, and only the section of the bridge of helplessness remains beneath Chu Tianquo's feet. The road to the underworld has become a straight avenue. This place just felt as if it had been plowed through from the inside out by a strategic nuclear weapon. Belch! A loud burp broke the silence. Inside the oil pan, the immovable soul patted its round belly, looking completely satisfied. Brother Chu is awesome. These fireworks are really awesome. Chapter 114, The Book of Life and Death. Give it to me so I can revise it. The air in the Senluo Temple Square was filled with the scent of disinfectant mixed with sandalwood. Pang Budong's soul floated above the oil cauldron, looking around at the smooth earth, somewhat bewildered. He looked at his translucent hands, then at the bridge of helplessness in the distance, and scratched his head. Brother Chu, have we gone too far? If the King of Hell comes back this time, won't he make us lose everything? Pay back. Chu Tianquo strolled down the bridge in flip-flops and straightened the collar of SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas. I provided deep cleaning for free, and they even leveled and repaved the ground. I didn't ask them for a cleaning fee, which is already very generous of me. He walked up to a pile of rubble and kicked a piece of broken brick away with his toe. Underneath the bricks lay a black booklet that gleamed with a faint light. There was also a perfectly intact calligraphy brush lying next to it. The Book of Life and Death, the judge's pen. The Senluo Palace was destroyed, but these two items were intact, though they looked a bit dusty. Don't be too happy yet. Xiaobayan finally caught his breath and looked at the booklet with a grim expression. That evil Taoist priest must have already tampered with things to turn this fat man into a ghost king. In the underworld, the destruction of the physical body is a minor matter. Once your name is crossed out of the Book of Life and Death, it's useless no matter who comes. Chu Tianquo ignored him, bent down to pick up the Book of Life and Death, and casually brushed off the dust. He opened the booklet. The pages turn automatically and stop on the latest page. Pang Budong's name is on it. Someone had drawn a crooked red X over his name, with a note next to it. Sudden death, soul scattered, never to be reincarnated. The sinister aura emanating from the handwriting clearly identifies it as the work of the withered Wood Taoist. It's over. Fan Wizhu peeked out, and his dark face turned several shades lighter. The death record has been completed. This is a death notification confirmed by the laws of heaven. Even if his soul is still here now, it will disappear automatically when the time comes, and even a god can't bring him back. Ing Wushuan stood to the side, the soul fire in his eyes flickering wildly. He stared intently at the booklet, his hand gripping the sword taut. All the first emperor sought in his life was to add a few strokes to this book. Now, witnessing his teammate being sentenced to death, the Qin general felt utterly powerless. Even a god couldn't save him. Chu Tianqiu frowned as he looked at the red cross. He wasn't worried about paying Budong's life. He was disgusted by the fork. It's drawn crookedly and ugly. He spread the book of life and death on the ruins and bent down to pick up the pen. "What are you doing?" Xiaobian's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and his voice changed. "That's the judge's pen. Only a judge with divine authority can use it. Mortals who touch it will have their lifespan shortened." Before he could finish speaking, he shut up. Chu Tianqiu not only picked up the pen, but also twirled it with his fingertips, his movements very practiced. System, activate the F-level skill writing technique. Detected F-rank skill writing technique. Core logic extracted. Record information. Leave traces. Supreme edict initiated. Logic reconstruction in progress. Dimensional ascension in progress. Conceptual deception. There is no life or death here. Only the script I'm writing. Linking to Chinese mythological concepts. My fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens. My pen strokes startle wind and rain. My poems move even ghosts and gods to tears. Skill transformation complete. Acquire the concept-level divine skill. Imperial edict. Heaven leaves a way out. Modified version. The moment Chu Tianqiu gripped the judge's pen, the sky above the underworld suddenly went dark. That's thunder. The purplish-black lightning bolts darted wildly through the clouds, and a powerful pressure locked onto Chu Tianqiu. This is a warning from the laws of the underworld. Someone is trying to tamper with the rules of heaven, which has brought divine punishment upon them. You're insane. You're a lunatic. Fan Wizhu was so frightened that he immediately knelt down and covered his head with his hands. Heavenly punishment. Altering the book of life and death will result in being struck by lightning and reduced to ashes. Ing Wushuan suddenly took a step forward, drew his long sword, and tried to shield Chu Tianqiu from the lightning tribulation, but found that his soul was unable to move under the power of the heavens. Divine punishment? Chu Tianqiu glanced up at the roaring Zilei, who still looked like he hadn't woken up yet, and even yawned. "It's so noisy. I need to grade some homework. Can you please be quiet?" He had his left hand in his pajama pocket and a pen in his right, the tip of which lightly touched the air. A faint but resilient golden light shone from his fingertips. It was the power of Ksatagarba's vows and the divine light of the Golden Crow. A bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a water bucket, struck down with a deafening roar, heading straight for Chu Tianqiu's forehead. The lightning struck him 3 inches above the forehead, as if he had hit an invisible wall, and instantly shattered into a sky full of sparks. Not even a single hair on Chu Tianqiu's head was stirred. He didn't even lift his eyelids. The pen tip falls. The red cross was crossed out with a stroke of thick black ink. I didn't bring any correction fluid, so I had to just apply it anyway. Chu Tianqiu muttered to himself, then turned his wrist and began to write again next to the ink stain. The thunder in the sky became even more violent, and the entire underworld trembled. Pang not moving, Chu Tianqiu read aloud as he wrote. "Good name, tough luck, won't die." He casually drew a symbol in the lifespan column, an 8 lying horizontally. Infinity, infinity symbol. Done. Chu Tianqiu nodded in satisfaction. That should be enough for him to live until the universe restarts. As the last stroke was made, the book of life and death trembled violently, and golden light burst forth from the pages, as if trying to flick the symbol away. But under Chu Tianqiu's power, the book of life and death struggled for only 3 seconds before falling silent. The golden light receded. That horizontal 8 is deeply imprinted on the page, exuding an indelible aura. The thunderclouds in the sky got stuck. It seemed to have crashed as well, and after holding back for a long time, it finally gave up unwillingly. The underworld returned to peace. Pang Budong's soul trembled violently, and his semi-transparent body instantly solidified, with a faint purple aura emanating from his body, a sign of profound lifespan. Holy crap, Pang Budong felt full of power. Brother Chu, I think I can live until Earth explodes. Xia Baiyan and Fan Wuju knelt on the ground, their jaws agape, forgetting to close them. They've worked in the underworld for thousands of years and have seen people have their lifespan extended by 10 or 8 years, at most by 60 years. What kind of operation is it to draw an infinity directly? Who would dare to take him in after this? Who could take him in? Isn't this just a deadbeat officially recognized by heaven? As Ying Wushuan watched this scene, the soul fire in his eyes almost burst out of their sockets. Is this immortality? He muttered to himself, his voice trembling. The first emperor exhausted the resources of the entire nation, only to seek a mirage. In the hands of this young man, it was as simple as correcting a typo. Chu Tianquo didn't stop. He thought for a moment, then turned a few more pages. Since we're already here, we might as well take care of something. He found the names of his father, Chu Jiangguo, and his mother, Zhang Lan. Both of them had another 40 or 50 years to live. Chu Tianquo picked up his pen and calmly added 2 zeros after the number. Living too long gets boring. He touched his chin. But considering that they also need to help me take care of the kids. Never mind, we'll talk about it later. He turned to the page with Ying Wushuan. The names of the heroic spirits are grayed out, with a note. Unfulfilled obsession, unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Chu Tianquo thought for a moment and added a note. Official-level heroic spirits are granted paid leave, visa-free access to the underworld, and can travel to and from the underworld at any time. After finishing writing, he casually tossed aside the judge's pen and closed the Book of Life and Death. All right, that's a wrap. He tossed the Book of Life and Death to Xia Baiyan, who was still kneeling. Take this and keep it safe for me. What if there was a single punctuation mark missing from this? Chu Tianquo narrowed his eyes, his tone carrying a hint of danger. I'll come and tear your house down again. Xia Baiyan hurriedly caught it, as if holding a hot potato, nodding vigorously. No, absolutely not. I'll set it up for you right away. I'll burn 3 sticks of incense every day. Just kidding. Someone who can't be killed even by divine punishment. Who would dare touch the ledgers he altered? Are you out of your mind? Ying Wushuan looked at Chu Tianquo, then suddenly knelt on one knee and gave a standard Qin military salute. Sir, your methods are superb. His voice was deep and powerful. On behalf of the Qin warriors, Wushuan thanks you, sir. He didn't care about the length of his lifespan, but the phrase come and go at any time meant that he and his brothers were no longer lonely souls trapped in the imperial tomb, but had gained freedom. Chu Tianquo waved his hand, his face saying, don't try that. Hey, fatty, come back to your senses. He waved to the towering figure in the sky. If you don't go back now, your body will be completely cold. If you go back too late, you'll miss the seafood feast. I heard that Director Gu approved the funding, so there'll be plenty tonight. Upon hearing the word eat, Pang Budong's soul whooshed back into the cold shell of the tank. 2 seconds later, the tank hatch was suddenly flung open. Pang Budong poked his enormous head out, took a deep breath, and let out a roar. I'm starving. I want to eat 10 plates of pork kidneys. The sound echoed across the vast plains of the underworld, making the eardrums of the black and white impermanence ring. Chu Tianquo covered his ears in disgust and turned to walk back the way he came. Boss. Fan Wuju watched their retreating figures and mustered his courage to call out softly. This underworld, it's been demolished like this. How are we going to explain this to King Yama when he comes back? Chu Tianquo waved his hand without turning his head. Just say that I did the renovation. What if he's not satisfied? The boy stopped, turned his head, and gave a bright smile. Tell him to go to Longdu to find me. My name is Chu Tianquo, and I am a harmless assistant. After saying that, he snapped his fingers. A golden light flashed beneath their feet on the road to the underworld, and a passage leading to the mortal realm appeared out of thin air. Space distorted, and the tank with the sign, along with the boy in pajamas, vanished without a trace. Only the empty underworld remained, along with 2 ghost messengers holding the Book of Life and Death, standing bewildered in the wind. At this time, deep within hell, where the 10 kings of hell are imprisoned. A powerful aura awakened. Who dares to destroy my Yama palace and disrupt the order of the underworld? A roar shattered the gate, and Yama, the king of hell, stormed out in a rage, followed by 9 Yama kings. However, when they saw the scene before them, the 10 Yama kings all slammed on the brakes. The original Senluo Palace has been transformed into a flat plaza. The air is fresh and odorless. Even a murky river of oblivion is crystal clear, and you can even see a few small fish swimming around. This, King Yama's eyes widened, and a magical weapon in his hand clattered to the ground. Is this my home? He turned to look at King Qin Guang, who was staring blankly at him. Old Qin, have we come to the wrong place? This looks like the Western paradise, doesn't it? Report. Xia Baiyan, holding the Book of Life and Death, rushed over crying and knelt at the feet of Yama, the king of hell. Your Majesty, you've finally come out. There's this kid in weird yellow clothes who said he was here to help us with the renovations. Yama, the king of hell, snatched the Book of Life and Death and opened it. When he saw the horizontal 8, he froze. A long time. He took a deep breath, his hands trembling as he closed the booklet, and looked at the other 9 Yama kings, his tone more serious than ever before. Pass down the order. From today onwards, if I see anyone wearing SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas, all ghost messengers take a 3,000-mile detour. Anyone who dares to provoke him. King Yama pointed at the infinity symbol, his head throbbing with rage, but he dared not retaliate, and said through gritted teeth, "Don't blame me for throwing him into the animal realm to be reincarnated as a paramecium for 10,000 years. Chapter 115, the Immortal Meat Shield, is in place. Who else is there? The temperature inside the Villa of the Ninth Squad was as low as an icebox. Pang Budong, weighing over 200 pounds, stood upright in the center of the living room. His soul left his body, his physical form was lifeless, and a chill emanated from him, causing the leather sofa next to him to be covered with a layer of white frost. Jiang Wan gripped the staff tightly, her knuckles cracking. She stared at the fat man on the ground, her eyes red-rimmed, but she stubbornly refused to let the tears fall. Aurelius stood by the window, gripping and loosening his longbow. She knew very well that Pang Budong was now a corpse. Can he really do it? Hai Ruo squatted down beside Pang Budong's head, curiously poked his cold cheek, and tilted her head to ask, if it gets completely cold, can I eat it while it's still fresh? Shut up. Jiang Wan's voice was hoarse and laced with hostility. If you dare say another word, I'll roast you first. Hai Ruo immediately shrank her neck. Just then, tear. A dark crack was torn open in the air of the living room. There was no eerie or ghostly atmosphere inside. Instead, there was a smell of disinfectant. Then a foot wearing flip-flops stuck out. Chu Tianquo yawned. His hair was all messy, but his SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas were perfectly flat. He peeked inside and muttered, "Why is it so cold in the house? Did that fatso turn on the super-cool air conditioner?" Jiang Wan suddenly stood up, and a jewel at the top of her staff lit up with a red light. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Chu Tianquo kick out a pale, golden ball of light from the crack with a look of disgust. "You're dawdling? I'll have to give you a ride." Chu Tianquo didn't hold back his kick. With a whoosh, the ball of light traced an arc and crashed into the massive fleshy body on the ground. "Go inside." Bang! His body jolted violently, as if he had been electrocuted. The frost covering the room quickly dissipated, and Pang Budong's originally pale and bluish face instantly regained its rosy hue. The next second, the fat man, who had supposedly died suddenly, sprang to his feet with a powerful twist of his waist. His eyes widened like tiny green beans, and the first thing he uttered was a roar. "Don't pour it out. That pot of soup is still drinkable. I see there's still half a pot left. Give me a sip too." The living room fell silent instantly. Jiang Wan's hand, which was holding the staff, froze in midair. She held back the tears in the corners of her eyes, and her expression turned murderous. That fatso, the first thing he thought about after coming back to life was food. Aurelius nearly dropped the bow in his hand. Chu Tianquo walked to the refrigerator, skillfully took out a can of cola, and opened it with a rip, breaking the silence. "Drink, drink, drink. Didn't you get enough bathwater over there?" He tilted his head back and took a big gulp, letting out a comfortable sigh. That's a special blend of Nurgle's cremation. If you actually finish it, I'll pick out the most expensive urn for you tonight. Pang Budong finally came to his senses. He looked around in confusion, then at his chubby hands, and finally his gaze fell on Jiangwan. Hey, Captain, what are you doing here? Pang Budong scratched his head, looking bewildered. I just had a dream. I dreamt that I was soaking in a bathhouse. The water was a bit green, but it smelled pretty good. I was just about to taste how salty it was when Brother Chu kicked me awake. At this point, he finally realized that something was wrong. Jiangwan walked over step by step, her S-level aura causing the cups on the coffee table to buzz. Captain, let's talk this out. Pang Budong instinctively shrank back. Did I just talk in my sleep and offend you? Pang doesn't move. Jiangwan gritted her teeth, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Just when Pang Budong thought he was about to be cremated on the spot, Jiangwan suddenly threw away her staff, pounced on him, and grabbed him by the neck. It wasn't pinching, it was hugging. The force was so great that Pang Budong almost had to buy a return ticket right after his resurrection. You fat bastard. Idiot. Good for nothing. Jiangwan cursed as she pounded his broad back with her fists, her voice trembling with tears. Who told you to eat such things? Who told you to die? Do you know if this bastard doesn't come back, you'll really... Pang Budong's eyes rolled back as he was being strangled, and he flailed his arms wildly. Cough. Captain, his neck is broken. It's going to break. Aurelia quickly stepped forward and patted Jiangwan, indicating that if she continued to tighten the belt, something bad would happen. Jiangwan then let go, wiped her face haphazardly, turned around, and shrugged slightly. Pang Budong gasped for breath, touched his neck, and looked at Chu Tingqiu with his small eyes full of doubt. Brother Chu, did I really die just now? Although his memory was hazy, he vaguely remembered the feeling of his soul leaving his body, the grand hall, and the oil cauldron. More or less. Chu Tingqiu sat down on the sofa in a casual posture. There was a bug in the underworld system, plus some idiot wanted to use you to refine pills, so I just went there on a whim. Go to the underworld? Pang Budong's mouth gaped open enough to fit an egg. Is that a place you can just walk to? I'm familiar with the person in charge over there, so I went down and helped them with the renovations, and incidentally, I managed to get you back. Chu Tingqiu spoke casually, automatically omitting the details of demolition and KPI modification. Pang Budong was stunned for a long time, then suddenly realized something. He suddenly jumped up and bounced twice on the spot, causing the floor to shake. Holy crap! Pang Budong stared at his body in disbelief. Something's not right, Brother Chu. I feel full of energy. With his previous weight, he would get out of breath even with the slightest movement. Not only am I not weak at all, but I feel very energetic. He subconsciously brought up his awakened panel. The next second, a scream echoed throughout the villa. Holy shit! What are you yelling about again? Jiangwan, who was trying to calm herself down, frowned and turned around. Pang Budong pointed tremblingly at the panel, his hands shaking as if he had Parkinson's disease. Lifespan. Look at my lifespan. Jiangwan and Aurelia went over to take a look. The remaining lifespan column displayed a symbol, 9999 plus infinity. The system note followed. Special approval from the Book of Life and Death. Heavens will cannot kill, time cannot erase. This unit has been removed from the underworld's blacklist. Even Yama, the king of hell, will have to offer him a cigarette. Jiangwan was also dumbfounded. She mechanically turned her head to look at Chu Tingqiu, who was drinking cola on the sofa, and asked, What exactly did you do in the underworld just now? Oh, seeing that he didn't have much time left, I borrowed that tattered booklet and made some changes to it. Chu Tingqiu shook the Coke can and said in a calm tone, I originally wanted to just add a few 100 years, but then I thought about how much he can eat, and I didn't want him to eat up all the family savings. But then I thought about how we still need to keep him as a meat shield, so I just randomly drew an infinity. Just casually, I drew an infinity. On the Book of Life and Death, Aurelius felt that his understanding had been overturned. Although the elves are known for their longevity, they only live for a few thousand years at most. This human just gave his brother an unlimited refill? Is this still support role? This is a humanoid GM mod. Infinity? Is that immortality? Pang Budong stared at the symbol, his expression shifting from shock to ecstasy, and finally to a silly grin. Then can I eat until the universe reboots? and I'll never have to worry about dying from overeating again. You wish. Chu Tianquo poured a bucket of cold water on him. He glanced at the fat man and said, "The reason it was changed to unlimited is because you'll have more work to do in the future." "What kind of work?" "A meat shield," Chu Tianquo said matter-of-factly. "In the future, if you encounter any forbidden spells or divine attacks, just stand in front. Anyway, you won't die, so it's the best absolute defense, understand?" Pang Budong's smile froze on his face. "Wait a minute, Brother Chu." His lips twitched. "So you gave me a cheat code, just so I could be your punching bag for 10,000 years. 10,000 years? That's too narrow a perspective." Chu Tianquo shook his finger. "It's the eternal sandbag. I protest. This is exploitation. Protest invalid." Chu Tianquo pointed to a fabricated expense report on the table. "The round-trip travel expenses to save you, the compensation for emotional distress, and the hush money for those 2 ghost messengers are all here. If you can't pay it back, you'll have to use your fat body to settle it." Pang Budong stared at the string of zeros and immediately shut up. He shrank back into the corner, feeling wronged, and muttered under his breath, "Then what am I? A tortoise that lives forever. Be more confident." Chu Tianquo tossed the empty can precisely into the trash can, stretched, and said, "You're soon the kind that you can't take any damage from." The atmosphere in the villa finally returned to the silly and joyful style unique to the Ninth Squad. Even Hai Ruo came over, tugging at Chu Tianquo's clothes and looking at him expectantly. "I'm hungry too." She pointed at Pang Budong. "Since he won't give me any food, what about my midnight snack?" After a night of commotion, the sky was already beginning to lighten. "Let's go." Chu Tianquo snapped his fingers. "Didn't Director Gu say he'd reimburse you? Let's go out for a nice meal. What do you want to eat?" Pang Budong stood up instantly. "Still want seafood? I've noticed Hai Ruo has been." Hai Ruo's horizontal pupils narrowed into slits instantly, and several huge tentacle phantoms appeared behind her. Hey, let's eat hot pot. Let's eat hot pot." Pang Budong immediately backed down. Chu Tianquo pushed open the door, and the morning sunlight shone on his SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas, a little dazzling. He turned around and gave a lazy smile. "I heard a new dim sum restaurant opened in the east of the city, and their shrimp dumplings are pretty good. I want to eat 10 baskets. Are you a pig? Anyway, I won't die. I can digest it slowly." The shadows of the group stretched long in the morning light. Even if the King of Hell were to come after them now, seeing this group arguing about whether to eat shrimp dumplings or shumai, he'd probably have no choice but to go back to the underworld and report it himself. After all, that boy in pajamas is someone who dares to format even hell. "By the way, Brother Chu," while walking down the street, Pang Budong suddenly asked, "Did you tell the King of Hell that you were harmless?" Chu Tianquo paused, looking completely innocent. "Yes." He pointed to his face. "I'm just a weak support character. All I can do is add buffs, change life and death, and occasionally do some demolition." He paused, then added, "Isn't that what you call harmless?" Everyone stared at the plasma lightsaber in his hand, which he had modified using the fruit-peeling technique, and was at a loss for words. "That's really not convincing at all." Chapter 116, The Deadwood Taoist. This is neither scientific nor mystical. The underworld, the former site of the Yama Palace. This place is no longer called Ruins. It should be called the Senluo Plain. The once eerie and desolate core area of the underworld, filled with broken walls and ruins, is now as smooth as the walls of a new house. The ground was a smooth, glassy substance unlike anything I'd ever seen before, a product of high temperature and pressure melting, which clearly reflected the bewildered, dark face of Yama, the King of Hell. The nauseating stench of corpses and sulfur in the air was completely gone. Instead, it smells like a hospital ICU ward that has just been disinfected, mixed with a faint sandalwood scent. This is my house." King Qin Guang rubbed his finger on the smooth floor, but didn't find a speck of dust. Instead, it produced a satisfying scraping sound. Yama, the King of Hell, remained silent. He was staring blankly at the infinity symbol infinity. That was the conceptual imprint left by Chu Tianquo in the void, hanging in midair like a neon sign, exuding an aura of rules that even ghosts and gods would avoid. "Your Majesty, the investigation is complete." Judge Chui floated over, covered in dust and dirt, carrying a worn-out spare ledger. Although there was no dust on the ground now, Judge Shui still habitually maintained the appearance of someone who had just suffered a disaster. So, does this mean our illegal building was forcibly demolished and then rebuilt on the same site? King Yama's lips twitched. Reconstruction? You call this reconstruction? The Bridge of Helplessness is just a pier, and the River of Oblivion is as clear as tap water. The piranhas in it are all belly up protesting that the water is too pure. This is called formatting. The 10 kings of hell looked at each other, none daring to breathe loudly. The golden mushroom cloud that just rose from the ground left a psychological scar on the leaders who had managed the underworld for countless years. That wasn't magic, nor was it supernatural power. It was pure numerical superiority disguised as a form of physical exorcism. At the edge of the Sinloa plain, a tiny spatial rift is slowly healing. It was a leak that had previously seeped in through the law of Nurgle. At this moment, in the shadows of the crack, a tiny, eerie green, no bigger than a mung bean, was desperately wriggling outwards. That was the Withered Wood Taoist. To be precise, after the Withered Wood Taoist shattered into pieces, he forcibly pried off a wisp of his remnant soul, driven by his obsession with I want to disgust the whole world to death. Madmen, they're all madmen. The remnant soul of the Withered Wood Taoist trembled, the fear originating from the depths of his soul, causing his little light to flicker. The Withered Wood Taoist lived to be 70 years old. He practiced evil arts his whole life and sacrificed himself to the benevolent father, Nagu. What grand scenes hasn't the Deadwood Taoist seen? But he has never seen anything like this. Who's the kind soul who's using nuclear explosions for purification? In that instant, the plague corpse Buddha that the Deadwood Taoist was so proud of, the rotten laws full of artistic flair, and the soul-eating soup of 10,000 poisons that could pollute reincarnation, were like pencil drawings that were gently erased by an eraser in the face of that boy's compassion. There was no magical exchange, no back-and-forth counterattacks. It just flashed briefly, and then it was gone. If it weren't for the fact that the Withered Wood Taoist used a fly carcass that hadn't yet rotted as a substitute at the last moment, the Withered Wood Taoist would have been reduced to ashes long ago. This is not Buddhism. Absolutely not. The Withered Tree Taoist roared hysterically in his heart as he desperately tried to squeeze into the crack. Buddhism speaks of cause and effect and reincarnation. That kid's methods are nothing but energy. Pura violencia. This is an insult to the cultivation world, a desecration of metaphysics. If we can squeeze through this crack, we can return to the embrace of our loving father, Nurgery, even if only a wisp of his soul remains. As long as he soaks in that paradise full of pus and viruses for hundreds of years, the Deadwood Taoist will still be a hero. Just wait. Dong Fong, that kid in pajamas. The remnant soul of the Withered Wood Taoist finally squeezed into half of the crack, and the Withered Wood Taoist's mind began to move. Hatred rekindled the fighting spirit of the Withered Wood Taoist. I don't understand nuclear fusion, but I do understand viruses. Next time I definitely will. Click. Just then, a crisp metallic clang rang out across the plain. The Withered Wood Taoist froze. Not far from the Withered Tree Taoist, a low-ranking Yin soldier responsible for cleaning up the battlefield was squatting on the ground with curiosity. The ghost soldier was an ancient soldier who had been dead for hundreds of years and had never seen much of the world. At this moment, the ghost soldier was fiddling with a strangely shaped iron pipe in his hand. That was the Netherworld Gatling gun that Chu Tianquo casually tossed on the ground when he left. This thing was made using paper-cutting techniques. Logically, once Chu Tianquo left and his magical power dissipated, the Netherworld Gatling gun should have turned back into a pile of waste paper. The problem is that Chu Tianquo equipped the Netherworld Gatling gun with a conceptual level Imperial Decree, Divine Machine Refinement. The logic behind the existence of the Ghost Gatling gun has been modified. It no longer relies on the caster, but rather on the concept of fear of insufficient firepower. As long as there are people in this world who feel that the firepower is insufficient, the Ghost Gatling gun can keep firing indefinitely. What kind of magic weapon is this? The ghost soldier scratched his skull and brought the 6 dart gun barrels close to his eyes to take a look. It looks like a large fire poker, but why does it have so many holes? The ghost soldier curiously reached out his hand towards the red handle. Then, that bony finger, because it was so slippery, accidentally got caught on the trigger guard. And quite forcefully it pried it off. Whoosh! The once quiet Netherworld Gatling gun began to spin, emitting a sound like the Grim Reaper grinding his teeth. The remnant soul of the Deadwood Taoist immediately bristled, a warning signal from his biological instincts. No. Tot. Blue, ghostly flames erupted without any warning. If these were ordinary bullets, even a remnant soul like the Deadwood Taoist could dodge them. The problem is that the Netherworld Gatling gun has been modified by Chu Tianquo. The bullets from the Ghost Gatling gun come with the functions of automatic target acquisition and SIN tracking. On the Sinlao plane, now disinfected by Chu Tianquo, not a single bacterium could be found within 100 miles. Where could there be a more conspicuous target than the evil spirit of the withered Wood Taoist? Thus, under the terrified gaze of the ghostly soldiers, thousands upon thousands of depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds engraved with Namo Amitba Buddha drew eerie arcs in the air. Like flies drawn by the smell of excrement, they all veered off course and hurtled towards the spatial rift. This is not scientific. The withered Wood Taoist only had time to let out one last scream. The crack was engulfed by a blue sea of fire. What remnant souls, what obsessions, what blessings from Nurgle. Before the physical deliverance of 6,000 streams per minute, all beings are equal. That wisp of eerie green light was torn apart to the level of basic particles without even bubbling up and then evaporated into nothingness by the high temperature. The gunfire stopped. The ghostly soldier was thrown to the ground by the recoil, his ghostly Gatling gun still emitting blue smoke, its barrel glowing red. The ghost soldier stared blankly at the spot where the space itself had collapsed from the blast, and his jawbone fell to the ground with a crack. My goodness! The ghostly soldier trembled as he picked up his chin and put it back on. This magic weapon, it's really powerful. That concludes the discussion. The Deadwood Taoist, a grandmaster of heretical cultivation and the mastermind behind the turmoil in the underworld, ultimately died in a completely unsophisticated accident involving improper cultivation. Cause of death: the curiosity of the underworld soldiers killed the cat. Last words: this is unscientific. At the same time, countless dimensions beyond, in a garden filled with decay, festering sores, poisonous gases, and laughter. This is the realm of Nurgle, the benevolent father, the paradise of one of the 4 chaos gods. A cauldron simmers with a broth capable of poisoning even gods, while countless Nurgle spirits of various shapes frolic and roll in the mud. Buzz. Deep within the garden, on the throne built of rotting flesh and blood, a bloated being suddenly stopped stirring the cauldron. Its 3 turbid eyes simultaneously gazed towards the eastern void. Just now, he felt a wisp of law he had projected into that distant plane break off. It wasn't being severed or sealed away. Rather, it was the feeling of being completely cleansed away along with cause and effect and concepts. It's like using a powerful toilet cleaner to wipe away a piece of old grime from the toilet bowl, leaving not even a mark. Gurgle! A muffled sound came from Nurgle's throat, and the Nurgle spirits around him, who were happily spreading the virus, instantly fell silent and trembled as they burrowed into the mud. As an expert in manipulating plague and decay, he had an instinctive aversion to and apprehension towards that kind of cleanliness. In his perception, that distant eastern coordinate was currently emanating an aura that made him uncomfortable. That wasn't the divine power fluctuation he was familiar with. It was a strange power that was domineering, unreasonable, and completely unpredictable. It seems that if he dares to reach out another hand, the other side will not hesitate to climb over the network cable and spray his entire garden with disinfectant. Eastern. The bloated figure slowly withdrew its gaze. It stretched out its large hand, covered in pustules, drew a circle in the void, and decisively marked a large area of that coordinate with a red cross. Note: high-risk restricted area. Note 2. If you're a germaphobe, please do not contact me. Then, he picked up the spoon and continued to stir the poisonous soup in the pot. But his movements were much gentler than before, as if afraid of making too much noise and waking up some being in that direction. Longdew, east of the city, a morning tea shop. The morning sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the table, making the glistening shrimp dumplings in the steamer look incredibly tempting. Achoo! Chu Tianquo sneezed without any regard for his image and rubbed his nose. "Who's insulting me?" he muttered, then precisely picked up the last shrimp dumpling with his chopsticks, ignoring the unmoving, eager eyes across from him, and stuffed it into his mouth. Why, that's mine. Pang Budong bit his chopsticks in grief and indignation. Although he had an infinite lifespan and an invincible physical body, it didn't stop him from feeling aggrieved because he missed out on a single shrimp dumpling. Eat, eat. All you ever think about is eating. Jiang Wan took an elegant sip of pu'er tea, her eyes still red-rimmed, but in a good mood. With your current health, you could digest iron. Why would you care about a few shrimp dumplings? How can that be the same? Iron has no taste. Pang Budong retorted confidently. Boss, 10 more baskets. Chu Tianquo shouted, then turned to look at his teammates who were still arguing, and leaned back lazily in his chair. Outside the window, cars streamed by, their horns blaring incessantly during the morning rush hour. This is life, full of the hustle and bustle, noisy and crowded, yet vibrant. Compared to the clean underworld, Chu Tianquo felt that this place was more comfortable. Brother Chu, that sneeze just now. Aurelia put down her fork. Could something have happened over there? She was referring to the underworld. What could possibly happen? Chu Tianquo shrugged, picked up the Coke can and shook it. It's just some clueless little bug that got swatted to death by a passing slipper. Chu Tianquo spoke gasu. But everyone present, including Hai Ruo, who was showing off her phoenix claws, subconsciously shrank back. They didn't know who that little bug was, but they did know that anyone whom Chu Tianquo called a bug usually met a terrible end. Chapter 117, Acting King of Hell? No way, too tiring. We've almost finished our morning tea. Pang Budong had more than 30 steaming baskets stacked in front of him and was dealing with the last chicken claw. Belch! The fat man let out a satisfied burp and patted his round belly. This belly is now a defensive artifact. It's not filled with fat, but with the will to survive and lifespan. Are you full? Chu Tianquo leaned back lazily in his chair, twirling a toothpick rapidly in his hand. Eat until you're 7/10 full. Pang Budong, still not satisfied, said, the chili oil at this shop is a bit lacking. It's not strong enough. Next time, I'll have to bring 2 bottles of Lao Gama with me. Jiang Wan ignored the idiot and was applying lipstick in front of the mirror. Just then, the air in the private room suddenly turned cold. It's that kind of chilling cold that seeps into your bones. A layer of white frost had formed on the window pane. The steaming hot shrimp dumplings have been turned into frozen food. Where did this strange wind come from? Pang Budong shuddered and cautiously protected the remaining half basket of shumai. Boss, is your heating system broken? There was no response. In the shadows of the corner of the private room, the floor seemed to melt like water. A pale-faced fellow wearing a tall hat, with a long, drawn-out tongue, shakily poked half his head out of the ground. Is Xie. But at this moment, the white impermanence had completely lost its previous imposing aura of taking souls and claiming lives. He looked at Chu Tianquo with a look of humility and ingratiation. Master Chu, Master Chu. Xie Baiyan's voice trembled like a leaf. This humble servant has come to deliver something to you. Chu Tianquo didn't even lift his eyelids. Just put it there. Xie Baiyan felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He quickly took out a golden scroll and a black wooden box carved with a skull from his pocket, placed them respectfully on the table, and then quickly tried to burrow into the ground. Etc. Xie Baiyan froze instantly upon hearing Chu Tianquo's 2 casual words. Half of his body was stuck in the floorboards, unable to move forward or backward. He turned around with a mournful face and said, Sir, is there anything else you need? The underworld is still rebuilding, and they're running out of bricks. I have to go back and move some more. What is this thing? Chu Tianquo pointed to the scroll. This is a letter of appointment personally written by the King of Hell. Xie Baiyan swallowed hard, though he didn't, and said with a forced smile, The king thanks you for your merit in purifying the underworld. He especially applied to the higher authorities to appoint you as the honorary King of Hell, in charge of the order of both the Yin and Yang realms, enjoying ministerial-level treatment, receiving offerings during festivals, and even being allocated a detached villa after death. Jiang Wan snapped the small mirror shut in her hand. Pang Budong dropped the shumai from his mouth. Honorary Yama? To govern both the Yin and Yang realms? It's like a sewer repairman who, after finishing the job, finds the mayor shoving a seal into his hand and saying the city is now his. Not interested. Chu Tianquo didn't even glance at the scroll, waving it away dismissively. Take it away. Xie Baiyan was dumbfounded. Master Chu, this is a divine position. It's a blessing that many people couldn't accumulate in several lifetimes. You won't reconsider? No need to clock in. No need to work regular hours. Just occasionally go to the underworld for a meeting. A meeting? Chu Tianquo raised an eyebrow. Xia Baiyan instinctively shrank his neck. We still need to manage order? Chu Tianquo picked up the Coke can. Xia Baiyan began to sink into the ground. Isn't this just 996? Chu Tianquo sneered. I'm still a child, still growing. You can keep this kind of blessing to yourselves. I just want to be a useless person in peace, understand? I understand. Xia Baiyan nodded frantically. I'll take it back right away. And this box. Leave the box. Chu Tianquo beckoned with his finger. Consider this as the cost of this renovation. Xia Baiyan dared not utter a single word of objection, and didn't even dare to take the golden scroll. He simply buried himself in the ground and slipped away. The chill in the air dissipated, and the steamer basket of Shamai began to steam again. You just rejected it like that. Jiangwan looked at the golden scroll on the table and felt that her worldview had been shaken. That's the location of the King of Hell. Although it is an honorary title, it is on par with the 10 Kings of Hell. As long as Chu Tianquo nods, all the ghosts in the world will have to kowtow to him. Whoever he wants to die at midnight will not live to see dawn. Otherwise what? Chu Tianquo pulled the black wooden box over. What's so good about being the King of Hell? You're surrounded by a bunch of dead ghosts every day, and you have to look at those boring Excel spreadsheets like the Book of Life and Death. Not only is there no overtime pay, but it also makes you lose your hair. What would I need that thing for? He casually tossed the golden letter of appointment to Pang Budong, saying, Fatty, take this to wipe your mouth. No. Pang Budong was so frightened that the flesh on his face was trembling. This is an imperial edict, after all. I'll take it back, frame it, and hang it in the living room to ward off evil spirits. Chu Tianquo ignored him and reached out to open the black wooden box. There was no gold or silver treasure in a box, only 2 things. A crumpled packet of seeds, the color of which was as red as blood. A yellowed parchment covered with crooked, ancient characters. What is this? Hai Ruo leaned closer and curiously poked the packet of seeds. Are they edible? Red spider lily seeds. Chu Tianquo picked one up. The system message states that this is a special health-themed version of the spider lily. Planted in a house, it can suppress all evil spirits. When the flowers bloom, ghosts and gods within 100 miles cannot approach. A side effect is that pollen may cause mild hallucinations, making people see milk. Perfect timing. The lawn in front of the villa has been bald for quite a while. Chu Tianquo put the seeds in his pocket. I'll sow them when I get back, so I won't have to hire security guards later. He picked up the parchment again. It is the original manuscript of the Meng Pe soup recipe. It records the core method for preparing Meng Pe soup. 1 bowl, and you'll forget the mortal world. 2 bowls, and you'll forget this life. 3 bowls, and you'll become mentally disabled. The hidden note is that if you add cola and ice during the brewing process, it can be transformed into a potent amnesia potion, Happy Fat Man version, erasing painful memories from the past 24 hours without any side effects. This one is good too. Chu Tianquo nodded in satisfaction. If Pang Budong ever gets dumped in the future, just give him a bowl of soup, so you won't have to listen to his wailing and howling. Pang Budong felt a chill run down his spine. Brother, I'm still single. I haven't been in a relationship yet. Just then, a system notification sounded in Chu Tianquo's mind. Ding! The system detected that the host has refused to take up a divine post, which is considered an extremely lazy behavior. Rewards are being processed. Obtain special privileges. Ghost soldiers borrow a path, S-level privileges. Although you refuse to become the King of Hell, the entire underworld has already been subdued by you. You have gained the authority to mobilize 100,000 Yin soldiers at once. When you call for reinforcements, just shout, Natong Express, and 100,000 Go soldiers will deliver goods to your door or send the enemy on their way. Obtained item, Underworld Supreme VIP Black Card. This was specially made by the King of Hell to beg you not to renovate anymore. Chu Tianquo's lips curled up slightly. This is what truly matters. Compared to the seemingly powerful but actually laborious King of Hell, this kind of authority that only takes benefits and does no work is more in line with his aesthetic. Let's go home. Chu Tianquo stood up and stretched. I'm sleepy. I'm going back to take a nap. P.S. Just a heads up, in the next chapter, Slaanesh, one of the 4 chaos gods, will be causing trouble. Chapter 118, The Whole City is in Heat. Pang Budong. A macho man should wear Barbie pink. In Longdu, the mornings are usually woken up by the aroma of soy milk and fried dough sticks. But something's not right today. What woke Chu Tianquo was not the alarm clock, but a cloyingly sweet smell that made his throat feel dry. The smell was like rotten peaches mixed with perfume and alcohol, seeping into his nose through the crack in the window. Achoo! Chu Tianquo suddenly sat up. He grabbed the SpongeBob SquarePants alarm clock with a grumpy look on his face. It was 7 in the morning. It's always noisy downstairs. Either Pang Budong is watching the news, or Jiang Wan is scrolling through short videos. It's very quiet today. If you listen carefully, you can faintly hear a sticky, indescribable humming sound. Where did those stray cats come from, calling for their mates so early in the morning? Chu Tianquo kicked off the blanket and went downstairs in his flip-flops. As soon as I reached the top of the stairs, I saw what was in front of me, and my foot slipped, almost sending me to my death. The living room, which was originally filled with straight male aesthetics and piled with dumbbells and snacks, suddenly changed its style. A thin pink mist hung in the air, making it difficult to see clearly. Pang Budong was standing in the middle of the living room, his pinky finger raised, holding a can of pink spray paint. He is painting his S-Class alloy tower shield. The originally black tower shield was sprayed with Barbie pink by him. He also flamboyantly drew a big heart in the middle of the shield. You fatso, are you possessed? Chu Tianquo's lips twitched, as if his eyes had been hit by a nuclear attack. Upon hearing the sound, Pang Budong slowly turned around. On his honest-looking face, 2 chilling blushes hung. He blinked his beady green eyes and said in a high-pitched voice, "Good morning, Brother Chu. Don't you think black is too depressing? Only this gentle Barbie pink can represent how I feel." Chu Tianquo felt a churning in his stomach and almost vomited. "Speak like a human." Chu Tianquo, his face dark, pulled out a wrench. "Oh dear, you're so fierce." Pang Budong stomped his foot awkwardly, and the floorboards creaked loudly. People just feel that life needs a little ritual, a little love, and passion. As he spoke, this guy even tried to flirt with Chu Tianquo and even tried to make a heart shape with his hands. Chu Tianquo couldn't take it anymore. The wrench slipped from his hand and smashed into Pang Budong's forehead. A crisp sound. Pang Budong stumbled from the blow, clutching the bump on his head, and said aggrievedly, "Brother Chu, why did you hit me? Has the brain matter been shaken evenly?" Chu Tianquo asked coldly. "It hurts, but—" Pang Budong clutched the large bag, his face still bearing that infatuated smile. "Spare the rod and spoil the child. It seems you still care about him, Brother Chu. It's hopeless. This account is now useless." Chu Tianquo got goosebumps all over his body and decisively turned around, deciding to stay away from this pervert. He looked at the sofa on the other side. Jiang Wan was sitting there, holding a magic staff in her hand. Her face was also abnormally red, but at least it wasn't as disgusting as Pang Budong's. "Captain Jiang," Chu Tianquo walked over, "you also feel that the air is a bit off today, don't you?" Jiang Wan slowly raised her head. Her usually cool and aloof eyes were now watery. She looked at Chu Tianquo, her eyes no longer showing the usual disdain. Instead, it has the look of a hungry wolf eyeing the finest pork belly. "Chu Tiangu." Jiang Wan's voice was a little hoarse, and she was panting. "Your SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas have a neckline that's a bit too low." Chu Tianquo instinctively covered his collar and took a few steps back. "Have you gone mad too? I'm not crazy. I just feel hot." Jiang Wan reached out and tugged at her collar, revealing a large expanse of her snow-white collarbone, her eyes glazing over with an eerie, unfocused look. "It's so hot. It feels like there's a fire burning inside me. Not the kind of fireball fire, but something else." As she spoke, she unconsciously ran her fingers back and forth along the shaft of the staff. That action looked exactly like driving a car, and the car wheel even ran over Chu Tianquo's face. "Stop." Chu Tianquo felt that if he didn't stop it, this chapter would be banned for being sexually explicit. He pulled out a pair of large black headphones from his system space. They were F-level items called Absolute Quiet Headphones. Put on and turn on. The world has not quieted down. That sweet, cloying humming sounded directly into his head. "That's interesting." Chu Tianquo squinted, no longer looking like he hadn't woken up yet. He walked to the window and pulled back the curtains. At this moment, Longdu was shrouded in a thick layer of pink mist. The scene on the street was chaotic. There was a traffic jam during the morning rush hour, but no horns or shouts. A bus driver and a private car owner next to him are gazing deeply into each other's eyes through the window. Their eyes were so intense. If the car window hadn't been blocking their view, they probably would have kissed. In the square by the roadside, elderly men and women put down their fans and started dancing a close-up tango. Several stray dogs gave up rummaging through the trash cans and piled up on the street. This place is like a giant open-air nightclub. Everyone is in heat, even animals. Bite. In Chu Tingqiu's mind, the system, which had been silent for a long time, finally reacted. High-risk concept intrusion detected. Source of the intrusion, a high-ranking agent under Slaanesh, Lord of Pleasure / Prince of Debauchery, one of the 4 chaos gods. Pollution type, a highly toxic mixture of mental and legal elements, known as the mist of ecstasy. Effect, forcibly awakens primal desires within the organism, amplifies the senses until reason collapses and the individual becomes a slave to desire. Current pollution index, 75%, most of Longdu has been affected. Slaanesh? Chu Tingqiu raised an eyebrow. We just got rid of Nurgle, who plays with viruses, and now we have Slaanesh, who deals with pornography. Are these chaotic evil gods treating this place like a dungeon to farm? If it were any other enemy, even a maniac like Kern, Chu Tingqiu might have fared better. But this thing seriously affected his sleep quality. They even made Pang Budong look so disgusting, polluting his eyes. Where's Hai Ruo? Chu Tingqiu suddenly remembered that non-human. He looked around and found Hai Ruo curled up in a ball and sinking to the bottom of the aquarium in the corner. Bubbles rose from the water's surface, and her terrified mutterings could be heard. How terrifying! How terrifying! Everyone's in heat. It's scarier than the deep sea. Even a monster like Hai Ruo was frightened. This pollution is truly outrageous. Chu Tingqiu sighed, took out a mask from his pocket, and put it on. Although this thing can't protect him from mental pollution, it can make him feel a little better. Fatty, Jiangwan, stay home and don't move. Chu Tingqiu picked up a bottle of cola from the table and flicked it on the back of Pang Budong's head with his finger, making him pause for a moment. I'm going to the bureau to ask Gu Taiyai for reimbursement for emotional distress. He pushed open the door and stepped into the pink mist. Along the way, Chu Tingqiu felt like he had walked into a blind date, the kind where they were about to go straight to the bridal chamber. The concentration of pheromones in the air is very high. Pink lace was hanging on the lampposts along the road. Several special operations team members on patrol tossed their guns aside, straightened each other's collars, and exchanged lewd glances. Chu Tingqiu walked past these cringeworthy scenes with a blank expression. His SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas looked out of place against the pink background. Strangely, those who went berserk did not attack Chu Tingqiu. The moment they saw him, their eyes became even more greedy. That look in their eyes was no longer the look of humans looking at humans. It's more like a wolf that's been starving for 3 days seeing a clean little lamb, or a drug addict seeing the purest form of drug. Strategic Defense Agency Headquarters Building. This place is usually heavily guarded. Today, the guard post at the main gate is empty. Only the automatic sensor door was still opening and closing, saying, "Welcome," but the sound was slowed down and sounded like a groan. Chu Tingqiu walked into the hall. The hall was quiet. The staff were not at their workstations, and documents were scattered all over the floor. Director Gu? Ju Tian Gu Xiaodet? The sound echoed in the hall. No one responded. The next second, countless gazes were cast from the shadows. At the front desk, Xiao Lu, the receptionist who was known as having an iceberg face and never even smiled when the bureau chief joked, slowly stood up from behind the counter. 3 buttons on her uniform were undone. Her hair was disheveled, and her face was flushed unnaturally. Then, figures in special police uniforms appeared one after another on the second-floor railing, at the elevator entrance, and in the rest area. Men and women, old and young. Hundreds of eyes were fixed on Chu Tingqiu. Their pupils were dilated, and the whites of their eyes were covered with pink blood vessels. That wasn't murderous intent. It's hunger and thirst. It's like someone who's been thirsty in the desert for 3 days, suddenly seeing a bottle of ice-cold cola. Chu Tingqiu is that bottle of cola. Found it. I can't believe it, said Xiao Lu at the front desk, drool dripping from the corner of her mouth. A pure soul, without any desires or impurities, truly a masterpiece. The crowd began to stir. The sound of those perfectly synchronized footsteps was 100 times more terrifying than a zombie apocalypse. This is The Walking Dead, R-rated. They carried no weapons, spread their arms, and with ecstatic laughter on their faces, surged toward the figure in pajamas in the center of the hall. Chu Tianquo stood there, watching this group of elites turn into this. He sighed, pulled the tab on his Coke, and took a swig. I'm here to get reimbursed by Gu Tai, not to attend your lewd party. He put down the Coke can, looking at the hundreds of mating zombies that were about to overwhelm him, his eyes filled with nothing but disgust. Even though I'm a support, Chu Tianquo raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. But I also know that there are effective treatment options for this kind of internal heat symptoms. A cold light flashed at his fingertips. This is an F-level life skill. Refrigeration. It's just physical cooling to help you calm down. Chapter 119, Jiang Wan's Pink Lace. Don't come any closer. Strategic Defense Agency Lobby. With a snap of his fingers, Chu Tianquo instantly replaced the cloyingly sweet smell in the air with a biting cold. The originally hot pink mist, under the influence of the cooling spell, turned into countless ice crystals, which fell with a tinkling sound. The courtship zombies that were rushing towards Chu Tianquo hadn't even faded their fanatical smiles when their bodies suddenly froze. The next second, hundreds of people, from the receptionist to the elite special agents, seemed to have been put on pause, and then their eyes rolled back and they fell straight down. The hall was filled with people lying haphazardly on the floor, and the sounds of snoring replaced the previous groans. Physical cooling methods are highly effective. Finally, some peace and quiet. Chu Tianquo exhaled a puff of white breath and disdainfully walked around the person lying on the ground. These people were just blinded by desire. They didn't die. They'll be fine after a good night's sleep. He doesn't have time for these things right now. He needs to find Gu Tai. This old bastard tricked him into joining the Ninth Squad, and now that such a huge mess has happened, he should at least get some compensation for his emotional distress. The director's office is on the top floor. Chu Tianquo took a private elevator directly there, and the journey was smooth and unobstructed. Pushing open the heavy solid wood door, the room was empty. The documents on Gu Tai's desk were neatly piled, and the goji berry tea in his thermos was still steaming, but he was nowhere to be seen. They ran away. Chu Tianquo frowned, walked behind his desk, plopped down in the comfortable executive chair, put his feet up on the table, and began to think. The entire city of Longdu is polluted by this pink mist. It's only a matter of time before the Strategic Bureau headquarters falls. That old fox, Gu Tai, will definitely go to the safest place first. An S-class testing ground 300 meters underground, or a shelter even deeper inside. Just then, the office door creaked open a crack. Chu Tianquo's eyes narrowed, and he sat up straight in his chair. A head cautiously peeked in through the crack in the door. It wasn't Gu Tai. It's Jiang Wan. But it wasn't the Jiang Wan he knew. The coldness and irritability that Jiang Wan usually exuded were gone. In her place was an expression that was hesitant, shy, and tinged with anticipation. Her usual sharp combat uniform was replaced with Chu Tianquo searched for a long time before coming up with a word to describe it: disaster. It was a jarringly incongruous pink lace dress, its layers upon layers of fabric adorned with bows and cheap plastic pearls. The dress was clearly a size too small, clinging tightly to her muscular, exercise-sculpted body, leaving awkward marks. This art style is like forcing a cheetah, ready to hunt, to wear Hello Kitty pajamas. Chu Tianquo's eye twitched violently. He would rather see Jiang Wan burst through the door carrying a rocket launcher than see her like this. The sky is vast. Jiang Wan's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, sweet to the point of being cloying. Her eyes, which could usually spit fire, were now watery, their shimmering light seeming to drip with moisture. She put her hands behind her back and slowly moved out from behind the door, revealing what she had been hiding. It was a heart-shaped lunchbox. Pink. Her face flushed, and she held the lunchbox to her chest, as if presenting a treasure. I made you a bento box. Chu Tianquo's gaze fell on the lunchbox. Then he looked at Jiang Wan's face, which was almost red to the roots of her neck. He swallowed hard, feeling a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. This is 100 times more terrifying than facing a 1,000-foot-tall, plague-infested Buddha in the underworld. Captain, you calm down. Chu Tianquo stood up from his chair and took a step back without making a sound. Just call me Wan Wan. Jiang Wan stamped her foot and said in a coquettish voice, Captain, that's too formal. Chu Tianquo felt a churning in his stomach. He felt like his SpongeBob pajamas were about to be ruined by that Wan Wan call. How did you find this place? He decided to change the subject. I came here because I could smell your scent. Jiang Wan opened the lunchbox, and a strong, burnt smell wafted out. Inside the box were several dark, completely carbonized, unidentified objects, vaguely resembling the shapes of eggs and sausages. They were arranged in a shape that looked probably like a heart. This is my first time making it, so maybe I didn't get the timing right. Jiang Wan lowered her head a little shyly, her fingers fiddling with the hem of her lace dress. But it contains my heartfelt feelings. As she spoke, she picked up a piece of charcoal with her chopsticks and handed it to Chu Tianquo with expectant eyes. Come on, Tianquo, open your mouth, Chu Tianquo's face turned pale instantly. He could drink Nurgle's holy water, which could poison even the gods, without batting an eye, but he absolutely could not eat this carcinogen brimming with love. More importantly, it was Jiang Wan's gaze at that moment. The look in his eyes, a mixture of infatuation, possessiveness, and an I'll cry if you don't eat attitude, sent chills down his spine. I'm not hungry. Chu Tianquo chuckled dryly, then took another step back, his back pressed against the cold wall. Even if you're not hungry, you should eat something. Jiang Wan approached step by step, carrying a lunchbox. Her high heels clicked on the polished floor, making a tap, tap, tap sound that, to Chu Tianquo, was more terrifying than the death knell of the underworld. You've been working too hard lately. You need to replenish your energy. Really, I don't need it. I just finished dim sum, and I'm very full. Chu Tianquo felt like he was suffocating. This woman is insane. This pink mist is more toxic than the Nurgle virus. Viruses only make you rot, but this stuff completely formats your personality. Are you looking down on her? Jiang Wan stopped in her tracks, her eyes instantly reddening, her lips trembling, and large tears welling up in her eyes, threatening to fall, but not quite. That pitiful look of hers would have melted anyone's heart. But Chu Tianquo felt his hair stand on end. He would rather face Jiang Wan's raging fire than her tears. No, absolutely not. Driven by a survival instinct, Chu Tianquo shook his head frantically. Your bento box looks delicious. It's incredibly creative. It's brimming with postmodern, deconstructivist, artistic flair. Really? Jiang Wan burst into laughter through her tears, her expression instantly brightening from cloudy to sunny. Real. Then have a bite. She handed the piece of charcoal over again. Chu Tianquo was in despair. He stared at the approaching pink lace dress and the deadly black charcoal, with only one thought in his mind. Run. Just as Jiang Wan's chopsticks were about to touch his lips, Chu Tianquo moved. He activated one of his most proficient F-rank skills, evasion technique. This was originally a simple skill that only allowed for short-distance maneuvering within a small area, but in his hands, everything became extraordinary. Ding! Strong subjective will detected from the host. Stay away from the source of the threat. Que skill, évasion technique, trigired. The core logic is, avoid contact. Conceptual deception and dimensional upgrading are underway, linking to the concept of Chinese mythology so close yet so far, skill transformed into imperial decree. Absolute distance. In an instant, Chu Tianquo's figure blurred in place and then appeared at the other end of the office, pressed tightly against the corner of the wall like a frightened cat. Jiang Wan missed her target, and her chopsticks stuck into the wall. She blinked in confusion, looking at Chu Tianquo a dozen meters away, her face showing bewilderment. Tianquo, why did you run so far? Come here quickly. She carried the lunchbox and started walking towards Chu Tianquo. Chu Tianquo stared at her nervously, already prepared to dodge again. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. Jiang Wan is walking. She was taking small, flirtatious steps, trying her best to move towards Chu Tianquo. Her body was moving, her skirt was swaying, and her expression was very serious. But the distance between her and Chu Tianquo never shortened by even a fraction. She's like someone running on a treadmill. No matter how hard she tries, she's just going in the same place. What? Jiang Wan stopped, tilted her head, looked at her feet, and then looked at Chu Tianquo in the distance. She couldn't understand it. For an S-rank expert like her, this distance of a dozen meters will be nothing more than a blink of an eye. But now this short distance felt like an entire galaxy. She refused to believe it and simply started jogging. Ting Qo, don't move. I'm coming to you right away. Chu Ting Qo breathed a slight sigh of relief as he watched her running desperately, but unable to get close. This absolute distance feature is quite useful. The system explained that this skill creates an insurmountable 1-meter safety zone centered on him. Any target he subjectively judges as a threat cannot enter this area. Whether the physical attack, an energy attack, or even this terrifying attack of love. What happened? Jiang Wan was panting heavily, and her forehead was covered in sweat, but she remained in the same spot. She was on the verge of tears, looking at Chu Ting Qo with a wronged expression, her voice trembling with sobs. Ting Qo, did you use some kind of evil magic on me? Why? Why won't you let people get close to you? Chu Ting Qo leaned against the corner of the wall, looking at the irritable female captain in a lace dress, about to cry, a meter away, and felt that his mind was being tormented like never before. He took a deep breath and, in a near-collapsed tone, roared at Jiang Wan. Captain, behave yourself. You're scaring me. Please, just throw fireballs at me instead. Chapter 120, The Invitation of National Idolhua, Nongying. The atmosphere in the director's office was extremely strange. Ting Qo, how could you say that to someone? Jiang Wan's tears finally fell, pattering onto the ground, but instead of splashing, they were evaporated by the heat unconsciously emanating from her body. She cried her heart out, but her feet kept moving, taking small, quick steps, trying to break through that invisible barrier. Her comical appearance, desperately chasing after love yet forever unable to get close, made her look exactly like a tragic heroine chasing love on a treadmill. Just as Chu Ting Qo felt he was about to be crushed by this heavy love, the LCD screen on the office wall suddenly lit up by itself. After a buzzing sound of electricity, the screen no longer displayed the internal system interface of the Strategic Bureau, but instead a glaring pink. A woman appears in the center of the screen. She wore a barely there purple gauze dress, reclining languidly on a luxurious chaise lounge, her long, snow-white legs partially visible. Her features were alluring, with a perfectly placed beauty mark at the corner of her eye that seemed capable of stealing one's soul. Especially those eyes. They were smiling, yet they carried a chilling possessiveness. My family in Longdu, do you miss me? Her voice, sweet and cloying, filled the entire office through the loudspeakers, possessing a strange magic that seemed to penetrate directly into one's brain. The pink mist in the office, which had been suppressed by the refrigeration spell, thickened again as she spoke. Jiang Wan stopped her futile run. She stopped looking at Chu Ting Qo and stared intently at the woman on the screen. The infatuation and love in her eyes were quickly replaced by a primal, possessive jealousy. Ooh, this vixen, is she? Jiang Wan's voice turned cold, though it still carried a high-pitched tone. It had taken on a dangerous hoarseness. The ruby at the tip of her staff began to flash intensely, and the surrounding air temperature suddenly rose. Before Chu Ting Qo could answer, the solid wood door to his office, which he had closed, was smashed open from the outside with brute force. The door panel spun and flew into the room. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, a massive figure blocked the entrance. It is Pang Budong. This guy's appearance is even more eye-catching than Jiang Wan's. He not only sprayed his S-Class alloy tower shield in Barbie pink and drew hearts on it, but he even used pink spray paint to draw 2 blobs of blush on his face. He rushed in, still holding the can of spray paint, panting. He was taken aback by the scene in the office, but his gaze was immediately drawn to the woman on the television screen. Wow, it's Ituan Nongying, my goddess! Pang Budong's lecherous grin widened instantly, his eyes gleaming, and drool practically dripping from the corners of his mouth. He slammed the pink shield, weighing several dozen kilograms, onto the ground with a dull thud. Goddess, I love you, like a mouse loves rice. He excitedly waved his arms at the screen, as if he were watching a concert. Flowers play with shadows. Chu Ting Qo remembered that this was the most popular national idol in the Dragon Kingdom before her fall from grace. She debuted with a pure and innocent image, and later her style became increasingly bold, attracting fans all over the country. Unexpectedly, she was the source of this mental pollution. On the screen, Huan Nongying seemed completely unaffected, and she gave the camera a captivating smile. I know that everyone's hearts are filled with love and longing right now. Her voice carried a seductive power. But love alone is not enough. We also need a celebration, a feast that can elevate our souls. So, tonight at 8 p.m., I will be holding my Return to Elysium concert at the Longdu Gymnasium. As soon as the news broke, many of the special agents downstairs who had been frozen unconscious began to mutter in their sleep, calling out words like concert and Huan Nongying. Pang Budong was so excited that he jumped up on the spot, his weight of over 200 kilograms causing the entire floor to tremble. A concert? That's great. Brother Chu, let's hurry and grab some tickets. Shut up. Jiang Wan turned around abruptly and glared fiercely at Pang Budong. The murderous intent in her eyes made Pang Budong shudder, but the lecherous smile on his face did not fade. Huan Nongying on the screen suddenly had a meaningful look in her eyes. She stretched out her slender finger and gently touched her beauty mark, her gaze seemingly piercing through the screen and through time and space, landing precisely on Chu Tianqiu. Of course, such a grand party wouldn't be complete without our most distinguished guest. Her voice became increasingly sweet, with a hint of domineering authority that left no room for refusal. A few days ago, some minor troubles occurred in our underworld. A hero, single-handedly, restored the order of Yin and Yang, and even made Yama, the king of hell, give way to him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan and Pang Budong were both stunned and turned to look at Chu Tianqiu. This matter is a top secret of the Strategic Bureau. Apart from a few people and the ghost messengers of the underworld, no one in the mortal world knows about it. How did this woman find out? This mysterious hero, I admire you greatly. Hua Nongying licked her lips, her desire undisguised. Therefore, I, Huang Ying, hereby formally invite you, Mr. Chu Tianqiu, to be my sole special guest at tonight's concert, to sit in the front row and enjoy the ultimate pleasure I prepared for you. At this moment, the entire city of Longdu heard this name through countless screens. The sky over Chu is vast. You'll come, won't you? Huan Nongying blew a kiss to the camera. The screen went dark, and the system interface of the Strategic Bureau was restored. The office was deathly silent. Pang Budong opened his mouth wide, looked at Chu Tianqiu, then at the black screen, and his expression changed from a stalker to a fanatical worshiper. Chu, Brother Chu, you actually got invited by the goddess. You're my own brother. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan's aura had completely gone berserk. The only special guest. She stared intently at Chu Tianqiu, her usually aloof face contorted with jealousy. What makes her think she is? Who does she think she is? How dare she covet my person? A burst of uncontrolled crimson karmic fire erupted from her palm, instantly incinerating the expensive LCD screen into a pool of molten iron. A wave of scorching heat swept over, turning the office documents to ashes. You're not allowed to go. Jiang Wan pointed at Chu Tianqiu, her voice shrill, tinged with tears, and an unreasonable command. I won't allow you to see that vixen. I have to go. I absolutely have to go. Pang Budong retorted stubbornly. This is an invitation from the goddess. It's an honor. Brother Chu, don't listen to her. I'll go get you some light sticks right now. They have to be pink. You fatso, do you want me to burn you as firewood? I'm afraid of you. For the goddess, Pang Budong, will risk everything. Seeing that one was about to set the fire and the other was about to offer support, and a full-blown fight was about to break out in the office, Chu Tianqiu finally reacted. He remained calm throughout, showing neither the honor of being called out by the goddess nor the tension of facing a crisis. He just thought it was too noisy. It's very noisy. He strolled leisurely to his desk, ignoring his two teammates who were on the verge of fighting behind him, and also ignoring the large, smoking hole in the wall. He picked up the still-warm goji berry tea that Gu Taiyai had left on the table, took a sip, and then spat it out in disgust. What is this? It has no taste. He put down his teacup, his gaze falling on the pink sky outside the window, his brows furrowing tightly. Jiang Wan and Pang Budong also stopped arguing and looked at him nervously. Brother Chu, you've made up your mind? Pang Budong asked cautiously. Chu Tianqiu turned around, looked at the two of them, then at the still-burning pool of molten iron, and his face showed unprecedented irritation. He wasn't annoyed because he was singled out by an agent of an evil god. It wasn't because the dragon capital was in crisis that he was upset. He simply felt that this woman named Hua Nongying had seriously disrupted his plan to catch up on sleep. Looking at the wreckage of the television, he commented earnestly, "How come this woman looks like a vixen? And her singing is so awful." Pang Budong and Jiang Wan were both stunned. Unpleasant to listen to? That's heavenly music. Chu Tianquo stretched, yawned, and waved his hands sleepily. "I'm not going." His voice wasn't loud, but it was unusually firm. "I'm so sleepy, I want to go home and sleep." Chapter 121. Director Gu, please get dressed. Chu Tianquo left the bureau chief's office without looking back. Behind them came Pang Budong's shout of "For the goddess" and Jiang Wan's roar of "Burn the heretics." The two sounds mingled together, accompanied by flashes of fire and the muffled thud of a heavy object hitting the ground. He couldn't be bothered with his two teammates who were already out of control. What we need now is to find someone who is still mentally sound. In the entire Dragon City, there are probably not many people who can remain rational and have the ability to mobilize resources. But Gu Taiyai definitely counts as one. That old fox who tricked him into joining the Ninth Squad. Although this old man is very wicked, as a pillar of the country, he has a strong will. Ordinary mental pollution shouldn't be able to bring him down so easily. As Chu Tianquo pondered this, he walked deeper into the strategic bureau. He pressed the elevator button directly, which led to the S-level test site 300 meters underground. The place he had half melted with his illumination spell was now deserted. The solidified molten metal still retained its distorted shape. It hadn't been repaired at all, but this is just the entrance. Chu Tianquo bypassed the messy testing area and came to an alloy wall. He reached out and tapped 3 times in a hidden groove in the wall, 1 long and 2 short. This is the method for opening the emergency exit that Gu Taiyai mentioned casually when he brought him here last time. Click! The wall slid open silently, revealing a narrow passage just wide enough for one person to pass through, illuminated by white light. The passageway was short, ending at a room of about 30 square meters. This is Gu Taiyai's private restroom, which also serves as his wartime command center. The room was simply furnished with a cot, a communication device, and a huge floor-length mirror. When Chu Tianquo walked in, Gu Taiyai was standing in front of the mirror with his back to him. He wasn't wearing his signature dark green, old military overcoat, but only a crisp Zhongshan suit. Her once messy, graying hair was now being neatly combed with a small horn comb. His movements were slow and gentle, with an almost devout focus. The scar that ran from his brow bone to his chin was clearly visible in the mirror. But Gu Taiyai's eyes no longer held his former majesty. Instead, they held his self-admiration. He looked at himself in the mirror, twitched the corners of his mouth, and tried to force a smile that he thought was attractive. The scar twisted as the muscles moved, making the smile look even uglier than a cry. Ironclad, oh ironclad. Gu Taiyai let out a deep sigh, not loud, but clearly heard by Chu Tianquo. Your damned, irresistible charm. Chu Tianquo stumbled, and his flip-flops almost flew off. What did he see? That iron-willed bureau chief, who would sacrifice everything for China, is now looking at his reflection in the mirror with self-pity. The pink mist effect is just too ridiculous. They turned Jiang Wan into a love-struck fool, Pang Budong into a fanatical fan, and now they've turned a tough guy into a narcissist. Is this thing a demon-revealing mirror? Can it reveal the most unknown side of everyone's heart? Chu Tianquo felt that his understanding was being overturned. Cough. He coughed loudly, trying to wake the old director who was lost in his drunken state. Gu Taiyai seemed not to hear him. He put down the comb and began to unbutton his Zhongshan suit one button at a time. His expression was somewhat agitated, his face flushed an unnatural red, and he was muttering to himself. This face alone isn't enough to show my prowess. They need to witness the masculine power hidden within my steel frame. Chu Tianquo's eye twitched violently. He could already foresee that the next second, the bureau chief would be standing in front of the mirror, displaying his proud chest and abdominal muscles. The scene was too beautiful for him to bear. If we don't stop it, his eyes will be contaminated. That's enough. Chu Tianquo sighed and took 2 steps forward. He was too lazy to waste words. The best way to treat this kind of fever is to use physical methods to cool down the body. He raised his right hand, his fingertips pointing at the back of Gu Taiyai's head. A basic F-rank life skill. Water-making techniques. Ding. The host's strong subjective desire to wake him up has been detected. F-rank skill, water creation technique, triggered. Extracting core logic, watering, and wake up. Conceptual deception and dimensional upgrading are launched. Linking to Chinese mythology concepts, a wake-up call. Linking to Buddhist illusions, enlightenment. The skill has been transformed into Imperial Edict, enlightenment. A stream of clear, icy water appeared out of nowhere and poured over Gu Taiyi's head. Splash! Gu Taiyai, who was unbuttoning the third button, suddenly froze. The chill instantly pierced through his scalp, extinguishing the pink flame in his mind. The look of fascination on his face froze in a fraction of a second, then shattered. He slowly turned around, step by step, his soaked hair clinging to his forehead, water droplets running down the scar. He saw Chu Tianquo standing at the door, looking disgusted. Gu Taiyi's pupils first showed confusion, then bewilderment, and finally, when his gaze swept over his unbuttoned clothes and the oxhorn comb in his hand, that bewilderment quickly turned into panic. Memories have returned. He remembered how he had just combed his hair in front of the mirror. I remembered the things I'd said. Gu Taiyi's voice was dry and hoarse, like rusty gears turning. His face, at a speed visible to the naked eye, went from pale to flushed, and then from flushed to a liver color. That face, which had weathered countless storms, was now filled with two words. Society died. He pointed at Chu Tianquo, his lips trembling, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. This guardian of China wished he could immediately find a crack in the ground to crawl into, or simply detonate the energy core within his body and perish together with the world. This is worse than death. Chu Tianquo looked at him and shrugged expressionlessly. Director Gu, time is of the essence. We can discuss your personal image issue later. He paused, then added, although I don't think there's anything left to discuss. Gu Taiyi almost fainted on the spot because he couldn't catch his breath. However, just when Chu Tianquo thought he had fully regained his senses, things changed again. A fleeting pink light flashed again in Gu Taiyi's eyes, which had regained their clarity. The shame and embarrassment on his face quickly disappeared. Instead, there was a silly-looking man with a somewhat ingratiating smile. Gu Taiyi grinned foolishly as he looked at Chu Tianquo. Then, as if remembering something important, he suddenly turned around and faced the mirror. He picked up the horn comb again and began combing his wet hair once more. No, this will ruin my image. As he combed his hair, he muttered to himself, I need to maintain a perfect image in front of Xiao Chu. Chu Tianquo, it's over. This account is now useless. He finally understood. That pot of enlightening wisdom wasn't useless. It could indeed extinguish the fire of desire, but only for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, as long as the pink mist remains, the power originating from Slaanesh will return and reignite the flame in people's hearts. This is not a simple mind control or illusion. The pink mist acted like a catalyst, an amplifier. It doesn't create desires out of thin air, but rather amplifies the desires deep within everyone's heart that they may not even be aware of. Jiang Wan craved recognition, so she displayed a strong possessiveness and a morbid love. Pang Budong admires the strong and idols, so he became Hua Nongying's most ardent fan. And Gu Taiyi, Chu Tianquo looked at the bureau chief who was trying hard to comb his wet hair into a 3/7 part and fell in a deep thought. His deepest desire was actually to become a charismatic person. This world is becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Chu Tianquo rubbed his temples. This is troublesome. This is really troublesome. Physical cooling only lasts for 3 seconds, and psychological shocks are probably about as effective. To solve the problem at its root, we must find a way to completely isolate or even sever desire itself. Desire is one of the most fundamental driving forces of life. It is intangible and formless, so how can we isolate it? How to cut it off? Chu Tianquo looked at the hopeless old bureau chief in the mirror, and then thought about the massive courtship scene in Longdu outside. For the first time, he felt that this was a difficult situation. He looked around, his gaze finally settling on Gu Taiyi's empty desk. On the corner of the table sat a black wooden box. That was something that Xie Baiyan, the white impermanence, sent last time. Chu Tianquo walked over and opened the box. A seed of the red spider lily and a manuscript of Meng Po's soup. His gaze fell on the ancient manuscript. Meng Pisu can erase memories and sever ties with the mortal world. Isn't worldly ties simply formed by the entanglement of countless desires? Perhaps we could give it a try? Chapter 122, Wenren's words. Only I don't get close to women. Chu Tianquo looked at the old manuscript on the table, then glanced at Gu Taiyai, who was still admiring himself in the mirror. Gu Taiyai was combing his wet hair, trying his best to strike a pose like a melancholy handsome man. Making soup? Are you kidding me? That thing involves complicated procedures. You need to start a fire and find a pot, making it even more troublesome than preparing a Manchu Han imperial feast. Exerting himself to the point of exhaustion to save the world doesn't align with his life motto of taking paid leave. Moreover, this Mengpa soup only erases memories, not desires. What if everyone in the city loses their memory, but their desires remain? Wouldn't things get even more chaotic? A group of perverts who have forgotten who they are running wildly in the street? Chu Tianquo dared not imagine that scene. He disdainfully stuffed the manuscript back into the black wooden box and closed the lid. It seems that physical cooling methods only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. He couldn't be bothered to save Gu Taiyai anymore. This account is ruined, beyond saving, just waiting to die. Goodbye. He needs a normal person whose brain hasn't broken down. Jiang Wan. The woman in the pink lace dress who chased after him, wanting to feed him love-filled charcoal, has transformed from an arsonist into a love-struck monster, more terrifying than any demon. Pang Budong? That guy's probably holding a pink light stick right now, ready to cheer for Huan Nongying. Hai Duel? Oria? It's estimated that it has already fallen long ago. Chu Tianquo went through the list of the 9th squad in his mind, and finally, a name emerged from the depths of his memory. Hearing someone's words, that code name was Infallible Strategist, a sickly strategist confined to a wheelchair. Gu Taiyai had previously introduced Wen Rinayu as the true genius among the awakened ones in China, having awakened the S-level talent, heavenly secrets, that allows him to glimpse the future. The price he pays is a weak body. He gets breathless after taking just a few steps. What would be the desire of someone who spends all day with data and logic? It shouldn't be that primitive either, right? With hope in his heart, Chu Tianquo turned and left the restroom that was giving him a headache. He needs to find Wen Rinai. A strategist who relies on his brains is most likely to be in the place where intelligence is most concentrated when the whole city is in turmoil. Strategic Defense Bureau, 500 meters underground, Central Intelligence Database. This is the core of the Dragon City defense system, containing a large number of confidential files and data, and its defense level is even higher than that of the S-level test field. The elevator doors opened. A blast of cold air swept over us, washing away the sweet smell from outside. There was a smell of machine cooling in the air. Before me was a huge circular space. Countless holographic screens floated in the air, with data streams sliding down them. Rows of server arrays stood there, their indicator lights flashing regularly and humming. Pink mist also exists here, but it is very thin, drifting in the corners and not daring to approach the central area. In the center of the data screen, a figure sat quietly. Hearing someone's words, he sat in a high-tech hover wheelchair, his face pale and his body weak. His eyes, though behind the gold-rimmed glasses, were calm. In front of him was a data wall composed of many small screens. The screen displayed above showed surveillance footage from various districts of Longdu, energy graphs, and a complex mathematical equation. His fingers flew across the virtual keyboard, typing commands and solving the equation step by step. His expression was focused and calm, as if the chaos outside was just a math problem to him. He could clearly see that the pink mist automatically dispersed to both sides when it came within a meter of Wen Rinayu, forming a clean area. This guy is practically a human-shaped, self-propelled air purifier. You are 13.7 seconds later than I calculated. Wen Rinayu did not turn around. His voice was cold and hoarse, but he spoke very quickly. I was delayed a bit on the way by a narcissist. Chu Tianquo shrugged, walked over to Wen Rinayu, and looked at the chaotic images on the data wall. On the streets, people were acting like madmen, putting on a series of absurd performances that pushed the limits of human imagination. You seem completely unharmed. Chu Tianquo looked at him curiously. Slaanisha's mist of pleasure is essentially a psychopheromone based on meme propagation. It mainly acts on the limbic system of organisms, amplifying their most primitive physiological impulses and emotional desires to achieve the purpose of mind control. When Rinayu's fingers continued to move, and she uttered a bunch of terms that Chu Tianquo couldn't understand. But it doesn't work for me. Why? Because my desires are on a different dimension from theirs. When Rinayu finally stopped what he was doing, he pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, turned his wheelchair, and looked directly at Chu Tianquo for the first time. His eyes were devoid of emotion, like a deep pool. What was reflected inside was not Chu Tianquo, but countless streams of data. Ordinary people's desires are rooted in hormones and the instinct to reproduce. My pleasure comes from exploring patterns, establishing axiomatic systems, and solving equations that can explain the world. He pointed to the equation on the screen that was almost solved, and a sickly flush appeared on his pale face. Don't you think it's beautiful? More beautiful than the structure of any other living thing. Chu Tianquo stared at the pile of symbols that looked like scribbles and fell silent. He probably understood. This guy is an intellectual homosexual, and a late-stage one at that. The virus trying to infect him is like trying to fall in love with a supercomputer. It's utterly futile. The virus cannot understand why solving math problems makes people happy. So you knew all along? While you were upstairs playing house with a love-struck idiot and a narcissist, I had already analyzed the components of the pleasure fog, found its transmission method, and pinpointed its source. When Rinayu's sharp tongue began to show, he swiped his finger across the armrest, and a screen switched to show Hua Nongying's alluring face. Hua Nongying, a former national idol, disappeared 3 years ago. Her true identity is a high-ranking witch under Slaanesh, codenamed Despair Diva. She is preparing a so-called Return to Elysium concert, which is a sacrificial ritual. When Rinayu's voice was cold, she would use the Longdu Gymnasium as the center to draw out the lives and souls of 8 million people in the city with her songs. Then use this energy to open a portal to the realm of Slaanesh. Once the ceremony is completed, Dragon City will become Slaanesh's first territory on Earth. Is it that serious? Chu Tianquo frowned. All he wanted was a good night's sleep, but why do people always seem to want to create a big news story? This is just a basic simulation. When Rinayu looked at him and said, I invited you here because I want to collaborate with you. How can we cooperate? It's simple, just wreck her place. When Rinayu's answer was simple and blunt, he took out 2 ordinary-looking in-ear earphones from the storage compartment on the side of his wheelchair. I have modulated anti-meme, noise-canceling headphones based on the meme band of the pleasure fog. Wearing them can block 99.7% of psychic pheromone pollution. When Rinayu handed one of them to Chu Tianquo with a wicked smile on her face, I gave it a simple and easy-to-understand name. I don't listen, turtle-chanting earplugs. Chu Tianquo. Okay, this name is indeed easy to understand. He took the earplugs and put them on, and the world immediately became quiet. The cloying sweet smell disappeared, and the restlessness in his heart subsided. Shall we go? Chu Tianquo was somewhat doubtful. Looking like this, you'd fall over in the wind. Who said I was going? Wenren looked at him with a puzzled expression. My mission is to stay behind and provide you with strategic support, and to calculate the best route to destroy the ritual. For example, he pointed to the screen, I have already calculated the load-bearing structure of the stadium. As long as you attack this coordinate point, you can cause a violent collapse and interrupt the ceremony without causing a large number of casualties. For example, Huan Nongying's singing voice has 17 kinds of mental attacks, which I have already cracked. I will transmit the countersound to your headphones in a moment. Looking at this sickly strategist, Chu Tianquo felt for the first time that having a reliable teammate wasn't so bad. At least they're better than those 2 who only cause trouble. So what are you doing now? Chu Tianquo pointed to the math problem that was almost solved. Stay rational. When Rinayu answered matter-of-factly, high-intensity mental calculation is a good way to resist mental pollution. For me, solving problems is a battle. Chu Tianquo didn't know what to say. He could already picture what was about to happen. He was fighting the BOSS to the death alone in front, while behind him, a sickly man in a wheelchair was frantically solving advanced mathematics problems while spitting blood, muttering, Hold on. Chu Tianquo. Once I solve this Fermat's last theorem, it will be time for our counterattack. This style is even more outrageous than Jiang, one wearing a lace dress. Let's get ready to go. When Rinayu glanced at the time. According to my calculations, we only have 30 minutes to act. The concert starts at 8 o'clock, and you must interrupt her first song before 8:15. He paused, raised his eyes, and a barely perceptible hint of expectation flashed in his cold eyes. Let me see just how far this man, who forced the underworld to renovate, is capable of. Chapter 123 Concert Scene. This looks like the Spider Cave. Longdu Gymnasium. This building, which can hold 100,000 people, is emitting a sweet, pink mist. A tremendous roar erupted into the sky, a collective cacophony of fanaticism and obsession. Chu Tianquo pushed Wenren Yu's hovering wheelchair and stood in the shadows outside the stadium, watching the chaotic scene before him with a blank expression. All 100,000 seats were occupied. The audience members all wore the same fervent smiles. Their eyes were vacant, and they swayed their bodies unconsciously to the music playing from inside the stadium. Their movements were stiff, like puppets being manipulated by strings. The air was filled with a cloying, sour smell. Large-scale group hypnosis, combined with psychogenic pheromones and amplified emotions through infrasound, is a crude and inefficient method. When Rinayu adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, her voice calm, as if she were commenting on a problem. Chu Tianquo didn't bother to reply. He just thought it was noisy. Also, pushing a wheelchair is so tiring. Go through the back door. When Rinayu pointed to a secluded employee passageway. According to my calculations, the concentration of the pleasure fog will be higher in the back area, but the physical defense will be the weakest. After all, fanatical believers are often the ones closest to God. Chu Tianquo didn't say anything, but pushed the wheelchair and turned into the dark passage. The passageway was a mess. High heels, ties, and torn work IDs were scattered all over the floor. There were also some dark handprints on the wall. The further you go in, the stronger the sweet smell becomes, mixed with some other scents. According to the energy model analysis, the spatial entropy value here is extremely high, proving that violent, disorderly activities occurred in a short period of time. When Rinayu continues his academic analysis, Chu Tianquo's face had darkened. He didn't need any analysis. Just by smelling the odor and seeing the scene, he already knew what had happened. He felt like his SpongeBob pajamas were being polluted by the air. Finally, they reached the end of the passage. A slightly ajar door leads to the backstage dressing room. An ambiguous pink light shone through the crack in the door, accompanied by some strange noises. Chu Tianquo stopped in his tracks, no longer wanting to go any further. He felt he was going to go blind. When Rinayu didn't care at all, he maneuvered his wheelchair to the door and peeked inside through the crack. Oh, so it's the most primitive reproductive behavior of carbon-based organisms. He let out a motionless sigh, then turned to look at Chu Tianquo. Don't worry, they're exhausted and temporarily incapacitated. They're safe. Chu Tianquo took a deep breath, feeling that even wearing earplugs made of turtle-chanting scriptures was barely enough to suppress the irritation in his heart. He bypassed the unconscious staff huddled in the corner and pushed Wenryu to the entrance leading to the side of the stage. The room was covered by a heavy curtain, and all that could be heard outside was a deafening roar of noise and a piercing singing voice. Come, I'll release you. Come on, hug me. The singing was sickeningly sweet. Each syllable was like a hook, try to burrow into one's brain and drag out the desires deep within the soul. Just then, the stage lights suddenly went out. The noise from the entire audience of 100,000 people mysteriously disappeared at the same time. Dead silence. A deathly silence more unsettling than any clamor. Then, a blinding purple spotlight shone on the center of the stage. Hua Nongying appeared. She lay languidly on a throne made of stacked arms, draped only in a few wisps of purple gauze, her long, slender, snow-white legs crossed, and a string of silver bells that made a soft tinkling sound tied to her ankles. Behind her, 6 foxtails were impatiently swishing lightly. My dear family, she spoke, and her voice carried throughout the entire stadium through the loudspeaker. With just one sentence, the 100,000 spectators outside went into a frenzy once again, their morbid babbling several times louder than before. Chu Tianquo frowned, feeling that the noise cancellation effect of his earplugs was almost too much to handle. He subconsciously glanced at Wenren Yu beside him. This sickly creature, which had always been like a computer, was now showing signs of abnormality. Wenren Yu's face was even paler than before, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. In his usually calm eyes, data was flashing wildly at an unprecedented speed, as if a virus was invading his core system. His hand, holding a tactical pen, trembled slightly, uncontrollably. What? Your firewall has been breached? Chu Tianquo asked a question, which was quite rare for him. No. When Renayu's voice was a little hoarse as he stared intently at the tactical tablet in his hand. Above, a faulty variable appeared in the complex partial differential equation at some point, causing the entire logical chain to break down. Her singing is not just spiritual pollution. It distorts the rules. He seemed to be explaining to Chu Tianquo, or perhaps trying to convince himself. She is blaspheming mathematics. When Renayu's eyes revealed in anger at the defilement of sacred realm. On stage, Hua Nongying seemed to enjoy the feeling of being subdued by the masses. She stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips. The forked tip of her tongue looked particularly eerie under the light. She started singing. There was no accompaniment, only her a cappella singing. The voice seemed to possess a life of its own, transforming into invisible tentacles that entwined around the soul of everyone. Smack! A soft sound. Chu Tianquo saw that Wenren Yu had actually broken the special alloy tactical pen in his hand. A few drops of blood slid down his pale fingers from the cut and dripped onto the armrest of the wheelchair. When Renayu's body trembled even more violently. Damn it! She forcibly defined the relationship between E and Pi as an irrational coupling. This violates the fundamental laws of the universe. Chu Tiangu. Okay, he understands. This is roughly equivalent to someone writing a mountain of crap in front of a programmer and then telling him 1 + 1 is equal to 3. For when Renayu, this was worse than death. Just as Chu Tianquo was contemplating whether to slap his teammate, who had gone mad with desire, unconscious, Hua Nongying on the stage suddenly stopped singing. Her alluring eyes didn't glance at any of the devoted followers below the stage. Instead, it passed through the heavy stage curtain and the dim lighting, precisely locking onto a certain position in the shadows on the side. They have locked onto Chu Tianquo. She smiled. It was the kind of possessive and cruel smile a hunter gives when he sees his prey walk into his trap. Oops. So, our distinguished guest has already arrived. Her voice was sickeningly sweet, with a hint of grievance and coquettishness. Why are you hiding in such a dark place? Are you afraid? Someone will eat you. Before he could finish speaking, whoosh! A bright spotlight instantly tore through the darkness of the side stage, illuminating Chu Tianquo, who was wearing SpongeBob pajamas and flip-flops, and Wenren, who was sitting in a wheelchair and questioning the meaning of life because the fundamental law of the universe had been desecrated in perfect detail. The entire stadium was filled with 100,000 bloodshot eyes, all turning towards it. All eyes were focused on the sleepy-looking boy. On the stage, Hua Nongying slowly rose from her bone throne, barefoot, and walked step by step to the edge of the stage. She extended her slender finger towards Chu Tianquo under the spotlight and gently beckoned him. Don't be shy, hero. Her voice, alluring, resounded throughout the entire venue. Come up. Play with me, okay? Chapter 124, Enchanting Voice. I need to do a practice test to calm down. Hua Nongying's voice possessed a deadly magic, resonating in the ears of 100,000 people through amplification equipment. The sounds converged into a spiritual force, rushing towards Chu Tianquo. Wenren Yu, who was standing next to Chu Tianquo, trembled. The data stream, his eyes instantly collapsed, displaying a red fatal error warning. Warning, logical singularity has occurred. Cosmological constant has been contaminated. When Renayu clutched her chest and coughed violently, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of her mouth, her face paler than paper. He wasn't being seduced by desire, but rather the logic and rules upon which he relied for survival were being tainted by Hua Nongying's singing. For him, this was a blow more devastating than death. Chu Tianquo frowned and glanced at his teammate, who was about to be crippled on the spot. He reached out and patted the armrest of the hovering wheelchair. Don't die here, it's bad luck. Chu Tianquo spoke in a flat tone. Calculate the coordinates of all the load-bearing columns in the stadium and the detonation sequence. I want to set off a grand fireworks display. When Renayu suddenly looked up, his unfocused gaze refocusing. Destruction is also a form of order. Let's end the current chaos with a precisely calculated collapse. Receive. When Renayu lowered his head again, his fingers flying across the empty keyboard, and a morbid fanaticism reappeared on his face. After resolving the trouble, Chu Tianquo looked up at the alluring woman in the center of the stage. He sighed. So annoying. The concert was so noisy. Pushing a wheelchair is so tiring. Now we have to go on stage and perform. When I get back today, I must ask Gu Taiyai for double the compensation for my emotional distress, plus 10 cases of Coke. Before Chu Tianquo, the 100,000 enthusiastic spectators received a silent command. They slowly rose from their seats, parted in the middle, and made way for a straight passage. A red carpet leading to the abyss. Chu Tianquo walked out expressionlessly, his flip-flops clicking softly. The crisp sound of footsteps seemed out of place amidst the deafening noise. With each step he took, the gazes cast upon him grew increasingly greedy. They could sense that the boy in the SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas had a pure soul. For these bodies consumed by desire, this is both a powerful temptation and delicious sustenance. Chu Tianquo walked onto the stage, and the glaring lights made him squint. A rich, exotic fragrance wafted towards us. Hua Nongying, barefoot, moved lightly to his side, less than half a meter away. Chu Tianquo could see the exquisite makeup on her face and the undisguised possessiveness deep within her seductive eyes. You finally arrived. Her voice, warm and gentle, blew directly into Chu Tianquo's ear. 6 fluffy foxtails silently wrapped around her from behind. One of them boldly hooked its tail around Chu Tianquo's wrist, the tip of its tail gently brushing against his palm. It's over. I am restless and uneasy. This woman's level is way higher than Jiang Wan's last time, the one in the pink lace dress. If this continues, I really can't hold on any longer. Chu Tianquo felt his rationality being slowly dissolved by that sweet fragrance. We need to find a way to calm down. Yes, we must find something more important to do than this woman. In his panic, Chu Tianquo's eyes suddenly caught sight of the pocket on the chest of his pajamas. He remembered. He usually put something in his pocket to help him fall asleep before bed, but he forgot to take it out today because he was in such a hurry to leave. He grasped at this straw as if it were a lifeline. Under Hua Nongying's slightly surprised gaze, and under the greedy eyes of the 100,000 spectators, Chu Tianquo took a deep breath and suddenly stretched out his hand. He didn't push away the beauty who was right in front of him. Instead, he pulled a book out of the pocket of his slightly faded SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas. A crumpled book with worn edges and a blue and white cover. The book's title is printed in large characters. 5 years of college entrance examination. 3 years of simulation. Mathematics section. Hua Nongying's charming smile froze. A hint of bewilderment appeared in those 100,000 pairs of fervent eyes. What is this? New offerings? Chu Tianquo ignored their reactions. When his fingers touched the rough cover of the book, the familiar touch cooled the heat in his head by half. That's the feeling. This is the sacred object that can allow him to abandon all distractions and enter a state of absolute focus. Ding! A strong subjective desire to remain rational and free from distractions has been detected in the host. F-rank life skill, focus triggered. Extracting core logic, eliminating distractions, and absolute focus. Conceptual deception and dimensional upgrading are launched, linking to the Chinese mythological concept of the sage's detachment from emotions, linking to the supreme Confucian ideal of investigating things to acquire knowledge. Skill transformed into imperial decree, mind free from distractions, moment of sagehood. A faint golden light, invisible to mortals, flashed by and disappeared from Chu Tianquo's body. His eyes, which had been slightly dazed from being bewitched, instantly regained their clarity. His eyes became devoid of joy or sorrow, devoid of desire or wants, solely focused on seeking the truth. Then, Chu Tianquo made a move that stunned everyone present, including Wenren backstage. Chu Tianquo sat down cross-legged under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He spread the 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation book out on his lap, and then took out a ballpoint pen from his pocket. He turned to the chapter on sets and functions, stared at one of the most challenging problems, his brow furrowed, and fell into deep thought. The whole world fell silent. Hua Nongying's expression changed from surprise to confusion and finally to anger. She didn't believe in superstitions. As a witch under Slaanesh, the embodiment of pleasure, how could she be ignored by a mere mortal? Impossible. She twisted her waist and slowly squatted down, her whole body almost pressed against Chu Tianqiuo's back. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently traced Chu Tianqiuo's cheek. Handsome guy. Her voice was so sweet it could drip honey, yet it carried a hint of grievance. Look at me. Am I not pretty? Chu Tianqiuo didn't even look up, his eyes fixed on the function problem. Don't make a sound. His voice was flat and even impatient. Fx equals x superscript 2 plus b8 except when x is an element of -3 to fx is always greater than 0, find a range of values for b. This question has so many variables, it's so difficult. Hua Nongyin? ? She suspected there was something wrong with her ears. What is she saying? She was seducing him. What is he saying? Is he solving a problem? This is not scientific. This isn't magic. Handsome, stop doing your homework. Let's do something more interesting. Hua Nongyin gritted her teeth, exhaled a fragrant breath, and wrapped a foxtail around Chu Tianqiuo's neck. Shut up. Chu Tianqiuo suddenly looked up, his eyes sharp as two knives. Can't you see I'm doing the derivative? You've completely interrupted my train of thought. He glared at Hua Nongyin with the look of a top student looking at a slacker who was interrupting his studies, his gaze full of disdain. After saying that, Chu Tianqiuo lowered his head again and continued to frantically calculate on the paper. Hua Nongyin turned to stone. She looked at the man sitting cross-legged on the ground, ignoring her beauty and allure, and instead racking his brains over a bunch of scribbles, and felt humiliated. Her seductive arts became a joke at this moment. Below the stage, the 100,000 enthusiastic spectators fell into an eerie silence. Their program malfunctioned. The scene before them exceeded the preset logic of their desires. In this absurd atmosphere, Chu Tianqiuo suddenly slammed down his pen. He let out a long sigh of relief, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he realized he had overcome the challenge. It's solved. Chu Tianqiuo raised his head, looked at Hua Nongyin, who was trembling with anger and whose 6 tails were all bristling, and gave her a bright and sunny smile. Thanks. If you hadn't been buzzing around and bothering me, I really wouldn't have had any inspiration to think of using the parameter separation method to solve this problem. Puff! Hua Nongyin felt a sweet taste in her throat, and a mouthful of purplish-black blood, which she could no longer hold back, spurted out on the spot. She was completely overwhelmed by a math problem. Chapter 125, Yandere Jiangwan. If you love me, let me burn you to death. That mouthful of purplish-black blood sprayed onto the stage. The blood droplets made a sizzling sound, corroding the ground and emitting bluish smoke. Hua Nongyin clutched her chest, breathing heavily, her face contorted with shame and indignation. As a favored agent of the Lord of Pleasure, she has manipulated emperors, bewitched gods, and played countless heroes with ease. This was the first time she had tasted defeat in front of a mortal, in front of a man wearing SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas. What humiliated her even more was that the other party did not defeat her through willpower or strength. He was just doing his homework. With a tattered textbook, he trampled her enchanting magic and her dignity as a high-ranking witch underfoot, crushing them to dust. Hua Nongyin suddenly laughed, her laughter sharp and full of resentment. Good, very good. She licked the blood from the corner of her mouth with her scarlet tongue, her alluring eyes fixed on Chu Tianqiuo, who was still studying the answer with his head down. A destructive desire burned deep within her pupils. Since you are so pure and so lacking in romance, then that purity should be destroyed by flames. She slowly raised her hand, her 5 fingers spread, and aimed it at the 100,000 audience members below the stage. Her gaze swept across the crowd. Soon, she found her goal. In one corner of the crowd, a giant wearing heavy alloy armor and a gold chain around his neck was holding up an S-class shield that had been sprayed with Barbie pink paint, shouting like a pervert. That was Pang Budong. Not far from him, another figure stood out from the crowd. She was wearing a pink lace dress that didn't suit her style. Her long, fiery hair was disheveled, and her once spirited face was now filled with infatuation and jealousy. Jiangwan. She didn't shout like the others, but stared intently at Chu Tianqiuo on the stage, biting her lip until it bled. Why? Why could that woman get so close to him? Why would he not even glance at his own lunchbox, but talks so much with that vixen. Intense jealousy clung to her heart like a poisonous vine. Huan Nongying smiled. What wonderful material. A powerful S-rank mage, with a heart filled with desire and jealousy. Come, my child. Huan Nongying's voice, carrying a devilish whisper, reached Jiang Wan's ears. Your love is not wrong. He's the one who's wrong. He doesn't know how to cherish what he has. Since you don't deserve it, then destroy it yourself. Turn it to ashes, put it in a beautiful box, and that way it can stay with you forever. The seductive voice, like a key, unlocked the darkest Pandora's box in Jiang Wan's heart. Boom! A burst of dark red flames suddenly erupted from Jiang Wan's body. The flame was no longer her usual crimson karmic fire, but a flame of jealousy filled with an ominous aura. Her once clear eyes were now filled with two throbbing pink hearts, and a sickly smile stretched across her lips. You're right. If we burn him, he'll never look at anyone else again. Jiang Wan muttered to herself as she walked step by step toward the stage. With each step she took, she left a trail of charred footprints on the ground. Black and red flames danced around her, burning the pink lace dress to ashes and revealing the dark red, tight-fitting leather armor beneath. Since I am not worthy, her voice became shrill. Then nobody can have him. Before she finished speaking, Jiang Wan's figure transformed into a black and red streak of light and instantly rushed onto the stage. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and unleashed a black and red fireball the size of a human head, which hurtled straight toward Chu Tingqiu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Chu Tiangu, I want to burn you to ashes and put them in my urn so you can stay with me forever. Chu Tingqiu had just closed the 53 textbook and was savoring the feeling of solving the difficult problem when he felt a scorching wind rush towards him. He subconsciously tilted his head. Boom! The fireball, imbued with the power of an S-rank mage, grazed his hair and slammed into the LED screen behind the stage. The screen was blasted open with a huge hole, sparks flew everywhere, and finally the whole thing collapsed with a loud bang. What are you doing? Chu Tianqiu frowned, looking at the crazy woman in front of him with heart-shaped eyes, her body burning with black flames, and looking like she was going to do justice to heaven. He hasn't even asked Gu Taiyai for reimbursement for emotional distress yet, and this woman is already adding to his workload. I'm going to kill you, and then have you forever. Jiang Wan's face was filled with a morbid fanaticism. She spread her hands, and dozens of black and red fireballs appeared out of thin air and crashed down. This is an indiscriminate area of effect attack. Backstage, Wen Renyu, who was typing on a keyboard, suddenly looked up, the firelight reflecting off her glasses. Evade! Jumped 3 meters at a 37-degree angle to the left and rear, with a 0.2% chance of survival. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Chu Tingqiu fleeing in a disheveled manner amidst the rain of fireballs, covering his head. Oh no! My 53-foot textbook! Chu Tingqiu rolled away, dodging a fireball that hit his feet, then scrambled back to pick up his textbook and hugged it tightly to his chest. Don't touch my questions! He roared at Jiang Wan as he ran. Boom! 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 The entire stage was left in ruins after Jiang Wan's bombardment. The expensive sound equipment was blown to pieces, the sturdy steel stage was melted into molten iron, and the first few rows of the audience seats were also affected and burned to ashes. Strangely, the spectators engulfed in flames showed no pain on their faces. Instead, they wore even more fanatical smiles, as if they were enjoying divine punishment. Chu Tingqiu dodged back and forth amidst the explosions and flames, his posture awkward, and he nearly got grazed by the edge of the fireballs several times. He frantically tried to protect the 53 textbook in his arms, while also having to dodge the black flames that could melt steel. The proof of this Kachi inequality is still a bit flawed. He muttered to himself as he dodged, trying to continue the calculation in his mind. Zhu Diangu, don't dodge. Make me love you. Jiang Wan's attacks became increasingly frantic. She seemed to possess inexhaustible magic, with walls of fire rising from the ground to block Chu Tingqiu's movements. Just as Chu Tingqiu was forced to the edge of the stage by a wall of fire, wondering whether he should jump off. Thump! A loud bang came from behind him. A huge figure descended from the sky and landed heavily on the stage, creating a large crater in the already damaged stage. It is Pang Budong. This giant, who was over 2 meters tall, also had pink eyes at that moment. Unlike Jiang Wan, he didn't act violently. Instead, he looked at Chu Tianquo, who was dodging in the firelight, with an appreciative and infatuated gaze. It's too perfect. Such a pure soul, such an agile figure. You should be made into a perfect specimen and displayed in my collection room for me to admire day and night. Pang Budong opened his arms and let out a roar. Dozens of lightning-fast alloy chains suddenly extended from his pink S-Class shield, wrapping around Chu Tianquo from all directions. On one side is a Yandra mage who sets fires. On one side is a perverted human shield who wants to turn him into a specimen. Chu Tianquo was caught in the middle, looking at his teammates who were attacking from both sides, and then looking down at the book, 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation, in his arms, which was blackened by smoke. A hint of impatience finally appeared on his perpetually sleepy face. That's enough. If you disturb my studying again, I'm going to get angry. Chapter 1, 26 Projection of the Evil God, Descent of Elysium. Chu Tianquo's voice wasn't loud, but clearly pierced through the flames and the sound of chains. The satisfaction on his face had vanished, replaced by an expression of annoyance. But his warning seemed weak and powerless in the stadium at that moment. Love me, then die. Jiang Wan screamed as the black and red flames on her body surged, transforming into a fiery tornado that enveloped her. Her face was contorted in the flames, and her pink eyes were filled with nothing but a desire for destruction. On the other side, Pang Budong let out a low growl. A perfect work of art should not be exposed to dust. His arm muscles bulged, and dozens of alloy chains shot out from his shield, flashing with electricity, like a net that sealed off Chu Tianquo's escape route. A Yandra mage who sets fires. A perverted human shield who wants to turn him into a specimen. There were 2 people, Jiang Wan and Pang Budong. Under the influence of Hua Nongying's bewitching voice, they lost their reason and were left with only obsessive desires. The combat power they unleashed was even stronger than usual. On stage, Hua Nongying clutched her chest. She watched Chu Tianquo's disheveled and dodging movements, a pleased smile appearing on her face. The humiliation of being overwhelmed by a math problem was greatly comforted when she saw Chu Tianquo awkwardly dodging. Struggle on, my little hero. How laughable your purity, your reason, are in the face of absolute desire. Hua Nongying straightened up again. The purplish-black blood she spat out was essence blood containing her original magical power. She spoke again, and the blood droplets on the stage began to writhe. The blood droplets spread out, turning into pink patterns that extended in all directions. Where the lines passed, the steel and concrete began to soften and wriggle. The entire Longdu Gymnasium is turning into a living, giant den of flesh and blood. Come, my believers. Give me your all, your souls, your lives. Hua Nongying opened her arms, and her singing voice was no longer a decadent tune, but rather took on a sacred and eerie tone. The 100,000 audience members below the stage froze. The fervent smiles on their faces vanished, replaced by expressions of piety. They raised their hands. Invisible streams of air, mixed with pink and grayish white, were forcibly extracted from the tops of their heads. That is their life essence and the origin of their soul. 10,000 streams of air converged into a torrent of energy, rushing towards Hua Nongying. Hua Nongying was bathed in energy and let out a satisfied groan. The 6 foxtails behind her rapidly expanded and materialized, and the light veil on her body was torn apart by energy. More magical patterns appeared on her skin, and her aura surged rapidly. Boom! A loud bang came from the sky. The stadium's dome disappeared, and the sky turned a dark pink. In the center of the sky, a huge crack is opening. Behind the cracks lies a chaotic and distorted scene, filled with a variety of colors and a chaotic landscape where extreme pleasure and pain are intertwined. A terrifying pressure seeped out from the crack. That's the aura of an evil god. The ceremony entered its final stage. Hua Nongying intends to use the souls of 8 million people in Longdu as sacrifices to open a portal to the kingdom of Slaanesh, allowing the projection of the Lord of Pleasure to descend. Not good. Backstage, Wenrenyu, who was engrossed in calculations, coughed up a mouthful of blood. The fervor on his face vanished, replaced by terror in his eyes. The ceremony is complete, and a logical loop has been formed. She is tampering with the fundamental rules of this space. In Wenrinayu's eyes, all the data streams were collapsing. A red warning message, fatal error, is flashing on the screen. The logic and rules he relied on are being shattered in the face of the power of the evil god. In the center of the stage, Chu Tianqiu also felt that pressure. It was a conceptual, crushing defeat, as if some force was trying to distort the common sense in his mind. Snap! The ballpoint pen in his hand cracked, and then crumbled into powder. A slight ripple appeared in Chu Tianqiu's eyes as he entered the sage moment. The pages of the 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation book in his arms began to turn automatically without any wind. The formulas and theorems in the book are becoming distorted and blurred. Concepts like the sage forgets emotions and investigating things to acquire knowledge enable him to enter a state of focused concentration. But now the principles of the entire world are about to be overturned, and the principles he focuses on have lost their foundation. It's useless. Hua Nongying's voice became an eerie, overlapping chorus, indistinguishable between male and female. On this land that will soon become the kingdom of our God, the only rule is pleasure. Give up your ridiculous insistence. As soon as he finished speaking, the pressure at the conceptual level increased again. Chu Tianqiu groaned, a sharp pain shooting through his head. The copy of May 3rd in his arms began to heat up as if it were about to catch fire. He knew that once the book was destroyed, his saintly moments would be interrupted. At that time, he will directly face the spiritual corruption of the evil god, and his fate will be the same as Pang Budong and the others. Damn it! I should have known better than to pretend. I should have just used purifying thunder at the start and wiped this whole place out. Just as Chu Tianqiu's rationality was about to crumble. A hoarse roar came from backstage. Chu Tianqiu, this is what Wenren said. He gripped the armrests of his wheelchair and struggled to stand up, half of his body trembling. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. This man, who regarded logic as his life, had a mad look in his eyes, as if he wanted to die together with his opponent. She twists logic with her singing. You should use an even more unreasonable voice to overshadow her logic. Fight sound with sound. Defeat her with even more ruthless rules. After shouting this, when Renew could no longer hold on, her body went limp, and she collapsed heavily to the ground, her fate unknown. Use even more outrageous rules. Chu Tianqiu's gaze sharpened once more. He watched the ever-growing spatial rift in the sky, the demigod like Hua Nongying and his crazed teammates. He suddenly smiled. He released the scalding hot 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation. Let fall to the ground. Hua Nongying was somewhat surprised. Jiang Wan and Pang Budong's even more ferocious attacks were about to hit him. Chu Tianqiu slowly straightened up. He didn't look at anyone, but simply and slowly adjusted the collar of his pajamas. Then he raised his right hand and reached into his empty sleeve. The audience members below the stage had turned into mummies. On stage, Jiang Wan and Pang Budong's movements began to slow down due to energy depletion. The whole world seemed to slow down. All eyes were on Chu Tianqiu. What is he doing? The next second, Chu Tianqiu pulled his hand out of his sleeve. He now has something in his hand. It was a musical instrument. The instrument is made entirely of an unknown golden metal, which reflects a somber luster under the light. Its shaft is long and slender, with its bowl-shaped opening pointing upwards. Its lines are smooth yet full of violent aesthetics. The most eye-catching feature is the red cloth strip tied to the pole. The cloth strip moved on its own, even without wind, fluttering loudly. The smile on Hua Nongying's face froze the moment she saw the instrument. As Slanish's agent, she had seen many things and heard a lot of music, but she had never seen this strangely shaped musical instrument before. But for some reason, she felt a deep-seated fear. It was an instinctive tremor when encountering a natural enemy. Chu Tianqiu held the golden instrument in one hand and gently brushed the pole with the other. He looked up at the crack in the sky, then at Hua Nongying on the stage. A hint of human emotion finally appeared on his sleepy face. His gaze toward Hua Nongying held a hint of pity. I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but instead I've been met with estrangement. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm coming clean. He pressed the rim of the golden bowl to his lips and took a deep breath. Suana, The rogue among musical instruments, of all instruments, the suana reigns supreme. It's either ascension to heaven or the wedding ceremony. Today, I'm sending you on your way. Chapter 127. The man pulled out his ultimate weapon, a suana. These words were spoken very softly, without the use of any amplification equipment. Yet, strangely clearly, the words reached Hua Nongying's ears. Hua Nongying's smile froze. As Slanish's agent, she had witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations and heard the music of countless races. But she had never seen this ancient and strangely shaped musical instrument before. She is already a demigod, and the Lord's projection is about to descend. In this stadium, which is covered by her divine realm, she is the rule. Fear is just a fleeting illusion. Suana, Hua Nongying's expression turned contemptuous, and she laughed out loud, her tone arrogant. Is this your trump card? A broken copper pipe. The 6 foxtails behind her swayed eerily, pointing towards Chu Tianquo. I admit, I was quite surprised that you used that strange book. But now, the ceremony is complete, and the glory of our Lord is about to envelop this land. What do you think you can do with such a primitive and crude instrument? Are you trying to play a little tune to please me and beg for my forgiveness? Chu Tianquo did not answer. He simply channeled more of his energy into his dantian. To please you? No, I'm here to pay respects at your grave. Ding. Strong subjective will detect it from the host, to overwhelm the other party with an even more unreasonable voice. Rank F life skill. Musical instrument playing triggered. Extracting core logic, sound coverage, and emotional resonance. Conceptual deception and dimensional upgrade launched. Linking to Chinese folk customs of weddings and funerals. Linking to the king of musical instruments, the suana, and the theme of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. The skill has been transformed into Imperial Edict. 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Offering. Chu Tianquo's cheeks suddenly puffed out as he poured all the energy in his dantian into the golden suana, without reservation. There is no prelude. There was no build-up. The next second, beat, a sharp, high-pitched sound exploded without warning. The sound disregarded distance and barriers, penetrating directly into the deepest recesses of the consciousness of every living being and even every object present. Extremely domineering. Hua Nongying's twisted rules and sacred gospel were crushed on the spot before this high-pitched voice. Her singing voice didn't even have time to utter a single mournful cry before she died, on the spot, crushed to the ground without leaving a trace. Behind the stage, the expensive sound equipment that was emitting a pink glow suddenly went silent. The internal precision circuitry sparked an electrical explosion, emitting blue smoke and becoming completely unusable. The sweet, cloying atmosphere inside the stadium instantly thinned out considerably. The mockery and arrogance on Hua Nongying's face froze completely. Her mind went blank, with only the beep sound looping endlessly. All the sounds she created were completely eaten up by that one sound. This isn't over yet. After that domineering opening, the real music began. What kind of melody was that? The melody is sometimes soaring, carrying a fierce intensity that seems determined to kill you. Sometimes it is so sorrowful, as if it is telling the story of the decline of a family, making people want to be buried with it. It plays a mournful tune to guide you on your journey, yet also carries a festive air. Red and white, life and death, great sorrow and great joy. Two conflicting emotions were blended together by this suana. This creates a bizarre logic that is both distorted and harmonious. A unique acoustic rule that belongs to the land of China, passed down for thousands of years, and defies logic. Hua Nongying clutched her head and screamed in agony. Her demonic voice, blessed by Slanish and capable of altering physical constants, was now being mercilessly reduced to a lower dimension amidst the sound of the suana. Her logic is being overridden and violated by another, older, and more irrational logic. In the sky, the spatial rift that had already opened more than halfway, leading to the Slanish kingdom, trembled violently. The images of joy within the cracks flickered wildly and became highly unstable under the impact of the suana's sound. The impending pressure from the evil god was forcefully repelled by this voice. On the stage, Jiang Wan and Peng Budong, who were frantically attacking Chu Tianquo, suddenly froze in their tracks amidst the sound of the suana. Well, Pang Budong threw away the pink S-Class shield in his hand, and the alloy chains fell to the ground with a clatter. He covered his ears tightly with both hands. His huge body collapsed to his knees in agony, emitting a beast-like howl. His pupils, filled with pink hearts, were flashing and struggling violently. On the other side, the black and red flames of jealousy on Jiang Wan's body also quickly dimmed. The morbid fanaticism in her eyes was fading, replaced by intense pain and confusion. Two voices were clashing in their minds. On one side, Huan Nongying whispered sweetly, "Love him, possess him, destroy him." On the other side came the roar of the Suana, "Go!" Clearly, the latter view has won. Chu Tingqiu ignored everything around him. He closed his eyes, completely immersed in the performance. His fingers danced nimbly across the holes of the Suana, each movement producing a string of golden notes. His slightly faded SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas moved and rustled even without wind. At this moment, he was no longer the lazy bum who just wanted to lie down and drink cola. He is the king of musical instruments. He is the master of weddings and funerals. He is the undertaker of all demons and monsters. The sound of the Suana grew louder and more passionate. The melody seemed to materialize, transforming into hundreds of phoenixes burning with golden flames, emitting clear cries that resounded throughout the heavens and earth. 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix. These golden phoenixes did not attack anyone, but instead gathered into a torrent, soaring into the sky and heading straight for the evil god's rift. "No!" Huan Nongying roared. She tried to sing again to regain control of the sound in this space. But as soon as she opened her mouth and uttered a soft, seductive sound, it was instantly drowned out by the overwhelming sound of the Suana horn, and not even a splash of water was made. Faced with overwhelming sound pressure, all techniques are futile. This is the rogue of the musical instrument world. It never tries to reason with you. It will only use its loud voice to tell you who's in charge here. The golden torrent of phoenixes crashed violently into the pink spatial rift. There was no earth-shattering explosion. All that could be heard was a sizzle sound. The portal, forged from the sacrifices of 100,000 souls and lives, was burned with a massive hole in it during this funeral dirge from the east. Then it began to collapse and dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye. Puff! Huan Nongying spat out another mouthful of purplish-black divine blood. Her breath plummeted at an even faster rate than when it had surged. Demigod, S+, S dash. In the blink of an eye, she fell back to her original level, or even weaker. The ceremony was forcibly interrupted. Her face was ashen, and she stared in disbelief at the man who was still playing the flute. She lost. They lost completely. Her enchanting magic and sonic domain, which she was so proud of, became a joke in front of this copper pipe. Chapter 128, Imperial Edict. The moment the Suana sounds, parents have raised their children in vain. The sound of the Suana horn was still playing. After the piercing high note stopped, the melody shifted, becoming deep and somber. Each note was like a heavy hammer, striking everyone's heart again and again. This is neither the exhilaration of a charge nor the sorrow of a burial. It's a programmed tone with an eerie solemnity. The grand funeral. The spirit departs, the journey begins, and the body is laid to rest. A complete funeral procession was clearly played by Chu Tingqiu using this golden Suana. As the melody changed, the entire scene at Longdu Stadium began to distort. The sweet and alluring pink mist of pleasure that permeated the air was fading at a visible rate. The fog did not dissipate. Instead, the sound of the Suana forcibly twisted its meaning, transforming the pink that symbolized desire into the pale white that symbolized death. The mist surged and condensed into shape. One piece, two pieces, countless thin white paper pieces fluttered down from the air. That's paper money. Paper money rained down, covering the dilapidated stage and obscuring the audience seats where the bodies had turned to mummies. The stadium, which was originally filled with desire and revelry, was now filled with a chilling wind. An atmosphere of solemnity permeated the entire venue. On the stage, the writhing nest of flesh and blood, which Huan Nongying had nurtured with a primordial demonic blood, stopped growing amidst the sound of the Suana horn. The soft flesh began to stiffen, lose its luster, and its color changed from an ambiguous pink to a deathly gray-white. The entire stage resembled a giant corpse rapidly stiffening. Chu Tianquo stood in the center of the corpse, playing a funeral dirge with a blank expression. He was the only funeral MC present. No, no. Hua Nongying covered her ears and shook her head frantically, trying to drive the sound away. It's no use. The sound of the Suana is not a physical attack, but a conceptual invasion. As long as the concept of death exists in your mind, you cannot be exempt. Her proud divine realm is being mercilessly covered by the other party's mourning realm. Her ecstasy party was turned into a funeral, and she herself was the protagonist, lying in the middle, waiting to be carried away. I won't lose. Hua Nongying bit her tongue, and the sharp pain brought her back to a sliver of clarity. Her bloodshot eyes were filled with madness and resentment. She is Slaanish's agent, the embodiment of pleasure. How could she be sent away here by a broken tune from the mortal world? She's going to fight back. She will use her singing to reclaim her home turf. Hua Nongying endured the excruciating pain of her soul being torn apart, opened her mouth, and mobilized all the remaining divine power, preparing to use her strongest demonic sound to fight against this damned Suana. However, the moment she opened her mouth, the tune Chu Tianquo played changed again. The somber feeling of the grand funeral has disappeared. Instead, a more sorrowful, more heart-wrenching sob was heard. Amidst the piercing sound of the Suana, one could almost hear a woman crying out in despair. She wept for her dead husband, for her unknown future, and for this damned injustice of fate. That's crying at 7 passes. One hurdle after another, one cry after another. It's as if it's trying to force out all the sadness in a person's heart to cry it all out. Well, the enchanting voice that Hua Nongying had just prepared was abruptly cut off by this sudden surge of extreme sorrow. She felt a lump in her throat and a sting in her nose. An overwhelming sadness welled up from the depths of my soul. She recalled her miserable childhood when she was still human and was sold by her family. She recalled the humiliation of selling her soul and body countless nights in her quest to climb the social ladder. She recalled how she had finally climbed to a high position, only to find that she had long been abandoned by everyone and had become a complete monster. These painful memories, buried deep in her heart and numbed by extreme pleasure, were all unearthed by the sound of the Suana at this moment. I'm so miserable. Hua Nongying's alluring face could no longer maintain its arrogance. Her eyes reddened. She opened her mouth, but the seductive battle song she was about to sing uncontrollably turned into a whoa. A loud wail echoed throughout the entire venue. As she sang, she started to cry. Not only did she cry, but she was also led astray by the tune of the Suana, crying with great intonation and rhythm. The cries even blended perfectly into the melody of crying at 7 passes, becoming the most poignant harmony. The entire scene was enveloped in an extremely eerie atmosphere. A man wearing SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas is playing the Suana, a traditional Chinese wind instrument, in the center of the stage with a blank expression. A glamorous witch with 6 tails stood beside him, hugging her knees and sobbing uncontrollably, providing accompaniment. This scene is so absurd that logic falls silent. On the other side of the stage, Pang Budong and Jiang Wan had begun to break free from the mental control. The two men clutched their throbbing heads, their eyes still somewhat dazed, but their instincts led them away from the two monsters who were playing together. Pang Budong looked at his S-Class shield, which had been sprayed with Barbie pink paint, and then at his clothes, which were torn to shreds. His honest face was filled with the philosophical questions of who am I and where am I? Jiang Wan's situation is even worse. She looked at the devastated stage, felt the magic within her depleted by the flames of jealousy, and recalled her previous morbid words and actions. Her pretty face went from pale to flushed and finally turned ashen. Society died, a scene of mass social death. She'd rather be struck dead by lightning right now than stay here for another second. But then, something even stranger happened. Those audience members who had become mummified corpses and should have remained motionless suddenly started moving in unison. Their movements were stiff like marionettes. As the mournful melody of the Suana horn played, they slowly rose from their seats. Then, facing the stage, they made a synchronized movement. They bent down, clasped their hands together, raised them above their heads, and then slowly knelt down. Thump! 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 100,000 mummified corpses knelt and bowed before Chu Tingqiu and Hua Nongying in the center of the stage, and before this absurd funeral hall karaoke performance. The synchronized kowtowing sounds, accompanied by the Suana horn, created a chilling rhythm. They were just dancing wildly, living life to the fullest. Now, they are performing their final kowtow with the same fervor. What's going on here? Are they offering New Year's greetings? Pang Budong looked at this bizarre scene and subconsciously made comment. Jiang Wan didn't speak. She just stared intently at Chu Tingqiu's back. That figure from behind, wearing SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas and flip-flops. She suddenly realized that all her previous understanding of this man was wrong. What F-rank support? What slacker? What lazy bum? This is hardly a support role. This is clearly a great demon king in human skin. A person who can turn a festival where an evil god descends into a large-scale funeral procession into the ultimate source of amusement. Just then, Chu Tingqiu stopped playing the Suana. The song Crying at Seven Passes came to an end. The whole world fell into a deathly silence. Chu Tingqiu slowly put down the golden Suana and exhaled a long breath. His face was somewhat pale. Forcibly activating a concept-level decree based on an F-rank skill would also be extremely costly for him. He turned around and looked at Hua Nongying, who was crying so hard she could barely breathe, her makeup ruined, and her six tails drooping. Chu Tingqiu's eyes were as still as a deep well. The music has ended. The crowd dispersed. He slowly raised his hand, pointing his fingers like a sword at Hua Nongying's brow. There was no murderous intent, no disturbance. It's like doing a trivial wrap-up job. Hua Nongying stopped crying. She raised her tear-streaked face and looked at the fingers so close to hers. For the first time, real fear appeared in her eyes. She knew that if she were to strike with that finger, she would die. Both body and spirit perished. Just as Chu Tingqiu was about to make his move, the evil god's rift in the sky, which should have been dispersed by the sound of the Suana, suddenly trembled violently again. A will, purer, more insane, and more indescribable than before, forcefully tore open the barriers of space and cast a gaze upon it. That gaze was fixed on Chu Tingqiu. A voice, neither male nor female, filled with supreme authority and allure, resounded directly in everyone's souls. Mortal, you have successfully caught my attention. Chapter 129 From Bliss to Death, everyone in sage mode. The voice rang directly in Chu Tingqiu's mind, carrying a scrutinizing tone. Chu Tingqiu merely raised his eyelids and glanced at the violently fluctuating crack in the sky. There was no fear in his eyes, only impatience at being disturbed. To get your attention? Who are you? Did I agree? He didn't even bother to respond, lowered his head, and put the golden Suana back into his sleeve. The entire movement was fluid and effortless, as if a small task had just been completed. This disregard is more insulting than any resistance. The will behind the crack in the sky clearly paused for a moment. It seems incomprehensible why a mortal would dare to display such an attitude when facing divine power. The next second, an even more terrifying mental attack pressed down from the crack. This was no longer temptation, but pure rage, a desire to crush Chu Tingqiu's soul. Just as this mental attack was about to strike, an even louder and more mournful Suana note burst forth from Chu Tingqiu's sleeve. Beat! The music ended, and the crowd dispersed. The ceremony concluded, and the funeral procession began. That final, high-pitched Suana horn brought this farce to a close. It transformed into an invisible sound wave, rising against the heavens and precisely striking the descending mental attack. Sizzle. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The mental attack that was powerful enough to instantly cause the brain death of an S-class expert was completely neutralized by the last note of the Suana. The pink crack in the sky collapsed completely after letting out a mournful cry of despair. The swirling pink mist was forcibly drawn back into the void. Above the stadium's massive dome, the night sky over Longdu, illuminated by neon lights, was revealed once more. The projection of the evil god failed to descend. A funeral dirge abruptly blew it all back. As the pink mist completely dissipated, the mental pollution originating from Slaanesh also disappeared. The whole world fell silent. No, it's more terrifying than silence. It was a profound sense of emptiness that followed the complete silence of the night. On the stage, Hua Nongying sat on the ground, hugging her knees, looking dazed. Her face was still wet with tears, and her eyes were vacant, as if her soul had been ripped out. The grief that had originated from her bloodline was still throbbing, but another immense sense of bewilderment had already taken over her mind. Desire has vanished. The fervor has faded. Bliss turned into nothingness. She entered a state of enlightenment. Immediately afterwards, a flood of memories came rushing back. She recalled her alluring invitation to Chu Tianqiu to come up on stage. I remember being driven to the brink of vomiting blood by a book called 5 Years of College Entrance Examination, 3 Years of Simulation. I remember how I was crying my eyes out while accompanying that Swana piece. Hua Nongying's body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. Her face changed from deathly pale to bright red, and then from bright red to a purplish-brown color, all at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's over. Everything is over. Her image as the agent of the Lord of Pleasure, her pride as the diva of despair, were all destroyed in this moment. If there's a crack in the ground, she can crawl right into it. On the other hand, there are many people who are in even worse shape than her. Well, Jiang Wan, clutching her throbbing forehead, slowly stood up. The pink hearts in her eyes had completely disappeared, and her eyes had returned to their usual clarity. Then, she saw the scene before her. The stage was a complete mess. Not far away, the man wearing the baby marine surveillance pajamas was disgustedly patting the dust off his body. Beneath her feet, the marks of the black and red flames of jealousy still remained. Jiang Wan opened her mouth, but her mind went completely blank. Memories also flooded back. She was wearing a pink lace dress and called herself Wan Wan. They forcibly fed him a plate of charred bento. Driven by jealousy, she shouted a Yandere declaration to Chu Tianqiu, "If you love me, let me burn you to death." Boom! Jiang Wan felt a surge of heat rush to her head, and she almost lost her balance on the spot. The color drained from her beautiful, mature face. She saw it. She saw the slightly amused look in Chu Tianqiu's eyes. Those eyes seemed to say, "Oh, little cutie, you're awake?" A scream erupted from the S-rank fire mage. Jiang Wan covered her face with her hands, feeling that she had never been so humiliated in her life. She wanted to disappear into a crack in the ground. No, crawling through cracks in the ground isn't enough anymore. All she wanted to do now was instantly unleash a maximum-powered sea of Crimson Lotus to completely erase herself and the stadium from this world. The dignity of an S-rank mage, the prestige of the 9th Squad leader, all gone. This is the epitome of social death. Why, just as Jiang Wan was on the verge of collapse, a suppressed sob came from beside her. It is Pang Budong. This giant, who is over 2 meters tall, is kneeling on the ground. He didn't look at anyone, but stared intently at his S-Class alloy shield, which had been sprayed pink and covered with several idle stickers. He reached out his trembling hand and gently stroked the pinkish color on the shield. Then this tough guy, as strong as an iron tower, could no longer hold back. Wow! He hugged the pink shield and burst into tears. "My shield, I'm so sorry. If my great-grandmother knew I'd ruined the family heirloom like this, she'd be furious enough to come back to life from heaven. Well, I think I'm too cute." Pang Budong cried as he banged his head against the ground repeatedly, tears of regret mixed with snot streaming down his face. A society collapsed. A person wept with regret. The bizarre art style made Chu Tianqiu raise an eyebrow. The after effects seemed to be more serious than expected. However, this is only the beginning. Below the stage, in the audience seats where 100,000 people had already turned into mummies, a series of rhythmic, grating sounds of bones suddenly rang out. Those audience members who had already lost their life forced slowly and stiffly raised their heads. Their eyes were no longer filled with fervor, but instead 2 dark, hollow holes. But a sense of remorse emanating from their very souls emanated from them. What have I done? The mummy of a middle-aged man, who appeared to be a company executive and was closest to the stage, looked down at his torn designer suit, his empty eyes seemingly shedding 2 lines of regretful tears. "My family, my career, all ruined. How could I have done something so shameless?" A young female college student's mummified body covered her face and let out a silent wail. "I saved up for 3 months just to see this. I'm dirty. I'm no longer clean." A mummified male corpse wearing gold-rimmed glasses is pounding his chest in agony. The desires of a group are like a high fever. When it started burning, everyone felt their blood boil, which was only natural. But when the fever subsided, all that remained was emptiness and shame for everything he had done while he was delirious with fever. At this moment, the entire Longdu Stadium, with its 100,000 spectators, whether alive or dead, collectively entered the largest ever Sage Mode. They were not angry, and they did not complain. Only repentance. He was deeply repenting for his foolish past when he was driven by desire. The entire stadium, which was previously a paradise of hell, has now become a repentance ceremony. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Chu Tianquo nodded in satisfaction as he watched this scene. Yes, it works well. He dusted off his hands and turned to leave this massive social disaster scene. But he had only taken 2 steps when someone grabbed the hem of his clothes from behind. Chu Tianquo turned around and saw a face streaked with tears, filled with terror and pleading. Is Flowers playing with shadows? No, don't go. Her voice was hoarse and tearful, and all her former allure was gone. Please, take me away. Anywhere is fine, even the Strategic Bureau's prison or the deepest hell. She looked at the 100,000 empty, regretful eyes around her and trembled with fear. She knew that once this man left, she, the culprit, would be torn to pieces by the 100,000 believers who had entered Sage Mode. Chu Tianquo glanced at her, then looked at the 6 drooping fox tails behind her. Take you away? He gave a kind smile. Sure. However, you should at least pay for the travel expenses, right? Chapter 130 Huan Nongying, My Singing Voice. My fans. Travel expenses? Huan Nongying was stunned. Her face was still streaked with tears, and her expression was blank. She looked at the man in front of her who was talking about money so seriously, and then at the 100,000 mummified corpses around her who were repenting. She wondered if the sound of the Suana had damaged her ears. What kind of time is this? This man is still thinking about money? Chu Tianquo clicked his tongue when he saw that she didn't react. What? Trying to dine and dash. He held up 2 fingers and twirled them in front of Hua Nongying, his movements as practiced as someone applying screen protectors on the street. Compensation for emotional distress, lost wages, and sight cleaning fees. Plus the service fee for extraditing you, a Class A war criminal. I'll give you a discount, a friend's price, to round it up. Just give me those 6 tails behind you. Chu Tianquo's gaze swept over the foxtail behind Hua Nongying, his eyes full of calculation. It looks quite warm. Take it off and knit a scarf for my captain. It's getting cold. Hua Nongying's body suddenly stiffened. This is a direct insult. She, the desperate songstress under Slaanish's command, her very essence, was only fit to be raw material for weaving a scarf in this guy's eyes. A profound sense of humiliation welled up inside, overwhelming the emptiness and regret brought on by the Sage Mode. You've gone too far. Hua Nongying's empty eyes were once again filled with blood. She suddenly stood up from the ground, her purple lace dress shattering under the surge of magic. Black, magical patterns appeared on her skin, and her nails became sharp. The 6 foxtails behind him also materialized and danced wildly in the air. My singing voice, my fans. Hua Nongying's voice became sharp and distorted, losing its previous sweetness and replaced by hysterical madness. She looked at the 100,000 believers kneeling and repenting below the stage, who ignored her as their idol, and her mental state collapsed. These were once the source of her strength. Now, however, they are worshipping the man who plays the Suana. Die all of you! Hua Nongying let out a piercing scream, her figure transforming into a purplish-black afterimage as she hurtled towards Chu Tianquo with a deafening roar. She gave up her allure and enchanting voice. In her shame and anger, all she wanted was to tear the man in front of her to pieces with the most violent means. Faced with the full force of the S-Class Witch's attack, Chu Tianquo simply yawned lazily. He was a little short of breath from playing the Suana for so long. Chu Tianquo didn't even move. He simply turned to the side, preparing to step aside. Just as Hua Nongying's sharp claws were about to touch Chu Tianquo's clothes. Boom strapia! An even more violent and scorching aura erupted from behind Chu Tianquo. A crimson wall of fire rose from the ground, precisely blocking the path between the two. Hua Nongying's sharp claws struck the wall of fire, making a sizzling sound and sending up a puff of blue smoke. The intense burning pain made her instinctively pull her hand back, Her palm was already charred black. Just now, a cold voice came from behind the wall of fire, filled with suppressed anger. "You're the one controlling me?" The wall of fire slowly parted to both sides, revealing Jiang Wan's figure. She is an S-rank fire mage and a captain of the 9th Squad. Her long, wine-red hair moved without wind, and crimson flames burned on the strands. The infatuation she once held in her eyes was gone, replaced by murderous intent. Jiang Wan woke up. She remembered everything that had happened before. She was wearing a pink lace dress and called herself Wan Wan. Shouting strange lines, they chased after Chu Tianquo, intending to burn him alive. That memory is a stain on her career. She, Jiang Wan, an S-rank mage and captain of the 9th Squad of the Dragon Capital Strategic Bureau, actually flirted with her team members in front of 100,000 people. The culprit is this six-tailed fox spirit, right in front of us. Jiang Wan's gaze was fixed intently on Hua Nongying. She didn't go to see Chu Tianquo. She dare not look. The mere thought of Chu Tianquo's face would automatically replay in her mind the embarrassing scenes from before, making her so ashamed that she would clench her toes. Therefore, Jiang Wan needed an outlet for her emotions, a target from which she could vent all her shame and anger. Hua Nongying looked at the imposing woman in front of her and felt somewhat afraid. "So what if it's me?" she screamed, her voice trembling with fear. "You stupid woman, driven by desire, what right do you have?" Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Wan moved. There was no nonsense, no declaration. The response to Hua Nongying was extreme violence. Vermilion Bird True Flame. Jiang Wan loosely clenched her right hand, and a fist-sized, golden-red flame condensed in her palm. The flames did not emit heat, nor did they distort the surrounding air. But Hua Nongying sensed immense fear from that ball of flames. This flame can burn everything. It can even ignite the soul. This was a powerful blow delivered by Jiang Wan in a conscious state, fueled by shame, indignation, and anger. Jiang Wan waved her arm, and the golden-red vermilion bird, True Flame, transformed into a stream of light, instantly imprinting itself on Hua Nongying's chest. "No!" Hua Nongying let out a terrified scream. The magic within her surged wildly, attempting to resist, while her six tails protected her in front. But it didn't work. The golden-red flames exploded instantly. There was no roar, only deathly silence. The blinding golden-red light engulfed everything. The entire stage, along with the remains of the equipment on it, vanished instantly in the light. The light faded. The stage disappeared. All that remained was a huge, smooth-edged, glassy pit, with reddish-gold lava flowing at the bottom. As for Hua Nongying, not even a trace of ashes remained. She was completely wiped out. The power of that single strike was terrifying. Chu Tianquo stood at the edge of the deep pit, feeling the heat wave hitting him, and silently took 2 steps back. He glanced at the woman beside him, whose body was engulfed in golden flames. Jiang Wan's chest heaved violently, but her eyes remained icy. Chu Tianquo couldn't help but whistle. "Captain, you're awesome. Simple, direct, and heartfelt. This destructive power is far more spectacular than his Golden Crow's sky parade." Upon hearing Chu Tianquo's voice, Jiang Wan's body stiffened abruptly. The golden flames on her body subsided considerably. Jiang Wan slowly turned her head, and her face, which was somewhat distorted with anger, instantly became unnatural when she saw Chu Tianquo's sleepy face. She wanted to pretend nothing had happened and maintain her aloof captain's dignity. But Chu Tianquo's clear eyes seemed to see through her disguise. Jiang Wan's cheeks began to heat up uncontrollably, hotter than the lava beneath her feet. "Cough." Jiang Wan coughed lightly, forcibly turning her head away, not daring to look Chu Tianquo in the eye again. "What are you looking at?" "Mission accomplished, roll back." Her voice was tinged with panic and trembling. After saying that, she turned around and tried to escape from this huge social death scene. But she had only taken 2 steps when someone gently tugged at the hem of her dress from behind. Jiang Wan's body stiffened again. That Chu Tianquo's voice sounded behind her. "Captain, look, I worked overtime today and even stayed up all night playing the Swana. My mental and physical strength are both exhausted." Jiang Wan didn't turn around. She could imagine the smug look on Chu Tianquo's face. "Get to the point." "Oh." Chu Tianquo released his hand, his tone very sincere. "Why get reimbursed? Could you give me double overtime pay? Jiang Wan. She turned around abruptly, glaring at Chu Tianquo with gritted teeth. Roll. Chapter 131, Winry Niu's last words. Remember to settle the bill. Jiang Wan's angry and humiliating shout of "Get out!" echoed in the deep pit. The hot wind blew her wine-red hair, making her already flushed face even hotter. Seeing the fiery look in her eyes, Chu Tianquo wisely shut his mouth. It seems there's no chance of double overtime pay. Pity. He shrugged and looked away. Pang Budong was still kneeling there, hugging his pink S-Class shield, crying uncontrollably. My shield. I'm so sorry. The family heirloom. Great-grandma. I'm too ashamed to face you. This person cried even more bitterly than Huan Nongying, who had just been given a rite of passage. Chu Tianquo walked over and patted his broad shoulder. Pang Budong raised his face, which was covered in tears and snot, and sobbed, Tian, Dinko? It's all right. Chu Tianquo's tone was unusually gentle. It is a bit ugly, but when we get back, we'll ask Lao Gu to reimburse you and just repaint it. It's not about the paint, Pang Budong cried even harder. I actually wanted to turn you into a specimen. I'm not human. Oh, that. Chu Tianquo's expression remained calm. It's nothing, you can't beat me. Pang Budong. These words are more hurtful than words of comfort. Chu Tianquo ignored the burly man who was caught in self-doubt and looked past the deep pit toward the backstage area. Hearing someone's words, that sickly guy collapsed after shouting defeat her with even more outrageous rules at the last moment. I don't know if they're dead or alive. Chu Tianquo lifted his foot and walked towards the backstage area, stepping on the still warm glass floor. Jiang Wan watched his retreating figure, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something. For example, I'll go with you, or be careful. But the words caught in his throat, and he swallowed them back down because of that intense sense of social dread. All she wants right now is to find a quiet place. Ideally, it would be the Earth's core. The backstage passageway was a complete mess. The staff, who had previously collapsed from excessive release of desires, now lay sprawled on the ground like mud, their eyes vacant. The air was filled with a sour smell of sweat and regret. Chu Tianquo walked expressionlessly around the corpses and reached the end of the passage. When Renayu fell to the ground, and the high-tech hovering wheelchair overturned to the side, still flashing a faint red light. His face was deathly pale, his chest barely rose and fell, and a trace of dried blood clung to the corner of his mouth. It looked like a completely cold corpse. Chu Tianquo stepped forward, squatted down, and extended 2 fingers to check his breath. Yes, it's still breathing. It's just a bit weak. Hey, wake up. Chu Tianquo patted his face. Don't sleep anymore. If you keep sleeping, the Bureau will have to hold a memorial service for you. When Renayu's long eyelashes trembled slightly, he slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes hidden behind the gold-rimmed glasses had lost their usual calculation and composure, leaving only a weariness and emptiness after the fire had burned out. His lips moved, emitting a very faint sound. The data has crashed. My world is blank. Chu Tianquo raised an eyebrow. Is it because the brain has been washed over by the aura of an evil god, and the CPU is burned out? It's okay, a restart will fix it, Chu Tianquo said casually. Winryu's lips curled into a smile that was more like a grimace. It can't be restarted. My talent, heavenly secrets, its underlying logic is based on the absolute stability of the cosmological constant. But that woman, she showed me that reason can be distorted. My faith has crumbled. His voice grew softer and softer, and his eyes began to glaze over. Chu Tianquo. Am I? No way. Chu Tianquo frowned. If you die, who's going to pay my overtime? When Renayu seemed to choke on his words, and her unfocused gaze refocused for a moment. He stared intently at Chu Tianquo's sleepy face, as if trying to discern a trace of sadness within it. However, no. Only obsession with overtime pay. When Renayu laughed again. This time, there was a hint of relief in the laughter. All right, living too consciously is exhausting. With his last ounce of strength, he raised a pale finger and pointed to his overturned wheelchair. Wheelchair, under the armrest. There's a hidden compartment. The bill is inside. Every time I applied for funding for you, I kept 3 separate accounts. 1 copy for the Bureau, 1 for filing, 1 for actual expenses. Remember to have old Gu make up the price difference for you. That money is enough for you to buy Coke for the rest of your life. After saying this, Wenrenou's fingers fell limply, her head tilted to the side, and she became completely still. Shu Tingqiu looked at him and remained silent for a moment. He stood up, walked to the overturned wheelchair, and found the hidden compartment that Wenrenou had mentioned. Upon opening it, a black USB drive lay quietly inside. Shu Tingqiu put the USB drive in his pocket, then walked back to Wenrenou's side and carried his light body on his back. I'm leaving, I'm going home. When Shu Tingqiu carried the corpse out from backstage, Jiang Wan and Pang Budong had recovered somewhat. Wenrenou. Jiang Wan looked at the unconscious Wenrenou, her voice hoarse. He's not dead, Shu Tingqiu said simply. The CPU overloaded and crashed. He tossed Wenrenou to Pang Budong. You're strong, carry him. Pang hurriedly caught the strategist. Looking at the thin strategist in his arms, his feelings were complicated. Just then, a piercing alarm and the roar of a helicopter broke the silence of the stadium as they approached. More than a dozen beams of powerful flashlight beams shone in from all directions, locking onto the three of them. Don't move. This is the Strategic Defense Bureau. Put down your weapons immediately. With the sound of orderly footsteps, hundreds of fully armed Special Operations team members rushed in, their dart gun barrels pointed at the three people in the center of the stage. The one in the lead was Zhao, the adjutant of the Strategic Bureau. When Lieutenant Zhao saw the mess in the room and Shu Tingqiu standing on the edge of the deep glazed pit, wearing SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas, his pupils suddenly contracted. It's you again. Why are you everywhere? Reporting Director Gu. Target confirmed. It's a 9 squad. The situation at the scene is very complex. Preliminary assessment indicates that a battle of S rank or higher occurred. Zhao's voice was clearly transmitted to the Strategic Bureau Command Center via the tactical communicator. On the large screen in the command center, Gu Taiyi's scarred face was so gloomy it looked like it could drip water. Behind him, all the staff were working busily and nervously. The city's mental pollution index is rapidly decreasing. 95% of the citizens are out of danger. The energy rift above Longdu Gymnasium has disappeared. Despite the constant stream of good news, Gu Taiyi remained unperturbed. His gaze was fixed on the screen, on the impatient-looking boy carrying Wenrenou. Zhu Dian Gu. Gu Taiyi's voice was hoarse. Given the communicator, Lieutenant Zhao didn't dare to delay and immediately handed over a spare communicator. Shu Tingqiu took it and put it in his ear. Hello. It's me. Gu Taiyi's voice came from inside, tinged with exhaustion and lingering fear. How are things on your end? Oh, mission accomplished. Zhu Dian Gu Zhonde. The concert is over. The venue was wrecked, and the main culprit was ground to dust by the captain. That's not what I'm asking about. Gu Taiyi took a deep breath. Casualties. We've lost one member. Shu Tingqiu glanced at Wenrenou in Pang Budong's arms. Our strategist has crashed and will probably need to be sent back to the factory for repairs. I'm talking about those 100,000 spectators. Gu Taiyi's voice suddenly rose. That one, Shu Tingqiu said calmly, is completely dead and is currently undergoing a collective repentance. Gu Taiyi? Question mark. What does it mean to be dead and still collectively repent? Are you telling jokes about the underworld? Can't you speak like a human being? Gu Taiyi felt his blood pressure rising again. It's exactly what it sounds like. Shu Tingqiu picked at his ear. Their souls and life force were drained, turning them into mummies. But it seems they all entered a sage mode before they died, and they're kneeling there now, reflecting on their lives. He paused, then added, It's quite a spectacle. Would you like to watch the live stream? Gu Taiyi fell silent. He felt his worldview being repeatedly rubbed into the ground by this brat once again. We'll talk about it when we get back. Gu Taiyi rubbed his aching temples. Recall the troops immediately. Leave the follow-up matters to the support troops. Oh right. Shu Tingqiu seemed to remember something. Is there anything else? Before Wenrenou died, she gave me a USB drive. Shu Tingqiu's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible laughter. He said there was evidence inside that you had embezzled funds from our 9th squad. Chapter 132, Jiang Wan's socially awkward scene after she regains consciousness. Strategic Defense Bureau, Medical Department, Special Care Ward. The atmosphere was very oppressive. All members of the Ninth Squad have arrived. Chu Tianquo sat by the hospital bed, peeling an apple, the peel forming a continuous line. Pang Budong sat on the opposite sofa, holding the S-Class shield that had been washed 3 times and still bore pink marks. His eyes were vacant, and he muttered to himself. Jiang Wan stood by the window, her back to everyone, arms crossed, her body tense. From Chu Tianquo's angle, he could see her reddened ears and her clenched, white fingers. When Rinai woke up in her hospital bed, he was the chief strategist of the Dragon Capital Strategic Bureau, the owner of the S-level talent, Heavenly Secret, and was wearing an oxygen mask, staring blankly at the ceiling. The door was pushed open, and Gu Tai walked in with a sullen face. He changed out of his military uniform and into a loose hospital gown. His hair was neatly combed and styled with mousse. The atmosphere in the ward grew even colder as soon as he entered. Jiang Wan's body stiffened for a moment. Pang Budong's mutterings also stopped. Gu Tai's gaze swept across the entire room, finally landing on Chu Tianquo with a complex expression. Let's all talk about it. Gu Tai pulled up a chair and sat down, his voice hoarse. What exactly happened in the gymnasium? No one spoke. Pang Budong lowered his head even further. Jiang Wan's back was stiff, as if she didn't want anyone to get close. Only Chu Tianquo took a bite of his apple and mumbled, reporting to Director Gu, "It's nothing serious. Just went to a concert and watched some fireworks." Gu Tai's eye twitched slightly. Fireworks? An S-rank mage's attack wiped the stadium off the map. Is that considered fireworks? A Slaanesh devotee was made to repent by playing the suana, a traditional Chinese wind instrument. Is that what you call a concert? Zhu Diangu. Gu Tai's voice was forced out through clenched teeth. I'm not joking with you. The entire city of 8 million people has fallen into a frenzy of desire, and Dragon City has almost become Slaanesh's earthly kingdom. I need a complete battle report. Chu Tianquo blinked, looking completely innocent. Report? What report? He pointed to his head, his expression appearing very sincere. Director Gu, you may not know this, but I have a problem. I tend to have selective amnesia when I overuse my brain. I only remember that I was doing a function problem in the backstage area, and then everything went black. When I woke up, it was all over. I feel like I've been doing practice problems the whole time. These words were spoken with such sincerity and candor. The other 2 people in the ward both turned their gazes toward him. Pang Budong's eyes were filled with, "Brother, you're awesome." Jiang Wan's back trembled violently. Have you been doing practice problems all this time? Taking out 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation as a weapon, and then pulling out a suana to send off an evil god. Is this what you call constantly doing practice questions? Gu Tai stared intently at Chu Tianquo, trying to find a clue in his sleepy face. However, no. Those eyes were as clear as a spring, as pure as a white lotus flower. Gu Tai fell silent. He suddenly remembered the broken mirror in his office. I remember myself in a pink mist, unbuttoning my shirt and showing off my muscles in the mirror. The only eyewitness at the time was Chu Tianquo. Now, this witness has amnesia. What thoughtfulness! What understanding! Gu Tai's scarred face softened. He stood up, patted Chu Tianquo on the shoulder, and his tone became kind and friendly. It's good that you have amnesia. It's good that you have amnesia. Young people should prioritize their studies. Don't let fighting distract you. You did a great job on this mission, and I'll personally approve 10 cases of coke as a bonus for you. Pang Budong, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. Director, your face-changing speed is faster than Sichuan opera. Jiang Wan also turned around abruptly, looking at Gu Tai with the eyes of someone looking at a traitor. Gu Tai ignored them. He now looks at Chu Tianquo as if he were looking at a sensible son. Only Chu Tianquo, who has lost his memory, can save his last bit of face. As for that battle report, let whoever wants to write it. As long as Chu Tianquo loses his memory, the matter of him combing his hair will remain a secret. Just then, Wenrina, lying on the hospital bed, suddenly stirred. He slowly removed his oxygen mask and looked at Gu Tai with empty eyes. Chief, his voice was hoarse. I haven't lost my memory. Gu Tai's smile froze. Wenren Yu continued in a low voice. Not only did I not lose my memory, but my talent, Heavenly Secrets, seems to have mutated after being washed away by the aura of the evil god. I can see some blurred fragments of the past. He paused, then turned his gaze to the black USB drive that Chu Tingqiu had placed on the bedside table. For example, that 15-minute solo performance you gave in the office. Also, this USB drive contains 372 entries related to the Ninth Squad's funding, creative expenditure accounts. Gu Taiyi's face changed from kind and amiable to ashen, and finally to deathly pale. It's over. One has lost its memory, while the other has evolved into a walking surveillance camera. His reputation as Gu Taiyi is going to be ruined here today. Just as Gu Taiyi felt he was about to suffer social death, Chu Tingqiu suddenly spoke up. "Oh dear, Wenren, you just woke up. What nonsense are you talking about?" Chu Tingqiu picked up the USB drive and, under Gu Taiyi's watchful gaze, put it into his pocket. "What funding? What personal show? I don't understand any of this." He looked at Wenren with concern and spoke earnestly. "You're just out of your mind from the fever. You need a rest. I think this is what we should do, Director Gu. Grant Wenren a long leave and send him to an Antarctic sanatorium to recuperate for a year or two, to see the penguins and calm down." Gu Taiyi's eyes lit up. Yes, Antarctica is isolated from the world and has no signal, making it a perfect place to seal off the world. Lying on her sickbed, Wenren looked at the two men in front of her who were discussing exiling her to Antarctica, and a look of despair appeared on her pale face. He shouldn't have woken up. Amid the chaos, Jiang Wan, who had been silent all along, suddenly walked to the door. "I request to be transferred out of the Ninth Squad." Her voice was low and trembling slightly. She couldn't stay any longer. Seeing Chu Tingqiu's face reminds me of myself wearing a pink dress and reciting embarrassing lines. She wanted to escape. No. This time, Gu Taiyi and Chu Tingqiu spoke in unison. Gu Taiyi's face darkened. "Jiang Wan, stop fooling around. What time is it now? As the captain, do you want a desert?" Chu Tingqiu scratched his head, looking confused. "Captain, why are you leaving? If you leave, who will cook for me?" Jiang Wan's body trembled violently. Cook? How dare he even mention cooking? Has he forgotten that love-filled bento box that could send someone away? "I can't cook." Jiang Wan shouted it out. "It's okay, I can teach you." Chu Tingqiu's tone remained sincere. It just so happens that after Huan Nongying died, the Strategic Bureau inherited her entire estate. Although most of it consisted of useless luxury items, I discovered a very interesting book. Chu Tingqiu pulled out a book from his pocket with a gold embossed cover and an extremely flamboyant title. The Succubus's 108 Michelin Secret Recipes. I've seen it, it's very practical, and it mainly focuses on emotional value. For example, this last meal is said to make death row inmates go on their way with a smile after eating it. Jiang Wan looked at the recipe book that could be described as demonic, and then at Chu Tingqiu's eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. Just then, the highest level of alarm sounded throughout the Strategic Defense Agency. The base's dome was forcibly torn open by an invisible force. Everyone, including Wenren in her hospital bed, saw it. A huge cross-shaped scar appeared in the clear sky above Longdu. The scar stretched across the sky, exuding an aura of chaos. It is neither a projection nor a sacrifice by believers. That was real, from the depths of the subspace, the prelude to war. Gu Taiyi rushed to the window, looked at the cross in the sky, and his face showed solemnity and exhaustion. Tu Wanchinj was slapped to death, the withered tree Taoist was nuked, and Mo Qinji was scared to death, and Huan Nongying was blown to death. Have those four finally stopped fighting amongst themselves and decided to join forces? He turned his head and looked at the Ninth Squad behind him, his voice low. Don't even think about taking a vacation or being transferred. The end of the world is coming. Chapter 133. Your home is gone? You're in big trouble. Gu Taiyi's scarred face looked quite ugly under the red light. The death of 4 agents has pushed those cowards behind them to the edge. His gaze swept over everyone in the Ninth Squad. Jiangwan, Bang Budong, Zhutian Gu. His voice, devoid of its usual joking tone, was cold. All leave is cancelled, and Longdu is entering a state of highest combat readiness. Now is not the time to dwell on personal grudges or social tragedies. He strode to the bedside and scooped Wenren, who had just woken up and was still dazed, out of bed. He slung Wenren over his shoulder as if he were carrying a sack of flour. "I'm taking the strategist with me. The frontline command needs his brain." Gu Taiyi's actions were rough, but his tone carried a sense of tragic heroism. "The rest is up to you. Remember, you're the Ninth Squad, the the last line of defense for Dragon City. Survive. After saying that, he didn't give anyone time to react and rushed out of the ward carrying Wenren. The shout came from outside the corridor. Lieutenant Zhao, prepare the aircraft. Target, Himalayan Front Command Post. Quickly. The roaring sounds and footsteps quickly faded into the distance. In the ward, only the 3 members of the 9th Squad remained, looking at each other. That. Pang Budong, clutching his pink shield, stared in the direction Gu Taiyai had disappeared and stammered question. The director, he just ran away like that. We're going to the battlefield. Jiang Wan's face turned pale. She took a deep breath to suppress her fear. She looked at Chu Tianquo, trying to regain her authority as captain. Chu Tianquo, the situation is urgent. We must return to the squad's base immediately and prepare for battle. However, Chu Tianquo simply and slowly stuffed the last piece of apple into his mouth with a crunch. What's the rush? He patted the juice off his hands, looking completely unconcerned. When the sky falls, the tall ones hold it up. Didn't our bureau chief go and hold it up? His lazy, indifferent attitude almost made Jiang Wan, who had just mustered up her courage, furious. She gritted her teeth and said, "This is the end of the world, not the time for you to lie down." Oh! Chu Tianquo stood up, stretched, and his bones cracked and popped. Gotta go home. Let's start the war. He looked like he was rushing home to collect laundry. The road from the Strategic Defense Bureau back to the S-Class villa of the 9th Squad has been completely destroyed. A magnitude 12 earthquake swept through Longdu. High-rise buildings collapsed, the ground cracked open, and countless cars were overturned and crushed. The streets were filled with fleeing people and ruins. The armored personnel carriers of the 9th Squad struggled forward through the ruins. Inside the car, Pang Budong gripped the handrail tightly, his face pale. Jiang Wan gripped her staff tightly, her palms sweating profusely. Only Chu Tianquo remained by the window, gazing at the scenery outside, and even yawned. When they finally arrived at the S-Class villa area on the outskirts of the city, everyone fell silent. The once luxurious villa is now just a few broken walls. A large section of the ceiling collapsed from the middle, turning the hall into ruins. 2 figures stood blankly at the entrance of the villa. One is the blonde, blue-eyed elf princess, Aurelia. The other is Hai Ruo, a blue-haired visitor from the deep sea. They had clearly just recovered from the mental trauma of the Hua Nongying incident, and both girls looked bewildered as they looked at their destroyed home. Home is gone, Aurelia murmured, her voice trembling slightly. Hai Ruo didn't speak, but silently stretched out her finger and poked the collapsed pillar in front of her. Pang Budong looked at the ruins and yelled, "My game console! My limited edition Coke! They're all in there!" Jiang Wan's face was also very pale. This villa was her only home. Chu Tianquo's reaction was different from everyone else's. He didn't look at the 2 girls at the door, nor did he pay attention to Pang Budong's howling. Instead, they looked past the collapsed hall and landed on the room at the end of the corridor. His collection room. He strode off, hurrying towards the ruins. "Hey, Chu Tianquo, danger!" Jiang Wan shouted instinctively. The structure there is broken and could collapse at any moment. Chu Tianquo didn't turn around. He just waved his hand, and his figure quickly disappeared into the depths of the ruins. Push open the deformed door of the collection room. Then he saw it. The display cases on the wall were all broken, with glass shards mixed with wall plaster, forming a thick layer. His wives, those limited edition figurines, are now scattered in the ruins, badly damaged. The Starfall Mage's staff broken too. The Azure Dragon General's head rolled into a corner, and the wings of the Mobile God Zero were also shattered. The room was a mess, with parts scattered everywhere. Chu Tianquo's gaze finally landed in the very center of the room. There, a huge piece of ceiling debris, like a tombstone, was pressing down on a completely deformed box. From the broken pieces and scattered plastic parts of the box, he could still barely make out what it was. Mobile God of War, final form. He queued for 3 days and 3 nights, and then snatched it from Scalper at 3 times the price. He had just rescued it from Tianyu Plaza a while ago. It was his most cherished one. Now, it has become a pile of indistinguishable plastic waste. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Chu Tianquo slowly, very slowly knelt down. He reached out and, very gently, picked up the broken golden wing of the Mobile War God. He didn't speak or shout, but a frighteningly low pressure emanated from him. The aura was icy and deathly, making the surrounding temperature seem to drop. Jiang Wan and Peng Budong, who had followed, stood at the door, looking at Chu Tingqiu kneeling in the ruins, and dared not go forward for a moment. Peng Budong felt his teeth chattering. Looking at Chu Tingqiu's retreating figure, he felt even more afraid than when facing a calamity-level monster. Jiang Wan also felt like she couldn't breathe. She then remembered that although this man was usually as lazy as a salted fish, every move he made was accompanied by earth-shattering power, and they seemed to have never seen him truly angry. Jiang Wan spoke with difficulty, trying to comfort him. They're just some models She hadn't finished speaking. Chu Tingqiu, who was kneeling on the ground, slowly stood up. He turned around, his face still bearing his usual sleepy, harmless smile. But that smile was cold, making people feel uneasy. Phoenix. He spoke softly, his voice not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. They're just a bunch of people who carry out forced demolitions. He raised his head, his gaze passing through the collapsed roof to the cross-shaped crack in the sky, and his smile widened. I don't have any other hobbies. I really hate it when people move things in my house without my permission. He paused, weighed the golden wings in his hand, and smiled in a somewhat dangerous way. And my wives. He cracked his knuckles, his neck twisting in the process, producing a series of teeth-grinding popping sounds. They're in big trouble.